Naruto, from this day forth, you shall reside in this place. Henceforth, it will be your home, a sanctuary solely for you. Look around, is it not splendid? The third Hokage, Hokage Sarutobi, spoke with a gentle smile, merely 3 years of age. Naruto gazed up at Hiruzen with wide, bewildered eyes. This Naruto was not the same as the one from the original tale. He was a modern soul traversed from another world. Previously, Naruto had lived relatively peacefully in the Konoha orphanage. However, due to Danzo's malicious rumors branding him as the Nine Tails, Naruto could no longer endure his stay. Daily, he faced scorn from others. Even those who cared for him showed malice, providing him with substandard food and regularly seeking to provoke him, scheming to frame him for theft, and subjecting him to various forms of torment. Ultimately, this young child, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught, fainted under the pressure. And it was during this moment that he crossed over into this new life. In his heart, Naruto cursed the third Hokage. How dare you? You expect a 3-year-old child to live alone? He yearned to yank at the old man's beard in frustration. In the original narrative of the Naruto universe, the innocent Naruto might have been easily swayed by the third's words, joyously accepting his fate and naively embarking on his so-called independent life. But this Naruto was not so easily deceived. If the third truly wished to be so heartless, he should not blame me for choosing the path of darkness. Yet, for now, Naruto needed to devise a plan to persuade the third Hokage to find someone to care for him. In hopes of enjoying warm meals in the future, he reluctantly resorted to appealing to the third Hokage. Grandpa Third, could you find someone to look after me? I am but a 3-year-old child. Very well. The third Hokage, observing Naruto's pitiful expression, pondered briefly before acquiescing. After all, Hiruzen needed to maintain a favorable image before Naruto. Outright refusal could jeopardize their relationship. He feared that such a rejection might incite Naruto to seek revenge against him or the village in the future, which would lead to complications. Seeing the third Hokage's agreement, Naruto felt a flicker of joy, hoping that Kakashi would be the one assigned to care for him. Kakashi, being not only connected to him but also capable, would likely provide him with more attention and even teach him ninjutsu. After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen spoke in a low voice. Then, I shall assign Iruka to take care of you. Iruka Sensei? Reflecting on the original tale, he was Naruto's first teacher, someone who accepted and treated him kindly. Well, this could work out quite well. Naruto mused to himself. Without Iruka's compassion and care, the original Naruto might have succumbed to darkness. Even during Naruto's wedding to Hinata, he chose Iruka to stand in as a father figure, a testament to their close bond. Of course, Naruto could not openly express his desire for Kakashi. Doing so would undoubtedly arouse the third Hokage's suspicion. After all, having lived in an orphanage, how could he possibly know Kakashi? Just this alone could easily lead Hiruzen to believe Naruto was being manipulated from behind the scenes. Before long, Hiruzen brought Iruka before Naruto. It was likely that Iruka had been briefed and was aware of Naruto's identity as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. However, at that moment, Iruka's gaze held a subtle hint of animosity. Iruka's parents had perished during the Nine Tails rampage, leaving him with a deep-seated hatred for the beast. But Naruto was not the Nine Tails. It was Obito who had manipulated the creature through illusion. The true culprit was Obito. Anger bubbled within Naruto as he resolved, one day, I shall bring down Obito, the true villain in this saga. In the realm of Naruto, only Obito and Danzo are unforgivable. Naruto, this is Iruka, the person I have found to take care of you. Hiruzen introduced. Big brother is here to look after me? I finally have a family, Naruto exclaimed, his face radiating a sunshine-like smile. Gazing upon Naruto's innocent and kind expression, a flicker of sympathy crossed Iruka's eyes that he thought to himself, indeed, Naruto is but a child, and an orphan at that. I cannot impose the sins of the Nine Tails upon this unfortunate boy. Naruto, yes? My name is Iruka, and I will be responsible for your daily care. Iruka gently ruffled Naruto's hair, speaking with warmth. Very well, Iruka, I entrust Naruto's meals to you. Also, remember to teach him to read and write, Hiruzen instructed. With that, Hiruzen hurriedly departed, perhaps concerned that lingering too long would draw attention. After all, concealing Naruto's identity was indeed for his protection. Hiruzen could not afford to engage with Naruto too openly should enemy nations suspect and discover Naruto's lineage as Minato's son. It could spell trouble for both Naruto and Konoha. Minato had vanquished numerous foes, thereby attracting many enemies. His moniker, the Yellow Flash, and his feat of swiftly defeating over 50 elite ninjas were no trifles, instilling fear across the ninja villages to the point where they issued orders to forfeit missions upon sighting him. Now, with Minato and Kushina gone, Naruto was left without parents, and the legendary Sannin were absent from Konoha. The village, embroiled in internal strife and external threats, found it exceedingly difficult to ensure Naruto's safety. As night fell, Irika departed after being invited to Naruto's new home. Naruto was reluctant to have Irika stay overnight, feeling as though every moment was under scrutiny, leaving no room for personal space. Whether there were Umbu lurking outside was of little concern to him at that moment. Lying in bed, memories from his past life surged like a tide. In his previous existence on Blue Star, he was an ardent fan of Naruto, thoroughly enjoying the series and often indulging in fan works. Ultimately, during a late-night binge of the show, he suddenly lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself inhabiting Naruto's body. Naruto realized, I am Naruto now. From this moment, this is my home, my new home. He swiftly revisited the episodes of Naruto in his mind, beginning to strategize for his future. Naruto understood that in this perilous and challenging world, only by continuously strengthening himself could he protect those he cherished. He distilled this into a singular mantra. I shall unite all possible forces. Naruto recognized that he could not stand alone in this world. Only through collaboration with others could he achieve success. Thus, he set a goal for himself, to befriend the Nine-Tails, Kakashi, Might Guy, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the members of Team 12. Fostering these relationships would be mutually beneficial, serving as a significant advantage in his journey. From this moment forth, Naruto resolved to embark on a new chapter of his life, determined to prove to all that he was no longer a pitiable victim, but rather a ninja with grand aspirations and formidable strength. He would become a legend in the ninja world, to wed the beautiful and affluent Hinata, and to lead a life filled with happiness and contentment. Naruto mused blissfully on this thought, and before he realized it, he drifted off to sleep on his bed, for the events of the day had left him both physically and mentally exhausted. Chapter 2. The Nine-Tailed Fox. As Naruto groggily awoke, his eyes fluttered open to reveal a dim, watery expanse. Silence enveloped him, save for a distant, hazy light that illuminated a colossal cage. Within its confines, a massive, shadowy form lurked. With startling clarity, Naruto realized he had entered his own inner sanctum, the seal where the Nine-Tailed Fox resided. The prospect of meeting the Kyuubi filled him with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The Nine-Tailed Fox was widely regarded as a force of destruction, a being that had endured immense suffering at the hands of humanity. Naruto understood that winning its favor would be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he resolved to make every effort to cultivate a positive relationship with the Kyuubi, hoping to dissuade it from disrupting his chakra flow and to gain some control over its immense power. In his early years, the Nine-Tailed Fox's chakra had significantly hindered Naruto's training, forcing him to expend vast amounts of his own chakra to suppress it. Moreover, the Kyuubi's interference had made it exceedingly difficult for him to master ninjutsu, contributing to his reputation as a perennial underachiever. With a resolute breath, Naruto strode purposefully toward the cage. Hey, brat, come closer, the Nine-Tailed Fox rumbled, its form materializing within the cage. A palpable aura of malice emanated from it, its eyes burning with resentment, its fangs bared in a menacing snarl. Whoa, awesome. That's so cool. You're huge and amazing, Naruto exclaimed, rushing forward and clinging to the bars, his eyes wide with excitement, cutting off the Kyuubi mid-sentence. The Nine-Tailed Fox stared at Naruto, momentarily dumbfounded, then let out a frustrated snort, feeling somewhat belittled. Hey, brat. Aren't you even a little bit scared of me? I'm the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Aren't you afraid I'll devour you? It roared, its nine tails thrashing wildly, as if threatening to tear the very fabric of reality. Naruto gazed at the Kyuubi, devoid of any fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration, and a mischievous grin played on his lips. Wow, you're the Nine-Tailed Fox? I can't believe you're inside me. This is so awesome. Can we be friends? He asked, completely unfazed by the Kyuubi's threats. The The nine-tailed fox was taken aback by Naruto's words, its mind reeling. It stared at the boy, perplexed by his peculiar behavior. Most people, upon encountering the Kyuubi, would either cower in terror or desperately attempt to seal it away. Yet, Naruto displayed no fear, instead expressing a desire for friendship. The Kyuubi paused, pondering the situation. What is this kid's deal? It wondered. Doesn't he realize how powerful I am? Suddenly, a realization dawned on the Kyuubi, and its eyes narrowed menacingly. It opened its jaws wide and bellowed at Naruto, roar. I am the nine-tailed fox, the epitome of evil. I slaughtered countless villagers in Konoha, and I am responsible for the deaths of your parents. Do you still think I'm so cool? Do you still want to be my friend? The Kyuubi's voice reverberated through Naruto's mind, like a thunderclap. The force of the roar sent Naruto flying backward, his ears ringing. Despite his anticipation, the sudden onslaught startled him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Why are you yelling so loud? You scared me half to death. Naruto whined, clutching his chest. His large, watery eyes welled up with tears, making him appear utterly dejected. Sniffling, Naruto continued, I'm just a poor orphan, you know. I've never even met my real parents. So, I can't really bring myself to hate you for what you did, Kyuubi. And those villagers. I don't even know them. We're not connected in any way. Besides, I've never truly understood them or experienced those events firsthand. Who am I to judge? As Naruto finished speaking, he was surprised by his own words. What did I just say? He wondered. Why am I being so sentimental all of a sudden? However, Naruto knew that if he wanted to build a rapport with the Kyuubi, he needed to say the right things. So, can we be friends? The nine-tailed fox remained silent, ignoring Naruto and closing its eyes. Seeing the Kyuubi's lack of response, Naruto felt his words had fallen short, but determined to achieve his goal. He resolved to persist, hoping to foster a connection with the Kyuubi. With a burst of energy, Naruto dashed into the cage and embraced the Kyuubi's tail. Kyuubi, your tail is so fluffy and thick, and your fur is so soft and warm. Kyuubi, you're so awesome. Kyuubi, don't you get bored and lonely in this dark cage without me? Hey, brat, that's enough. What are you trying to pull? The nine-tailed fox roared, finally breaking its silence. It shook its tail, attempting to dislodge Naruto. But Naruto looked up, meeting the Kyuubi's gaze with unwavering determination. I want to be your friend, he declared. Even if you've done bad things in the past, that's all behind us now. I believe everyone deserves a chance to change, and that includes you. Naruto's words caught the Kyuubi off guard. Never before had it encountered a human like him. In its experience, humans were selfish, greedy, and cruel, using its power to satisfy their own desires. But Naruto was different. He was willing to forgive its transgressions and even wanted to be its friend. The nine-tailed fox flicked its tail, observing Naruto's innocent smile. A memory surfaced in its mind, a conversation with the sage of the six paths before his passing. The sage's voice, though weak, had been filled with conviction and authority. One day, a blue-eyed boy will appear who will awaken your names and play with you. The nine-tailed fox's eyes widened as it gazed at the blue-eyed boy clinging to its tail, his face beaming with childlike joy. Could it be? It wondered. Is this boy the child of prophecy? However, the nine-tailed fox refrained from hasty action. It chose to remain still, observing Naruto's every move. Meanwhile, Naruto was completely absorbed in his interaction with the Kyuubi, gleefully playing with its tail, seemingly oblivious to everything else. As time passed, Naruto eventually grew tired and drifted off to sleep, nestled against the Kyuubi's massive tail. And so, the nine-tailed fox silently watched over Naruto throughout the night. In that tranquil moment, it began to reassess its peculiar human companion. While doubts lingered, the nine-tailed fox sensed a potent power within Naruto, along with an abundance of kindness and enthusiasm. Perhaps, as the sage of the six paths had foretold, this seemingly ordinary boy possessed the ability to alter the fate of the world. Chapter 3. Apprenticeship with Might Guy as dawn broke. The sunlight bathed the earth in its warm glow. Irika, as was his custom, prepared a lavish and nutritious breakfast for Naruto. With a beaming smile, Naruto accepted the meal and devoured it ravenously, cleaning his plate in no time. Irika-sensei, your culinary skills are truly exceptional, Naruto exclaimed. Well, Naruto, since you've finished, let's commence our lessons, Irika replied with a smile. What is the will of fire? Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally. The flame shall continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. What is a ninja? A person who endures what others cannot. What is a Hokage? The leader of a ninja village belonging to one of the 5 great nations, known as Kage. The Hokage is the highest leader of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. Excellent, Naruto. You are remarkably intelligent, grasping the knowledge I imparted so swiftly. Iruka couldn't help but praise him sincerely. Thank you for your kind words, Iruka-sensei. Naruto responded with a smile. In recent days, Iruka had not only shown great care for Naruto, but also diligently taught him to read and write. He continuously conveyed the ideals of the will of fire, perhaps viewing this indoctrination as his primary task. After all, this was precisely what the third Hokage desired. If Naruto were to become a ruler in the future, he would likely govern in a similar fashion. However, at this moment, Naruto was not a blank slate. He possessed the mindset of an adult, making him not easily susceptible to indoctrination. In his heart, Naruto pondered how to extract the method of chakra manipulation from Iruka. Yet, it was evident that the third Hokage would not allow Naruto to grow freely until he was genuinely reassured about him. With this thought in mind, Naruto devoted himself even more to studying the will of fire. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage observed Naruto earnestly learning about the will of fire through a crystal ball, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He then shifted the perspective of the crystal ball to reveal a lesser-known bathhouse in the hidden leaf. After finishing his studies, Naruto began jogging alongside Iruka through the streets of the village. It was common to see many ninjas leaping across rooftops in a hurry. At that moment, a peculiar man in a green jumpsuit was walking on his hands, the passers-by either ignoring him or treating him as a familiar oddity. Naruto, don't run too fast. Be careful not to get lost, Iruka called out while chasing after him. Okay, Naruto replied. Iruka always stayed close to Naruto, educating, caring for, and watching over him. Naruto was reluctant to stray from Iruka's side. For now, the villagers viewed him with disdain, only daring to express their contempt behind his back. If Naruto were to part ways with Iruka, those who loathed him might not just insult him, but also resort to throwing various discarded fruits and vegetables at him. At that moment, Naruto noticed Might Guy walking on his hands beside him, the epitome of physical prowess. Determined, Naruto resolved to cling to Guy's leg tightly, hoping to learn martial arts and the 8 gates from him. Hey there, your muscles look incredibly strong. You must be a formidable ninja, Naruto complimented. Oh ho, thank you, little friend. I'm Might Guy, and finally, someone recognizes my efforts. This is the power of youth. I've decided to walk on my hands around the village 20 more times today, Might Guy exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing Naruto's praise, Guy's eyes blazed with fiery passion, invigorated by the acknowledgement of his hard work. Brother Guy, you're amazing. May I join you in your training? Naruto asked with a smile. Absolutely. Come along. Let's ignite our youth together. Might Guy replied without hesitation, welcoming Naruto's companionship. Since the passing of his father, who sacrificed himself to protect him, Might Guy had been training alone. Today, having someone acknowledge him and express a desire to train together was an opportunity he would not refuse. Naruto jogged alongside Might Guy. Fortunate that Guy was walking on his hands while bearing a weight, deliberately slowing his pace, allowing Naruto to keep up. Thus, Naruto and Might Guy circled the village repeatedly. By the 8th lap, Naruto gasped, I can't go on, Brother Guy? My little legs can't handle this much running. Naruto wished to deepen his bond with Guy, but his young body was a limitation. Despite possessing the Uzumaki lineage, running this long was already an extraordinary feat for a 3-year-old. Meanwhile, Iruka was beginning to feel utterly exhausted, his Chunin strength not being sufficient for this rigorous physical training. All right, little brother Naruto, thank you for your acknowledgement and companionship. I shall gift you a suit of green spandex, Might Guy said with a smile. Naruto, imagining himself in that green outfit, felt a wave of dread. No. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Guy. I'm still growing, and this tight suit isn't suitable for me. Oh, indeed. What a pity. You are quite a promising talent. Being able to train this long at such a young age, far surpassing my abilities at your age. If possible, you could inherit my teachings, Might Guy remarked. Really? Brother Guy, no, Might Guy sensei, I wish to become a powerful warrior like you. Please teach me, Naruto exclaimed, overjoyed at the prospect of mentorship. Yes, I'm incredibly moved. I will take you as my apprentice, and I am so happy, Might Guy exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. To celebrate my newfound apprentice, I will run around the village 20 more times today. Before Naruto could react, Might Guy lifted him in excitement, leaning in for a kiss. Naruto, startled, thought, if I lose my first kiss to Might Guy, it would haunt me for life. Brother Guy, keep up the good work. We're too tired now. Let's return to rest. We'll meet again tomorrow, Naruto quickly said, eager to escape the situation, as Might Guy's enthusiasm was overwhelming. All right, Naruto, rest well. I'll come find you tomorrow, Might Guy replied, patting Naruto on the shoulder with a bright smile. Thus, Naruto and Might Guy parted ways, promising to train together daily and forging a profound mentor-student friendship. I'm so hungry. Iruka-sensei, let's go eat at Ichiraku Ramen. After their workout, Naruto's stomach began to rumble. All right, it's on me, Iruka replied. At Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto called out cheerfully, Uncle Ichiraku. One more bowl, please. Naruto, this is your 5th bowl. Can you really eat that much? Iruka gasped, struggling with his first bowl, feeling nauseous from the earlier exertion. I can eat. I'm simply famished, Naruto chuckled. Rest assured, I shall only indulge to about 80% of my capacity. At that moment, Naruto had already regained a significant portion of his strength, not solely due to his Uzumaki lineage, but also because of his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, endowing him with remarkable recuperative abilities. What a monster, truly abnormal, Iruka couldn't help but mutter. His words devoid of malice, but rather a spontaneous remark on the disparities amongst people. Naruto, your Ichiraku Ramen is here. Uncle Ichiraku smiled warmly. Thank you, Uncle Ichiraku. Naruto expressed his gratitude. Uncle Ichiraku was a benevolent soul, far removed from the scandalous tales that surrounded the Otsutsuki clan in Naruto's previous life. He treated Naruto with genuine kindness. Uncle Ichiraku and his daughter, Ayame, stood among the few ordinary individuals who were close to Naruto, even at the cost of losing some patrons. Upon witnessing Naruto, the customers inside the shop and those waiting to enter promptly fled. Naruto felt deeply moved by this and resolved to protect Uncle Ichiraku and sister Ayame, vowing to repay their kindness in the future. Later that evening, Iruka escorted Naruto home. But instead of returning directly, he made his way to the Hokage's office to report Naruto's performance to the 3rd Hokage. Hokage-sama. Today Naruto has taken Might Guy as his mentor. He wishes to train in taijutsu with him, Iruka stated. Might Guy, you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, recalling Might Guy's father. Might Due. During a mission in his youth, Might Guy encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen, and to save his son, Might Due faced them alone, unlocking the 8th gate of the 8 gates and defeating 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Although he burned his own life force to unleash such power, it illustrated the might of the 8 gates. Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke and solemnly declared, given the circumstances, let Naruto proceed. But we must continue to closely monitor him and guide him to integrate into Konoha, ensuring he does not fall into darkness. Understood, Hokage-sama, Iruka replied. After Iruka left, Sarutobi called out, Kakashi, please find Might Guy. I have matters to discuss with him. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Iruka, Naruto lay on his bed, incessantly calling out for the Nine-Tails. Nine-Tails, Nine-Tails. After a while, Naruto finally entered the sealed space. Since his initial encounter with the Nine-Tails, he had been calling out for days, and this time, his calls were met with a response from the Nine-Tails. Chapter 4. A shocking century of the Nine-Tails. Hey, little brat, why do you keep calling me? What do you want? The Nine-Tails growled, its 9 tails swaying fiercely, exuding an overwhelming aura. Naruto flashed an innocent smile, blinking his eyes as he replied, I just thought it must be lonely for you to be here all by yourself. So I wanted to come in and keep you company. Get lost. Do you know who I am? I am the Nine-Tailed Fox. I have no need for human companionship. You should hurry up and leave. The Nine-Tails' voice boomed, shaking the very fabric of the space around them. Undeterred by the ferocity of the Nine-Tails' roar, Naruto maintained his cheerful demeanor and continued, Come on, don't be so absolute. You're just a fox trapped in this dark and dreary place. How boring it must be. Without me to talk to, wouldn't you end up dying of loneliness? How dare you speak so boldly, little brat? If it weren't for your kind, would I be trapped here? Get out. The Nine-Tails' eyes blazed with fury, its roar growing more ferocious, as if it wished to rend Naruto apart. Naruto's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing the deepest wounds of the Nine-Tails' heart. Its gaze sharpened, radiating intense anger, yet beneath it lay an ocean of sorrow and anguish. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Nine-Tails, you've suffered. Please forgive me. If I could, I would set you free. Naruto's face was etched with guilt, his voice trembling as if each word carried profound remorse. The Nine-Tails widened its eyes, unable to believe what it had just heard. It stared at Naruto, searching for a hint of deceit in his eyes, but found only sincerity and regret. Little brat, do you truly wish to set me free? The Nine-Tails' voice was laced with incredulity and surprise. Its once dull eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, as if spotting a ray of dawn in the darkness. Naruto nodded vigorously, his expression serious and resolute. Their gazes locked, unyielding, conveying a sense of determination and courage. All right, then hurry and act. Tear away the seals and grant me my freedom. The Nine-Tails roared with excitement, its voice thunderous, brimming with anticipation. Without hesitation, Naruto stepped forward, but when he beheld the sealing symbols, his pace abruptly halted, leaving him momentarily frozen. What's wrong? Hesitating, huh? I knew humans were cunning, incapable of trusting their words. The Nine-Tails scoffed, its light disappearing, replaced by disappointment and anger. No, it's just that the sealing symbol is a bit high. Wait a moment while I tear it down. Naruto explained hastily, his face displaying urgency. He did not want the Nine-Tails to misunderstand him, nor did he wish to squander this opportunity to forge a friendship. With that, Naruto began to climb. For the 3-year-old Naruto, it was a formidable challenge, his body trembling under immense pressure. Yet, he persevered, inching upward with determination. The Nine-Tails watched, a flicker of emotion stirring within. It was unexpected for Naruto to exert such effort on its behalf. This steadfastness and dedication shifted its perspective on humanity. When Naruto finally reached the sealing symbol and was about to tear it down, the Nine-Tails hesitated. Wait, Naruto. It contemplated the consequences of its freedom. The very person who genuinely cared for it could suffer if it were to escape. Moreover, it was still in the Hidden Leaf village. Even if it broke free from Naruto's grasp, it had no confidence in escaping the village itself. And if it did manage to flee, the masked man who once controlled it was still alive. The thought of possibly being used as a weapon again made the fleeting joy within the Nine-Tails vanish, leaving only a sense of tragic fate. Why? Naruto inquired. Humph, little brat, I don't need your assistance. Come down now. The Nine-Tails replied curtly. What's wrong, Nine-Tails? Don't you want to go out? Naruto asked. Humph, if I leave, you will die. The Nine-Tails retorted. And Nine-Tails, are you actually concerned about me? You're saying this because you care about my life, aren't you? Naruto exclaimed, touched. Hey, annoying little brat, don't show that nauseating expression. I don't care about your life. The Nine-Tails exclaimed with irritation. Then why? Naruto pressed. Humph, get lost. The Nine-Tails refrained from answering Naruto. Having been pursued by humans and subjected to the Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan on 2 occasions. Admitting it could not defeat humans would mean facing the risk of being recaptured. How could it preserve its dignity? See, I told you. The Nine-Tails truly loves me, caring for my safety and unwilling to leave me. Nine-Tails, I truly love you. Naruto declared joyfully. Humph, little brat, think whatever you wish. And stop calling me Nine-Tails. I have a name. I am Kurama. The Nine-Tails grumbled. Kurama? What a lovely name. Naruto beamed. All right, Naruto, come down now. Kurama said helplessly. No, I promised I would set you free, and I will not give up. Naruto asserted, his gaze unwavering. Naruto, do you really intend to do this? Kurama was taken aback, its voice tinged with disbelief and concern, mixed with reluctance. Naruto fixed his determined gaze upon Kurama, his eyes radiating resolve and bravery. Standing tall, he gripped the sealing symbol tightly, as if to demonstrate his commitment to Kurama. Keeping my word is my ninja way, Naruto declared, his voice ringing with conviction, resonating through the air and stirring emotions within. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto raised his hand without hesitation and forcefully tore at the sealing symbol. With a slight tremor, the seal began to unravel, symbolizing the breaking of constraints. Kurama's eyes widened in shock as it watched Naruto's every move, feeling the unwavering belief and fearless courage emanating from him. This emotion surged through Kurama, causing its eyes to moisten. Filled with gratitude, Kurama's fondness for Naruto surged dramatically, realizing that Naruto's determination stemmed from a deep commitment to their friendship. Naruto genuinely wished to set Kurama free, even at the risk of his own life. This persistence and kindness deeply moved Kurama. Thus, Kurama made a pivotal decision. Even if Naruto tore away the sealing symbol, it would not leave, but would instead choose to remain by Naruto's side, silently protecting him. No matter the hardships and challenges that lay ahead, Kurama was willing to fight alongside Naruto, facing everything together. In that moment, a unique bond of trust and understanding blossomed between Kurama and Naruto. Their souls are intricately intertwined, each serving as the most steadfast support for the other. Just as Naruto was about to tear the sealing rune completely in half, a hand suddenly appeared, halting his actions. The newcomer pressed the sealing rune back into place. It was none other than Naruto's father, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Chapter 5, Minato Namikaze Kurama. How dare you instigate Naruto to tear off the ceiling runes? Minato exclaimed, turning towards the Nine Tails with a glare. Hey, don't put words in my mouth. I didn't incite Naruto. It was his own volition, Kurama retorted, feeling unjustly accused and immediately defending himself. Kurama had initially been quite moved by Naruto's act of tearing off the seal, but upon hearing Minato's false accusation, that sentiment vanished, replaced by irritation. And his tone grew louder. Yes, that's right. Father, Naruto affirmed with a gentle smile, turning to face Minato. As soon as the words left his lips, Naruto unhesitatingly threw a punch, landing it squarely on Minato's abdomen. That felt amazing. Ugh, Naruto. Minato groaned, clutching his stomach. His face contorted in pain. You idiot, father. Do you even realize that because of you, I was an orphan from birth? Naruto said, tears involuntarily streaming down his cheeks. At that moment, Naruto's heart was a maelstrom of emotions, a blend of resentment towards Minato and a yearning for paternal affection. Minato watched Naruto in silence, his heart heavy with remorse and helplessness. Naruto, you know everything? Of course. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is my old man. I figured it out a long time ago. Naruto declared. I'm sorry, Naruto. You've suffered a great deal over the years, Minato said with a wry smile. You can say that again. I never got to live the life of a privileged heir, Naruto replied, his tone a mix of laughter and tears. It seems Naruto is doing well. So I can rest easy, Minato remarked, a hint of bitterness underlying his smile. Humph, what do you mean doing well? Kurama interjected, unable to hold back his retort upon hearing Minato's words. As the son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto had not only been denied the treatment he deserved, but had also had his inheritance seized by the so-called higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf Village. What's more, they callously tossed him into an orphanage. To add insult to injury, some even spread rumors that Naruto was the nine-tailed fox incarnate, subjecting him to constant scorn and ridicule. So that's how it is. Naruto, it seems that sealing the nine tails inside you has brought you a lot of hardship. I'm truly sorry. Minato said, his voice filled with concern and remorse as he gazed at Naruto with heartfelt sympathy. It's okay, father. I don't blame you, Naruto replied with a faint smile. As if these hardships were of no consequence to him, Minato gazed at his resilient and optimistic son, his heart swelling with emotion and relief. Then, he furrowed his brow and asked with a puzzled expression, Naruto, why did you tear off the ceiling runes? Don't tell me you were swayed by that fox. Minato's voice carried a hint of apprehension, fearing that Naruto had been influenced by Kurama and lost his sense of self. No way, that's not it at all. I just felt sorry for Kurama being locked up here all the time, so I wanted to help him escape, Naruto replied with a bright smile. Kurama? Minato asked, looking surprised. Kurama is the Nine-Tails name, Naruto explained with a serious expression. Minato turned to Kurama, who nodded in agreement, as if acknowledging the name. Naruto is right. You and Kushina raised a fine son. He's not like you two, always treating me like a criminal, Kurama said, teasingly. Ha ha, Minato chuckled, feeling slightly awkward. Yeah, Kurama and I are good friends. I really like Kurama, Naruto said, beaming with joy. This time, Kurama did not refute but instead tacitly accepted Naruto's label of good friend. Minato watched the Nine-Tails, an entity feared by countless individuals, and Naruto. Their bond so intimate and seamless, and finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Father, please don't stop me. Let me tear off the ceiling runes. It's a promise I made to my good friend Kurama, Naruto exclaimed. A determined glint shone in Naruto's eyes as he clutched the mysterious ceiling runes tightly, as if they were the last link connecting him to Kurama. However, Minato did not hesitate to reach out, attempting to halt Naruto's actions. His face was etched with deep worry and concern. But Naruto, letting Kurama out will mean your death. Minato's voice trembled slightly, as he knew all too well the consequences of releasing the Nine-Tails, as Kushina had demonstrated. Kurama observed the scene, a complex emotion swirling in its eyes. It's fine. Even if Naruto tears off the ceiling runes, I won't leave, Kurama responded. Hearing Kurama's reply, Minato felt a slight sense of relief. He ceased his attempts to stop Naruto, but remained vigilant. If Naruto were to tear off the ceiling runes, and Kurama showed any signs of escaping, Minato would immediately use his Flying Thunder God technique to stop him with all his might. However, Minato's worries were unfounded. When Naruto resolutely tore off the ceiling runes, Kurama did not make any attempt to flee. It simply gazed at Naruto, a peculiar emotion flickering in its eyes. Naruto sensed Kurama's gaze and said with a smile, Kurama, I kept my promise. Sorry for making you wait so long. But please believe me, I will continue to work hard to find a way to set you free. Naruto's voice was filled with sincerity and determination. Naruto, I hope you can maintain that naive optimism, Kurama said coolly, but the corners of its mouth subtly curved upward. I will. The unspoken understanding and trust between Kurama and Naruto were evident at that moment. Minato watched everything in silence, his heart filled with emotion. He had witnessed the unique bond between his son and the Ninetales, an emotion that transcended the boundaries between humans and beasts. By the way, Minato, aren't you dead? Why are you here? Kurama asked. Minato explained. I sealed the Ninetales Yang chakra into Naruto's body and also set up a mechanism in the sealing jutsu so that my chakra could appear and help him when he was in danger. Then, Father, how long can this chakra of yours last? Naruto asked worriedly. Naruto, I can't last too long. I can't be with you forever. I'm sorry, Naruto. Minato said with a wry smile. Father, Naruto exclaimed, tears welling up in his eyes. Naruto, live well in the days to come. Remember what your mother, Kushina, said. Eat well, rest well, study hard, and remember the 3 prohibitions for ninja. As soon as Minato finished speaking, his body began to fade, his form gradually disappearing. All right, it's just chakra, isn't it? There's plenty of that to go around. Don't make it sound like a tragic farewell, Kurama said, unable to bear the sentimentality any longer. Kurama, please save my father. I can't live without him, Naruto exclaimed, turning to Kurama with excitement. Minato also looked at Kurama with hopeful eyes. Under the expectant gaze of Naruto and Minato, Kurama released a surge of Ninetales chakra into Minato. Minato's body quickly solidified, and a red aura of chakra emanated from him. Kurama, thank you. Kurama, I thank you as well. Now I can continue to stay by Naruto's side with this chakra. Brat. The only reason I rescued you was for Naruto's sake. Don't think this absolves you of your past actions. Do you even recall when you used the Reaper Death Seal on me, cleaved me in 2, and then sealed me, along with the in half of Kurama, within the belly of that Shinigami? Kurama grumbled, visibly annoyed. Minato offered a sheepish smile, scratching the back of his head. Father and the in Kurama are both trapped within the Shinigami's stomach? I vow to find a way to free you all someday. Naruto pledged with determination. I have faith in you, Naruto, Minato responded, stroking Naruto's head with paternal affection. At that moment, Kurama interjected, Minato, now that you have the opportunity to remain by Naruto's side, why not instruct him in the ways of chakra manipulation? Naruto is nearly at the age where he can begin to cultivate his chakra and augment his strength. After a moment of contemplation, Minato concurred, deeming it a worthwhile proposition. He agreed with Kurama's suggestion. Consequently, in the days that followed, Naruto spent his days honing his taijutsu under the tutelage of Might Guy, and his nights within the confines of the seal, learning ninjutsu from his father, the esteemed Minato Namikaze. Chapter 6. Naruto, at 3 years old. Become a perfect Jinchuriki, Naruto was blissfully unaware of the seismic shift occurring outside his secluded world. The instant Naruto breached the seal's inscription, Kurama's chakra surged forth like a cataclysmic flood, swiftly enveloping Naruto's form in its potent embrace. However, this particular emanation of Kurama's chakra was markedly distinct from what one might expect. It radiated no malice, instead bathing Naruto in a comforting warmth. Naruto's nascent body was undergoing a profound metamorphosis, as if Kurama's chakra were an ethereal brush, meticulously refining every inch of his skin, bone, and sinew. In due course, Naruto's constitution was elevated to unprecedented heights, with power coursing through his very being. The leakage of Kurama's chakra, predictably, roused the attention of Konoha's upper echelons. At that very moment, Naruto's residence was under tight surveillance, with everyone on high alert. Lord Third Hokage, should we summon Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama back to the village? Kakashi inquired with composed deliberation, his gaze betraying his apprehension regarding the situation. Let us observe the circumstances before making such a decision. Given the assembly of individuals present, as long as Kurama remains constrained, we should be able to manage, Hiruzen Sarutobi responded, exhaling a plume of smoke from his pipe. At this juncture, Danzo interjected with a sinister tone, Hiruzen, I have long maintained that the nine-tailed Jinchuriki poses an excessive risk. Naruto should have been apprehended and placed under the root supervision. Your leniency has now led to this predicament. How do you account for this? Danzo, do not presume that your intentions are veiled from me. I will not permit such actions. Hiruzen retorted, his gaze fixed upon Danzo with unwavering resolve. Danzo scoffed. All my actions are for the sake of Konoha's well-being. If Naruto's actions result in losses for Konoha, the responsibility will naturally fall upon you, the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Enough. Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane interjected, attempting to mediate. Is not our primary concern whether Naruto will trigger a rampage of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki? Other matters can be addressed later. Hiruzen and Danzo ceased their heated exchange, redirecting their focus toward Naruto. Each harbored concerns about Naruto's condition, fearing that his consciousness might be subjugated by Kurama, precipitating a devastating tailed beast rampage. However, unlike the others, Danzo secretly reveled in the situation, inwardly anticipating the moment when the nine-tailed Jinchuriki would truly lose control. All eyes were riveted upon Naruto, as they sensed a powerful and volatile force surging within his body. The very existence of Kurama instilled fear, for the consequences of Naruto losing control were unfathomable. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the perilous nature of Kurama's power and the potential for the village's annihilation if it was not promptly addressed. Meanwhile, Danzo stood aside, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. He schemed, contemplating how Naruto's potential loss of control could serve as a golden opportunity to advance his ambitions. Danzo could exploit the situation to undermine Hiruzen's reputation or even seize Naruto, brainwashing him into a controllable tailed beast weapon. With such power at his disposal, the position of Hokage would be within his grasp. In this tense atmosphere, each individual harbored their own agenda. However, aside from Danzo, they all recognized the imperative to safeguard the village and Naruto. Time ebbed away, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. The unfolding events would determine the fate of Konoha and Naruto's destiny. Within the seal's confines, Naruto, having just received Minato's instruction on chakra extraction, heard Kurama's voice. Naruto, it is time for you to emerge. There are many people seeking you outside. All right, Naruto responded. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, observing the assembly of individuals surrounding him. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi Hatake, Asuma Sarutobi, Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, Shikaka Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Akimichi, Hayashi Hyuga, Fugaku Uchiha, Shursui Uchiha, Hana Inazuka, Shibi Aburame, Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Kohor Udatane. The upper echelons and premier shinobi of Konoha had all convened. Naruto greeted them with enthusiasm. Hi, everyone. What brings you all here? Are you here to play with me? The crowd remained silent. Hiruzen inquired with concern, Naruto, how do you feel? Are you experiencing any discomfort? His gesture of concern was, in reality, a probing inquiry. Mikai chimed in, yes, Naruto, how are you feeling? I am perfectly fine, Naruto replied with a cheerful smile. Are you certain? Naruto, have you encountered anything unusual recently? Hiruzen pressed. Yes, I had a wonderful dream about becoming the Hokage. Naruto exclaimed with a beaming smile. Hiruzen was taken aback. The crowd was rendered speechless. Haha, just teasing. Without further ado, Naruto unleashed Kurama's chakra, enveloping his entire being in its dense aura, instantly overwhelming the entire assembly. Everyone present was utterly astonished. Kurama's voice echoed within Naruto's mind. Naruto, why did you release my chakra? You did not suddenly feel like showing off, did you? Naruto responded, not at all. Rather than being constantly monitored by Konoha and treated as an unstable time bomb, it is better to reveal my strength directly. Naruto is correct. Strength must be demonstrated to command respect and authority, Minato concurred. Naruto, are you not being controlled by Kurama? Hiruzen asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not at all. Kurama is my good friend, Naruto replied with a playful wink. What? Naruto has befriended Kurama, and Naruto became a perfect Jinchuriki at the age of 3? Naruto, are you able to freely manipulate Kurama's chakra? Hiruzen reiterated, scarcely believing what he was hearing. Of course, third Hokage, Naruto responded with a childlike grin. Upon hearing Naruto address him as third Hokage, Hiruzen felt a sense of relief wash over him. Naruto was still the same innocent and kind-hearted child he had always known. Naruto, it is good to see that you are unharmed, Hiruzen expressed, relieved that Naruto had not changed. There is something, you need to return my parents' inheritance to me, with interest. Or I will never forgive you, Naruto retorted, suddenly pouting. Hiruzen was taken aback. Naruto, you are aware. He had not anticipated that Naruto would uncover the truth. I know everything. I am very clever. Do not attempt to compensate me with worthless trinkets, or you will face my wrath, Naruto threatened, his hands on his hips. Hiruzen sighed in resignation. Naruto, we can discuss the matter of compensation later. For now, your safety is our primary concern. Hiruzen then turned to the others and instructed everyone. Disperse for now. Keep tonight's events confidential. Despite their reluctance, the others could only depart in silence. However, the events of this night were destined to have far-reaching consequences. Naruto's transformation into a perfect Jinchuriki at the tender age of 3 was undoubtedly a momentous occasion for Konoha. It signified that Konoha possessed an exceptionally powerful shinobi, whose existence would reshape the village's landscape. Chapter 7. Confessions and Revelations. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense. Naruto, how did you come to know who your parents are? The voice of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, carried a hint of curiosity and doubt. Naruto lifted his head, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the venerable elder before him. I deduced it, he replied confidently. Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly unconvinced by Naruto's words. Is that so? Did no one tell you? Naruto nodded emphatically. Indeed, grandfather. I have never seen my parents. I have always lived alone. However, I know my name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my surname is Uzumaki. Yet, the Uzumaki clan was long eradicated, so I believe there must be a connection. Later, I came across photographs of the Hokage throughout the ages in books, and when I saw the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, I felt an inexplicable sensation. Furthermore, I heard that Uncle Minato's wife, Kushina, was also from the Uzumaki clan and that she was the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Thus, I speculated they could be my parents. Hiruzen listened quietly to Naruto's account, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that this seemingly innocent child possessed such keen insight. I see. Naruto, you are truly clever, Hiruzen said, gently patting Naruto's shoulder. However, there are many truths about your parents that you remain unaware of. Since you have grown, it is time you learn some of them. Actually, there is no need for you to remind me. I am well aware of this matter because I have seen my father, Minato Namikaze, Naruto declared. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen stood in surprise and queried, Naruto, you claim to have met Minato? Naruto nodded affirmatively. That's right, in my sealing space. When my father sealed the Nine Tails within me, he left behind a contingency. You see, just moments before being led into the Hokage's office by Hiruzen, I had already engaged in a profound conversation with Minato. After careful consideration, Naruto decided to disclose the fact that Minato had manifested in the sealing space to Hiruzen. This revelation would not only put Hiruzen's mind at ease, but also demonstrate the extent of assurance behind this matter. With the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, personally overseeing Naruto, concerns regarding whether Naruto might succumb to the Nine Tails' influence or betray Konoha would be readily alleviated. Moreover, should Naruto suddenly master techniques such as the Rasengan or the Flying Thunder God, no further explanations would be necessary. At this moment, Hiruzen chose to trust Naruto's words. He took a deep inhalation of smoke, his previously furrowed brow gradually relaxing. After all, Naruto had been under strict supervision. Anyone attempting to approach him would be closely monitored and reported by Umbu agents. In such circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to clandestinely approach Naruto and impart ninjutsu techniques. If what Naruto claimed was true, that his father, Minato Namikaze, was personally instructing him, then everything would fall into place. Naruto became the perfect Jinchuriki at the age of 3, capable of harnessing and utilizing the Nine Tails chakra, making it all reasonable. As the fourth Hokage, Minato possessed a deep-rooted will of fire. Entrusting Naruto's education to Minato would ensure that he received the finest guidance and nurturing. With this thought, Hiruzen's doubts began to dissipate, and he felt an unprecedented sense of relief and tranquility. Naruto, did Minato say anything to you? Hiruzen inquired softly, his eyes filled with concern and anticipation. Naruto met the gaze of the elderly man before him, a surge of complex emotions welling within him. He took a deep breath and slowly replied, Father said that before his death, he entrusted me to you, hoping you would take good care of me. But you did not fulfill that promise, and he was very angry. Upon hearing Naruto's words, a hint of guilt flashed across Hiruzen's face. He sighed, his tone heavy. Is that so? It is only right. I have betrayed Minato's trust, and I am truly sorry, Naruto. Humph. Mere apologies are of no use. Naruto suddenly raised his voice in anger, his expression turning serious. Why not be practical and compensate me further? With that, Naruto cheerfully extended his right hand. Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled helplessly. He understood Naruto's intent. Despite the boy's occasional mischief, he was inherently kind-hearted and innocent. Very well, Naruto. What kind of compensation do you desire? Hiruzen asked. Naruto's eyes lit up at the question. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, I not only want double the inheritance left by my parents, But I also want you to promise me one thing. What is it? Speak. And as long as it is within my power, I shall grant your request, Hiruzen replied. I hope that regardless of the difficulties and challenges I face in the future, you will believe in me and support me unconditionally, just like Minato did. Hiruzen gazed into Naruto's determined eyes, his heart stirred. He nodded solemnly. Very well, Naruto. I promise you, wherever and whenever, I will stand by your side, support you, and believe in you. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Naruto's face. He bid farewell to Hiruzen, having received the long-desired compensation package, 80 million Ryo and 10 scrolls of ninjutsu ranked C and above. As Naruto departed, Hiruzen slowly rose from his seat and walked to the window, gazing out at the beautiful moonlight, a wave of sentiment washing over him. He recalled the moment he entrusted the position of Hokage to Minato Namikaze, as vivid as if it had just occurred. Naruto, I hope you can grow to be an exceptional ninja, much like Minato, and become a steadfast shield for Konohagakure, Hiruzen murmured to himself. Just then, he beckoned Kakashi, who had been lurking in the shadows. Kakashi swiftly appeared, respectfully inquiring, Third Hokage, how may I assist you? Hiruzen looked at Kakashi and spoke in a gentle tone, Kakashi, from this day forth, cease all surveillance operations on Naruto. You shall remain by his side. Naruto is the child of Minato and Kushina. I trust you are already aware of this. I will no longer hinder Naruto from making friends. Please take care of him and, along with my guy, teach him ninjutsu and taijutsu. Hearing this, Kakashi's body trembled slightly. He quietly asked, Third Hokage, is this true? In reality, it had only been a few years since Minato had left this world. Nevertheless, Kakashi had been silently watching over Naruto, burying his profound emotions deep within himself, never allowing them to surface. At this moment, upon receiving this news, his heart swelled with excitement. Very well, go ahead. I truly apologize, Kakashi. Hiruzen's gaze dimmed. It is quite all right. Third Hokage, I understand your previous decisions must have been made with careful consideration, Kakashi replied with a tone filled with respect. Hiruzen patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said, All right, Kakashi, go. Yes, Third Hokage. Chapter 8. Teacher Kakashi. Upon returning home, Naruto eagerly counted the money he had just acquired. And with great anticipation, he unrolled the scroll containing various ninjutsu techniques. Transformation technique, shadow clone technique, body flicker technique, substitution technique, wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, great breakthrough, water release, water wall technique, medical ninjutsu, healing palm. As Naruto flipped through the scroll, he softly recited the names of these techniques. Deep in thought, he mused that while these techniques may seem elementary, they would be immensely beneficial at this stage of his training. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Naruto, these ninjutsu are quite suitable for your early training. Once you master these foundational techniques, I will teach you more advanced ones, such as the Rasengan, which can be executed without hand seals, and my signature space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. It was the voice of Minato, who had transmitted his consciousness into Naruto's mind through a special means. Hearing his father's words, Naruto felt a surge of excitement. He understood that these techniques were powerful and practical skills. Mastering them would undoubtedly make him stronger. Although the ninjutsu given by Sarutobi Hiruzen were not the highest caliber, they perfectly aligned with Naruto's current abilities and needs. He recognized the importance of laying a solid foundation, knowing that only through steady and diligent practice could he achieve greater heights in the future. Thus, Naruto resolved to diligently learn these fundamental ninjutsu, preparing himself for the growth that lay ahead. At that moment, the voice of the Nine Tails broke through Naruto's inner tranquility. Naruto, there is a shadowy figure outside, hesitating whether to meet you. Someone wishes to see me? Naruto questioned, puzzled, as it was already late at night. It's Kakashi. Why not try calling him in? I have some words to share with him. Minato's voice carried a hint of urgency. Naruto glanced out the window and spotted a solitary figure atop a roof, resembling a lonely sculpture. Kakashi, are you here to see me? Naruto called out loudly. Kakashi appeared startled, leaping before Naruto. Naruto, you recognize me? Yes, my father, Minato, told me about you, Naruto replied calmly. What? Minato-sensei told you? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered something utterly extraordinary. Indeed, he mentioned that he wanted to meet you, but he is supposed to be dead. Kakashi's voice trembled with shock and confusion, unable to fathom what he was hearing. Naruto felt a pang of awkwardness, unsure of how to explain everything to Kakashi. Just then, Minato's voice illuminated Naruto's confusion. guiding him on how to resolve the situation. Naruto, have Kakashi place his hand on the sealing technique on your abdomen, then instruct him to relax his mind. Minato's voice was calm and soothing, imbued with a reassuring power. Without hesitation, Naruto conveyed the instruction to Kakashi. Although Kakashi still harbored doubts, he complied. Upon Kakashi's hand making contact with the sealing technique on Naruto's abdomen, a peculiar sensation surged through him. In an instant, Kakashi's body became immobile, while his consciousness was drawn into Naruto's sealing space by Minato. As Kakashi entered the sealing space, he felt a whirlwind of disorientation. When he finally opened his eyes in panic, he was greeted by a figure he had longed to see, the visage of his beloved teacher, Minato Namikaze. Kakashi, you've arrived, Minato said with a smile, extending his hand, his eyes filled with warmth and affection for Kakashi. Minato-sensei, it really is you. Kakashi's voice cracked with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears. For years, he had yearned for the guidance of this influential mentor. Kakashi, do not cry. You are a remarkable ninja, Minato gently reassured him. His words carried a weight of confidence and trust, enveloping Kakashi in a wave of comforting warmth. Kakashi, what transpired back then? Please tell me. Kakashi implored, his heart racing. Taking a deep breath, Minato recounted, at that time, your mother, Kushina, was in labor, and I was anxiously waiting outside. However, just as Naruto was born, a mysterious masked man burst in, kidnapping our child. This man possessed immense power. His eyes were those of the Sharingan, and he wielded a peculiar ability, intangibility. With this power, he could traverse space effortlessly, entering and exiting the barriers of Konoha at will. Kakashi's brow furrowed in concentration as he pressed. Who was that man? Minato shook his head. I do not know. He claimed to be Uchiha Obito, but I do not believe he is who he says he is. Kakashi's voice turned grave. That masked man. I will hunt him down and exact vengeance for you. At this moment, the Nine-Tails interjected. Indeed, that masked man must be eliminated. How dare he use Jinjutsu to control me and force me into a summoning contract? I will assist Naruto in avenging you. The Nine-Tails' voice brimmed with fury, harboring a hatred for the masked man that rivaled even that of Uchiha Obito. After a brief silence, Minato lifted his gaze to Kakashi, solemnly stating, You are right. But that masked man is not so easily slain. Kakashi, I hope you will take good care of Naruto for me, teaching him ninjutsu and guiding him to become an exceptional ninja. With unwavering determination, Kakashi nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Minato-sensei. I will do everything in my power to protect and educate Naruto. However, when Kakashi awoke, he found himself lying in Naruto's bed. Hey Kakashi, you're awake. What did my father say to you? Naruto beamed. Kakashi gazed at Naruto, his expression a mix of complexity. Naruto, Minato-sensei entrusted me with your care. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to come to me. Furthermore, you may call me Kakashi-sensei. In the future, I will be teaching you alongside Might Guy. Okay, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi's tale is indeed tragic, deserving a place on the list of tragedies, though not overtly expressed. He lost his mother at birth, endured the fallout from Danzo's betrayal during his childhood, and bore the weight of his father's sacrifice, which led to his father's suicide under societal pressure, leaving Kakashi as an orphan. Often, he emphasized the importance of comrades over missions, a sentiment shaped by his childhood misunderstanding of his father's choices. Compounded by the pain of witnessing his friend Obito's death, the loss of Minato and Kushina at the hands of his closest friend, Obito, left Kakashi utterly isolated and helpless. Now, he finds solace only in missions and adult literature, supported by his friendship with Might Guy, or else he would struggle to endure. In the original narrative, Kakashi found redemption through the formation of Team 7 with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, forging new bonds. Chapter 9. Harmonizing the body and spirit. The morning dawned. Bathed in a cheerful sunlight, Naruto and Iruka were enjoying a convivial breakfast when Might Guy's booming voice echoed from beyond the doorway. Kakashi, what brings you here? Are you seeking Naruto? Kakashi responded, Indeed, I've come to instruct Naruto in ninjutsu. What? That simply won't do. Naruto is my disciple. He must hone his taijutsu with me. Might Guy exclaimed, agitated. Naruto is also my student. Kakashi retorted dryly, his expression unchanged. What? Naruto is your student as well? Might Guy inquired, taken aback. At that moment, Naruto opened the door. Might Guy promptly entered, placing his hands on Naruto's shoulders with gravity. Naruto, is it true that Kakashi claims you as his student? It is. Naruto confirmed. I accepted Kakashi as my teacher yesterday. Alas, this is disheartening. Might Guy lamented. Naruto, which do you deem more vital, taijutsu or ninjutsu? Might Guy felt a sense of betrayal. I believe both are equally significant, Naruto replied after earnest consideration. Naruto had always maintained that ninjutsu and taijutsu were of equal importance. Naruto was acutely aware of ninjutsu's formidable power and its protean nature, allowing for adaptability in the face of intricate combat scenarios. However, he also recognized that ninjutsu relied to some extent on external forces. Conversely, taijutsu was a power that genuinely emanated from within, capable of demonstrating unwavering personal strength without external dependencies, particularly in the Boruto era. Many ninjutsu techniques proved largely ineffective against the Tsutsuki clan, whereas taijutsu could yield tangible results. Consequently, Naruto diligently studied taijutsu and exercised his body daily under Might Guy's tutelage. As for Jinjutsu, Naruto had no cause for concern, having become a perfect Jinchuriki. He ought to have developed an immunity to Jinjutsu. Both he and the tailed beasts within him could disrupt chakra flow to nullify Jinjutsu. Thus, to control Naruto with Jinjutsu, one would first need to subdue the 9 tails within him. Did you hear that, Might Guy? Let us instruct Naruto together, Kakashi stated impassively. Humph, Kakashi. How can one possibly train in ninjutsu and taijutsu concurrently? Studying both would be a waste of time. What if he ends up mediocre in both disciplines? Might Guy said gravely. Might Guy and Kakashi were quintessential exemplars of specialized taijutsu and ninjutsu training, respectively. They could only manifest formidable strength by honing one discipline to its utmost potential. Fear not, Master Might Guy. I shall inherit the mantle of both you and Master Kakashi. I will dedicate myself to mastering both ninjutsu and taijutsu. After all, I possess the Uzumaki lineage and am the 9 tails Jinchuriki. My physical constitution is superb, and my chakra reserves are astonishing. I am fully capable of juggling both and inheriting your essences. Naruto responded with audacious confidence. Indeed, Naruto is correct. He is an exemplary prospect, possessing the potential to excel in both, Kakashi concurred. Very well, let us engage in a youthful contest. Whichever of us Naruto chooses to train with first shall be deemed the victor. Might Guy challenged Kakashi, his gaze fixed on Naruto. Naruto, what shall we train in first? Which of us do you wish to instruct you first? Might Guy regarded Naruto with eager anticipation, his eyes gleaming. Kakashi maintained his aloof demeanor, but his head tilted slightly toward Naruto, as if awaiting his decision. Naruto hesitated, then inhaled deeply and declared resolutely, I choose. Master Might Guy? Might Guy erupted in jubilant cheers. Yes, I must record this. Might Guy, 38 wins, Kakashi, 37 wins. Might Guy triumphantly produced a small notebook, swiftly inscribing this momentous victory. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi furrowed his brow. Hold on, I distinctly recall having 38 wins as well. Nay, my notebook chronicles it with utmost precision, Might Guy retorted smugly. The two began to dispute, each staunchly adhering to their version of events. At this juncture, Naruto felt a pang of awkwardness and interjected. Master Kakashi. I apologize, but perhaps we could engage in ninjutsu training this afternoon. I could study taijutsu in the morning and ninjutsu in the afternoon. Dividing our efforts in this manner might be more efficacious. Kakashi and Might Guy ceased their quarrel upon hearing Naruto's suggestion. Very well, let us proceed in that manner. Kakashi assented with a nod. Splendid. Naruto, let us commence our taijutsu training forthwith. Might Guy eagerly seized Naruto, preparing to embark on their training. Naruto, inspired by Might Guy's enthusiasm, reciprocated with a smile. He knew that arduous training awaited him, but he was fully prepared to become an exceptional ninja. Naruto was now perfectly capable of keeping pace with Might Guy's training regimen. Naruto possessed the robust physique and resilience of the Uzumaki clan, further enhanced by the 9 tails chakra. Naruto's body had striven to adapt to the 9 tails chakra, resulting in a marked improvement in his constitution, now comparable to that of a genin. His remarkable regenerative abilities rendered him akin to a tireless perpetual motion machine. After a morning of strenuous exercise, Naruto felt not the slightest fatigue but rather a surge of vitality, his physical prowess steadily augmenting. Naruto, you are truly a prodigy. At this rate, you can begin training with weights tomorrow. Might Guy exclaimed in admiration. I initially believed that you were too young and needed to build your strength. But after a mere morning of training, you are handling it with such ease. You surpass even my younger self. Understood, Master Might Guy, Naruto responded with a smile. As the afternoon sun shone brightly, Kakashi addressed Naruto. Naruto, ninjutsu typically encompasses the 5 chakra natures: wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth. Allow me to assess your nature first. Predictably, when Naruto placed his hand on the chakra paper, it was instantly torn to shreds. Naruto, it appears your chakra nature is wind. You would be well-suited to learning wind-style ninjutsu, Kakashi remarked with a smile. The training then commenced in earnest. Kakashi resolved to teach Naruto how to climb trees, demonstrating the technique himself. He concentrated chakra in his feet, then placed one foot on the tree trunk. Maintaining a perpendicular posture to the tree and parallel to the ground, steadily ascending to the top. Naruto, try it yourself, Kakashi said, his gaze filled with anticipation. Understood. Master Kakashi, Naruto affirmed. However, he did not rush to climb the tree, but instead focused intently on his internal chakra, diligently channeling it to his feet. Gradually, a gentle breeze swept through, rustling softly, as the wind attribute chakra emanated from Naruto, rippling outward in all directions. The grass and trees on the ground swayed in the wind, as if celebrating joyfully. Kakashi quickly raised his hand to shield himself against the oncoming gusts. Images of Might Guy opening the 5th gate of the 8 gates flashed through his mind. Could it be, Naruto, that your chakra is simply boundless? Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he was already aware of the vastness of Naruto's chakra, witnessing it on such a grand scale was still profoundly shocking. Moreover, this was merely Naruto's own chakra, without even tapping into the power of the Nine Tails. Beneath Naruto's feet, chakra surged forth like turbulent waves, gradually lifting his body off the ground. He ascended slowly, halting at half a meter high, before gently descending back to the earth moments later. Kakashi was left utterly astonished, unable to close his mouth. I instructed you to learn tree climbing, and you take flight instead? Chapter 10. Naruto, you are the true genius. My apologies, Kakashi-sensei. I seem to have gotten a bit too excited and exerted myself too much, Naruto said with an apologetic smile on his face. At that moment, Naruto's heart brimmed with a profound yearning for freedom, a desire to soar through the skies like a bird. Although this attempt only allowed him to hover half a meter above the ground for a brief few seconds, it ignited a spark of joy within him, reinforcing his belief that one day he would master magnificent aerial techniques akin to those in the Dragon Ball universe. Naruto mused to himself, climbing trees, walking on water. If I could add the skill of walking in midair, surely that wouldn't be an insurmountable challenge. He understood that controlling chakra was a gradual process, one that required constant breakthroughs and self-challenges. Chakra control, transitioning from solid to liquid, and then to gas, was certainly achievable. These 3 stages, solid, liquid, gas, represented significant milestones in enhancing his chakra control ability. Kakashi said, "All right, Naruto, come over and give walking a try." Excitedly rubbing his hands together, Naruto eagerly stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he stood beneath the tree, moving gracefully and fluidly, reaching the top with ease. Kakashi nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. However, he was not satisfied with just this. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. Naruto, your chakra reserves are indeed immense. However, try reducing your chakra output and attempt climbing the tree again, aiming for a level similar to mine. Upon hearing Kakashi's instruction, Naruto immediately adjusted his focus, concentrating intently to control the surging chakra within him. This time, his climbing speed noticeably slowed, and the process was not as smooth as before. Yet he still successfully reached the top of the tree. Kakashi quietly observed Naruto's performance, internally evaluating his progress. After a moment, Kakashi remarked, Naruto, your chakra control still leaves something to be desired. However, given the sheer volume of chakra you possess, even with imperfect control, your output remains quite impressive. For instance, if Naruto's total chakra is 10,000, but his control efficiency is merely 5, while Kakashi, with a total chakra of only 100, achieves a control efficiency of 100. Even so, Kakashi's chakra output pales in comparison to Naruto's. With his wealth of experience, Kakashi guided Naruto, saying, Naruto, the vast amount of chakra you have is a considerable advantage. However, you must also focus on refining your chakra control. Only by mastering precise chakra control techniques can you truly wield your immense power with ease. Understood, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto replied earnestly, nodding vigorously before resuming his tree climbing practice. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated and executed his signature ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. In an instant, hundreds of identical Naruto figures appeared, creating a breathtaking spectacle reminiscent of an ocean of people. This nearly overpowered skill had not escaped Naruto's memory. Just yesterday, he had sought the guidance of his father, Minato Namikaze, to learn it. The hand seals for this technique were remarkably simple, requiring only one seal, allowing Naruto to master it with ease. Kakashi, witnessing Naruto conjure such a multitude of clones to practice tree climbing, could only stare in astonishment. Kakashi internally marveled. This kid, Naruto, can train with shadow clones. His growth rate is extraordinary. With the assistance of hundreds of clones, Naruto's progress became increasingly evident, and his chakra control grew more adept. Soon, he entered the second stage of tree climbing, effortlessly walking upside down along the trunk, like a graceful dancer in mid-performance. This time, however, Naruto faced considerable difficulties, losing many clones in the process and grimacing in pain. Yet, bolstered by the experience of hundreds, he soon transformed, mastering the ability to walk upside down on the trunk with remarkable ease, as if it were second nature. Then came the challenge of walking on water, which proved to be child's play for Naruto. He succeeded on his first attempt. Unfazed by the rushing currents, he even managed to run across the surface of the water. Yet, Naruto was not content with this achievement. He believed he could do even better. Kakashi, witnessing this, was utterly astonished. Naruto, I didn't expect you to complete the tree climbing and water walking training so swiftly. I initially thought you would require at least a few days. You are truly a genius, akin to Minato-sensei. Filled with confidence, Naruto responded, Kakashi-sensei, I believe I should continue to strengthen my chakra control abilities. Kakashi shook his head, attempting to persuade him. Naruto, after completing the tree climbing and water walking training, your chakra control is already sufficient for conventional ninjutsu. Spending more time training could be somewhat wasteful. Naruto remained steadfast in his conviction, smiling brightly. Kakashi-sensei, do you really think this is a waste of time for me? Kakashi silently observed Naruto summon hundreds of shadow clones, lost in thought. Naruto had completed the tree climbing and water walking training in under half an hour, even faster than Kakashi had at his age. Faced with such a uniquely gifted student, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. You make a valid point, Naruto. For you, this time will not be wasted. You should indeed continue to practice your chakra control to solidify your foundation. Following this, Kakashi led Naruto to a location near a waterfall. The river here flowed with an intense current, making walking on water significantly more challenging. As time passed, Naruto immersed himself fully in the training. His shadow clones continually experimented with various methods to enhance their chakra control, gradually adapting to the movements required to walk on the rushing water. Before long, Naruto was successfully walking on water in this turbulent river, inching closer to the waterfall, where he accomplished the feat beneath the cascading waters. Gazing at the rushing river before him, his eyes were irresistibly drawn to the magnificent waterfall. In that moment, Naruto seemed to discover his true goal, conquering this majestic waterfall. Standing before the waterfall, Naruto felt the raw power and allure of nature, realizing his own insignificance and vulnerability. Yet, it was this very realization that ignited a fierce determination within him, compelling him to transcend his limits and surpass himself. Naruto, you aren't planning to walk on the waterfall, are you? Kakashi, standing beside him, knew that for a genius like himself, standing on the rushing river was no challenge. Why not? Naruto inquired. Kakashi almost replied that it was impossible, but after witnessing Naruto's remarkable feats that afternoon, he found himself dumbfounded. This student had brought him countless surprises, and what seemed impossible might just be achievable for Naruto. Naruto did not directly step onto the waterfall. Instead, he ascended the mountain alongside Kakashi, reaching the summit above the cascade. Here, the water had just begun to flow downward under the force of gravity, its velocity not nearly as swift as that at the base of the waterfall, thus providing a suitable environment for practice. Unlike previous attempts, this endeavor proved to be more challenging. Naruto's shadow clones struggled to maintain their footing and fell. The height was considerable, and the descent took a significant amount of time, which inadvertently worked in Naruto's favor, as he could dispel the shadow clones immediately upon their fall, sparing himself the discomfort of pain. With each failure, his chakra control improved incrementally, and these setbacks became invaluable experiences for Naruto, akin to sparks igniting the fervor within him, motivating him to forge ahead. In this arduous, yet hopeful journey, Naruto discovered the joy and sense of achievement that stemmed from perseverance and diligent effort. He firmly believed that as long as he remained steadfast and relentlessly pursued progress, he would eventually conquer the seemingly insurmountable waterfall before him. This leap would serve as a pivotal step toward his loftier aspirations. As time passed and the sun began its descent, just as it was about to dip below the horizon, Naruto ultimately triumphed. He stood resolutely upon the waterfall, his body vertical to the cascade, parallel to the earth. Subsequently, he summoned multiple shadow clones to traverse the waterfall, descending gracefully until he reached the base. Throughout the afternoon, Kakashi witnessed Naruto's transformation from struggling to climb trees to effortlessly treading upon the waterfall. Kakashi could not help but marvel silently. Naruto is truly an extraordinary prodigy. Gazing at Naruto, Kakashi's eyes sparkled with a complex mix of admiration and awe, and he could not restrain himself from expressing his thoughts. Naruto, you are the true genius. Chapter 11. The sudden surge of power. Naruto, isn't this a bit too heavy? It's already 500 kilograms. Might Guy said with a worried expression. Haha. It's a piece of cake, teacher Guy. Just watch. Naruto replied with a hearty laugh as he approached the barbell. Standing on the small platform before the barbell, Naruto's gaze was resolute and brimming with confidence. He took a deep breath, grasped the barbell tightly with both hands, and began the 412 barbell curl routine. Indeed, it was not merely weightlifting, but a rigorous training session with 500 kilograms. The contrast between Naruto's small frame and the enormous barbell was striking. Yet, without breaking a sweat, Naruto hoisted the barbell up and down, up and down. Each repetition exuded strength and stability. As time elapsed, Naruto completed his final set of curls, gently placing the barbell down. Breathing heavily, he wore a proud and satisfied smile. How was that, teacher Guy? I did it. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Might Guy looked at Naruto with a glimmer of pride and admiration in his eyes. His face flushed with excitement as his voice trembled with enthusiasm. Naruto, you are truly remarkable. A natural talent in taijutsu. You skyrocketed from 30 kilograms to 500 kilograms in just 1 week. It took 5 years to achieve such a terrifying rate of progress. The reason for Naruto's astonishing advancement lay in his successful transformation into the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Since Naruto reconciled with the Nine Tails and merged with it, the beast had been continuously channeling its chakra to enhance Naruto's physical abilities. Over the past week, Naruto's strength had significantly increased, but as his body gradually adapted to the Nine Tails chakra, the pace of further enhancement would inevitably slow. Now, Naruto could proficiently harness the power of the Nine Tails, and activating the Kurama mode was no longer a challenge. Teacher Guy, I feel like I need to add more weight. This feels a bit light now, Naruto chuckled. Are you going to add more? Might Guy responded. Naruto, you are truly a genius at physical training. Your progress is astounding. Naruto laughed. No more for now. This is all thanks to the Nine Tails chakra after becoming the perfect Jinchuriki. Future enhancements 1T come as swiftly. Afterward, Naruto removed the 80 kilogram weights and replaced them with 100 kilograms. Not necessarily, Naruto. Your body has adapted to this pace of improvement, and there is a certain inertia involved. Just like discipline. As long as you maintain your training, increase the intensity, and augment your training volume, your body will continue to improve without suddenly slowing down. Might Guy explained. Upon hearing this, Naruto's spirits soared. You're right, teacher Guy. I need to continue increasing the training intensity and maintain this regimen without slacking off to sustain this rate of improvement. With renewed determination, Naruto diligently followed Might Guy to continue the day's training. In the afternoon, it was Kakashi's turn to instruct Naruto, utilizing the shadow clone technique. Naruto instantly created hundreds of clones, akin to a swarm crossing a river. They practiced various ninjutsu to enhance their proficiency. Some clones employed the body replacement technique. Others utilized the body flicker technique, while some even attempted transformation techniques. A few showcased wind release techniques such as vacuum bullets, great wind waves, gale palm, and the A-rank technique, wind blade. Naruto, in just 1 week, you've drained my entire arsenal. I genuinely have little left to teach you, Kakashi said, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Your speed of learning ninjutsu rivals that of the Sharingan's copying ability, and with your process and memories, you grasp them more profoundly and apply them more adeptly, Kakashi continued. With the assistance of the shadow clone technique, Naruto's learning speed was akin to a rocket. Mastering all of Kakashi's ninjutsu. Naturally, the few wind release techniques Kakashi knew were limited, and Naruto, given his current abilities, could not yet learn other elemental jutsu. Come on, Kakashi-sensei. You still have plenty of knowledge and skills to impart, such as fundamental ninja knowledge, combat techniques, and intelligence gathering. Naruto said, filled with anticipation. Kakashi, hearing Naruto's words, couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Haha, Naruto, you needn't comfort me. Other ninjas can teach you these things as well. However, I do have one ninjutsu to share with you. Once I teach you this, I fear I will have little else to offer. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. What ninjutsu is it, Kakashi-sensei? It is the Rasengan, Kakashi replied solemnly. This is a ninjutsu created by Lord Fourth, taking him 3 long years to perfect, an unclassified, non-hand-sealed technique. Kakashi's tone was filled with respect and pride. Kakashi then began to earnestly explain the principles and key points of the Rasengan to Naruto, personally demonstrating how to perform this powerful technique. Naruto listened intently, his eyes shimmering with determination. The Rasengan condenses chakra in your hand, causing it to flow in various directions while compressing it, thus forming a highly rotating and dense chakra sphere with immense destructive power, Kakashi elaborated. You can use your shadow clones to assist in its execution. Start by practicing with a water sphere. Is this how it's done? Naruto responded. Kakashi, taken aback, exclaimed, huh? Before he could finish, Naruto's hundreds of clones sprang into action, and soon one successfully manifested the Rasengan. Kakashi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Yes, precisely. Naruto, you truly are extraordinary. I genuinely have nothing more to teach you, Kakashi said, half-heartedly, covering his face with his hands as if profoundly affected. Standing before him, Naruto wore an expression of innocence and confusion. Over the past week, Naruto had showcased an astonishing capacity for learning, mastering Kakashi's various jutsu at a remarkable pace, even surpassing Kakashi's own abilities in certain aspects. This left Kakashi, who considered himself a prodigy, feeling utterly astonished and disheartened. Kakashi reminisced about his own arduous learning journey, recalling the countless hours he had devoted to mastering those techniques, while Naruto had effortlessly acquired them in such a short span. What kind of talent was this? Had he, a genius, become so insignificant in comparison to Naruto? However, Naruto remained blissfully unaware of Kakashi's inner turmoil. To him, it was only natural to seek out other instructors if Kakashi could no longer teach him. Thus, without hesitation, Naruto turned and departed, intending to continue his taijutsu training with Might Guy. As he watched Naruto's retreating figure, Kakashi was engulfed by a complex array of emotions. On one hand, he felt a sense of pride in Naruto's growth. On the other, he couldn't help but lament that perhaps true genius was indeed characterized by such extraordinary uniqueness. I, Kakashi, am still rather ordinary. Chapter 12. First encounter with Sasuke. Naruto was in pursuit of Might Guy, whose whereabouts proved exceedingly erratic due to his incessant, far-flung physical training. Naruto mused that a pedometer's tally would likely reach into the millions. After a prolonged and fruitless search, Naruto reluctantly conceded defeat, yearning to hone his taijutsu skills. Naruto found himself unmotivated to train in solitude. Disheartened, he sought solace by the riverbank, where he unexpectedly spotted a solitary figure seated in quiet contemplation. The figure, clad in black attire adorned with a conspicuous ping-pong paddle emblem, was none other than Sasuke, the other protagonist of Naruto. With feline grace, Naruto approached and seated himself beside Sasuke, careful not to disturb him. Sasuke, however, sensed the presence and turned, regarding Naruto with a questioning gaze. What do you want? Why are you sitting here? Sasuke inquired, his brow furrowed and tone tinged with displeasure. Naruto, undeterred by Sasuke's curtness, responded with a radiant smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Nothing much. I just saw you sitting here alone and thought you might be lonely. I'm looking for company too, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke offered a terse, Sasuke, before turning his gaze back to the horizon, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Unperturbed by Sasuke's aloofness, Naruto persisted. Sasuke, are you troubled by something? If you don't mind sharing, perhaps it would ease your burden. Sasuke remained silent, seemingly impervious to Naruto's words. Naruto continued, well, I'm a ninja. If you're facing any difficulties, perhaps I could offer some assistance. You, a ninja? Sasuke finally responded, scrutinizing Naruto with incredulity. He struggled to reconcile the claim with the boy before him. Naruto, sensing Sasuke's skepticism, scratched his head and chuckled with pride. Indeed, I'm a genuine ninja, and I recognize the emblem on your back. You must be from the Uchiha clan. I've heard that the Uchiha are all prodigies. No, I'm not a prodigy. I'm anything but a prodigy, Sasuke retorted, tears welling up in his eyes, which he hastily wiped away, striving to maintain a facade of strength. Naruto was taken aback. Could this truly be the Sasuke he knew? You're an Uchiha. Why would you denigrate yourself? Naruto asked, perplexed. Sasuke lapsed into silence once more. If something is weighing on your heart, feel free to confide in me. We're friends, after all. Sharing your burdens might alleviate them, Naruto offered earnestly. his face illuminated by a warm, sunny smile. Sasuke's gaze grew distant, and after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to unburden himself. Today, my father instructed me in the fire style, fireball jutsu, but I could only muster a small flame, even with my utmost effort. My brother, however, can effortlessly conjure massive fireballs. This has left my father deeply disappointed. I can't forget the look of disappointment in his eyes as he turned away. Sasuke's voice faltered, and tears streamed down his face. Naruto listened attentively, expressing his understanding. So that's it. That's perfectly normal. You seem to be about 3 years old, like me. Mastering the fire style, fireball jutsu at 3 is quite remarkable. But my brother can create fireballs several meters in diameter. Sasuke countered. Naruto was speechless. Because he's Itachi. Don't be disheartened. Show me your fire style, fireball jutsu. Perhaps I can identify the issue, Naruto consoled. All right. Sasuke executed the hand seals with precision and expelled a small flame suitable for lighting a fire, but hardly capable of inflicting harm. After all, it was common knowledge that fire-style techniques were rarely fatal, especially with such a diminutive flame. See? Like that, Sasuke said, anticipating mockery. Naruto, however, did not jeer. Instead, he pondered the situation. I think I understand. Your hand seals are impeccable, so it must be a matter of chakra quantity. Chakra quantity? Sasuke inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Naruto affirmed. Kurama, lend me some chakra. Let me try to transfer it to Sasuke. Naruto telepathed to the nine-tailed fox. Hey, Naruto, don't go asking me for chakra for every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Every little bit counts. Kurama retorted indignantly, displeased by Naruto's request. Naruto is right, Kurama. Help him. This child is no ordinary boy. He's Fugaku's second son. Born just days before Naruto. If Kushina and I hadn't perished, you two would have been fast friends, given our relationship with Fugaku. Sasuke is worth cultivating. He might become Naruto's right-hand man and a bridge between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, Minato interjected. Hearing Minato's words, Kurama sighed in resignation. Fine, Naruto, take it. Don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. Use it as you see fit. Naruto was jolted back to reality by Sasuke's voice. Hey, why did you close your eyes? I'm talking to you. My apologies. I was lost in thought, Naruto replied apologetically, scratching his head. You're impossible. I'm leaving, Sasuke declared, exasperated. Seeing Sasuke about to depart, Naruto swiftly grabbed his arm. Don't rush off, Sasuke. I can augment your chakra. Sasuke turned back, regarding Naruto with skepticism. What? Can you really? I can. Without further ado, Naruto channeled Kurama's chakra and transferred it to Sasuke. Having diligently practiced chakra control, Naruto could now readily share the nine-tailed fox's chakra with others. Sasuke was stunned, marveling at the red chakra enveloping him and the unprecedented power coursing through his veins. He bounded about with excitement. What is this? That's the nine-tailed fox's chakra within me, but it's only a temporary experience, Naruto explained with a smile. Oh, I see, Sasuke replied, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Sasuke, try the fireball jutsu again, Naruto suggested. All right. This time, Sasuke was brimming with confidence as he exclaimed, Fire style, fireball jutsu. In a swift moment, an enormous fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, akin to a dragon emerging from its lair. The flames soared skyward, accompanied by a scorching wave that caused the water's surface to emit a sizzling sound. Witnessing this spectacle, Naruto couldn't help but express his admiration. Incredible, Sasuke. After executing this formidable technique, Sasuke felt a dryness in his throat. He flicked his tongue and took a considerable time to recover, eventually responding to Naruto. Thank you, Naruto, for allowing me to unleash such a colossal fireball. However, this does not represent my true strength. I shall strive diligently, and one day I will be able to perform such a fireball again. Naruto replied courteously, no need for thanks. Are we not good friends? It is my duty to support you. Sasuke pondered for a moment and inquired, is simply training my chakra sufficient? What other methods can I adopt to possess a chakra reserve as vast as yours, Naruto? Extending his palm, Naruto offered a hand of friendship to Sasuke. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Chapter 13. Guiding Sasuke's training. Sasuke gazed at Naruto in silence, eventually requesting Naruto to impart some techniques to him. However, instead of directly instructing Sasuke, Naruto devised a plan to have Kakashi and Might Guy mentor Sasuke. Subsequently, Naruto led Sasuke to find Kakashi. As for Might Guy, he would likely welcome Sasuke as a training partner. Before long, Naruto escorted Sasuke back to the training grounds. From afar, Kakashi was still diligently practicing ninjutsu. utilizing the multiple shadow clone technique for his training. Upon noticing Naruto's arrival, Kakashi could no longer sustain the technique. Several shadow clones dissipated instantly, his chakra depleted, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, Naruto anxiously shouted at the top of his lungs, "Kakashi-sensei, why push yourself so hard?" Before his words could fade, Naruto swiftly employed the body flicker technique, teleporting to Kakashi's side in an instant. He steadied Kakashi and used the nine-tailed fox's chakra to replenish Kakashi's energy reserves. Cough, cough. "Naruto, you've arrived," Kakashi said, his gaze towards Naruto filled with complex emotions. Having taught Naruto everything he knew, Kakashi felt a sense of inadequacy. Realizing his lifetime of ninjutsu knowledge had been mastered by Naruto in a week. Thus, after Naruto left, Kakashi secretly began using the multiple shadow clone technique to train. "Naruto. Who is this?" Sasuke asked, stepping forward with curiosity. Naruto quickly replied, "Sasuke, this is Kakashi-sensei, whom I mentioned earlier. Isn't he cool?" Sasuke scrutinized Kakashi, who was lying in Naruto's arms. Kakashi's face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless, as if his body had been completely drained, resembling someone severely depleted. Sasuke frowned, questioning, "Can he really do this?" "Hey, Sasuke, don't underestimate Kakashi-sensei." Naruto interrupted Sasuke. "Kakashi-sensei is incredibly skilled. He's known as the copy ninja, mastering thousands of ninjutsu techniques, excluding those of bloodline limits. He's also a disciple of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his name resonates throughout the nations. Kakashi-sensei graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 5, became a Chunin at 6, and a Jonin at 12, a true prodigy. After the Third Shinobi World War, Kakashi-sensei joined the Umbu and became the Umbu captain. Naruto grew increasingly excited, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Well, Naruto, you're not wrong," Kakashi said, hearing Naruto's praise. He felt a surge of pride, and his previously listless demeanor slowly straightened, a hint of confidence and pride returning to his face. If only these words weren't coming from Naruto. Compared to Naruto, I'm just ordinary. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke's eyes lit up. In Naruto's previous life on Earth, Kakashi's qualifications would be akin to a child prodigy admitted into the most prestigious universities. Sasuke earnestly pleaded with Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, can you teach me how to become stronger?" Kakashi replied, "Hey, kid, I haven't agreed to be your teacher yet." Sasuke, appearing anxious, asked, "Then what will it take for you to agree to become my teacher?" Kakashi glanced at Naruto, perplexed as to why Naruto had brought the Uchiha child to him, wanting him to take him as a disciple. Naruto explained, "Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke is the second son of Fugaku Uchiha and possesses remarkable ninjutsu talent. He's definitely a promising candidate. If he becomes your disciple, it will greatly benefit the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Just because of that, I won't waste my time teaching him." Kakashi scoffed. "Kakashi-sensei, you're free after teaching me, so why not teach Sasuke?" Naruto asked hopefully. "No," Kakashi retorted, rolling his eyes. "My time is precious. I'd rather spend it reading my adult novels. Kakashi-sensei, please agree to become Sasuke's teacher. Sasuke is my good friend, and this is my request. If you agree to teach Sasuke ninjutsu, I'll use the nine-tailed fox's chakra to help you train with the multiple shadow clone technique." Naruto pleaded again. Sasuke, seeing Naruto going to great lengths to request Kakashi's guidance, was deeply moved. "Naruto, thank you so much, but if Kakashi doesn't agree, let's not bother him. Let's go." Sasuke finished, pulling Naruto to leave. All right, I agree. Uchiha brat, come and become my disciple," Kakashi finally conceded, undoubtedly swayed by the prospect of using the nine-tailed fox's chakra to train with the multiple shadow clone technique. Sasuke bowed respectfully, "Kakashi-sensei." Thus, Sasuke began learning ninjutsu from Kakashi, who was pleased and satisfied with Sasuke as his disciple. Sasuke was a normal prodigy, requiring little supervision. Kakashi didn't have to worry about his disciple being too slow to learn, nor was he overwhelmed by a student like Naruto, who learned too quickly. "Naruto, why aren't you joining us?" Sasuke asked, watching Naruto observing from the side. Kakashi covered his face, sensing Sasuke was about to be disheartened. "No need. I've already learned all this. I'm quite strong," Naruto said with a smile. Sasuke exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Then I must work hard to catch up to you soon." "Sasuke, I believe in you. You can do it. You'll surpass me," Naruto praised with a smile. "That's right. I'm an Uchiha," Sasuke declared, regaining confidence and looking forward to the future. Kakashi sighed silently, "Silly child, don't even think about it. You can't do it. You'll never surpass Naruto." However, Kakashi didn't voice his thoughts, not wanting to discourage Sasuke. Instead, he flashed a cunning smile. That's right, Sasuke, you must work harder. One day, you'll surpass Naruto and become an even stronger ninja. Hearing Naruto and Kakashi's encouragement, Sasuke was deeply moved and resolved to train even harder, striving to surpass Naruto and making it his goal. Later, when Sasuke witnessed Naruto using the multiple shadow clone technique, with hundreds of shadow clones training simultaneously, Sasuke was crushed. Chapter 14. Teaching a lesson to the arrogant Cloud Ninja delegation. Sasuke, persevere. You are capable. Might Guy was leading Naruto and Sasuke through physical training. Naruto, I can't go on. I truly cannot, Sasuke said, his legs faltering. Get up, man. How can you say you can't? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke was incensed and wanted to strike him. However, Sasuke was utterly spent and looked at the still-spirited Naruto with a bewildered expression. Today, Naruto had dragged Sasuke to apprentice under Might Guy, and they were in the midst of what felt to Sasuke like pointless physical training in public. To ignore the villagers' peculiar gazes, Sasuke had removed his attire bearing the Uchiha clan crest and donned ordinary clothing. Sasuke observed Naruto, who seemed unaffected and unburdened despite the immense weights he carried. Sasuke cursed inwardly. Naruto, he's a true monster. At that moment, Might Guy's voice resonated. Sasuke, as expected. You can't endure such high-intensity training on the first day, can you? Let's rest for a moment. Today is the day the Cloud Ninja delegation arrives in Konoha to sign the peace accord. I must attend the welcoming ceremony for the Cloud Ninja delegation later, so I won't be able to continue training with you too. Saved, Sasuke thought, seizing the opportunity to lie down and rest. He was utterly exhausted. Cloud Ninja delegation? Naruto murmured, instantly recalling the incident in the original story where the Cloud Ninja attempted to abduct Hinata. The Cloud Ninja who kidnapped Hinata was slain by Hiashi Hyuga. And to quell the hidden Cloud Village's rage, Konoha decided to sacrifice Hayashi's identical twin brother, Hisashi Hyuga, also known as Niji's father, to secure peace. Naruto resolved to thwart their plans. Might Guy-sensei, we would like to observe as well, Naruto said with a smile. Very well, Might Guy assented. Sasuke interjected, no. I prefer to rest. As the appointed time neared, Might Guy escorted Naruto and Sasuke to the village entrance. A banner welcoming the Cloud Ninja delegation had been unfurled, and many high-ranking officials, including Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Inoshikacho trio, and clan leaders, had gathered. Sasuke, what brings you here? Why are you drenched in sweat and not wearing the Uchiha clan attire? Fugaku inquired upon seeing Sasuke. Father, Sasuke stammered. Unable to articulate a clear response, visibly intimidated by his stern father. Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder and spoke on his behalf. Fugaku-san, Sasuke is a dear friend of mine. We were just engaged in taijutsu training under Might Guy-sensei. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Fugaku's countenance darkened. What? Sasuke, you are undertaking taijutsu training? You are a member of the Uchiha clan. Instead of focusing on ninjutsu, you are indulging in taijutsu. You are disgracing our clan. Sasuke, feeling wronged by his father's words, struggled to hold back tears. Sasuke genuinely believed he was bringing shame upon the Uchiha clan and his father. Witnessing Sasuke's distress, Naruto grew indignant. Hold on, Fugaku-san, what do you mean by that? Why can't he engage in taijutsu training? I won't allow you to speak to Sasuke in such a manner. Shall we engage in a contest? Might Guy also stood up for Sasuke. Naruto is correct. Sasuke has become my apprentice. I won't permit you to speak to him in such a way. Nor can you assert that taijutsu is useless. Would you care to test my 8 gates? You. Fugaku, enraged, attempted to retort harshly. But he realized he could not afford to antagonize either of them. One was a perfect Jinchuriki, and the other wielded the 8 gates. A tail beast ball from Naruto or a single kick from Might Guy after opening the 8th gate would spell his demise. At that moment, Kakashi stepped forward to support Sasuke. That's right, Sasuke is also my student. Sasuke is a prodigy. He possesses exceptional ninjutsu aptitude, capable of mastering various techniques. Taijutsu training will only augment his strength. Fugaku, you need not worry that Sasuke will neglect ninjutsu. Humph, if that's the case, then all the better. Fugaku's expression softened upon learning that Kakashi was also Sasuke's instructor. Although his relationship with Kakashi was strained due to the Sharingan, he recognized Kakashi as a skilled ninjutsu practitioner, capable of guiding Sasuke effectively. Following the spectacle, the Cloud Ninja delegation eventually arrived, conspicuously late. The delegation comprised only a Jonin leading a handful of Chunin, conspicuously disrespecting the peace accord in Konoha. Oh, what a lavish welcoming ceremony. Hiruzen Sarutobi, where are the Hyuga clan members? The Cloud Ninja leader inquired. His demeanor conveyed a superior inspecting subordinates. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied, they are occupied with Hayashi Hyuga's eldest daughter, Hinata's third birthday celebration. Oh, Hayashi's own daughter's birthday celebration? That is, indeed, a momentous occasion. They could not possibly attend. The Cloud Ninja feigned understanding, yet his tone was exaggerated, lackadaisical, and facetious. The accompanying Cloud Ninja muffled their laughter. How can you be so uninhibited and impolite? Fugaku exclaimed. Fugaku, already harboring resentment, was further incensed by the Cloud Ninja's impudence. What's the matter? Tell me, where have we been impolite? In what way have I been disrespectful? The Cloud Ninja leader turned mockingly to his retinue. No, not at all. We are filled with reverence for Konoha and profound respect for the third Hokage. The Cloud Ninja leader provoked. See, I have not engaged in any discourteous behavior. At this point, the anger in the hearts of the assembled individuals was fully ignited, and Fugaku was on the verge of resorting to violence. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi promptly restrained him. Everyone, remain composed. Let us yield a step. Everything is for the sake of peace, Hiruzen Sarutobi said gravely. But third Hokage. Fugaku began to protest. No buts. For the sake of peace, we must make certain concessions. What does it matter if the Cloud Ninja act arrogantly? It is merely a minor setback, insignificant. Everyone, clear a path and allow the Cloud Ninja delegation to enter. Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone was resolute, brooking no dissent. Although the assembled individuals were disgruntled, they dared not disobey the Hokage's directive and reluctantly made way. Naruto cursed inwardly. Truly, the third Hokage is the most pusillanimous Hokage in history. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox and Minato Namikaze in the sealed space also cursed inwardly. The third Hokage is far too weak. He dares not retaliate even when subjected to such humiliation by a jonin. The Cloud Ninja leader, observing the situation, grew increasingly arrogant and audacious. Haha, that's the way it should be. We are your esteemed guests, after all. Suddenly, he noticed Naruto and young Sasuke standing nearby, frowned, and demanded, Hey, you two brats, what are you doing here? Get out of the way. Naruto stood as straight as a pine, his gaze fixed resolutely on the Cloud Ninja leader, completely disregarding Sasuke's attempts to pull him aside. The Cloud Ninja leader stared into Naruto's placid blue eyes and suddenly felt a sense of his own insignificance. This sensation engendered profound vexation within him, prompting a forceful attempt to shove Naruto away, accompanied by a torrent of invective. Hark! Who do you fancy yourself to be? Such deplorable manners. Are you a mere foundling, bereft of parental guidance? Begone at once. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had clenched his fist with unwavering resolve, his teeth gritted, his eyes sealed shut. A clear manifestation of his arduous struggle to contain his inner turmoil. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing this spectacle, lamented inwardly. Alas, of all individuals to provoke, this impetuous fellow has chosen to antagonize this young master. Just as the Cloud Ninja was on the verge of making contact with Naruto's person, Naruto's forbearance reached its terminus, and his emotions erupted with the force of a volcanic cataclysm. A deafening reverberation echoed through the surroundings, as an immensely formidable chakra surged forth from Naruto's very being, akin to a tempestuous tidal wave, engulfing the entire assembly with its overwhelming presence. The Cloud Ninja who bore the brunt of this potent force was compelled to retreat precipitously, ultimately succumbing to gravity and collapsing ignominiously upon the ground. His comrades fared even worse, prostrate upon the earth, rendered immobile by the sheer weight of the oppressive aura. At that juncture, Naruto ascended gradually into the firmament, his azure irises, imbued with an aura of regal grandeur, open to survey the scene from an elevated vantage point. Looming over the Cloud Ninja like an insurmountable peak, stifling their very breath. Naruto's thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena, laden with immeasurable majesty and an indomitable spirit. Who dares to utter the word mongrel? I implore you, repeat it once more. Gaze upon me, scion of ignominy. Chapter 15. The rescue of Hinata. The members of the Cloud Ninja delegation appeared as if they were ensnared by a paralyzing spell, rendered motionless and utterly incapacitated. They collapsed to the ground, their faces as pale as parchment, lips quivering and bodies trembling uncontrollably. In the presence of Naruto, they dared not utter a single breath, let alone speak further. They could scarcely fathom that a mere 3-year-old child could exhibit such astonishing power. The overwhelming aura of terror sent shivers down their spines. The villagers of Konoha were equally astounded. Although some were already aware that Naruto had become the perfect Jinchuriki, witnessing his true strength firsthand left them utterly astonished. The intensity of his power was beyond imagination. Naruto had yet to unleash the chakra of the Nine Tails. Merely the pressure emanating from his own chakra was enough to keep the Cloud Ninja delegation from lifting their gazes. This extraordinary spectacle left an indelible mark on the hearts of everyone present, instilling them with profound reverence for Naruto. Sasuke, who stood nearest to Naruto, was struck by an unprecedented impact. He felt the incomparable momentum radiating from Naruto, who, at that moment, seemed akin to an insurmountable mountain, evoking both admiration and rivalry within Sasuke. He silently vowed to strive to surpass the Naruto before him. All right, Naruto, tone it down a bit. After all, the Cloud Ninja delegation is here to sign a peace treaty. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to react, attempting to defuse the tension. Humph, tone it down? Their repugnant demeanor is sickening. Don't think for a moment that I will let you off easily. If you dare provoke me again, I won't hold back. I will crush your mouths. Naruto retorted fiercely before retracting his chakra. His eyes brimmed with disdain and anger, as if he sought to pierce through the souls of his adversaries. The Cloud Ninja delegation finally found a moment to breathe. They exchanged glances, secretly relieved that they had not further enraged Naruto. Although fear still gnawed at their insides, they forced themselves to maintain composure, refraining from uttering another word. Cloud Ninja, please enter Konoha. We can sit down and discuss the specifics of the peace treaty shortly, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the delegation, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. Why yes, the Cloud Ninjas responded, their voices trembling slightly. They dared not linger, fearful that Naruto might change his mind, and hurriedly followed Sarutobi Hiruzen into the village. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Cloud Ninja delegation departed, the atmosphere erupted in jubilant cheers. My guy excitedly gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Naruto, you were incredible. You were like a god just now. You thoroughly crushed the arrogance of those Cloud Ninjas, showing them the might of Konoha's ninjas. Well done, Naruto, Kakashi remarked, a joyful smile illuminating his face. Leaders of other clans rushed forward, expressing their admiration and affirmation for Naruto. They were all captivated by Naruto's strength, and they respected his bravery in defending the honor of the village. Even the typically taciturn Uchiha Shisui offered a subtle smile and a nod of acknowledgement to Naruto. Feeling the warmth of their support and praise, Naruto beamed with pride, having earned the respect and backing of his peers through his actions. In the ceiling space, Minato quietly observed everything unfolding before him, his eyes shimmering with pride and satisfaction. He softly spoke, Naruto, you did well. You truly are my son, Namake's Minato. His voice conveyed admiration and recognition for his child. The Nine Tails erupted in joyous laughter, its voice resonating within the space. Haha, that was exhilarating. Naruto, you performed splendidly. Against such arrogant Cloud Ninjas, decisive action was warranted. You showcased your formidable strength and courage, truly worthy of being my chosen Jinchuriki. Thank you for your praise. Father and Kurama, that Cloud Ninja delegation is indeed audacious. They seem disinclined to sign the peace treaty, perhaps harboring ulterior motives, Naruto remarked, maintaining a sense of humility. Minato pondered, Naruto, are you suggesting they intend to cause trouble? Naruto, could you be overthinking it? Kurama interjected, doubting Naruto's concerns. No, I have a strong premonition, so I wish to follow them and see if they are indeed plotting something, Naruto asserted. Ah, strong premonition? Then keep a close watch on them. You make a valid point. We must remain vigilant, especially now that Konoha is vulnerable. They may indeed dare to create chaos, Minato concurred. Upon returning, Naruto discreetly utilized the shadow clone technique when no one was watching. He instructed these clones to transform into various individuals and objects, dispersing throughout Konoha to surveil the Cloud Ninja delegation's every move. As time passed, nightfall gradually enveloped the village. Naruto sat quietly in his room when suddenly, he received fragments of memories from several shadow clones. Through these recollections, he learned that the Cloud Ninjas had begun to take action. Minato exclaimed in surprise. Are the Cloud Ninjas really causing trouble? Indeed, Naruto's expression turned serious. At that moment, the Nine Tails chimed in, it's true. Naruto, your premonition is indeed accurate. Without hesitation, Naruto rose to his feet, determined to head to the Hyuga clan. In truth, Naruto was uncertain of Hinata's exact location, due to the Hyuga clan's unique Byakugan ability. He refrained from recklessly using the shadow clone technique for extensive searches during the day to avoid unnecessary trouble and misunderstandings. Thus, he had to wait until nightfall, under the cover of darkness, to find a way to locate Hinata's home. Fortunately, Naruto's shadow clones effortlessly kept tabs on the Cloud Ninja's movements. When Naruto arrived, he found himself at the critical moment when the Cloud Ninjas were abducting Hinata. For some inexplicable reason, Hisashi did not notice this time. Witnessing Hinata being taken, Naruto immediately pursued them. The Cloud Ninja, clutching Hinata, brought her to a secluded spot where another figure awaited, one of the elite ninjas from the Cloud delegation. Upon seeing the awaiting figure, the Cloud Ninja exclaimed triumphantly, "Report, leader. I have secured the princess of the Hyuga clan." The leader of the Cloud Ninjas responded with astonishment. "Well done. I never expected you to actually capture Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. What is the surprise? Was T that expected?" "No. I'd say it's an unexpected gain. For the sake of our plan, you must die." "What?" In the shocked gaze of the Cloud Ninjas, the leader mercilessly drew a dagger and swiftly cut his own throat. The Cloud Ninja, clutching his neck in agony, bled out and succumbed. It turned out that the initial plan had been for me to die, to frame the Hyuga clan. The leader of the Cloud Ninjas quickly seized Hinata, tightly covering her mouth to prevent her from making a sound. "Hee. Now it's your turn, beautiful Byakugan princess. Your eyes will soon belong to me." The leader's face contorted with greed. Filled with fear and despair, Hinata struggled desperately, trying to escape the leader's grasp. However, the leader's strength was overwhelming. No matter how hard she fought, she could not break free from his control. As the leader's fingers loomed larger over her eyes, Hinata closed her eyes in hopeless resignation, bracing herself for the impending doom. Just then, a furious roar erupted, akin to thunder crashing through the air, igniting hope within Hinata and rekindling her will to live. "Bastard! Quickly release Hinata." Chapter 16. The reappearance of the moonlit embrace. Who? The leader of the Cloud Ninja was taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed at Naruto. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the seemingly ordinary stone beneath him began to shift. This stone was, in fact, a transformation of Naruto's shadow clone. With a resounding thud, the sudden twist of events caught the Cloud Ninja leader off guard. In the blink of an eye, the Hyuga girl he had tightly grasped was snatched away by Naruto's shadow clone. "How is this possible? When did your shadow clone get so close to me?" The leader of the Cloud Ninja widened his eyes, roaring in disbelief. In truth, how could Naruto bear to watch Hinata suffer? The moment he sensed the Cloud Ninja leader's presence, he devised a plan, quietly positioning his shadow clone to approach and prepare for Hinata's rescue. Supporting Hinata, Naruto looked at her in scathed form. A heavy weight finally lifted from his heart. He asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" "I've come to save you. My name is Naruto Uzumaki." The moonlight illuminated Naruto's face just right, and as Hinata lifted her gaze, she was met with his innocent, sunlit smile, which flooded her heart with warmth and emotion. Shyly lowering her head, Hinata softly replied, I'm fine, thank you, Naruto. I'm Hinata Hyuga." Her voice was barely a whisper, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. However, at that moment, the Cloud Ninja leader was consumed with rage. He glared at Naruto, shouting indignantly, "Hey, you little brat, I'm still here. How dare you be so careless during battle, completely disregarding me? You're nothing but an arrogant child." Upon hearing his words, Naruto's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a cold, lethal intent. This Cloud Ninja leader was utterly ungrateful, having nearly gouged out Hinata's eyes, an affront that Naruto could not tolerate. He swiftly turned his head, his icy gaze piercing through the leader as he spoke each word with chilling clarity. "I warned you this morning, wretch. If you dare provoke me again, I will not hesitate to crush your face." Faced with Naruto's threat, the Cloud Ninja leader felt a chill run down his spine, but he quickly steeled himself, raising his voice defiantly. I'm not afraid of you. While your chakra is indeed formidable, you are merely a Navi child. I am a seasoned Jonin." He spoke as if to dispel the psychological shadow Naruto had cast upon him earlier. Turning back to Hinata, Naruto reassured her, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." He enveloped her in a thick shield of Nine-Tails chakra, providing her with comprehensive protection. "Is this your chakra? It feels so gentle." Hinata marveled. Naruto then fixed his gaze back on the Cloud Ninja leader and declared, "Come." He resolved to confront the leader himself, refusing to rely on the power of the Nine-Tails to unleash his pin-up fury. The Cloud Ninja leader was taken aback. "You are still the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Fear crept back into his heart. Noting the leader's dismay, Naruto taunted. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Even if you are terrified, I will not let you go. Humph. You are just a naive little brat. Don't get too cocky. The Cloud Ninja leader retorted angrily before launching into a fierce offensive. Lightning release. Thunderstorm barrage. The leader gathered 2 spheres of lightning in his hands and unleashed a torrent of electricity toward Naruto. Naruto, surrounded by wind release chakra, heightened his sensory abilities and agility, effortlessly evading the attack. He then created distance and executed wind release, great wind wave. A fierce cyclone erupted, sending the Cloud Ninja leader tumbling backward. With a resounding crash, the leader collided with a tree, dazed, blood trickling from his lips. Damn it, you call that a great wind wave? How could a C-rank technique produce such force? Naruto paid no heed to the leader's complaints. Today, he was determined to end the leader's life. Next, Naruto unleashed wind release, wind blade, concentrating rapidly spinning wind into a sword, channeling chakra to form a sharp blade aimed at his enemy. The Cloud Ninja leader, focusing lightning in his hand, attempted to counter Naruto's wind sword with a hand strike. When their attacks clashed, the leader's hand was severed cleanly. What the hell? Why is it so sharp? He cried out in agony. He had intended to block Naruto's strike and counterattack, but instead, he lost an arm. Damn it. The Cloud Ninja leader regretted opposing Naruto. But escape was no longer an option. In desperation, he prepared his final attack to attempt to defeat Naruto. Lightning release, wrathful thunder axe. The leader leaped above Naruto, channeling lightning chakra into his foot, aiming to kick down at Naruto. However, his leg was swiftly incapacitated by Naruto's Rasengan. Naruto slowly approached the wounded Cloud Ninja leader, who lay on the ground unable to rise. You can't kill me. I am the leader of the Cloud Ninja delegation, here for peace, to sign a peace agreement. You finally remember, do you? But before he could revel in his surprise, Naruto's next words plunged him into despair. Maybe in your next life. I told you I would crush your mouth. Naruto's foot loomed larger in the leader's vision, ultimately delivering a decisive blow. After crushing the leader's mouth, Naruto forcefully ended his life. With utmost care, Naruto approached Hinata, a gentle smile gracing his face as he extended his right hand. I apologize for making you witness such brutality. Hinata blushed deeply, lowering her gaze as she softly replied, It's all right, Naruto. She gently placed her hand in his palm. Kawaii. Hinata is so adorable. Naruto grasped her hand tightly, smiling. Come, I'll take you home. Wait. Hinata's voice trembled with anticipation. Yet, Naruto did not grant her more time to ponder. He suddenly enveloped her in a tight embrace. Leaping into the air, he soared through the trees like a bird. The moon hung full and bright, its silver light cascading over them, draping them in a beautiful veil. Hinata's heart raced as she gazed at Naruto holding her, her eyes shimmering with joy and gratitude. Everything that transpired this night would become an indelible memory for Hinata, forever etching the moment Naruto selflessly saved her into her heart. In that instant, Naruto's figure loomed larger than life in her mind. Being cradled in his embrace while soaring through the air filled Hinata with an unprecedented sense of safety and happiness. Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales clapped Watergate on the back, laughing heartily. Haha, that little brat Naruto has truly inherited his father's excellent genes. He started charming girls at 3. Even earlier than you. Truly, blue surpasses blue. Upon hearing the words of the Ninetales, Minato awkwardly scratched his head, yet he could not help but display a maternal smile. He reminisced about the time he rescued Kushina, recalling the vivid memories from those days. Chapter 17. The termination of the peace accord and the declaration of war by the hidden cloud village not long after Naruto departed with Hinata in his arms. They were met by members of the Hyuga clan, who had been rushing to rescue her. Hinata, are you unharmed? Boy, release Hinata to me at once. Hayashi Hyuga, relieved to see Hinata unscathed, directed a glare at Naruto, his voice laced with fury. Hearing her father's voice, Hinata demurely disengaged from Naruto's embrace and approached Hayashi, murmuring, Father, I am unharmed. Naruto-kun saved me. Very well, I am aware. Young man, though your intentions toward Hinata may seem dubious, I extend my gratitude for rescuing her. Had we arrived later, the Cloud Ninja would have undoubtedly extracted Hinata's Byakugan. Hayashi regarded Naruto with a grave expression, his eyes betraying both gratitude and indignation. Upon discovering Hinata's disappearance, Hayashi had immediately activated his Byakugan to scour the area. Observing subtle clues, he deduced that she had been abducted. Without hesitation, he alerted the Hyuga clan and initiated a swift search. When they detected a fierce battle nearby, they hastened to the scene. Hayashi, with his potent Byakugan, witnessed the final moments of the clash between Naruto and the Cloud Ninja. Naruto solemnly stated, "Hayashi-sama, it was my duty." The Cloud Ninja acted audaciously, attempting to steal the Hyuga clan's princess, Hinata, in a bid to seize their invaluable Byakugan. We must not stand idly by. This matter must be reported to the Hokage immediately, so that the hidden Cloud Village may face due recompense. Well said, Naruto. Hayashi concurred vehemently, his eyes blazing with anger. Turning to Hisashi, Hayashi instructed, "Hisashi, remain here with a few others to secure the site. The rest of us shall seek the third Hokage to convey the gravity of the situation." Understood, Hayashi-sama. Hisashi responded promptly, selecting several clansmen to guard the area. At that moment, every member of the Hyuga clan seethed with rage. The abduction of the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter was an intolerable affront. Despite internal dissension, they would not permit such an act of aggression. Whether from the main or branch family, they were all Hyuga, united in their shared dignity and honor. The atmosphere in the Hokage's conference room was fraught with tension. Hayashi Hyuga rose to his feet, his voice laden with indignation. "Third Hokage-sama, the Cloud Ninja dared to infiltrate Hyuga territory under the cover of night, attempting to abduct my daughter, Hinata. This is an utter insult and provocation to our clan. We must act and make them pay for their transgressions." Hiruzen Sarutobi, after taking a puff of his pipe, remarked, "Hayashi, please temper your emotions. The Third Shinobi World War concluded recently, and the Cloud Ninja emissaries are here to sign a peace accord. To jeopardize this hard-won peace over this incident would be detrimental. Therefore, I implore the Hyuga clan to exercise restraint for the sake of the greater good." At this, Hayashi could no longer contain his fury. "Damn it, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The enemy has already brought the fight to our doorstep, and you ask me to remain calm? I've had enough." Danzo interjected, "Hayashi speaks the truth. We cannot stand idly by. If the Cloud Ninja are so brazen, then let us wage war." Hiruzen's countenance darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table. "Enough. I am the Hokage. I will not permit another war to erupt." Hiruzen then glared at Danzo, who, though displeased, remained silent. Naruto then spoke, "Indeed, you are the Hokage-sama. But the decision to wage war is not yours alone. Even if Konoha continues to yield, if the hidden Cloud Village is intent on war, we cannot escape it and will be drawn into conflict once more. Furthermore, the hidden Cloud Village did not come to sign a peace accord, but rather harbors ulterior motives, seeking to steal the Hyuga clan's Byakugan." Hayashi concurred, "Naruto is correct. This is a blatant act of provocation. We must not continue to retreat and allow the enemy to weaken us." After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen responded, "Very well. Bring the two Cloud Ninja who were left as a cover at the inn and hear their account." Soon, the two Cloud Ninja were brought before them. Nara Shikaku inquired, "How do you explain the hidden Cloud Village's abduction of Hinata?" The two Cloud Ninja exchanged glances and began their charade. "We never abducted Hinata. Our two ninja informed us that they were visiting the Hyuga clan." Yes, you killed them and now falsely accuse us." "You." Hayashi was enraged. The others were stunned, never expecting the two Cloud Ninja to brazenly shift the blame. Naruto could only describe them as utterly shameless. Naruto stepped forward, kicking the two Cloud Ninja to the ground, and glared at them before addressing the others. "Why waste words? They are clearly colluding. We need to apply some instruments of torture to loosen their tongues." Hiruzen demurred. "They are emissaries from the hidden Cloud Village. It would not be appropriate to resort to torture. It would appear as though we are extracting a confession by force." Naruto scoffed. "Then what? Let them falsely accuse the Hyuga clan? Hokage-sama, are you aware that the Hyuga clan did not kill them?" "I did." "What? You killed them?" Hiruzen was shocked. Naruto smiled. "Yes, and if the hidden Cloud Village seeks retribution, Hokage-sama, would you sacrifice me? Or hand me over to the hidden Cloud Village?" Hiruzen fell silent, not anticipating Naruto's involvement. Naruto was the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and if Konoha lost the Nine Tails, leaving them without a tailed beast to deter others, Konoha would be vulnerable to attack. Konoha could lose anyone, but not Naruto. Hayashi, seeing Naruto take responsibility, was grateful and developed a deep respect for him. Hiruzen quickly weighed his options and gave his orders. "Shikaku, they are in your hands. Find a way to make them talk." Eventually, the two Cloud Ninjas succumbed to the torture and confessed the truth. Konoha hastily drafted a scathing denunciation of the hidden Cloud Village, condemning the Cloud Ninja emissaries for feigning a desire for peace while plotting to steal the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Hidden Cloud Village. Karui stood respectfully before the fourth Hokage, her eyes betraying a hint of nervousness. She held a sealed letter, which she carefully handed to the Hokage, saying, "Hokage-sama, this is a letter of denunciation from Konoha." The Hokage took the letter, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. The fourth Hokage, let out a mocking laugh, exclaiming, "Huh? I never anticipated that the old fool from Konoha would dare to send a letter of denunciation. I assumed he was too weak to utter a word." His voice resonated with authority and confidence. Karui bowed her head in silence, patiently awaiting the Hokage's directives. But continued, "Inform him that we demand a pair of Byakugan and the corpses of the Cloud Ninja envoy. Otherwise, we shall declare war." His tone was resolute and unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. A tightness gripped Karui's heart as she realized that conflict was likely imminent. Yet, she understood that the Hokage's decisions were beyond question. She nodded silently, affirming her commitment to relay A's demands to Konoha. As Karui departed, A's gaze sharpened, fixing on the horizon as if envisioning the potential warfare that lay ahead. However, he harbored no fear, for he firmly believed in his own strength and that of the Hidden Cloud Village to confront any challenge. Chapter 18. The Eve of Great War. An encounter with Uchiha Itachi in the conference room of Konoha. The atmosphere was tense. Only the murmuring voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen could be heard. Have we truly failed? The fourth Hokage, had inherited the will of his father, the third Hokage, remaining as formidable as ever. He not only refused to provide Konoha with a reasonable explanation, but also turned the tables by issuing various demands, threatening war should we not comply. Hinata Hayashi stood up, his voice deep yet filled with conviction. "If they seek war, then let it be. The Hyuga clan shall not retreat an inch. We must cleanse the shame we have endured." Sarutobi Hiruzen silently puffed on his cigarette, the swirling smoke enveloping his already aged visage, adding further fatigue and weariness to his features. He inhaled deeply and, with a voice almost akin to a shout, declared, "Indeed, we cannot yield. Kiku, immediately draft a counter letter to the fourth Hokage, clearly stating our Konoha's love for peace, yet also making it known that we shall never compromise. He must apologize to us, and if they truly desire war, we shall face it without fear." The atmosphere in the conference room grew palpably tense, as everyone felt the unwavering resolve in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Support was unanimous. They were prepared to fight to defend Konoha. Shortly thereafter, the Cloud Village declared war on Konoha. The meeting fell into a heavy silence, which Sarutobi Hiruzen eventually broke. His voice was resolute. "Well, since war has been decided, we must prepare ourselves with utmost diligence. I shall take command, overseeing the overall management and strategy, while ensuring ample supplies for battle. Kiku will serve as our strategist, guiding our actions with his wisdom and tactics. Hayashi and Fugaku will bear the responsibility of leading our clans into combat. Each clan leader must dispatch their elite forces, and I will allocate other Konoha ninjas across various teams. I want to fight too," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, concern evident in his tone as he rebutted, "Naruto, you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and still quite young. I fear you may not withstand the pressures of this brutal war. Third Hokage, please allow me to join. I am not weak, and my strength is formidable." Naruto beamed with confidence. Kakashi concurred. "Naruto is right. He is indeed powerful. Allowing him to participate would significantly enhance our chances of victory." Having witnessed Naruto's astounding growth and his relentless training, Kakashi felt deeply about this. Even without the Nine-Tails chakra, he doubted he could defeat Naruto in a surprise attack. Kiku also expressed agreement. Indeed, Naruto must take the field. The Cloud Village has already deployed 2 perfect Jinchuriki. If we do not let Naruto join, we may struggle to contain them. "Very well, Naruto, you may partake in battle, but you must not stray from your team," the third Hokage finally decided. "Understood," Naruto replied without hesitation, determination shining in his eyes. On the streets of Konoha, anxiety permeated the air. As people hurried along, fear evident in their expressions. "Why is meat so expensive today? Don't you know? War is imminent, and prices are soaring." "What? Another war? The last one just ended. How can there be another?" It was rumored that the Cloud Envoy came not to sign a peace treaty, but to attempt to steal the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Upon being discovered and eliminated, the Cloud Village audaciously demanded Konoha surrender the Byakugan and deliver the slayer of the Cloud Ninja. "I see. If the Hokage agrees to such terms, war will only lead to countless casualties. Naruto, You are going to the battlefield, Sasuke said solemnly. Yes. Damn it, why am I still so weak? My father is on the battlefield, my brother is too, as are Kakashi-sensei and Gai-sensei, and even you, Naruto. Yet I am left here in Konoha, Sasuke exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Sasuke. Naruto reached out, wishing to comfort him, but was at a loss for words. I hate you all, Sasuke shouted, brushing Naruto's hand away, wiping his tears, and running off without looking back. Naruto shook his head, thinking it best to let Sasuke calm down alone. Pursuing him now would likely be counterproductive. As Naruto walked through the streets, he acutely sensed the pervasive tension around him. With no specific destination in mind, he wandered aimlessly, trying to immerse himself in this world and feel the fears and anxieties of those living on the margins. At that moment, he brushed past a familiar figure. The person walked unsteadily, head bowed low, as if burdened by a heavy loss. Intrigued, Naruto moved closer, barely catching the murmured words. Why must there be war again? Is peace truly so unattainable? The voice was laden with helplessness and anguish. War brings only more death. How many innocent lives will vanish? The figure continued, sorrow evident in their tone. What, then, is the fundamental difference between life and death? As we hurriedly traverse this world, what is our purpose? These questions struck Naruto's heart like a heavy hammer. He could only marvel at Itachi's profound thoughts at such a young age. Hello, Uchiha Itachi, I am Naruto. A good friend of your brother Sasuke. Would you like some sweets? My treat. Itachi's contemplation was interrupted by Naruto, who slowly raised his head to regard him, eventually managing to utter a single word. All right. Naruto led Itachi to a dessert shop. Hey, what are you doing? We're closing shop because of the impending war. Isn't that the Nine Tails? Hurry and leave. Even if we remain open, you are unwelcome here, the shop owner scolded. Itachi looked at Naruto, taken aback by the negative perception surrounding Naruto's reputation. Naruto, however, was unfazed, shaking his head resignedly before unleashing his financial prowess. 10,000 Ryo for 2 deluxe sets. Who do you think you are? Do you think I would bow to you for money? The shop owner retorted angrily. Isn't it? 100,000 Ryo. With war on the horizon, I imagine you could use the money. You have an uncanny knack for understanding people. You are like a reincarnation of my benefactor. Come, esteemed guest, please take a seat. I shall prepare it at once. Upon hearing the sum of 100,000 Ryo, the owner immediately transformed, greeting them with enthusiasm. Chapter 19. Guiding Itachi Uchiha's ideological development upon savoring the confection. Itachi's once furrowed brow gradually smoothed out. It was evident that partaking in his preferred dessert had elevated his spirits. As he relished the delicacy, he gazed pensively into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, Itachi turned to Naruto, who was beside him, and inquired, Naruto, do you comprehend the impetus behind warfare? Itachi's tone was subdued, yet laden with profound sentiment and resignation. Naruto paused, reflecting before responding. I surmise it stems from desire. Some individuals crave additional territory, affluence, or authority, and thus, they resort to war to attain their objectives. Itachi nodded, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. Indeed, avarice is a significant catalyst for conflict, Itachi continued. However, numerous other elements are at play. For instance, some may initiate hostilities out of animosity, apprehension, or misunderstanding, while others may be manipulated or coerced into action against their will. In essence, the genesis of war is often intricate, entailing a myriad of vested interests and emotional entanglements. Here, Itachi paused, lost in contemplation. Itachi murmured to himself, his countenance etched with concern, yet, I am deeply averse to witnessing another outbreak of war. The First Shinobi World War, the Second Shinobi World War, the Third Shinobi World War. Countless innocent lives have been extinguished in these conflicts. Especially considering that the Third Shinobi World War concluded merely a few years ago, and now the Fourth Shinobi World War looms on the horizon. How can genuine peace be realized in this world? Naruto, overhearing this, earnestly voiced his sincere convictions. Where there are people, there will invariably be discord and strife. That is the reality. However, I recognize that only by possessing formidable strength can we safeguard those we hold dear. Moreover, with substantial power, our voices will carry weight. If one's prowess is sufficient to quell turmoil and command the entire situation, akin to Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha in their time, who would dare to wage war against the Hidden Leaf Village? Formidable strength, you say? I comprehend. Naruto, your words resonate deeply. Itachi regarded Naruto with admiration, his heart brimming with gratitude, for Naruto had illuminated a path toward resolving the issue. After a pause, Itachi posed another question to Naruto. Naruto, in the depths of your heart, which holds greater significance, the village or the Uchiha clan? Itachi's demeanor grew exceptionally grave, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, Naruto responded decisively, for me, whosoever treats me with greater kindness holds greater importance. If both extend their benevolence, then I shall naturally gravitate towards the party that is more intimate and trustworthy. Naruto's pronouncement was tantamount to a direct affront to the Uchiha clan, causing Itachi to furrow his brow and retort vehemently, that is preposterous. If everyone were to harbor such sentiments, would not the village be destined for ruin? If all were solely concerned with their own families, what would become of the greater good? His words were sharp and impassioned, as if to vent his pent-up frustration. Naruto, observing Itachi, was overcome with emotion. He recognized that Itachi possessed a sense of righteousness, which was commendable, but sacrificing one's kin for the sake of that righteousness was unacceptable. Naruto was determined to rectify Itachi's ideology, now that he had the opportunity to do so as to prevent such a tragedy from unfolding. Undeterred by Itachi's intensity, Naruto stood tall and countered assertively. How would the village be ruined? We are merely deliberating the relative importance of the two, not contemplating the destruction of either. Besides, your parents bore and nurtured you, and your clan invested its resources in cultivating you. Do you not wish to repay your parents' kindness and bolster your clan's prosperity? But the leaf has also nurtured me. Without the leaf's protection, where would our home be? Itachi stammered. To this, Naruto responded earnestly, the village is undoubtedly important. But what is the purpose of one's existence? You must ponder this deeply. While upholding the greater good is commendable, life is meant to be cherished and to safeguard all that one holds dear. Both the village and the clan are integral parts of your life, and both merit your protection. Itachi listened intently, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of contemplation. Naruto's words seemed to have struck a chord within him, prompting him to reevaluate his beliefs and aspirations. Seeing that Itachi appeared receptive, Naruto continued to encourage him. For now, you need only focus on augmenting your strength. When you possess absolute, unparalleled power, all problems will resolve themselves. You will be capable of safeguarding both the village and the Uchiha clan. Itachi nodded slightly, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He understood that Naruto spoke the truth. With formidable power, one could protect those people and things that were of utmost importance. You are right, Naruto. Both the Leaf and the Uchiha clan. I will protect them both. I will strive to enhance my strength and safeguard them. Itachi's voice was filled with determination. After bidding farewell to Itachi, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Itachi was not yet as dogmatic as he would become in the future, and he had successfully steered the filial son away from the wrong path. In this way, the Uchiha clan might not suffer annihilation, and his dear friend Sasuke would not be orphaned. With that thought, a smile of contentment graced Naruto's face. That evening, the Hokage's office was brightly illuminated. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk, gazing at Naruto, who stood before him, and inquired, Naruto, the battle commences tomorrow. What important matter brings you to me so late? Naruto inhaled deeply, his eyes resolute, and declared, Lord Third, this war is of paramount importance to us. If we emerge victorious, I implore you to ensure that the Hidden Cloud Village bears the appropriate consequences and reparations. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly, indicating his understanding of Naruto's sentiment. However, Naruto did not cease speaking. He continued, furthermore, after this war concludes, you must vindicate my name. Hiruzen Sarutobi fixed his gaze upon Naruto, comprehending the vindication to which he alluded. He had concealed Naruto's lineage, and after Danzo disseminated the rumor that Naruto was the nine-tailed demon fox, it had caused Naruto considerable distress and misunderstanding. Although Naruto was not overly concerned with his reputation, the voices of those who detested him incessantly assailed his ears, which soured his mood, as exemplified by his encounter with the confectioner earlier that day. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused in silence before responding slowly, Yes, that is indeed what must be done. Naruto, you must demonstrate your strength and project your aura, so that they fear you. Then, I shall have no apprehension that you lack the power to protect yourself. Understood. Just you wait. There will be no unforeseen circumstances. This shall be my exclusive spectacle. Seeing Naruto's confidence, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not discourage him, but rather smiled and offered his congratulations. Very well, Naruto. I await your triumphant return to the Leaf. Chapter 20. A Jinchuriki's assault on the battlefield. As Naruto and the ninjas of Konoha journeyed tirelessly towards the battlefield, they finally reached the outskirts of the village. At that moment, a member of the Hyuga clan hurriedly approached to report the situation. Report, strategist. Approximately 5,000 miles ahead, we have detected a substantial number of cloud ninjas, estimated to be around 30,000. This revelation stunned everyone present. Dingzu, in particular, was deeply concerned and asked, "What? There are so many from the Cloud Village. We only have 12,700 on our side. Shikaku, how should we respond?" Shikaku fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, he pointed to a forested area on the map. Given the vast disparity in numbers, we can only adopt a strategy of attrition and guerrilla warfare. We can launch ambushes in this forest, leveraging our familiarity with the terrain to set traps and catch the enemy off guard. Dingzu nodded in agreement, but remained apprehensive. But can this really work? They outnumber us significantly, and if they detect our plans, we could find ourselves at a disadvantage. With a confident smile, Shikaku reassured him. "Do not worry, Dingzu. Although the cloud ninjas are numerous, they are unfamiliar with this forest terrain. As long as we proceed with caution, we can successfully hold them at bay." Fugaku concurred. Shikaku is correct. While we may incur considerable losses, if we withstand their initial assault and gradually retreat while engaging them, the cloud forces will ultimately falter. Rizuko added, "Indeed, despite their numbers, they are farther from their village, which means their supplies will dwindle more rapidly. If we withstand the pressure, their sustainability will surely diminish as the conflict drags on." Shikaku smiled and said, "All right, if there are no objections, then I will." "No, I have an objection." Naruto interjected firmly. "Naruto, what is your objection?" Shikaku asked curiously, as the others turned to him, some displaying irritation, perceiving Naruto as a disruptor. After a moment of reflection, Naruto earnestly articulated his thoughts. "Shikaku, while your points are valid, I believe we should not engage in a war of attrition. It seems you have not considered the two-tailed beasts from the Cloud Village. They may very well use their tailed beast's power to devastate our battlefield, which would eliminate our positional advantage. Moreover, following the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha can ill afford the losses incurred from a protracted conflict. Should we engage in a war of attrition, unforeseen circumstances may arise, such as other ninja villages seizing the opportunity to intervene, aiming to claim a piece of Konoha's strength. At that point, we would find ourselves besieged from all sides, and Konoha would suffer devastating casualties." Fugaku could not help but scold, "Naruto, stop causing trouble. You are correct, but we have no advantages on the front lines. Engaging directly will only lead to a quicker defeat." "No, I have a plan to resolve this," Naruto stated confidently. "Just you?" Fugaku questioned, perplexed. "Yes, just me. We can utilize the Byakugan's reconnaissance advantage to stealthily approach the Cloud Village's forces. If I can deliver a tailed beast bomb directly to the heart of their army, it will significantly cripple them," Naruto declared assuredly. Rizuko cautioned, "Isn't that too dangerous, Naruto?" "No, Naruto's idea is sound. The Cloud Village likely remains unaware that Konoha possesses a perfect Jinchuriki, and their surveillance capabilities are no match for the Byakugan. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we should be able to catch them off guard," Shikaku supported. Without hesitation, Shikaku promptly restructured the operational plan. "Naruto, Rizuko, and Shursui will form a three-man team for this assault. You three will approach the Cloud Village and unleash a tailed beast bomb. Regardless of whether you hit your target, you must retreat immediately." "Understood," Naruto, Shursui, and Rizuko replied in unison. "Fugaku and Rizuko, you will bring some elite jounin to follow closely behind. Ready to support the team at a moment's notice," Shikaku instructed. "Yes," they responded in unison. Shikaku continued. "Since we plan to use a tailed beast bomb for a surprise attack, our main forces should also reposition. This plateau on the map is ideal for establishing a high-ground stronghold. The flat terrain ahead can serve as a frontline battlefield, while the forest behind allows for ambush tactics. We will gather the main forces here, and if Naruto's mission succeeds, we will advance to the front line. If it fails, we will retreat to engage in a war of attrition. Is everyone clear?" "Understood. Then let us commence our operation." Once Naruto, Rizuko, and Shursui were prepared, they set off to execute their ambush plan. En route to their destination, Rizuko suddenly expressed his gratitude to Naruto. "Naruto, I truly owe you my thanks. If you hadn't intervened in time to save Lady Hinata, her Byakugan might have been lost. Without your resolute stance, the Hyuga clan might have been forced to compromise." perhaps even surrendering a pair of Byakugan. Naruto beamed a radiant smile in response. There's no need for such formality, Uncle Rizuko. We are all members of Konoha. It's only natural to help one another. Those from the Cloud Village have gone too far, brazenly abducting Hinata and engaging in such unscrupulous behavior. In the face of our enemies, we must not retreat. We will fight to the end. Konoha will never abandon anyone. If foes come from afar, they shall surely be punished. Meanwhile, Shisui softly murmured the words Naruto had just spoken. Konoha will never abandon any of its people. A glimmer of unspoken emotion flickered in his eyes, as if those words had stirred something profound within him, leading him into deep contemplation. A day later, Naruto and his companions finally neared their destination. Concealed on a slope, Naruto, Rizuko, and Shisui observed the movements ahead. Naruto quietly inquired, Rizuko, what is the situation up ahead? Rizuko activated his Byakugan, gazing into the distance before replying. Approximately 5 kilometers ahead, a large contingent of cloud ninjas is approaching. By my estimation, their numbers exceed 10,000. And it appears that more are continuously arriving from behind. This must be the main force of the Cloud Village. Naruto, we cannot advance any closer, otherwise, we will surely be detected. Moreover, the surrounding cloud ninjas are nearing our position, Rizuko cautioned. You must unleash the tailed beast bomb here, swiftly resolve the conflict. And then we must escape. Naruto nodded in understanding. He took a deep breath and called out, Kurama. In an instant, Naruto activated his Nine Tails mode. With the surge of chakra from the Nine Tails, his sensory abilities were greatly enhanced, allowing him to perceive the detailed situation ahead even without Rizuko's guidance. A colossal head of the Nine Tails manifested around Naruto. He concentrated intently, channeling his energy to create a massive tailed beast bomb. With a fierce shout, Naruto decisively launched the bomb directly towards the heart of the enemy forces. The tailed beast bomb surged forth like an apocalyptic shockwave, roaring with unparalleled might as it hurtled toward the enemy. However, the moment Naruto revealed the chakra of the Nine Tails, the reconnaissance ninjas of the Cloud Village immediately detected their presence. At this very moment, they found themselves bereft of sufficient time to report the situation to their superiors, forced to witness the colossal tailed beast sphere hurtling towards their vast army like a meteor. Simultaneously, the fourth Hokage, who was leading his troops and confidently jesting about effortlessly obliterating the Hidden Leaf Village, suddenly sensed an overwhelming and suffocating sense of impending doom approaching from the abyss. With terror etched across his face, he lifted his gaze to behold the tailed beast sphere sent by Naruto, expanding at an astounding velocity, descending upon him with the force of a mountain crushing an egg. Thank you for the support. I can't believe this. Get away. Take cover. The fourth Hokage bellowed in desperation, unhesitatingly activating his ultimate lightning release armor mode at full power and recklessly lunging towards the nearest Darui, attempting to shield the young subordinate with his own body. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a cataclysmic explosion erupted at the heart of the Cloud Village's forces. Chapter 21. Confrontation with the fourth Hokage in the aftermath of a violent explosion. The fourth Hokage slowly rose to his feet. The devastation left in the massive crater was too horrific for him to bear, with casualties mounting. The only individuals visible around him were himself, Darui, the Two-Tails host, Yujito, and the Eight-Tails host, Killer Bee, who appeared relatively unscathed. Suddenly, the fourth Hokage erupted into laughter, a sound both chilling and manic. Ha ha, ha. The three understood that this laughter was born from an extreme rage, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Damn it, Konoha! The fourth Hokage's roar pierced the heavens. Following his outburst, he swiftly suppressed his fury and issued commands. Darui, you stay here to regroup the troops. Killer Bee and Yujito, accompany me in pursuit of the enemy. We must capture Konoha's Jinchuriki. They are evidently few in number, otherwise they would not have evaded our reconnaissance. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed a tail beast bomb, embarking on a frantic escape with Shikamaru and Shizen. However, Shikamaru's speed was woefully inadequate. Naruto, without hesitation, utilized the chakra of the Nine Tails to grasp Shikamaru and simultaneously seize Shizen, sprinting with all his might to evade the pursuing Cloud Ninja. The chasing reconnaissance ninjas, although ensnared by Naruto's shadow clones, found themselves in an open area with scant cover, making their escape from the relentless Cloud Ninja exceedingly challenging. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from behind. Damn it, don't run away. Turning around, Naruto beheld the fourth Raikage charging towards him at an astonishing speed. Wow, how is he moving so fast? Naruto marveled inwardly. In mere instants, the fourth Raikage was upon him, his fist enveloped in lightning chakra poised to strike Naruto's back. Acting swiftly, Naruto abandoned Shikamaru and Shizune, pivoting to unleash a Rasengan to counter the Raikage's blow. Boom, accompanied by a deafening crash. Both the fourth Raikage and Naruto stumbled backward, yet neither suffered any harm. Truly, the fourth Raikage's taijutsu was formidable. His fist collided with Naruto's Rasengan without a scratch. The fourth Raikage's expression darkened, his fury boiling over as he bellowed. How infuriating. I never imagined Konoha would produce a new perfect Jinchuriki so swiftly. And a mere 3-year-old child at that. How dare you send such a child into battle? It is utterly shameful. Undaunted, Naruto retorted. Oh, isn't that the fourth Raikage? The renowned Raikage? Surely, you can't be bested by a 3-year-old brat, can you? And what about that tailed beast bomb I just gifted you? Surprised, are we? Haha. You little brat, you have gone too far. The fourth Raikage was incensed by Naruto's taunts, his body radiating a more intense lightning chakra, forming a blue chakra cloak. In the blink of an eye, he dashed toward Naruto like a flash of lightning. So rapid was his speed that Naruto barely had time to react before feeling the oppressive aura of the Raikage's lightning chakra. Just as the Raikage's fist was about to connect, Naruto swiftly conjured 2 hands of Ninetales chakra, crossing them before his chest to block the impending attack. The fourth Raikage unleashed a furious flurry of strikes. The impact of his iron fist sent pain coursing through Naruto's arms, yet Naruto refused to become the Raikage's punching bag. Emerging from behind, 2 additional hands of Ninetales chakra joined the fray, launching a counterattack against the Raikage. However, the Raikage's speed proved too great, and he evaded Naruto's attempts with ease. The situation reached a stalemate. Despite his 4 chakra hands, Naruto found himself unable to land a decisive blow against the Raikage. Kurama. Understand. Naruto called out, establishing a connection with the Ninetales within him. He began to gather a Rasengan using the Ninetales chakra hands, marking his first attempt to wield the Rasengan in this manner. With determination, Naruto extended his Ninetales chakra hands, clutching the burgeoning Rasengan, and pursued the fourth Raikage. The scene resembled a game of whack-a-mole, but the Raikage's speed rendered Naruto's efforts futile. He could not strike a direct hit. Realizing that this deadlock could not continue, Naruto commanded his 4 chakra hands to relentlessly pursue the Raikage. From behind, he summoned 2 more hands of Ninetales chakra, unleashing a super Rasengan, intending to defeat the fourth Raikage. The 6 chakra hands represented the utmost limit of Naruto's youthful frame's capacity to wield the Ninetales chakra. At that moment, the fourth Raikage, preoccupied with evading Naruto's attacks, felt an ominous sense of impending doom. He turned to face Naruto, his gaze drawn to the colossal Rasengan. Oh my god, it's enormous. Overwhelmed by its size, he realized he could not escape in time. Faced with such a dire predicament, the fourth Raikage clenched his teeth, bracing himself against the immense pressure on his body, preparing to activate his full lightning release mode to withstand the impending blow. Suddenly, he heard his brother Killer Bee's voice from behind. Brother, get out of the way. Alarmed, the fourth Raikage turned just in time to see a fearsome tailed beast bomb hurtling towards him. Damn it, are you trying to kill me? He cursed inwardly as he began a desperate escape. Kurama, Naruto shouted, realizing he could no longer afford to focus on the fourth Raikage, as the tailed beast bomb was racing towards him. If left unchecked, it would surely cause severe injury or worse to all 3 of them. Thus, without hesitation, Naruto directed the Super Rasengan against the tailed beast bomb while activating the largest Ninetales shield in hopes of protecting himself, Shikamaru, and Shizune. The tailed beast bomb and Naruto's Super Rasengan collided with a blinding flash of light, followed by a thunderous explosion. Boom! The deafening sound heralded yet another catastrophic detonation. This spectacle was witnessed by the recently arrived Hinata and Fugaku, who stood in stunned silence, questioning the very nature of their existence. Are we really going to assist Naruto and the others? Is this real or a dream? They could not help but doubt their own abilities to intervene in such a fierce battle. Chapter 22. The Ninetales engages in a fierce battle against 2 tailed beasts in the aftermath of a cataclysmic explosion. The scene lay in utter disarray, shrouded in a veil of dust. Standing amidst the chaos, Naruto, Hinata, and Shisui remained unscathed. However, the fourth Raikage, was not as fortunate. He suffered considerable injuries from the residual shockwaves of the blast. Brother, are you alright? Kurabi exclaimed anxiously, rushing to A's side and gently aiding him to his feet. The Raikage's complexion was pale, marked by dark lines etched across his forehead. Internally, he cursed his reckless sibling for nearly leading him to his demise. Though he understood Kurabi's intentions were rooted in a desperate desire to help. Fortunately, they had only sustained injuries from the edges of the blasts, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Had he not, the outcome would likely have been dire. Suppressing his pain, bellowed angrily, "Kurabi, why Murray? Assemble our forces and capture the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. He must not escape." At that moment, the majority of the Kumogakure forces were still recovering from the recent tailed beast bomb attack. Nevertheless, 2 Jinchuriki and several elite shinobi from Kumogakure managed to close the distance. Meanwhile, Naruto, accompanied by Hinata and Fugaku, also arrived on the scene, escalating the confrontation further. From the displayed combat prowess of both sides, it was evident that Kumogakure held a slight advantage, boasting 3 formidable warriors, the 4th Raikage, the 2 Tails Jinchuriki Waimori, and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Kurabi. As Naruto observed the 2 Jinchuriki charging towards him, a sense of exhilaration washed over him. 8 plus 2 exceeds 9. To be frank, even the combined strength of the 8-tailed beasts might not suffice to overpower the fully realized 9 tails. Naruto instructed Hinata and Shursui to regroup with their team while addressing those who had come to assist him, Hinata and Fugaku. "You shall lead the effort to intercept the remaining forces of Kumogakure. I will handle those 2 Jinchuriki." "Understood, but do take care, Naruto," they replied in unison, fully aware of the formidable nature of the tailed beasts and the danger they posed. Yet, with no retreat possible, combat was their only recourse. Confident in his ability to escape alone, Naruto realized that the others might not be so fortunate. Moreover, the outcome of this battle remained uncertain. "QB," Naruto called out loudly. "Got it, Naruto. No need to remind me. I will unleash my full power and make this count. It has been ages since I last faced Nakomata and Gyki. I wonder if they have improved." QB's voice radiated with palpable excitement. Simultaneously, Kurabi heard the invigorated voice of the 8 Tails Gyki. "Is that really QB? I never expected to see him again in my lifetime. It's been far too long since we last clashed." Kurabi responded, "Gyki, you mean to say you used to spar with QB often? Who was stronger?" The 8 Tails replied, "Kurabi, stop daydreaming. We must defeat the 9 Tails Jinchuriki and rush to assist the 4th Raikage." Waimori urged, slightly irritated. The 9 Tails interjected, "Naruto, it seems we are underestimated. Let us demonstrate our strength together. Do you really think you two can dance with me?" With a surge of chakra akin to a volcanic eruption, Naruto's 9 Tails chakra erupted once more, astonishing both Kurabi and Waimori. As fellow Jinchuriki, they questioned how he could possess such remarkable prowess and an abundance of chakra. "Did you not just finish battling the 4th Raikage?" Despite their astonishment, they pressed forward without hesitation, confident that the combined strength of 2 Jinchuriki could surely overwhelm a single one. As they charged, Naruto unleashed his formidable attack once more, summoning 6 massive chakra hands to execute a massive Rasengan. The sight rendered Kurabi and Waimori speechless. TMD. Is it necessary to start with such intensity? Lacking the speed of the 4th Raikage, they could not evade Naruto's massive Rasengan and instead transformed, bracing themselves for the impact. "Ah, this feels exhilarating." QB roared within Naruto. "Naruto, I want to transform too. I want to fight." "Very well," Naruto acquiesced to QB's request, recognizing him as a cherished companion. He underwent full-tailed beast transformation, relinquishing control to QB, while he himself retreated to the ceiling space to observe. A surge of potent 9 Tails chakra enveloped Naruto, rapidly transforming him into a colossal golden 9 Tails. "Fantastic. I'm out. Nakomata and Gyki, are you ready? I'm here to give you a good thrashing," QB called out, standing tall and ready for battle. The 9 Tails, now in its beastly form, extended its 9 massive tails, ensnaring the still partially transformed Kurabi and Waimori, initiating a fierce assault. After several blows, the 2 Tails Nakomata and the 8 Tails Gyki could no longer withstand the onslaught and fully transformed into their complete tailed beast forms. However, even in its complete form, Nakomata was easily toyed with by the 9 Tails. The 8 Tails Gyki, wielding great size and multiple tentacles, managed to break free from the 9 Tails' grasp, counterattacking and liberating Nakomata. Thus, the battlefield became the domain of 3-tailed beasts. "Hey, QB, it's been a while. You seem to have gotten weaker. You were not like this before," Gyki remarked. QB retorted angrily, "Humph. This is all due to Minato. He split me in two, sealing half of my power away. Yet even in this diminished state, I can easily overpower you." GYK replied. Nakomata interjected. In the ceiling space, Minato awkwardly scratched his head, exchanging a glance with Naruto. Let us see if you can back that up, GYK challenged. Without further ado, the three-tailed beast resumed their fierce battle, unleashing chaos upon the landscape. The ground shook as the enormity of their conflict reverberated across the battlefield, capturing the attention of the fourth Hokage, Hinata, and Fugaku, who were engaged in their own skirmish nearby. Awestruck by the towering forms of the three-tailed beasts engaged in combat, they were momentarily frozen in disbelief. Quickly, they collectively ceased their fighting, opting to relocate, desperate to escape the havoc unleashed by the tailed beast's clash, fearing that remaining in this perilous vicinity might subject them to catastrophic collateral damage. Chapter 23. The crisis resurfaces. The eruption of Chishui, the coordination between the eight tails GYK and the two tails Nakomata, was remarkably harmonious. GYK, resembling a colossal octopus, assumed the role of a formidable tank, successfully restraining the powerful nine tails. Meanwhile, Nakomata moved with the grace of a cat, acting as an assassin, launching side attacks to pressure the nine tails. However, the nine tails effortlessly countered this duo. Not only did it firmly suppress GYK, but it also found opportunities to retaliate against Nakomata. Even with the full collaboration of the two tails and eight tails, they could not prevail against the nine tails, which was only utilizing half of its strength. Nakomata's numerous assaults were easily thwarted by the nine tails, and when a few strikes did connect, they were merely annoying. The nine tails laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I'm currently engaged with GYK. What business do you have meddling, Nakomata? Upon hearing the nine tails taunt, Nakomata was immediately incensed. Just as he was about to launch another attack, he heard GYK's voice. Nakomata, don't be rash. GYK shouted. Go assist the fourth Hokage and the others. Leave this to me. I will hold off the nine tails. Nakomata glanced at the nine tails and GYK. Though he felt a swell of indignation, he understood that he posed little threat to the nine tails. If he insisted on remaining, he might become a burden to GYK. Thus, the two tails gritted his teeth and sped off toward the fourth Hokage's location. At that moment, his heart burned with fury, having been so thoroughly beaten by the nine tails. He needed an outlet for his pent-up anger. Seeing Nakomata depart, Naruto felt a tightening in his chest. As the host of the nine tails, he was unable to split away to provide support. The nine tails continued to suppress GYK, with no clear victor emerging. Naruto could only silently pray that Hayashi and Fugaku were safe. Surely, Fugaku and Chishui had acquired the Manjiki Sharingan. If any of them intervened, they could withstand the attacks of the two tails. The nine tails was solely focused on Naruto, leaving no attention for Fugaku and the others. The nine tails laughed maniacally. The troublesome Nakomata has finally fled. Now we can fight without restraint. GYK, are you prepared to endure my fierce onslaught? Poor GYK could only endure the relentless beating throughout this ordeal. GYK roared in fury. Humph. I thought of you as a brother, yet you mercilessly beat me. Once Nakomata finishes his fight, I will make sure to teach you a lesson alongside the fourth Hokage. The nine tails unabashedly reveled in its glee, continuing to laugh wildly. Now, the nine tails no longer needed to guard against Nakomata. It unleashed its full combat prowess, ruthlessly pummeling GYK. GYK was entirely on the defensive. However, his tough exterior and the mastery of lightning release armor significantly bolstered his defenses, allowing him to withstand the ferocity of the nine tails' assault. This was one reason why the nine tails had not yet managed to overpower GYK. On another note, tailed beasts can learn and utilize ninjutsu, as evidenced by Shikaku's use of wind release, vacuum bomb. However, most tailed beasts are inherently powerful and often disdain the need to learn such techniques, which is also closely related to their hands. Nevertheless, the nine tails has relatively complete hands compared to other tailed beasts, even able to write. How amusing. Naruto remarked. Kaibai, you should consider learning some ninjutsu as well. Perhaps you could master the Rasengan. If you could wield it, you would have conquered this battle long ago. The nine tails snorted disdainfully. As the mightiest tailed beast, I have no need to learn your human ninjutsu. I warn you, Naruto. Even if I were to be captured again by Hashirama with wood release or controlled by Madara's Jinjutsu, I would never stoop to learning ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the battle between Konoha and Kumogakure raged fiercely, with neither side gaining the upper hand, both suffering considerable losses. Fortunately, the fourth Hokage was gravely injured, and only Fugaku and Hayashi managed to contain him. Just then, Both sides suddenly sensed a powerful chakra rapidly approaching them. The fourth Hokage laughed triumphantly, Fugaku and Hayashi. You are finished. Killer Bee and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails have surely captured the Nine Tails and are on their way here. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Konoha shinobi turned pale, filled with anxiety and unease. They could only silently pray, hoping the approaching presence was Naruto. Although such hope seemed unrealistic, a flicker of anticipation remained. At last, Nakomata arrived at the scene just in time. The fourth Hokage, seeing this, shouted, "Why is it only you, a single-tailed beast? Where is Killer Bee?" Nakomata did not provide extensive explanations, directly stating, "Enough chatter. I will clear out these nuisances, and then we can assist GYK. The Nine Tails is simply too formidable." The fourth Hokage was taken aback, but he stepped aside to allow Nakomata to engage. He sneered, "Konoha, you are doomed." Upon hearing that Naruto had not yet been defeated and that only the two tails had arrived, the Konoha forces felt slightly reassured, albeit still despairing. Who could possibly withstand the two tails? As the tailed beast charged forward, Fugaku intended to reveal his Manjiki Sharingan and activate Susanoo, but Chishui beat him to it. Suddenly lifting his head, Chishui activated his Sharingan, and a massive green Susanoo emerged, blocking the claws of the two tails. The two tails was stunned. Meow, meow, meow. Chishui's maneuver astonished everyone present. The fourth Hokage exclaimed in shock. What? The Manjiki Sharingan, the legendary eyes awakened by Uchiha Madara. Well done, Chishui. Fugaku exclaimed joyfully. Surprised that his younger counterpart had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan at such a young age, bringing him immense pride. Chishui, you are incredible. Itachi was thrilled about his brother activating the Manjiki Sharingan. Indeed, Chishui was remarkable. Chishui declared, "I will hold off this tailed beast. You continue to impede the Cloud Ninja." The previously despondent mood in Konoha transformed into one of fierce determination, their spirits invigorated as they glared at the forces from Kumogakure, who were now stripped of their earlier joy, their morale faltering. The tide of battle shifted unpredictably, the roles of offense and defense altered dramatically. In the subsequent confrontation, Kumogakure found itself steadily retreating before Konoha's onslaught. The fourth Hokage seethed. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha, Hige, I will not let this go. He harbored deep animosity toward Naruto. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki, as well as the Uchiha and Hige clans, all of whom seemed to possess overwhelming power against him. Chapter 24. The Deception of the Bull Demon and the Rescue by Fugaku. The Eight Tails, Bull Demon, found itself in a dire predicament. Thoroughly besieged by the Nine Tails and forced to flee in abject disarray. Internally, it seethed with curses, lamenting, "Damn it. Katagen has been absent for far too long. Why has there been no sign of return?" Killer Bee sensed the bull demon's inner turmoil and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Could it be that Cat has been ensnared by the enemy?" Panting heavily, the Eight Tails bellowed in rage, "That can't be. Although Cat is weaker, it remains a formidable tailed beast." Frustration mounted within it. "Regardless, if I continue to endure this relentless assault from the Nine Tails, I shall surely collapse." Determined, the Eight Tails roared, "Kurama, do not think for a moment that I fear you." The Nine Tails let out a scornful laugh. "Ha! Have you finally ceased your retreat? You dare to confront me? Very well, let us engage in a proper contest." Naruto, observing the bull demon's unusual behavior, immediately cautioned, "Kurama, be on your guard. Something feels amiss." Yet, the Nine Tails, brimming with confidence, reassured, "Do not fret, Naruto. With me here, there is nothing to fear." In an instant, the Nine Tails and the bull demon collided fiercely, their appendages entwining in a chaotic struggle. Unexpectedly, the bull demon opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of thick black ink aimed directly at the Nine Tails' visage. The ink surged forth at blinding speed, catching the Nine Tails off guard and striking true. However, the Nine Tails remained unperturbed, its sharp instincts allowing it to grasp the bull demon's intent. It seized one of the bull demon's tendrils in an attempt to thwart its escape. Alas, the bull demon had already vanished, leaving only one tendril behind. Naruto's heart sank. This is bad. Kurama, we must hasten to Fugaku and Naruto's side. We cannot allow the bull demon to succeed. His voice was laced with urgency and concern. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the Nine Tails, in sync with Naruto, did not hesitate to dash towards Fugaku and Naruto's location. Naruto's heart raced with anxiety as he prayed for their timely arrival to protect them from the bull demon's onslaught. Meanwhile, the battle between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Leaf Village raged on fiercely, with the former being pushed back and suffering heavy losses. The outcome hinged upon the elite forces of both sides. Cat, with its agility, frequently assaulted the Leaf Shinobi, creating significant disruption. Amidst this chaos, Shisui bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding Fugaku and Naruto, employing the teleportation ability of his Susanoo to repeatedly thwart Cat's advances. However, he soon felt overwhelmed. This was his first time utilizing Susanoo, and the strain on his eyes, not being the eternal Manjiki, took a heavy toll, leaving him struggling to maintain it. Determined to alter the tide of battle, Shisui activated the second stage of Susanoo and surged towards the fourth Hokage, as a means of leverage. In a calculated move, Shisui managed to capture the gravely injured Eye. Stop. Cease this fighting at once. Shisui commanded. I have captured the fourth Hokage. Surrender now. The members of the Hidden Cloud Village and Cat, upon hearing Shisui's words, looked to Eye in despair and halted their attacks. No, I will not allow you to cease. I would rather die than surrender. I thundered defiantly. Shisui's expression darkened at Ai's refusal. He intended to make Ai suffer for his insolence, tightening his grip around him. I, a true warrior, endured the pain in silence. Kill me if you must. But know this, I will never yield. Surrender would be an unfathomable disgrace. For Ai, capitulating for the sake of his life was the ultimate humiliation. Then perish, Shisui declared, unable to maintain the stalemate any longer, as he thrust the green drill weapon of his Susanoo towards Ai. Lord Hokage. The Hidden Cloud villagers cried in horror as Ai appeared destined for a tragic fate. In a sudden twist of fate, a colossal figure ensnared Shisui's Susanoo, rescuing Ai from imminent death. Are you all right, fourth Hokage? It was the Eight Tails, Bull Demon, that had intervened. Brother, I nearly lost you. Killer Bee exclaimed from within the Bull Demon, overwhelmed with emotion. The Bull Demon's feigned death technique allowed it to become invisible and escape the scene swiftly after shedding a tail. Killer Bee, what are you doing here? Where is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? I gasped, struggling for breath. No time for that. He is on his way. Bull Demon, let us swiftly eliminate Shisui and clean the battlefield. The Bull Demon shouted to Cat. Shisui, utterly fatigued, could no longer sustain the Susanoo as the presence of the Eight Tails brought a shift in the battle. As Shisui fell to the ground, Killer Bee and the Bull Demon advanced to strike him down. Uchiha Itachi staggered forward, only to be halted by Kakashi, who shouted in despair, Shisui. In the critical moment when Shisui appeared to be on the brink of death, a unique chakra surged from Itachi's head into his eyes, gradually enhancing their power. Just as despair loomed, Itachi spotted his father, Fugaku, charging towards Shisui. A massive red Susanoo erupted from Fugaku, shielding Shisui from the impending attack. A second chance. Fugaku, too, could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan and summon Susanoo, a sight that left all present in astonishment. Itachi thought, Shisui has not fallen. The stimulation was insufficient to elevate his power. Itachi had never imagined that his father possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. He had always held a lofty view of himself, believing that others in the clan lacked the enlightenment and were selfish and arrogant, thus incapable of wielding the Manjiki. Indeed, Fugaku's enigmatic decisions were numerous. What kind of father brings his 4-year-old son to witness the horrors of war and entrusts the burden of the clan's resurgence upon an 8-year-old child? On the other side, I watched in disbelief as Fugaku activated Susanoo to save Shisui, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming frustration. Already injured, he couldn't contain himself and spat a mouthful of blood. Cursing inwardly, damn it, they all possess the Manjiki. Why did they not activate it sooner, choosing to wait until this critical moment? Is this some sort of game to them? Chapter 25. Overwhelming Numbers? Witness my multitude of shadow clones. Fugaku, driving his Susanoo, meticulously safeguarded Shisui, yet found himself ensnared in perilous circumstances. At this very moment, he was besieged by the dual onslaughts of the Eight Tails Gyuki and the formidable Oanoki, placing him in an exceptionally dire situation. As Fugaku endeavored to shield Shisui from harm, he simultaneously grappled with the combined attacks of the two-tailed beasts, leaving him bereft of any opportunity for retaliation. His colossal Susanoo had transformed into a formidable shield, laboriously resisting the ferocious assaults of the adversaries. My apologies, esteemed clan leader, for dragging you into such a perilous predicament, Shisui expressed, a bittersweet smile gracing his visage, laden with guilt and helplessness. Shisui, there is no need for apologies. You are a prodigy of our Uchiha clan. It is only natural that I come to your aid. I can only hope for Naruto's swift arrival, Fugaka managed to utter, stifling the assaults from the two-tailed beasts while attempting to offer solace. At that moment, the fourth Hokage erupted in uproarious laughter, proclaiming, "Konoha, despite your possession of the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and two Manjiki Sharingan wielders, you are destined to fail." Before his words could settle, a vast throng surged forth from the distance, the Cloud Village coalition, freshly regrouped. This sight sent a chill through the hearts of Konoha's defenders. Damn it, Hisashi seethed. Why has the Konoha coalition not yet arrived? If they do not make haste, we are truly doomed. Just then, the earth trembled violently, prompting the astonished gazes of Konoha shinobi to turn towards the rear, causing the fourth Hokage's laughter to abruptly cease. Yet, they were mistaken. It was not the Konoha coalition that had arrived, but the Nine Tails. Upon discovering Gyuki's absence, Naruto summoned the Nine Tails to hasten to Fugaka's side. The Nine Tails charged forth, its four limbs propelling it with urgency. Though it had only just arrived, it had exerted itself to the utmost. Seeing only Kurama arrive, the fourth Hokage exhaled in relief, scoffing, "Though it is somewhat unexpected, at least you are finished, Hisashi. Our Cloud Coalition could extinguish you with mere spittle." Upon hearing the fourth Hokage's boastful proclamation, Hisashi's countenance darkened ominously. Who said that? After enduring a tailed beast bomb, the Cloud Coalition is reduced to just over 10,000. Once Naruto and Kurama arrived, Naruto commanded Kurama to revert from its tailed beast form, returning to his human self. The fourth Hokage, infuriated by Naruto's audacity, retorted, "And what of it? Do you intend to surrender now that you've suddenly reverted from your tailed transformation? I assure you, that will not happen." As thousands of Cloud Shinobi converged, Naruto inhaled deeply, shouting, "Kurama!" The overwhelming chakra of the Nine Tails surged around Naruto, gradually ascending. He gazed down upon the dense throng of the Cloud Coalition and smiled. "Overwhelming numbers, you say? Witness my army of one." Naruto's voice reverberated across the battlefield like thunder. In an instant, he unleashed his signature technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Countless identical figures of Naruto materialized before the onlookers, numbering in the tens of thousands. The astonishing sight left everyone present in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Hey, this is utterly outrageous." Someone could not help but exclaim. The fourth Hokage, equally dumbfounded, struggled to accept this spectacle, dismissing it as mere illusions of inferior clones. He promptly commanded, "Brothers of the Cloud, fear not. Charge forward." As Naruto observed the Cloud Coalition rushing forth, he instructed all of his clones to simultaneously unleash Wind Release, Great Wind Breakthrough. In an instant, the sky darkened, thunder clapped, and the battlefield was engulfed by a multitude of colossal tornadoes, as if an apocalypse had descended. The fierce winds toppled the Cloud Coalition, rendering them unable to maintain their footing. In a mere moment, the once dense ranks of the Cloud Coalition vanished without a trace. Indeed, they were swept away into the terrifying whirlwinds, lifted into the heavens. When the tornadoes finally subsided, a peculiar rain began to fall from the sky. It was the ninjas of the Cloud Village. They plummeted like raindrops, their bodies meeting the ground with sickening thuds, many reduced to grotesque, pulpy remains. The survivors, too, were left mutilated, their conditions utterly harrowing. The scene was nothing short of horrific, a chilling tableau. "Ah!" The fourth Hokage's anguished cries echoed through the heavens. Unable to withstand such a crushing blow, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Fourth Hokage, Darui, stationed beside the fourth, rushed forward to support him, yet no matter how vigorously he shook him, the fourth Hokage remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, after unleashing this devastating attack, Naruto withdrew all of his clones. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet he gritted his teeth, striving to resist the encroaching darkness. In unison, all present ceased their actions. The cloud had been defeated, and in a most catastrophic manner, utterly vanquished. The surviving Cloud Shinobi wore expressions of despair, their hearts heavy with hopelessness. From an initial force of 30,000, only 3,000 remained. Such immense losses extinguished their will to continue the fight. In contrast, Konoha's side was filled with a mix of emotions, sympathy, and reflection. Seasoned by countless battles, they had witnessed their share of brutality, yet the scene before them was almost unbearable, even prompting some to retch. Having fought on the battlefield for years, they had seen myriad horrors, yet nothing compared to the sight before them. Imagine witnessing rain composed of human bodies. Today, they had witnessed just that. And all of this chaos was wrought by Naruto's own hand. his power truly terrifying. As the Konoha coalition rushed to the scene, they stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief, utterly flabbergasted. The scene was a gruesome tableau. Blood and flesh littered the ground as if a massacre had just unfolded. Some timid souls turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, while others, as if confronted by phantoms, murmured in terror. What in the world is this place? It's a veritable hell on earth. The gruesomeness of the spectacle even induced some to vomit. The sounds of retching mingling with the horror, amplifying the sickening atmosphere. However, after a brief assessment, the Konoha coalition collectively sighed in relief. Apparently, the battle had concluded, and they had emerged victorious. Yet, this outcome left them perplexed and speechless. We hadn't even had the chance to engage. How did you all defeat the enemy without us? Are we merely here to watch? At that moment, the mood of Kakashi was particularly complex. He gazed silently at Naruto, his eyes filled with profound emotions. Before finally managing to voice a thought, I instructed you to use a tailed beast bomb to ambush the Cloud Coalition, and you ended up annihilating them all? Chapter 26. The War of Public Opinion. A hero's name rightfully earned. Naruto, having absorbed the memories of tens of thousands of shadow clones, now appeared dazed. Unable to comprehend what Kakashi was saying, he entrusted the Nine Tails with the responsibility of safeguarding his body to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Subsequently, Naruto could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed, slipping into unconsciousness. Observing this, Kakashi promptly supported Naruto, instructing the nearest shinobi, Dingzhu, to shield him from view and assist in carrying him. Dingzhu understood immediately, realizing that it was imperative to keep Naruto's current condition concealed from others. If word of Naruto's fainting reached the Cloud Village or any malevolent parties, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to him. The two Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village might seize the opportunity to stir up trouble, potentially escalating into conflict. Kakashi addressed the allied forces of the Cloud Village, stating, "Cloud, since you have been defeated, we will detain your fourth Hokage, in the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yujido. You shall return to negotiate reparations and conduct an exchange." The decision to detain a village's leader in Jinchuriki provoked considerable dissent and friction, yet the Cloud forces had no choice but to acquiesce. Karabi called out to his brother repeatedly, but was restrained by Darui. Their crushing defeat and the substantial exhaustion of both Jinchuriki left them in no position to negotiate with Konoha. Thus, Konoha commenced its triumphant journey home, having secured the fourth Hokage and Yujito. On the road, Hisashi angrily questioned Kakashi, "Why did you take so long to provide support? You nearly jeopardized our lives." Kakashi replied, "I apologize. As our main force began to relocate, we encountered obstruction from the roots of Konoha. They masqueraded as Umbu, claiming to act under the Hokage's orders, which significantly delayed our arrival." "What? How dare Danzo disregard our lives?" Fugaku exclaimed in anger. Kakashi confirmed, "Indeed, it is the fault of that old scoundrel Danzo. We've reported his actions to the Hokage for impersonating him and obstructing military operations. Enough. Our priority now is to keep a vigilant watch over the fourth Hokage and Yujito, and to care for Naruto while he remains unconscious. We shall discuss everything further once we safely return to Konoha," Kakashi commanded. Meanwhile, Konoha remained oblivious to the victory that had been achieved, with the populace gripped by anxiety and anger towards Naruto. Yes, anger. They blamed the Nine Tails. Had it not been for him, war would not have erupted. Indeed, why has that Nine Tails not perished yet? He is nothing but a scourge. Danzo, through clandestine machinations, disseminated falsehoods claiming that Naruto had deliberately killed the Cloud Village envoy, steering public sentiment to blame him for the war. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen demanded, "Danzo, what are you doing? Is this false information you're doing?" Hiruzen gazed at his former friend, disappointment and rage evident in his eyes. "So what? Shouldn't I speak the truth? Did Naruto not instigate this war? Is he not responsible?" Shimura Danzo retorted, his face devoid of remorse, instead betraying a smug grin. "Danzo, what is your true intention? Naruto acted to protect Hinata, and you supported the war." Hiruzen exclaimed in exasperation. "I merely wish to reveal that Naruto is indeed a menace," Danzo asserted. "You." Hiruzen was at a loss for words, incensed. "I have received reports from the front line indicating that you ordered the Roots to impersonate Umbu, issuing erroneous commands under the Hokage's name, deliberately delaying reinforcements for Naruto." Hiruzen realized that Danzo had long harbored resentment towards his position and had sought to undermine him. However, He had not anticipated Danzo's audacity to employ such tactics against Naruto in the midst of battle. They fought valiantly for Konoha, yet Danzo wished to see them perish? Danzo, your actions are utterly reprehensible, Mito Gate and Tenzin Koharu echoed in unison, outraged by Danzo's vile conduct. Humph, I merely fulfilled my duty, Danzo replied dismissively. You. Hiruzen was once again rendered speechless by anger. He understood that at this juncture, any further words would be futile. Danzo had resolutely chosen to oppose him. Their friendship could never return to its former state. The era of camaraderie was irrevocably lost. Danzo, I shall revoke all your positions, and I will take over your roots. Hiruzen declared. How dare you, Hiruzen? You will regret this. Danzo seethed, incensed by the prospect of losing everything. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage, Hiruzen asserted. Humph, Hiruzen. You weak Hokage. One day Konoha will crumble under your leadership, Danzo roared, storming out in a fit of rage. As Danzo departed, Hiruzen sighed deeply. Oh, Danzo, I hope you do not commit any foolish acts. Why must it come to this? Have you endured too much darkness within your heart? After his sorrowful reflection, Hiruzen promptly convened a public assembly, summoning the villagers. Honorable Hokage, did you summon us to announce the outcome of the war? Or are you here to deal with the Nine Tails? Yes, Hokage, do not show mercy. Dispose of the Nine Tails at once. Indeed, it is all the fault of that Nine Tails. Where has that creature gone? If I see him, I will take care of him myself. Standing upon the platform, Hiruzen listened to the increasingly agitated crowd below, sighed gently, closed his eyes, and spoke slowly. Do you not know? The Nine Tails you speak of is the child of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. What? I must have misheard. Hokage. Are you saying the Nine Tails is the son of the fourth Hokage? The villagers of Konoha were struck dumb, disbelief etched across their faces. The very object of their ire was, in fact, the son of their revered fourth Hokage. Disregarding the stunned crowd, Hiruzen continued to elucidate. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed himself to seal the Nine Tails within his newborn child, Naruto. To protect Naruto's identity, I concealed his lineage, yet it was exploited by nefarious individuals, spreading rumors that he was the Nine Tails. In this war, Naruto fought to protect the villagers of Konoha, and it was the Cloud Village that bears the blame. He is currently on the battlefield, valiantly defending Konoha. He is the son of a hero and a hero in his own right. I implore you to understand my errors and cease the harm against Naruto. What? Naruto is the son of a hero. The very individual they had vilified for years was, in fact, their protector. As the crowd pondered this revelation, a messenger rushed forward with exciting news. Victory! Victory! A ninja dashed in, exhilarated to relay the war's outcome. Naruto had triumphed over the fourth Hokage, Yujido, and Karabi without defeat, single-handedly overcoming 30,000 Cloud Shinobi. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, leaving them in disbelief. Everyone present was thunderstruck upon hearing of this triumph. Naruto's prowess was truly awe-inspiring, verily a paragon of valor for the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 27, Danzo's Recklessness. The arrival of Minato, the resurgence of the yellow flash on the other side. After returning to the Root Organization's base, Shimura Danzo's fury intensified. He muttered in exasperation. That old fool Sarutobi Hiruzen actually dares to attempt reclaiming my root. What a delusion. This is the power I have painstakingly cultivated. He sneered. Hiruzen, that feeble Hokage. If I were to assume that position, Konoha would not be in such decline. However, just as Danzo wallowed in his anger and resentment, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by an intruder. A member of Root rushed into the room to report the latest battle updates. Lord Danzo, the war has concluded, and Konoha has achieved ultimate victory. Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression shifted slightly but quickly regained its composure. Are there any further developments? He inquired calmly. According to the intelligence received, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui activated their Manjiki Sharingan during the battle. However, they suffered severe exhaustion, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has fallen into a comatose state. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Danzo's eyes, soon replaced by elation. Is that so? The source of the intel is absolutely reliable. Athahaha. Danzo erupted into a triumphant laugh that reverberated throughout the room. Truly, fortune favors me. This is an exquisite opportunity bestowed by the heavens. If I can acquire the Manjiki Sharingan and seize control of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the position of Hokage shall be within my grasp. Meanwhile, the allied forces of Konoha were making their way back. Shursui, you should rest. You have expended a great deal of energy after the battle and need to recuperate. Uchiha Itachi advised with concern. Very well, I leave this to you, Itachi. Shisui nodded in agreement. They were on guard, protecting Naruto. Just then, both Shisui and Itachi sensed an approaching presence. The newcomer called out, Uchiha Shisui and Itachi. We are from the Umbu. We have just discovered a group of cloud ninjas nearby attempting to reclaim the fourth Hokage and the Jinchuriki. Come with us to intercept them. Upon hearing this, Shisui and Itachi exchanged glances, a hint of skepticism rising within them. As seasoned ninjas, they possessed a keen insight into such sudden occurrences. They sensed something amiss from just a few words. No, you are not Umbu members, Shisui deduced calmly, his gaze sharpening. After all, they themselves were Umbu, thoroughly familiar with their operational methods and demeanor. The intruders seemed to anticipate being unmasked, expressing a sense of resignation, yet betraying no panic. Clearly, they never expected such a simple ruse to convince Shisui and Itachi. Suddenly, a barrier rose around them, trapping Shisui, Itachi, and Naruto within. The two were taken aback, recognizing the barrier as the Four Purple Flames formation, a powerful barrier technique. In the original story, Orochimaru used it to confine Sarutobi Hiruzen, preventing outsiders from entering. Shisui and Itachi, I implore you to surrender. I have exerted considerable effort to capture you. Danzo suddenly emerged, laughing maniacally. At that moment, dozens of powerful chakra signatures surged towards them, primarily elite Jonin from Root. It was evident that Danzo was all in. Danzo, why must you oppose us? We are all from Konoha. Shisui shouted in anger. Danzo responded dramatically. Are you stalling for time? You should know the truth. The malevolent Uchiha clan. Your Sharingan's power is far too formidable. Such power should not be wielded by you, as it poses a grave threat to Konoha. Shisui retorted angrily. Is this why you would act against us? Of course. And that's not all. I shall inherit your strength. I have no time to explain further. Seize them. Danzo's sinister laughter echoed. Hearing Danzo's words, Shisui and Itachi seethed with rage. Is this the Konoha I once knew? To decide the fate of our comrades based solely on suspicion and fear. As dozens of ninjas charged at them, Shisui and Itachi simultaneously unleashed their fire-style, fireball jutsu. But it proved ineffective against the Root members, who easily countered. Realizing the futility, Shisui gritted his teeth and activated Susanoo to block the attacks. After the battle, Shisui was already in a weakened state, his vision blurring. He could not maintain Susanoo for long. Within Naruto's ceiling space, the Ninetales declared, I cannot hold on much longer. I must utilize my chakra. However, Watergate intervened. No, Ninetales, Naruto has already expended too much energy after the battle. He is unconscious and cannot use your chakra again for a while, or the consequences will be irreparable. What now then? Just watch helplessly? Let me take charge of the situation. Haha, you are nearing your limits. Just give up. No one can come to your aid for the time being, Danzo declared confidently. Indeed, as Danzo stated, Shisui lacked the strength to retaliate, merely taking refuge within Susanoo with Itachi, conserving their energy while awaiting rescue. Just then, a gentle, reassuring voice resonated. Thank you for your patience. I shall take over from here. Minato, using Naruto's body, had arrived. Upon hearing the voice, Shisui and Itachi turned to gaze at Naruto. Their expressions filled with astonishment. Naruto, how can you speak with your eyes closed? You must be sleepwalking. Consider me as such. What is the problem? Minato replied. There is. Itachi said, producing an array of shuriken. Now, it's my turn to take the stage. Minato swiftly inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal and exited Susanoo. Naruto, it's dangerous outside. Itachi warned, but Shisui halted him, recognizing the seal. Naruto was no longer himself. The man like the wind had returned. The Flying Thunder God was exponentially faster than Shisui's body flicker technique. After emerging, Minato surveyed the dozens of Root members and instantly hurled multiple kunai. Seeing Naruto awake, Danzo was momentarily taken aback, but upon witnessing Naruto throw kunai, he laughed. Who would use kunai to kill? Attempting to dispatch me with kunai? You must be out of your mind. But Danzo's laughter abruptly ceased. After the Root members easily dodged the kunai, Naruto's figure vanished, moving like a specter. It was the Yellow Flash. Minato maneuvered Naruto's body with exceptional agility, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, each instance claiming the life of a Root member. In mere moments, all of Root had been annihilated. This scene left Shisui, Itachi, and Danzo in a state of disbelief. This is the power of the Yellow Flash. Danzo shrieked, "Ah, my Root! I will fight you to the death." Then, as Danzo charged, Minato employed the Flying Thunder God, eliminating him in an instant. However, Within mere seconds, the recently deceased Danzo reappeared before Shisui, extending his fingers towards Shisui's eyes, intent on plucking them out. Danzo employed the forbidden art of the Sharingan, Izanaji. It was all a stratagem concocted by Danzo, who feigned delivering provisions to Minato Namikaze, intending to lull them into complacency before launching a surprise assault on Shisui Uchiha. Shisui, Itachi cried out, endeavoring to caution Shisui Uchiha. However, Shisui Uchiha, already grievously wounded and physically enervated, was unable to react in time. Success, Danzo mused, his heart swelling with triumph as his hand neared Shisui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, envisioning the imminent dawn of victory. Yet, in that critical juncture, a radiant yellow flash materialized, interposing itself between Danzo and Shisui Uchiha, shattering Danzo's aspirations. Having completed the kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato had judiciously left two of them behind, entrusting one each to Shisui Uchiha and Itachi. Now, the kunai in Shisui Uchiha's possession served its purpose, as Minato, via the Flying Thunder God technique, instantaneously appeared before Shisui Uchiha, thwarting Danzo's offensive. Minato's sudden arrival took Danzo by surprise, who, in his attempt to unleash Wind Release, Vacuum Bullet, was met with Minato's close-quarters combat. Danzo's ninjutsu was interrupted by Minato, who engaged him in taijutsu, in which Danzo was woefully inferior. In short order, Minato severed Danzo's limbs with a kunai, causing him to collapse. Danzo, wide-eyed, stared in disbelief at the unfolding events, unable to fathom how Minato had so effortlessly subdued him. Minato smiled gently, addressing Shisui, who was behind him, with the words, "Fortunately, I am not late this time." These words seemed to atone for the past, while holding promise for the future. As for Minato's vigilance, perhaps it was born of years of experience that taught him that even with his formidable power and speed, he could not afford to be careless. After all, enemies are ever present, constantly devising new tactics and means to overcome him. Despite being hailed as the Yellow Flash and the fastest shinobi in the world, Minato sometimes felt he was too slow. For example, he failed to protect Obito, Rin, and, most importantly, Kushina. These failures filled him with remorse and guilt, reinforcing the importance of safeguarding those around him. Chapter 28, Mastering the Kagura Heart Eye and Flying Thunder God, returning to Konoha at this moment. Fugaku and Hayashi arrived with their men, surrounding Danzo. After Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God to obliterate the root of the Four Purple Flames formation, it dissipated as no one was left to maintain it. Once Minato confirmed their safety, he bestowed a gentle smile upon Shisui and Itachi before detaching from Naruto's body and returning to Naruto's sealed space. "Danzo, how dare you seize the bloodline limit of our Uchiha clan? How many of our kin have you harmed?" Fugaku exclaimed, gripping Danzo's arm, which was riddled with Sharingan. In a fit of rage, he then raised his blade and severed Danzo's arm. The onlookers gasped in shock, unable to fathom Danzo's brutal cruelty, casting him glances filled with disdain. The malevolent Danzo could not escape his fate. The last remaining Sharingan in his eye was gouged out. Given the severity of Danzo's crimes, the crowd felt that simply executing him would be too lenient. Thus, they apprehended him, intending to return to Konoha for a trial. After another day of travel, Naruto finally awakened. "Itachi, how far are we from Konoha?" he inquired. "Naruto, you finally woke up. You've been asleep for a full 7 days and nights." Itachi replied, visibly excited. "I truly appreciate your care," Naruto said, feeling slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. "No need for thanks, Naruto. You are a great hero." Itachi looked at Naruto with admiration. "We will reach Konoha in half a day." Naruto nodded, feeling an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Subsequently, Itachi stepped out to relay the news of Naruto's awakening. Naruto assessed his own condition, clenching his fists. After several intense battles, he sensed that he had grown considerably stronger. "Naruto, during the time you were unconscious, someone attempted to capture you." Kurama suddenly interjected. "I already know," Naruto responded. Kurama was taken aback. Naruto slowly explained. "Although I was in a deep slumber, my consciousness did not completely fade. While my father, Minato, was controlling my body, I experienced the wondrous operation of the Flying Thunder God firsthand, feeling the spatial fluctuations of the Flying Thunder God seal." Minato asked, "Naruto, you mean to say you were able to perceive the specific circumstances around you at that time?" "Yes, and my range of perception was quite vast. I just tested it. I can sense the flow of chakra within a 10-kilometer radius," Naruto affirmed. Upon hearing this, surprise washed over Minato's face as he exclaimed, "What? during your unconsciousness. You actually unlocked the Kagura Heart Eye, awakening the unique sensory ability of the Uzumaki clan. This is simply incredible. Naruto felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Minato's words. Yet he remained composed, as there was still something significant he had yet to disclose. Thus, Naruto solemnly addressed Minato, "Father, do not rejoice too soon. I seem to have something else to tell you." Concerned, Minato responded, "What is it? Is something wrong with your body?" "Father, I believe I have grasped the key to learning the Flying Thunder God technique," Naruto declared. "After experiencing how you utilize the Flying Thunder God, I can now detect the seals on Shursui and Itachi. Father, please teach me how to truly master the Flying Thunder God technique." "Huh, don't be too happy too soon. This is how it works?" Minato chuckled at Naruto's words. Naruto's caution was because there was still something to celebrate. Nearby, Kurama couldn't help but laugh heartily at the scene of Naruto, teasing Minato. "Minato, you should be pleased. Naruto has turned misfortune into fortune. It's truly a double blessing." "Indeed, Naruto. Then I shall begin teaching you now," Minato smiled. Half a day passed, and without warning, Naruto appeared beside Shursui, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. "Huh, Naruto? What brings you here?" Shursui asked, both surprised and delighted. A flicker of doubt crossed Shursui's mind. Was the Naruto before him the real Naruto? Meaning, had Naruto actually always been able to use the Flying Thunder God technique? Naruto quickly clarified, "Oh, I just wanted to stretch my legs a bit. After sleeping for so long, my body feels like it's rusting." At that moment, Naruto was secretly thrilled with the Kagura Heart Eye and the Flying Thunder God technique. Could he not achieve ultra-long distance teleportation? "Naruto, you should indeed be out. Konoha is just ahead," Shursui pointed ahead. At the entrance of Konoha, a sea of people surged, resembling an endless ocean. Almost all the villagers had gathered, filled with excitement and anticipation to welcome the Konoha allied forces. As soon as the forces set foot on this land, a roaring cheer erupted from the village. The sound was deafening, resonating throughout, igniting a fervor among the villagers. "Naruto, you are our hero," someone shouted. "Naruto, I'm sorry. I truly didn't know you were the son of the fourth Hokage," another added with an apologetic tone. "Naruto, you are remarkable. You are our pride," others exclaimed with admiration. These words enveloped Naruto like a warm spring breeze, stirring an indescribable emotion within him. As he gazed at the enthusiastic villagers, tears shimmered in his eyes. Those who once mocked and ignored him now offered such heartfelt praise and support. "Thank you all for your kind words. Fighting for the village is what I ought to do. After all, there are countless lives here that I must protect." Naruto's voice was fervent and resonant, moving all who were present. Then, as if drawn by some unseen force, Naruto dashed toward Hinata, his eyes alight with joy and anticipation. "Hinata, long time no see. Did you miss me during this time?" Hinata, startled by Naruto's sudden approach, quickly raised her head, her cheeks flushed, gazing at him with gentle eyes. "Naruto, Kun, welcome back," she whispered, her shy yet heartfelt tone capable of melting the hardest ice. "Here's a kunai for you, Hinata. If you find yourself in danger, channel your chakra into it." "All right, Naruto, Kun," Hinata shyly accepted the gift. However, at that moment, an unexpected visitor shattered the beautiful atmosphere. Hayashi rushed over. He had intended to see his beloved daughter first, but was caught off guard by Naruto's advance and overheard their conversation. In an instant, Hayashi felt as if struck by lightning, the world around him spinning, as if everything had collapsed. "Naruto, how dare you flirt with my 3E Chapter 29, The Trial of the Malevolent Danzo." Naruto's achievements stirring up the storm. This phrase echoed in Hisashi's mind as he glared furiously at Naruto, veins bulging on his forehead, a clear manifestation of his wrath. He could not fathom such a reality. How could his precious daughter be so easily flirted with by this yellow-haired boy? Moreover, she was merely 3 years old and understood nothing. Nevertheless, Hisashi maintained an air of composure in front of others, ultimately managing to suppress his fury and calm himself down. Hisashi interjected, "Hinata, do you miss your father?" "I do." "Then come home with me, dear." Hinata glanced at Naruto, filled with reluctance. Naruto nodded. "Go ahead. When you have time, I will definitely visit your home." "Okay," Hisashi remarked. "Did I agree to this? That's my house. Why don't you consult me first?" In the Hokage's office, Naruto addressed the third Hokage. "You won't continue to show mercy this time, will you? We must demand compensation from the Cloud Village for our war losses." Naruto smiled. "Indeed, Naruto is correct. we shall extract a considerable sum from the Cloud Village. Kakashi added with a chuckle. Very well, let us discuss this matter. Sarutobi finally revealed a smile. However, that smile vanished as they began to deliberate on compensation. Now, we should examine Danzo's charges. Fugaka stood up, seething with anger. Sarutobi took a quiet puff of smoke and calmly replied, very well. Danzo's misdeeds were numerous. He could no longer protect his close ally. Consequently, Konoha convened its first ever trial assembly due to Danzo's actions. Sarutobi presided over the trial, with Danzo, the prisoner, before him. Shimura Danzo, a shadow of Konoha, was the leader of the clandestine organization known as Root, a significant bane to the village, with countless transgressions to account for. Below, I shall outline 5 of the charges we have uncovered. Firstly, reckless conduct during the Nine Tails incident, where Danzo obstructed the Uchiha clan from participating in the rescue efforts, resulting in significant losses for Konoha. Upon hearing the first charge, the attendees erupted in anger, hurling insults at Danzo. For the Nine Tails incident was a shared agony for all in the village. Secondly, inciting Orochimaru to conduct human experiments and deliberately murdering members of the Uchiha clan to seize their Sharingan. This was a point Naruto urged Sarutobi to mention, aiming to draw Orochimaru back. Sarutobi, who had always favored Orochimaru as his pupil, readily complied with Naruto's request. Thirdly, spreading malicious rumors, alleging that Naruto deliberately killed Cloud Ninjas and that he was the Nine-Tails Fox. Furthermore, he disseminated information about Kakashi Hatake abandoning a mission to save others, using public pressure to drive Hatake to suicide. I must clarify that Kakashi's actions were commendable. Human life is paramount, and we need heroes like him to save our comrades. We shall hold a memorial service for him, for he is our hero. Hearing this, Kakashi could not hold back his tears. Father, you can finally vindicate yourself. Fourthly, abducting the talented individuals from each ninja clan, indoctrinating them to become part of his Root organization. The various clans, particularly the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, were infuriated, condemning Danzo for having taken many of their most distinguished members, severing their ties to their families, and stunting their growth. Fifthly, the crime of harming compatriots. Upon Naruto and the others' triumphant return, Danzo led an attack against our heroes. At this last charge, the crowd could no longer contain their fury, seizing vegetables and fruits to hurl at Danzo. Damn you, Danzo. You are the greatest malignancy in Konoha. To hell with you, Danzo. You are the true enemy of Konoha. The Hokage had indeed failed in his duty to allow this man to persist until now without facing judgment. Danzo gazed vacantly at the enraged villagers. Am I wrong? No, I am not wrong. Perhaps I simply lacked enough ruthlessness. After a moment, Sarutobi returned, sorrow evident in his eyes as he addressed his former friend. Danzo, do you see? Your actions have been utterly excessive. I can no longer save you. Do you have anything to say? What is there to say? It is merely the victor and the vanquished. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi inhaled deeply and plunged a knife into Danzo's heart, ending his life. I am sorry, Danzo. Thus concluded the nefarious existence of Danzo. Naruto felt a sense of vindication. He recalled a phrase, the chaos of the ninja world is dictated by Konoha. Of the myriad misdeeds in the ninja realm, Danzo accounts for half. Though it may seem exaggerated to claim half, he truly was the most wicked of villains. There were numerous other transgressions beyond those 5 points, such as the tragedy that led Shin and Sai to kill each other, and the 2 significant disasters that plagued the ninja world, Hansa's assassination of Yahiko and the death of Yakushi Kabuto at the hands of Nagato, leading to their descent into darkness as formidable antagonists. Even the arrival of the Otsutsuki in Boruto bears some connection to Danzo. At this moment, news of Naruto's decisive victory over the 4th Raikage and the 2-tailed Jinchuriki, alongside the 8-tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, as well as the 30,000 Cloud Ninja Coalition, had spread across the ninja world, causing a great uproar. In an instant, other ninja villages were engulfed in fear, no longer daring to underestimate Konoha. Due to Naruto's remarkable achievements, Iwagakure even reinstated the policy of returning to the Water Gate, allowing fathers and sons to abandon their missions upon encountering Naruto. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Kurizetsu exclaimed, Obito, Danzo's assassination has failed. We must expedite our plans. We can no longer afford to delay here. Naruto's strength has become a significant obstacle to our scheme. The news of Naruto's unconsciousness had, in fact, been disseminated by Kurizetsu. Enough, enough. Obito was manipulating the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, in Kirigakure, rigorously enforcing the blood mist policy, severely persecuting the great clans within the village, particularly targeting bloodline limits and secret techniques. Obito harbored a deep-seated hatred for this village, believing they were responsible for Rin's demise. Thus, he departed from Kirigakure and, under the alias of Tobi, infiltrated the Akatsuki organization. In the Rain Village, within the Akatsuki base, a somber atmosphere prevailed. Nagato, what is your opinion of Naruto? Could he become an obstacle to our plans? Obito, once again donning his mask, inquired in a low voice. Nagato furrowed his brow. Lost in thought. After a moment, he raised his head and confidently declared, "There is no need for concern. Although Naruto possesses formidable strength, I firmly believe that my eyes will never be surpassed. You may rest easy." As he spoke, Pain gestured towards his eyes, imbued with enigmatic power. However, beneath his calm exterior, Nagato's heart was not without turmoil. After all, Naruto, at merely 3 years of age, had already displayed such astonishing prowess. Contemplating this, Nagato could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, fully aware that if Naruto were allowed to grow unchecked, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, given Naruto's current age, they were simply unable to contend with him in the long run. Faced with such a grave situation, the Akatsuki had no choice but to accelerate their efforts and dedicate themselves to amassing strength. Thus, in the days that followed, Akatsuki members toiled day and night, tirelessly executing various missions, gathering intelligence, plundering resources, and continually recruiting new members to bolster their power. All of this was instigated by the young boy named Naruto. His presence is akin to an invisible pressure, compelling the Akatsuki organization to intensify their efforts. Chapter 30. Sasuke Awakens. The onslaught of Orochimaru. Naruto, filled with elation after witnessing the downfall of Danzo, was about to turn and head home when he suddenly heard someone call his name. Naruto. Turning around, he discovered it was Itachi Uchiha. "Itachi, what's the matter?" Naruto inquired, puzzled. "Sasuke is missing." Itachi's voice brimmed with urgency. "According to my mother, Sasuke hasn't returned home for nearly a month." A chill ran through Naruto. He understood the significance of Sasuke to Itachi. He quickly offered reassurance. "Itachi, don't panic. We will surely find Sasuke. Perhaps he is merely taking some time to himself and will return soon." Itachi shook his head, his brow furrowed. "No. Sasuke is not the type to disappear without reason. I fear he may be in danger." After a moment of contemplation, Naruto proposed, "Let us gather more people to assist and search the places Sasuke frequents." Itachi nodded in agreement. In the ensuing hours, they scoured for any sign of Sasuke. But their efforts yielded naught. Just as despair began to envelop them, Kakashi discovered some clues in a clearing. There were unmistakable traces of the great fireball technique, alongside a shriveled carcass and tracks indicating the movement of serpentine creatures. Kakashi, his expression grave, deduced, "It seems Sasuke has been captured by Orochimaru." Upon hearing this, Naruto, Itachi, and Kakashi fell silent. They comprehended the terrifying nature of Orochimaru. Should Sasuke fall into his clutches, the consequences would be dire. After considerable discussion, they resolved to set forth the following day on a quest to rescue Sasuke and confront Orochimaru. Returning to the moments preceding the battle, Sasuke, feeling abandoned in Konoha while everyone else prepared for combat, stormed away after his conversation with Naruto, his emotions surging like a tempest. Frustration and discontent surged within him, driving Sasuke to run aimlessly, fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug painfully into his palms, filled with anger at his own inadequacy. Memories of his recent training efforts flooded his mind. Despite his tireless dedication, the chasm between him and Naruto only widened. Naruto's astonishing growth imposed an unbearable weight upon Sasuke, who felt utterly powerless to bridge the gap. Remaining in Konoha while the others embarked on the battlefield deeply wounded his pride. "Am I destined only to be a burden to them?" Sasuke muttered to himself. As night descended, a shroud of darkness enveloped the land. Sasuke raced through the shadows, consumed by a singular obsession to grow stronger. Uncertain of his destination, he instinctively fled from Konoha, believing that only by distancing himself from familiarity could he discover his true path. After an indeterminate time of running, Sasuke entered a tranquil forest. The eerie stillness instilled a sense of dread, with moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, struggling to rise once more, but ultimately failing. "I am still too weak. At this rate, I shall never surpass Naruto," he whispered through gritted teeth. Tears streamed down his face, as if he sought to expel all his anguish through his weeping. When Sasuke opened his eyes again, his once black pupils had transformed into a deep crimson. He had awakened the Sharingan. Sasuke quickly sensed a change within himself, a flicker of joy illuminating his expression. Though it was fleeting, for he knew this newfound power was still insufficient. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed around him. Excellent eyes. No wonder you are Itachi's brother. You awakened the Sharingan at such a young age. Before him appeared Orochimaru, his twisted form resembling a specter under the moonlight. His elongated tongue flicked out, tasting the fear that lingered in the air. Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of danger wash over him, his gaze sharpening as he gripped his kunai tightly. Who are you? He demanded, his voice as frigid as ice. Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile. I am Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Sasuke, I know of your yearning for power, and I can bestow it upon you. Orochimaru's voice seemed infused with a seductive allure, compelling one to trust him. Sasuke scoffed, I do not require your charity. I will become strong on my own. That may not be your choice. Come with me, and I shall make you powerful, Orochimaru hissed, licking his lips. Without warning, he lunged at Sasuke. Orochimaru dodged Sasuke's kunai with ease, his movements as fluid as a serpent, effortlessly weaving through the air. Throughout the battle, Orochimaru taunted. You are far too weak. How could you ever hope to surpass Naruto in this state? His words pierced Sasuke's heart like a sharp blade, igniting a fiercer flame of fury within him. He unleashed all his strength, launching a barrage of kunai and culminating in a massive fireball technique. Yet, his efforts were trivial against Orochimaru, who effortlessly countered Sasuke's attacks, occasionally teasing him with playful strikes. After a grueling exchange, Sasuke's stamina waned. Breathless, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Seizing the moment, Orochimaru executed a lethal strike, akin to a bolt of black lightning, aimed directly at Sasuke. Caught off guard, Sasuke fell to the ground, writhing in excruciating pain as if his very bones were shattering. Sasuke, come with me. I will make you the strongest, Orochimaru said with a sinister grin. As those words echoed in his mind, Sasuke, unable to endure any longer, succumbed to unconsciousness, ultimately being whisked away by Orochimaru. Chapter 31. The Chakra of the Eight Tails and Two Tails, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken that night. Naruto lay in bed and once again entered the ceiling space to inquire about the Nine Tails. As soon as he entered, he eagerly questioned Kurama. Have you absorbed the Chakra of the Eight Tails, Gyuki? Yes, I completed the absorption long ago. It has bestowed me with an additional surge of energy and slightly increased my chakra, Kurama replied. Subsequently, Naruto experimented and found that he could indeed integrate the ink attribute into his Rasengan, significantly enhancing its potency. Overjoyed, Naruto resolved to seize the moment and head to the prison to acquire the chakra of the Two Tails. In the Konoha prison, as Naruto passed by the cell of the fourth Raikage, he was met with an earth-shattering roar from within. Naruto, you wretched brat. I will not let you off so easily. The moment the fourth Raikage laid eyes on Naruto, he was consumed with anxiety and agitation. However, Naruto, unfazed, responded with a playful grin. Now, fourth Raikage, don't be so hasty. You still owe us reparations for the damages incurred during this war. You can save your wrath for when you see those compensations. Upon hearing Naruto's retort, the Raikage's anger flared anew, and he could not help but curse. Damn it. Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto quickly waved his hands in a gesture of calm. All right, I'm not joking anymore. To be honest, I do feel some sympathy for you, but this isn't entirely my fault. War is inherently cruel and merciless. Since you chose to initiate this conflict, you must consider the consequences of defeat. After absorbing Naruto's words, the fourth Raikage's fury began to wane, replaced by an overwhelming sorrow. He murmured to himself, You're right, it's all my fault. I caused the deaths of over 20,000 Cloud Shinobi. I am unworthy of the title of Raikage. Naruto, witnessing the Raikage's profound despair, shook his head in resignation, thinking, this guy truly is stubborn. Nevertheless, he did not wish to linger on this matter, for his primary objective was to obtain the chakra of the Two Tails. Thus, Naruto turned and proceeded deeper into the prison, soon arriving at the cell of Yujito. Naruto? What brings you here? I certainly do not welcome you, Yujito said, her demeanor immediately shifting to one of caution. Naruto scratched his head and chuckled, as a fellow Jinchuriki. Can I come to visit you? Humph. Don't try to get chummy with me. We were at each other's throats before. Why are you suddenly here saying this? What are your intentions? Feeling somewhat awkward, Naruto inwardly grumbled. Why isn't my charm working today? He quickly clarified, actually. Kurama expressed a desire to communicate with the two-tails, Matatabi. Upon hearing this, Kurama widened his eyes, internally lamenting, Hey, Naruto, how could you throw me under the bus like that? It's you who seeks to acquire the chakra of the two-tails. Just lend a hand, Kurama, Naruto urged. To Naruto's surprise, Yujito did not reject his request, but rather nodded in agreement. Alright, since it's Kurama's request, I'll permit you to communicate. Matatabi has already agreed. Having received Yujito's consent, Naruto and Yujito exchanged a fist bump. Through their chakra connection, Kurama and Matatabi entered a designated space for tailed beast communication. Kurama, why have you summoned me? Came a melodic voice. I seek to borrow some of your chakra, Kurama stated calmly, yet his tone was assertive. On what grounds? Matatabi retorted. Surely you do not wish for Yujito to come to harm? Kurama replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Matatabi was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of concern. After a fierce internal struggle, Matatabi reluctantly acquiesced. Kurama successfully obtained a small portion of chakra, allowing Naruto to harness a more practical fire-based chakra, thereby elevating his strength once more. The following morning, Naruto, Itachi, and Kakashi embarked on a quest to locate Orochimaru and Sasuke. Kakashi and Itachi. Having encountered Orochimaru before, with Kakashi even participating in missions to apprehend him, discussed their findings and learned that Orochimaru was likely hiding in the Sound Village of the Land of Rice. After 4 days of arduous travel, they finally arrived. During this time, Naruto utilized his shadow clone technique to develop the wind release, spiraling shuriken, adding a high-output ranged attack to his arsenal. The Land of Rice was a small, obscure nation situated directly above the Land of Fire. Before Orochimaru's arrival, it had not even possessed any shinobi, leaving Naruto puzzled as to why it had not been annexed by others. After inquiring, the trio entered the Sound Village, only to find it sparsely populated with ordinary citizens. Naruto, Itachi, Orochimaru, and Sasuke have likely fled, Kakashi surmised. Itachi, upon hearing this, grew agitated and anxious. What should we do? The shinobi world is vast. Where can we search for Sasuke and Orochimaru? Itachi, do not panic. I believe Orochimaru is still here. After all, this is his lair following his defection. It is his life's work, and I suspect he is merely hiding. Naruto offered his perspective. Kakashi concurred. Naruto is correct. We should continue our search. No need. I'll handle it. I possess the Kage Shingon. Naruto smiled confidently. Ignoring the astonished gazes of Kakashi and Itachi, Naruto closed his eyes and activated the Kage Shingon. Instantly, he surveyed a 10-kilometer radius, noting only a few areas with minimal chakra signatures, those belonging to other foreign shinobi. However, undeterred, Naruto activated Kurama's mode, extending his sensing range to 70 kilometers. Ultimately, he detected a vast space beneath a remote mountain, abundant with chakra. Clearly, this was Orochimaru's hideout. It could not possibly be the Akatsuki's base. Kakashi, Itachi, I found it. Follow me. Chapter 32. The first encounter with Orochimaru unwilling to return home. Sasuke heard Naruto's words, and Kakashi and Itachi both displayed expressions of delight. After 2 hours of relentless pursuit, Kakashi and Itachi were left bewildered, questioning Naruto's extraordinary perceptive abilities. Kakashi could not suppress his curiosity and asked, Naruto, do you truly know where Orochimaru and his associates are located? Indeed, Orochimaru's hideout is well concealed, but we are nearing our destination. Beneath this mountain lies a hidden base. Naruto replied confidently. Soon, the trio entered a cave, where they fumbled around until they discovered a mechanism. Upon activation, a tunnel leading to the base was revealed. As they ventured inside, they were greeted by dim lighting, a damp atmosphere, and eerie patterns on the walls that sent chills down their spines. At that very moment, Orochimaru was observing them through the surveillance footage within her base. She was taken aback and began to suspect that one of her subordinates had leaked information regarding the location of her hideout. Although she had anticipated being discovered, she had not expected it to happen so swiftly, especially since this area was far removed from the Sound Village and situated in an obscure locale. Consequently, Orochimaru rose, determined to welcome Naruto and his companions properly, for she had no intention of allowing them to annihilate her base. As a fervent researcher of ninjutsu, this facility was her life's work, filled with an array of experimental equipment, test tubes, specimens, and subjects. Just as Naruto and his companions prepared to force their way into various rooms for a search, Orochimaru materialized before them without warning. A faint, sinister smile graced her lips as she welcomed them, particularly addressing Itachi and Naruto. Her gaze bypassed Kakashi entirely, fixating solely on Naruto and Itachi. Orochimaru, what have you done to Sasuke? Where is he now? Itachi's emotions surged with agitation upon Orochimaru's appearance. Yet, in response to Itachi's inquiry, Orochimaru offered unexpected reassurance. Calm yourself. Itachi, Sasuke is in good condition. You need only follow me. What sinister plot do you harbor? Unless you clarify your intentions, we shall not easily fall into your trap. Kakashi voiced his concerns, wary of the potential snares set by Orochimaru. The atmosphere grew tense, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Ultimately, it was Naruto who broke the silence. Kakashi-sensei, perhaps we should accompany Orochimaru, he said with composure, turning his unwavering gaze toward her. Orochimaru, I trust you would not wish to see your meticulously constructed base reduced to ruins, would you? His words exuded an undeniable authority. Orochimaru's expression stiffened momentarily at Naruto's threat. Yet she quickly regained her composure. Very well, Naruto-kun, lead the way, she replied, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of her mouth, seemingly unfazed by his proposition. As they progressed, Orochimaru's curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, by the way, how did you uncover the location of my hidden base? Without hesitation, Naruto responded, I utilized the Kagura Shingon to locate this place. Kakashi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anxiety and urgently cautioned Naruto, Naruto, how could you so carelessly reveal your trump card to the enemy? This is far too reckless. However, Naruto merely smiled, exuding confidence, and dismissed any notion of adverse consequences. This self-assurance stemmed from his unwavering trust in his own abilities. Orochimaru posed no genuine threat to him. Such a small trump card. Orochimaru, you must be aware of the vast range of the Kagura Shingon. There is no escape for you now, so abandon any thoughts of fleeing, he asserted. Orochimaru, the ability that only the Uzumaki clan can awaken? How impressive, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru licked her lips while gazing at Naruto, her eyes brimming with greed and fervor. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I might just remove your tongue, Naruto retorted, sensing her malevolent gaze. He unleashed a surge of chakra, intimidating Orochimaru, who, feeling the pressure, quickly diverted her gaze and withdrew her tongue. The four continued on in silence. Along the way, they encountered an array of peculiar jars and containers. Some held various experimental subjects, including both animals and humans, resembling the nutrient pods from the Dragon Ball universe. After navigating through a labyrinth of corridors and chambers, Orochimaru finally led Naruto and his companions to another exit. They had walked a considerable distance before reaching a gathering of many of Orochimaru's subordinates. Clearly, Orochimaru had formulated an escape plan upon discovering Naruto and his companions. As Itachi and Sasuke reunited, they exchanged excited words. Onizen, Sasuke, are you all right? I'm fine. Really? But you have a curse mark on your neck, and your body is covered in wounds. Tell me, has Orochimaru mistreated you? No, Onizen. Please don't be angry. These are merely the results of training and using jutsu. Onizen, can I stay here a little longer? Sasuke, what are you saying? Why would you want to remain here? Do you have any idea that you have been missing for a month? Do you know how worried father and mother have been about you? Hearing his brother's words, Sasuke lowered his head, feeling a profound sense of guilt for causing his brother and parents such distress. Yet, he clenched his fists, suppressing his longing, determined to remain. But, I want to become stronger. I want to become extremely strong. Sasuke cried out, tears streaming down his face. For here, he saw a glimmer of hope for strength. A chance to surpass Naruto. When Sasuke lifted his head and opened his eyes again, Itachi was taken aback, Kakashi was dumbfounded, and Naruto was astonished. Sasuke's eyes had transformed into the double Tomo Sharingan. Chapter 33. The Outbreak of Conflict. Confronting Orochimaru. Sasuke, you have actually awakened the second Tomo. Itachi's face was a canvas of astonishment as he gazed incredulously at Sasuke before him. Just a month prior, Sasuke had yet to unlock his Sharingan, and now he had achieved the second Tomo. At the tender age of 3, Sasuke possessed such formidable power, surpassing even the innate talents of both himself and Shursui. It is no exaggeration to declare that Sasuke had become the most prodigious genius in the illustrious history of the Uchiha clan. Naruto, too, felt a surge of astonishment within him. While he had anticipated Sasuke's continuous growth, he had never envisioned that his advancement would be so extraordinary. Could it be that Orochimaru's guidance over the past month had been particularly effective? Or perhaps Indra's chakra was at play, spurred by the prowess of his reincarnated brother Ajura, igniting a desire to surpass? Itachi, you must have heard. Sasuke is utterly unwilling to return with you. Orochimaru interjected with a mocking smile. Upon hearing his words, Itachi's fury ignited. Orochimaru, what sweet nothings have you whispered to Sasuke? And what is the meaning of the curse mark upon his neck? Itachi demanded, his eyes blazing with anger. Brother, please do not interfere any longer. I am thriving here, and my daily progress is tangible and evident, Sasuke asserted with unwavering conviction. Sasuke, I will not allow you to continue down this reckless path. Itachi's tone was exceptionally severe, laced with an undeniable authority. Can you not see it, Orochimaru? She is enticing you. No, I refuse. I must grow stronger. Sasuke. As the argument between Sasuke and Itachi escalated without signs of abating, Naruto could no longer contain himself. I say, can you both cease your bickering? Allow me to offer a piece of advice. Let us all take a step back. How about we adopt a compromise and capture Orochimaru and his associates to bring them back to the Hidden Leaf Village? Agreed. Sasuke and Itachi replied in unison. After Naruto's suggestion, both Sasuke and Itachi reached a consensus, expressing their strong approval of the proposal. However, at that moment, Orochimaru, who had been left on the sidelines for some time, could no longer remain composed. Hiss, hey, did you even consider my opinion? It was evident that Orochimaru was profoundly dissatisfied with the decision made unilaterally by Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi. His lips twitched slightly, revealing a hint of anger and helplessness. Nevertheless, Naruto paid no heed to Orochimaru's emotional upheaval, maintaining a smile as he clapped his hands. Well then, esteemed Orochimaru, you presently face two paths, either return to the Hidden Leaf Village with us willingly, or be forcibly taken back. Haha. After stating this, Naruto waved his fist intentionally, urging Orochimaru to make a wise choice. Should he accept the so-called invitation to the Hidden Leaf Village, or await capture? Naturally, Orochimaru could not swallow this humiliation. A low incantation echoed around them, followed by the sudden emergence of a small-scale 4 purple flames formation, encircling both Orochimaru and Naruto tightly. Naruto was not surprised by Orochimaru's choice to resist. Since Orochimaru had disregarded his counsel, Naruto would have to respond with force before engaging in dialogue. Observing the 4 purple flames formation rising before him, Orochimaru could not help but smirk with satisfaction. Naruto, you have underestimated me gravely. With this formation in play, I possess both offensive and defensive advantages, all firmly within my grasp. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Naruto merely cast a sidelong glance, a faint smile of confidence playing on his lips. In his eyes, this so-called 4 purple flames formation was nothing of consequence. Dismantling it would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. Or he could simply utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape with ease. However, Naruto was not in a rush to escape. He preferred to continue toying with Orochimaru, relishing the moment. As for the external situation, Naruto felt no concern. Both Itachi and Kakashi bore the Flying Thunder God marks, should they choose to. Naruto could effortlessly teleport to their side for assistance. Furthermore, as Sasuke was a vessel of great importance to Orochimaru, his subordinates would likely hesitate to act against him, lest they provoke Orochimaru's wrath. Orochimaru, it seems your understanding of me is woefully inadequate. In that case, let us enjoy this little game together. Naruto responded with playful mockery. Naruto, do not be so arrogant. Orochimaru was evidently enraged by Naruto's demeanor, scolding him angrily. Orochimaru initiated the offensive first, utilizing the serpent's assault technique. Countless snakes surged towards Naruto, sending chills down his spine. Fortunately, they were advancing from the ground. Had they fallen from the sky, it would have been truly terrifying. Naruto immediately unleashed the wind release, Raisin Shuriken. He concentrated chakra in his hand, forming a rapidly spinning sphere, which he hurled with great force towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru was taken aback. Is he unleashing his ultimate technique right from the start? However, Naruto smiled slightly, replying with confidence, incorrect, it is merely a basic attack. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous explosion erupted, resonating with a deafening roar. The blast radiated widely, forming a hemispherical vortex that annihilated all the snakes, reducing surrounding objects to fragments. As the smoke dissipated, Orochimaru had summoned the Great Serpent. Unfortunately for the Great Serpent, it was immediately struck by Naruto's Raisin Shuriken. Hiss, that hurts. Orochimaru, you wretched fool, are you using me as a shield? If you do not offer me worthy sacrifices, I shall never forgive you. The Great Serpent roared furiously. Despite enduring such a powerful attack from Naruto, the Great Serpent's massive form remained largely unscathed. The hardened scales bore deep gashes from the wind blades, appearing severe, yet these wounds did not significantly impair the Great Serpent's combat capabilities. Truly, it was the most resilient summoning beast among the three great sacred lands. Enough, I understand. Let us first unite to confront our adversary. Naruto is a formidable opponent. Orochimaru stated. Is this little brat truly capable of injuring me? Watch as I swallow him whole. The Great Serpent remarked with a hint of skepticism. With that, the Great Serpent coiled its immense body, opening its cavernous maw, lunging ferociously towards Naruto. Observing this, Naruto promptly executed the multiple shadow clone technique, creating numerous clones that left Orochimaru and the Great Serpent bewildered, unable to discern which was the real Naruto. Subsequently, Naruto commanded all his shadow clones to unleash a barrage of Rasengan, raining down relentless attacks upon the Great Serpent. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, the Great Serpent was taken aback, quickly curling into a ball, tightening its muscles in a desperate attempt to preserve its life. Orochimaru was equally astonished. It seemed Naruto's earlier words were indeed true. This was merely a basic attack. Orochimaru quickly employed the triple summoning technique as a defense. Boom, boom, boom. The air erupted with a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Naruto's numerous shadow clones wielded the massive Rasengan, relentlessly assaulting the threefold Rashomon gates, which were soon reduced to ruins by his overwhelming might. The explosive aftermath sent Orochimaru sprawling away, leaving the battlefield in a state of devastation, shrouded in billowing dust. As the smoke dissipated, Orochimaru was seen impaled into the ground, his legs twitching momentarily before collapsing. Upon witnessing this, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Are you alright, Orochimaru? Just as Naruto approached to assess Orochimaru's condition, the latter suddenly sprang to life, ejecting a Kusanagi sword from his mouth while extending his long neck in a swift motion, launching a rapid strike towards Naruto. Faced with this unexpected attack, Naruto was not taken aback by Orochimaru's treachery. Instead, he smiled and remarked, Orochimaru, you truly lack martial ethics, resorting to deceit and ambushing a mere 3-year-old child. As Orochimaru drew near, Naruto effortlessly ensnared him with the chakra-infused hand of the Nine Tails. He seized Orochimaru by the neck with minimal effort, grasping the Kusanagi sword in the process, now elevated a meter above the ground. Naruto held Orochimaru as if he were a mere chick. Like a serpent, Orochimaru found himself powerless to resist as Naruto tightened his grip. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Orochimaru exclaimed, his defiance waning. Meanwhile, the myriad snakes, having suffered considerable damage from Naruto's shadow clones, witnessed Orochimaru's easy defeat and chose to retreat through summoning, leaving him with a parting remark. Farewell, Orochimaru. You simply cannot win. A dead ally is better than a dead hermit. I shall take my leave. With Orochimaru now entirely devoid of any will to resist, Naruto couldn't suppress his triumphant laughter. Hee hee. Orochimaru, you shall obediently accompany me home. Chapter 34. Sasuke in Peril. Itachi activates the Manjiki at the moment the 4 purple flames formation was erected. Fierce battles raged outside the barrier as well. Kakashi clashed with several elite sound ninjas, while Sasuke and Itachi faced off against Kimimaro. Kakashi's skirmish was relatively uneventful, resulting in a balanced exchange. However, the confrontation between Sasuke and Itachi against Kimimaro was far more intense. As the battle commenced, Sasuke and Itachi initiated their attack with the signature throwing kunai of the Uchiha clan. In response, Kimimaro swiftly activated his bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku. His skeletal structure morphed rapidly, sharp bone spikes erupting from beneath his skin. Drawing 2 bones from his back, Kimimaro effortlessly parried the kunai thrown by Sasuke and Itachi. Almost immediately, he lunged at them with astonishing speed, aiming to engage in close combat. Yet, Sasuke and Itachi, seemingly in perfect synchrony, leapt backward and swiftly formed hand seals in midair, unleashing a formidable fire release, great fireball technique. Kimimaro, adeptly using his bones to create a shield, managed to protect himself. The battle escalated into a fierce exchange of close-quarter combat. Sasuke struggled slightly, while Itachi, possessing superior physical prowess, the three-tomo Sharingan, and extensive combat experience, remained vigilant, prioritizing Sasuke's safety while also keeping an eye on the trio observing them, Kabuto, J-Go, and Suigetsu. As the fight progressed, Sasuke grew increasingly impatient. "Brother, allow me to take him on. You focus on the others." But before Itachi could finish his warning, Sasuke activated the Cursed Seal's power and charged at Kimimaro. Noticing the surge of chakra and the unusual transformation in Sasuke, Itachi halted his actions, fully concentrating on Sasuke and remaining vigilant against potential attacks from the observers. Upon activating the Cursed Seal, Sasuke experienced a substantial enhancement in his physical abilities, his speed and strength multiplying several times over. Utilizing the Sharingan's capabilities with dexterity, he deftly evaded Kimimaro's assaults. Simultaneously, Sasuke's counterattacks grew increasingly potent, easily breaching Kimimaro's defenses and shattering his bones. Faced with the formidable Sasuke, Kimimaro was compelled to endure excruciating pain, forcing even more bones to protrude from his body to mount a more aggressive offense. However, most of these attacks were effortlessly dodged by Sasuke, and even when they connected, they failed to inflict significant damage. In contrast, Kimimaro found himself on the defensive, continually retreating under Sasuke's relentless onslaught, and defeat seemed imminent, merely a matter of time. J-Go, witnessing this, felt a surge of concern for his beloved comrade and rushed toward Kimimaro, attempting to shield him. However, Itachi was determined to thwart his intentions. With remarkable swiftness, Itachi launched several kunai and unleashed a massive fireball, followed by a powerful Jinjutsu. This sequence of assaults left J-Go overwhelmed, firmly restrained by Itachi. Ultimately, J-Go turned to Suigetsu and Kabuto, his eyes pleading for assistance. Yet, all he received in return was refusal. Suigetsu shook his head resolutely, exclaiming, "Don't look at me. I have an intense fear of fire release. Those scorching flames are far too terrifying." His face was etched with dread, a deep-seated aversion to fire evident. Kabuto, with a tone tinged with helplessness, added, "Apologies, J-Go, but I cannot assist. I am quite weak, and I must oversee Lord Orochimaru's experiments." With no allies in sight and Kimimaro growing increasingly weakened under Sasuke's relentless assault, J-Go's fury erupted like a volcano. His eyes blazed crimson, radiating an overwhelming aura. Activating his Cursed Seal, J-Go instantly entered a berserk state, his power surging dramatically, muscles bulging, and strength magnified. His already formidable physique transformed into something akin to iron. Itachi, entangled with J-Go, was taken aback by this sudden shift. He had not anticipated such a terrifying aspect of J-Go. Before Itachi could react, J-Go launched a devastating kick at him with tremendous force, catching Itachi off guard and sending him flying. As the source of the Cursed Seal, J-Go possessed a dual personality. He could comprehend the language of animals and inherently harbored the ability to attain sage transformation. This power rendered him exceptionally formidable in battle, yet it also posed uncontrollable risks. When engulfed in a berserk state, his emotions spiraled into instability, accompanied by a potent urge to kill. At this moment, J-Go was engulfed in a perilous and uncontrollable frenzy. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke was blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Instead, he grew increasingly exhilarated, exclaiming, "This is perfect. For a month, I've longed to engage you in a serious spar, but each time I was thwarted by Kimimaro." However, Sasuke's confidence quickly dissipated as he realized that he and J-Go were not on the same level. While engaged with Kimimaro, Sasuke failed to react to J-Go's overwhelming speed, and before he could brace himself, he was struck by a crushing blow from the rampaging J-Go. Even as he struggled to regain his footing, J-Go toppled him to the ground, pummeling him mercilessly. Sasuke could only weakly defend himself against J-Go's blows. Powerless to rise, Kimimaro, witnessing J-Go's rampage, felt as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof and rushed to assist Sasuke, attempting to restrain J-Go's murderous instincts. However, in that moment, J-Go was fully enmeshed in his berserk state, his power and speed far surpassing that of both himself and Sasuke. As Kimimaro reached out to grasp J-Go's arm, he was swiftly shaken off, only to be met with a brutal attack from J-Go, sending him flying. Sasuke, too, found his hand pinned beneath J-Go's foot, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. His head endured the relentless barrage of J-Go's fists. "Sasuke!" Itachi screamed in anguish. A wave of unprecedented terror surged within Itachi, causing his heart to constrict and a dizzying sensation to wash over him, sapping him of nearly all his strength. He knelt, clutching his aching head, consumed by an overwhelming fear of losing Sasuke, his body struggling to withstand the intensity of that moment. Meanwhile, Kimimaro, witnessing Sasuke on the brink of death, rushed forward, clutching Sasuke's head and forming a bone shield to protect him from Jago's onslaught. Jago, wake up. I promised I would be your cage. If you wish to kill, then you must first kill me. Upon hearing Kimimaro's desperate plea, Jago halted his assault, suppressing the bloodthirst that surged within him, regaining a semblance of clarity. Gazing at his bloodstained hands, Jago took a few frightened steps back before collapsing to the ground. Weeping. No. What have I done? I am so sorry, Kimimaro. I couldn't control myself again. I unleashed the beast within. This latest bout of rage deeply shook Jago, who cherished peace dearly. At this moment, a heartbroken Itachi regained some strength and hurriedly crawled toward Sasuke, enveloping his head in a tight embrace. Sasuke lay there, his face a gruesome mess, his head grievously wounded and bleeding profusely, a fatal injury. Itachi was engulfed in profound sorrow and guilt, his voice trembling as he spoke. Sasuke, I am sorry. It is my fault. I failed to protect you properly. Brother, I feel as though I truly cannot go on. I am so weary, Sasuke uttered faintly. No. Sasuke, do not sleep. Please, I beg you, do not leave me. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke revealed a faintly sorrowful expression, ultimately succumbing to his exhaustion and slowly closing his eyes. No, it hurts. It hurts so much. Itachi, who had long concealed his emotions, was now overwhelmed by a surge of guilt as Sasuke fell. It is all my fault for being so weak. So weak. I failed to protect Sasuke. He clutched Sasuke's head tightly, shutting his eyes as two streams of crimson flowed from them. When Itachi opened his eyes once more, a flash of red light surged forth, and the three tomo of his Sharingan began to rotate and coalesce, transforming into the kaleidoscope. Chapter 35. Itachi's Kaleidoscope Sharingan and Orochimaru's return. Itachi awakened his unique ocular abilities, Tsukuyomi and Izanagi, belonging to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Tsukuyomi is an extraordinarily potent jinjutsu that ensnares its victims in an endless illusion, while Izanagi is a forbidden technique of the Sharingan. Remarkably, Itachi's Izanagi possesses a distinct feature. He can impose this forbidden art upon others. However, each usage necessitates a month-long cooldown period, during which the Sharingan remains intact. Upon realizing the powers awakened with his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Itachi promptly employed Izanagi on Sasuke to reverse his unfavorable situation, even dispelling the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck. Am I dead? Is this the afterlife? Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, astonished to behold his unscathed body. Sasuke! Itachi exclaimed, overwhelmed with relief as he embraced his brother tightly. Sasuke, filled with a mix of surprise and complex emotions, finally noticed Itachi's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. With Sasuke awake, Itachi's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally found peace. And his expression radiated both relief and deep affection for his brother. Although Sasuke insisted he was fine, he instinctively averted his gaze from Itachi's loving eyes. He attempted to escape Itachi's embrace, but Itachi resolutely held him tighter, silently vowing to forever protect him. In that moment, time seemed to stand still as the two brothers found solace and strength in each other's presence. Meanwhile, Naruto, who had captured Orochimaru, witnessed the moment Itachi activated his Kaleidoscope Sharingan. In truth, Naruto had been observing from a distance for quite some time, not feeling particularly anxious. His perceptive abilities allowed him to sense Sasuke's condition clearly. In the final moments, Naruto had considered rushing in to use his light release and sage techniques to save Sasuke. But Itachi had acted first. Truly, Itachi was remarkable, awakening the kaleidoscope and possessing such formidable abilities. Orochimaru, held in Naruto's grasp, licked his lips, revealing a glimmer of greed. Noticing Orochimaru's expression, Naruto pondered not to warn him just yet, letting Orochimaru face some trials. Hey, Orochimaru, the show is over. You should surrender and return to Konoha with us, Naruto declared. Humph. Stop everything. We have lost, Orochimaru shouted helplessly. At that moment, Kakashi and several sound ninjas ceased their battle, both sides suffering no casualties, with Kakashi enforcing a stalemate. Lord Orochimaru, how could you possibly lose? Are you deceiving me? You cannot be defeated, Kabuto exclaimed, incredulous that his idol had been bested. Orochimaru, indeed, Danzo is dead. I presume you are unaware, Naruto replied, smiling at Kabuto. What? Danzo is dead? How did he die? Kabuto inquired. He died a death deserved by all, Naruto responded, eliciting excitement and joy in Kabuto. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru broke into a cold sweat. Naruto, you won't treat us like that, will you? What do you think? Naruto retorted. As an S-rank rogue ninja, it seems this fate is inevitable for me, Orochimaru lamented. Before Orochimaru could finish his thoughts, he was interrupted by Naruto's laughter. Seeing Orochimaru's sorrowful expression, Naruto clutched his stomach. Laughing heartily. Naruto, what are you laughing at? Because we wish to treat you well. I want you to return to being one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. And we need you to continue mentoring Sasuke. Orochimaru was left bewildered, a myriad of questions flooding his mind. So, after all that fighting, this was your intention? Why didn't you say so sooner? Do you think you're amusing? Is there another way? I told you before the battle, I wanted to play with you, Naruto replied. Orochimaru, exasperated, inwardly scoffed at the situation. After a deep breath, Naruto addressed the group. Everyone, listen. Orochimaru has decided to reform. He genuinely wishes to return to Konoha and contribute his strength. Kakashi and Itachi exchanged skeptical glances. Orochimaru, do you think this alone will earn our forgiveness? You once sought to usurp our bodies and nearly caused Sasuke's demise. Such transgressions cannot be easily overlooked, Itachi coldly stated. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Naruto acknowledged their concerns. You're right, but let us bring Orochimaru back to Konoha first and discuss it further. A week later, Naruto and his companions finally returned to Konoha with Orochimaru. Due to Orochimaru's numerous belongings, which were valuable treasures, Naruto helped him carry them, extending their return journey. Upon their arrival, Naruto took Orochimaru to the Hokage's office. Seeing Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked everyone to leave for a private conversation. Old man, it seems we meet again. You appear even older, Orochimaru remarked with a bittersweet smile. Orochimaru, I heard from Naruto that you wish to reform? Hiruzen questioned, his gaze filled with complexity. Indeed, I, Orochimaru, have come to recognize my past mistakes. I only hope for a chance to start anew, to rectify my former wrongs with my abilities. Hearing this, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, laden with doubt. Orochimaru, do you truly mean that? Your past offenses were grave, having caused immense harm to Konoha and even attempting its destruction. Such actions cannot be easily forgiven. Orochimaru lowered his head, pausing before responding. Old man, I gave you face. I did nothing wrong. Orochimaru, you. Hiruzen was genuinely infuriated by Orochimaru's words. With unwavering resolve, Orochimaru stated, Old man, you truly are aging. Your presence reeks of decay, which I find intolerable. Why, then, do you wish to return to Konoha? The answer is simple. Because of Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi, these brothers are like a refreshing breeze, stirring the ninja world. I am eager to witness how they will transform it. The third Hokage stroked his beard, pondering before saying, Orochimaru, let the past be swept away. If you genuinely seek redemption, we can offer you a chance. But you must never harm Konoha again. Enough, old man. Stop your rambling and step down sooner rather than later. Orochimaru waved his hand, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen with nothing but his retreating figure. Sarutobi silently watched Orochimaru depart, unable to suppress a sigh as he closed his eyes, reflecting on his circumstances. Have I truly grown old? Has Orochimaru lost his enthusiasm for me? Perhaps it is indeed time for me to relinquish my position. But to whom should I pass the mantle? Jiraiya, Tsunade, how I wish you could return sooner. Outside the Hokage's office, Orochimaru declared, I have reached an agreement with the third Hokage. I am now officially returning to Konoha and reinstating my identity. I can finally become Sasuke's mentor. Upon hearing this, Itachi Uchiha immediately objected. No, Orochimaru, you will not approach Sasuke. However, Sasuke interjected, Nisan, I have made my decision. I wish to learn ninjutsu from Orochimaru to become stronger. Itachi gazed at Sasuke with resignation, aware that his brother's determination was unyielding. He finally conceded, very well, Sasuke, but please exercise caution around Orochimaru. Do not let his temptations ensnare you. Orochimaru smirked with satisfaction. Rest assured, Itachi, I shall teach Sasuke well. I will ensure he becomes a formidable warrior who surpasses you. Following the exchange between Itachi, Sasuke, and Orochimaru, Itachi hastily escorted Sasuke back home for a family reunion. Sasuke's absence of over a month had caused considerable worry for Mikoto and concern for Fugaku. As Itachi and Sasuke departed, Orochimaru turned to Naruto, inquiring whether Naruto would be interested in delving into the experiments he had been conducting. After a brief discussion with Orochimaru, Naruto returned to his solitary abode. Since becoming a celebrated figure in Konoha, Naruto had been reluctant to impose upon Iruka-sensei any further. Naruto cheerfully bestowed a generous sum upon Iruka as recompense for his nurturing over the recent period. Iruka was rendered both amused and touched by Naruto's gesture, and he reluctantly accepted the offering, given Naruto's insistence. Subsequently, Naruto bid Iruka farewell with a grin. Nevertheless, Naruto intended to maintain a cordial relationship with Iruka, continuing to address him as his mentor. Surveying the emptiness of his residence, Naruto resolved to visit Hinata's home, fulfilling a previous promise to be a guest there. The thought of Hinata's endearing countenance filled Naruto with anticipation as he made his way to her residence. Lost in thought, Naruto pondered whether this visit could be construed as meeting his future father-in-law. With this in mind, Naruto procured an array of gifts before calling upon the Hyuga household. Gazing upon the expansive estate, Naruto indulged in the fantasy of marrying into the family and making it his own. "Greetings, Hayashi-san. I've come to see Hinata." Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Hayashi, betraying no emotion, set down his teacup and slowly approached the entrance. Seeing Hayashi approach, Naruto greeted him warmly. "Hello, Hayashi-san. I'm here too." Slammed the door was abruptly shut in his face. Naruto. At that moment, Hinata emerged from her room, having heard the commotion. "Father, was that Naruto? Did he come to see me? I thought I heard his voice." "Nonsense. Am I mistaken? Why did you close the door so suddenly? You must have misheard. I merely closed the door to shield us from the sun." Hinata's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment upon hearing Hayashi's response. "Oh, I see. Outside the door." Naruto distinctly overheard the exchange between Hayashi and Hinata. Realizing that Hinata had believed Hayashi's explanation, he promptly called out, "Hinata, I've come to visit." "Naruto-kun. It's Naruto-kun." Hinata's face lit up with joy upon hearing Naruto's voice. "Father, please open the door. Naruto-kun is here." Witnessing Hinata's elation, Hayashi's heart sank. Ultimately, Hayashi reluctantly opened the door, mindful of decorum and appearances, particularly in Hinata's presence. Moreover, Naruto had recently rescued Hinata, and the family had yet to properly express their gratitude. Denying Naruto entry after his act of kindness would be a grave breach of etiquette. "Hi, Hinata, did you miss me?" "Yes, Naruto-kun. It feels like ages since I last saw you. I missed you too, and I brought gifts for everyone." Naruto handed a bag to both Hayashi and Hinata. Hayashi glanced at his gift, noting that it contained tea and sake, and he cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, impressed by his thoughtfulness. However, his eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the gift in Hinata's hands. "Hayashi, Naruto, are you presenting my daughter with a necklace at such a tender age? Wow, what a beautiful necklace, Naruto-kun. I love it," Hinata exclaimed, visibly delighted with her present. Naruto smiled gently. "Please accept it, Hinata. It comes from the heart. Naruto-kun's heart." Hinata blushed, instinctively covering her flushed cheeks with her hands. Naruto was captivated by the endearing sight. Hayashi. Subsequently, Hinata began toying with the necklace, eager to wear it in Naruto's presence as an expression of her gratitude. Observing this, Naruto was seized by a sudden impulse. "Hinata, allow me to help you put it on." "Okay," Hinata shyly agreed, captivated by Naruto's warm and radiant smile. "Hayashi." Hayashi stood behind Hinata, glaring intently at Naruto, even activating his Byakugan. Naruto, aware of Hayashi's scrutiny, feigned ignorance, focusing solely on the task of fastening the necklace around Hinata's neck. An act born of his affection for her, Naruto successfully secured the necklace around Hinata's neck. Naruto and Hinata. "Hayashi, thank you, Naruto-kun. I adore it. I'm glad you like it." "Father, look. How does the necklace look on me?" Hinata asked, turning to her father with a cheerful expression. Hayashi, anticipating Hinata's turn, swiftly composed himself, concealing his true emotions. "Father?" "Hinata." When Hayashi turned back, he had donned a facade of warmth and affection. "It looks lovely. It enhances your beauty, Hinata." "I concur. It looks fantastic," Hinata exclaimed, clutching the crystal on the necklace, clearly enamored with Naruto's gift. Hayashi's mind reeled with inner turmoil. My precious daughter is about to be swept away by Naruto. Hinata turned back to Naruto, her face beaming with gratitude. "Oh, Naruto-kun, thank you so much. It's getting late. Please, stay for dinner before you leave." "I'd be delighted to." "Hayashi, am I not the head of this household? Has anyone bothered to consult me?" Hinata tugged at Hayashi's sleeve, pleading. "Father, let Naruto-kun stay for dinner. He brought us so many gifts and saved me before. We should properly thank him. All right. Whatever Hinata wishes. Although he had been asked, Hayashi acquiesced to Hinata's request, as he was bound by her words. What else could he do? His family was indebted to Naruto, and Naruto was their guest. He could not bring himself to refuse, at least not in front of Hinata. Very well, father. Please proceed with the preparations for dinner, Hinata said with a smile to her father. Hinata then grasped Naruto's hand, leading him towards her chamber. Watching them depart, Hayashi sighed deeply, his heart heavy with dismay. My precious daughter. Chapter 37. Hinata's astounding appetite. Naruto followed Hinata into her private chamber. The room was awash in hues of violet and rose, from the lavender bed to the blush-colored drapes and the roseate rug. Numerous delicate trinkets dangled from above the bed, and the space was adorned with a plethora of plush bear effigies, lending Hinata's sanctuary an air of charm and whimsy. Hinata, your room is exquisite, Naruto remarked. And you have a fondness for plush toys. Next time I visit, I shall bring one as a gift. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Hinata responded, her face illuminated by a gentle smile as she expressed her gratitude for Naruto's thoughtful gesture. At the dining table, Hayashi cordially initiated the meal. Naruto, this repast was prepared specifically for you. What are your impressions? It's a veritable feast, quite tempting to behold, Naruto replied, his eyes widening at the sight of the opulent spread. Indeed, Hayashi had invested no small effort in curating this meal. Eager to reciprocate Naruto's benevolence before tactfully dissuading him from further visits with Hinata. Hinata, too, was visibly delighted by the array of dishes before her. Father, you are the best. Naruto-kun, please partake. Do sample the caviar, the sashimi platter, and the miso soup. Hayashi couldn't help but beam at Hinata's praise. However, his countenance quickly darkened, realizing his little cotton jacket was leaking. My dear daughter, he thought, why are you heaping food only onto Naruto's plate? What about me? Naruto, deeply touched by Hinata's solicitousness, began to reciprocate in kind. Here, Hinata, you must eat as well. Observing the reciprocal exchange of food between Naruto and Hinata, Hayashi felt a sense of satiation wash over him. Eventually, Hinata noticed that her father had barely touched his food and promptly placed some dishes on his plate, which slightly improved his mood. Some time elapsed, and Hayashi had had his fill. This did not escape Hinata's perceptive gaze, and she couldn't help but pose a question to Naruto. Naruto-kun, am I perhaps consuming too much? Naruto was quick to reassure her. Not at all, Hinata. You are still growing, so you must eat abundantly. Otherwise, you won't reach your full height. But, might I become stout? She wondered. Hardly, Naruto countered. You are currently too slender. Insufficient nourishment is detrimental to the complexion. Consume more, at least to 80% of your capacity. Ample sustenance is essential for storing energy and augmenting your strength. Very well, Naruto-kun, she replied. Here comes the airplane, Naruto exclaimed playfully as he fed her. Half an hour later, Hayashi stared in disbelief at the now empty rice containers, lost in contemplation. Hinata, have you had your fill? He inquired. If not, I shall bid the cooks to prepare more. As a princess of the Hyuga clan, you must never go hungry. I can't possibly fail to provide my own daughter with sustenance, Hayashi thought. I have had enough, Naruto-kun. Hinata demurred. I have already consumed a great deal today. Hungry? Unacceptable, Naruto declared. I too am not yet satiated. Hayashi-san prepared such a profusion of dishes. Yet only this meager amount of rice. It is hardly sufficient. Hayashi was once again perplexed. I specifically instructed them to prepare an ample quantity of rice today. Subsequently, Hayashi instructed the cooks to prepare more rice and augment the array of dishes. Naruto, in the original narrative, possessed a considerable appetite. Now, in the throes of growth, diligently refining his chakra and engaging in rigorous taijutsu training, his voracity had only intensified. As for Hinata, she was a veritable gourmand in her own right. An hour later, Naruto and Hinata continued to feast with gusto. By this point, Naruto was nearing the point of repletion, and so he began to place food on Hinata's plate as he ate. Come, Hinata, partake abundantly, he urged. Let us continue to dine together. I am overjoyed that you can share this meal with me for so long. The more you eat, the healthier you will become. Very well, Naruto-kun. Hinata responded with a smile. Another half hour passed, and all the victuals had vanished into the depths of Naruto and Hinata's bellies. Having finished, Naruto once again inquired as to Hinata's satiation, but she promptly declined, not wishing to impinge further upon Naruto and Hayashi's time. Naruto and Hinata then began to bid each other farewell. Hinata, remember to consume ample sustenance, Naruto reminded her. Even when enduring hardship, Never neglect your stomach. I hope to see you next time, healthy and plump. Very well, Naruto-kun, she replied. Do visit again whenever you have the opportunity. I shall, he said. Having departed the Hyuga compound, Naruto could no longer resist gently caressing his distended abdomen. He had consumed so much that he felt on the verge of regurgitation. It was precisely because Naruto could no longer accompany Hinata in her feasting that he refrained from requesting Hayashi to prepare more food. Otherwise, Hinata would have been too embarrassed to continue eating alone. Gazing at the resplendent moonlight, Naruto commenced his taijutsu training to facilitate digestion. Meanwhile, Hayashi, surveying the mountainous pile of leftovers, was lost in profound contemplation. Are you two gluttons incarnate? He was utterly flabbergasted and repeatedly questioned Hinata, fearing she had overeaten to the point of discomfort or illness. Hinata, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? But the only responses Hayashi received were I am fine, and I am not unwell. Hayashi was once again perplexed. Could it be that I have been cuckolded? And Hinata is a member of the Akimichi clan? But that cannot be. She possesses the Byakugan. By all appearances, she is my daughter. Hayashi remained silent for a considerable time before softly inquiring, Hinata, have you had your fill? Hinata hesitated before saying, Speak freely, Hayashi urged. Do not worry about whether I can afford to feed you. Hinata remained silent and looked rather lost. Observing Hinata's bewildered expression, Hayashi understood. Subsequently, Hayashi instructed the cooks to prepare an additional meal for Hinata. At that moment, Hayashi truly beheld the full extent of his daughter's appetite. It was an unrivaled capacity for consumption. To suggest that Hinata was a member of the Akimichi clan would be to underestimate her. It was only then that Hayashi realized Hinata's appetite had always been so prodigious. Normally, she had merely been restraining herself out of modesty. Hayashi also understood why Hinata's blows had been so weak and ineffectual during her training. It was because she had not been adequately nourished. Henceforth, Hayashi began to encourage Hinata to eat heartily, to consume food whenever she felt hungry, and to inform him of whatever she desired to eat. After all, Hayashi could not bear to see his daughter go hungry. Thus, Hinata commenced to eat with unbridled enthusiasm, devouring all the food in the house, leaving not a morsel behind. Hinata had transformed into a veritable rice barrel, requiring a bucket to contain her meals. Consequently, the Hyuga household's food expenses skyrocketed, causing Hayashi considerable consternation. Hayashi frequently lamented, How can my daughter consume so much? Fortunately, the Hyuga clan was wealthy and powerful and could easily afford to sustain Hinata's prodigious appetite. One thing that brought Hayashi great joy was that, after Hinata had her fill, her gentle fist techniques became imbued with a newfound vigor, and her strength had increased significantly. Chapter 38. Looking for Hinata. First encounter with brother-in-law Niji. The following afternoon, Naruto, feeling rather idle, decided to pay a visit to Hinata once more. He had resolved to practice diligently, though it seemed unnecessary after the recent battle. Perhaps it was time to indulge in some enjoyment. Upon entering the Hyuga residence, Naruto was greeted by a curious scene. Hinata was fervently eating at that hour, with Hayashi cheering her on from the side. As Naruto approached, he could make out snippets of their conversation. Hinata, you must eat more. You cannot starve yourself. If you want more, I can have someone prepare it for you. Hayashi urged. That's enough, father. You needn't call anyone else to cook, Hinata replied, her voice soft yet firm. Standing awkwardly at the doorway, Naruto hesitated, uncertain whether to enter and potentially disrupt Hinata's meal. At that moment, Hayashi noticed him and promptly approached. Naruto, he exclaimed. Reacting swiftly, Naruto blocked the door just before Hayashi could close it, narrowly avoiding a second attempt. Facing Hayashi's displeased expression, Naruto greeted him with a bright smile. Hello, Uncle Hayashi. I'm here to spend some time with Hinata. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Hinata's face lit up with delight. Naruto-kun is here. Father, please don't block him. Let him in. With a resigned sigh, Hayashi stepped aside. As soon as Hinata appeared, Naruto revealed a gift he had hidden behind his back. Tada! Hinata, look what I brought. It was a beautiful teddy bear. Hinata's voice was filled with excitement as she hugged the plush toy, her eyes sparkling. I love it. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You're welcome, Naruto replied, both of their faces radiating joy. Meanwhile, Hayashi's inner turmoil was palpable. The audacity of this boy to present gifts to Hinata right before him was infuriating. Hinata enthusiastically invited Naruto. Please, come in and sit. Naruto returned the enthusiasm. No, Hinata, I came to take you out. How about a stroll through the village? Hinata, hearing Naruto's suggestion, looked at her father with hopeful eyes. She took Hayashi's hand, and began her charming plea. Father, please let me go with Naruto. I feel so bored being cooped up at home all day. Very well. Naruto-kun, you may go, Hayashi acquiesced. Great. Let's go, Naruto exclaimed, taking Hinata's hand as they exited together, leaving Hayashi to watch them depart with a mix of regret and frustration at having so easily agreed to Hinata's request. He began to chastise himself for his inability to refuse her. Soon, unease settled in his heart, prompting him to visit his brother Hisashi's home to send Neji to keep an eye on Naruto and Hinata's every move. On the streets of Konoha, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze swept through. Naruto wore a radiant smile as he gently urged Hinata, Hinata, do have a bite. Hinata shook her head lightly, replying softly, no. I've already eaten at home. Undeterred, Naruto pressed on, it's all right, just taste it. Come on. He scooped up a spoonful of ice cream and carefully held it to Hinata's lips. After a moment's hesitation, she parted her mouth and accepted the treat, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face, her eyes shimmering with delight. Is it good, Hinata? Naruto asked with a smile, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Hinata looked down shyly and replied, it's very delicious, thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto's heart swelled with happiness at her words. Come on, eat some more and drink plenty of milk. That way, you'll grow strong and healthy. Hinata nodded slightly, taking the cup from Naruto and savoring a sip of the milk. The sweet flavor enveloped her senses, bringing her immense comfort and joy. I want you to be healthy, too, Hinata, Naruto said, continuing to feed her. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, as they basked in the warmth of their companionship and care for one another. Suddenly, this beautiful atmosphere was disrupted by an unwelcome sense of watchfulness. Naruto sensed something amiss and turned to see a child staring intently at him and Hinata. Upon noticing Naruto's gaze, Hinata also turned around. Neji-Onizen, what brings you here? Would you like some ice cream? She asked excitedly. Not interested, Neji replied flatly, his tone somewhat cold. Understanding the disparity between the main and branch families, Neji, now marked by the branch family curse seal, felt a wall between himself and Hinata, straining their sibling bond. An uncomfortable silence descended upon them as Naruto led Hinata forward. Neji trailed closely behind, his unwavering stare creating an awkward tension that even Naruto found unsettling. Compared to Hayashi, Neji's presence was more imposing due to their shared age. Both Naruto and Hinata felt a sense of discomfort, unable to maintain their closeness. In an effort to escape Neji's scrutiny, Naruto quickened their pace, veering off until it was just the two of them. Yet, Neji still pursued relentlessly. Growing exasperated, Naruto invited, Neji, why are you following us? If you want to join us, you're welcome to. But Neji flatly refused. No, I have no interest in playing with you. Naruto's temper flared at Neji's response. Then stop following us. Who wants to follow you? I'm here to protect the heiress. I can't trust her with someone like you, an outsider. Neji retorted. Naruto's expression turned sardonic, realizing it was time to teach Neji a lesson for his insolence. Hinata, feeling a surge of anger, interjected, Neji-Onizen. How can you speak that way to Naruto-kun? Don't interfere, Hinata. I need to set him straight, Naruto said, reassuring her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Neji, responding defiantly, declared, perfect. I've long found you irritating for flaunting your relationship with the Hyuga heiress in public. Do you have no shame? Hinata, Naruto, please don't fight. Hinata pleaded. However, both Naruto and Neji ignored her, determined to settle their differences. Neji assumed a fighting stance and launched the first attack. Naruto, now possessing strength akin to that of an elite shinobi, easily countered Neji's strikes, which barely affected him. After several exchanges, Neji realized that Naruto was holding back. Activating his Byakugan, he was astonished to witness an overwhelming amount of chakra emanating from Naruto. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and intensified his assault, only to find Naruto effortlessly deflecting each of his moves. Naruto chuckled. So, have you sensed the disparity between us? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Neji did not relent. Instead, he continued to strike with barely contained fury. Just as Naruto felt it was time to let Neji experience some hardship, a voice interrupted. Naruto, trouble is brewing. The voice arrived before its owner, as Shisui approached with Itachi and Sasuke in tow. Naruto effortlessly continued to fend off Neji while inquiring of Shisui, brother Shisui. What has transpired? It's serious. Let us discuss it away from here. Very well. Given Shisui's solemn tone, Naruto had no choice but to acquiesce. He then turned to Hinata with a smile. Hinata, I have matters to attend to and cannot continue to accompany you. All right, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied with a hint of reluctance. At that moment, Neji, filled with indignation, interjected, "Hey, Naruto, our battle isn't over yet." Glancing at Neji and Sasuke, Naruto swiftly devised a plan. "Sasuke, why don't you stay here and entertain Neji? He seems eager for a fight." Sasuke's expression darkened at Naruto's words. "Hey Naruto, what are you doing? Just because you say so, I'm supposed to fight?" At this juncture, Itachi spoke. "Sasuke, listen to me. Stay here. The matter we need to discuss with Naruto is of great importance, and we will return to you shortly." "What?" Sasuke stared incredulously at his brother, his anger flaring. He felt once again cast aside, as though they deemed him too weak to be involved. "Forgive me, Sasuke." Itachi gently tapped Sasuke's forehead. Then, Itachi and Shisui hurriedly departed with Naruto. The urgency of the situation left no time for them to attend to Sasuke's feelings. Sasuke watched them leave, his anger boiling over. And then he turned his cold gaze toward Neji. "You are from the Hyuga clan, aren't you? I am from the Uchiha clan. And I am far more powerful than you." Neji, stung by Sasuke's words, retorted angrily, "Nonsense. The Hyuga clan is the foremost clan in Konoha." The two sides, unable to reach an understanding, clashed fiercely. However, Neji was no match for Sasuke in his current state. Unlike Naruto, Sasuke showed no mercy and decisively delivered a thorough beating to Neji, leaving him with a lasting impression. Being bested by his peers twice proved difficult for the prideful Neji to accept. Determined to prove himself, he began to pursue both Sasuke and Naruto with renewed resolve, aspiring to defeat them at any cost. Chapter 39. The Uchiha contradiction erupts. Itachi and Shisui raced forward until they brought Naruto to a desolate and secluded place, where they finally paused. With an expression of urgency, Shisui addressed Naruto. "Naruto, the Uchiha clan is currently rife with ambition. Upon learning that Itachi has awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, they have begun to stir restlessly. The power of 3 Mangekyous could certainly inspire thoughts of overthrowing the rule of Konoha and seizing the Hokage's seat." Naruto, filled with skepticism, replied, "But we have clearly sealed the information. How could the news of Itachi's awakening spread throughout the Uchiha clan?" At Naruto's inquiry, Shisui and Itachi exchanged wry smiles. Shisui, somewhat helpless, remarked, "Initially, when I discovered the leak, I suspected Fugako had let something slip. However, after thorough investigation, I was astonished to find that the instigator was actually Sasuke. That boy has a loose tongue and inadvertently spread the information. It's almost humorous." Sasuke couldn't stand hearing the clan discussing how Shisui was superior to Itachi, and he jumped into the fray to argue. The debate escalated into a comparison, and to assert that his brother Itachi was indeed more powerful and talented, he unwittingly revealed the secret of Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan. After hearing Shisui's words, Naruto shook his head in resignation, inwardly lamenting, "Alas, it seems Sasuke has endured too few beatings. Just look at how mature and composed Sasuke is in Boruto. Never mind that." At that moment, Itachi interjected, "Naruto, this is the situation. With 3 individuals in the Uchiha clan possessing Mangekyou Sharingan, many are growing restless. Their ambitions are soaring. They even intend to use the Mangekyou Sharingan to control you and, by extension, dominate the entire Konoha. Naruto, how do you believe we should respond to this predicament?" Feeling the trust placed in him by Shisui and Itachi, Naruto sensed a shift. Realizing they were not seeking the 3rd Hokage as in the original tale, but were turning to him instead. Clearly, Naruto's recent performance in the battle against the Cloud Village had garnered their recognition. "Allow me to share my perspective. Your clan, the Uchiha, are the true victims. Your resistance is entirely justified," Naruto stated. "What?" Both Itachi and Shisui were taken aback by Naruto's words, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Shisui incredulously responded, "Naruto, we are discussing the defense of Konoha, and you want us to incite chaos within the Uchiha clan?" Observing the furrowed brows on Shisui and Itachi's faces, Naruto shook his head, realizing that he had been misled by the will of fire. He was not concerned with what was most beneficial for Konoha. Rather, he sought justice. "Shisui and Itachi, listen to me. You may choose to forgive Konoha, but not everyone can be as magnanimous as you. You cannot expect all to endure suffering for the sake of Konoha. Is the glory solely yours? Should your clan bear the burdens? That is true selfishness. The Uchiha clan has been oppressed daily. As a founding family, they have even been relocated from the center of Konoha to its outskirts. This is a humiliation. Do you understand? It is the Uchiha's disgrace." After hearing Naruto's words, both Shisui and Itachi frowned, feeling a pang of guilt towards their clan. Itachi eventually spoke up, Naruto. It seems the Uchiha clan situation isn't as dire as you portray. We are not oppressed daily. Naruto chuckled. Do you truly understand what hidden oppression means? Hearing this, Shisui and Itachi fell into contemplation. Naruto seized the moment to elaborate. Let me clarify why this situation has arisen. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, implemented marginalization policies against the Uchiha clan to prevent the emergence of a second Uchiha Madara. He established the Uchiha police force, overtly suppressing your clan, forcing them into the corners of the village. This is the root of the problem. The police force, although seemingly powerful, is a thankless job. Most Uchiha possess high intelligence, but lack emotional acumen. They address issues rationally rather than empathetically. While their approach is technically correct, they struggle to articulate and mediate feelings, which breeds discontent among the villagers. Tobirama's disciples, Danzo and Hiruzen, inherited his ideology and even intensified the oppression of your clan, disseminating unfavorable narratives and sowing discord between the Uchiha and Konoha. Additionally, the Nine Tails incident and the intentional manipulation by Konoha's upper echelons exacerbated the alienation between the Uchiha and Konoha, leading to the current state of affairs. Thus, your resistance is warranted. Konoha owes you this. After absorbing Naruto's words, Shisui inquired earnestly, Naruto, while your analysis is astute, what actions should we take to amend this situation and ensure peace between Konoha and the Uchiha clan? He seemed to glimpse a dawn of hope for harmonious relations. Naruto smiled as he replied, since we've dissected the cause, let us seek solutions based on it. If the police force's work is thankless, then the Uchiha clan should relinquish some of its power, retaining only a small fraction while transferring the rest to Konoha's people. Shisui nodded. That should be manageable. I will discuss it with the clan leader. I trust we can resolve this smoothly. Naruto continued with a smile. Furthermore, Konoha must compensate your clan for the losses incurred. You should confront the third Hokage about this. Shisui and Itachi exchanged puzzled glances. Naruto, noticing their apprehension, reassured them. There is nothing to fear. It is Konoha's debt to you. Now that your strength has grown, you must stand against this injustice and reclaim what is rightfully yours. Shisui nodded in agreement. Naruto is right. However, if we pressure the third Hokage, it may escalate the tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha. There is a risk that someone might deliberately incite conflict, leading to an uncontrollable situation. What should we do then? Naruto chuckled. What can we do? Is our strength merely ornamental? At that moment, Itachi voiced his concerns. Naruto, should we approach my father Fugaku to align with the clan's wishes and pressure the third Hokage? What if my father desires to be Hokage himself? Upon hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but think, goodness, what a dutiful son. He refrained from commenting on Fugaku's trustworthiness, nor did he claim to understand Fugaku better than Itachi. Instead, he calmly stated, Fugaku has aspirations of becoming Hokage. As the leader of the Uchiha, he possesses both strength and status. It is only natural for him to seek the Hokage position. Why should he not compete for it? Itachi's mind was tumultuous as he silently mused. Because he lacks the capability, he cannot even manage the Uchiha clan, and now that tensions exist between the Uchiha and Konoha, how can he possibly become Hokage? Perceiving Itachi's thoughts, Naruto reassured him, do not concern yourselves excessively. The selection of the Hokage should be impartial. As long as we do not favor any side and allow everyone to choose their ideal candidate, the most capable will naturally rise to the position. In conclusion, you should first secure the benefits that rightfully belong to you. When the time comes, whether it be Fugaku or members of your Uchiha clan, if anyone desires to obtain advantages through unscrupulous means, to usurp the position of Hokage, or instigate trouble, we shall respond with suppression. Upon hearing Naruto's words, both Shisui and Itachi felt a sense of clarity and direction. At this moment, Itachi spoke. Naruto, you are indeed correct. We should strive for the rightful interests of the Uchiha clan. Just yesterday, my father Fugaku wished for Shisui and me to approach the Hokage, seeking the return of our clan's territory in Konoha. I did not acquiesce, not realizing that this was indeed our rightful course of action. Considering the history between the Uchiha family and Konoha, Itachi could not help but engage in self-deprecating reflection. It seems I have not looked far enough ahead. Sometimes, my father's actions do possess their own rationale. Chapter 40. The return of the Uchiha clan inside the Hokage's office, an atmosphere thick with tension hinted at an impending storm. Fugaku gazed resolutely at the third Hokage, his voice grave as he addressed him. Honorable third Hokage, The Uchiha clan has endured far too much suffering and injustice. You have witnessed our continuous efforts to integrate into Konoha, yet we have consistently been met with inequity. Now, are you still unwilling to allow the Uchiha clan to return to Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen silently puffed on his cigarette, the curling smoke shrouding his expression in somber contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Fugaku, this matter is not one that can be resolved so easily. While I empathize with your sentiments, the current circumstances necessitate further deliberation and preparation before the Uchiha clan can be reinstated in Konoha. Fugaku's anger flared instantly upon hearing this. He strode forward, slamming his hand on the table, and vehemently questioned, "Why is it impossible, Hiruzen? The Uchiha clan has sacrificed so much for Konoha. Is that not sufficient proof of our loyalty?" At that moment, Mito Yamin and Zangetsu Koharu exchanged glances, acutely aware that Fugaku's behavior posed a threat to their positions. In unison, they admonished, "Fugaku, mind your attitude. Here, we must respect the Hokage's decision." Fugaku's countenance darkened further, his glare directed at Mito and Zangetsu. His voice tinged with barely contained rage. "Respect? Is your so-called respect merely oppression and exploitation of the Uchiha clan? Let me tell you, the true essence of respect lies in strength. If you refuse to acquiesce to my demands today, I shall have no choice but to call for Hiruzen's abdication. Only then can the Uchiha clan receive the justice it deserves, along with compensation for all our losses." The office descended into a suffocating silence. Every pair of eyes fixated on Fugaku, sensing the formidable and resolute aura he exuded. At that juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Shursui and Itachi, his eyes reflecting a mixture of hope and inquiry. "Shursui, Itachi, do you share this sentiment?" His voice was low and steady, imbued with the weight of wisdom and authority. Instantly, all attention shifted to Shisui and Itachi, who became the focal point of the gathering. Fugaku, filled with anticipation, looked to his son and Shisui, his eyes shimmering with hope, yearning for them to voice their support for the clan. Under the scrutiny of the assembly, Shursui and Itachi stood resolute, unyielding in their determination. Their gazes were steadfast, akin to unmovable boulders. After a brief exchange of glances, they spoke in unison, their voices ringing with righteousness. "Indeed, this is what the Uchiha clan rightfully deserves. We seek justice, for Konoha owes us." Their declarations resonated powerfully, akin to the tolling of a great bell, stirring the hearts of all present. They would not betray the hopes of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to draw on his cigarette, the smoke swirling in the air, seemingly masking his own inner turmoil and conflict. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally reached a decision. "Very well, we shall compensate, and permit the Uchiha clan to return to their ancestral lands." However, this resolution unsettled Mito Yamin and Zangetsu Koharu, their expressions darkening as they silently lamented their predicament. The resources of the Uchiha's ancestral lands had long been depleted by the two of them. Relinquishing these would be akin to an insurmountable challenge. To make matters worse, they would also need to shoulder a substantial compensation. Thus, they began to cast blame upon one another, their prior calmness and decisiveness evaporating. "This cannot stand. We cannot simply concede," Mito Yamin exclaimed passionately. Yet, Zangetsu Koharu retorted, "But what alternative do we have? Do you wish to sever ties with the Uchiha clan entirely? That would only incite greater conflict." The air thickened with tension as both sides refused to yield, neither willing to compromise. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat quietly, observing the unfolding drama with a sense of helplessness. He understood that the Uchiha had united, bolstered by the emergence of 3 Manjiki Sharinon. He could no longer suppress them. Mishandling this situation could very well lead to division and unrest within the village. Ultimately, the compensation for Konoha was determined. Konoha would not only strive to assist the Uchiha in reclaiming their ancestral lands and rebuilding their homes, but also grant several prosperous streets and substantial reparations for the emotional toll endured, amounting to billions. The funds received from the Cloud Village were swiftly allocated to the Uchiha clan. Additionally, Fugaku pursued the matters of Danzo's theft of the Sharingan and the Third Great Ninja War, demanding that the Uchiha confront the hidden mist village regarding these grievances. This left Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Yamin, and Zangetsu Koharu with a significant portion of their ill-gotten gains depleted. Yet, they could not afford to refuse compensation. Without addressing the Uchiha clan's grievances, reconciliation would remain elusive. Consequently, they sought out Naruto, inquiring about his stance. Should the Uchiha clan and Konoha engage in war? Which side would he favor? However, Naruto offered no sympathetic response, coldly declaring, "The Uchiha clan will not wage war against Konoha. Rather, it will be a war between them and the three of you. Should conflict arise, I will not shield you. You have brought this upon yourselves." Naruto's response extinguished any lingering hopes harbored by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. They endeavored to compensate Fugaku for the injustices he had faced, striving to avoid igniting the Uchiha clan's fury further. Days later, the reform of the Konoha Guard was completed, no longer dominated by the Uchiha clan alone. Construction began on the ancestral lands at the heart of Konoha, with the Uchiha clan commencing their relocation. In the wood release, 4-pillar house technique, Yamato skillfully employed his wood release jutsu to intricately construct complex wooden homes, each consisting of 2 bedrooms and a living area. Naruto stood behind Yamato, offering his assistance by channeling the chakra of the 9 tails, ensuring the Uchiha clan's homecoming would be completed in a single day. Surrounded by members of the Uchiha clan, joy illuminated their faces. Many were moved to tears, for the humiliations of the past were finally being washed away. Today, they were returning. The third Hokage himself was present to extend a formal apology to the Uchiha clan, publicly clarifying the misunderstandings that had previously existed. He also offered reparations, affirming that the Uchiha clan was an indispensable part of Konoha. It must be said that Yamato's wood release was indeed well-suited for construction and landscaping. In just half a day's time, homes for every Uchiha family were completed. The atmosphere among the Uchiha clan was jubilant, and Naruto extended his congratulations to Sasuke, Itachi, and Shisui. At that moment, Itachi stood alongside Shisui and Sasuke, accompanied by Uchiha Izumi, a woman with whom he shared a unique bond. Sasuke, however, remained suspicious of Izumi, noting that his brother had been less preoccupied in recent days, dedicating more time to training with him. Yet, Izumi frequently sought out Itachi, even more so than Shisui, and their closeness encroached upon the time Sasuke cherished with his brother. Sasuke was convinced she sought to steal his brother away, and his dislike for Uchiha Izumi grew. Upon seeing this, Naruto smiled, alleviating the impending crisis of conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Itachi Uchiha felt a significant sense of relief, no longer burdened by the pressing urgency to save Konoha, finally able to spare time for those he cherished. "Naruto, I am truly grateful. Without you, the Uchiha clan would struggle to reach this point," Itachi said with a smile. "No, Itachi, I have merely contributed a modest effort. This is a result of your relentless endeavors and a debt Konoha has long owed to you," Naruto replied. "Naruto, I have heard tales of your exploits. It is said you defeated the 4th Hokage. You are truly remarkable," Izumi Uchiha remarked. "Thank you for your kind words," Naruto responded with a smile. "Itachi, what are you discussing with Naruto? What has he done? Isn't he merely helping us rebuild our homes today?" Sasuke inquired, perplexed. "Sasuke, Naruto is a key figure in assisting our Uchiha clan's return to Konoha," Itachi explained with a gentle pat on Sasuke's head. "Naruto, I cannot thank you enough. Would you care to visit my home?" At that moment, Fugaku Uchiha approached with the invitation. "Thank you, but I mustn't impose. You have just moved in and surely have much to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Naruto replied with a cheerful farewell. At that instant, a sudden commotion arose in the crowd. "Who is that? It appears his eyes have been gouged out. Indeed, how tragic." Upon turning to take a closer look, Naruto discovered it was Kakashi. Chapter 41, The Revelation of Obito's Identity and the Retrieval of the Kaleidoscope. Kakashi lay unconscious on a stretcher, blood streaming from his eyes, both orbs having been violently extracted. Naruto, filled with urgency, turned to a familiar figure beside Kakashi. "What happened, Kimimaro?" "Naruto, the situation is dire. We must hasten to find Orochimaru. There may still be a chance to save Kakashi's eyes." "Understood." With that, Naruto and Sasuke followed Kimimaro into Orochimaru's laboratory. Ultimately, Orochimaru fitted Kakashi with a pair of ordinary, healthy eyes. Kakashi, however, was subjected to Orochimaru's electric prod, awakening from his stupor. Yet, he seemed not to have returned fully to consciousness, muttering softly. Through his formidable sensory abilities, Naruto discerned the name Kakashi repeatedly murmured, "Obito." Naruto began to piece together the unfolding events and approached Kakashi, inquiring, "Sensei, what has transpired?" Kakashi, gazing vacantly at Naruto, sorrowfully began to recount. "Naruto, I believe I have discovered the identity of the one responsible for your parents' demise." The events traced back several days prior, when Orochimaru operated another laboratory in the Land of Grass. He sought out Hiruzen Sarutobi, requesting personnel from Konoha to assist Kabuto and Kimimaro in transporting materials back to the village. Kakashi was among those dispatched by the third Hokage. However, shortly after they left Konoha and entered the Land of Grass, they were ambushed by a masked figure possessing terrifying phasing abilities. Seizing the opportunity while Kakashi was unguarded, the assailant launched a surprise attack, aiming directly for Kakashi's Sharingan. Yet, Kakashi, a seasoned warrior, reacted swiftly. Sensing danger, he executed a substitution technique, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Immediately, he counterattacked, targeting the masked man's back. To his astonishment, his attack passed straight through the figure. In that moment of shock, the masked man attempted once more to extract Kakashi's Sharingan. However, Kakashi had anticipated this, having received intelligence from Minato regarding the masked man's phasing abilities. Just as the masked man's fingers approached Kakashi's eye, an explosive sound reverberated, followed by a cloud of white smoke. Kakashi had created shadow clones armed with explosive tags. Seizing this rare opportunity, the true Kakashi unleashed his signature technique, Chidori, aiming fiercely at the masked man's back. Yet, the masked figure seemed to anticipate this maneuver. Or perhaps he simply knew Kakashi too well. After dispatching Kakashi's shadow clone, he retained his phasing ability, evading Kakashi's Chidori effortlessly. As their forms intersected, the masked man ensnared Kakashi with chains, forcing him back into a defensive position. Just as the masked man sought to claim Kakashi's Sharingan, Kimimaro intervened. Wielding a bone weapon against the assailant, the masked man phased away once more, allowing Kakashi to break free from his bindings. The atmosphere grew tense, a stalemate ensued. Finally, Kakashi could no longer contain his frustration, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you covet my Sharingan?" The masked man, fueled by anger, bellowed, "Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that you, Kakashi, are unworthy of that Sharingan." Kakashi felt a tremor within him at the masked man's words. Memories long buried resurfaced. Obito, saving him from the cave, leaving his Sharingan behind. In that instant, the masked man unleashed a jutsu, fire release, explosive dance. He focused his kaleidoscope upon the front, distorting space and generating a swirling vortex that summoned fierce winds. Flames erupted from his mouth, spiraling within the distorted space, their intensity magnified by the tempest. A colossal inferno surged toward Kakashi and Kimimaro like a serpent of flame. Faced with such ferocity, Kimimaro acted swiftly, employing his unique bloodline limit to conjure a sturdy shield of bones to withstand the fiery onslaught. Kakashi, in turn, utilized Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, attempting to repel the overwhelming flames. However, the masked man was not one to be trifled with. He phased through Kakashi's earthen wall and reached for Kakashi's Sharingan once more. Kakashi sensed the imminent danger but found himself unable to evade in time. His chakra depleted from defending against the flames. He could only watch helplessly as the masked man nevertheless. An irrepressible surge of fury swelled within Obito's heart, instantly engulfing his remaining rationality. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, Obito lashed out, swatting away Kakashi's outstretched hand, causing the eyeball to be flung away. Obito's voice, laden with suppressed anger, articulated through gritted teeth, "Kakashi, do you presume that this act will absolve you in my eyes? You failed to safeguard Rin. Our next encounter will culminate in your demise. A retribution for the anguish you have inflicted upon me." Kakashi listened to Obito's words with a bitter smile etched upon his face. He sighed deeply, his tone tinged with helplessness and self-reproach. "Obito, your words resonate with truth. This is my fault. I lamentably failed to protect Rin, yet you heartlessly murdered Minato-sensei. From this juncture onward, our next meeting will be as adversaries sworn to mutual annihilation." Upon hearing this pronouncement, Obito faltered momentarily in his departure. However, in but a fleeting instant, Obito resumed his resolute stride, stepping with unwavering determination into the vortex, vanishing from this place that held naught but heartbreak for him. With Obito's departure, the atmosphere grew oppressively solemn. Kakashi stood silently, his vacant gaze fixed upon the direction of Obito's retreat, his mind teeming with a maelstrom of thoughts. Finally, Kakashi succumbed to a bout of dizziness, collapsing onto the ground. It must be understood that the agony inflicted by the violent extraction of 2 eyeballs is an ordeal that transcends the threshold of human endurance. A torment beyond the capacity of language to convey. Chapter 42, Kakashi vs. Sasuke. After listening to Kakashi's narration, a surge of anger ignited within Naruto. He could hardly fathom that before he had the chance to settle old scores with Obito, the latter had come seeking him out. Fortunately, Kakashi was not gravely injured. Clenching his fists tightly, Naruto vowed with unwavering resolve, "I will ensure that Obito suffers a painful demise." In Naruto's ceiling space, Minato furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. I never imagined that the masked man would turn out to be Obito. How could that once innocent boy, who aspired to become Hokage, have strayed so far down this path? Both Minato and Kakashi found themselves engulfed in profound sorrow and anxiety, struggling to accept such a harsh reality. Observing Kakashi's despondency, Naruto offered consolation. Kakashi-sensei, you must rest well. In the future, I will kill Obito and bring closure to this tragedy. Kakashi looked at him, lost in thought. He wished to save Obito. Yet he was reminded of the deaths of Naruto's parents, Minato and Kushina, at Obito's hands, and of his own promise to aid Minato in avenging them. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, and he responded solemnly, Naruto, you are correct. The Obito I once knew has long since perished, having sacrificed himself to save me on the battlefield at the Kanabi Bridge. He was a hero of Konoha. The man he has become is no longer Obito, but our adversary. At that moment, Sasuke interjected, Kakashi, is the enemy truly that formidable? How could he inflict such injuries upon you? Naruto, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at Sasuke's words, couldn't he help but remind him, Sasuke, mind your words. You ought to address Kakashi as sensei. Sasuke, however, merely scoffed, seemingly dismissive of Naruto's admonition. Helplessly, Naruto looked at Sasuke, internally sighing. Ever since Sasuke had trained under Orochimaru for over a month, his arrogant demeanor had resurfaced, leading him to believe he had surpassed Kakashi. Kakashi observed Sasuke's transformation keenly, and addressing his former prodigy, he inquired, Sasuke, have you truly ceased to regard me as your teacher? Upon hearing Kakashi's probing question, Sasuke's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. He retorted, not at all, Kakashi-sensei. It's just that your teachings have become rather elementary. I have mastered them long ago. Now, I am a disciple of Orochimaru, who is currently watching us. It feels somewhat inappropriate to continue addressing you as teacher in his presence. Kakashi's anger flared upon hearing Sasuke's words, his focus shifting from the sorrow of Obito, Rin, and Minato to this ungrateful disciple before him. His eyes, filled with cold indifference and disdain, bore into Sasuke. Sasuke, do you believe you have the capability to disregard my teachings? Let me remind you, even though you are now under Orochimaru's tutelage, you remain my student. Sasuke, taken aback by Kakashi's stern demeanor, felt his confidence wane. He couldn't help but glance towards Orochimaru, silently hoping for some support. However, Orochimaru observed the exchange with keen interest, showing no inclination to intervene. In resignation, Sasuke gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to express his true feelings. Kakashi-sensei, I do not mean to belittle you. It's just, I find your teaching methods too gentle. In contrast, I have made swifter progress under Orochimaru. Kakashi, having regained his focus, rose slowly, his eyes adjusting to the light. Naruto, noticing the change, rushed to stop Kakashi, urging him to rest, but Kakashi resolutely shook his head, asserting that he was fine. With an expression of cold detachment, he stepped towards Sasuke, his gaze icy as he said, So my previous teaching methods were too lenient? Very well, I shall adopt a different approach. Sasuke, come with me. Let us engage in a true battle. Kakashi, initially engulfed in profound sorrow, now found himself a vessel of pain and fury. Sasuke's ill-timed comments had pierced his heart like a dagger, opening a channel for emotional release. In the training grounds of Konoha, Kakashi and Sasuke stood poised against each other, an invisible pressure emanating between them. Orochimaru watched with keen interest, turning to Naruto. Naruto-kun, who do you believe will prevail in this battle, Sasuke or Kakashi? Naruto, unable to contain a bitter smile, shook his head. He knew well that Kakashi had shed the constraints of the Sharingan, which was akin to enhancing his prowess. Orochimaru, you pose a rather peculiar question. Even if Kakashi were blind, Sasuke stands no chance at present. Orochimaru nodded slightly, acknowledging Naruto's perspective. Yet, he licked his lips and added, that said, I still hope for Sasuke's victory. Naruto noted the glimmer in Orochimaru's eyes, akin to that of a connoisseur regarding a rare treasure. He understood that Orochimaru held high hopes for Sasuke, likely due to his formidable potential. Sasuke, standing on the battlefield, furrowed his brow and asked with a hint of apprehension, Kakashi-sensei, is this truly necessary? Kakashi inhaled deeply, relishing the lightness of his body. It had been a long time since he felt this unencumbered. No longer was he drained by the Sharingan. He sensed a newfound flow of chakra, vibrant and abundant. With renewed clarity, he opened his eyes and stated with unwavering authority, enough of this chatter, Sasuke. You may strike first. or you may find that the opportunity to do so has slipped away. Sasuke, provoked by Kakashi's overconfidence, felt a surge of defiance well up within him. He shed his restraint and unleashed the great fireball technique. A massive inferno erupted from Sasuke's mouth, surging directly toward Kakashi. In response, Kakashi's lips curled upward as he swiftly executed the Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart, summoning a sturdy earthen wall that effectively blocked Sasuke's fiery assault. Following this, Sasuke activated his two-tomo Sharingan, dashing toward Kakashi at an astonishing speed. Midway through his charge, he sensed an anomaly beneath his feet. Trusting his keen instincts, he immediately performed the body replacement technique. Almost simultaneously, Kakashi emerged from the ground, hands outstretched to seize Sasuke. Fortunately, Sasuke's swift reflexes allowed him to evade the attack just in time. Perched atop a tree, Sasuke wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That moment had been perilously close. Had his instincts not prompted him to act, he would have fallen prey to Kakashi's ambush, dragged into the earth below. With this thought, Sasuke's eyes sharpened further, silently vowing to himself that he would grant Kakashi no further openings. Upon Kakashi's emergence, Sasuke, endeavoring to seize the initiative, promptly initiated his ninjutsu. However, an imminent peril at his rear prompted an immediate turn. It was a shadow clone of Kakashi, who had foreseen Sasuke's refuge within the tree and strategically positioned the clone to engage him. Subsequently, Sasuke and Kakashi's shadow clone commenced their confrontation. Yet, upon their collision, a streak of white lightning materialized, leaving Sasuke paralyzed. The clone detonated, not through an explosive tag, but as a thunder clone, unleashing a surge of electricity upon Sasuke. Writhing and convulsing from the electric assault, Sasuke collapsed. Kakashi approached with unhurried composure, a playful smile gracing his countenance. "Sasuke," he inquired, "how fares thee? Dost thou concede?" The query ignited a surge of resentment and fury within Sasuke, who, gritting his teeth, valiantly rose despite the excruciating pain. Gripping his kunai, he braced himself for a taijutsu duel with Kakashi. Alas, Sasuke's utmost efforts proved futile against Kakashi's prowess. In a flash, Kakashi materialized behind him. Taijutsu's secret technique, 1,000 Years of Death. Kakashi's voice echoed in Sasuke's ears as his hands blurred, weaving an intricate sequence of seals. Abruptly, Kakashi clasped his hands together, thrusting them with lightning speed into Sasuke's posterior. Caught unawares, Sasuke experienced an agonizing pain emanating from his buttocks. His body involuntarily levitated, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Ayayoa. The unexpected assault rendered Sasuke incapacitated. Observing Sasuke's trembling form, bottom upturned, Kakashi's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Sasuke, dost thou now appreciate my tutelage? Dost thou still deem it gentle?" Overwhelmed by agony, Sasuke could only quiver in silence, tenderly caressing his upturned posterior, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. Chapter 43. The Journey to Kusagakure. Rescuing the Uzumaki mother and daughter Orochimaru observed Kakashi's effortless triumph over Sasuke, marveling at the transformation. "It seems Kakashi has become even more formidable without the Sharingan," Orochimaru mused. Naruto concurred with a nod. He pondered that while Kakashi might lack the Sharingan's enhanced visual acuity, making precise aiming with Chidori more challenging, the absence of the Sharingan's chakra drain could allow him to explore Chidori's form manipulation. Perhaps techniques like Chidori Senbon or Chidori Blade could be developed, significantly raising his lower limits. However, certain upper limits might be diminished without the Sharingan. He might no longer be able to engage in his signature evenly matched battles. By the way, Orochimaru, you mentioned recovering a base, didn't you? Where exactly is it located? And are there any crucial items or data that need retrieval? If so, I might be of assistance, Naruto offered eagerly. Orochimaru scrutinized Naruto, perceiving his earnestness and the way he seemed to regard him as a rare treasure, akin to how he viewed Sasuke. This gaze sent a shiver down Orochimaru's spine, making him feel as though he were about to be violated, followed by an exhilarating sensation. If Naruto's intentions were as they seemed, Orochimaru would be more than willing to engage in a profound exchange. Licking his face with a sinister smile, Orochimaru responded, "Naruto-kun, my base is in Kusagakure. After defecting from Konoha, I joined Akatsuki. I frequently had to visit Amigakure for extended periods. Therefore, I established a small base in Kusagakure, adjacent to Amigakure, to aid my research. It's nothing much, but it houses a portion of Hashirama's cells and Shin's clones. My primary objective is to prevent anyone else from acquiring them. If they can't be retrieved, they should be destroyed." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Naruto had a realization. No wonder Kakashi and the others were ambushed shortly after leaving Konoha. They had entered Kusagakure. That was the domain of Madara, Black Zetsu, and White Zetsu. Kakashi and his team were likely monitored by White Zetsu upon entering Kusagakure. The items Orochimaru mentioned were probably in grave danger of being seized by the enemy. Nevertheless, Naruto agreed to visit Kusagakure, as it was also home to his clan. As night fell, Naruto embarked on his solo mission. Utilizing Flying Thunder God technique, he swiftly arrived at Orochimaru's base in half a day, capturing a few White Zetsu along the way. He instructed his shadow clones to take them back for Orochimaru's research. Upon entering Orochimaru's base, a series of violent explosions erupted, causing the base to collapse. Naruto immediately teleported away using Flying Thunder God technique. Observing the base reduced to ruins, Naruto realized he was too late. This was likely a gift prepared by Obito. The sheer number of explosive tags suggested they might even be from Conan's creations. Subsequently, Naruto departed, swiftly arriving at Kusagakure using Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru's base wasn't far from Kusagakure. Orochimaru's experiments, particularly human experimentation, required the capture of ninja. The ninjas of Kusagakure were the primary source of human test subjects in Orochimaru's eyes. As Naruto approached Kusagakure, he was discovered and questioned by the Kusagakure guards. However, Naruto disregarded their inquiries and activated his mind's eye of the Kagura, thoroughly sensing the small village. Naruto instantly detected two significant chakra signatures, both somewhat similar to his own. One of them emanated from a person whose life force was extremely weak, like a flickering flame. Hey, what do you want? If you don't explain yourself, we'll arrest you. Why bother asking? Let's just grab him. Everyone is valuable. He looks like an unwanted kid. We can sell him for a good price. He. You're right. At that moment, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, revealing a cruel smile. Are you gentlemen here to help me? The Kusagakure guards, seeing Naruto feigning ignorance and smiling, mistook his smile for the last hope of a pathetic person. However, they felt no pity. Instead, they beamed with delight, regarding Naruto as a lamb ready for slaughter. Bullying the weak was their favorite pastime. They grinned menacingly and approached Naruto. Little kid, come here. We'll take you to eat something delicious. Okay. Just as they drew near, the Kusagakure guards were taken aback. Naruto suddenly appeared behind them. So fast, they exclaimed in shock, drawing their weapons to defend themselves. But suddenly felt a sharp pain in their necks. They trembled as they touched their necks, confirming their suspicions, crimson blood. Blood gushed out like a fountain, creating a gruesome scene. With their carotid arteries severed, they were beyond saving. Excessive blood loss prevented them from returning to the village for help, and their voices couldn't carry. They could only clutch their necks, watching Naruto's departing figure with despair as they awaited death. Naruto infiltrated Kusagakure, swiftly moving towards Karen and her mother's chakra signatures. Inside Kusagakure's hospital, patients lay densely packed, some severely injured, others with minor wounds, all waiting for someone to heal them. Why isn't that woman here yet? It hurts so much. You just scraped your skin during training. Why are you here for such a small injury? So, isn't a small injury still an injury? As long as I bite that simpleton, I'll be healed, and the pain will vanish. Isn't that great? Look, that woman is finally being brought over again. The breaks are so long. We're getting impatient. Karen's mother, covered in bite marks and pale, was dragged forward by a Kusagakure ninja, followed closely by Karen. My mother isn't feeling well. Why are you still dragging her here? Can't you let her rest? Karen's voice was filled with concern for her mother and anger towards the Kusagakure ninjas. Karen's mother, with tears streaming down her face, said, Karen, go back. Don't stay here. Mom will be back soon. Hearing her mother's words, Karen fought back tears, bit her lip, and blocked the Kusagakure ninja who was dragging her mother. Enough. Stop letting them bite my mother. Bite me instead. I can take my mother's place. Karen, go back. Mom is fine. Karen's mother shouted, covering her eyes to hide her tears. But this tragic scene didn't evoke sympathy from the surrounding Kusagakure ninjas. Instead, they laughed and teased them. You're not qualified. You're too small. Yeah, little herbal medicine bag. Hurry up and grow up. Come back when you're older. I can't wait to taste you when you're grown. Don't say that. The leader said they're a rare bloodline and need to find good bloodlines to breed with. We're not allowed to touch them. Otherwise, we would have tasted them already. You. Karen was at a loss for words, feeling helpless and enraged. Karen, go home. Karen, blocked by the Kusagakure ninjas, watched helplessly as her mother extended her arm, covered in bite marks, for the ninjas to bite. No. The agonizing cries of Karen reverberated through the heavens, her heart brimming with despair. In this dire moment, she yearned for a savior to deliver them from their plight. In a climactic moment, just as Karen's mother was on the verge of being attacked by a hidden grass ninja, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped in a cloud of dust as massive stone fragments cascaded from the collapsing roof. Karen, her eyes wide with terror, fixed her gaze upon the golden figure wreathed in mist, her mouth agape in astonishment. The hidden grass ninja present were equally dumbfounded, their eyes converging upon Naruto. "Who are you? What do you want?" One of the hidden grass ninja demanded, attempting to project an air of defiance. "Who I am is of no consequence to you. Suffice it to say, I am here to deliver your demise," Naruto roared, his voice laced with unrestrained fury. Before his words could fully dissipate, Naruto blurred into motion, instantly appearing amidst the group of hidden grass ninja, encircling Karen's mother. With ruthless efficiency, he unleashed a maelstrom of carnage. In the blink of an eye, the hospital transformed into a macabre theater of blood and dismembered limbs, a scene of utter devastation from which only Karen and her mother emerged unscathed. Karen's mother, utterly petrified, clutched her daughter tightly. However, Karen displayed a fortitude that belied her age. "Who are you? Are you here to save us?" she inquired, her voice brimming with hope and anticipation, her eyes reflecting a yearning for survival and a vision of a brighter future. Seeing that the mother and daughter were safe, Naruto suppressed his fury, his tone softening as he replied, "Indeed, you are safe now. My name is Naruto Uzumaki." Upon hearing the name, a radiant smile illuminated Karen's face. "Uzumaki," she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. "Are you also a member of the Uzumaki clan?" Naruto nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Yes, I am a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. My mother was Kushina Uzumaki. I don't know if you have heard of her. I will take you away from this place, and to Konoha." As he finished speaking, Naruto swiftly executed the multiple shadow clone technique. His shadow clones charged towards the hidden grass ninja outside, initiating a bloody massacre. Simultaneously, Naruto personally escorted Karen and her mother on their journey to escape. Along their path, they witnessed the carnage wrought by Naruto's shadow clones as they decimated the hidden grass ninja. Reaching an elevated vantage point, Karen finally broke the silence. "Naruto, please wait a moment. I wish to witness the destruction of the hidden grass village with my own eyes," she declared, her voice resolute and filled with catharsis. Naruto, understanding the depth of Karen's hatred and resentment, smiled gently and said, "Very well, let us bear witness to it together." Observing the vengeful delight etched upon Karen's face, Naruto felt a surge of satisfaction. Let the flowers of carnage bloom like volcanoes in the hidden grass village, and let the scalding blood stain every inch of its soil. From this night forward, the hidden grass village would be forever erased from existence. This land, tainted by sin, would finally meet its demise. Not long after Naruto departed from the hidden grass village with Karen and her mother, Black Zetsu and Obito, who were also in the land of grass, learned of Naruto's presence in the village. Obito's eyes gleamed with a cold intensity as he inquired, "Black Zetsu, what are my chances of success if I were to seek out Naruto now?" His voice carried an unmistakable air of defiance and self-assurance. Black Zetsu paused, then replied, "Obito, based on my understanding of Naruto's abilities, acting alone could be perilous. I believe it would be prudent to join forces with Nagato." However, Obito shook his head, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "No, Black Zetsu, this is an opportune moment. I have regained my eyes, and I now wield the power of the double Mangekyo Sharingan." Obito's eyes blazed with unwavering confidence, as if victory was already within his grasp. Black Zetsu, observing Obito's resolute demeanor, felt a surge of concern. "Obito, while your strength has undoubtedly increased, Naruto is not to be underestimated. His growth rate is astonishing. We must not be complacent." Black Zetsu attempted to dissuade Obito from acting rashly. Obito simply smiled, dismissing Black Zetsu's warnings. "Rest assured, Black Zetsu, I know what I'm doing." With that, Obito turned and vanished into the shadows. As Naruto escorted Karen and her mother towards the border of the Land of Fire, he suddenly received a warning from Kurama, causing his senses to heighten. "Naruto, someone is harboring intense animosity towards you," Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, Naruto activated his Kurama mode and engaged his sensory technique. He keenly detected an unusual spatial distortion emanating from behind. "Oh, you noticed?" Your reaction is quite impressive. A grating voice emerged from the vortex. Obito materialized from the swirling void. A sardonic smile etched upon his face. Upon seeing Obito, Naruto's eyes welled with unbridled fury. Obito, you murdered my parents, and now you dare to appear before me. I will never forgive you. Naruto roared. In response, Obito merely chuckled and feigned a look of nostalgia. Naruto, don't be so angry. Your uncle Obito held you when you were just born. However, Obito's words only served to fuel Naruto's rage. Naruto enveloped himself, Karen, and her mother in a cloak of Nine-Tails chakra, then formed a Nine-Tails chakra arm and launched a Rasengan attack. Naruto extended the Nine-Tails chakra arm, wielding the Rasengan towards Obito. Obito, seeing the attack, smirked derisively. He effortlessly activated his intangibility, phasing through Naruto's attack and swiftly closing the distance. Chapter 45. Naruto vs. Obito. As Obito approached Naruto, poised to touch him through the manifestation of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto vanished like a wraith, taking the mother and daughter, Kagaya and Cheyenne, with him. This sudden disappearance left Obito utterly astonished. However, Naruto's shadow clones surged forward like a relentless tide, each wielding a massive Rasengan, ready to assault Obito. In a moment of desperation, Obito activated his intangibility, warily surveying the surroundings before heading towards Kagaya and Cheyenne. Yet again, Naruto, akin to a phantom, whisked them away, reappearing next to a shadow clone marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. Naruto, you can use the Flying Thunder God, Obito exclaimed in astonishment, finally grasping how Naruto could teleport so silently. A smirk crept across Naruto's face. Oh, you can't hit me, and it frustrates you, doesn't it? Naruto commanded his numerous shadow clones to unleash a barrage of Rasengans, a storm of attacks intended to deplete Obito's intangibility time. Do you truly believe this will defeat me? Obito retorted defiantly. He once again entered the Kamui space, slipping away as if into water, reappearing behind Naruto. He opened a small vortex, while still within the Kamui realm, allowing him to peer at Naruto's head through the swirling distortion of space, ready to execute a lethal twist. Obito concealed himself in this alternate dimension, akin to a specter, employing air bullets to execute precise sniping at Naruto. Moreover, he could shift positions within the shadows at will. An exceedingly underhanded tactic. Nevertheless, after entering the Nine-Tails mode, Naruto acquired the ability to sense malice. He once again transported Kagaya and Cheyenne using the Flying Thunder God, darting away like lightning. Undeterred, Obito chuckled from within the vortex. Naruto, you are indeed agile. I may not be able to kill you, but how will you protect those two? I long to see you experience the agony of losing loved ones before your eyes. Just wait and see how you cope with that reality. Upon hearing Obito's words, Naruto's fury ignited. Obito, you miserable worm. Do not presume everyone owes you something. You lost Rin, but must everyone else suffer as you have? You are utterly repugnant. Obito's expression darkened as he listened to Naruto's words. Coldly, he replied, Enough of your prattling. Minato had the Flying Thunder God, yet did not come to rescue me, nor did he save Rin. Today, I shall see if you can save this mother and daughter. With that, Obito closed the vortex once more. Naruto immediately summoned multiple shadow clones, remaining vigilant against Obito's hidden presence. Meanwhile, Obito concealed himself within the Kamui space, opening small vortices, consistently using his dual Kamui to scrutinize the surroundings and distort space, attempting to disrupt Naruto's perception. Obito repeatedly opened small vortices behind Naruto, using Kamui to target Kagaya and Cheyenne's heads, aiming to twist them off. Yet each time, Naruto narrowly evaded the attacks using the Flying Thunder God. After several futile attempts, Obito coldly inquired, Why? How can your perception and reflexes be so remarkably strong? Naruto scoffed. What of it? Your failure to protect Rin is solely your own issue. Naruto's ability to swiftly evade Obito's Kamui attacks stemmed not only from his malice sensing, but also from the heightened perception and reflexes granted by the Nine-Tails mode. More importantly, the Flying Thunder God seal left by his father, Minato, served as a clear coordinate for Naruto. The moment Obito connected to reality, Naruto sensed the seal on him. Seeing Naruto's sardonic smile, Obito seethed with rage. Do not think you can truly protect them? Emerging from the Kamui space, Naruto seized the opportunity to launch thousands of shadow clones at Obito with Rasengan. Yet, Obito's assault was swifter. He activated Kamui, unleashing countless shuriken from his eyes. Naruto's shadow clones fell one after another, shattered by the onslaught. Subsequently, Obito summoned his complete Susanoo, hurling several Kamui shuriken. and drew forth two massive blades from his Susanu's back. Recognizing the imminent danger, Naruto once again employed multiple shadow clones, using his Nine Tails chakra to grasp Kagaya and Chien and evade the attack. However, Obito's Kamui Shuriken possessed tracking capabilities, and his Susanoo wielded formidable dual blades. The clash of blades resonated, shaking the ground, as Obito swiftly dispatched Naruto's shadow clones. Forced to retreat, Naruto clutched Kagaya and Chien with his Nine Tails chakra, desperately evading the deadly strikes while attempting to distance himself from the Kamui Shuriken. At this critical moment, Kurama urged within Naruto's mind, "Naruto, let us enter the Nine Tails transformation." Naruto responded resolutely, "No. If we transform, our chances of victory may diminish further. I have witnessed the power of Kamui Shuriken in my past life. Transforming could render us a larger target. Besides, I must protect Kagaya and Chien. Merely focusing on defense will not suffice." As the situation grew dire, Naruto saw the Kamui Shuriken closing in. Gritting his teeth, he veered in a wide arc towards Obito, tossing several kunai around him. Then, he concentrated, forming a small version of the tailed beast Rasengan Shuriken in his hand. Recalling his previous defeat at the hands of Minato's second stage, Flying Thunder God, Obito's voice turned grave. "Naruto, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Do you think I will fall for your trick?" Obito used Kamui to closely monitor the kunai Naruto threw, absorbing them into the Kamui space. After confirming no Flying Thunder God seals were nearby and having obliterated Naruto's shadow clones, Obito maneuvered his Susanoo, dual blades poised to strike at Naruto. With unwavering confidence, Obito declared, "Naruto, this time, you have no escape." As Naruto's tailed beast Rasengan Shuriken and Obito's Susanoo blades were about to clash, the Kamui Shuriken pursued Naruto relentlessly. Suddenly, Naruto's figure vanished, reappearing behind Obito, facilitated by the Flying Thunder God. "What?" Obito gasped in shock. "Obito, do you know? The Flying Thunder God seal is eternal." Before his voice faded, Naruto struck down with the tailed beast Rasengan, aimed squarely at the head of Obito's Susanoo. Obito had no time to retreat into the Kamui space and could only activate intangibility to evade the impending damage. Yet, the Kamui Shuriken, closely following Naruto, struck him directly. A thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by violent distortions of space. As the smoke cleared, Obito's Susanoo had dissipated, and Naruto, fully engaged in Nine Tails mode, appeared battered but unbroken. Having absorbed the brunt of the attack, neither Kagaya nor Chien sustained any injuries, as the majority of the damage had been absorbed by Obito's Susanoo. "Naruto, the next time we meet, I will surely kill you." Obito's furious roar echoed from a distance as he shut the Kamui space and fled. In a final act of desperation, Obito activated his Izanagi, sacrificing one of his Sharingan's powers to survive. Despite the devastating potential of Naruto's tailed beast Rasengan Shuriken, Obito managed to evade it through intangibility. However, he could not escape his own Kamui Shuriken. Even with intangibility, he was powerless against the forces of space. When Obito was struck by his own Kamui Shuriken, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Had he not made the hasty decision to employ his Izanagi, he would have been torn apart and sent to another dimension. Naruto watched Obito depart with a grave expression, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. To safeguard Karen and her daughter, Naruto refrained from a reckless pursuit. Inwardly, Naruto marveled at the formidable nature of Obito's dual Kamui. Fortunate that his father had imprinted a Flying Thunder God seal on Obito. However, he mused that in their next encounter, the Flying Thunder God technique would likely prove less effective. Although Obito had reverted to a single Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui, Naruto recognized that nearly all of his trump cards had been revealed. Chapter 46. The rebirth of Xianglin and her mother within the experimental base of Orochimaru in the village of Konoha. Naruto sought out Orochimaru alongside Xianglin and her mother, hoping to restore her mother's health. Orochimaru, with a serpentine gaze and a tongue that flicked like a viper, scrutinized Naruto. TSK, Naruto-kun. I sent you to the land of grass, yet you have stirred up such a commotion." It was now the early hours of the morning, and Orochimaru had already received word of Naruto's conquest over the land of grass, as well as the news of intense battles erupting along the borders of the fire and grass countries. Naruto smiled. "All right, Orochimaru, let us see how they are doing." Thus, Orochimaru commenced his examination of the two. The younger one was fine, but the elder displayed signs of diminished vitality. However, with appropriate medical treatment and rest, thanks to the Uzumaki clan's formidable regenerative abilities, she would surely thrive once more. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, both Xianglin and her mother, along with Naruto, beamed with joy. Xianglin tightly embraced her mother, tears of happiness streaming down her face. "That's wonderful, mother. You're all right. Truly wonderful. We can live happily forever from now on." After enduring the storm, they had found the light of day, reborn anew. At that moment, Xianglin's mother also burst into tears of joy. One hand caressed Xianglin's head while the other trembled, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Xianglin, we will no longer have to live in fear." A heartwarming scene unfolded quietly. Seeing the relief on their faces and the glimmer of hope in their smiles, Naruto couldn't help but smile gently, his lips curling into a warm grin akin to the comforting rays of the winter sun. Following this, Xianglin's mother turned to Naruto, expressing her gratitude. "Naruto, thank you for saving us and leading us out of our suffering." "There's no need for thanks. We are bound by blood, members of the same family. It is my duty to save you," Naruto replied. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing Sasuke, who peered in stealthily. Startled, he had not anticipated Naruto and the others being present so early, nor the lively atmosphere within. Orochimaru, licking his lips with curiosity, inquired, "Sasuke, what brings you here?" Naruto was equally intrigued, while Xianglin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had her mother not been holding her back, she might have rushed to Sasuke to strike up a conversation. At the sound of Orochimaru's voice and the attention of the three, Sasuke panicked. "And nothing, you all carry on." Like a frightened cat, he trembled slightly, then hastily closed the door behind him. Seeing Sasuke depart, Xianglin, in a flurry, broke free from her mother's grasp and dashed after him. "Xianglin!" her mother exclaimed in alarm. Naruto smiled reassuringly at her. "Auntie, do not worry. Rest well. This is Konoha, and there is no danger here. If you feel uneasy, I can check on her." Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "Naruto-kun is right. Your condition is too fragile for any excitement. You should lie down and recuperate." Afterward, with a glint of intrigue in his eyes, Orochimaru turned to Naruto. "By the way, Naruto-kun, may I draw her blood for experimental purposes?" He was profoundly interested in the unique constitution of Xianglin and her mother. Just as Xianglin's mother settled down, she heard Orochimaru's words, and her heart sank, as if plunging into an icy abyss, awakening her fears anew. She worried they had escaped one danger only to fall into another, casting a hopeful glance at Naruto, yearning for a reassuring response. Upon hearing Orochimaru's proposition, Naruto paused. As if time itself had frozen, the atmosphere became taut and heavy. Naruto's smile faded, his expression turning grave as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, I will not permit you to conduct experiments on them without their consent. If I discover they are subjected to your malevolence, do not blame me for being unyielding." Under the pressure of Naruto's words, Orochimaru wiped the cold sweat from his brow. All right, Naruto-kun, I shall heed your wishes." Hearing their exchange, Xianglin's mother let out a slow breath of relief. She then earnestly stated, "Naruto, if it's just a vial of blood, you may proceed. You have saved us, and we have yet to repay you." Naruto, touched by her words, gently declined. "Auntie, please focus on resting for now. Live here in Konoha for a while. And should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me." He cast a glance at Orochimaru and added, "If anyone coerces you into doing something against your will, or if anyone bullies you, let me know, and I will stand up for you." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Xianglin's mother was profoundly moved. "Thank you so much, Naruto." Meanwhile, after exiting, Sasuke was enveloped in regret and frustration. He had come to Orochimaru early to avoid being seen, seeking treatment for the painful injury inflicted upon him by Kakashi the previous day. Sasuke was now tormented both physically and mentally. The pain in his backside made his movements awkward, while the humiliation from Kakashi's infamous technique left an indelible mark on his psyche. Desperate to maintain his dignity, Sasuke feigned normalcy in front of others, fearful that his parents and brother might uncover his secret. However, at the dinner table the night before, he noticed their stoic expressions, each finishing their meal in silence before retreating to their rooms. Sasuke surmised they had not noticed his discomfort, yet the pain was not something that would heal overnight. Thus, he had risen early to seek Orochimaru's assistance to resolve his ailment once and for all. Yet, upon arriving, he was taken aback by the lively scene in Naruto's presence, rendering him too embarrassed to request treatment for his injury. Just then, Xianglin caught up with him. Noticing his awkward gait, she gently inquired, "Hello, are you Sasuke? You seem to be injured?" "And no," Sasuke stammered, jolted by her voice as if struck by lightning. He quickly stiffened, adjusting his demeanor to appear unfazed as he turned to face her. Xianglin, seeing him look her way, bounded over like a playful fawn. Upon closer inspection, she was captivated by Sasuke's striking features, her heart racing uncontrollably. Feeling a wave of shyness wash over her, she fidgeted with the edges of her clothes, her foot tracing aimless patterns on the ground. "Hello, I'm Xianglin. Would you like to be friends?" "Sure, I'm Sasuke," he replied, nodding. Having seen Xianglin at Orochimaru's, he did not perceive her as an ordinary person, capable of mingling with the likes of Orochimaru and Naruto. Thus, he readily accepted her proposal. Upon hearing Sasuke's agreement, Xianglin's heart soared with delight. Soon after, Xianglin voiced her concern. "Sasuke, when I just arrived, I saw you walking with a noticeable limp. It seemed quite uncomfortable. Are you injured?" "And no," Sasuke retorted immediately, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He felt so awkward that he wished he could disappear into the ground. Sasuke longed to escape, but his injury prevented him from walking briskly. He regretted coming to Orochimaru today. However, Xianglin's next words were like a refreshing rain, bringing him hope. "Sasuke, please don't feel embarrassed. If you're hurt, just bite me. I can heal you." At that moment, Xianglin's gaze was solely on Sasuke, convinced that he was the most handsome person in the world. Without hesitation, she extended her right hand, eager to assist him, inviting him to bite her for healing. "Is that for real?" Sasuke exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding through him as he sought confirmation of her words. "It's for real." Gazing at Xianglin, with her earnest expression and outstretched hand, he could no longer resist and bit down. In this life, I belong solely to Sasuke," Xianglin thought to herself, her heart blooming with joy, secretly delighting in the notion of marrying Sasuke in the future. After biting Xianglin, Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of relief. His pain had vanished. She was indeed a timely boon. Filled with excitement, he embraced Xianglin and exclaimed, "This is amazing, Xianglin. You have truly resolved my urgent predicament." Xianglin, enveloped in Sasuke's embrace, felt a delightful dizziness, her face radiant with happiness. How blissful from now on. I shall be Sasuke's personal herbal remedy. Chapter 47. Rock Lee's Chronicle. Afternoon. The sun shone radiantly. Naruto strolled along the bustling streets of Konoha with Karen. A brilliant smile adorned Naruto's face as he turned to Karen beside him and inquired, "Karen, how do you find living in Konoha?" Karen responded with elation, "It's absolutely wonderful. Compared to our days in the grass country, this place is paradise. Soon, once my mother's health is restored, we'll be able to settle down in Konoha and lead normal lives, just like everyone else." At that moment, a familiar and energetic voice interrupted Naruto and Karen's conversation. "Hey Naruto, it's been ages since we last engaged in the invigorating drills of youth. Have you forgotten your mentor?" Naruto looked up to see Might Guy approaching them, his face beaming with vitality and his signature pearly whites on full display. Upon seeing Might Guy, Naruto immediately stepped forward, responding with a grin. "How could I, Guy-sensei? I've been thinking about you constantly. It's just that I've been swamped with matters recently." Might Guy clapped Naruto on the shoulder and chuckled heartily. "Haha, understandable. However, no matter how busy you are, you mustn't neglect your training. Remember, youth is all about relentless effort and constant self-improvement." As he spoke, Might Guy raised his fist in a gesture of encouragement. Naruto, invigorated by Might Guy's enthusiasm, grinned broadly and said, "Oh, it's nothing like that, Guy-sensei. I've just been a bit preoccupied lately. This is my distant relative Karen. She's new to Konoha, and I need to show her around to familiarize her with the area. I won't be able to learn taijutsu from you today." As he finished speaking, Naruto's gaze shifted to Might Guy's rear, noticing the younger Might Guy trailing behind him. "Guy-sensei, this is..." Hearing Naruto's query, Might Guy smacked his forehead, exclaiming in realization, "Oh dear, how could I forget to introduce you all? Haha, Naruto, this is Rock Lee, my most recent and promising disciple." Might Guy then turned to Lee and said, "This is Naruto. He's my foremost disciple. Isn't he dashing? Now, go and greet your senior apprentice." Upon hearing this, Lee's expression turned solemn. He first nodded deeply to Might Guy-sensei, indicating his understanding. Then, Lee straightened his posture and bowed deeply to Naruto with utmost formality and precision. "Greetings, Naruto-senpai. My name is Rock Lee, and I humbly seek your guidance. If you find the name Lee more endearing, you may address me as such. I eagerly anticipate your invaluable teachings and assistance in the days to come." Seeing this, Naruto quickly reached out to help Lee straighten up. Oh, Lee, you're far too courteous. I don't deserve such reverence. We're both Guy-sensei's students. There's no need to be so reserved. We can be good friends. However, Lee replied with unwavering sincerity, No, Naruto-senpai. You are a great hero of Konoha. Everyone holds you in high esteem. Therefore, I must express my respect in this manner. I never imagined you were also a student of Guy-sensei. I am truly honored. Naruto scratched the back of his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Yes, Guy-sensei is not only a wonderful person but also an exceptionally powerful ninja. Lee, you must follow in Guy-sensei's footsteps with me and strive to learn diligently. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Lee was moved to tears. Lee said, his voice trembling, Naruto, you are absolutely right. Guy-sensei means the world to me. He is the light of my life. When I discovered I had no chakra, the despair and helplessness were unbearable. But at that crucial moment, Guy-sensei saved me. Guy-sensei taught me with care, making me understand that even without chakra, one can become an exceptional warrior by mastering taijutsu. Lee. Might Guy's heart swelled with emotion as he gently patted Lee's shoulder to comfort him. Guy-sensei. Lee was on the verge of jumping with excitement, his eyes shining with tears. Lee embraced Might Guy tightly, and the two wept in each other's arms. The touching scene deeply moved those around them. They might have even mistaken them for father and son, given the resemblance between Lee and Might Guy. After emotions had subsided, Might Guy said to Lee with a serious expression, Lee, I actually have another disciple named Sasuke. I haven't heard from him in a while, and I don't know where he's gone. Sasuke. Karen's eyes lit up upon hearing the name. Just then, Naruto activated his sensory technique, instantly detecting Sasuke's presence. The primary reason was that Sasuke's chakra was more unique than others. Naruto could now roughly perceive the powerful chakra lurking within Sasuke. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile. I know where Sasuke is. Let's go find him. With that, Naruto led the group towards Sasuke's location. Naruto, along with Karen, Might Guy, and Lee, traversed the dense forest and arrived at a secluded outdoor training ground. Hey, Kakashi! Might Guy shouted excitedly before even getting close. Hearing the voice, Kakashi looked up and, upon confirming it was Naruto and the others, gracefully leaped down from a large tree and walked toward them. What brings you here? Kakashi asked with a smile. Oh. It's like this, Kakashi-sensei, Might Guy eagerly replied. Sasuke hasn't trained with me in a long time, and I recently took on a new disciple. So I wanted Sasuke to meet him. Kakashi nodded in understanding. Then, he looked at Naruto, a hint of concern in his eyes. Naruto, how is your training progressing? Naruto smiled confidently. Hee, Kakashi-sensei, I feel like I'm getting stronger and stronger, but there's still much to learn and improve upon. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Well, keep up the good work. By the way, do you have any specific plans for finding Sasuke? Might Guy scratched his head and said with a smile. Not really any special plans, just wanted Sasuke to see my new disciple. Then everyone can train together and spar a bit. Kakashi said. Sasuke is training in the small pond ahead. Follow me. Naruto and his companions followed closely behind Kakashi, heading toward the pond. As they approached the pond, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. Sasuke, eyes closed, was immersed in the center of the pond, his upper body bare, and his entire being exuded intense lightning chakra. Sasuke was integrating this chakra into the water, using the power of the water to temper his body, thereby stimulating cell activity and enhancing his physical attributes with lightning release. Chapter 48. The 3-year agreement between Lee and Sasuke. Upon witnessing the scene, Ino's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't help but wipe the corner of her mouth, where drool had gathered. Lee murmured to himself, Is this really my second senior brother? He looks incredibly formidable. Kakashi, observing Sasuke's reckless endeavor, expressed concern. Isn't this far too dangerous, Sasuke? How can you allow him to engage in such advanced training at such a tender age? Might Guy had already sensed the latent dangers in Sasuke's practice. Kakashi wiped the sweat from his forehead and helplessly explained, I am powerless. Sasuke is exceedingly stubborn. Once he sets his mind on something, not even 10 raging bulls could pull him back. At least while he trains here, I can keep an eye on him. If he were to venture off alone, that would indeed be far more perilous. Just as Guy and Kakashi were conversing, Sasuke suddenly let out a muffled grunt. The electrical current surrounding him surged wildly, akin to untamed stallions, completely escaping his control. It was evident that allowing Sasuke to undertake such training at this moment was beyond his capacity. After all, this was an exceedingly dangerous endeavor. A moment's inattention could inflict irreversible harm upon him. Sasuke, Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped in alarm, with Ino appearing the most anxious. Her complexion turned pale, and her heart raced with trepidation. Without a moment's hesitation, she prepared to leap into the pond to assist Sasuke. Kakashi, alarmed, shouted stop. However, his warning came too late. Ino had already plunged into the water. Is this sensation of being electrified the essence of love? The currents surged around Sasuke and Ino like wild horses. Naruto shook his head in resignation, thinking that Ino was truly impulsive. Swiftly, he extended 2 chakra arms from his nine-tails form, rescuing Sasuke and Ino from the water and placing them on the shore. As soon as they reached dry land, Ino eagerly extended her hand, intent on biting Sasuke, her eyes filled with concern for his safety. Without hesitation, Sasuke bit back, and his injuries began to heal instantaneously. Naruto watched in dismay, frowning. Hey, Sasuke, could you be a bit gentler? Don't bite so hard. Once Sasuke had recovered, he regained his composure and inquired. Naruto, Ino, and teacher Guy, what brings you here? Guy, beaming with delight, pushed Lee forward and excitedly introduced, Sasuke, this is my new disciple. Although he cannot cultivate chakra, he possesses exceptional talent in taijutsu. We specifically came to help you two get acquainted. Lee, feeling the pressure, bowed deeply and said, Hello, my name is Rock Lee. You can also call me Lee. I hope to learn from you in the future. Sasuke, however, appeared disinterested, coldly responding, Is this all? I wish to continue my training. Please do not disturb me. Naruto, infuriated, exclaimed, Sasuke, how can you say that? What kind of attitude is this? Besides, you haven't trained taijutsu with teacher Guy in days. Be careful, Lee, this newcomer may surpass you in taijutsu. That guy? I don't believe it, Sasuke scoffed dismissively. After activating his lightning release and enhancing his cell vitality, Sasuke's physique began to soar, and his arrogance swelled. Guy, furious, shouted Sasuke, how can you speak of Lee in such a manner? You ought to apologize. But Sasuke merely shrugged, showing no sign of remorse. At that moment, Kakashi rubbed his hands behind Sasuke, darkly stating, Sasuke, it seems you're just asking for a beating. Seeing Kakashi's furious demeanor, Sasuke trembled, instinctively covering his backside. All right. I apologize. Is that sufficient? Yet Lee could no longer contain his anger. He would not allow anyone to belittle his youth. Clenching his fists, he declared resolutely, I do not require your insincere apology. Do not underestimate me. Hard work can lead to becoming strong and surpassing genius. Guy enthusiastically affirmed, Lee is right. Hard work can indeed surpass talent. I, Guy, have competed against Kakashi, a prodigy, for many years, and I have won far more times than he has. Indeed. That's true. Kakashi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reluctantly admitting under Sasuke's skeptical gaze. Lee, feeling inspired, declared, Yes. I will strive to surpass teacher Guy and defeat Sasuke. Sasuke, hearing this, retorted impatiently, Even if Guy and Kakashi are correct, it only means Kakashi is not talented enough. If hard work were sufficient, what need would there be for geniuses? With that, Sasuke unleashed a mocking laugh, declaring, I am the one and only genius of the Uchiha clan, a prodigy who awakened the double Tomo at the age of 3. Aside from Naruto, I do not believe anyone in this age group can defeat me. Sasuke's words rendered everyone present speechless, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Nevertheless, Naruto was determined not to let Sasuke maintain such arrogance. He shouted at Sasuke, Sasuke, you are far too conceited. Just watch. I believe Lee will one day defeat you. At least in taijutsu. Turning to Lee, Naruto encouraged him. Lee, remember, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth. Make a 3-year pact with Sasuke and then defeat him. Inspired by Naruto's fervent words, Lee felt invigorated, nodding earnestly, with his eyes ablaze with determination. Gazing at Sasuke like a fierce tiger. Sasuke, grant me 3 years. In 3 years, I shall strive to surpass you and prove that hard work can indeed transcend talent. Sasuke replied with disdain, Fine, 3 years it is. Let us see how you think you can defeat me. Chapter 49. The 8 Gates of Doinja. Time flies. And in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years have passed. Since that intense confrontation with Obito, the entire ninja world has fallen into an unusual tranquility. Perhaps it is due to Obito's caution after being bested by Naruto, causing him to refrain from taking any rash actions. In truth, Naruto has no desire to engage in conflict with the Akatsuki organization too soon. After all, Both parties are formidable forces, and the consequences of war would be dire. If he could find a way to pacify them, it would be even better. Yet, this does not imply that Naruto fears confronting the Akatsuki. Rather, given the current circumstances, he lacks full confidence in his ability to triumph over them. The power of the Akatsuki is immense, boasting numerous powerful ninjas capable of annihilating entire villages or even nations. With Naruto's current strength, it is challenging to ensure the safety of Konoha during a battle, although he is aware that the Akatsuki is secretly gathering strength. He himself is no different. Naruto has been diligently training to enhance his abilities, awaiting the opportune moment to act. At his age, it is understandable for them to feel anxious. After all, Naruto is still just a child. His strength grows rapidly with each passing year. Now 6 years old. Thanks to the Nine Tails chakra, a healthy diet, and regular exercise, he has reached an astonishing height of 1.3 meters, towering over his peers, with a physique that surpasses that of an average jonin. Through 2.5 years of arduous study, Naruto has also filled the gaps in his foundational knowledge of ninja arts. Nowadays, he has not only mastered some barrier techniques and summoning arts, but has also learned a plethora of sealing techniques from his father, Minato Namikaze. One sunny afternoon, Naruto and Shikamaru, each with a blade of grass in their mouths, lounged lazily beneath the shade of a tree. CHG munched on chips, exclaiming, "Naruto, how can you be so sure that Neji and Lee are skipping classes again?" "Just a guess," Naruto replied slowly. "To guess that, you must be amazing, Naruto," CHG praised. Shikamaru, also lying beside Naruto, shook his head, skeptical of Naruto's claim of mere guessing. Since his father, Shikaku, returned from the war between Konoha and Kumogakure, Shikamaru often heard his father extolling Naruto's virtues. He had never witnessed his father praise anyone so openly, indicating that Naruto was indeed extraordinary. Naruto was not merely guessing. He relied on his Kagaya Byakugan. Over the past 2.5 years, he had sought out the 12 young talents from the original story and had been deliberately creating opportunities for encounters to forge friendships. Furthermore, Naruto's reputation has soared, making it easier to connect with them. Thanks to Naruto, the 12 young talents had established some degree of contact even before entering the Ninja Academy. These 2.5 years had been incredibly fulfilling for Naruto. As he lay beneath the tree, feeling the gentle summer breeze caress his face, rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled pattern on his body. With one hand supporting his head and the other reaching towards the sun, Naruto closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility of the moment and the beauty it offered. He felt as if he were enveloped in a warm and comfortable energy field, akin to recharging his spirit. A powerful force surged into his body, revitalizing both his mind and physical strength. Moreover, it felt as if his soul was nourished by this energy, instilling a sense of calm and peace. Naruto sensed every cell and organ within him communicating, urging him, "We are ready. Let us fight together." Such voices filled him with exhilaration and vigor, as if illuminated by an inner light brimming with strength. Abruptly, Naruto opened his eyes, sprang up like a carp leaping from water, and exclaimed, "Let us go find Neji and the others." With that, Naruto led CHG and Shikamaru to the training grounds where Neji and the others were. At a training ground in Konoha, Tenten, sporting 2 cheerful buns, sat on a step with her chin resting on her hands, anxiously watching Neji and Lee sparring. "Neji, Lee, we've skipped class again. Do you think Irika-sensei will be angry?" "No way. I must defeat Sasuke. Attending the academy feels like a waste of my time. Although I've trained with Gai-sensei for 2.5 years, I feel my efforts are still insufficient. In the remaining 6 months, I must strive to surpass Sasuke," Lee declared with determination. For the past 2.5 years, Lee had made surpassing Sasuke his goal, training tirelessly in physical techniques, and thankfully, Naruto trained alongside him with Gai-sensei, helping Lee and Gai recover from their strenuous sessions using the Nine Tails chakra. Without such aid, no amount of restorative medicine or healing herbs could sustain Lee's relentless training. Neji, observing from the sidelines, agreed, "Lee is right. Attending the academy is a waste of time. I would rather practice my gentle fist techniques more. Given the chance, I too shall defeat Sasuke." After hearing this, Tenten sighed, but ultimately accompanied Lee and Neji in their class-skipping endeavor. As the 3 entered, they saw Neji and Lee engaged in an intense sparring match, while Tenten practiced throwing ninja tools nearby. The battle was fierce. Naruto, CHG, and Shikamaru refrained from interrupting Neji and Lee's duel. Lee, excelling in physical prowess, had Neji on the defensive until Neji unleashed the gentle fist technique. The 8 trigrams 32 palms, turning the tide of the battle. Lee struggled to cope, receiving multiple hits to critical points. After executing the 32 palms, Niji was left breathless. While Lee sustained injuries, yet remained standing, ready to continue fighting. Just as Niji and Lee were about to resume their duel, a sudden voice interrupted them. Guy, visibly upset, approached and said, "Lee, I heard from Irika that you have been skipping class again. What is going on?" Upon hearing Guy's voice, Lee's expression fell. "I'm sorry, Guy-sensei. I didn't mean to worry you. My match with Sasuke is in 6 months. I want to become stronger. I don't want to waste any more time at the academy. I wish to utilize every moment." After listening to Lee's words, Guy's anger gradually dissipated. Placing his hands on Lee's shoulders, his eyes filled with pride and warmth, he said, "Lee, I can sense the burning passion of youth within you. I never imagined you would crave strength so intensely, placing such importance on this duel." Embarrassed by Guy's words, Lee scratched his head, about to speak when Guy interrupted him. "All right, no more talking. Now, I shall formally teach you the 8 gates technique. I had planned to wait until you were older, but since you are so eager, today is indeed a suitable opportunity." Guy patted Lee's shoulder, his tone resolute and earnest. Turning to Naruto, he smiled and beckoned, "Naruto, come here too. I will teach both of you." Chapter 50, Shao Li vs. Sasuke. The long-awaited moment of the 3-year agreement has arrived. The area surrounding the Konoha duel arena is teeming with spectators, all eager to witness this highly anticipated confrontation. Shao Li and Sasuke stand in the arena, facing each other with unwavering determination. Shao Li, clad in his signature green jumpsuit, showcases his well-defined muscles, exuding an aura of strength. His gaze is resolute and focused, as if he is prepared to confront any challenge that lies ahead. In contrast, Sasuke, dressed in black, bears a cold expression that radiates an undeniable sense of pressure. Kakashi observes the two combatants and inquires, "Might Guy, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Might Guy responds earnestly, "Of course, it will be Shao Li. You have such unwavering faith that Shao Li can defeat Sasuke?" "Indeed," Might Guy replies, nodding slowly, having watched Shao Li's relentless efforts and growth over the past 3 years. "Go, Sasuke." At this moment, Ino, Sakura, and Shikamaru cheer from the audience. "Go, Sasuke." Itachi has also brought Izumi to witness his younger brother's battle. However, the support for Shao Li is even more fervent. "Go, Shao Li." Might Guy, Niji, Choji, Tenten, Shikamaru, and Kiba all rally behind him, acknowledging the hard work Shao Li has invested. They find Sasuke to be aloof and arrogant, and they genuinely wish for Shao Li to deliver a resounding defeat to him. Due to Shao Li's influence, Sasuke has refrained from training with Might Guy for the past 3 years, perhaps out of a desire to avoid comparison with Shao Li, or perhaps due to his disdain for the martial arts. Naruto chimes in, "Yes, Shao Li. Give it your all. Show Sasuke what you're made of." Upon hearing support, especially from his brother, Sasuke initially smiles. However, as the cheers for Shao Li rise, his smile gradually fades, turning into anger upon realizing that even Naruto is rooting for Shao Li. "Damn it," Sasuke internally seethes, "not only does Naruto not support me, but he even encourages Shao Li to thrash me. This is utterly intolerable." Sasuke, filled with rage, declares, "The 3 years are up, Shao Li. Let me show you the disparity between us." "Sasuke, I look forward to your guidance." Shao Li assumes an offensive stance. His left fist clenched behind him while he raises his right hand, his eyes steadfastly locked onto Sasuke. For this battle, Shao Li has poured countless hours of sweat at his training. Yet, upon stepping into the arena, a sense of calm washes over him. Sasuke makes the first move, charging at Shao Li with a punch. It is time to test the fruits of his labor. Shao Li swiftly evades Sasuke's fist, appearing behind him in an instant, delivering a spinning kick aimed at Sasuke's head. "How fast?" Sasuke, momentarily taken aback that his punch has missed, quickly turns to lower his head and evade Shao Li's horizontal kick. As Shao Li descends, he supports himself with his hands, executes a handstand, and delivers a kick to Sasuke. "What?" Sasuke hurriedly blocks Shao Li's kick with both hands, yet is still forced to retreat repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Shao Li charges at Sasuke, delivering another kick that lands squarely on Sasuke's face. Sasuke, Ino, Sakura, and Shikamaru express their concern. "Incredible! Shao Li, keep delivering those blows." Naruto, Might Guy, Niji, Choji, Tenten, Shikamaru, and Kiba cheer enthusiastically. Sasuke is knocked back, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt, half reclining on the ground. Shao Li chooses to pause rather than follow up with more attacks, granting Sasuke a moment to catch his breath. Slowly, Sasuke rises, unable to suppress his admiration for Xiao Li's strength. Remarkable. In such a short time, he managed to land 3 kicks. This moment reminds Sasuke of Naruto's words from 3 years ago, expressing belief that Xiao Li would one day defeat him, at least in martial arts. Nonetheless, Sasuke is determined not to resort to ninjutsu just yet, wanting to prove Naruto wrong by defeating Xiao Li solely through martial prowess. He activates his two-tomo Sharingan and confidently charges at Xiao Li, convinced that once faced with his Sharingan, Xiao Li would stand no chance. However, as Sasuke lunges forward, he inadvertently offers his chin, and Xiao Li counters with an uppercut that sends him soaring. How fast? Sasuke's body is unable to react in time, and he performs a backflip before landing softly. Sasuke swiftly dodges another kick from Xiao Li and manages to block a punch with his left hand. But after just a few exchanges, Xiao Li lands an elbow strike to Sasuke's waist. Gasping in pain, Sasuke retreats, clutching his side. Xiao Li resumes his offensive stance, stating, "You know, there are 2 types of strong individuals, the naturally gifted and those who toil diligently. If your Sharingan represents the genius of the Uchiha lineage, then I am the embodiment of hard work and relentless practice." Damn it. Sasuke activates his lightning release to enhance his cell vitality, re-engaging Xiao Li in combat. This time, Sasuke manages to trade blows with Xiao Li, but suddenly, a dull thud resonates as Sasuke's fist collides with a hard object, causing him to yelp in pain. Cradling his injured hand, "Xiao Li, did you come equipped with defensive gear?" "Not at all. If this is what caused you injury, then I'll remove it." Xiao Li sheds the heavy equipment he had been carrying, letting it crash to the ground, causing the stones beneath to shatter under the weight. Sasuke stands in stunned silence at the sight. Fuming, Sasuke exclaims, "You brought such heavy equipment to our duel? Do you think so little of me?" Xiao Li jumps in place, feeling an unprecedented lightness, then resumes his attack stance. "Come on, Sasuke, this was merely for training purposes, particularly over the last 6 months. I carried it solely to defeat you. It was never meant to belittle you. You should use ninjutsu, otherwise, you have no chance of winning." Upon hearing Xiao Li's slight softening of tone, Sasuke feels a nerve twitching inside him as Xiao Li suggests he use ninjutsu. Gritting his teeth defiantly, Sasuke retorts, "Stop underestimating me." He charges at Xiao Li, only to strike nothing but a shadow, immediately receiving a kick to his back. Sasuke stumbles forward, nearly losing his balance. Xiao Li warns again, "Use your ninjutsu, or I will end this match." Humph. At last, Sasuke acknowledges the harsh reality. He is no match for Xiao Li in martial arts. Subsequently, Sasuke unleashes a fireball jutsu. Xiao Li begins to evade as Sasuke continues to release fireballs, igniting the arena and constricting Xiao Li's escape route. As the flames grow fiercer and the space narrows, Xiao Li reveals his trump card. 8 gates, open. First gate, the opening. Second gate, the rest. Third gate, the life gate. Fourth gate, the wound gate. Xiao Li's veins bulge as he becomes enveloped in a green aura, his combat prowess surging threefold. Xiao Li dashes towards Sasuke like a bolt of green lightning, deftly maneuvering through the fireballs, which part before him as he advances. Witnessing Xiao Li's terrifying momentum, Sasuke exerts all his strength to gather a Chidori and charges at Xiao Li, aiming to determine the victor. The spectators rise to their feet, captivated by this climactic moment, filled with tension and anticipation. "Xiao Li, danger!" Kakashi and Might Guy exclaimed, fully cognizant of the Chidori's potency, realizing that even in victory, a direct hit could result in severe injuries for Rock Lee. Just as Lee's fist and Sasuke's Chidori were about to collide, Lee executed a deft slide, evading Sasuke's attack with remarkable agility. What? Lee's kick connected squarely with Sasuke's chin once more, sending him soaring into the air, nearly colliding with the ceiling. Sasuke had been defeated, bereft of the strength to continue, lacking even the energy to right himself as he plummeted towards the ground. "Sasuke!" Itachi swiftly intervened, catching Sasuke before he crashed. With the outcome decided, the arena erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Lee, having deactivated the 8 gates, was moved to tears, his 3 years of dedication having borne fruit. Composing himself, Lee addressed Sasuke with unwavering resolve. "Sasuke, I told you that diligence can surpass natural talent." Sasuke, only vaguely registering Lee's final words, groaned softly before succumbing to unconsciousness in Itachi's arms. Chapter 51, Naruto vs. Might Guy. Following the conclusion of the battle between Lee and Sasuke, the latter found himself stripped of his once proud demeanor, akin to having his chin flattened by a kick from Lee. Sasuke, no longer arrogant, began to appreciate the importance of physical training, joining Might Guy and Naruto in their rigorous exercises. Neji, having witnessed the rapid growth of Lee's strength, felt compelled to join them, thereby becoming Might Guy's fourth disciple. Naruto, Lee, it is time to test our training results. Let us see if we can move this colossal boulder, Might Guy remarked, pointing at the massive rock behind him. This so-called boulder resembled a small mountain, standing over 2 meters high and exceeding 10 tons in weight, substantially heavier than a fully grown elephant. Teacher Guy, this is utterly impossible. The rock is far too massive, exclaimed Sasuke and Neji in disbelief. Very well, Teacher Guy, Naruto responded excitedly. Although he acknowledged the boulder's size, he felt invigorated by the challenge and had confidence in his abilities. Naruto approached the rock, exerting all his strength. Initially, it remained unmoved, and his feet slipped. However, he quickly grasped the technique, steadied himself, and with a vigorous push, the rock trembled and began to shift slowly. Is this real? How can Naruto possess such strength? Sasuke and Neji gasped in astonishment. Might Guy praised. Indeed, Naruto possesses extraordinary physical attributes. He is strong, resilient, and recovers swiftly. He can bounce back after a night's rest, even after intense exertion. He has trained alongside me for 3 years, experiencing remarkable advancements in both endurance and martial arts. Subsequently, Lee attempted to push the rock as well, but his efforts fell considerably short compared to Naruto's. Impressive, Sasuke and Neji remarked, once again taken aback. Might Guy nodded approvingly, stating, it is only natural for Lee to be strong. He is a prodigy in martial arts, a diligent genius who has dedicated himself to training day and night for 3 years. Sasuke and Neji then attempted to budge the boulder, but to no avail. Frustrated, Sasuke resorted to using Chidori, shattering the stone into pieces. Naruto had contemplated using the 8 gates to lift the boulder, but Sasuke's actions thwarted that plan. At that moment, Might Guy extended an invitation. With a wide grin revealing his bright white teeth, Might Guy said, Naruto, would you care to engage in a spirited duel with me to assess your current martial prowess? Certainly, thank you, Teacher Guy, Naruto replied with a smile. The battlefield was set for Naruto and Might Guy, while Sasuke, Neji, and Lee took their places as spectators. Sasuke, fuming, declared, damn it, Naruto. It has been far too long since we last battled. We must face off again when you have the time. Neji, fixated on Naruto, nodded in agreement, stating, Sasuke is right. Naruto, be prepared. Next time, I will surely defeat you. Lee watched intently, eager to learn from the martial exchange between Might Guy and Naruto. On the grassy field, Naruto and Might Guy faced each other. Might Guy smiled. Naruto, allow me to evaluate the fruits of your 3 years of training. Understood. Naruto replied earnestly. With that, Naruto launched the first attack, charging towards Might Guy. Guy, surprised by Naruto's speed, responded in kind, throwing punches that met only air. At the moment of impact, Naruto enveloped himself in wind-release chakra, significantly enhancing his reflexes, withdrew his fist, and executed a 360-side kick. Might Guy quickly retracted his fist to block Naruto's kick and aimed to grasp Naruto's leg. However, Naruto evaded, stepping on Might Guy's arm before retreating to his original position. In this exchange, Naruto held the upper hand, yet his kick did not faze Might Guy in the slightest. It was evident that his defenses remained intact. This is infuriating, Sasuke thought silently. Witnessing Naruto's lightning-fast maneuvers led Sasuke to conclude that he would not withstand Naruto's kick, feeling the distance between them widening. Lee remained calm, knowing from their joint training that Naruto regularly lifted weights far beyond his own, and was aware that Naruto's physical capabilities greatly surpassed his own. Remarkable, Naruto. That maneuver was exceptional, and your speed was impressive, though you lack sufficient power. It is time to open the 8 gates, Might Guy advised. Very well, Teacher Guy. Naruto replied, a smile gracing his face as he faced the wind. The 8 gates opened. With an explosive surge of energy, Naruto activated the initial gates, open, rest, life, and wound until he reached the 5th gate, the door of limit. The first 4 gates were relatively easy to open, with minimal side effects for those of good constitution. However, the latter 4, door of limit, door of view, door of shock, and door of death placed considerable strain on the body, albeit offering significant enhancements. Naruto's rapid attainment of the 5th gate could be attributed to his powerful Uzumaki lineage, which endowed him with remarkable vitality and physical prowess, alongside the assistance of the Nine Tails. Naruto's recovery abilities were already formidable, and with his continuous adaptation to the Nine Tails chakra, His resilience had further improved, making it increasingly difficult for him to tire. I never anticipated you would reach the 5th gate so swiftly, Naruto. Exercise caution. I shall now reveal a portion of my strength, Might Guy noted. Might Guy then opened the 4th gate, the door of wound, clearly intent on testing his strength without harming Naruto. As their fists collided, it soon became evident that Might Guy was at a disadvantage, being pushed back. Teacher Guy, do not hold back. Let us engage in a true battle, Naruto urged. Very well, Naruto. I shall not be courteous any longer. I now open the 5th gate, the door of limit, Might Guy declared. This time, Naruto initiated the attack once more, leaping forward to strike Might Guy's head. Guy swiftly ducked to evade, countering with a punch aimed at Naruto's abdomen. Naruto blocked the incoming fist and leaped over it, dodging the attack. He then kicked towards Might Guy, but Guy, with quick reflexes, seized Naruto's leg. Counterattack! Naruto exclaimed in shock. Realizing he was on the verge of being thrown to the ground, Naruto quickly placed both hands on the ground to avert head injury. However, Might Guy still held Naruto's leg, executing a powerful shoulder throw reminiscent of the Hulk. In a moment of desperation, Naruto unleashed an even greater surge of energy, grasping Might Guy's arm while delivering an elbow strike to the same arm. To prevent his arm from breaking under the pressure, Might Guy relinquished his grip on Naruto's leg while retaliating with a kick. Naruto hastily raised his arms to defend against Might Guy's attack, but was still sent flying, skidding across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Truly, Teacher Guy, you are formidable, Naruto thought, praising his opponent internally as he shook off the numbness in his arm and resumed fighting. The battle devolved into a stalemate, despite Naruto's chakra abundance causing his green aura to outshine Might Guy's. His youth and shorter limbs were apparent drawbacks. Might Guy's extensive combat experience and strength extended beyond merely the 5th gate. Were it not for Naruto's keen perception, which allowed him to dodge numerous crises, he would have already succumbed to Might Guy's superior prowess. Though it appeared evenly matched, it was clear that, if the fight continued, Naruto would eventually face defeat. For Might Guy, Naruto's attacks posed little threat, and without relying on his swift reflexes, Naruto had already missed opportunities to counterattack. After all, Might Guy had dedicated his life to training, each punch representing decades of effort, not to be taken lightly. Half an hour later, Naruto conceded, recognizing the toll of prolonged use of the 8 gates on his body. Thank you, Teacher Guy, and I appreciate your restraint, Naruto smiled. Might Guy refrained from using his full strength. Otherwise, such a prolonged match would have been impossible. This sparring session served as a valuable experience for Naruto. No need for thanks, Naruto. You are quite formidable. Your taijutsu rivals that of a jonin. Moreover, your agility and speed, along with your ability to adapt various techniques, have greatly enriched my combat experience, Might Guy remarked with a smile. In truth, Naruto yearned to harness the power of the Nine-Tails chakra to unlock the 6th or even the 7th gate. However, he hesitated, fearing it might discourage Lee and Sasuke, and he felt it would not reflect his true strength. After witnessing the clash between Naruto and Might Guy, Lee stood in admiration of Naruto's prowess, while Neji furrowed his brow in frustration. Sasuke, seething with anger, muttered, "How infuriating, Naruto." After watching the entire match, he stormed off, too upset to continue his taijutsu training that afternoon. Sasuke understood that no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up to Naruto, and he felt as though Naruto would only continue to distance himself further until he was completely out of sight. Chapter 52. Jiraiya. As Naruto witnessed Sasuke's departure, he bid farewell to Might Guy and others, setting off on his own. Instead of pursuing Sasuke, Naruto intended to visit Orochimaru. 3 years prior, Naruto had delivered the captured White Zetsu to Orochimaru, and surely there had been some advancements in research over that time. Although Naruto was reluctant to inject himself with Hashirama's cells, he considered it a possibility for Sasuke and the others. Confident in his potential to surpass Hashirama, he feared that such an injection might lead to degradation rather than enhancement. However, he would welcome the prospect of obtaining Otsutsuki cells. Despite the formidable nature of wood release, Naruto pondered whether he could awaken it, as his current chakra nature did not include earth or water. Even if he were to awaken wood release through Hashirama's cells, it would likely be weak. Injecting Uzumaki's cells seemed a more appealing alternative, perhaps even granting him the ability to awaken the adamant and sealing technique and a healing physique. Which would be more compatible? Lost in thought, Naruto arrived at Orochimaru's base, where he witnessed Jiraiya confronting Orochimaru, pinning him against the wall. Orochimaru, do you have any sense of shame? Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I heard you returned to Konoha, and I was overjoyed. I rushed back the moment I could to see you. Pain was evident in Jiraiya's gaze. I cannot believe you are still conducting human experiments. His voice turned low and filled with fury. Orochimaru, please, calm down. Allow me to explain. Orochimaru attempted to quell Jiraiya's wrath. Explain? What more is there to explain? The situation is laid bare before me. Jiraiya's agitation intensified. That was Danzo's doing. Orochimaru muttered, lowering his head. Danzo is dead. Jiraiya interjected vehemently. It was Hokage Sarutobi's orders, Orochimaru stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gazed at Jiraiya. Really? A hint of skepticism crossed Jiraiya's face. It was my request that Orochimaru carry out the experiments, Naruto interjected, interrupting their exchange. You? Naruto? Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished at Naruto's approach. Yes, Master Jiraiya. Naruto affirmed with unwavering resolve. Why would you do such a thing? Jiraiya's brow furrowed, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Naruto spoke slowly. Master Jiraiya, there are sacrifices made for strength. You must have gathered considerable intelligence regarding the Akatsuki by now. Some members have already injected themselves with Hashirama cells, becoming immensely powerful. What if they all do the same? To confront future crises, we must enhance our own strength. Power is the undeniable truth. Or else we shall inevitably pay a devastating price. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, recognizing the validity of Naruto's words, yet his heart struggled to accept such means. But Naruto, he said gravely, conducting human experiments is inhumane and results in many deaths. Naruto lowered his gaze, pain and helplessness flashing in his eyes. I understand it is cruel, but sometimes, to protect more lives, we must make difficult choices. Master Jiraiya, where there is light, there is darkness. Occasionally, we must forsake certain moral values to achieve progress and success. Moreover, the subjects for Orochimaru's experiments are heinous criminals, death row inmates from the land of water. 3 years ago, after Naruto annihilated the Grass Ninja Village, the Land of Water's prison system expanded significantly, becoming the foremost force in the Land of Grass. With Naruto's formidable reputation, it was easy for him and Orochimaru to establish connections with them. Upon hearing that the subjects of Orochimaru's experiments were death row inmates, the tension within Jiraiya finally eased. He recognized that while Orochimaru resorted to unscrupulous methods, he at least did not violate moral boundaries. Jiraiya gazed at Naruto with concern. Speaking earnestly, Naruto, you are still too young. I do not wish for you to be involved in such matters alongside Orochimaru. You must understand this could bring you endless pain and torment. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, his voice low. Master Jiraiya, I fear losing my loved ones. I cannot allow those around me to suffer due to my weakness. If this path leads to strength, I will bear the scorn and blame of the world without hesitation. Jiraiya silently observed Naruto, his heart filled with conflict. He understood Naruto's yearning for power and recognized the goodness and righteousness within him. However, he did not wish for Naruto to tread this dark path. Yet, faced with an impending colossal threat, Jiraiya knew time was of the essence, and they needed to strengthen themselves quickly. Unfortunately, aside from Orochimaru's methods, there appeared to be no other viable options. With a resigned sigh, Jiraiya gently placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, speaking solemnly. Naruto, I hope you can remember your original intentions. No matter what, do not forget why you fight. Naruto lifted his head, his gaze resolute as if forged from iron, sparkling with determination. Rest assured, Master Jiraiya, I will never forget. Also, Master Jiraiya, my father Minato often speaks of you. Would you like to meet him? Naruto inquired eagerly. A puzzled expression crossed Jiraiya's face. Minato? Isn't he dead? Naruto smiled faintly, a mysterious glint in his eyes. He died, but not entirely. Jiraiya was perplexed by Naruto's words, furrowing his brow in confusion. What do you mean by died but not entirely? What are you trying to say, Naruto? With a playful smile, Naruto replied. Hee, Master Jiraiya, you'll find out soon enough. Place your hand on my stomach and open your mind. Jiraiya, seeing the conviction in Naruto's eyes, complied. Soon, he found himself in Naruto's sealed space. As he slowly opened his eyes, he saw a young man standing before him, whose visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the Minato he once knew. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed upon the figure before him. Minato? How can it be you? He had not anticipated encountering his former student, Namake's Minato, here. Master Jiraiya, it's good to see you, Minato said with a gentle smile. Chapter 53, Genetic Enhancement Serums. At this moment, Orochimaru gazed at Naruto with keen interest, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and anticipation. His gaze swept over Naruto before settling on Jiraiya, who had closed his eyes and entered a state of tranquility. Resting his chin on his hand, Orochimaru appeared to ponder a significant question. Minato is dead, but is he truly gone? Orochimaru murmured softly, intrigued by Naruto's words. However, Naruto had no intention of delving further into this topic. Instead, he directly inquired about the progress of the research on Hashirama's cells. Naruto, we have achieved certain results in our research. Through our studies on the white Zetsu, we successfully extracted and cultivated a batch of white Zetsu cells. Interestingly, we discovered some similarities between Hashirama's cells and the white Zetsu cells. Both can be injected into the human body to enhance physical capabilities. However, injecting Hashirama's cells into another person still poses risks. Although Hashirama's cells are not inherently toxic, their immense vitality and would-release properties might be overwhelming for others, potentially leading to their assimilation into a tree being, Orochimaru explained gravely. Upon hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Hashirama Senju truly deserves the title of the god of shinobi. His chakra is akin to that of the tailed beasts. It dawned on him that Hashirama was infused with his own cells. Curiously, Naruto asked, "So, Orochimaru, have you attempted to combine Hashirama's cells with other cells? Perhaps this could mitigate the risks and unleash greater potential." Orochimaru smiled and replied, "Indeed, we have explored that, Naruto. In fact, we have fused Hashirama's cells with white Zetsu cells to create a novel type of cell. This new cell not only retains the characteristics of Hashirama's cells, but also inherits traits from the white Zetsu cells. It possesses the formidable vitality of Hashirama's cells while exhibiting the adaptability of white Zetsu cells, allowing for better integration into the human body." A flicker of excitement sparkled in Naruto's eyes. That sounds intriguing. If this new type of cell is indeed effective, does that mean more individuals could benefit from the power of Hashirama's cells? Orochimaru nodded, continuing, "Precisely, Naruto. The significance of this research extends beyond merely granting individuals greater strength. It heralds new breakthroughs in the medical field. For instance, it holds vast potential in treating diseases or repairing damaged tissues." Then, Orochimaru, "What are the conditions for injecting this new type of cell?" Naruto inquired. "The injection requires a physique at the Chunin level or above to withstand it. Through my years of research, I have also found that white Zetsu and Hashirama cells can now be injected to enhance physical capabilities. White Zetsu cells can be administered to Genin, although the enhancement effect is relatively limited. Hashirama cells, however, require at least a Jonin level, but their enhancement effect is the most pronounced," Orochimaru detailed. "Orochimaru, perhaps you should discuss this with the third Hokage and proceed with its application," Naruto suggested. "Certainly, Naruto. Would you like me to administer it to you now?" Orochimaru inquired with a grin. "Not necessary, Orochimaru. I don't require it at this moment. If my progress slows down in the future, I will reconsider. For now, please prioritize giving it to Sasuke and Itachi. Ensure that Itachi is present during the injection to prevent any unforeseen circumstances," Naruto declined. "Itachi, you say?" Orochimaru's gaze flickered momentarily before returning to its calm demeanor. Just then, Jiraiya finally awakened. "Naruto." At that moment, Jiraiya's eyes brimmed with affection as he gently stroked Naruto's hair, speaking in a tender voice, "You've grown up." Naruto looked at the kind, elderly man before him, warmth swelling in his heart. "Jiraiya-sensei, what did you and my father discuss?" Naruto asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiraiya smiled faintly, patting Naruto's shoulder. "Don't rush, my boy. I will share those matters with you shortly." Naruto nodded, touched, knowing that Jiraiya genuinely cared for him. "I apologize for not visiting you sooner," Jiraiya expressed with guilt, feeling he owed Naruto a debt of attention. "No worries, Jiraiya-sensei," Naruto reassured him with a smile. "I know you've been very busy with important matters. Besides, I've grown up and can take care of myself now." Jiraiya beamed with pride, sensing Naruto's inner strength and maturity. "This isn't the best place for conversation. Let's go have a meal and chat," Jiraiya proposed. "Sounds great," Naruto eagerly agreed. "Orochimaru, I'll take my leave with Naruto for now," Jiraiya announced. Orochimaru nodded, not objecting, and exchanged a glance with Naruto. Thus, Orochimaru's human experiments finally bore fruit, and following a discussion with Hiruzen Sarutobi, they planned to commence usage in a week. Considering that directly naming Hashirama cells and white Zetsu cells might not be appealing, They opted for alternative names for others to use: Genetic Enhancement Serum I, Genetic Enhancement Serum II, and Genetic Enhancement Serum III. Each of these serums corresponded to varying degrees of enhancement effects. Genetic Enhancement Serum I enhances the user's physical condition and chakra levels. Genetic Enhancement Serum II awakens latent potential within the user, while Genetic Enhancement Serum III is the most potent, granting the user exceptional recovery abilities. However, these serums are not without side effects. Should the user be unable to withstand the energy contained within, it could lead to bodily collapse or even death. Nevertheless, by carefully assessing the recipient's physical condition and administering the 3 types of genetic enhancement serums, the risks are virtually negligible. The emergence of these serums has further bolstered the strength of Konoha Village. Chapter 54. The Opening of the Sealed Door. A family reunion inside the bustling Ichiraka ramen shop. A lively atmosphere enveloped the establishment, with patrons arriving in droves. Naruto smiled at Uncle Ichiraku and said, "Uncle Ichiraku, another bowl, please." Uncle Ichiraku responded cheerfully, "Of course, Naruto." Jiraiya watched Naruto devour his meal and kindly reminded him, "Naruto, slow down, you might choke." Subsequently, Jiraiya took a piece of chashu from his own bowl and placed it into Naruto's bowl. Gratefully, Naruto looked at Jiraiya and exclaimed, "Thank you, Master Jiraiya." Jiraiya gazed at Naruto with warmth and affection in his eyes. As Naruto continued to relish his ramen, he curiously turned to Jiraiya and asked, "By the way, Master Jiraiya, what did you and my father discuss back then?" Jiraiya, looking at the innocent Naruto, recalled his recent conversation with Minato and felt a twinge of guilt. He slowly replied, "Your father, Minato, entrusted me with the responsibility of looking after you. To be honest, I have failed in that duty by not being there when you needed help the most." Naruto blinked and flashed a bright smile, reassuring him, "It's all right, Master Jiraiya. I know you've been busy. Besides, I've grown up now, haven't I?" Jiraiya nodded, reflecting, "Indeed, you have matured completely. Your strength now may even surpass that of Minato in his prime. During my travels in the ninja world, I hear praises of you everywhere." Embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head and chuckled, "Haha, not at all, Master Jiraiya. I still have a long way to go." Jiraiya shook his head with a smile, filled with pride as he noted Naruto's humility, reminiscent of Minato's character. Naruto quickly waved his hands, insisting, "No, no, no. I still have so much to learn. I hope you will continue to guide me, Master Jiraiya." With a hearty laugh, Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder, saying, "All right, when I have time, I will share all my knowledge with you." Excited, Naruto nodded enthusiastically, declaring, "Great. Thank you, Master Jiraiya. It's a promise, Master." Upon hearing Naruto address him as such, Jiraiya felt a ripple of emotion within him. He recalled the prophecy of the Great Toad, predicting that the Child of Destiny would be his disciple. Could it be that Naruto is the fabled Child of Destiny? "What's wrong, Jiraiya?" Naruto's voice snapped Jiraiya back to reality. "Nothing," Jiraiya replied, shaking his head in an effort to calm himself. "By the way, Master Jiraiya, I heard from Orochimaru that you've been searching for the Child of Destiny all these years. Is that true?" Naruto inquired with curiosity. Jiraiya looked up at the sky and nodded slowly. "So, Master Jiraiya, do you think I resemble the Child of Destiny?" Naruto gazed at Jiraiya with anticipation. Jiraiya's eyes fell upon Naruto, filled with complex emotions. "It's possible, but I hesitate to define you as such." "Why not?" Naruto questioned, puzzled. Jiraiya, lost in memories, replied, "In the past, I believed my student Nagato was the Child of Destiny, yet he perished in war. I later thought Minato was the one, but he too tragically passed away." Naruto listened quietly, sensing the deep pain and helplessness in Jiraiya's voice. Jiraiya continued, "I have lost too many significant individuals. So this time, I do not wish to hastily declare anyone as the Child of Destiny. Perhaps destiny is not determined by a single individual but is something we must all strive to create together." Naruto nodded, resolute, "I understand, Master Jiraiya. Whether I am the Child of Destiny or not, I will give it my all. I have things I wish to protect, as well as friends who believe in me." Jiraiya smiled with pride, patting Naruto's shoulder. "That's my boy. Remember, never lose hope. Even when facing great difficulties, you must forge ahead." Naruto nodded firmly, "Of course. Besides, keeping my word is my ninja way." Jiraiya chuckled, patting Naruto's shoulder once more. "Naruto, you've grown up. I hope that one day, you will be the one to truly change the world." As they finished their meal and prepared to part ways, Jiraiya suddenly pulled a key from his pocket. "Ah, Naruto, this is the key your father entrusted to me for safekeeping. It's time to hand it over to you." After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Naruto eagerly returned home. For he was finally ready to unlock that door. Naruto quickly lay down on his bed and entered the sealed space. Minato asked, "Naruto, did you get the key?" With excitement, Naruto nodded vigorously. "Yes, father. Can we bring mother out now?" "Yes, Naruto. It is time for our family to reunite," Minato replied with a smile. With a heart full of anticipation, Naruto used the key to unlock the gate sealing the Nine Tails. In an instant, the overwhelming chakra of the Nine Tails surged forth. At that moment, the connection between Naruto and the Nine Tails chakra became unimpeded, which would empower Naruto even further in the future. However, silence soon enveloped the scene, and Kushina did not appear. Anxiously, Naruto asked, "Father, why hasn't T-Mother come out yet? Is something wrong?" Worry and unease filled Naruto's heart. Minato, scratching his head awkwardly, replied, "Perhaps the barrier I set hasn't been triggered yet." His voice lacked conviction, suggesting he too felt uncertain about this explanation. Naruto and the Nine Tails exchanged silent glances. "All right, follow my lead. Nine Tails, you need to invade Naruto's body." "Naruto, do not resist the malevolent chakra of the Nine Tails," Minato instructed. The Nine Tails remained silent. "This was another safeguard I set for Naruto before my demise. It should only activate once Naruto is overtaken by the Nine Tails. Once that happens, Kushina will sense it and come to rescue Naruto," Minato explained with a forced smile. "Come on, Kurama, for me to reunite with my mother. Please endure this for now and help me," Naruto pleaded. "Humph, that wretched Minato, and that infuriating previous Jinchuriki, Kushina. To be honest, I have no desire to save you. But for Naruto's sake, I shall be a good fox this time and help you all reunite," the Nine Tails huffed. Then, the Nine Tails unleashed a surge of malevolent chakra that began to invade Naruto's body. With his eyes tightly shut, Naruto slowly endured the pain brought on by the dark chakra, his body trembling slightly. As Naruto felt this malicious chakra, the suffering endured by the Nine Tails throughout its life flooded his mind. He deeply sensed the intense malice and hostility that the Nine Tails experienced. Except for the Sage of Six Paths and Naruto himself, everyone else embodied malice in the eyes of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails possessed a keen sense of good and evil, yet it also brought immense suffering. As it witnessed too much malice in humanity, a sentiment that resonated deeply with Naruto. Gradually, Naruto became immersed in the Nine Tails' pain. A torrent of uncontrollable anger and hatred surged within him. A thought began to take root in his mind. He desired to eradicate all the evil in the world. One of Naruto's eyes gradually transformed into a deep crimson, as his reason was consumed by an overwhelming hatred, causing his body to slip further from his control. However, just as the malevolent chakra of the Nine Tails fully enveloped Naruto's being, a brilliant red light erupted from within him. In an instant, Kushina's figure emerged from the radiance, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she gazed lovingly at Naruto. "Mother!" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with tears of joy. Kushina looked upon her son with warmth and affection, tenderly caressing his cheek. "My child, you have suffered." Tears streamed down Naruto's face as he could no longer contain his emotions, rushing forward to embrace Kushina tightly. Enveloped in his mother's warm embrace, his heart swelled with happiness and fulfillment. Meanwhile, Minato, wearing a smile, approached slowly, yearning to join the reunion with his son and Kushina. The Nine Tails observed this poignant scene in silence, its eyes betraying a flicker of complex emotions, though it harbored a disdain for humanity. Witnessing the intimate bond between Naruto and Kushina stirred something within it. Chapter 55. Kushina restrained the Nine Tails using her adamantine sealing chains, binding it securely. The Nine Tails exclaimed in astonishment. Kushina turned towards the Nine Tails, rebuking it with fury. "Nine Tails, how dare you attempt to seize Naruto's body?" The Nine Tails' spirits plummeted precipitously. The Nine Tails bellowed indignantly. "Hey, you, come out here and explain this." Minato urgently exclaimed. "Kushina, release the Nine Tails. It did this so that you and Naruto could meet." Upon hearing this, Kushina scoffed, a trace of displeasure flickering across her countenance. Kushina pivoted her gaze towards Minato, her eyes ablaze with mounting ire. As her emotions surged, her crimson hair billowed uncontrollably, resembling a ferocious beast baring its fangs. Now thoroughly incensed, Kushina clenched her teeth, retorting, "That wretched Nine Tails dared to impersonate Minato to deceive me. Don't think you can succeed with such a vile tactic." However, at that moment, Naruto interjected, "Mom, what Dad is saying is true." Hearing her son's words, Kushina paused, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her face as she murmured, "Naruto, Is this true? She turned her gaze to Minato. But as he needed to draw upon the Nine-Tails chakra to sustain his life, Minato was enveloped in a shroud of crimson chakra, his entire being seemingly intertwined with the Nine-Tails. Confronted with this bizarre spectacle, Kushina was filled with apprehension. She scrutinized the figure before her, both familiar and alien, seeking some clue in Minato's expression and eyes. Indeed, Kushina. It is I, Minato, Minato said sheepishly. Minato? I never expected to see you again. Why didn't you explain it sooner? Kushina exclaimed with delight. After speaking, Kushina playfully punched Minato's chest, then wept with joy. Kushina reminisced about her days with Minato, when they were young, brimming with vitality and aspiration. Seeing Minato again filled her with immense happiness and contentment. Observing Kushina's tears, Minato felt a pang of sorrow. Minato embraced Kushina tightly, savoring her warmth and tenderness. He knew he had waited a long time for this moment, and she had finally returned to his side. At that moment, the Nine-Tails' irritated voice intruded, shattering the tender atmosphere. Hey, can you two save the reminiscing for later and release me? I have my pride, you know. The Nine-Tails grumbled. Nine-Tails, I've wronged you. I'm sorry, Kushina said, retracting her adamantine sealing chains and bowing in apology. The Nine-Tails scoffed. Kushina, you're still as impetuous as ever, rushing into things without understanding the situation. Haha. By the way, Minato, have you reconciled with the Nine-Tails? How did you get him to help me come out? Kushina inquired. Yes. The Nine-Tails has become good friends with Naruto. We summoned you because we wanted to see you and reunite our family, Minato replied with a smile. Kushina responded, but I can't maintain this form for long. I really want to know how Naruto has been, whether he has been bullied, and hearing Kushina's words, Naruto and Minato simultaneously turned to the Nine-Tails. Naruto pleaded once more, Kurama, please, help me again. I can't be without my mom. The Nine-Tails looked reluctant but extended a hand, tossing a ball of chakra toward Kushina before turning away, ignoring the family. The Nine-Tails, though seemingly aloof, was actually compassionate, wanting to give the family time to be together. Thank you so much, Kurama, Naruto said with a smile. Seeing Kushina's chakra replenished by the Nine-Tails, her form solidified. Minato and Kushina also expressed their gratitude to the Nine-Tails. Thus, Naruto's family was finally reunited. Kushina then had time to inquire about Naruto's well-being. Kushina asked with concern, Naruto, how have you been all these years? Mom, the third Hokage threw me into an orphanage and made me grow up alone. At the age of 3, I was moved to a dilapidated house to live by myself. Danzo spread rumors that I was the nine-tailed fox, causing me to be ostracized by the villagers. Naruto recounted tearfully. Hearing Naruto's words, Kushina was filled with rage, her red hair flailing wildly. What? The third Hokage and Danzo treated you like that? Minato, you entrusted Naruto to the third Hokage before you died. Is this how he took care of our child? Kushina exclaimed angrily. Seeing Kushina's anger, Minato quickly reassured her. There were indeed some oversights, but it wasn't as severe as Naruto described. Besides, Danzo is already dead. Feeling his mother's concern, Naruto stopped mentioning the unpleasant things to avoid worrying her. Naruto said with a smile, Mom, don't worry. I'm doing well now through my own efforts. I've become a great hero in Konoha, and I've made many friends. Kushina asked with delight, Really? Naruto is amazing. How old are you now, Naruto? Do you have a girlfriend? 6 years old, and yes, I have a girlfriend. Her name is Hinata, Naruto replied. Kushina praised, truly the child of Kushina and Minato. You have a girlfriend at such a young age. What is Hinata like? Have you met her, Minato? I need to vet her for Naruto. I have met her. She is the daughter of Hayashi Hyuga and a very nice little girl, Minato replied with a smile. That's right, Hinata is a very lovely girl. Someone worth protecting for a lifetime, just like Dad loves Mom, Naruto said tenderly. Naruto likes Hinata so much. Then, who does Naruto love more, Hinata or Mom? Kushina asked with a smile. Naruto. Oh, alright, Naruto, I'm just teasing you. Tell me about your other things, Kushina said with a smile. As they chatted, they returned to the topic of the Nine-Tails attack. Naruto, you've really suffered. It's all because of that masked man who killed me and Minato, leaving you alone in this world. Kushina said. Minato said somberly, Kushina, the masked man was actually Obito. What? Obito? Isn't he dead? Kushina asked in surprise. Then, Naruto began to explain, and Kushina became increasingly enraged. Rin died. What does that have to do with our family? Obito is a beast. Obito was your student, Minato. I remember inviting him to our house as a guest. How could he do such a heinous thing? I must give him a good beating, Kushina said angrily. That's right. One day, I will avenge you, Naruto said furiously. Kushina worried Naruto. She feared that Naruto was no match for Obito. Mom, I'm fine. And one day, I will revive you and let our family have a true reunion, Naruto said with determination. Revive? Kushina looked at Naruto with surprise. She had not expected her son to have such an astonishing idea. Yes, Naruto nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. I will undoubtedly discover a means to restore you to this world. He clenched his fist, envisioning the advent of that day when his family would be reunited, never more to be parted. Kushina, deeply moved by Naruto's resolve, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Cognizant of the seeming impossibility of his ambition, she extended her hand, gently caressing Naruto's cheek. My child, she whispered, irrespective of what the future may hold, your mother shall forever be your guardian. Naruto's heart swelled with newfound strength, for he possessed an inkling of a path to resurrection. With unwavering persistence, he believed the realization of his dream, the revival of his parents, and the ultimate reunion of his family would come to fruition. Chapter 56. The late years of a martyr, yet the spirit unyielding on the other side. Within the Hokage's office, Jiraiya remarked, You've returned. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on a cigarette, responded, his voice tinged with weariness. Yes, I have returned, Sensei, Jiraiya replied. His gaze complex as he looked at his mentor. He had intended to stride him boldly and call out affectionately, Old man. However, the words caught in his throat upon seeing his teacher's frail form. Hiruzen appeared older than Jiraiya remembered, his face marked by a few more wrinkles, and his hair showing signs of graying. A pang of sorrow gripped Jiraiya's heart as he realized the relentless passage of time affects everyone. Even the mightiest of ninjas cannot evade its grasp. Taking a seat beside his mentor, Jiraiya's eyes reflected concern. How have you been, Sensei? Hiruzen smiled faintly and replied, Not too bad, but with age, I cannot compare to you youthful ones. Furrowing his brow, Jiraiya insisted, Please don't say that. You are a legendary figure in Konoha, and we all hold you in high esteem. With a gentle laugh, Hiruzen mused, Indeed, time flies. In the blink of an eye, you all have grown into remarkable ninjas. Jiraiya offered a comforting pat on his mentor's shoulder. Rest assured, Sensei, we are here for Konoha. As long as we stand together, the village will thrive. Hiruzen nodded appreciatively. Imparting with sincerity, Jiraiya, you have always been a source of reassurance for me. I hope you continue to strive and contribute even more to Konoha. With conviction, Jiraiya replied, Yes, Sensei, I will. Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya with warmth, recognizing him as one of his most respectful disciples. Jiraiya, I am growing old. With your return, will you remain in Konoha? Jiraiya quickly shook his head. I do not wish to be constrained, you know that. Hiruzen sighed, Jiraiya, I understand your disdain for the darkness lurking beneath Konoha, but the village has transformed over the years, uniting as one, no longer a cauldron of hidden turmoil. With Danzo gone and Root disbanded, Konoha has changed. Jiraiya smiled and responded, Sensei, I have witnessed these changes. When I returned to Konoha, I never anticipated the Uchiha clan would find their way back to the heart of the village. Both the adults and children here wear smiles, living in peace. And that is a significant improvement. Sensei, I didn't realize you managed things so well. Jiraiya exclaimed. Hiruzen chuckled softly and shook his head. Jiraiya, to be frank, most of this is not due to my efforts, but rather because of Naruto. His presence has instilled hope and courage within Konoha. Conversely, I feel I have done too little. Without Naruto, Konoha would not be as strong as it is today. It is through him that we have addressed the internal and external challenges. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Indeed, Naruto is indeed a remarkable child. His optimism and kindness have touched many lives. He faces adversity with a smile and never gives up. Perhaps he is the hope for Konoha's future. Standing on the rooftop of the Hokage building, Jiraiya and Hiruzen watched the sun set against the orange sky, overlooking the landscape of Konoha. Jiraiya, Hiruzen inquired, Do you know where Tsunade is? I hope you can bring her back to Konoha. Scratching his head, Jiraiya replied, I know her whereabouts, but whether she wishes to return is uncertain. Hiruzen sighed. Since the death of Rope Tree, she has been engulfed in sorrow, unable to escape. But now Konoha needs her. Jiraiya frowned. But her emotional burdens are heavy. I fear she may not easily let go of the past. Hiruzen placed a reassuring hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. I understand your concerns, but I believe, deep down, she still loves Konoha. Tell her I am preparing to step down and wish for her to succeed me as Hokage. Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. Are you truly considering this? It is no small matter. Hiruzen nodded. I am old, and Konoha requires a new leader to guide it into the future. Tsunade is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya replied, Very well. I shall do my utmost to persuade her to return. However, what if she refuses? Hiruzen smiled. Then it will depend on your abilities, Jiraiya. We cannot force her. But at least we must offer her a choice. Jiraiya nodded resignedly. I understand, Sensei. I will do my best. Hiruzen smiled warmly. Go, Jiraiya. I hope you succeed in bringing Tsunade back. The future of Konoha lies in the hands of you young ones. Jiraiya responded with determination. Rest assured, Sensei. I will not disappoint your expectations. With that, Jiraiya turned and embarked on his journey to find Tsunade. Chapter 57. The Search for Princess Tsunade inside the Ichiraku ramen shop. Naruto devoured his noodles, his cheeks puffed out like a small balloon. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei, for treating me to ramen. He exclaimed. No need to be polite, Naruto. Eat as much as you like, Jiraiya replied with a smile. As Naruto continued to slurp his noodles, he mumbled, Jiraiya-sensei, once I finish this bowl, will you teach me ninjutsu? I've heard from my father that your sage techniques are remarkable. Jiraiya slowly shook his head. I'm afraid not, Naruto. After I finish breakfast, I must set off to find Tsunade. Konoha desperately needs her. Upon hearing Tsunade's name, images of her immense strength and various labels flashed through Naruto's mind. Incredible power. A fiery temper, a gambling addiction, a big spender, and a top-tier medical ninja. Jiraiya-sensei, can I accompany you in searching for Tsunade? Naruto asked eagerly. Having spent 3 years in Konoha, he was brimming with curiosity about the outside world, and this was a chance he did not want to miss. You wish to join? Of course. Jiraiya responded with a grin. After finishing their breakfast, Naruto and Jiraiya officially set out to trace Tsunade's whereabouts. In the land of soup, a serene and peaceful nation far removed from the chaos of war, the streets were bustling with life. A scene of prosperity unfolded before their eyes. Naruto gazed around in excitement and asked, Jiraiya-sensei, do you really think Tsunade is here? Jiraiya smiled and replied, Indeed, she is. I've gathered information that her whereabouts are usually in this vicinity. We should inquire at the nearby casino, and we are sure to find her. Naruto nodded enthusiastically but chose not to rush into action. Instead, he glanced around with keen interest, observing Naruto's curiosity about the world beyond. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile and suggested, By the way, Naruto, how about visiting the famous hot springs here in the land of soup? After several days of travel, I thought it would be nice for you to enjoy a good soak. Naruto quickly declined. No, Jiraiya-sensei, we should prioritize finding Tsunade. He recalled the implications of allowing Jiraiya into a hot spring, fearing his sensei's notorious lechery might lead to mischief, especially while they were on a mission to locate Tsunade. Naruto remembered from the original story that at this time, Jiraiya had yet to win Tsunade's favor, and his cologne had notably diminished his chances, resulting in a pounding from her due to his indiscretion. As they walked, Naruto browsed through various stalls, selecting local specialties and exquisite trinkets, inquiring about prices with the vendors. He intended to bring back some gifts for Hinata and Sasuke. Jiraiya chuckled, reminding him, Naruto, do you genuinely like these items? Bashfully scratching his head, Naruto replied, Jiraiya-sensei, I just wanted to buy some souvenirs for my friends since I finally have the chance to explore. Curiously, Jiraiya looked at the bracelet in Naruto's hand and asked, Oh, why the sudden interest in jewelry, particularly a pair? With a shy smile, Naruto confessed, Actually, I want to give it to my girlfriend. Jiraiya was taken aback, incredulously asking, What? You have a girlfriend at such a young age? Naruto quickly clarified, sort of. Jiraiya-sensei, even if she isn't officially my girlfriend, I believe one should courageously express their feelings when they find someone special. So, I want to buy her a gift to convey my sentiments. Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder, feeling a sense of pride. Truly, you are Watergate's son, surpassing even his legacy. With a cheerful laugh, Naruto proposed, Let us go shopping together. Sure, Jiraiya nodded, smiling. Are you planning to buy anything for yourself, Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto asked curiously. Jiraiya hesitated. Then suddenly, Naruto pretended to remember something, saying, Oh, right, Jiraiya-sensei. I recall that Tsunade is one of the legendary 3 and your peer. Wouldn't you want to buy her a gift? Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Jiraiya's face. You're right, Naruto. I should indeed pick something for her, especially since we haven't seen each other in so many years. As he said this, Jiraiya felt warmth flood his cheeks. a wave of indescribable emotions washing over him as he reminisced about their youthful days. Back then, he, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were but children, learning ninjutsu under the tutelage of Hiruzen Sarutobi, growing together without ever considering the possibility of separation. Jiraiya's mind wandered to Tsunade's youthful visage, vibrant and beautiful, her spirited personality and fierce competitiveness igniting his affection. Despite Tsunade's transformation into a mature woman, to Jiraiya, she remained that captivating girl from their past. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiraiya took a deep breath, grounding himself in the present. He began earnestly searching through the items at the stalls, his gaze focused and eager, as if seeking a gift that would truly express his feelings for Tsunade, intending to surprise her. Inside a casino, Jiraiya and Naruto began to inquire about Tsunade. Have you seen Tsunade? She has golden hair and a rather ample figure. Oh, you mean the big spender? She was here a few days ago, treating us to a round of fun. She is likely out of money now. Possibly at another casino, or in a hotel or inn. But we've checked everywhere and haven't seen her, Jiraiya lamented. Perhaps she has gone to earn some money. He mused. After pondering, Naruto furrowed his brow, realizing that continuing this way was futile, and activated his Kage's eye. I found her, Jiraiya-sensei. Follow me, Naruto exclaimed. Once he opened his Kage's eye, he instantly sensed Tsunade's location and dashed toward it, with Jiraiya closely trailing behind. They raced through the bustling streets and vibrant market until they arrived at a rather modest building. Upon entering, Jiraiya and Naruto were promptly detected. Shizune anxiously cautioned, Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya and Naruto are in pursuit. Shall we persist in evading them? Tsunade responded indifferently. Very well, let us continue to evade them. However, Lady Tsunade, we may not have ample time to continue evading them. They are approaching swiftly. They are already. Shizune's words were cut short as Naruto, accompanied by Jiraiya, forcefully entered the chamber. Tsunade, Jiraiya exclaimed with a mixture of fervor and complexity in his tone. Tsunade, glancing at Jiraiya and Naruto, inquired, Jiraiya and Naruto, what brings you here? If it is to request my return to the Hidden Leaf Village, I am disinclined to do so. Tsunade, Jiraiya began, but found himself at a loss for words. Elder sister Tsunade, do you recognize me? Naruto inquired boisterously. Upon hearing Naruto address her as elder sister, Tsunade responded with a smile, Indeed, Naruto, I have been aware of your exploits for the past 3 years, and you have even garnered a bounty of 300 million. Naruto cheerfully remarked, Haha, elder sister Tsunade, would you consider returning to the Hidden Leaf Village? Orochimaru has already returned. If you were to return as well, the Sannin would be reunited in their entirety. Jiraiya added expectantly, Indeed, Tsunade, return to the Hidden Leaf Village. I bear a mission upon this visit. Lord Hiruzen wishes to relinquish his position and hopes for your return as Hokage. Naruto inwardly shook his head, remarking that Jiraiya was truly obtuse. He wondered if the content of Makeout Paradise was devoid of any plot, proceeding directly to the explicit scenes. As Naruto had anticipated, Tsunade's countenance darkened upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation that he was there on a mission. Tsunade retorted derisively, The old man? He intends to relinquish his position? Are you jesting, Jiraiya? He has occupied that position for so many years. Why would he willingly cede it? Furthermore, I have no desire to become Hokage. I shall not return merely for that reason. Observing Tsunade's demeanor, Jiraiya was overcome with sympathy. He lamented, Tsunade, I comprehend the profound impact that the deaths of Nawaki and Dan Cat had upon you, causing you to remain mired in anguish. However, the deceased cannot be revived. One must move forward. Upon hearing this, Tsunade averted her gaze, reluctant for Jiraiya and Naruto to witness her vulnerable side. Perceiving the delicate situation, Naruto, accompanied by Shizune and her porcine companion, Tonton, departed from the chamber, closing the door behind them. Only Jiraiya and Tsunade remained within the room. At that juncture, Jiraiya inhaled deeply and presented a gift that he had prepared in advance. Tsunade, I have brought a small token for you. Jiraiya presented the gift hesitantly, his tone tinged with bashfulness and trepidation, akin to a youthful admirer. Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension, fearing that she might reject the offering. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, her countenance betraying a complex array of emotions. Tsunade was taken aback by Jiraiya's gesture and somewhat touched. However, Tsunade did not immediately accept the gift, but rather observed Jiraiya in silence, causing him to become flustered. Jiraiya was captivated by Tsunade's gaze, and his mind was thrown into disarray, causing him to become clumsy and uncoordinated. He nearly dropped the gift. A blush crept across Jiraiya's face, and he inwardly berated himself for his agitation. Tsunade, would you accept my sentiment? Jiraiya implored, summoning his courage and presenting the gift with earnestness and sincerity. Jiraiya hoped to convey his deep affection for Tsunade through the gift, assuring her of his genuine love. Tsunade observed Jiraiya's comical demeanor and emitted a soft chuckle. Tsunade found the man before her both endearing and amusing. The boy who had once freely expressed his affection for her had grown into a man who was now flustered in her presence. Tsunade accepted the gift from Jiraiya and gently opened the box, her gaze falling upon the exquisite necklace within. The necklace shimmered with a radiant glow, its intricate design captivating. Tsunade smiled, a hint of delight twinkling in her eyes. She gently caressed the necklace, savoring its texture, and a sense of warmth enveloped her. Thank you, Jiraiya. I admire your gift, but your sentiment, I must return. Tsunade's tone was composed and gentle, yet her words caused Jiraiya's spirits to plummet. Had Tsunade merely admired the gift? Did she truly comprehend his sentiment? Jiraiya pondered, his mood growing somber. Tsunade, would you consider returning to the Hidden Leaf Village with me? Jiraiya inquired, his gaze fixed upon Tsunade with anticipation. Jiraiya, do you possess any funds? Tsunade inquired, abruptly changing the subject and fixing her gaze upon Jiraiya's eyes. Yes, I do. Jiraiya responded promptly, producing a wad of money from his pocket and handing it to Tsunade. May I borrow some of it? Tsunade inquired, accepting the money without hesitation. Of course, Jiraiya responded with a smile. This is insufficient. Do you have more? Tsunade inquired, scrutinizing the money in her hand with dissatisfaction. Yes, I do. I shall give you everything, Jiraiya responded hastily, producing the remaining funds and handing them to Tsunade. Observing Jiraiya's anxious demeanor, Tsunade chuckled. Tsunade, Jiraiya began, scratching his head in embarrassment. I accept, Tsunade responded with a smile, placing the money in her purse. Accept what? Jiraiya inquired, perplexed. Tsunade gazed at Jiraiya, a mischievous glint in her eye. I accept. Tsunade approached Jiraiya and leaned in close. This is sudden. I am not prepared, Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes widening as Tsunade's beautiful face drew near. Just as Tsunade was about to kiss Jiraiya, she swiftly straightened up and patted him on the shoulder. I accept your invitation to return to the Hidden Leaf Village. Let us depart, Jiraiya. Tsunade turned and prepared to depart for the Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya remained in place, gazing at Tsunade's retreating figure, and remarked despondently, I see. He shook his head ruefully, chiding himself for his presumption. Tsunade's gesture had likely been a jest, or perhaps merely his imagination. However, unbeknownst to Jiraiya, Tsunade gently clasped the crystal adorning the necklace she was wearing, a content smile gracing her lips. She mused, Thank you, Jiraiya. Chapter 59. Trouble in Konoha. As Naruto and his companions journeyed towards Konoha, Jiraiya found himself lost in thought, his mind wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, he turned to Tsunade, who was beside him, and inquired, Tsunade, about that sum I lent you, when do you intend to repay it? Tsunade, displaying a look of impatience, retorted, Oh, Jiraiya, don't be so stingy. Once I win some money, I'll pay you back. Jiraiya shook his head in dismay, musing silently, Tsunade winning money? That's merely a fanciful dream. He was acutely aware that the money he had lent her was destined to vanish without a trace. My money, Jiraiya lamented inwardly. Though he had anticipated that lending Tsunade money would likely yield no returns, the reality of the situation still struck him painfully. After all, that money represented his entire fortune. Seeing Jiraiya's woeful expression, Tsunade chuckled helplessly and placed her hand on his shoulder, reassuring him boldly. All right. If it comes to that, I'll compensate you later. Cheer up, Jiraiya. Once we return to Konoha, I'll treat you to drinks. With a nod, Jiraiya focused on Tsunade's formidable presence, convincing himself to let go of his worries. After all, if given another chance, he would still lend her money, for she was the one he cherished dearly. Hey, Jiraiya, where are you looking? Tsunade exclaimed, raising her fist, ready to teach him a lesson. However, Jiraiya was well versed in Tsunade's temper. He quickly crouched down, shielding his head with his arms, instinctively minimizing the area vulnerable to her blows. This series of movements was executed with such fluidity that it appeared almost reflexive. Tsunade, I truly didn't mean to. Jiraiya hastily apologized, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. He cautiously lifted his head to steal a glance at Tsunade. That fleeting gaze left him momentarily entranced. In the wake of her earlier vigorous gestures, her ample form swayed enticingly, captivating his attention. He gaped, unable to divert his gaze, and even felt a trickle of drool escape his lips. "It's truly worth it," Jiraiya murmured, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Yet, at that instant, he felt a sudden warmth cascade from his nostrils. Upon touching it, he realized it was blood. Clearly, the scene before him had provoked an overwhelming surge of excitement, leading to this uncontrollable reaction. "You lecherous old fool." Tsunade blushed, her face turning crimson as she caught sight of Jiraiya's lascivious expression, igniting her fury. Clenching her fists, she declared, "You scoundrel! I'll kill you." Her furious shout echoed in the air, prompting concern for Jiraiya's well-being. Yet, he remained oblivious to the impending danger, still lost in his fantasies, a satisfied grin lingering on his lips. At that moment, Tsunade's fist raced towards him like a tempest, just as it seemed destined to strike his face. Jiraiya finally regained his senses and swiftly sidestepped the blow. He gazed at the ground where Tsunade's punch had left a significant mark, a shiver of fear coursing through him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to compose himself. "That was close. I almost became straight." Tsunade seethed. "How dare you evade?" Her anger intensified as she launched another punch at Jiraiya. Realizing the peril, he leaped back, attempting to evade her onslaught. "Jiraiya, don't run. You must taste my strength today," Tsunade shouted, pursuing him relentlessly. The scene devolved into chaotic hilarity as they chased each other along the path back to the village. While Naruto observed the spectacle with a smile, filled with understanding and goodwill towards the profound bond shared between his teacher and Tsunade. Despite their frequent quarrels and antics, their affection for each other was undeniably genuine. In that moment, a small white snake slithered into the crowd, capturing everyone's attention. Upon spotting the serpent, Jiraiya's eyes lit up. "Isn't that the snake often summoned by Orochimaru?" Tsunade glared at Jiraiya. "Don't try to change the subject. I need to settle the score with you." Jiraiya waved his hands in protest. "No, Tsunade. Orochimaru rarely sends his snakes here. Something must have happened. Konoha might be in trouble." After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade acknowledged the validity in Jiraiya's words and ceased her pursuit. Jiraiya exhaled in relief and cautiously approached the white snake, examining it closely. To his astonishment, the snake opened its mouth and expelled a damp piece of paper. Furrowing his brow, Jiraiya unfolded the note, revealing a hastily scrawled message. "Konoha is in peril. Return swiftly." Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged a grave look, both recognizing the seriousness of the situation. Shortly after Naruto and Jiraiya departed Konoha, this news was swiftly intercepted by the vast information network of the White Zetsu. "What? Naruto has left Konoha?" Black Zetsu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he plotted to exploit this opportunity. He promptly informed Obito, suggesting that he seize this chance to infiltrate Konoha and steal the sealing book along with the half of Danzo's arm that remained. This would significantly enhance Obito's power. In truth, Black Zetsu possessed the capability to execute this mission independently. However, to avoid arousing Obito's suspicions, he opted to bide his time until the moment was ripe. This was indeed an opportune moment. Yet, Black Zetsu's fervor stemmed from another motive. Ever since Naruto displayed his formidable prowess, Black Zetsu had grown wary of him. He understood that if Naruto continued to grow unchecked, he would become a formidable obstacle to his plans. Thus, he desperately sought to bolster Obito's strength to eliminate Naruto as a threat. The operation unfolded seamlessly, utilizing Kamui. Obito swiftly infiltrated Konoha and successfully absconded with the sealing book and Danzo's severed arm. However, Black Zetsu was infuriated to discover that Obito was not content with merely this. Obito stubbornly insisted on launching an assault on the village while Naruto was away, intending to inflict substantial damage. His resolve was unwavering. He wished to make Naruto witness the suffering of those he held dear. For Obito, this was not merely an act of vengeance, but a twisted gratification. Black Zetsu sighed in resignation. While he was displeased with Obito's obstinacy, he could not alter his decision. After all, Obito's existence was still crucial to his scheme. Black Zetsu could only silently observe Obito's actions, hoping that he would indeed enhance his power while also praying that his plans would not be jeopardized by Obito's impulsiveness. Subsequently, Obito directed his ally Pain, Deva Path, to utilize the power of the Sharingan to annihilate Konoha before making his escape. Pain nodded in agreement. Believing that no one in the current Konoha could thwart him, he ascended slowly into the skies above Konoha, gazing down upon the village below. his expression cold and resolute, as if he could already envision the destruction of Konoha. A bag of rice must endure several flights of stairs. It must be carried to the second floor. A bag of rice brings with it numerous burdens, and it requires my labor to wash it. Each grain is covered in dirt. Who has bestowed upon you this bag of rice? What a challenging endeavor it is. Chapter 60. Pain's divine assistance. In a hushed tone, Pain commanded, unleashing his formidable abilities. In an instant, a powerful repulsive force erupted from his being, radiating outward in all directions. However, at that moment, a colossal green energy shield suddenly materialized before him, effectively blocking the force. It was revealed that Shursui had already activated his Susanoo and had teleported to Pain's side, timely thwarting his attack. Konoha had already descended into chaos. Orochimaru had upgraded the security system, monitoring the ceiling scroll in real time. Shortly after the scroll was stolen by Obito, it was detected by Konoha's Umbu, prompting an immediate alarm. Upon hearing this, Shursui sought out Itachi, eager to investigate the situation together. On their way, Shursui's keen eyes caught sight of an individual soaring above the heart of Konoha. Instantly alert, he informed Itachi of the development. He then swiftly employed the body flicker technique, arriving directly beneath the newcomer. Moments later, he witnessed Pain unleashing his repulsive force. With a powerful chakra emanating from his body, Pain shouted, "Shinra Tensei." The tremendous repulsion detonated like a bomb in Konoha, wreaking havoc as the Hokage building was obliterated, the destruction rapidly spreading outward. Shursui's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately activated his Susanoo. Maneuvering beside Pain, he directed his Susanoo to thrust a green spear fiercely at him. Pain was compelled to seize his Shinra Tensei, utilizing his repulsive force to counter the attack. Just as he was about to ascend elsewhere to continue his assault, Pain was taken aback. Two more red Susanoos rose within Konoha, towering like deities in the sky, wielding weapons and exuding an overwhelming aura. Faced with three Susanoos, Pain opted to ascend higher, retreating from the scene. Meanwhile, Obito wreaked havoc within Konoha, cursing the village's swift response. He had initially intended to seize the opportunity to find and eliminate Konan and her mother, wishing to make Naruto experience the anguish of losing loved ones. However, that plan now appeared unfeasible. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Obito activated Kimui, vanishing into the shadows. With the departure of Pain and Obito, the battle drew to a close. The residents of Konoha emerged from their homes, their hearts heavy as they surveyed the obliterated buildings and streets. At that moment, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, returning with Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune to Konoha. Tsunade gazed at the ruins, trembling as she spoke. "Where is this?" Her legs felt unsteady. "It seems to be the Hokage building," Jiraiya replied solemnly, steadying her. Naruto, surveying the devastation, quickly scanned the surroundings with his Kagura Shingon, checking on those he cared about and any potential foes. Gradually, he exhaled, relieved that it was merely a false alarm, though the area around Konoha was devastated. His home was also destroyed. The most crucial aspect was that his loved ones were unharmed. He had yet to spot the enemy, but he could easily surmise that it was Pain's doing. Suddenly, Naruto noticed movement beneath his feet. With a rustle, several hands emerged from the rubble. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kamen, and Kurenai Yuhi. Sarutobi pushed aside the debris, brushing off the dust, appearing somewhat disheveled. "Naruto, Jiraiya, Tsunade, you're back. Have you seen the enemy?" Hiruzen inquired. Tsunade, now slightly steadied by Jiraiya's presence, was filled with ire as she responded, "Old man, you're getting worse with age. Why did my grandfather pass the Hokage title to someone like you?" Her gaze was filled with anger and disappointment. She couldn't comprehend how the mentor she once revered had devolved into this state. Hiruzen's expression darkened at her words, yet he felt powerless to retort. He was acutely aware of his shortcomings in failing to detect and prevent the enemy's incursion. Tsunade continued, "We just returned to Konoha. How could we possibly know where the enemy is? How can you call yourself Hokage when Konoha has been ravaged and you remain oblivious to their identity?" Her tone grew increasingly severe, her eyes blazing with fury. Faced with her accusations, Hiruzen fell silent, guilt gnawing at him for betraying Konoha's trust. Yet, as a ninja, he knew he must confront reality with strength and swiftly devise a solution. With a pained sigh, he said, "This is indeed my fault. But our immediate priority is to ascertain the situation. We must organize defenses, repel the enemy, and tend to the wounded." Fine. Why must I always be the one to clean up your mess?" Tsunade fumed, then performed the slug technique, using a gigantic slug to aid the injured in Konoha. Meanwhile, Shursui, Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata's clan leader Hayashi, and Nara Shikaku, among other high-ranking officials of Konoha, rushed to the scene, actively engaging in rescue efforts. Third Hokage, are you uninjured? Fugaku inquired, his gaze directed at Hiruzen, laced with disdain. I'm fine, Fugaku. What is the current casualty situation? Are the enemies still nearby? Hiruzen asked anxiously. The enemy has fled. They possess the ability to fly, making pursuit impossible. The losses are severe. The entire central district of Konoha has been utterly devastated. Before he could finish his sentence, two agonizing screams pierced the air. It was Mito and Kurenai, their clans devastated, with many casualties. Their kin residing predominantly in the heart of Konoha, most of whom were related to Hiruzen as well. Conversely, the Uchiha clan and the Inuzuka and Nara clans suffered less due to their numerous strong members. Naruto watched with a sense of bittersweet satisfaction as Hiruzen, Mito, and Kurenai grappled with their grief. Isn't this just a reshuffling for Konoha? He mused inwardly. Kumogakure and the Akatsuki, I misjudged you. It seems you are indeed the good ones. As the third day following the Pain invasion dawned, Konoha had been swiftly reconstructed, owing to Yamato's would-release bivouac technique. Within the Hokage's office, an atmosphere of palpable tension gripped those gathered around the conference table, their expressions somber. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Fugaku began, his tone severe and eyes piercing. As Hokage, your dereliction of duty during this incident is egregious. Not only was the scroll of seals pilfered, but you were conspicuously absent from the scene from the enemy's emergence to their escape. Mito Minyin and Hamura Koharu exchanged glances before countering Fugaku's accusations in unison. Fugaku, let us not forget that Danzo's arm was also absconded with. Furthermore, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the village's leader, was obligated to remain within the Hokage building to oversee the overall command. Indeed, Hamura continued, the adversary struck and retreated with such alacrity that a response was rendered impossible. Yet, their ultimate escape from the village remains your responsibility, does it not? The assembly bristled with indignation. Fugaku, incensed by Mito Minyin and Hamura Koharu's audacious pronouncements, struggled to contain his fury. You. Finally succumbing to his rage, Fugaku's eyes snapped open, revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan. He unleashed an intense wave of murderous intent, fixing Mito Minyin and Hamura Koharu with a deadly stare. The two elders, sensing Fugaku's genuine intent, recoiled in fear. Fugaku, what do you intend? This is Konoha. The Sannin are present. You dare to act? A resounding crash echoed as Tsunade shattered the table with a single blow. Enough! She roared, her legendary temper flaring. Lunging forward, she seized Mito Minyin and Hamura Koharu by their collars. You doddering relics should have retired long ago. Fugaku thwarted the enemy and spearheaded the relief efforts. To deny him recognition and foster such selfishness only disheartens Konoha's valiant protectors. Konoha is rotting from the inside, infested with parasites like you. I should never have returned. My grandfather was blind to entrust Konoha to such as you. Tsunade's fury intensified, her fists clenched, her eyes ablaze with wrath. You in the upper echelons, you luxuriate in the privileges of power, yet remain oblivious to the plight of the common folk. Heroes like Fugaku are denied the respect and recompense they deserve. You are unfit to lead Konoha. Her words reverberated through the chamber like thunderclaps, resonating with the assembly, who had long endured the governance of Hiruzen Sarutobi and his cohorts. They yearned for a sagacious Hokage to guide them anew, not these antiquated figures. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had remained silent, closed his eyes and sighed deeply, a flicker of resignation and remorse crossing his face. All of this is a consequence of my negligence, my incompetence. I am no longer worthy of the mantle of Hokage. Tsunade retorted, spare us the platitudes, old man. Your errors cannot be dismissed with mere words. We demand tangible action, not hollow rhetoric. Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe, the smoke swirling around him as he lamented, let us first elect a new Hokage. I accept full responsibility. Mito Minyin and Hamura Koharu paled, their eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi, how can you utter such words? Mito Minyin stammered, his voice trembling with terror. Hamura Koharu, frantic, clutched at Hiruzen Sarutobi's sleeve, shaking him and pleading, no, you cannot do this. Hiruzen Sarutobi merely shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He lamented their lack of foresight. He realized that only by accepting responsibility could he mitigate the damage, preserving his reputation. The situation was irreversible. Securing Tsunade's succession was the best outcome he could hope for. He could no longer suppress the Uchiha clan. Of the Sannin, only Jiraiya held him in esteem as a teacher, but that was all. Even with the Sannin's support, they could not withstand the 3 Mangekyo Sharingan users of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, Naruto was not on his side. Even the loyal Ino Shikacho trio would likely withdraw their support. And the Hyuga clan harbored resentment due to the Hinata abduction incident. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed deeply, regretting his failure to fulfill his duties as Hokage and the disappointment he had caused. Those who had once held him in high regard had now abandoned him. As the election for the 5th Hokage commenced, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched like a solitary figure. The most solemn of elections was conducted in the simplest manner. Each participant wrote their name on a slip of paper, followed by the name of their preferred candidate. Hayashi Hyuga served as the presiding judge. Naruto surveyed the room, noticing Fugaku conferring with Shursui and Itachi. He then inscribed his choice. As the ballots were collected, Hayashi Hyuga began the tally. Naruto, 1 vote, from Orochimaru. Naruto was surprised to see Orochimaru's vote, but he had no desire to be Hokage and be burdened with such responsibility at a young age. Tsunade, 1 vote, from Itachi Uchiha. Fugaku rose in fury. What? This is unacceptable. Hayashi Hyuga calmly stated, I have announced who cast the vote. You may confirm with Itachi. Fugaku glared at Itachi, initiating a familial drama. Suppressing his anger, Fugaku hissed, I told you to vote for me. Why did you vote for Tsunade? Itachi retorted, I simply believe Tsunade is more suited to be Hokage. Fugaku, unable to contain his rage, drew his blade, intending to inflict some belated paternal affection upon Itachi. Shursui intervened, urging Fugaku to restrain himself. Please, clan head Fugaku, control your anger. We are still in the midst of the election. Do not make a spectacle of yourself. Shursui, 1 vote, from Naruto Uzumaki. Shursui was taken aback and looked at Naruto, who smiled in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the votes overwhelmingly favored Tsunade, who was elected as the 5th Hokage by a landslide. Chapter 62. The resurgence of Konoha. A furious roar reverberated throughout the Hokage's office as Tsunade's tightly clenched fist struck the desk with tremendous force, rendering the once sturdy piece of furniture into a splintered wreck. Shizune, surveying the chaos strewn across the floor, expressed her concern, Lady Tsunade. This marks the 5th desk you have destroyed. It had been precisely 1 month since Tsunade assumed the mantle of the 5th Hokage. Her transition was remarkably smooth. She swiftly reported her appointment to the daimyo and received the necessary approval. Over the past month, Tsunade had successfully overcome her long-standing fear of blood, thereby fully embracing her responsibilities as Hokage. With the departure of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his associates, the advisory roles were now held by Kakashi, Jiraiya, Fugaku, and Hayashi, while Itachi had taken on the role of captain of the guard. Tsunade's brow furrowed in anger as she recounted the actions of Mito and Koharu, who had exploited the recent turmoil caused by an attack on the village to embezzle vast sums of money under the guise of aiding the villagers and compensating for damages. They are a disgrace to Konoha, and I will not let them escape justice. I will recover every last coin and conduct a thorough investigation into the previous financial dealings to ensure they return every penny, she declared vehemently. I cannot allow such corruption to persist. Indeed, we must pursue accountability, Jiraiya concurred. Our foremost priority is to unite and restore Konoha's vitality. Tsunade nodded in agreement and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, promptly investigate the financial records for any discrepancies. Report back to me immediately if you discover anything unusual. Kakashi stood, nodding in affirmation. With the exit of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions, Konoha had begun to flourish anew. The major clans of shinobi no longer faced exploitation from the upper echelons, as power was redistributed amongst several prominent clans. In the training grounds of Konoha, Naruto was diligently practicing his swordsmanship, having long since returned the Kusanagi to Orochimaru. At his current height, a short sword was the most suitable choice for him, lest he appear ill-equipped. Over the past month, Naruto had sought guidance from numerous individuals to refine his skills. He learned the S-rank sword technique of the Konoha style from the eternally low-ranking shinobi, Maru, who had imparted knowledge on the illusionary nature of the technique, which he referred to as the moon-closing sword. He also trained with Asuma, acquiring insights into chakra-infused blades and exchanging knowledge on wind-style chakra. Lastly, he consulted Kakashi. who had begun to revive the swordsmanship of his father, Hokage Sarutobi, aiming to wield it against Obito as a means of avenging his mentor, Minato. This month had proven immensely beneficial for Naruto, as his proficiency in swordsmanship advanced rapidly. He reveled in the sensation of the blade, feeling a harmonious connection with it. The sword's aura radiated across vast distances, illuminating the coldness of the world. However, his moment of contemplation was abruptly interrupted by an unwelcome voice. Sasuke, standing nearby, shook his head in disapproval, believing Naruto had lost his way. What's the use of practicing swordplay when you could be honing your ninjutsu skills instead? Would you care to test my swordsmanship, Sasuke? Naruto challenged. I'm not afraid of you. With the introduction of Gene Enhancement Serums 1, 2, and 3 in Konoha, Sasuke had already received the first 2 doses, significantly bolstering his confidence and abilities. He quickly launched an attack, employing the Great Fireball technique. Naruto, undeterred, smiled confidently as he activated his chakra blade, infusing it with wind-style chakra, transforming it into a brilliant azure weapon. As the searing fireball hurtled toward him, Naruto swung his chakra blade with force, cleaving the fireball in twain before charging at Sasuke. What? Sasuke exclaimed in shock. As Naruto bore down on him with the glowing blade, Sasuke instinctively activated his Chidori. Naruto remained vigilant, aware that Sasuke had mastered the Chidori, its power now formidable. He grinned, continuing his assault against Sasuke's Chidori. The collision produced a dazzling flash of light. Sasuke, momentarily taken aback, found himself with Naruto's blade poised against his throat. How is it possible that this ordinary sword can withstand my Chidori? Sasuke questioned incredulously. This is a chakra blade, Naruto explained with a smile. It can absorb chakra to enhance its power and durability. While it may not rival the Kusanagi, it is still a formidable weapon. Notably, the strength is determined by the amount of chakra infused. Naruto could even wield sword energy, leveraging his natural affinity for wind-style chakra to amplify its lethality. The potency of the chakra-infused sword energy equated to that of a wind-style jutsu, allowing for swift attacks without the need for elaborate ninjutsu. However, even this exceptional sword could not withstand repeated exertion without sustaining damage. After parting ways with Sasuke, Naruto hastened to seek Orochimaru once more. He was eager to learn sage techniques to rapidly augment his strength. Over the past month, Naruto had engaged extensively with Jiraiya, delving into the depths of his teachings. He summoned Fukasaku, mastering various Rasengan techniques, while quickly grasping some of Jiraiya's ninjutsu, leading to the latter's withdrawal into introspection. Acknowledging his own limitations, Jiraiya resolved to teach Naruto sage techniques. However, Naruto hesitated, fearing that if he left Konoha, the village might once again fall prey to Obito and the Akatsuki. He did not immediately agree to Jiraiya's proposal, recognizing that mastering sage techniques required time and focus, and his current anxieties could hinder his progress. Nevertheless, Naruto devised a plan, one he had long contemplated but had yet to act upon. Seizing the opportunity presented by the enemy's theft of the sealing scroll and their overwhelming strength, he justified his intention to utilize the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei, as a means to protect Konoha from adversaries who could infiltrate undetected. Time was of the essence. He summoned Orochimaru, knowing that expertise was essential, and requested him to perform Edo Tensei on his parents, Minato and Kushina. Chapter 63. Impure World Reincarnation within Orochimaru's clandestine lair. A subtle smile graced his lips. Naruto, he began, his voice tinged with anticipation. The preparations are complete. We may commence. Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, stood nearby, her brow furrowed with concern. Naruto, are you truly resolute in this undertaking? To have Orochimaru employ the forbidden art of impure world reincarnation to resurrect your parents in such a spectral existence? Jiraiya echoed her sentiment, his tone laden with apprehension. Indeed. Naruto, do you earnestly desire this? I am certain, Naruto affirmed, his eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. In the preceding month, Naruto had ventured into the depths of his inner seal, engaging in discourse with his parents. He elucidated the intricacies of the impure world reincarnation technique to his father, Minato Namikaze, and his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, inquiring whether they would consent to return to the mortal realm in this manner, solely to be in his presence. Without hesitation, Minato and Kushina acceded, yearning to be reunited with their son in the tangible world. Furthermore, they found solace in the knowledge that upon relinquishing their chakra from Naruto's seal, their memories of their time together would endure, even upon their return to the Pure Land. This prospect offered them immeasurable comfort. Thus, Naruto approached Orochimaru with steadfast determination. Bowing deeply and entreating, "Orochimaru, I implore you, lend me your assistance in this endeavor." In truth, Naruto, Orochimaru, and Tsunade had deliberated this matter extensively in the preceding weeks. To preserve Minato and Kushina's former prowess, Orochimaru meticulously cultivated white zetsu, infusing them with Hashirama cells to serve as superior vessels for their souls. In Naruto's presence, Orochimaru procured the requisite DNA samples from Minato and Kushina's graves, while Kushina could be revived directly through impure world reincarnation. Minato's soul required special handling due to its prior imprisonment by the Reaper Death Seal. To reincarnate Minato, his soul had to be retrieved from the clutches of the Shinigami, a task that accounted for the month-long delay. The crucial Reaper Death Seal mask was also recovered from the Uzumaki clan's ruins. Throughout this period, Orochimaru meticulously prepared for a confrontation with death itself. For only Orochimaru dared to dance with the Shinigami. Defeating Orochimaru was an S-rank task. Assassinating him was an SSS rank undertaking. Orochimaru turned his gaze to Naruto and declared, "Very well, Naruto. I shall commence with the impure world reincarnation of your mother, Kushina." With hands clasped in a mudra, Orochimaru chanted the incantation, slamming his hands upon the earth. Impure world reincarnation jutsu. As Orochimaru's voice reverberated, the ground trembled violently, and a coffin emerged from the depths. The lid creaked open, revealing a figure within Kushina Izumaki. "Mother!" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears. He rushed forward, embracing Kushina tightly. "Naruto?" Kushina queried, her gaze fixed on the unfamiliar yet familiar youth. "Yes, mother," Naruto replied, tears streaming down his face. Recognizing the resemblance between Naruto and Minato, Kushina realized that this was her son. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Mother and son embraced, their reunion a poignant spectacle. After a moment, their emotions subsided. Naruto wiped away his tears and extended his fist in a gesture of camaraderie. Kushina reciprocated, retrieving her chakra from Naruto's seal and gaining insight into recent events. "Mother." "It has been too long," Naruto exclaimed. Kushina smiled, nodding affectionately. "Naruto, my dear son, I shall remain by your side always." She caressed Naruto's hair tenderly. "Yes, mother," Naruto affirmed, his face radiant with joy. Orochimaru interjected, "Naruto, now that Kushina has been successfully revived, it is time for Minato." Naruto's heart surged with anticipation, clutching Kushina's hand as he awaited his father's resurrection. Orochimaru inscribed intricate runes upon the ground, placing a white zetsu upon them as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation. He then instructed Jiraiya to pry open the mouth of another white zetsu, preparing it for his living corpse reincarnation. Orochimaru's smile vanished, and he donned the dreaded Reaper Death Seal mask. Instantly, a surge of potent, eerie blue chakra emanated from his body. Orochimaru groaned, as if enduring immense pressure. He began to gyrate rhythmically, his movements mirroring the macabre dance of a shaman. The scene was steeped in ritualistic solemnity. Suddenly, the Shinigami materialized behind Orochimaru. A chilling, ethereal voice echoed through the chamber, carrying the stench of death. The Shinigami withdrew the dagger from its mouth and aimed it at its abdomen, plunging it deep. Simultaneously, Orochimaru suffered the same fate, a gaping wound appearing on his stomach, spewing forth blood. A blue soul escaped from the Shinigami's abdomen. Orochimaru removed the mask, revealing a sinister grin. Impure world reincarnation jutsu. The blue soul hurtled toward the prepared white zetsu, merging with it. Orochimaru then wove hand seals, chanting, "Living corpse reincarnation jutsu." He disgorged a serpentine entity that lunged toward the white zetsu, transforming it into an Orochimaru clone. Orochimaru had exploited a loophole in the Shinigami's domain. The white zetsu transformed, assuming the familiar visage of Minato. Orochimaru, witnessing the vanishing form of the Shinigami, smirked triumphantly. Success. Shinigami. Chapter 64. The Reunion of Naruto's Family Father. Minato. At the moment Minato completed the reanimation jutsu, an overwhelming excitement and joy illuminated the faces of Naruto and Kushina. They dashed forward, embracing Minato, who was still in a state of bewilderment. "Kushina, is that really you? And Naruto? Where are we?" Minato exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. As he noticed the cracks covering his hands, as if they might shatter at any moment, a surge of alarm washed over him. "Reanimation jutsu? Dad, let us fist bump." Naruto smiled, raising his fist. At the instant their fists met, A familiar chakra surged into Minato's body, the very essence he had left in Naruto's sealing space. Memories of the years spent alongside Naruto flooded Minato's mind, prompting a nostalgic smile as he gently ruffled Naruto's hair, saying, "Naruto, you've truly endured so much. It's not a burden, Dad. You've always been by my side, haven't you?" Naruto replied, shaking his head with a smile. Ha ha ha! Minato laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with contentment. He then turned to Kushina, his gaze softening with tenderness. Kushina, he called her name softly, but before he could finish, Kushina excitedly embraced him once more. "Minato, from now on, we can be with Naruto together," she exclaimed, her face radiant with happiness. Jiraiya observed the heartfelt reunion of Naruto's family. Although he had much to discuss with his former student Minato, he refrained from interrupting their poignant moment. Tsunade, however, regarded the reanimated Minato and Kushina with a complex expression, a hint of sadness and nostalgia in her eyes. Orochimaru noticed Tsunade's change in demeanor and, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Tsunade, if you desire, I could assist you in resurrecting Dankato." Tsunade at Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade, worry etched on his face. He understood the significance of Dankato to her and recognized how sensitive the topic was. Tsunade's countenance darkened as thoughts of Dan flooded her mind, the man who once loved her dearly, now gone for many years. She pondered whether, should he truly return, he would love her as he once did. Now in her 40s, the passage of time had left its mark upon her, and she questioned if her allure remained unchanged. With a decisive shake of her head, she turned her gaze to Jiraiya, her eyes resolute. She understood that resurrecting Dan was merely a fanciful illusion. Incapable of altering the past, she needed to let go of bygone sorrows and confront reality. With gravity, Tsunade declared, "Orochimaru, this is a forbidden technique, and it does not constitute true resurrection. The cycle of life and death belongs to the natural order. We cannot frivolously manipulate the deceased." Jiraiya sighed in relief upon hearing Tsunade's words. He had feared she might make an impulsive decision driven by emotion, but it appeared she had retained her rationality and composure. Orochimaru nodded, acknowledging Tsunade's perspective. He then quipped, "Well, the first and second Hokage would require the reanimation jutsu. Wouldn't they? What if the enemy uses it first?" Humph. Tsunade clenched her fists in irritation, feeling that Orochimaru was offering no respite. At that moment, a voice disrupted the atmosphere. "Orochimaru, thank you for allowing our family to reunite." After their tender moment, Kushina and Minato expressed their gratitude to Orochimaru. "Yes, thank you so much, Orochimaru," Naruto chimed in with a smile. However, barely had Naruto finished speaking when he received a light smack from Kushina. "Hey, how can you be so rude as to call him Orochimaru? You should call him Uncle Snake." Rubbing the back of his head, Naruto grimaced in response. He looked at Kushina with a pitiful expression, thinking, "I was just following your lead. Tsunade couldn't help but smirk at the scene, quietly thinking, that violent woman hasn't changed at all. She still hits hard." In response, Naruto could only look at Orochimaru with a sense of resignation and called out, "Uncle Snake." "That's more like it," Kushina said, patting Naruto's shoulder with satisfaction, then turning to Orochimaru, added, "Thank you so much, Orochimaru. Please feel free to visit our home anytime." Minato stood awkwardly to the side, scratching his head, unsure of what to say. Orochimaru, arms crossed and chin resting on his hands, watched the scene unfold with keen interest, musing to himself, "It seems Naruto has finally encountered his match." A faint smile graced his lips as he envisioned the amusing developments of the future. Just then, Jiraiya could no longer contain his excitement and called out Minato's name loudly. Upon hearing his voice, Minato turned around abruptly, his face glowing with exhilaration. "Jiraiya-sensei." Minato's voice was filled with emotion, his eyes slightly glistening. He hurried towards Jiraiya, clasping his hand tightly. Even in his reanimated form, tears shimmered in his eyes. Jiraiya, equally moved, stepped forward and patted Minato's shoulder firmly, their eyes conveying years of longing and concern. In that moment, the bond of teacher and student spoke volumes without the need for words. Meanwhile, in the black Zetsu base beneath the land of grass, Obito had adapted to his new arm, the one adorned with Sharingan. Black Zetsu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he said, "Obito, you have mastered the reanimation jutsu. Can you now directly bring back Madara?" A sinister smile crept across Obito's face as he replied, "Of course, I can. However, to resurrect Madara, we must wait for the opportune moment." The moment we engage in battle with Konoha will be when Madara returns to the world. Black Zetsu nodded slightly, understanding the implication. By the way, Nagato, after we infused him with Hashirama S cells, although his legs haven't healed, his physical condition has significantly improved, and his power has thus increased. Obito's eyes glinted with satisfaction. That's excellent news. Those useless legs were intentionally left that way. If they were restored, it would hinder our control. Black Zetsu nodded in agreement. Indeed, now that Nagato's power has strengthened, he remains under our influence even without his legs. The two exchanged knowing smiles, as if envisioning the hopeful prospects of their future success. Naruto, for Rin. I will destroy Konoha, shatter all obstacles, and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, Obito vowed. For the resurrection of Mother, Obito, I shall rely on you to work for me. Black Zetsu chuckled darkly. Chapter 65, The Maxed Out Master. You want me to go to school? In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Naruto, it's time to wake up. Kushina's voice resonated throughout the house. Naruto stirred from his slumber, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and eagerly jumped out of bed, rushing to open the door. The sight that greeted him filled him with delight. His mother, Kushina, donned an apron and wielding a spatula, was busily preparing in the kitchen, while his father, Minato, sat leisurely on the sofa, engrossed in reading the newspaper. Naruto, since you're awake, hurry and wash up. I've prepared a special breakfast just for you. Kushina smiled warmly at him. A radiant smile spread across Naruto's face as he nodded vigorously in agreement. When he returned to the living room, the table was laden with a sumptuous breakfast. There were eggs fried to a crisp, a mysterious black pancake, and a bubbling purple drink. Come and eat, Naruto. Everything is made by your mother, Kushina gently urged. Naruto glanced at the food on the table, meeting his mother's expectant gaze. Swallowing hard, he bravely began to partake in the rather unappetizing breakfast. Delicious, delicious, absolutely divine, he exclaimed between bites, his mouth stuffed to the brim, causing some food to spill out. Ah, it tastes just like Mom's cooking. Naruto felt the warmth and love of his parents enveloping him. At that moment, Minato set down his newspaper and joined the conversation at the table. Naruto, how did you sleep last night? Did you have any nightmares? He inquired with concern. Naruto shook his head, smiling as he replied, No, Dad. I slept very well. The family sat together, laughter and warmth filling the air. In this moment, Naruto basked in the comfort and happiness of home. The only drawback was that both of his parents were reanimated, unable to partake in normal human activities such as eating and sleeping. Suddenly, Kushina cupped her face in her hands and looked at Naruto. By the way, Naruto, at your age, you should be going to school. Today happens to be the registration day for the next cohort at the Ninja Academy. After you finish eating, I will take you to sign up. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Kushina looked at him quizzically. Mom, you want me? Who can defeat the 4th Hokage at 3 years old and kick the 2 tails and 8 tails Jinchuriki to go to school? Naruto asked incredulously. Huh? Kushina was momentarily taken aback. Then she raised her hand and playfully smacked Naruto on the head. You cheeky boy, how dare you say that? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Naruto crouched down, holding his head. Listen carefully, Naruto. No matter how strong you are, you need to go to school to learn and make friends. It is essential for your growth, Kushina said sternly. But Naruto wanted to protest, but seeing the stern look in Kushina's eyes, he swallowed his words. No buts. It's settled. You are going with me to register today, Kushina declared resolutely. Okay, Naruto nodded dejectedly, though he felt reluctant. Yet, faced with his mother's authority, he dared not argue further. Minato scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit awkward. He had wanted to stop Kushina from going out in her current state, but he too decided to go out and see how things were in the village. After finishing breakfast, Kushina wrapped herself securely in clothing and took Naruto outside. As soon as they arrived at the Ninja Academy, Naruto heard a familiar voice. Hey Naruto. Sasuke. Oh, Naruto's here. Remember to help each other once you're in school. Aunt Makoto smiled. When she noticed the figure holding Naruto's hand, she gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. For the sight of the red hair reminded her of her deceased best friend. Sasuke also spotted them and curiously asked, Naruto, who is this? She's all wrapped up, just like Shino and Kankuro. Oh, Sasuke, this is my mom, Kushina. Kushina, Aunt Makoto exclaimed, unable to contain her shock, quickly covering her mouth again. Kushina smiled and nodded at Makoto. Makoto, it's been a long time. Would you like to come over to my house for a visit? Sure, Sasuke. My mom has something to take care of for a bit, Makoto said, a bit shaken but eager to reunite with her friend. Sasuke nodded stiffly, then looked at Naruto with confusion. Naruto, didn't your parents die? Naruto replied firmly, no, they've always been by my side. Soon they will truly return to this world. Sasuke pondered, wondering if the dead could truly come back to life. However, seeing the determination in Naruto's eyes, he chose not to voice his doubts, hoping that it would indeed be the case. At that moment, a familiar soft voice called from behind Naruto. Naruto-kun. Turning around, he was met with Hinata's innocent and adorable face, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, her shy white eyes sparkling. Beside her stood Hayashi, looking rather stern. Hi, Hinata. Are you here to register too? Naruto greeted cheerfully. Yes. Hinata replied softly. Would you like to sit next to me tomorrow? Naruto invited eagerly. Okay, Naruto-kun. Hinata said bashfully, her hands touching her warm cheeks. Wow, so cute. Naruto thought, his heart swelling with joy. At the same time, Hayashi's expression darkened. He internally seethed. That little brat. All he does is flirt with my daughter. I should have brought Hinata later for registration. Suppressing his anger, Hayashi said firmly, all right, Naruto. I need to take Hinata inside to register. Naruto, grinning, replied, perfect. I was just about to head in to register too. Let's go together. Sasuke, observing from the sidelines, shook his head, feeling a sense of amusement. Internally, he thought, Naruto, you've fallen. Just live in the warmth of a woman's affection. One day, I will surpass you. Afterward, Sasuke followed Naruto inside to register but paused for a moment before suddenly asking, by the way, Naruto, can I sit next to you tomorrow too? Chapter 66. Entrance Assessment. On the inaugural day of the Ninja Academy, Irika stood atop a set of steps, surveying the group of a dozen students assembled below. He commenced a self-introduction. Greetings, my name is Irika, and I shall be your teacher from this day forth. After his proclamation, Irika's gaze fell upon Naruto, ensuring his presence was indeed confirmed. Internally, he mused, has Naruto actually come to school? How am I supposed to teach with him here? Yet, as a seasoned educator, Irika quickly regained his composure and addressed the students. Today marks your first day at the academy, and to assess your abilities, we shall conduct a brief evaluation. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face lit up with excitement. What does this test entail, Irika-sensei? Irika, taken aback by Naruto's eagerness, couldn't help but internally lament, can you not be so enthusiastic, Naruto? This is not a beginner's village where you can dominate. Nevertheless, Irika maintained an air of seriousness as he replied, fear not, it will not be overly difficult, merely some fundamental assessments. Sasuke, brimming with confidence, interjected, so, how will the examination proceed, Irika-sensei? Irika, feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth, could no longer suppress his exasperation and lightly slapped his forehead. Please, be serious. I beseech you. At that moment, Irika's mind swirled with countless thoughts, coupled with a growing concern that Sasuke might one day challenge him directly. Sasuke, a prodigious Uchiha who had awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 3, was already a well-known figure in the Hidden Leaf Village. Irika had previously witnessed a battle between Sasuke and Lee, which only amplified his worries. With a sigh, he announced, let us commence the first test, the dart-throwing assessment. Sasuke, you are first. With a confident stride, Sasuke approached the front, seizing 3 shuriken. He flashed a self-assured smile and provocatively glanced at Naruto. In a swift motion, he activated his Sharingan and executed a technique called Kankaku Ichi, launching the 3 shuriken with precision. To the astonishment of all, each shuriken struck the bullseye flawlessly, eliciting gasps of disbelief from his classmates. Sasuke, you are incredible, exclaimed Ino, Sakura, and others in awe. Irika sighed, silently acknowledging Sasuke's perfect score. Sasuke, with a smug flick of his hair, cast a triumphant look at Naruto, as if to say, what do you think of my prowess? Next, it was Naruto's turn. Sasuke, eager to witness Naruto's performance, had already convinced himself of victory, having hit the target 3 times. Naruto smiled as he picked up a shuriken, turned to face the confidently smirking Sasuke, and hurled it toward the target with all his might. The speed was astonishing. Sasuke's grin faltered, and he stood in shock as Naruto's shuriken whizzed past, too swift for him to track. Naruto, perfect score. And please refrain from damaging school property, Irika exclaimed. Sasuke's gaze darted to the shattered target and the wall behind it, now resembling a spider web from the impact of Naruto's shuriken. Filled with disbelief and anger, he shouted, Naruto, Naruto, you are truly impressive, Hinata murmured, her eyes wide as she observed the shuriken that had pierced through the wall, extending beyond the school grounds. The entire class was once again left in stunned silence, feeling as though they had been thoroughly outmatched. They collectively thought, Naruto is extraordinarily strong, almost like a monster. Following this, the other students performed adequately, while Shikamaru likely achieved a perfect score, though Naruto suspected he was merely concealing his true abilities. The second round of assessments commenced, featuring one-on-one combat. Due to the earlier performances, Iruka decided to place Naruto and Sasuke in the final match. As they watched the other students spar, Sasuke disdainfully remarked, "If it weren't for my mother and brother insisting I attend this wretched academy, I wouldn't be here. The only one worthy of being my rival is you, Naruto." Naruto chuckled, "Indeed, but I must admit, I quite enjoy being here now." "Are you here just to show off?" Sasuke questioned, perplexed. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Sasuke's furrowed brow, silently critiquing, "Aren't you the one trying to act tough?" Subsequently, Naruto shook his head and focused intently on the ongoing battles, as a noteworthy match was about to unfold. Hinata versus Kankuro. Standing at the center of the arena, Kankuro glanced at Hinata, puzzled. "What are you staring at?" Following her gaze, he noticed Naruto and Sasuke. "You don't fancy Sasuke, do you?" he asked, alarmed at the thought of an additional rival. Hinata, noticing Naruto's encouraging smile, firmly replied, "No, you're Naruto's sister, right? I've heard him mention you. Let's have a proper match." "Oh, you're Naruto's big brother? Then let's do this." Kankuro smiled, though her size belied her age, as she had been somewhat stunted in growth due to hardships faced in the land of grass 3 years prior. The match commenced, with Kankuro wielding the pure Vortex bloodline, having trained diligently behind Sasuke for the past 3 years. The battle was fierce, with Hinata responding in kind. "Kankuro, be careful." Hinata activated her Byakugan, her demeanor shifting as she became serious. Kankuro struggled to withstand Hinata's relentless assault, lacking the strength to match her. As Kankuro found herself on the defensive, she shot a desperate glance at Sasuke in the audience. Gritting her teeth, she bit into her own arm to heal her wounds and charged back at Hinata. "I'm sorry, Kankuro," Hinata thought as she prepared to counter. With a glance at Naruto for reassurance, she adopted a combat stance. Gentle fist, 16 palms. Kankuro succumbed to Hinata's fierce onslaught, ultimately conceding defeat. "Hinata wins," Iruka declared. Rushing to help Kankuro to her feet, Hinata expressed concern. "Are you all right?" Kankuro nodded, turning her gaze to the approaching Sasuke and Naruto. Both Hinata and Kankuro displayed remarkable prowess. Naruto remarked cheerfully. Sasuke acknowledged, "Not bad. You've made significant progress over the past 3 years." Both Hinata and Kankuro beamed with joy. The next match was set, Naruto versus Sasuke. Iruka's voice rang out. "Let the battle commence." The atmosphere crackled with energy as fireballs clashed with lightning strikes, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind and swirling chakra. The scene devolved into chaos, leaving their classmates in utter shock, questioning their very lives. "Are you truly just newly enrolled students like us?" Iruka silently prayed for Naruto and Sasuke to refrain from causing havoc on their very first day at the academy. Meanwhile, on another front, Obito received news about Naruto's enrollment, prompting him to question reality. "Naruto is at the Ninja Academy?" "Ha ha ha. Yes, he is merely a 6-year-old child. That is where he ought to be, attending school like a proper student." Obito erupted into laughter. At this moment, Kurizetsu interjected without mercy, "Yet you were defeated by Naruto, and at that, when he was merely 3 years old." Obito's expression instantly froze. He was thoroughly rattled. Kurizetsu observed Obito, relishing the moment. Internally, Kurizetsu mused, "This is what you get for disregarding my counsel and insisting on a one-on-one with Naruto." Chapter 67, Dreams. The first day at ninja school as anticipated. The results of the entrance examination revealed that Naruto claimed the top position, followed closely by Sasuke in second place, and Hinata in third. Much like in his previous life, the commencement of their education did not begin with lessons, but rather with an inaugural ceremony, where students were gathered for speeches and meetings. Currently, Naruto was attentively listening to Hiruzen Sarutobi deliver a passionate address on the will of fire. Having stepped down from his role, Hiruzen now served as the principal of the Ninja Academy, where his mastery of the 5 elemental natures was put to good use. Amidst the fluttering leaves, the fire of the village continued to thrive, illuminating the community and nurturing the budding leaves of new students. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stood on a high platform, fervently articulating the essence of the will of fire. As he concluded, the audience erupted in resounding applause, a testament to his eloquence and charisma, qualities befitting a leader. Truly, Hiruzen was a remarkable figure. I want to be Hokage, echoed the enthusiastic voices of the children. Amidst the clamor, Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile as he exchanged glances with Hiruzen, nodding in mutual acknowledgement. Each individual has their own expertise, and Hiruzen was certainly in his rightful place as principal. After enjoying a delightful breakfast, Naruto and his companions finally entered the classroom. As they stepped in, Naruto instantly spotted a seat by the window in the front row to his left. With a cheerful demeanor, he settled in and beckoned Hinata and Sasuke, saying, "Hinata, Sasuke, come sit here. We can be desk mates." Sasuke readily agreed. "Sure, Naruto." Meanwhile, Hinata, blushing and somewhat shy, responded, "Why yes, Naruto-kun." At that moment, a warm ray of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle and comforting glow throughout the classroom. Naruto relished the warmth enveloping him, his heart brimming with joy. He glanced at his two companions, his girlfriend Hinata and his dear friend Sasuke, feeling truly fortunate. Furthermore, there were many other good friends in the class, suggesting that their time at the ninja school would be filled with delightful memories. As in the original story, Iruka commenced the first day by inviting the students to introduce themselves. "All right, let us begin, class. Please introduce yourselves, share your dreams, or mention something you love or dislike so we can connect with one another. Let's start with Naruto," Iruka instructed. "I am Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become Hokage, to earn everyone's acknowledgement, and to forge bonds with like-minded companions as we grow together. I love gourmet food, and the person I cherish is Hinata. I despise those who harbor ill feelings towards me," Naruto declared with a smile, standing to face his peers. What a radiant and optimistic individual Naruto was. The majority of the 12 young ninjas had come together largely due to him, earning him the title of their little son. "Well said, Naruto," praised Iruka and his classmates in unison. Hinata, on the other hand, shyly concealed her crimson face with her hands, steam seemingly rising from her head. "Naruto-kun likes me," she thought, overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, Sasuke stood up coolly, stating, "I am Uchiha Sasuke. I aspire to become a powerful ninja like my brother. I enjoy training with Naruto and my brother Itachi. I wish to surpass Naruto and detest betrayal and abandonment." "Sasuke is so cool," exclaimed Ino, Sakura, and Karen, starry-eyed. "I am Hyuga Hinata. The person I admire is Naruto-kun. I wish to be with him and dream of marrying him." Before she could finish, she fainted. Naruto quickly caught her, preventing her from falling. "Oh dear, this girl is so shy. It's utterly adorable," he mused, contemplating whether to hold Hinata in class. "Naruto, is Hinata all right?" Iruka inquired. "She's fine, Iruka-sensei. She just fainted for a moment. Please continue with the lesson," Naruto replied gently. "Very well. Let us have the next student introduce themselves," Iruka said. "I am Karen. The person I admire is Sasuke, and I enjoy training with him. I am Ino Yamanaka. My hobby is gardening, and I wish to grow a flower unique to this world." "I admire Sasuke," Ino added. "I am Haruno Sakura. I aspire to be an outstanding ninja, and I also admire Sasuke," Sakura stated. "I am Inuzuka Kiba. My dream is to become Hokage, to grow stronger alongside Akamaru. My dog resembles me, and I cherish Akamaru above all," Kiba proclaimed. "I am Nara Shikamaru. I yearn for a simple, peaceful life, enjoying time with Naruto and Choji. And I dislike trouble," Shikamaru mentioned. "I am Akimichi Choji. I adore food and wish to savor all the culinary delights across the land, enjoying meals with Naruto and Shikamaru. I detest hunger and loathe anything unpalatable," Choji said. Everyone has shared wonderfully. Iruka began, but was interrupted. "Teacher, I haven't introduced myself yet," piped up Shino Aburame timidly. "All right, please go ahead," Iruka replied. "I am Aburame Shino. My dream is to gain the attention of more people and to make friends. My hobby is studying various insects," Shino stated. "Excellent, Shino. Thank you. Please take your seat." "Everyone has done splendidly," Iruka encouraged. Teacher, I haven't introduced myself either." Another voice chimed in. "All right, please introduce yourself," Iruka said, wiping his brow. "I am Aburame Toryun, Shino's close friend, and my dream is to befriend everyone," Toryun added. Aburame Toryun also joined Naruto's class, and Orochimaru took a particular interest in the poisonous insects that resided within him. Periodically, Orochimaru would extract the insects from Toryun, a mutually beneficial arrangement, as Toryun could better control his own toxins. Wonderful, everyone has their dreams. This is truly magnificent. I hope you all achieve your aspirations. Let us strive diligently for our dreams," Iruka inspired. In the prime of youth, the beauty of life flourished. observing the smiles of Irika and his classmates. Naruto felt the essence of youth as described by Might Guy. However, he understood that he could not languish in this bliss, while such beautiful moments were not wasted. A lack of strength could easily obliterate them. Naruto resolved silently. Although life is beautiful now, he must enhance his abilities to protect this beauty. From tomorrow, I shall have my shadow clones attend school in my stead. I must seize the time to train and strengthen my skills. Chapter 68. The Prophecy of the Great Toad. On the second day of formal classes, Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique to send a clone to school in his stead. The original immediately activated the Kagura Mind's Eye, commencing his search for Jiraiya. After a brief search, Naruto swiftly located his teacher, Jiraiya. Sundara-chan, Jiraiya-sensei, he exclaimed. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade chuckled upon hearing Naruto's voice, teasingly asking, "What's this, Naruto? Why aren't you at school? Come here instead?" Her tone resembled that of someone inquiring why Naruto had chosen not to engage in play acting today. Scratching his head, Naruto smiled and explained. "I sent a shadow clone to attend school for me. I came to find Jiraiya-sensei." Tsunade nodded in understanding and turned to Jiraiya, inquiring, "Naruto, are you looking for Jiraiya because you wish to train in sage arts at Myaboka Mountain? I have heard Jiraiya mention it." Without hesitation, Naruto nodded vigorously, determination shining in his eyes as he proclaimed, "Indeed, I am ready to learn sage arts with Jiraiya-sensei." Tsunade, observing the resolute expression on Naruto's face, felt a surge of pride. She encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder, smiling as she said, "Naruto, go ahead without worry. We will take care of things here in Konoha. I believe you will master sage arts and grow even stronger." Gratefully, Naruto glanced at Tsunade before turning to Jiraiya, saying, "Jiraiya-sensei, let us go." Jiraiya nodded, rising to leave the Hokage's office alongside Naruto, embarking on their journey to Myaboka Mountain. There, they would undergo rigorous training in pursuit of greater power, while Tsunade remained in Konoha, steadfastly guarding the village and awaiting Naruto's return. Upon arrival at Myaboka Mountain, Jiraiya summoned the toad Fukasaku, who then informed another toad, Shima, of their presence. Together, Fukasaku and Shima utilized reverse summoning to bring Jiraiya and Naruto to their location. Wow, is this Myaboka Mountain? It's enormous. Naruto marveled at the vastness before him. The mountain resembled an expansive miniature world, filled with oversized objects such as lily pads large enough to serve as beds and insects thicker than a human's thigh. Naruto began to comprehend why Fukasaku had grown to such a size. "Jiraiya, Naruto, the sage toad has just awakened. He has summoned you," Fukasaku informed them. Since Naruto had previously summoned Fukasaku, the toads possessed a basic familiarity with him. "Jiraiya and Naruto, please remember to show respect when you meet the sage toad," Shima advised. "Understood." Naruto promptly nodded in agreement. Before long, Fukasaku and Shima guided Jiraiya and Naruto into a bright and simple room. "Sage Toad, they have arrived," Fukasaku announced. The Sage Toad slowly opened his eyes, gazing intently at Naruto. The journey had stirred a tumult of emotions within Naruto, for he was a reincarnate and hoped not to be discerned. Moreover, the Sage Toad was known for his prophetic abilities, which had sparked much controversy in the past. Some believed he feigned weakness while retaining immense power, and there were rumors that he revealed Sage Mode solely for his own benefit, ensuring that Sage Chakra remained within the sanctity of Myaboka Mountain. At that moment, the Sage Toad began to speak. "Just now, I had another prophetic dream. In it, a young boy led the ninja world, seemingly battling enemies from beyond, though the imagery was indistinct. I only recall that the boy had golden hair, donned white robes, and possessed azure eyes." Upon hearing the Sage Toad's words, everyone turned their gaze toward Naruto. "Sage Toad, are you referring to Naruto? Will the ninja world face a host of extraterrestrial foes in the future?" Jiraiya asked eagerly. The Sage Toad slowly closed his eyes, appearing even older, and did not respond to Jiraiya's inquiry. Instead, he stated, "Jiraiya, you brought this young friend here to learn sage arts, correct? Fukasaku and Shima, please assist them." Throughout this exchange, Naruto remained silent. Prophetic figures often spoke in enigmatic ways. Perhaps it was best not to delve deeper. As he understood some implications from the Sage Toad's prophetic dream, he realized that he was destined to witness the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. Unless the Sage Toad had referred to Boruto. "Hey, Sage Toad, don't leave us hanging. Are you talking about Naruto? Is he the prophesied child?" Jiraiya shouted in urgency. Having searched for the prophesied child for years and sacrificed much, including the opportunity to cultivate his relationship with Tsunade after the Third Great Ninja War. Enough, Jiraiya. The Sage Toad needs rest. Do not disturb him. It's time to leave, and you should accompany this young friend as well, Fukasaku commanded loudly. Though Jiraiya was pulled away by Fukasaku, he remained unsatisfied. After all, he had relinquished so much in his quest for the prophesied child, tirelessly hoping to find and nurture him. Why couldn't the Sage Toad be clearer? Nevertheless, Jiraiya and the others had nearly all concluded that the prophesied child was indeed Naruto. All right, Jiraiya, are you ready to teach this young friend sage arts? Follow us, Fukasaku urged. Fukasaku led Naruto and Jiraiya to a location filled with sharp earth mounds. As in the original tale, Fukasaku placed a wooden board on a pointed peak, inviting Naruto to sit in meditation atop it. Naruto gracefully leaped onto the board, settling into a meditative position with fluidity and elegance. Ordinary chakra, spiritual energy, physical energy. Sage chakra, spiritual energy, physical energy, natural energy. Fukasaku began to explain the intricacies of sage arts. To utilize sage arts, the proportions of these energy components must remain balanced to unleash their potential, even if their form does not change. Due to the overwhelming nature of natural energy, if an ordinary person absorbs even a small amount, their energy could exceed one-third of their own, leading to transformation into a frog or other creatures. When natural energy vastly surpasses spiritual and physical energy, one becomes part of nature itself. Naruto, you need not worry excessively. Your innate chakra is substantial, and your exceptional control over it will allow you to easily maintain the balance of one. Jiraiya reassured Naruto with a smile. I understand. Naruto nodded earnestly, acknowledging both Jiraiya and Fukasaku. Chapter 69, Sage Art. Subsequently, Fukasaku elucidated the methods and principles of sage art training within Mount Maiboku. Naruto, eager to commence, was then requested by Fukasaku to disrobe. The intention was to apply a mystical unguent, purportedly to expedite Naruto's perception and absorption of sage chakra, an offer Naruto politely declined. I wish to ascertain whether I can directly absorb sage chakra, Naruto stated with a gentle smile. He had sensed the presence of sage chakra since his arrival at Mount Maiboku, owing to its profound concentration there. Naruto believed that direct absorption would allow him a greater command over his physical faculties, unfettered by external aids. Naruto gradually shed his protective chakra layer, relying solely on his innate equilibrium. His mind settled into a tranquil state, akin to the repose following an arduous training session. Maintaining a delicate awareness, he resisted succumbing to slumber. In response, a multitude of sage chakra converged upon him, akin to a swarm of bees. Fukasaku and Jiraiya observed this spectacle with astonishment. Naruto possesses exceptional aptitude, Fukasaku remarked, a natural prodigy for sage art cultivation. Jiraiya nodded, a rueful smile gracing his lips. Perhaps Naruto has inherited Minato's exceptional genes. Indeed. Fukasaku concurred, a worthy scion of his lineage. Jiraiya beamed with pride. Minato mastered sage art with remarkable alacrity. Naruto may surpass even his speed. During their discourse, Naruto experienced a sudden paralysis, his body swelling grotesquely. His eyes transformed into amphibian orbs, his hands becoming webbed, and his skin erupting in toad-like protuberances. Fukasaku, alarmed, brandished his staff and struck Naruto's head with considerable force. Ouch! Naruto exclaimed, jolted awake. He clutched his head, his body swaying precariously. After regaining his composure, he expressed his gratitude to Fukasaku. Be vigilant, Naruto, Fukasaku cautioned sternly. The process of absorbing sage chakra demands unwavering focus. Negligence may result in amphibian transfiguration or even petrification. Understood, Naruto affirmed. Sage chakra, a volatile energy, necessitated careful handling. Despite Naruto's considerable chakra control, he needed to ensure its uniform distribution throughout his chakra network, achieving a harmonious integration. Disproportionate absorption in any area could lead to amphibian transformation, while excessive intake could result in petrification. Fortunately, Fukasaku's vigilance had averted disaster. As noon approached, Naruto had gleaned valuable insights. While his eyes still underwent amphibian alteration and his forehead sprouted toad-like bumps upon absorbing sage chakra, his progress was undeniable. Remarkable, Naruto, Fukasaku lauded. Your aptitude for sage art surpasses even your father, Minato. In mere days, you shall attain sage mode. Thank you, Master Fukasaku, Naruto replied humbly. Jiraiya, however, regarded Naruto with a complex mixture of emotions. Naruto's progress in a single morning eclipsed his own painstaking efforts over half a year. Having been humbled by Minato's swift mastery of perfect sage mode, he now faced a similar revelation through Minato's son. In that instant, Jiraiya perceived a poignant resemblance between Naruto and the youthful Minato during his sage art training. A smile of contentment graced his lips as he clasped Naruto's shoulder, declaring, "I once believed none could surpass Minato. Now, his son Naruto has emerged, surpassing even his father. Verily, the student has exceeded the master. Perhaps I should bequeath Minato's legacy to you." "Master Jiraiya," Naruto exclaimed, deeply moved. Their reverie was broken by a voice. "Fukasaku, Jiraiya, Naruto, come dine. I have prepared a sumptuous repast." Shima's voice echoed from afar. Jiraiya's face paled, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. "Fukasaku, Naruto," he stammered. "Urgent matters summon me back to Konoha. Naruto, continue your training under Fukasaku's tutelage." With that, he hastily departed. Naruto harbored similar apprehensions regarding Mount Maiboku's cuisine. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and followed Fukasaku. They arrived at an idyllic clearing, an ideal setting for an outdoor repast. However, Naruto's resolve wavered upon beholding the verdant insect delicacies spread upon the picnic blanket. "Fukasaku, Naruto, you have arrived," Shima greeted. "Where's Jiraiya?" Master Jiraiya had pressing matters to attend to, Naruto explained. "Very well," Shima acquiesced. "Naruto, partake of the delicacies I have prepared with such care." Naruto, faced with Shima's warm smile and the wriggling insects, hesitated to partake. "I prefer my victuals cooked," he offered tentatively. "Allow me to prepare a meal for you all." "Nonsense," Shima demurred. "You are our guest." "It is no imposition," Naruto countered. "I have brought condiments. Moreover, I am indebted to Fukasaku for his instruction in sage art." Naruto had anticipated this culinary predicament, recalling the infamous insect feasts of Mount Maiboku. He had come prepared with military rations and assorted spices. He roasted the insects until they were golden brown and crisp, then seasoned them with pepper and cheese. "Master Fukasaku, Master Shima, please sample my creation," he offered. Fukasaku and Shima lavished praise upon the dish. "Indeed, Naruto," Fukasaku declared, "this offers a unique gustatory experience." Naruto, too, cautiously sampled the roasted insects, marveling at their crunchy texture and savory flavor. However, he shied away from the plump, white grubs, which Fukasaku and Shima relished, savoring their burst of verdant ichor. The sight of this spectacle caused Naruto a wave of nausea. Time elapsed swiftly, and Naruto had spent a month training on Mount Maiboku. He now stood upon the water's surface, admiring his reflection. His eyes had acquired a golden hue, adorned with striking crimson markings, the hallmarks of perfect sage mode. Having mastered perfect sage mode, Naruto had spent several days consolidating his newfound abilities. Furthermore, he had learned to harness Kurama's assistance in gathering natural energy, enabling instantaneous sage mode activation. Suddenly, Fukasaku appeared before him. "Naruto, grave tidings. Jiraiya has sent word that Konoha is in peril. You must return at once." Chapter 70. The defense of Konoha. At this moment, Naruto's shadow clone, which had been attending school in his place, returned, carrying a wealth of memories. A plethora of recollections surged through Naruto's mind like a rapidly spinning lantern. Many of these memories were cherished moments spent with Hinata, Sasuke, and his parents over the past month. Naruto quickly grasped the situation. It was rather easy for everyone to notice that he was using a shadow clone for school while his real self was off training. Sasuke was genuinely furious upon discovering that Naruto had been attending classes this way, while Obito, learning that Naruto was absent from Konoha, stealthily infiltrated the village with the intention of theft, specifically targeting the graves of the first and second Hokage. However, with the resurrection of his mother Kushina, Konoha's defenses were bolstered, and she, alongside his father Minato, devised a space-sensing barrier to thwart Obito's plans. The barrier was adorned with kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, making it relatively effortless for Minato to maintain, especially since he housed the Nine Tails within him. After communicating with Kurama, who resided within Naruto, Minato had reached a reconciliation with him. Consequently, Obito was detected shortly after his entry into Konoha, leading to an intense confrontation. Relying on his intangibility, Obito engaged Minato in battle, ultimately resorting to a desperate tactic to approach the graves of the first and second Hokage with the intent of forcibly retrieving them. However, Minato had anticipated Obito's intentions and was prepared, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to intercept him. Just as Obito faced despair, Black Zetsu intervened. In the end, Obito successfully utilized the impure world reincarnation to resurrect Hashirama and Tobirama. After swiftly absorbing the memories, Naruto employed reverse summoning to return to Konoha. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the chaos unfolding before him, a battlefield reminiscent of a grand reunion. Pain had invaded, and Konan, Obito, Hashirama, and Tobirama were all present. Konan unleashed explosive tags in a frenzy, bombarding Konoha's barrier, which Kushina desperately maintained to prevent its destruction. The battlefield was fragmented into numerous segments. Minato, suppressing his fury, spoke solemnly. Obito, must it come to this? Obito chuckled mockingly. What do you think? Kakashi, drawing his kunai and adopting a combat stance, remarked, Minato-sensei, Obito is dead. He is no longer the Obito we once knew. Minato sighed, ultimately refraining from rebuttal. Obito, filled with rage, shouted, Kakashi, Minato, spare me your pretenses. Today, I shall annihilate Konoha. He then commanded Hashirama and Tobirama to attack Minato and Kakashi. Hashirama, with a bitter smile, apologized, Fourth Hokage, I'm sorry. At that moment, Tsunade charged forward to shield Minato, declaring, Grandfather, your opponent is me, having just released a slug to provide medical support for the entire village. Tsunade was met with Hashirama's astonished exclamation, Tsunade, I never expected you to become the fifth Hokage. Tsunade retorted angrily, you fool of a grandfather, always causing me trouble. Hashirama, feeling wronged, replied, my apologies, Tsunade. Be cautious, I now possess 30% of my strength, would release, would dragon technique. As Tsunade attempted to strike Hashirama, she found herself ensnared by wood, rendered powerless. Tsunade, I shall assist you, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared as he shattered the thick wooden trunk with his staff, liberating Tsunade. He had just finished helping students evacuate to safety. Tsunade, I told you, if only we had summoned the first and second sooner, this wouldn't have happened. Orochimaru coldly interjected. Tsunade frowned. Now is not the time for this. Orochimaru, let us work together to stop my grandfather, or Konoha will be doomed. Meanwhile, Tobirama nodded in agreement with Minato, stating, Fourth Hokage, your flying thunder god technique is impressive. Let us see who's a swifter. Minato acknowledged with a nod, readying himself for a display of technique. Obito and Kakashi engaged in their own battle, with Obito seething. Kakashi, you unworthy fool who failed to protect Rin. You don't deserve to live in this world. Kakashi replied coldly, Obito, I never imagined you would become so unhinged. What do you aim to accomplish? You brutally killed our teacher and now wish to destroy the village. I cannot allow this. Elsewhere, Jiraiya and Pain were locked in conversation. Yahiko? Is that you? Yahiko? Jiraiya murmured. Pain responded coldly, Yahiko is dead, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya, perplexed, inquired, then are you Nagato? I thought you all perished. I even returned to Amigakure searching for you, but found no trace. Pain, filled with rage, interrupted, enough, Jiraiya-sensei. Speaking of this is futile. You must either surrender or join us. This world is rife with darkness, and it is my duty to save it. Jiraiya countered, is this your version of salvation? You seek to obliterate Konoha. Pain ascended into the sky, proclaiming enigmatically, from destruction comes rebirth. I intend to annihilate this wretched shinobi world and create a beautiful realm free from war. Better to suffer briefly than endure prolonged pain. If I inflict enough suffering, people will fear war and cease to instigate it. Jiraiya, enraged, retorted, this is absurd logic. Waging war to end war is senseless. Pain coldly replied, enough of your words, Jiraiya-sensei. I hope you do not impede me, otherwise, I will show no mercy. Even for our bond. Just as Pain and Jiraiya were about to clash, Naruto swiftly intervened. Jiraiya-sensei, go assist Tsunade-san. I shall handle this. Naruto, Jiraiya exclaimed, filled with emotion. Naruto confidently nodded at Jiraiya. Rest assured, Jiraiya-sensei, I will protect you this time. I am strong. Naruto then turned to Fugaku, saying, Uncle Fugaku, please assist and keep an eye out. Shisui and Itachi were not in Konoha, having departed to Sunagakure to prevent the Akatsuki from capturing Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Naruto addressed Pain. Brother, achieving peace is not through your methods. Why not join us to stabilize the shinobi world? Pain, intrigued, asked stabilize? How do you propose to do that? Naruto smiled, by unifying the shinobi world. Pain shook his head, nearly believing Naruto shared his vision. Coldly, he stated, only suffering is real. Only by making everyone experience pain will they understand the hardships of life and refrain from waging war again. With that, Pain launched an attack at Naruto, who, shaking his head, realized that before engaging in dialogue, he needed to subdue Pain first. Chapter 71. Confrontation with Pain's Six Paths. Naruto, without a moment's hesitation, activated the Sage Fox mode, his chakra surging with unprecedented strength, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities. He felt a remarkable increase in his overall capabilities, including perception, power, speed, and recovery, multiplying several times over. His combat prowess soared to an astounding level, far surpassing his ordinary form. This sensation was utterly intoxicating. At that moment, Naruto noticed a colossal rhinoceros summoned by the animal path charging towards him. Without a trace of hesitation, he caught the beast's horn with both hands and, with a powerful swing, hurled the gigantic creature back towards Deva Pathpain with even greater speed. Observing this, Deva Pathpain coldly activated Shinra Tensei, forcefully repelling the rhinoceros away. Simultaneously, the Hungry Ghost Path appeared swiftly, obstructing Naruto's path. Undeterred by the Hungry Ghost Path, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Supermassive Rasengan. However, the Hungry Ghost Path immediately activated its absorption ability, causing Naruto's Rasengan to shrink gradually. Witnessing this, Naruto smirked, teasingly saying, "You wish to absorb it? Very well. I shall let you indulge." With that, he amplified his chakra output, expanding the Rasengan once more. "Oh, Sage Art, Ultra Massive Rasengan," Naruto shouted as he dramatically increased the Rasengan's size. The Hungry Ghost Path could not absorb it in time and was engulfed by Naruto's massive attack. A thunderous explosion resonated, obliterating the Hungry Ghost Path without leaving a trace, rendering it unable to resurrect. The blast was overwhelmingly powerful, with a vast radius that even caught the human path in its wake, reducing it to mere fragments. Naruto's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he exclaimed, "Brother, how does it feel?" At this moment, his confidence surged. Having mastered Sage techniques, he felt as though he were propelled by a rocket, his output infused with genuine damage. Although Pain was secretly astonished by Naruto's might, he maintained an impassive facade, remaining silent as he commanded the Hell Path to swiftly resurrect the human path. The Azura Path launched a barrage of rockets, raining down upon Naruto. With a smile reminiscent of swatting away flies, Naruto effortlessly waved his giant nine-tails chakra hand, obliterating the incoming missiles before they could even explode. Following this, Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, instantly creating dozens of clones. Under Naruto's guidance, the clones coordinated seamlessly in groups of 3, rapidly forming several wind release Rasen Shuriken to launch at the Hell Path. Witnessing this, Pain's expression shifted. Realizing he could no longer allow Naruto to continue unimpeded, he decided to employ his ultimate technique, Shinra Tensei. With hands clasped and incantations on his lips, a tremendous gravitational force erupted from beneath Naruto's feet. The ground trembled violently as countless stones were lifted, forming a colossal sphere around Naruto. "Ah!" Naruto cried in agony as his clones shattered, yet he refused to relinquish his resistance, seizing the opportunity to throw 2 wind-release Rasen Shuriken. Pain, recognizing the danger, summoned 2 massive two-headed hounds to absorb Naruto's attack while he continued to maintain the Shinra Tensei, attempting to seal Naruto within its confines. However, just as Pain believed he had everything under control, he suddenly realized Naruto was no longer in sight. "What?" Pain exclaimed in astonishment. In that instant, a loud bang echoed, followed by a cloud of white mist, and Naruto reappeared behind the two-headed hounds. It turned out that one of Naruto's wind-release Rasen Shuriken had transformed into him, a trick of his shadow clone, allowing him to teleport next to the clone using the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it, Pain gritted his teeth. Naruto wasted no time, launching another Sage Art, wind-release Rasen Shuriken, this time targeting the Hungry Ghost Path. "Die!" Naruto roared, as the Rasen Shuriken transformed into a whirlwind, hurtling towards the Hungry Ghost Path. Pain immediately ceased the Shinra Tensei, retaliating with his own Shinra Tensei to deflect the attack. Naruto felt a slight shock. Pain seemed far more formidable than in the original narrative. Nevertheless, he smiled, undeterred, and charged forward to seize the brief window of opportunity. At that moment, the Hell Path had successfully resurrected the human path. "Sage Art, Ultramassive Rasengan," Naruto declared, intent on resolving everything in one go, unleashing his ultimate move. This action caused Pain to lose his composure, his face paling in response. True Shinra Tensei. Pain bellowed, invoking an even more potent version of his technique. Seeing this, Naruto's body erupted once more with intense Nine-Tails chakra. After completing the sage art, ultra-massive Rasengan with 4 chakra hands, he summoned all his strength to hurl it at the 6 paths of pain. With a resounding crash, the entire arena was engulfed in a tremendous explosion, creating an unfathomable pit. As the smoke gradually cleared, only Deva Path Pain remained, his clothing tattered, yet he stood defiantly. In his final moments, Pain relied on the other 4 paths to absorb damage, buying himself a brief respite before activating Shinra Tensei to barely withstand Naruto's onslaught. Naruto, witnessing this, smiled and remarked, "Brother, I believe it is time for a proper conversation." Pain gazed at Naruto, bewildered, grappling with the reality that he, possessing the legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, had been so effortlessly defeated. At that moment, Tobirama, accompanied by Obito, arrived beside Pain using the Flying Thunder God technique. Tobirama, now devoid of his own consciousness, was completely under Obito's control. Obito, filled with rage, addressed Naruto, "Naruto, consider yourselves fortunate this time. We are retreating." Pain, glancing at Konan, who had been captured by Minato, expressed concern, but Konan, with Tobirama's restraints lifted, Minato assisted Kushina in utilizing sealing techniques to capture Konan. Obito, without further ado, commanded Tobirama to use the Flying Thunder God to transport himself and Pain away. Naruto did not pursue, recognizing the futility. Both Tobirama's Flying Thunder God and Obito's Kamui were formidable obstacles. Moreover, after the battle with Pain, Naruto's condition had significantly deteriorated, and he was aware that Hashirama was still wreaking havoc in Konoha. Chapter 72. Sasuke awakens the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Obito manipulated Tobirama and made his escape alongside Pain. Naruto swiftly returned to Konoha, greeting his parents with a smile. "Dad, Mom, continue to be on guard against Obito and the others here. I will go and meet the first Hokage." Minato and Kushina nodded in agreement. "All right, Naruto, be careful." Subsequently, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to breach the 4 purple flames formation. Konoha was now laced with marks of the Flying Thunder God, but fortunately, Minato had innovated his own variant of the technique. Thus, the Flying Thunder God marks used by Minato and Naruto were not interchangeable with those of Tobirama. Upon entering, Naruto observed that Hashirama had already been sealed by the people of Konoha. However, to his astonishment, Sasuke was also present, weeping inconsolably. "Kakashi-sensei, please don't die. I will avenge you." At that moment, Sasuke had awakened his 3-Tomo Sharingan, clenching his fist in despair. Naruto then noticed a figure lying on the ground and, upon closer inspection, realized it was Kakashi. An overwhelming wave of sorrow surged within him. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto whispered, his voice laced with regret and grief. "Sasuke, don't worry. I will do my utmost to save Kakashi," Tsunade comforted urgently, sensing something and looking up. "Oh, Naruto, you're here." Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Sasuke turned around with a look of surprise, urgently exclaiming, "Great. Naruto, come quickly and save Kakashi-sensei. We must find Karen." "All right, Sasuke, don't worry. I will do everything I can to save Kakashi-sensei," Naruto reassured him. Then, Naruto infused Kakashi with the chakra of the Nine-Tails, preserving his life while quickly assessing Kakashi's condition. Subsequently, Naruto swiftly departed the 4 purple flames formation with Kakashi, Sasuke, and Tsunade. Using the Kagaya's Eye, he successfully located Karen and ultimately rescued Kakashi. Seeing Kakashi awaken, Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief, even realizing that he had unconsciously activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Following this, Naruto learned the intricacies of the situation. Sasuke had yearned to partake in the battle and observe the unfolding events, which led him to trespass upon the battlefield. Later, Tsunade and the 3rd Hokage grew concerned about the potential repercussions of the battle on Konoha and thus invoked the 4 purple flames formation, ensnaring everyone except Minato and Tobirama, leaving Sasuke trapped as well. Despite his desire to engage, Sasuke refrained from direct involvement, recognizing his own limitations. However, Obito was less than pleased. While Sasuke observed, both Obito and Kakashi became aware of his presence. Their battle had been evenly matched until Obito, noticing Sasuke, resorted to psychological tactics. "Kakashi, that boy is your student. Isn't. If I were to kill him now, would you not feel despair?" Kakashi's eyes flared with murderous intent as he retorted, "Obito, Do not even think about harming Sasuke. Seeing Kakashi exhibit such rare fervor only delighted Obito further. Haha, the more you care about this little brat, the more I wish to take his life. Your pain brings me such joy. With that, Obito's gaze turned malevolent as he prepared to strike at Sasuke. Kakashi, in a state of frantic urgency, shouted, "Sasuke, get out of here." With a cold smirk, Obito lunged towards Sasuke. Without hesitation, Kakashi threw himself in front of Obito's assault. While engaging in combat, Obito taunted Kakashi, "You cannot protect anyone. You will only watch them perish one by one." Kakashi felt a pang in his heart, but remained resolute, continuing to fight back. Obito laughed maniacally. "You failed to protect Rin back then. Today, you will protect no one. I will show you the anguish of loss, Kakashi." Then, Obito blurred into intangibility, aiming for Sasuke. "Sasuke, run!" Kakashi shouted in alarm, racing toward him. Sasuke was taken aback. He had witnessed Obito's capabilities firsthand and instinctively began to evade. Yet, he could not outrun Obito, and just as Obito's hand was about to reach Sasuke's back, Sasuke bit his lip, preparing to retaliate with Chidori. But an unexpected event transpired. Obito suddenly executed a swift counterattack. In a moment of desperation, Kakashi, realizing Sasuke was in imminent danger, charged forward with all his might to shield him. In doing so, he collided directly with Obito's counter, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Kakashi-sensei!" Sasuke cried out in anguish. His eyes widened in helplessness as he witnessed Obito pierce Kakashi's heart. The sheer agony surged within him. At that moment, Obito mocked, "Kakashi, I never imagined that you, the cold-hearted one, would risk your life for your comrade. Obito, you will pay for this." Sasuke seethed, unleashing Chidori towards Obito. Without hesitation, Obito seized Kakashi, using him as a shield. "Oh, you wish to avenge Kakashi? He's dying because of you, haha." Obito's words shattered Sasuke's composure, igniting a furious rage within him. "Kakashi-sensei, I'm sorry. It's my fault." Sasuke lamented, gazing at Kakashi's pierced heart, drowning in profound guilt and sorrow. Kakashi's eyes reflected fury towards Obito, though he lacked the strength to voice it. Obito, witnessing this, remarked with a complex expression, "Kakashi, consider this a repayment for that Chidori you once unleashed for Rin." He then ruthlessly withdrew his hand from Kakashi's heart, watching as Kakashi's form gradually crumpled. In that instant, Sasuke's emotions erupted. "Kakashi-sensei," he roared, tears streaming down his face as he activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Obito, taken aback, mused, "Oh, you've awakened your eyes again. It seems I can't afford to leave you alive." At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed. Kagaya appeared beside Obito, anxiously stating, "Obito, it's bad. Pain has been defeated by Naruto. We need to leave." Obito's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Naruto's strength to be so formidable, rendering Pain powerless. "Damn it, that Naruto." Obito gritted his teeth. Yet, he steeled himself. "No, we still have one final trump card." Kagaya quickly urged, "No, this isn't the ideal time. We must escape swiftly." Obito narrowed his eyes, noticing the Konoha shinobi rushing to assist Sasuke and Kakashi after Hashirama had been sealed. He glanced at the furious Sasuke and chuckled, "Little brat, next time you won't be so fortunate." With that, Obito manipulated Tobirama to utilize the Flying Thunder God and made his escape, bringing the events back to their initial state. Inside the Akatsuki organization, Obito questioned Kagaya. "Why can't I use Edo Tensei to revive Madara?" Kagaya counseled, "Obito, we haven't yet gathered all the tailed beasts. This isn't the optimal moment. Do not jeopardize our Moon Eye plan for the sake of destroying Konoha." Obito sighed wearily. "All right, I understand." Having extinguished Kakashi, his emotions were a labyrinth of complexity, unaware that his adversary had been resurrected. Concurrently, Pain had descended into a transient state of introspection, grappling with the stark reality of his defeat at the hands of Naruto's unadulterated power. The magnitude of his loss was compounded by the capture of Konan, leaving him as the solitary remnant of their once formidable trio. Chapter 73. The Scorpion of the Red Sand. In the hours preceding the invasion of Konoha by Obito and Pain, Kakuzu and Sasori commenced their own mission, an incursion into Sunagakure. Their objective was unequivocal: to capture Gaara and extract the tailed beast residing within him. Silently, Kakuzu and Sasori infiltrated Sunagakure and swiftly located their target. Kakuzu had initially intended to seize Gaara and return promptly to the Akatsuki, but events unfolded contrary to his plans. Upon confronting Gaara, Sasori deliberately uttered a provocative statement that incited Gaara's wrath. Everyone desires your demise. You are the bane of Sunagakure, reviled by all. This remark pierced Gaara's heart like a dagger, igniting his fury. However, against such a furious assault, it was not challenging for these two formidable figures to defend themselves. Despite Gaara's strength, he was still vastly outmatched by Kakuzu and Sasori. What infuriated Kakuzu the most was Sasori's intentional breach of Gaara's sand barrier, followed by a brutal thrust of his tailbone that impaled Gaara's body. This act triggered the rampage of the tailed beast within Gaara, Shikaku, who manifested forth. Kakuzu exclaimed in alarm, "Sasori, what are you doing?" Sasori replied nonchalantly, "Oh dear, it seems I've accidentally pierced him. But it matters not. We have long since been detected by those surveilling Gaara. They may harbor hatred for him, which is why they have not intervened immediately. But did you truly believe we could simply extract the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure without resistance? We must engage in battle, and now that the tailed beast is unleashed, it conveniently aids our cause." Sasori's tone bore a hint of levity and mockery, yet within him resided profound confusion and conflict. As he returned to his homeland, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Witnessing Gaara's torment stirred a compelling urge within Sasori to grant him release. He wished for Gaara to depart this world, liberating Shikaku in the process, thereby obliterating this place that pained him so deeply. Kakuzu recognized that Sasori's actions were deliberate. Although Kakuzu felt some dissatisfaction, he gritted his teeth, unwilling to abandon Sasori to escape alone. After all, Sasori was correct. They had already been noticed by those monitoring Gaara, and perhaps those individuals, loathing Gaara, chose to bide their time, even relishing the unfolding chaos. However, once they attempted to take Gaara, they would inevitably encounter opposition. Thus, Kakuzu followed Sasori, and amidst Shikaku's rampage, they unleashed a path of destruction within Sunagakure. They wreaked havoc upon homes, roads, and other edifices, inciting chaos and terror. The village was engulfed in flames, with its inhabitants fleeing in panic. Yet, this destruction served not merely to incite disorder. It was also a cathartic release of Sasori's pent-up emotions. He could not bear the way Sunagakure treated Gaara, their indifference and scorn igniting his fury. Through this devastation, Sasori sought to articulate his discontent with Sunagakure and to illuminate the suffering endured by Gaara. In such dire circumstances, Sunagakure found itself incapable of withstanding this formidable force. Faced with two elite warriors and the rampaging tailed beast, they were compelled to beseech their ally, Konoha, for aid and protection. In response, Tsunade dispatched Shisui and Itachi to provide support. Meanwhile, Obito seized the opportunity to pilfer the remains of the first and second Hokage while Naruto and the two wielders of the Manjiki Sharingan were absent from Konoha. Shisui and Itachi arrived at Sunagakure, where the scene before them was staggering. The fourth Kazekage was locked in a fierce struggle with Shikaku, clearly at a disadvantage due to the latter's overwhelming power. Chiyo engaged Sasori in combat, with their puppet warfare unfolding spectacularly as Chiyo commanded 12 puppets against Sasori's hundreds, creating a dazzling display. Despite Chiyo's vast experience, defeat was merely a matter of time. She could not overcome Sasori, who also unleashed various toxins upon her. Meanwhile, Kakuzu held off the other ninja of Sunagakure, adeptly wielding 5 elemental chakra types, leaving them defenseless against his assaults. The 3 battlefields found Sunagakure in a precarious position, the situation exceedingly grim. Upon witnessing this dire state, Shisui and Itachi surged forth to assist. Their arrival dramatically altered the tide of battle, granting Sunagakure a much-needed reprieve. Since receiving genetic enhancement, both Shisui and Itachi had experienced a significant elevation in their prowess. Their Manjiki abilities no longer consumed vast reserves of energy, allowing them to wield their formidable powers with greater ease. Upon entering the battlefield, Shisui immediately assessed the gravity of the situation. Consequently, he decisively activated his Susanoo, using its immense power to subdue Shikaku. Simultaneously, Itachi showcased his exceptional combat acumen. With a mere glance, he ensnared Kakuzu in a Jinjutsu. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted rapidly, and with the fourth Kazekage no longer needing to contend with Shikaku, he seized the opportunity to unleash a sandstorm, ensnaring Kakuzu within its grasp. Shortly thereafter, Itachi activated his Susanoo to ward off the assaults from the puppet of the third Kazekage, extending a colossal hand to apprehend Sasori. In the midst of his battle with Chiyo, Sasori had no time to react and was swiftly ensnared by Itachi's Susanoo. At that moment, Sasori appeared diminutive before the Susanoo, akin to an inconsequential scorpion, utterly devoid of the means to resist. Though Sasori's tailbone could strike at the Susanoo, it inflicted no harm, nor could he extricate himself from its grasp. Thus, both Sasori and Kakuzu were captured, while Shikaku was sealed back within Gaara by Shisui and the ninja of Sunigakure. Within Sunigakure, Chiyo admonished, "Sasori, why have you done this? Why betray our village? Why slay the third Kazekage?" Her gaze was a tumult of anger, disappointment, and concern for her grandson. To Cho, it was understandable that Sasori, having lost his parents at a young age and lacking proper guidance, would defect to the Akatsuki. However, the murder of the third Kazekage and the events of today were truly unforgivable. At this juncture, Sasori revealed his true form. He could have continued fighting, but it held no significance. It would merely prolong his struggle against Itachi's Susanoo for a brief moment longer. Sasori remained silent. Gazing at the two puppet figures of his parents, his voice lost to him. Chiyo sighed deeply, her eyes filled with sorrow and helplessness. She could not comprehend why Sasori had chosen this path, or why he displayed such indifference towards his village and family. Yet, Sasori offered no response to Chiyo's inquiries, merely fixating on the scene before him, as though all emotion had abandoned him. In that moment, a frantic voice echoed from a distance. "This is bad. Elder Chiyo, Gaara's injuries are severe, and our two medical ninjas are at a loss." Maki hurriedly appeared before Chiyo, cradling the gravely wounded Gaara. Observing the horrific extent of Gaara's injuries, Chiyo quickly reassured, "It's all right, Maki." Aware of the urgency, she wasted no time and employed the rebirth technique. Sasori coldly interjected, "Give up, old woman. He has been mortally wounded by my hidden weapon. This is a fatal injury. Were it not for the presence of Shikaku within him, he would not be alive at this moment." Ignoring Sasori's words, Chiyo continued to channel her life force into Gaara. With her efforts, the injuries on Gaara's chest visibly and rapidly began to heal. Witnessing this, Sasori's eyes widened in astonishment, and he muttered in disbelief, "How can this be?" A trace of sorrow flickered in Chiyo's eyes as she explained, "I am not employing ordinary medical ninjutsu, but rather a reincarnation technique that shares one's life energy with another. This was originally a ninjutsu I spent years developing for you, which would allow one to infuse a soul into a puppet. In this way, even if the physical body perishes, the deceased can continue to exist in another form. And all that I have done is for you. My aim was to resurrect your parents." Chiyo gazed at Sasori with a loving expression. Sasori stared at the scene unfolding before him in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. It had never occurred to him that Chiyo would go to such lengths for him. Nor had he realized that what he had been pursuing all along was so close at hand. His heart was filled with conflict and turmoil on one hand. He yearned to see his parents again, while on the other, he felt that it was all too unreal, like a dream. Chapter 74. The battle for the corpse. Scorpion and Kakuzu were escorted back to Konoha by Shisui and Itachi. The fourth Kazekage initially intended to deal with Scorpion, the traitor responsible for the death of the third Kazekage, directly. "You cannot do that." Chiyo quickly intervened. "Though Scorpion is a traitor from Sunigakure, it should be Konoha's responsibility to judge him," Chiyo declared firmly. Raza felt a sense of disbelief. He thought to himself, what is wrong with this old woman? Did she not just say she would handle him herself? Now she wants to bring him back for a trial. Chiyo gazed at the sealed Scorpion, her heart a tumult of emotions. Despite her inability to forgive him, he was all that remained of her family after the deaths of her son and daughter-in-law. She could not accept the harsh reality and did not wish to witness Scorpion's execution. Thus, she resolved to allow the Konoha ninjas to take Scorpion away, ensuring he would face appropriate punishment. In this manner, she could avoid the burden of personally executing him while still ensuring he received a fair trial. Ultimately, Raza acquiesced to Chiyo's request. After all, it was the ninjas of Konoha who had captured Scorpion and Kaku, and both Shisui and Itachi were reluctant to see Scorpion meet an untimely demise. They preferred to bring them back to Konoha. Hence, he temporarily compromised and permitted the Konoha shinobi to escort them away. Of course, given the opportunity, he would seek justice from Konoha for the traitor Scorpion on behalf of Sunigakure. Time returned to Konoha. Following the fierce battle, Orochimaru assisted Hashirama Senju in freeing Obito from the control of the impure world reincarnation, restoring his freedom. Hashirama and Tobirama were uncertain how to undo the impure world reincarnation. Meanwhile, Naruto speculated that Obito must have studied this technique in his old age as a precaution. After all, Obito had orchestrated his own revival. It was only natural for him to prepare for the possibility of being brought back through impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru had been prompted by Tsunade and Naruto to learn how to release the control after he had performed the technique on Minato and Kushina. "Forgive us for the trouble," little Tsunade Hashirama said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Tsunade retorted, "Grandfather, please do not call me little Tsunade again." Hashirama then looked at Tsunade earnestly, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, our little Tsunade has grown into a striking beauty and has now become the 5th Hokage." Tsunade, hearing this, clenched her fists in irritation. At that moment, Hashirama became serious and inquired, "By the way, what of Tobirama? What exactly transpired?" Tsunade replied, "Grandfather, Uncle Tobirama is still under the control of those who used impure world reincarnation. He was taken away by Obito. They are members of the Akatsuki, a nefarious organization. Moreover, they have stolen Konoha's sealing techniques book, presenting a significant threat to the ninja world." "What? The sealing techniques book has been stolen by the enemy? I warned Tobirama not to create so many forbidden techniques. He insisted on doing so, and now the techniques he created are either water release or forbidden techniques. And now the enemy has taken them. We are in trouble," Hashirama lamented. Naruto interjected, "First Hokage, Tsunade-sensei, I believe we should prepare ourselves. We ought to perform impure world reincarnation on those powerful figures first. Otherwise, they may be resurrected by the enemy and we could face the same situation again, where those using impure world reincarnation come to confront us." Orochimaru, licking his lips in excitement, agreed, "Naruto is right. Tsunade, do you wish for Dan to be resurrected by Obito and his cohorts?" Tsunade huffed. Ultimately, Tsunade conceded and announced that the sealing techniques book had been stolen by the Akatsuki. She also explained the dangers of impure world reincarnation, stating that Konoha was willing to perform it for 1 million Ryo for the powerful figures to regain their freedom. The news sent shockwaves through the ninja world, coinciding with reports of Pain and Obito's invasion of Konoha. "Did you hear? The god of ninjas has been resurrected through impure world reincarnation. So what? Do you dare let Konoha use impure world reincarnation on your ancestors? And at such a high price, who knows what schemes Konoha has in mind?" However, the Akatsuki also possessed this knowledge. They heard that Konoha was an evil organization, and they currently held Tobirama, who could use Flying Thunder God. Who knows? The Akatsuki and Konoha are both outsiders. We cannot even determine who our true enemies are. Konoha also resurrected Minato, who could use Flying Thunder God. Upon hearing the news, most were left in a state of uncertainty, especially the Kage of the other 4 great villages, who felt immense pressure as they were already aware of the details surrounding the battle between Pain and Naruto. They felt weak and helpless, realizing that they could not contend with either the Akatsuki or Konoha. They were well aware of Obito's abilities, and now with Tobirama, who could utilize Flying Thunder God, joining their ranks, coupled with Pain, who possessed the legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, their village's defenses seemed futile. If the Akatsuki learned of the locations where powerful corpses were buried, stealing them for impure world reincarnation would be alarmingly easy. However, they were also reluctant to see Konoha utilizing impure world reincarnation on an even grander scale, particularly the 4th Raikage, who desperately desired to resurrect his father, the 3rd Raikage. Yet, due to the intense animosity stemming from the battle with Konoha 3 years prior, he remained indecisive. Raza too was in a state of ambivalence. While Chio and Kaizo wished for Konoha to perform impure world reincarnation, as they held a growing fondness for Konoha due to their assistance. However, Raza feared that Ye would also be subjected to impure world reincarnation and was apprehensive about his past misdeeds being uncovered, leaving him in a quandary. The Wagakure remained observant. Surprisingly, the first to agree was Terumi Mei, the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure. Following the trauma of the blood mist policy, the overall strength of her village had significantly declined, necessitating a change. Obito had left 3 years prior, intensifying the blood mist policy and causing chaos, ultimately claiming the life of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, and extracting the tailed beast. After losing the 4th Mizukage, Mei rose to power, but she inherited a village in ruins. Despite 3 years of effort, they struggled to recover even slightly, yet they recognized that the 4th Mizukage had been under Genjutsu control. Based on the current information, their primary suspect was none other than Obito of the Akatsuki. Chapter 75. The Dreamweaver. Orochimaru within the Hidden Leaf Village. Apprehension loomed over the potential return of Obito to seize corpses, prompting Naruto to take the initiative by summoning his parents through the reanimation jutsu. The village soon embraced the technique, driven by a multitude of reasons, particularly the longing of many to reunite with their loved ones, thus garnering overwhelming support. Reanimation. With a command from Orochimaru, dozens of coffins ascended from the earth. As the coffin lids creaked open, the figures within were revealed. Shinobi such as Tsukumo Hatake, Kagami Uchiha, Akimichi Akifumi, and Kato Dan appeared before the onlookers. Father. Kakashi gazed in a daze at the figure of Tsukumo Hatake, as Tsukumo surveyed his surroundings. The realization of being reanimated washed over him, filling him with confusion. However, upon seeing Kakashi, a surge of uncontainable excitement coursed through him. Kakashi, you've grown. How have you been lately? Tsukumo gently ruffled Kakashi's hair. The long-suppressed emotions within Kakashi erupted, and he embraced Tsukumo tightly, tears streaming down his face as he cried out. I've missed you so much, Dad. For all these years, I have yearned for you. Tsukumo returned the embrace with equal fervor, his eyes filled with compassion and sorrow as he whispered, My child, I am so sorry for the suffering you've endured over the years. But please believe me, no matter what happens, your father will always be here to support you. The two wept in each other's arms, a moment where time seemed to stand still, releasing all the pent-up longing and emotions. Kakashi fervently declared, Father, I am all right. I now understand why you chose to abandon your mission to save your comrades. You are a true hero. I will not allow you to leave alone again, to abandon me. Kakashi clutched Tsukumo tightly, his eyes glimmering with determination. Tsukumo gently patted Kakashi's shoulder, his voice laden with guilt and remorse. I apologize, Kakashi. Your father was too weak, too lost to leave you alone in this world. I have been an inadequate father. Kakashi lifted his head, tears blurring his vision, yet he forced a smile. Father, please don't say that. I know you have always loved me. I once felt pain and confusion over your death, but I now understand that everything you did was to protect us. You are a magnificent father. Tsukumo gazed at Kakashi, his heart swelling with emotion and pride. Thank you for forgiving me, Kakashi. I am overjoyed to see you so strong and brave. From this day forth, I shall remain by your side and will never leave you again. Kakashi nodded, gripping Tsukumo's hand tightly. Yes, Dad, let us never part again. I need you, wherever I may be. As long as you are by my side, I feel at ease. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes reflecting profound affection. Naruto observed the poignant reunion of Kakashi and Tsukumo, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. He understood that this moment held immense significance for Kakashi. Even a strong and courageous individual like him harbors a tender core, yearning for care and affection. Though they had matured, there remained times when they were still those vulnerable children in need of protection. At this moment, Naruto genuinely felt joy and happiness for Kakashi, who among them was not still a child at heart. Naruto mused inwardly. Simultaneously, he aspired to be a source of warmth and comfort for others, offering support and companionship to those in need. On another front, Kagami Uchiha opened his eyes, bewilderedly gazing at the aged Hiruzen Sarutobi. But even more perplexing was the utterance of grandfather. As he beheld the elated Shursui, a wave of confusion enveloped him. I'm only 25. How can I already be a grandfather? Meanwhile, Kabuto watched in excitement as Yakushi Non appeared before him, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Director, he called out, his voice brimming with joy and anticipation. Yet, Yakushi Non regarded this familiar yet strange figure with a furrowed brow, her expression revealing uncertainty. Who are you? She inquired, her gaze a complex mixture of confusion, fear, and suspicion. She recognized the man before her, the one who had once sought to kill her yet also wished to save her. The fact that he now referred to her as director added to her bewilderment, plunging her into a nightmarish confusion. I am Kabuto, he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Choked with sorrow and regret, Kabuto wept like a child, the pain in his heart indescribable, compounded by a deep-seated anger towards Danzo for manipulating him so cruelly. You are Kabuto. Yakushi Non's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him, her voice trembling with incredulity. Her gaze searched his face, tears welling in her eyes. Overwhelmed with guilt and remorse. I'm so sorry, Kabuto. It's all my fault. I should have recognized you sooner, she confessed, her voice quaking. If reanimation could weep, she would have been in a torrent of tears. No, director, blamed Danzo. He deceived you by switching photos and forced us into this conflict, Kabuto replied, his fists clenched, eyes ablaze with fury. In that moment, His heart brimmed with hatred towards Danzo, longing to revive him solely to exact his revenge. My poor child. Yakushi Non enveloped Kabuto in her arms, her gaze filled with remorse and guilt. Kabuto felt the warmth and care emanating from her, and his anxieties gradually dissipated. Director. I'm fine, he managed to say through his tears, attempting to assure her of his resilience. Yakushi Non tenderly stroked his head, soothingly declaring, Kabuto, no matter what happens from now on, I will always be here to protect you from harm. On another note, Tsunade gazed at Kato Dan with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Dan, how have you been? She asked lightly. Tsunade, you've become the 5th Hokage? Kato Dan replied with a smile. As he stepped forward to reunite with her, Tsunade felt an unfamiliar sensation wash over her, accompanied by a sense of confusion. Memories of Jiraiya flooded her mind, and she felt an unsettling overlap with Kato Dan, fearing that she might betray Jiraiya, despite their relationship not having progressed. Tsunade recalled Jiraiya's heart, the debts she owed him, the necklace he gifted her, and his recent efforts in helping her secure her position as Hokage. Always looking out for her. Contemplating these thoughts, she felt lost and helpless. Did she truly intend to rekindle her past relationship with Kato Dan? Is something wrong, Tsunade? Kato Dan quickly sensed her unease. No, Dan, it's just that I feel old, she replied, her gaze dimmed. It's quite all right, Tsunade, I assure you. I am not at all bothered. With these words, Dan reached out to take Tsunade's hand in a gesture of comfort. As Dan clasped her hand, Tsunade, visibly disconcerted, gently withdrew from his grasp, her gaze dimming as she averted her face. Tsunade, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Dan inquired with concern, his attention then drawn to the restless figure of Jiraiya standing nearby. Tsunade, I comprehend now, Dan remarked with a knowing smile. Dan, Tsunade exclaimed, her expression one of bewilderment as she turned to face him. Tsunade, from the moment you recoiled from my touch, I sensed your hesitation. It is evident that we cannot reclaim what once was, and indeed, so many years have passed since my demise, Kato Dan said with a gentle smile, betraying no hint of resentment. Dan, Tsunade uttered, her voice laced with worry. Kato Dan's smile deepened as he replied, it is enough for me, Tsunade, to witness you once more, to see you ascend to the position of 5th Hokage, and to know that there is someone who cherishes you as I did. Then, catching Tsunade off guard, Dan dispelled the reanimation jutsu. Dan, do not leave me, Tsunade cried out. Tears streamed down her face as she caressed the dissipating visage of Kato Dan with one hand, while the other clutched at the swirling fragments of paper. Tsunade, my heart is content to see you alive and well. I implore you to continue living a full and happy life, Kato Dan expressed with a tender smile. Subsequently, Dan turned his gaze towards Jiraiya, who was stepping forward to console Tsunade, and said with a gentle smile, Jiraiya, I entrust Tsunade to your care. Please look after her for me. Jiraiya nodded solemnly, offering comfort to Tsunade as they bid their final farewells to Kato Dan together. Chapter 76. The pinnacle of Jiraiya's life. Naruto's gaze fell upon Kakashi and the others, observing the jubilant smiles adorning their faces as they celebrated their reunion. A warm surge of joy welled up within Naruto, genuinely happy for them. Simultaneously, he slightly turned his head, casting a tender glance towards his parents, Kushina and Minato, standing nearby. The scene before him resembled a beautiful painting, with everyone enveloped in bliss. Although Naruto was aware that the use of Edo Tensei might provoke a slew of societal issues, he remained largely indifferent. After all, he believed that possessing formidable strength would render such matters inconsequential. Nevertheless, a profound desire stirred deep within him. He yearned to locate his elder brother Nagato and connect with him on a heartfelt level, hoping to persuade him to employ the rebirth technique to truly revive everyone. Of course, Naruto understood that this was merely a beautiful fantasy, a challenging goal to realize. He knew well that persuading Nagato to change his mind would not be an easy endeavor. Yet, there was one person who could influence Nagato from the sidelines, Konan. With this thought in mind, Naruto resolved to seek out Konan. Upon entering the Konoha prison, Naruto was greeted by two unexpected figures, Midogate and T-Rune Koharu. Naruto, hurry and get Tsunade to release us. We're both in our 50s or 60s. She shows no respect for the elderly. Midogate In and T-Rune Koharu shouted in unison upon seeing Naruto enter. The two had been incarcerated for refusing to return ill-gotten gains acquired through corruption, provoking Tsunade's ire and resulting in their temporary confinement. However, despite their imprisonment, their living conditions were relatively tolerable. They were merely deprived of their freedom. Since the two had ceased leading their clan in defiance of Tsunade, their relatives had begun to comply with her inquiries and return the previously embezzled funds. Naruto regarded the shameless duo with a hint of disdain. He had no intention of engaging with them, silently thinking, "You ought to reflect on your actions while confined here. As for when you will regain your freedom, that depends on when you repay your debts." With determined strides, Naruto approached Konan's cell. "What do you want?" Konan cautiously retracted the paper she had folded into a key, eyeing Naruto warily. Naruto smiled and replied, "Konan, there's no need to be tense. We may not be enemies. Perhaps we could even become allies." Upon hearing this, Konan furrowed her brow, harboring doubts yet maintaining her vigilance, searching for clues in Naruto's expression. "Konan," Naruto continued, "I understand that your Akatsuki organization seeks world peace. But must we pursue that goal through such extreme measures? We share a common mentor, Jiraiya. Could we not sit down and discuss a better solution together?" Konan felt a jolt within her at Naruto's words. She recalled the original intention she, Nagato, and Yahiko had when founding Akatsuki, an aspiration to change the world through peaceful means. Yet now, they had strayed down an extremist path, becoming terrorists in the eyes of the world. Lost in thought, Konan began to reconsider Akatsuki's operational principles. Before she could ponder further, Naruto pressed on. "Konan, who does not yearn for world peace? Must we draw swords merely because our methods differ? Did you know that Jiraiya-sensei has always been deeply concerned about you, longing to rekindle your mentor-student bond?" Even though Konan's exterior was as solid as rock, Naruto's words stirred something within her. "Konan," he smiled warmly, "I sincerely hope we can unite our efforts and work hand in hand towards achieving world peace. With our combined strength, no obstacle could stand in our way." Yet Konan remained composed, her tone resolute as she countered, "No, Naruto, such peace would merely be a fleeting illusion. Just as with Hashirama and Madara. Though they once forged a temporary peace, the Fourth Great Ninja War was ultimately unavoidable." Naruto beamed with a radiant smile. "Konan, let go of such sorrowful sentiments. True peace has yet to grace this world, but I believe that with collective effort, the future can indeed become brighter. Besides, I'm only 6 years old now, soon to be 7. There is ample time ahead to strive for our goals. In the next 50 years, I will dedicate myself to ensuring peace. Then we can nurture exceptional successors to carry on that peace. So let us strive together." With that, Naruto clenched his fists, his face brimming with confidence and determination. Konan stared blankly, captivated by Naruto's sunlit smile, momentarily reminded of Yahiko. She sensed that Naruto might genuinely resonate with her. Naruto opened the cell door and earnestly invited, "Konan, do you not wish to see Jiraiya-sensei? Just say the word, and I will release you immediately. Are you not afraid I will flee?" Konan inquired. Naruto shook his head. "Why would you think that? First, you are not a criminal. Second, we are not enemies. Third, you are my esteemed senior sister. And besides, this is not a den of peril. After so many years apart from Jiraiya-sensei, do you truly not wish to see him?" Gazing into Naruto's earnest eyes, Konan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Naruto led Konan to the tavern where Jiraiya was located. "Konan, you said Jiraiya was inside? Why don't we go in?" she asked, puzzled. "Let us wait a moment," Naruto smiled. "Our Jiraiya-sensei is currently enjoying a romantic encounter." At that moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade were conversing over drinks in the bar, Tsunade heavily intoxicated due to her sorrows over Kato-dan's departure. "I'm so heartbroken, Jiraiya. Kato-dan has left me once again." Jiraiya consoled Tsunade, unsure of how to respond. After a prolonged silence without hearing Jiraiya's comfort, a slightly inebriated Tsunade asked, "Jiraiya, do you also wish to leave me?" "Absolutely not, Tsunade. How could that be? Kato-dan insisted that I take good care of you." Jiraiya hastily replied. Tsunade, in her drunken state, queried, "Oh, without Kato-dan's instructions, do you no longer wish to take care of me?" "Not at all. You know I have always cared for you. How could I neglect you?" Jiraiya reassured her gently. "Kiss me, Jiraiya." "Huh?" Jiraiya questioned, doubting his ears. Seeing his delayed reaction, Tsunade boldly downed a large cup of alcohol and then suddenly kissed Jiraiya passionately. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though he were in a dream. This happiness had come far too unexpectedly. Chapter 77. Capturing Konan at the entrance of the tavern. Konan observed Jiraiya hastily departing while cradling Tsunade. She couldn't help but glance at Naruto. Is this truly another romantic escapade of Master Jiraiya? After a moment's contemplation, Konan suggested, "Naruto, perhaps we should refrain from disturbing Master Jiraiya for now." Naruto smiled and replied, "Yes, let's seek him out later." At that moment, Naruto spotted Ju and Shizune. Seeing Ju, filled with rage, about to confront Jiraiya and Tsunade, Naruto swiftly intervened. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? Ju fumed. Naruto, smiling at the resemblance he bore to Ju, replied, why do you wish to obstruct Master Jiraiya and your sister? Your sister has already moved on from Cat Dan. Do you truly wish for her to live a life of solitude? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, sending a chill down Ju's spine, filling him with an ominous premonition. He looked towards Jiraiya and Tsunade, only to find Tsunade, nestled in Jiraiya's embrace, casting an impatient glance in his direction. Ju? At that moment, Shizune, clutching a piglet, caught up with them, her expression filled with concern. Naruto, is Lady Tsunade all right? Naruto reassured her with a smile. She is fine, merely intoxicated. Master Jiraiya will take good care of her. Then, turning to Ju, Naruto said, I believe you are well aware of Master Jiraiya's feelings for your sister. After a brief silence, Ju resolutely stated, however, I cannot allow my sister to be taken by Jiraiya. She needs time to heal, a tranquil environment. Naruto nodded, acknowledging Ju's worries. Yet he also understood Tsunade's true desires. Gently, he remarked, I comprehend your concerns, Ju. However, sometimes we must grant others the space to confront their own challenges. Perhaps this is precisely what Tsunade needs. Upon hearing this, Ju fell into contemplation. He realized his concern for his sister might have been excessive, overlooking her genuine needs. Ultimately, with a sigh, Ju resolved to trust Naruto's words. He silently watched as Jiraiya carried Tsunade away. Naruto patted Ju's shoulder, offering comfort. Do not fret too much, Ju. Tsunade is a strong woman. She will manage her affairs. Ju nodded, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Though it was their first meeting, Naruto's sincerity and kindness filled him with warmth. Standing there, Ju reflected on their earlier conversation. Perhaps he should indeed attempt to let go, allowing his sister to seek her own path. I hope Jiraiya truly cares for her, otherwise, I shall have to confront him fiercely. Not long after Naruto and Konan departed, they encountered Minato and Hashirama engaged in conversation. Father, first Hokage. Minato responded warmly to Naruto's greeting. Naruto, you've arrived. Oh, how is it that you brought Konan with you? Oh, she is senior sister Konan, a disciple of Master Jiraiya. She bears no grudge against us. I believe we should treat her well. Perhaps we could even become good allies. Minato pondered briefly. Since he had already marked Konan when he captured her, he thought it best to go along with Naruto. After all, one could escape the monk, but not the temple. And if they could forge an alliance, all the better. Nodding, Minato smiled. Indeed, Naruto, you speak wisely. Turning to Konan, Minato added, by the way, you should address me as Brother Minato. I too am a disciple of Master Jiraiya. Konan, looking at Naruto and Minato with hopeful eyes, furrowed her brow and summoned her courage to timidly call out, Brother Minato. Naruto chuckled, pleased that the first step in winning over Konan had succeeded. As long as he deepened their mentor-disciple bond, he was confident he could sway her. Just then, after escorting Tsunade home, Jiraiya approached. Oh, Konan, what brings you here? Upon seeing Jiraiya, Konan couldn't help but murmur, Master Jiraiya. Hearing Konan still regard him as a teacher, Jiraiya beamed. Konan, you still recognize me as your teacher. This fills me with joy. Noticing a hint of sorrow on Konan's face, Jiraiya expressed concern. Konan, have you been well over the years? What has become of Yahiko? Yahiko. He is gone. Konan began to recount her tale. Upon hearing this, Naruto seethed with anger, cursing Danzo. Danzo and Hanzo had conspired to bring about Yahiko's demise. It seemed Danzo's nefarious influence was everywhere. Naruto felt an urge to resurrect Danzo through Orochimaru's Edo Tensei and exact vengeance upon him. Jiraiya comforted her. Konan, the past is behind us. Things will improve. As your teacher, I promise to protect you in Nagato. With unwavering determination, Naruto added, yes, senior sister Konan. I will find a way to resurrect Yahiko through Orochimaru's Edo Tensei and restore everyone. Konan nodded, her gaze slightly evasive, lost in her thoughts. At that moment, Shursui and Itachi returned, escorting Kakuzu and Sasori. God of Shinobi, Kakuzu exclaimed upon seeing Hashirama, unable to contain his awe. Hashirama turned, puzzled. Who are you? Do we know each other? Naruto grinned. Introducing, first Hokage, this is Kakuzu. He often boasts of having fought against you. Oh, Hashirama scratched the back of his head, genuinely unsure. Kakuzu, feeling his reputation hang in the balance, insisted, First Hokage, though you may have forgotten me, I did indeed battle against you. I was not exaggerating. Hashirama inquired, when did we fight? Can you recall the time and place? I might remember. Kakuzu hesitated, revealing that would expose me. Sasori, observing Kakuzu's discomfort, smiled mockingly. Kakuzu probably threw a shuriken from 800 miles away. Otherwise, why would he shy away from specifics? Laughter erupted among the group. Hashirama continued to ponder. Then earnestly told Kakuzu, I truly have forgotten. Perhaps we can have a rematch sometime. Kakuzu stared in shock at Sasori's accurate guess. Then at the serious expression on Hashirama's face. I swear I am innocent. Please let me go? In that moment, Sasori noticed Konan conversing with Jiraiya. He mused. Could the woman behind the leader be colluding with Konoha? Could there be a traitor in their midst? Meanwhile, Shursui inquired of Naruto, along with the fourth Hokage, the first Hokage, and Jiraiya. Now that we've rescued Tsunegakure and apprehended these Akatsuki members, should we report to Tsunade? Do you know where she is? Jiraiya pondered for a moment and replied, Shursui, detain them for now. Tsunade is currently resting. We'll inform her later. Kakuzu, too, noticed Konan beside Jiraiya, puzzled by her presence. Could she have been captured by Konoha? And what of their leader? Frowning, Kakuzu asked Konan with a hint of concern, have you been captured by Konoha as well? Where is the leader? Konan, caught off guard, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. She hesitated, unsure of how to respond, as the truth was far from simple. Kakuzu Sasori. However, before she could elaborate, Konan realized that any explanation might be futile, unable to convince Kakuzu and Sasori. She fell silent once more. Observing the scene, Sasori lamented, Kakuzu, it seems she has betrayed Akatsuki. What? That's impossible. Kakuzu exclaimed in disbelief. He couldn't fathom Konan betraying their leader, given her unwavering dedication and tireless efforts for Akatsuki. Naruto, sensing the tension, interjected with a smile. Konan hasn't betrayed Akatsuki. She's joined our new Akatsuki. Konan? Kakuzu and Sasori questioned, their faces etched with confusion. Minato patted Naruto, his eyes conveying his own bewilderment. The others present shared the same puzzled expressions, unsure of Naruto's intentions. Undeterred, Naruto continued, addressing Kakuzu and Sasori. Yes, she is my esteemed Konan. We are both disciples of Jiraiya, and your leader is my esteemed Nagato. Would you like to join our new Akatsuki? Jiraiya chimed in, indeed. I am the leader's mentor. How about joining our new Akatsuki? Kakuzu and Sasori were dumbfounded. Was this some kind of joke? They exchanged bewildered glances, their faces mirroring each other's astonishment and disbelief. What was happening? Konan? Jiraiya? Nagato? A new Akatsuki? The words echoed in their minds, as if the world had turned upside down. The others present were equally perplexed, their faces adorned with question marks. Naruto chuckled, observing the bewildered expressions around him. He might be acting a bit absurd and unreliable, but stirring the pot was his intention. Even in chaos, relationships were preferable to enmity. Jiraiya, a man of understanding, played along seamlessly. Did forming a new Akatsuki or joining the existing one negate their allegiance to Konoha? Or perhaps, if all of Konoha joined the new Akatsuki, who could claim to be the true Akatsuki headquarters? And their leader? His mentor was right here. Jiraiya was the true authority, and their leader merely inherited his ideals. Kakuzu and Sasori began to question their very existence. Who were they? Where were they? What were they doing? They were completely stunned. Had their leader and Konan betrayed them? Was Akatsuki merely a reserve force for Konoha? Had they been working for Konoha all along? Just then, Orochimaru approached. Orochimaru! Kakuzu and Sasori exclaimed in surprise. Well, if it isn't Kakuzu and Sasori. You've arrived. Orochimaru greeted them with a smile, glancing at Konan. Jiraiya, seeing Orochimaru, inquired with a smile, Orochimaru, are you acquainted? Orochimaru tilted his head in confusion. Jiraiya, what are you talking about? I was once a member of Akatsuki. Have you forgotten? Jiraiya chuckled. Indeed. And now you're a member of our new Akatsuki. Orochimaru eyed Jiraiya suspiciously, unsure of his game. However, noticing Jiraiya's subtle gestures, Orochimaru played along. Yes, I am a member of the new Akatsuki, Orochimaru confirmed with a smile, addressing Kakuzu and Sasori. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu and Sasori felt their world crumbling. Could it all be true? Was Akatsuki merely an overseas organization for Konoha? They stared in disbelief at Naruto, Konan, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Naruto, observing their stunned expressions, grinned. There was no escape now. He planned to recruit Kakuzu at the first opportunity, valuing his financial acumen. Kakuzu's ability to generate wealth, manage finances, and safeguard assets was unparalleled. Konan's 600 billion explosive tags were a testament to Kakuzu's financial prowess. If Kakuzu were to become Konoha's finance minister, the village would undoubtedly prosper. As for Sasori, Naruto had less interest in recruiting him, despite sympathizing with his childhood experiences. Naruto abhorred Sasori's indiscriminate killings, particularly his murder of the Kazekage for a powerful puppet, as well as the hundreds of lives he had taken to create puppets. For Tsunagakure, such actions were unforgivable. Sasori's parents' deaths on the battlefield were unrelated to the third Kazekage. However, Naruto recognized the need to utilize resources effectively. He planned to discuss the matter with Shisui, subtly encouraging him to use his Jinjutsu to control Sasori. He trusted that Shisui would know what to do. Chapter 79, Naruto's 7th Birthday, Part 1. On the following morning, the sun shone brightly. Naruto, accompanied by Konan, weaved through every street of Konoha village, relishing the bustling atmosphere of the village. He observed that everyone appeared significantly busier than usual, attending to the affairs of several individuals resurrected through the impure world reincarnation technique. Even his parents, as well as Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shisui, were preoccupied. Naruto did not ponder this too deeply, merely concluding that they were seeking to reconnect with long-lost emotions and resolve issues arising from the return of the deceased. The impure world reincarnation had sparked discussions surrounding themes of life, death, and ethical dilemmas, compelling individuals to reevaluate their perspectives on war and peace. The resurrected beings were all warriors who had perished in battle, and the tragedies wrought by war resonated deeply with many. At that moment, Naruto and Konan noticed a multitude gathering outside Orochimaru's base, beseeching him to resurrect their loved ones. Yet, not everyone would be afforded this opportunity. Only those who had made significant contributions to the village or were deemed exceptionally virtuous would receive Tsunade's consent for resurrection. If everyone were to undergo the impure world reincarnation, it would yield an astronomical number of resurrected souls, resulting in a scenario where the deceased outnumbered the living. Such an eventuality would blur the lines between life and death, rendering the concepts of existence, morality, and even emotions increasingly nebulous. Witnessing this scene, Naruto and Konan were filled with profound reflections. Naruto understood that the cycle of life and death was a natural order that should not be disrupted. Simultaneously, they recognized that for those who had lost loved ones, such anguish could not be easily erased. At that moment, Konan suddenly turned to Naruto and asked, "Naruto, what do you believe is necessary to achieve world peace?" Her tone bore a hint of seriousness, her eyes reflecting earnestness and anticipation, as if she sought answers from Naruto's response. Naruto paused, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "I believe that world peace requires the effort of each individual. We cannot rely solely on force to resolve our issues. Instead, we must learn to understand, embrace, and respect one another. Only when we dismantle barriers and confront challenges together can we tread the path toward peace." Konan nodded slightly, expressing her agreement with Naruto's words. He resonated with the original narrative of Naruto's pursuit of peace, which appeared far more practical compared to the ideologies of Nagato, Obito, and Sasuke. Promoting mutual understanding and fostering a modicum of love among people may seem foolish and awkward. However, if we rephrase it as enhancing the moral and ethical standards of our entire nation and improving our scientific and cultural literacy, does it not suddenly seem feasible? Furthermore, by augmenting productivity and vigorously advancing education, coupled with a touch of strength to suppress all malevolence in the world, would that not suffice? Is this not a form of authoritarian rule? Is peace achieved through the suppression of power? Indeed, it ultimately hinges on strength, but if you genuinely cherish this world, would you wish to witness its descent into war? With your capabilities, would you not intervene? Can you bear to witness the world deteriorate without striving for change? Once you possess strength, can you truly entrust the management of the world to someone you do not know well? In the afternoon, Naruto ventured to the Ninja Academy, intending to surprise his friends. Although he had been utilizing shadow clones for a month, they could never compare to his true self, especially in conveying emotions between individuals. He missed his companions, such as Hinata and Sasuke, dearly. However, upon arriving at the academy, Naruto found the classroom eerily vacant. Is it a holiday? He wondered. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, he concluded that a day off was not entirely unexpected. He employed the Kage Shinden technique to search for Hinata and Sasuke but found no success. His parents, Kushina and Minato, had fortified Konoha's barrier and established a flying thunder god space barrier. Consequently, Naruto faced significant obstacles in using his abilities within Konoha, especially in the territories of prominent clans, making it impossible for him to sense anything. At the Hyuga clan residence, Naruto smiled and inquired, "Uncle Hayashi, is Hinata home?" "Hinata is not here," Hayashi replied with a stoic expression, attempting to close the door. Naruto interjected, "Is she truly not at home?" He then called out loudly, "Hinata! Hinata! Are you home? I've come to find you." Hayashi's face darkened. "I told you, Hinata is not at home." Not receiving any response from inside, Naruto wondered, could she really not be here? Noting Hayashi's impatience, he decided to relent, smiling as he said, "Uncle Hayashi, I apologize for the disturbance. Since Hinata is not here, I shall visit again another time." Hayashi frowned and coldly replied, "Safe travels. No need for further formality." He closed the door, casting a puzzled glance toward his daughter's room, contemplating why Hinata had not come out to meet Naruto. Could it be that his daughter had finally awakened to her feelings? Meanwhile, inside her room, Hinata was busy preparing a gift for Naruto, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I will make it up to you tonight." After leaving the Hyuga residence, Naruto initially intended to seek out Sasuke, but ultimately decided to visit Might Guy instead. After all, he had been neglecting his physical training due to recent focus on Sage Mode. Soon after, in the usual gym where he trained with Might Guy, Naruto found him there. "Might Guy, I've come to train with you," Naruto said with a smile. "Oh, Naruto, what brings you here?" Might Guy exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Lee added in a fluster. "Might Guy, Lee, what are you hiding?" Naruto inquired, puzzled. Observing Might Guy and Lee standing together, he sensed something unusual about them that day. Nothing, both Might Guy and Lee replied nervously. Their panic only piqued Naruto's curiosity further, prompting him to step forward to investigate. Under the watchful eyes of Might Guy and Lee, Naruto discovered an exquisite green spandex suit. "What is this?" Naruto picked it up and asked Might Guy, "Are you taking on a new apprentice? What's there to hide?" Might Guy, perplexed, replied, "Naruto, do you not like it?" Naruto smiled. "Why do you ask? Is it meant for me?" Might Guy hastily retorted, "No, I was just inquiring about your opinion. If you do not like it, I understand. I must admit, I do not enjoy wearing spandex either. I apologize. When I was young, I claimed I couldn't wear spandex because I was still growing, and that was a lie," Naruto said with a hint of embarrassment. Might Guy reclaimed the spandex suit and solemnly stated, "Very well, Naruto, I am indeed busy preparing to take on a new apprentice. This was specifically prepared for him, and I was concerned you might covet it, which is why we were a bit anxious earlier. I merely asked for your thoughts. If you have no pressing matters, please do not disturb us." Upon hearing Might Guy's words, Naruto felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The earlier anxiety was due to the fear that he might claim the spandex suit. Naruto, with a dubious gaze, regarded Might Guy and Rock Lee, then nodded in acquiescence. "Very well," he said, "since Guy-sensei and Lee are occupied, I shall not intrude." With a touch of disappointment, Naruto departed, sensing an air of universal busyness. In the instant following Naruto's exit, Might Guy and Rock Lee exhaled in unison, relieved. Subsequently, Lee, in a flurry of anxiety, exclaimed, "What shall we do, Guy-sensei? It appears Naruto does not favor the jumpsuit." Might Guy, exhibiting greater composure, responded, "Lee, fret not. We still have time to prepare. Let us redouble our efforts in procuring items that will assuredly delight Naruto. Having received Kushina's invitation, we must ensure a grand surprise for Naruto this evening." Lee nodded emphatically, his voice brimming with excitement. "Understood, Guy-sensei." Unbeknownst to Naruto, Kushina, in collaboration with Minato, had orchestrated this entire affair, discreetly extending invitations to Naruto's closest companions, with the intention of hosting a birthday celebration for him this very night. Chapter 80, Naruto's 7th Birthday, Part 2. In a training ground in Konoha, Kaguya rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Sasuke as he trained, and lamented, "Sasuke, what do you think I should give to Naruto for his birthday?" Though Kaguya was older than Naruto, she referred to him as brother out of respect for his heroic rescue of her and her mother, as well as her mother's insistence. "Sasuke, are you ready?" she asked with a smile. Sasuke shook his head gently, responding with conviction, "That's not how it works, Kaguya. The most important aspect of gift-giving is the sentiment behind it. You should carefully consider a present that truly reflects your feelings for Naruto, as long as it's sincere." I'm sure Naruto will appreciate it. Well, okay then, Kagaya conceded, frowning slightly. I'll go choose a gift now. At that moment, Sasuke noticed something. Who? He caught a glimpse of Minato appearing abruptly on a nearby tree trunk, only to vanish again. Sasuke, are you that perceptive? Just then, Naruto arrived. Sasuke was somewhat surprised. He had barely seen Naruto before he noticed him. Had Sasuke become that formidable after unlocking the Sharingan? Naruto, what brings you here? Sasuke inquired casually. Naruto smiled though. I came to see you. Kagaya, you're here too. Kagaya smiled back. Yes, Naruto. Since you have something to discuss with Sasuke, I'll take my leave for now. Naruto nodded and turned his attention to Sasuke. Sasuke, what do you want? You wouldn't be looking to spar with me, would you? It's the perfect chance to test my Sharingan. Exactly. Naruto exclaimed, finally finding someone he could match up against today. With a joyful grin, he said, Sasuke, every time I come, you want to spar with me. Don't you find it boring? Enough chatter, let us battle. Sasuke declared, activating his Sharingan. Got it, Sasuke. The two engaged in an exhilarating battle, with Sasuke showing considerable improvement. Utilizing his Sharingan and lightning techniques, he was able to hold his ground against Naruto in taijutsu, avoiding a swift defeat. However, Naruto too had made significant strides. After mastering Sage Mode, he had become even stronger. He realized that if he frequently accessed Sage Mode, his body would gradually adapt to its chakra, enhancing his strength considerably. Suddenly, a thunderous clap interrupted Naruto's thoughts. Hey, are you distracted while fighting me? Sasuke exclaimed, panting with frustration as he unleashed Chidori. Sorry, Sasuke. Naruto snapped back to attention, executing a Rasengan. The two techniques collided, creating a dazzling burst of light that enveloped them both. But as the brilliance faded, Sasuke lay on the ground, revealing that he had been bested by Naruto once again. Sasuke, just you wait. Next time, I will defeat you. Sasuke, exhausted, declared from the ground, still determined. Sure, Sasuke, Naruto replied leisurely, reclining beside him with a smile. Thus, Naruto and Sasuke lay side by side, exchanging casual conversation until dusk fell. Naruto, I should head home for dinner, he said with a smile. Yeah, Naruto, Sasuke replied, his tone tinged with reluctance. His gaze was peculiar, fixed intently on Naruto, causing a shiver to run down Naruto's spine. Could it be? Sasuke? No way. He wouldn't have feelings for me, would he? Noticing Sasuke's hesitant demeanor, Naruto quickly bid farewell and hurriedly left the scene. I cannot betray Hinata, Naruto firmly resolved within himself. As Naruto made his way home, he was intercepted by his father, Minato. Hey, Dad. I was just about to head home for dinner. Let's go back together. Naruto said cheerfully. Minato, however, wore a serious expression. Naruto, I have something important to discuss with you. Let's talk for a moment before we head home. Seeing his father's solemn demeanor, Naruto nodded. All right, Dad. Consequently, this conversation extended from dusk until deep into the night. Naruto tilted his head in confusion as Minato elaborated on the issues concerning Konoha's development. His father seemed to have an endless array of topics. And while they were indeed significant, was it necessary to delay dinner? Naruto began to question if his father had been possessed. Why was he educating me like this? What did I do wrong? Why wouldn't he let me go home for dinner? Finally, when the moon hung high in the sky, his mother, Kushina, arrived. Storming in with an angry shout, Minato, Naruto, what are you two doing? I've been looking for you both for ages. Upon hearing Kushina's furious voice, Minato wilted like a deflated balloon, standing meekly beside her, devoid of any further resistance. Mom, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. Naruto, come home and eat dinner with your mother, Kushina gently urged, turning to him. Upon reaching home, Naruto excitedly pushed open the door. As it swung open, he was met with darkness, devoid of any light. Confused, he wondered, had the power gone out? Slowly, he turned to his parents, only to be met with their warm smiles, which left him perplexed. Suddenly, a loud chorus erupted, Naruto, happy birthday. The unexpected shout sent a jolt of surprise through Naruto, and in an instant, lights flickered on, illuminating the room with warmth. His eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized many familiar faces gathered in celebration. There were Hinata, Sasuke, Gai-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei, Iruka-sensei, the third Hokage, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Shisui, Itachi, Lee, Neji, Kagaya, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. All smiled warmly at Naruto, presenting beautifully wrapped gifts while wishing him a happy birthday. Overwhelmed by the scene, tears of joy welled in Naruto's eyes. So today is my birthday. Happy birthday, Naruto. Make a wish. Wiping away his tears of happiness. He watched as his parents approached with a birthday cake, their faces beaming with smiles. Looking around at his friends and family, Naruto felt like the happiest person in the world. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Naruto extinguished the candles. It is my sincere hope that each and every one of you experiences joy and contentment every day. Chapter 81. The Honest Man, Kisame. A new day dawned. With the sun shining brightly and the weather clear, as if nature had prepared a splendid gift for humanity. Naruto, hurry up and get out of bed for breakfast, called his father, Minato, from outside the door, his voice akin to the first ray of morning sunlight, warm and radiant. Understood. Naruto cheerfully rose, glancing at the collective photo from yesterday's birthday celebration laid out on the table, filling him with vitality. After completing his morning routine, he savored the vibrant and delectable sushi, its exquisite taste eliciting spontaneous praise. Dad, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. This is absolutely delicious. Minato smiled and then remarked, by the way, Naruto, I may need to step out for a bit. Naruto furrowed his brow and speculated, is it because of the Mist Village? Minato nodded, saying, indeed. The Mist Village previously expressed a desire for us to resurrect their strong warriors via Edo Tensei. Now that Konoha is stable, it's time to assist them. Naruto thought for a moment before saying, Dad, can I come along? Minato frowned slightly, responding, Naruto, this mission carries certain risks, and I have already promised Tsunade. Naruto shook his head, resolutely declaring, no, Dad, please let me go. I am quite strong. Besides, I cannot constantly monitor the flying thunder god barrier of Konoha. The enemy might exploit the opportunity. It is most suitable for you to protect Konoha. Seeing the determination in Naruto's eyes, Minato nodded. All right, go and speak to Tsunade. As the Edo Tensei space was under Obito's control, matters became somewhat complicated, necessitating one of them to remain behind. Ultimately, it was Naruto who set off with Orochimaru. On the road, Orochimaru gazed at Naruto with envy. Naruto, I truly admire your ability to casually utilize Sage Mode, he remarked, licking his lips. Indeed, during the journey, Naruto frequently activated Sage Mode, aiming to acclimate his body to it swiftly. Ever since becoming the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto's body had been continually adapting to the Nine Tails chakra, significantly enhancing his physical prowess and chakra reserves. Utilizing Sage Mode now felt somewhat similar. Naruto believed he could achieve Sage Body this way. The sons of the Sage of Six Paths, Indra, inherited the Sage Eye, possessing formidable ocular power, while Ashura inherited the Sage Body, endowed with tremendous vitality and energy. At that moment, Naruto suddenly noticed an unexpected situation ahead. His brow furrowed, revealing a hint of vigilance and curiosity. Through the sensitivity of Sage Mode, he detected an unusual disturbance several dozen kilometers away. What is happening? Why is there such a commotion? Naruto pondered, deciding to investigate further. He activated the Kagaya's hard eye, extending his sensory range. What's wrong, Naruto? Orochimaru inquired. Noticing Naruto's abrupt halt, Naruto frowned and replied, Orochimaru, there's a sudden flood ahead. I also sense Obito's chakra there. It seems he is engaged in battle with someone. Let's hurry and check it out. With that, Naruto activated Sage Fox Mode and darted away with Orochimaru at an astonishing speed. Naruto's strength had significantly increased, and his speed had become even swifter. In contrast, without a preset Flying Thunder God mark, using Flying Thunder God would actually be slower than his current pace. As Naruto and Orochimaru raced forward, Naruto remained unaware of Obito's activities, convinced that stopping him was paramount. On the other side, with a series of hand seals, Kisame unleashed a torrent of water, forming a colossal water wall. This technique was not only powerful but also expansive, capable of instantly submerging everything in its vicinity. However, in the face of such a formidable attack, Obito remained remarkably composed. Observing the flood before him, a slight smirk of disdain graced his lips. I told you. These techniques are utterly ineffective against me, he stated coolly. Indeed, as the flood surged toward him, it caused no disturbance whatsoever. His body remained completely unscathed. Obito activated his intangibility, rendering him immune to physical attacks. He effortlessly traversed the water flow, strolling up to Kisame. Speak, Kisame. Why have you betrayed the Akatsuki? Kisame's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Obito, gritting his teeth. Obito, was it you who orchestrated this? You manipulated the fourth Mizukage, instigating the blood mist policy. You set me up to kill my comrades, plunging me into despair to lure me into the Akatsuki. In truth, while Deidara and Sasori were on a mission to capture the One Tail, Kisame had also received a task. He was dispatched by the Akatsuki to capture a tailed beast, the Four Tails, Son Goku. However, just as Kisame successfully captured the Four Tails Jinchuriki, preparing to return to the Akatsuki, he received news from his village. The Mist Village was gradually improving under the leadership of the fifth Mizukage, Meitarumi. Upon hearing this, Kisame felt a stir in his heart but quickly resolved that since he had joined the Akatsuki, he must dedicate himself fully to its cause, without harboring any thoughts of betrayal. Yet, at that moment, a message from the Mist Village shattered Kisame's previous convictions. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was under the control of Uchiha Obito. Upon learning this shocking revelation, Kisame felt as if struck by lightning, his mind blank and overwhelmed. To uncover the truth, he resolved to return to his village to investigate the matter thoroughly. Unbeknownst to Kisame, however, his every movement was being closely monitored by the White Zetsus. Obito soon became aware that Kisame had no intention of returning to the Akatsuki. Rather, he aimed to return to his village, prompting Obito to control the space-time ninjutsu and hastily arrive, leading to the confrontation at hand. Chapter 82. The village hidden in the mist. At this moment, Kisame's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Obito, gritting his teeth and demanding, "Obito, are you the one behind this? Did you manipulate the fourth Mizukage and instigate the blood mist policy, setting a trap for me to slay my comrades and wallow in despair, thereby luring me into the Akatsuki?" Obito regarded Kisame with a mocking expression. Now that the situation had escalated, he saw no reason to conceal the truth. He covered his face with his hand and broke into a hearty laugh. "Indeed, Kisame, it was I who controlled the fourth Mizukage. The current state of the village hidden in the mist is entirely my scheme." "Huh. You were also ensnared into killing your companions and drawn into the Akatsuki by my design. Obito, are you not bullying the innocents?" Kisame shouted in rage. With a surge of anger, he unleashed the water release, water dragon bullet technique. Kisame attacked, and Obito, now resolute, commanded Tobirama to launch a counterattack. Kisame had resolved that he could not let Obito escape. Obito taunted, "Your mission is complete. Allow me to escort you on your final journey." He charged towards Kisame, who was already struggling against Tobirama, the second Hokage, whose mastery of water release surpassed his own. The water dragon bullet was executed with merely 4 hand seals, and Kisame found it increasingly difficult to evade Obito's assault. In a desperate moment, he drew Samahata, intending to take Obito down with him. However, Obito activated his intangibility ability just as defeat loomed. With bitterness, Kisame prepared to close his eyes in resignation. At that critical juncture, a flash of yellow light appeared. Naruto delivered a powerful punch to Obito's face, causing his form to vanish. "Are you alright? I'm Naruto." Seeing Naruto turn and smile, Kisame nodded in acknowledgement. "I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto. I am Kisame." At that moment, Obito reappeared beside Tobirama, staring in shock at Naruto, cold sweat beading on his palms. He had just employed his Anaji. One punch, one life. Naruto's strength was terrifying. He hadn't even realized Naruto's arrival before receiving that blow. Noticing Obito's anxious demeanor, Naruto quipped, "Obito, it's been a few days. Why do you look so haggard?" "Humph, Naruto, just wait and see," Obito retorted angrily. Before having Tobirama use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, Naruto chose not to pursue. Given Obito's preparedness, engaging him now would not guarantee a favorable outcome. Moreover, with Kisame and Orochimaru needing protection, it was prudent to remain. Later, Naruto and the others successfully arrived at the village hidden in the mist. Within the village, Meitarumi looked at Kisame and inquired, "Kisame, are you aware that the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, has been under Uchiha Obito's control?" Kisame nodded in response, saying, "I learned about his identity on my way back. He attempted to kill me, but fortunately, Naruto arrived just in time and saved my life." He recounted his encounter with Obito in detail to Mei. Mei's expression shifted slightly, secretly relieved that her suspicions had proven true. However, she feigned sympathy and anger, saying, "What a despicable guy Obito is." In truth, Mei had only harbored doubts and had not confirmed whether Yagura was genuinely under Obito's control. Her intention in discussing this with Kisame was to gain his trust and encourage him to return to the village. After all, the village hidden in the mist was in a period of reconstruction, facing a shortage of talent and in dire need of capable and diligent ninjas like Kisame. Kisame failed to notice Mei's unusual demeanor and continued, "Upon realizing his identity, I intended to eliminate him, but I was no match for him. Ultimately, it was Naruto who drove him away." Mei gazed at Kisame with compassion, stating, "You have endured much, Kisame. I will revoke your status as a rogue ninja. I hope you will return to the village, all right?" Hearing this, a warmth surged within Kisame, and he deeply bowed to Mei in gratitude, nodding earnestly in agreement. "Thank you, Fifth Mizukage. I am eager to return to the village." Mei responded with a smile, expressing her understanding and support for Kisame. Believing that he genuinely repented and would contribute significantly to the village hidden in the mist, Kisame wholeheartedly agreed, exclaiming, "I will work hard." At that moment, Naruto and Orochimaru exchanged glances, each discerning the underlying implications in the other's eyes. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, feeling a surge of sympathy for Kisame, thinking, "This guy is too easy to deceive." He then glanced at Mei, internally jesting, "Every day is just a game of deceiving the earnest Kisame. I doubt Mei will even pay him for his labor." Ultimately, Naruto and Orochimaru set forth to accomplish their mission, summoning the powerful figures of the village hidden in the mist through the impure world reincarnation technique. Observing the resurrected second Mizukage, Naruto pondered how the fourth great ninja war would lack much joy if it were to occur in the future. Here, he also encountered Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza returned to aid in the reconstruction of his hometown upon hearing of the village hidden in the mist revival. Obito had left the village several years earlier than in the original narrative, causing a significant butterfly effect. Perhaps it was my doing that allowed the village to be spared from Obito's devastation for a few more years. As Naruto watched the villagers of the mist rejoice at the resurrection and the smiles of Zabuza and Haku, he too felt a surge of happiness. After enduring the brutal blood mist policy, the village was now rejuvenating. Naruto and Orochimaru successfully completed their mission, receiving a substantial reward in specific items, including the return of a lost Byakugan to the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki, Obito was in a furious rage, frustrated by his encounter with Naruto. How could he have felt fear facing Naruto? "Naruto has grown stronger, terrifyingly so," Obito muttered to himself. The memory of Naruto's punch lingered vividly in his mind, a sheer force that had nearly brought him to his end. "I cannot remain idle," he declared, rising from his seat, ready to instigate chaos. "What do you intend to do?" Kaguya asked, blocking his path. "I plan to seize the corpses of the strong for impure world reincarnation." Obito replied impatiently. "Obito, have you forgotten what I told you? We cannot seize the corpses now. If we do, the other three great ninja villages will come directly for Konoha to perform impure world reincarnation. If things escalate, they might unite against us. What then?" Obito snapped in anger. "Calm down. I will have White Zetsu gradually locate the bodies of the powerful. When the time comes, we can take them all at once. There's no need to fear losing them. For now, we must focus on accumulating strength," Kaguya advised. Upon hearing this, Obito scoffed, roaring with rage. "You dare speak of accumulating strength now? Look around. The once mighty Akatsuki is left with only me and Nagato." Kaguya merely sighed in response. Chapter 83. The blissful destination of Junmaru and Shigeo in Konoha. At the Hyuga clan residence, Naruto pressed against the door that was about to be closed by Hisashi, urgently saying, "Uncle Hisashi, I have come to return the lost Byakugan of your Hyuga clan." Byakugan? Hisashi's face revealed a flicker of surprise upon hearing this, and he ceased to block Naruto's entry. Seeing the opening, Naruto cheerfully produced a small vial containing the Byakugan. Hisashi took it slowly, though his heart was not without ripples of excitement, his eyes shimmering with fervor. He could hardly conceal his gratitude as he said, "Naruto, I cannot thank you enough for bringing back our lost Byakugan." Naruto smiled, replying, "Uncle Hisashi, there's no need for such formality. We are all family." "Who is family with you?" Hisashi inwardly scoffed, furrowing his brow in silent protest, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts. For Naruto was indeed a benefactor to the Hyuga clan. Disregarding Hisashi's reluctance, Naruto continued with a smile, "By the way, Uncle Hisashi, if there's nothing urgent, may I take Hinata out to play?" Hisashi, glancing at his daughter who was gazing at Naruto with bright eyes, sighed and nodded. Hinata's face lit up with a smile upon receiving her father's consent. "Then, Dad, I'm going out with Naruto." Thus, Naruto took Hinata by the hand, and they ventured out to enjoy their day. Hisashi watched them leave, hand in hand, feeling a surge of emotion. He realized that his eldest daughter had completely succumbed to her feelings for Naruto, with no turning back. Although this left him somewhat helpless, he could only accept the reality. Fortunately, he still had a younger daughter, Hinata Hanabi. Hizashi's gaze shifted to the petite figure of Hanabi, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Hinata Hanabi, you are the hope of our Hyuga clan. He silently vowed to nurture her well, ensuring that she would not be led astray. He aspired to make Hanabi the pride of the Hyuga family, destined to inherit the position of clan leader. With that determination, Hizashi set off to share the good news with the elders of the clan, eager to inform them that the lost Byakugan had finally returned. A piece of news that would surely bring them great joy. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata arrived at a picturesque setting, filled with fresh air and the melodious sounds of nature. Naruto, what brings you here? Junmaru, upon seeing Naruto and Hinata, expressed his surprise and quickly approached them to greet. This place was usually off-limits to outsiders, as Junmaru was tasked with protecting Shigeo and, by extension, everyone else. Naruto smiled, saying, "Oh, Junmaru, I brought Hinata here for a stroll. It's truly beautiful." He turned to glance at Hinata, who blushed and lowered her head. Since the beginning of the school term, after Naruto had declared his fondness for her, Hinata had become even shyer. Junmaru nodded with a smile, then looked around and remarked, "Indeed, this is a sanctuary I persuaded Orochimaru to procure for us. Although it cost a pretty penny, the environment is truly splendid." Surprised, Naruto asked, "Is Orochimaru really that wealthy?" Junmaru chuckled lightly, explaining, "Naruto, have you forgotten? The selling price of genetic enhancers is quite substantial. Even catering solely to the people of Konoha, Lord Orochimaru has made a considerable profit." Naruto nodded, enlightenment dawning upon him. And then he recalled something, his tone turning concerned. "By the way, Junmaru, I heard from Orochimaru that you have a serious bloodline disease. How is your condition now? Has it improved?" With a grateful smile, Junmaru replied, "Rest assured, Naruto. Ever since I received the genetic enhancer, my health has significantly improved. I feel much better now. Moreover, Lord Orochimaru has invited Tsunade to assist, and together they are treating me. With just a bit more rest, I should be completely healed." Naruto sighed in relief, genuinely pleased for Junmaru, and said, "That's wonderful to hear. I hope you recover swiftly. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out to me." Junmaru nodded, a hint of gratitude in his eyes, then turned to Hinata, warmly inviting, "Since you are both here, why not stay a while longer and enjoy the beautiful scenery together?" Hinata's face flushed a deep crimson as she shyly murmured, Thank you." Naruto laughed heartily, patting Junmaru on the shoulder, saying, "All right then. We shall impose upon you for a bit. Just don't find us bothersome." Junmaru smiled and shook his head, welcoming them. "By the way, Junmaru, how is Shigeo doing?" Naruto inquired. Junmaru smiled and replied, "Shigeo has largely regained control. In this secluded paradise, he spends his days surrounded by various birds, communicating with them. He no longer needs to confine himself in a dark room, nor does he have to interact with the chaotic outside world. The serene environment has fostered a positive mindset within him. Would you like to see him, Naruto?" Naruto nodded affirmatively. As they walked, Junmaru continued to speak of Shigeo. "Shigeo has always possessed a gentle disposition, a person of grace. I believe he can maintain this peaceful existence, and there may come a day when he can fully control his own body." Naruto nodded in agreement, reflecting on the inevitable twists of fate. Yet, it seemed that Shigeo had found his sanctuary, a thought that brought Naruto comfort. Soon, the trio arrived at a dense grove. This was where Shigeo resided, the harmonious chirping of birds enveloping them in a tranquil atmosphere. Junmaru whispered, "We've arrived. Shigeo is just beyond that grove." Guided by Junmaru, Naruto and Hinata stepped into the thicket. In a serene spot, they spotted Shigeo. At that moment, a few small birds perched atop his head and shoulders as he sat quietly under a large tree, engrossed in a book. His eyes reflected a profound sense of calm, as if he had completely merged with nature itself. "Shigeo, Naruto has come to see you," Junmaru smiled. "Naruto." Shigeo blinked in recognition. Having been isolated from the outside world for years, his interactions were limited to conversations with Junmaru and reading books and newspapers to stay informed. Naruto smiled warmly. "Shigeo, how are you faring here?" "Very well, thank you for visiting," Shigeo replied with a smile, gently stroking the little birds on him. Seeing Shigeo in such a state, Naruto felt a swell of emotion within him. The boy who once suffered under the torment of uncontrolled sage transformation had finally found inner peace in this place. Naruto believed that as long as Shigeo maintained this tranquility, he would surely learn to master his powers, free from the influence of sage transformation. Then, an idea struck Naruto. If he were to teach Shigeo the sage mode, would he not be able to gain mastery over his body and freely wield sage chakra? Naruto pondered silently. Indeed, without external constraints, Chonwoo's body would instinctively absorb Senjutsu chakra. However, if I were to impart the knowledge of harnessing this power to him, it might very well resolve his predicament. Thus, Naruto and Chonwoo, alongside Kimimaro, articulated their thoughts. Upon hearing that Naruto could potentially alleviate Chonwoo's uncontrollable transformation into sage mode, both Chonwoo and Kimimaro expressed their eagerness to give it a try. After a delightful day of exploration, Naruto commenced the formal instruction of sage mode to Chonwoo in the evening. Naruto had never contemplated taking Chonwoo to Mount Myaboku for sage training, as the latter would inevitably lose control due to his body absorbing Senjutsu chakra within the ninja realm. The situation would be even more precarious in a place like Mount Myaboku, where the concentration of Senjutsu chakra is exceedingly high. It was likely that Chonwoo would succumb to chaos upon entry, leading to a potential massacre. Thus, Naruto guided Chonwoo in mastering sage mode, and the process unfolded smoothly. Perhaps owing to Chonwoo's innate advantage as a sage body, coupled with years of cultivating a tranquil mindset, he grasped the technique in merely a week, surpassing Naruto's own learning pace. After learning to wield Senjutsu chakra, Chonwoo found it easier to maintain control. Although his body continued to absorb Senjutsu chakra instinctively, he now entered sage mode whenever his chakra levels surged, allowing his body to achieve a state of equilibrium. Chapter 84. The complete collapse of the Akatsuki organization after this. Zongwoo no longer needed to worry about losing control, and Naruto genuinely felt happiness for him. There was another matter that brought joy to Naruto as well. He felt as if he had become the next Zongwoo, for he now possessed the ability to sense and absorb sage chakra within the ninja world. Throughout the past week, Naruto had not been idle. He diligently practiced sage mode daily, striving to normalize the acquisition of power through this method to achieve preliminary success. His continuous use of sage mode gradually strengthened his body, allowing it to adapt more robustly to the sage chakra. Many of Naruto's shadow clones were refining sage chakra in Myaboku Mountain, making him increasingly familiar with it. The refinement process accelerated, and his sensing ability grew stronger. Now, even in areas where sage chakra was scarce in the ninja world, Naruto could sense and refine it, albeit at a much slower rate than in Myaboku Mountain. This was another reason Naruto felt akin to becoming the next Zongwoo. However, he still found it challenging to consistently utilize sage mode, as Kurama had begun to voice his complaints. Naruto, I'm exhausted. I'm done. You want to kill me by making me help you refine sage chakra every day? At this moment, Kurama lay on the ground in Naruto's ceiling space, panting heavily, desperately wanting to rest. Naruto looked at the weary Kurama, displaying an awkward yet courteous smile, expressing his gratitude. Returning to the real world, Naruto keenly felt the power bestowed by sage mode. He had become 50% stronger compared to his initial experience with it. As he opened his eyes and smiled, he swiftly grasped the newfound strength. It was reminiscent of the time he first became the perfect Jinchuriki, where the effects of the Nine-Tails chakra were most pronounced in the early stages, eventually reaching a plateau. With newfound confidence, Naruto sought out his mentor, Jiraiya. Shounen, his senior sister, expressed a desire to return to the Akatsuki today. Having spent nearly half a month in Konoha, she had gained profound insights and was now resolute in her decision to return and have a heartfelt discussion with Nagato, hoping for mutual understanding and the realization of world peace. Thus, Naruto, Shounen, and Jiraiya set forth, determined to influence Nagato. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense, as if a storm was imminent. The relationship between Obito and Nagato had already been delicate, now overshadowed by a looming darkness. Since Shounen was captured by Konoha, Nagato had persistently urged Obito to rescue her, but each time was met with steadfast refusal. For Obito, attempting a rescue now would be tantamount to walking into a trap, utterly futile. However, this only bred resentment in Nagato, who believed that Obito orchestrated the plan that led to Shounen's capture, yet now displayed no intention of saving her. Obito, having previously gathered intelligence through White Zetsu, learned that Shounen was living freely and without constraint in Konoha. This revelation cast doubt in Obito's mind. Had Shounen betrayed them? If even she had turned against them, what of Nagato? Would he too have strayed from their cause? The deeper his thoughts delved, the more plausible this possibility seemed. Suddenly, Obito realized that it appeared as though the entire Akatsuki had betrayed him, sparking an indescribable fear and unease within him. First it was Orochimaru. Then Kisame departed from the Akatsuki to return to his village. Even worse, he heard that Kakuzu had become the head of Konoha's financial department. Clearly no longer loyal to the Akatsuki. Only Sasori remained, with no definitive information on his loyalty. However, if Nagato were ultimately swayed by Shounen, Obito could scarcely fathom the consequences. Losing Nagato, a powerful ally, would undoubtedly be a severe blow to him. Obito began to doubt whether he could maintain control and whether he possessed sufficient strength to confront whatever lay ahead. At that moment, Obito heard Black Zetsu's voice. Obito. Trouble is brewing. Naruto has arrived with Jiraiya and Shounen. What? When Naruto, Jiraiya, and Shounen arrived at Amigakure, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Ruins were scattered everywhere, as if a fierce battle had just concluded. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired, what on earth happened here? He scanned the surroundings, seeking answers. Shounen, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, this is bad. We must leave at once. Without hesitation, she sprinted towards Nagato's location. Seeing this, Naruto activated Sage Fox mode and called out to Shounen, senior sister Shounen, tell me where you need to go. I can take you there. With that, Naruto swiftly utilized the chakra of the Nine Tails to grasp both Shounen and Jiraiya, propelling them in the indicated direction. Simultaneously, he employed the Kageyomi technique to search for Nagato's whereabouts. Before long, they arrived at the base of a colossal tree. Naruto keenly sensed Obito using the Flying Thunder God technique through the space-time portal. Observing the intact tree, Naruto silently rejoiced at his timely arrival. However, at that moment, Obito turned in surprise, spotting Naruto racing toward him. Naruto! Obito exclaimed, but he quickly gritted his teeth, resolute in ignoring Naruto's presence as he pressed forward, determined to seize Nagato's Rinnegan first. Yet, Obito soon realized with terror that Naruto's speed surpassed even that of the Flying Thunder God technique, without presetting any marks. Understanding that continuing this way would result in being intercepted by Naruto, Obito bit down hard, and in a final desperate moment, lunged at Naruto like a ravenous tiger, sending the portal to retrieve Nagato's Rinnegan. Recognizing Obito's small maneuver, Naruto charged directly towards him, intent on pushing through. Filled with confidence, Naruto believed that even if Obito employed his intangibility, he would not be able to touch him, highlighting the disparity in their raw strength. However, this time, Obito surprisingly did not rely on his intangibility. Instead, he utilized barrier techniques, the Uchiha Fire Formation, and would release to unleash a massive attack on Naruto. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. Naruto unleashed his ultimate attack, yet Obito managed to delay him momentarily, preventing him from barreling through, while the portal entered the tree hollow first. Obito, what exactly do you want? Shounen demanded angrily. Those who betray the Akatsuki have no right to question me. Ha ha ha, Nagato is doomed. Just as Naruto, Shounen, and Jiraiya glared at Obito, desperate to overcome his blockade and rescue Nagato, a figure flew out from the tree hollow. What? Obito was astonished, as if witnessing the most incredible spectacle in the world. Before them sat Nagato in a wheelchair, who, suppressing his fury, addressed Obito in a low voice. Obito, have you forgotten the Senju cells you injected into me? Chapter 85. The betrayal of Obito. At this moment, Nagato, though still missing his legs, stood tall and pale. His voice steady and powerful, a stark contrast to his frail depiction in the original narrative. His narrowed eyes glinted with a cold intensity, seemingly capable of penetrating the very essence of all things. The current Nagato was no longer a mere pawn to be manipulated. Obito clenched his teeth, cursing himself for his extreme foolishness. He silently vowed never to act so rashly again, filled with regret for the choices that had led him to this point. Had he not provided Nagato with the cells of Hashirama, perhaps this dire situation could have been avoided. Truly, he had lifted a stone only to smash his own foot. What words do you have left, Obito? Why did you suddenly turn against me? Nagato's expression darkened as he coldly regarded Obito, his tone frosty and unyielding. His voice was deep and chilling, imbued with a sense of foreboding that sent shivers down one's spine. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixated on Obito, as if attempting to unveil the depths of his heart. Yet, in response to Nagato's inquiry, Obito burst into laughter, his mirth laced with disdain and mockery. Haraha! You lot are nothing but worthless fools. Not one of you is trustworthy. And what of you, Obito? Did you not once disguise yourself as Uchiha Madara to infiltrate our Akatsuki? Surely, you harbor secrets of your own? Konan interjected, her voice tinged with accusation and skepticism. Meanwhile, Jiraiya looked at Nagato with a pained expression, tears glistening in his eyes as he trembled. Nagato, it's me. Jiraiya, do you remember me? Can you return to my side? Jiraiya reached out, yearning to touch the remnants of Nagato's heart. Nagato closed his eyes, letting out a slow, heavy sigh, as if reminiscing about the fragments of their shared past. He understood that the Akatsuki was irrevocably doomed, and his plans had crumbled. From the moment Obito had attacked him, their enmity had become irreconcilable, destined to lead them down an irreversible path. Moreover, Nagato noticed that Konan did not immediately position herself behind him in support and loyalty, as she usually would. Observing Nagato's apparent shift, Naruto smiled, his eyes radiating sincerity and goodwill. Nagato, we are all disciples of Jiraiya-sensei, united under one master. Let us set aside our past grievances and join forces against the outsider, Obito. Naruto's tone was resolute and powerful, brimming with confidence for the future. Very well. Nagato nodded solemnly. In an instant, all eyes turned to Obito, ready to prevent his escape. So, I am the only outsider, am I? Obito exclaimed, realizing that his failure to acquire the Rinnegan had turned him into a target for disdain. Seeing the tide turn against him, he felt a sense of impending doom. Naruto, Nagato, do not think you can kill me. With that, Obito attempted to manipulate the space-time technique to escape, but Naruto taunted, let us see you try. With unwavering confidence, Naruto charged at Obito, determined to strike him while he was down, aiming to take away his remaining lives. Naruto, Obito shouted in fury as he noticed Naruto's speed. Realizing that he could not reach his ally, he gritted his teeth and lunged toward Konan and Jiraiya. Konan and Jiraiya instantly became alert, yet they did not retreat. Instead, they stood firm, prepared to meet Obito's charge. Naruto, unconcerned for their safety, understood that they were not easily subdued. Ignoring the phasing Obito, he turned to assist Jiraiya in breaking free from Obito's control. Seeing Obito rush toward them, Konan swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing her signature technique. Dance of the Shikigami, Divine Punishment. Countless explosive tags rained down on Obito, forming a massive net of detonating symbols, her ultimate technique. The art of explosive tag multiplication. Obito had miscalculated, once again lifting a stone to strike his own foot. He had taught Konan this technique to bolster Akatsuki's strength against Naruto, unaware of its potential consequences. Meanwhile, Jiraiya entered Sage Mode, spewing forth a torrent of flames that morphed into a colossal toad, which unleashed a blazing fireball towards Obito, the toad oil flame bullet. Jiraiya had been in contact with Fukasaku and Shima, synchronizing their efforts to gather Sage Chakra, enabling him to activate Sage Mode instantaneously. Obito, in his phasing state, ignored their attacks and charged directly at Jiraiya and Konan. Yet, despite the potency of his phasing ability, he could not easily overpower them. While his speed was considerable, it paled in comparison to Jiraiya's current prowess, and Konan could effortlessly evade his assaults through her paper transformations. Conversely, if Obito recklessly engaged them, he risked exposing his vulnerabilities to their counterattacks. Recognizing this, he chose to retreat, unwilling to remain ensnared in this entanglement. Obito understood that continuing the fight would only be detrimental to himself, especially as he could no longer afford to protect his ally. However, Jiraiya and Konan were equally resolute in their pursuit, instantly switching to chase mode. Particularly, Konan utilized her dance of the Shikigami, transforming into numerous sheets of paper, rendering her immune to physical attacks. In this form, she became exceptionally formidable, generating paper wings that allowed her to soar through the sky while executing various tasks: attack, defense, reconnaissance, and more. Notably, she could embed explosive tags within her paper to strike at Obito. At this moment, Obito had become Konan's prey, akin to an eagle hunting a mouse, acutely aware of her relentless focus. Whenever he attempted to escape into his Kimui space, Konan would swiftly counterattack, compelling him to abandon his spatial technique and flee once more. Had it only been a standard assault, Obito might have gritted his teeth and endured, activating his Kimui to escape. However, the explosive tags posed a lethal threat. Konan continuously launched her attacks, forcing Obito to frequently employ his phasing ability to evade. The relentless pursuit by Jiraiya left Obito wary of retaliation, as he yearned to escape this chase. Unbeknownst to Obito, Konan and Jiraiya were deliberately steering his escape route. Through their seamless cooperation, they gradually cornered him to the edge of a vast ocean. Suddenly, Obito halted, gazing ahead with excitement. He observed Jiraiya and Konan ceasing their pursuit, inwardly rejoicing, believing they had finally given up on their hunt. Haha, have you finally stopped chasing me? Obito laughed triumphantly. It seems I truly am fortunate to escape your grasp. He dashed toward the ocean, thinking that by diving into the water, he could conceal his presence and utilize Kamui to flee. However, Obito remained blissfully unaware that this was, in fact, a trap. Just as he believed he could escape, Konan shouted, "Technique of the paper god." With her words, the ocean split apart, revealing that it was entirely composed of explosive tags. Obito's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom the events unfolding before him. A look of terror etched itself onto his face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Obito, this is the 1,000 billion explosive tags I specially prepared for you, Konan exclaimed. Due to the limited preparation time, the quantity was not as abundant as in the original work. Yet it was sufficient to instill fear in Obito. In an instant, Obito's complexion turned ashen, and he shouted in fury, "So, you and Nagato never trusted me from the very beginning, always on guard against me." Before Obito's voice could fade, Konan unhesitatingly launched her assault against him. Konan unleashed the technique of explosive tags in tandem. A cataclysmic explosion resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, as if it sought to obliterate the entire world. The tremendous roar was deafening, and the surrounding air was distorted by the shock waves produced by the explosion. Chapter 86. The completely reclusive Obito amidst the terrifying explosions. Obito could only desperately flee, seeking a refuge from the relentless assaults that rained down upon him like a tempest. Meanwhile, Konan's complexion paled as her chakra was severely depleted, pushing her to the brink of exhaustion. "Sister Konan, I'm here to assist you," Naruto declared, a golden light flashing as he made his entrance. He placed his hand upon Konan's shoulder, channeling the abundant chakra of the Nine Tails into her. "Naruto, where's Nagato?" Konan inquired anxiously. Yet, her voice was drowned out by the cacophony of explosions, rendering Naruto unable to decipher her words. However, upon witnessing the worry etched on her face, he could surmise her concern, and he offered her a reassuring smile. At that moment, Tobirama and Nagato arrived as well. "Naruto, you're incredibly fast." "It seems the title of the fastest in the world has a new contender," Tobirama praised, having finally broken free from Obito's control, a feat made possible by Naruto's efforts. Despite his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama found himself swiftly apprehended by the seamless coordination of Naruto and Nagato. Following this, Naruto employed the sealing techniques he had learned from his father, Minato, first sealing Tobirama in place, and then utilizing a method gleaned from Orochimaru to free him from the control of the Edo Tensei, restoring Tobirama's autonomy. Upon Nagato's arrival, he cast a worried glance at Jiraiya, murmuring softly. Jiraiya-sensei Nagato Jiraiya placed a comforting hand on Nagato's shoulder, his eyes filled with pride. Nagato had finally acknowledged him as his teacher. The explosions persisted, and with Naruto's ceaseless supply of chakra, Konan unleashed her explosive tags with enhanced potency, maximizing the damage and prolonging the devastation. This strategy not only conserved her explosive tags, but also allowed her to bombard Obito more effectively. Naruto activated his Kage's eye and malicious perception, sensing Obito's whereabouts and continuously directing Konan towards his position. This tightly knit collaboration rendered Obito unable to find an opportunity to escape into his Kamui dimension. Thus, the horrifying explosions raged on for half an hour, ceasing only when every last explosive tag had been consumed. "Naruto, Konan, just wait." Obito roared in fury before activating his Kamui to vanish from the scene. In that moment, Obito appeared utterly disheveled. He had not anticipated that every movement he made during those 30 minutes would lead to his being bombarded by Konan's explosive tags. These tags seemed to possess a sentient awareness, accurately homing in on his location and leaving him no avenue of escape. Ultimately, Obito realized he had been under constant surveillance by Naruto and the others. However, rather than flee from the sea of explosive tags, he chose to remain at their center, employing his intangibility and Izanagi to avoid the blasts and preserve his life. As the last explosive tag detonated, Naruto and the others were unable to intervene in time, and Obito seized the opportunity to activate his Kamui, disappearing without a trace. "Damn it, that guy managed to escape." Konan fumed, clenching her fist in frustration. Nagato and Jiraiya furrowed their brows, their spirits dampened. What a troublesome adversary. We let Obito slip away. It's all right, Sister Konan. Next time, I'll take care of Obito, Naruto reassured her. He understood that this encounter had inflicted a heavy blow on Obito, leaving him grievously wounded. But how many lives did the pitiful Obito have left? At this moment, Jiraiya and Nagato finally found the time to converse about their long-silenced feelings. Nagato, come back to Konoha with me. Let us live well together, Jiraiya implored earnestly. Konan and Naruto also looked expectantly at Nagato, hoping for his agreement. Lowering his gaze to the ground, Nagato appeared hesitant, finally speaking. Sensei, the world is becoming increasingly chaotic, with wars raging and human suffering intensifying. We must take action. Jiraiya frowned, concerned. What are your plans? Have you found a way to achieve peace? Taking a deep breath, Nagato replied slowly. We are striving to find answers. But it is not easy. The roots of war lie in the distrust and conflicts between people. Only by eliminating these can we attain true peace. Jiraiya sighed gently. Speaking earnestly, Nagato, I understand your perspective, but resolving these issues requires time and patience. Violence will only lead to more suffering. Naruto smiled. Nagato, we are all people who cherish peace. Why can't we work together to achieve it? Come back to Konoha with us. Nagato Konan murmured softly. Her eyes filled with hope. Gazing at the expectant faces of Konan, Jiraiya, and Naruto, warmth blossomed within Nagato. He nodded but did not give a direct affirmation. Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto, I acknowledge you, but Rain Village needs me now. There are too many suffering souls here who require my assistance. I cannot return to Konoha. Meanwhile, on the other side, Obito, who had collapsed on the ground, groggily opened his eyes, only to be horrified to discover he was severely nearsighted, nearly blind. The Sharingan in his severed arm had all closed. Obito, you're awake, Black Zetsu spoke from beside him. How are you feeling now, Obito? Black Zetsu asked. Concern etched on his features. Black Zetsu gazed at the withdrawn Obito, feeling a pang of sadness. Silently, he prayed, Obito, you must pull yourself together. Without you, how can I resurrect my mother? Chapter 87. Art is an explosion. Naruto and Jiraiya were not inclined to show mercy. Upon hearing Nagato express his desire to remain in Amigakure, the two exchanged glances before promptly attempting to persuade him. Nagato, come back with us to Konoha. There are many kind-hearted people and a warm home that can provide you with a better living environment, Naruto urged sincerely. Jiraiya echoed, indeed, Nagato. Konoha is a safe and friendly place where you could live a happy and fulfilling life. Moreover, I can teach you more about ninjutsu. His eyes sparkled with anticipation and concern. However, Nagato shook his head resolutely, rejecting their offer. Thank you for your kindness, but this is my home. I wish to stay here and protect this land and its people. His tone was firm and decisive, leaving Naruto and Jiraiya somewhat helpless. At that moment, Naruto and his companions turned their gaze warily towards the sky. Wahoo! Art is an explosion. How magnificent! A voice called out as Deidara soared in on his clay bird from a distance. His eyes sparkled with excitement, evidently drawn by the explosions caused by the detonating tags. He reveled in the destruction wrought by the technique involving the multiplication of 100 billion explosive tags, exclaiming in awe. Who are you? Konan frowned, her voice icy with suspicion towards this sudden arrival. I am Deidara. Such beautiful art. Did you create this? He exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he leapt down to stand before Naruto and the others. His gaze radiated a frenzied passion, as if he had discovered the world's most precious treasure. Yet, Konan, Nagato, and Jiraiya displayed little interest in his inquiry. They distanced themselves slightly, resuming their hushed conversation, seemingly ignoring Deidara's presence. Hey, why aren't you answering me? Why are you ignoring me? Deidara, noticing their reaction, expressed his frustration. His eyes widened in indignation as he remarked, How dare you disrespect art? As he spoke, he shaped the clay in his hands into spheres and hurled them towards Konan and the others. Watch out. With a shout, the clay balls began to explode. Without hesitation, Nagato unleashed Shinra Tensei, the powerful repulsive force deflecting the explosive damage. Simultaneously, Konan activated her Shikigami no Mai, soaring gracefully into the air. Naruto and Jiraiya remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on Deidara, ready to respond to any potential attack. Konan furrowed her brow, displeased as she questioned Deidara, Why are you attacking us? Deidara, however, ignored her inquiry, instead shouting excitedly, Please, answer my question. Who created such marvelous art? After a brief silence, Conan calmly replied, "It was I. What do you wish to do about it?" Upon hearing this, Deidara's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Fantastic! This is art. Please, teach me." Yet Conan coldly refused, "I cannot teach you." Deidara, puzzled, pressed on, "Why not?" Impatiently, Conan repeated, "I cannot teach you." Deidara persisted, "Then tell me, how was this explosion created?" At that moment, Naruto stepped forward, swiftly interjecting to prevent the agitated Conan from escalating further. With a slight smile and a radiant expression, he addressed Deidara. "Deidara, hello? I am Naruto. This is the result of 100 billion explosive tags, executed through the technique of multiplying explosive tags." Deidara's eyes widened in disbelief. "How many?" 100 billion explosive tags. His voice trembled with excitement. He understood the substantial cost of explosive tags. Even an artist of his caliber would find such a quantity daunting. Furthermore, the multiplication technique magnified their destructive power. Initially shocked, Deidara's expression soon shifted to one of slight disappointment, for the explosion was difficult to replicate, and he had not witnessed the process firsthand. For an artist pursuing the ultimate moment of explosive perfection, this was indeed a regret. "What should we do with him, Naruto?" Jiraiya inquired, frowning, recognizing that Deidara had just attacked them. "Capture him," Naruto replied with a smile, yet his tone was serious. Deidara, hearing this, displayed a mix of anger and confusion. He wondered what Naruto intended. Having just shown him kindness, he now sought to imprison him? Naruto excitedly cracked his knuckles, eager for action. Deidara suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. He did not wish to be captured. Hey, you can't treat an artist like this," Deidara protested. "I didn't mean to." Naruto dismissed his concerns with a smile. "You just attacked us. Don't resist. Come back to Konoha with us." Naruto recognized Deidara's potential and believed that capturing him could yield significant benefits, even if they couldn't keep him close in the future. Deidara, of course, was unwilling to submit. "Don't think you can easily defeat me," he shouted. "How about this?" With excitement, he summoned a massive clay centipede that surged from the ground, coiling rapidly towards Naruto. Furrowing his brow, Naruto decisively kicked the giant centipede. However, at the moment Naruto's foot connected, Deidara seized the opportunity to yell, and the centipede exploded in a flash. Simultaneously, Conan launched her explosive tag assault against Deidara. "Get lost," she shouted. In response, Deidara swiftly executed the C2 dragon technique, successfully countering Conan's attack. He then maneuvered the clay dragon to spew out diversionary bombs, concealing his movements while directing the dragon towards Conan, triggering another explosion. As the chaos unfolded, Deidara hastily mounted his clay bird, attempting to flee the scene. Yet, an ominous sensation gripped him. A flash of yellow light revealed Naruto standing before him. "Oh no!" Deidara gasped in alarm. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, a kunai in hand, none other than Tobirama. With a kunai poised at Deidara's neck, Tobirama commended, "Kid, your ninjutsu is impressive." Even as he was captured, Deidara glared angrily at Naruto and Tobirama. He turned to see Conan and Jiraiya pushing Nagato, who was seated in a wheelchair, approaching without a scratch. Seeing their unscathed state, Deidara seethed, "What do you want with us? You attack us without warning, and now you question our intentions?" Conan, her frustration mounting, retorted, "You attacked us first. What do you intend to do?" Observing Deidara's continued defiance, Nagato, from his wheelchair, fixed his gaze on him. And with a piercing stare, Deidara suddenly fell into a genjutsu, restoring calm to the scene. Chapter 88, Konoha F4. As Deidara fell into an illusion, Naruto and the others continued their farewells. "Jiraiya-sensei, I have made my decision. I will stay here to help those who are suffering," Nagato declared resolutely. "However, well, since this is your choice, we shall respect it." Jiraiya sighed helplessly, knowing that Nagato had made up his mind, and further persuasion would be futile. "Yes, brother Nagato. If you are truly determined, then go ahead. I believe you can do it," Naruto echoed, though his heart was heavy with regret. Ultimately, Naruto and Jiraiya could only bid a sorrowful farewell to Nagato and Conan. "Nagato, Conan, I will visit you often," Jiraiya said, reluctant to part. "Indeed, brother Nagato, sister Conan. Jiraiya-sensei, and I will come to see you frequently," Naruto smiled. He then handed a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal to Conan for safekeeping. "Sister Conan, use this to contact me if you find yourself in danger." "Thank you, Naruto," Conan replied as she carefully accepted the kunai. "Goodbye, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto," she said. smiling as she pushed the wheelchair-bound Nagato to bid farewell. Watching their departing figures, Naruto silently wished for their safety, while Jiraiya felt a profound sense of gratitude. Pleased to witness Nagato's transformation, hoping that he and Konan would thrive in Amigakure. At last, Naruto and his companions set off on their journey back to Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tsunade sat at the podium, arms crossed, wearing a look of resignation. Standing before her were the Konoha F4, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, finding it quite humorous. Big brother, Tsunade, and you, monkey, fourth Hokage, hello, Tobirama broke the silence. Speaking first, Tobirama, I heard you perished from overexertion battling the Gold and Silver Brothers. I always told you to refrain from excessive research into forbidden jutsu and to focus on cultivating your chakra. Look where that has led you, Hashirama said solemnly. If I hadn't died, how could you have? Tobirama retorted angrily. Hashirama scratched the back of his head, awkwardly unsure of how to respond. By the way, Minato, I never asked how you met your end, Hashirama suddenly inquired. I died sealing the 9 tails, Minato replied nonchalantly. Isn't that beast easily captured with one hand? Hashirama asked. Puzzled. Big brother, not everyone is like you, Tobirama rolled his eyes. True enough, Hashirama admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Monkey, as I walked from the village entrance, I noticed the citizens of Konoha thriving. It seems that my decision to pass on the Hokage position to you was a wise one. By the way, where is Danzo? Tobirama remarked with satisfaction. Hiruzen's face flushed at Tobirama's words, and he stammered, unsure of how to respond. Tsunade scolded him. You are unaware. But Danzo has met his demise due to his many misdeeds. After your departure, the ninja world erupted into the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. Under Hiruzen, Danzo, Konohamaru, and Mito, Konoha suffered severe decline. Even when Konoha triumphed, Hiruzen repeatedly retreated for the sake of peace, disregarding the village's development. What? Monkey? Tobirama glared angrily at Hiruzen. Upon seeing Tobirama's rage, Hiruzen instantly appeared younger, trembling in fear as if he had become a grandson. Tobirama held significant importance in Hiruzen's heart. He was the one whom Hiruzen had once protected and handed the Hokage title to, and also his teacher. Seeing this, Naruto smiled to support Hiruzen. Second Hokage, do not be too upset. In truth, Konoha did decline after your absence. However, at that time, the other 4 great ninja villages almost all targeted Konoha. For third Hokage to maintain Konoha during that period, he did remarkably well. Moreover, he nurtured the legendary Sannin, who, now aging, willingly returned to the academy to cultivate the next generation for the sake of Konoha's future. Naruto spoke from the heart, understanding that Hiruzen had made numerous mistakes, especially after Minato's passing, which severely hindered Konoha's development. Nevertheless, the massacre of the Uchiha clan had not yet occurred, and overall, Hiruzen's contributions to the village remained indispensable. Furthermore, after Minato's death, both Jiraiya and Tsunade had contemplated returning to Konoha to take on the Hokage role. Had they been willing, Hiruzen would likely have agreed. As for the others in Konoha, Naruto felt it was better to let Hiruzen continue. If Danzo, Fugaku, or Hayashi were to assume the Hokage position, Konoha would likely descend into chaos, let alone achieve prosperity. While Kakashi was exceptionally intelligent, he lacked the strength to suppress various factions. Naruto, thank you, Hiruzen said, touched by Naruto's words. His heart swelled with emotion as he gazed at Naruto, tears glistening in his eyes. Second Hokage, Naruto is right. If the third Hokage had not taught me the Flying Thunder God technique, Konoha might not have emerged victorious in the Third Shinobi World War. Minato's kind-hearted father supported the third Hokage. Indeed, second Hokage, without Hiruzen Sensei, Konoha might not have triumphed in the Second Shinobi World War. Jiraiya added his support. Tsunade, hearing Jiraiya speak on behalf of Hiruzen, clenched her fists, trembling slightly with anger, her eyes wide as she glared at Jiraiya, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Naruto, Minato, and Jiraiya. Hiruzen was deeply moved by the scene before him. Thank you for speaking kindly of me, but I merely did what I ought to have done. However, I indeed made many mistakes. Monkey. Hiruzen was startled, looking back at Tobirama. Well done, you've worked hard. Tobirama gently patted Hiruzen's shoulder, speaking softly. I have a general understanding of the situation. In truth, upon returning to Konoha, Tobirama had already discussed the village's development after his passing with Jiraiya. The loss of both himself and his elder brother posed a formidable challenge for Hiruzen. After all, the four great ninja villages were not merely a motley crew. They possessed numerous ninja, and their second-generation leaders, like himself, were also research-oriented individuals, each developing unique jutsu such as dust release, boil release, lightning release armor, and puppet technique, among others. No, Tobirama-sensei, I was in the wrong. If it weren't for Naruto and Tsunade, Konoha would not be what it is today, Hiruzen said, tears welling in his eyes as he wiped them away. Monkey, do not think like that. You are the Hokage I personally appointed. Tobirama comforted him by patting his shoulder. Tobirama-sensei, thank you. I will continue to strive to contribute to Konoha's development, Hiruzen exclaimed passionately. Chapter 89. Dual cultivation with Sasuke. The strength of Konoha village has seen a remarkable enhancement, establishing itself as the most formidable force in the entire ninja world. The 5 Hokages convened to deliberate on the future development of the village. Meanwhile, the other 4 ninja villages dared not provoke Konoha, for they understood that inciting Konoha's wrath would lead to catastrophic consequences. The entire ninja world now lay enveloped in a serene calm. Lightning release. Kirin. Upon Sasuke's commanding shout, the ominous clouds in the sky began to churn violently, flickering with flashes of lightning. In an instant, amidst the crackling thunder, a colossal Kirin erupted from the clouds, surging towards the ground at Sasuke's behest, resembling a magnificent silver dragon. As the Kirin descended, a thunderous roar echoed, obliterating a small hill and sending dust soaring into the air. Sasuke had successfully mastered this S-rank ninjutsu, having infused himself with 3 doses of genetic enhancers, his power now vastly superior to before. With a confident smile, Sasuke turned to Naruto and asked, "What do you think of this jutsu I developed?" Naruto's eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed, "Sasuke, that was incredible." Gazing at the flattened hill, Naruto realized that this was far beyond the realm of ordinary ninjutsu, marking a significant step in Sasuke's strength. The advantages of the lightning release, Kirin, were evident. It boasted a wide range, immense destructive power, minimal chakra consumption, and an unfathomable speed that rendered evasion nearly impossible. However, its vulnerability lay in its reliance on natural weather conditions and the need for the Sharingan to perceive the speed and trajectory of the lightning. Sasuke, basking in Naruto's praise, wore an even brighter smile. With his hands on his hips and chest puffed out, he raised his chin with the pride of a victorious warrior. "Sasuke, can you use it again?" Naruto inquired with a grin. Sasuke, slightly puzzled, replied, "What is the matter, Naruto? Did you not see it clearly?" "No, Sasuke. I want you to do it again, but this time, don't summon the Kirin," Naruto clarified. "All right." Though Sasuke felt a twinge of confusion, he complied with Naruto's request and once more unleashed the lightning release. Kirin. Kirin. The sky swiftly darkened with dense clouds, shrouding the sun. "Thanks, Sasuke," Naruto said with a smile. Activating his Sage Fox mode, he leaped into the air, landing gracefully atop the dark clouds. A surge of joy filled Naruto's heart as he realized that he could continue honing his chakra control. At a certain level of proficiency, one could walk upon clouds. And now, Naruto had finally achieved this feat. In the past, Naruto had attempted to stand on clouds but had always failed. However, this time he succeeded. Perhaps due to the cloud's substantial density, which was on the verge of becoming rain. Or perhaps it was the result of his enhanced power and breakthrough in Sage mode that had further strengthened his chakra control. Naruto. Seeing that Naruto had ascended high above and had yet to return, Sasuke grew increasingly anxious and called out his name. "Sasuke, I'm right here," Naruto replied. Realizing he had caused Sasuke concern, he promptly descended to reunite with Sasuke. "What were you doing up there, Naruto?" Sasuke inquired curiously. "Just practicing my chakra control," Naruto replied with a grin. Sasuke furrowed his brow, practicing chakra control on the clouds. Naruto nodded earnestly. "Yes. It's really fun. You should try it." After a moment of hesitation, Sasuke agreed. "All right. Do you want me to help you up?" Naruto offered enthusiastically. Sasuke shook his head. "No need." With a few agile leaps, Sasuke reached the top of a tall tree, gazing resolutely at the dark clouds above. He expertly employed the shadow clone technique, creating a clone, and with a swift motion, threw a sharp shuriken towards the clouds. Just as the shuriken neared the clouds, it transformed back into Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke's upward momentum was waning, yet he still had a considerable distance to cover. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke persevered. As he felt himself slowly ascending and on the brink of halting his descent, He unhesitatingly utilized the shadow clone technique once more. This time, he positioned the clone beneath him, allowing it to support him with its hands while exerting thrust. And Sasuke bent his legs to follow the push. With this method, Sasuke managed to gain substantial height. I'm almost there, Sasuke thought to himself. However, he fell just short, merely grazing the clouds with his fingertips. This is bad. Sasuke began plummeting rapidly, having never before witnessed the ground from such heights, fear gripping his heart. As he watched the ground rushing closer, he slowly closed his eyes, filled with reluctance. Am I really going to die like this? Hey, Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto. Observing Sasuke shielding his head with his hands, which made him appear bashful in the current circumstance, found Sasuke to be endearingly cute. Naruto had been attentively watching Sasuke and could not stand by idly. As Sasuke was about to hit the ground, Naruto swiftly activated Sage Fox mode, channeling chakra into his feet and rocketed towards Sasuke, catching him just in time. Feeling Sasuke's fear of death as he held him close, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction washed over Naruto. Gently patting Sasuke's back, he reassured, "Don't worry, I've got you." At these words, Sasuke trembled slightly, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. "Naruto, let me down," Sasuke exclaimed, a mix of anger and embarrassment. With a teasing smile, Naruto replied, "Really?" Sasuke, eyeing the rapidly receding ground, frowned slightly and fell silent. After catching Sasuke, Naruto took off into the sky without hesitation. Yet, as they stepped onto the clouds, Naruto felt a sudden instability, their bodies swaying as they began to fall again. "Naruto, are you doing this on purpose?" Sasuke shouted angrily. "I swear I'm not. I'm just not very practiced yet, and carrying you makes it harder to balance on the clouds," Naruto hastily explained. "Ugh, so, you still want to bring me up here?" Sasuke complained. Sasuke, we're about to hit the ground. Hold on tight, or I can't guarantee your safety," Naruto reminded him sheepishly. Reluctantly, Sasuke wrapped his arms around Naruto's neck. "Be careful," he said nervously as they neared the ground. Just then, Naruto recalled something, quickly retrieving a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, and hurled it towards the ground. In an instant, Naruto and Sasuke vanished from the air, safely teleporting to the ground. With a face full of confusion, Sasuke, cradled in Naruto's arms, exclaimed, "Naruto." As Sasuke regained his composure, he swiftly extricated himself from Naruto's embrace and erupted in a furious roar. His expression darkened considerably. Turning a deep crimson, he felt as though Naruto had treated him like a mere plaything. "Sasuke, I only just recalled that I could use the Flying Thunder God technique," Naruto awkwardly explained. "That idiot, I shall eliminate you." Sasuke seethed through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Sasuke, please forgive me," Naruto hastily apologized, glancing around, prepared to flee at any moment. "You stand right there," Sasuke bellowed, a powerful chakra emanating from his body. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he launched an attack at Naruto. Naruto, fearing further provocation, refrained from retaliating and instead cowered in defense, evading Sasuke's onslaught. Chapter 90. Sasuke unlocks the Manjiki. The dramatic scene between Naruto and Sasuke unfolded before the eyes of the Konoha F4, for the commotion they created was impossible to overlook. "Ah, the joys of youth. Am I not right, Tobirama?" chuckled Hashirama Senju. "Brother, you certainly weren't very old when you died either," Tobirama retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Indeed. Your son, Minato, is quite amusing," Hashirama teased, directing his gaze towards Minato. Minato awkwardly scratched the back of his head, maintaining a smile as he observed Naruto playfully tussling with Sasuke. Meanwhile, Tobirama remarked with a grin, "Brother, weren't you just like this in your youth?" "Huh." Hashirama paused, processing the comment before responding with a playful scold. "You little rascal, daring to jest at my expense." Laughter erupted among the group, filling the air with a light-hearted ambience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays upon the earth, Naruto, while running, glanced back with a wry smile. "Sasuke, could you possibly stop chasing me?" A hint of helplessness and bitterness shadowed Naruto's face. Ever since their dual training began, Sasuke had relentlessly pursued him, and now, hours had passed without respite. "I will definitely kill you," Sasuke bellowed, breathless with rage. His eyes burned with fury and murderous intent as he fixated on the fleeing Naruto. Despite the exhaustion from their prolonged chase, his anger only intensified, especially upon witnessing Naruto's boundless energy. "Chidori," Sasuke shouted, channeling his strength into his palm, where a brilliant blue lightning bolt formed. He surged forward like a tempest, propelled by an overwhelming desire to eliminate Naruto. Seeing Sasuke charging with Chidori, Naruto contemplated activating Sage Fox mode, choosing to endure the impending strike. An orange chakra radiated around him, flickering like flames, contrasting sharply with Sasuke's blue lightning. Sasuke was taken aback when Naruto unexpectedly halted, never expecting him to confront the attack head-on. He attempted to retract Chidori, but it was too late. The dazzling lightning continued its trajectory toward Naruto. In a moment of shock, Sasuke's Chidori pierced Naruto's chest. A muffled groan escaped Naruto as he trembled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, before he collapsed to the ground. Sasuke, why didn't you dodge? Sasuke trembled as he gazed at the blood staining his hands, disbelief and anguish flooding his eyes. Dazed, he stared at Naruto, who lay unconscious on the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. A pang of sorrow gripped Sasuke's heart. Had he truly killed Naruto? Naruto, please wake up, he pleaded, shaking Naruto frantically, sensing something precious slipping away. Naruto, why didn't you evade? Hearing those words again, Naruto could no longer maintain his facade, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, because I'm not afraid. Sasuke froze, his gaze fixed on Naruto, a whirlwind of emotions surging within him. With wide eyes, he locked onto Naruto, tears mingling with joy as he embraced him tightly, exclaiming, Naruto. In that moment, they held each other close, forgetting all quarrels and conflicts, enveloped in a profound bond of friendship and trust. Naruto smiled, and in that fleeting instant, his injuries began to heal. Though he had indeed been hurt by Sasuke's Chidori, he realized that in Sage Fox mode, he could survive even a direct hit to the heart, especially since he had braced himself with his right side. Sasuke? At that moment, Naruto sensed something amiss. Sasuke was clinging to him, refusing to let go, which sparked concern within Naruto. Sasuke, what's wrong? Naruto, how could you do this? I thought I had lost you. Sasuke's tears flowed freely as he held Naruto tightly. I'm sorry, Sasuke. I promise I won't do this again, Naruto apologized. Realizing the gravity of his jest, Sasuke wiped his tears, saying, I'm so relieved you're okay. And thank you. Thank me? For what? Naruto asked, puzzled. Then, as realization struck, he stared in astonishment at Sasuke's unlocked Mangekyou Sharingan. It just activated? When did Mangekyou become so common that it can be unlocked so casually? Chapter 91. Sasuke's Mangekyou Sharingan Techniques. Sasuke awakened the unique techniques of the Mangekyou Sharingan, time reversal and Kamui. Naruto stared at Sasuke in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Time reversal. Naruto murmured to himself, and Kamui. Isn't that the ability of Obito and Madara? Time and space. Indeed, Sasuke seems to have an extraordinary advantage. Hey Sasuke, am I impressive or what? Sasuke gazed at Naruto with excitement, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. In that moment, Sasuke felt as if he were immersed in an entirely new world, experiencing unprecedented power and joy. Naruto burst into laughter. Aha, Sasuke. How about you give me another demonstration to see if I can awaken a new ability as well? He joked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Sasuke rolled his eyes, exasperated. Naruto, you're such a boring guy. The Mangekyou Sharingan isn't something that can be awakened casually. My father once said that awakening it means losing someone dear. There was a hint of sorrow in Sasuke's tone, as he recalled the painful moment when he pierced Naruto's chest with Chidori. Curious, Naruto asked, so, does that mean I'm one of your closest people? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping for a positive affirmation. Sasuke huffed, turning his head away in anger. Don't get too smug, Naruto. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Despite his lingering dissatisfaction with Naruto, a complex emotion stirred within him. Naruto smiled gently, placing a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Rather than recoiling, Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling warmth radiate from deep within. Their friendship was gradually warming in a unique way. Sasuke silently reassured himself, yes, Naruto, you are indeed my closest person, and I will protect you in the future. However, whenever Sasuke recalled the moment he thrust Chidori into Naruto's chest, an inexplicable pain surged within him. Sasuke was profoundly terrified of losing Naruto. The fear washed over him like a tidal wave, rendering him nearly unable to bear it. Especially when such loss was self-inflicted, the anguish and guilt became unbearable. He could not fathom a life without Naruto's companionship, nor could he confront such a possibility. This harsh reality was too much for Sasuke to accept. And in the instant he pierced Naruto with Chidori, his psychological defenses crumbled completely. Sasuke's emotions spiraled out of control, his mind blank, utterly devoid of reason. The impact of that moment was so profound that he found himself utterly lost, his thoughts a void. He failed to recognize that Naruto was merely pretending to be dead. Lost in his own despair, Sasuke initially resisted reality, attempting to escape, yearning to distance himself from this cruel world. He believed that only by doing so could he evade the pain of losing Naruto and shield himself from harm. Then, Sasuke's gaze grew resolute. For he understood that he had to take action. He could not allow Naruto to die like this. I must save Naruto's life. At that moment, one thought consumed Sasuke's mind. I must rescue Naruto. I must alter this tragic fate. This conviction ignited within him like an unquenchable flame, refusing to be extinguished. Sasuke began to envision returning to the moment he used Chidori, desperate to change this disastrous conclusion. Though he understood the impossibility of such a feat, he continued to imagine, exploring every conceivable method to reverse the situation. For Naruto's sake, Sasuke was determined to do whatever it took to change the outcome, as he could not bear the weight of having caused Naruto's demise. This notion weighed heavily on Sasuke's heart, inflicting immense suffering. Just then, a mysterious chakra surged within his mind, infusing his eyes. Thus, Sasuke awakened the abilities of Kamui and time reversal. These powers aligned perfectly with Sasuke's desires, to escape reality and return to the past to save Naruto. Now, Sasuke faintly recalled the moment he had used Chidori against Naruto, and how dreadful his emotions had been. What a painful realization. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Sasuke couldn't help but embrace Naruto once more. Naruto? Naruto questioned, bewildered. Let me hold you for a moment, Sasuke said tenderly. All right, Naruto replied, awkwardly caught in Sasuke's embrace. Naruto, can you promise never to leave me? Sasuke spoke in a low voice. Sure, but Naruto hesitated. What's wrong, Naruto? Sasuke inquired, puzzled. Sasuke, let me clarify. Naruto's face flushed with embarrassment as he attempted to escape Sasuke's hold. Naruto, just say it already. Sasuke urged impatiently. Sasuke, I'm not into guys. Naruto finally gathered the courage to express his thoughts. Sasuke stood frozen for a moment, then shouted furiously, Naruto. Who said I wanted to be with you like that? He forcefully pushed Naruto away and stormed off in anger. Watching Sasuke's furious retreat, Naruto furrowed his brow. Realizing he may have gone too far, but secretly relieved that Sasuke's orientation was still normal. The words, can you promise never to leave me, truly overwhelmed Naruto's mind, leading to a misunderstanding. Thus, he felt compelled to emphasize his principles. Naruto recognized that his earlier actions had indeed hurt Sasuke, and he should cherish their bond more. He resolved to be honest with Sasuke, to respect him and their friendship. Next time, he vowed never to joke with Sasuke like that again. What if it backfired? He could not betray Hinata. Chapter 92, The New Skill of Moonwalk. In Tobi's Midnight Lin a month later, Naruto finally succeeded in standing atop the clouds, his face radiating satisfaction and confidence. Not only that, but he also mastered a new skill, Moonwalk. In Sage Fox mode, Naruto could tread upon the air with astonishing speed, as though strolling through the heavens. However, this technique was relatively taxing on his stamina. Now, even in his normal state, Naruto possessed the ability to fly, though his taijutsu was insufficient to do so unaided, necessitating the assistance of wind chakra. The principle was akin to Moonwalk, but Naruto had an additional step, which involved concentrating wind chakra beneath his feet. By this means, Naruto could harness the power of wind chakra to achieve liftoff. Nevertheless, this method, while feasible, had its drawbacks. Firstly, the takeoff produced considerable noise, easily drawing attention from others. Secondly, it simultaneously consumed physical energy and chakra, imposing a certain burden on his body. Thus, this mode of flight was not Naruto's ideal choice. In fact, he had grasped these techniques a fortnight prior and had gradually become proficient. It was particularly challenging for Naruto to practice chakra control during the cloud treading phase, without Sasuke's use of the Kirin to generate black clouds. However, due to a prior rift with Sasuke, who had deliberately ignored him for 2 weeks, Naruto only recently earned his understanding. Thus, their time for dual cultivation was limited to half a month. Hey, Sasuke, can you teach me? Sasuke inquired with interest after witnessing Naruto's moonwalk. Naruto smiled, sure, but you might find it challenging at this moment. This requires formidable chakra control and strong taijutsu, which you currently lack. Stop rambling. Teach me, Sasuke declared confidently and coolly, standing atop the black clouds. All right, Sasuke. Naruto replied with a smile and began to explain. Over the past fortnight, as Sasuke engaged in dual cultivation with Naruto, he consistently practiced chakra control. Perhaps the black clouds were inherently connected to Sasuke, possessing a trace of his chakra, or perhaps it was due to the awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan, as he managed to stand upon the black clouds on his first attempt. After 2 weeks, Sasuke too could stand upon the white clouds like Naruto. Yet he still preferred the black clouds. He summoned himself. Moreover, Sasuke discovered he could control the black clouds to move, which filled him with curiosity, akin to soaring freely upon the nimbus. However, this black cloud possessed a fatal flaw. It could not descend to the ground. Once it approached the earth or a higher altitude, it would dissipate swiftly, as if it had never existed. Consequently, this skill seemed somewhat superfluous, serving merely as a means of transit in the sky. Nevertheless, for Sasuke, this was sufficient. After all, flying in the air was significantly swifter than running on the ground. And it also helped to avoid unnecessary troubles. Sasuke attempted to use the technique but found himself unable. Despite having injected 3 doses of genetic enhancement serum and training alongside Might Guy, his taijutsu still fell short. Naruto had only been able to execute moonwalk by relying on his powerful chakra control and utilizing taijutsu in Sage Fox mode. Sasuke felt a pang of discontent, believing he had yet again fallen short compared to Naruto. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Hey, Naruto, can I learn Sage mode too?" Sasuke asked through gritted teeth. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto replied, "Sage mode might be somewhat challenging. The reason lies in the necessity for a serene heart and a sufficiently robust physical constitution to support it. However, both you and the Uchiha clan as a whole often struggle to maintain emotional tranquility. Nonetheless, considering your current physical condition, you should be capable." "I don't care. I must learn Sage mode and enhance my strength," Sasuke asserted resolutely. "Very well, Sasuke, but do not rush. Training in Sage arts requires a peaceful heart. I will take you to meet someone who may assist us in our training," Naruto spoke gently. "Okay," Sasuke nodded, finally regaining his composure. Meanwhile, in a dark and damp cave, Tobi lay silently on a rudimentary bed, his eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and soaking his brow and cheeks. His body trembled slightly, as if enveloped by an invisible terror. Tobi's face was etched with fear and anguish. He was trapped in a nightmarish dream. In the depths of darkness, he suddenly heard Lin's voice. "Tobi, why did you harm Teacher Minato?" Lin's voice echoed hauntingly through the void, tinged with resentment and reproach. Tobi, startled yet elated, turned his head, only to behold a different Lin. Her head was grotesquely tilted at an unnatural angle, blood trickling from her lips. Her gaze hollow and devoid of life, fixated on him. Tobi's eyes widened in terror as he beheld Lin, his lips quivering, yet no sound escaped. Lin slowly extended her hand, gently caressing Tobi's cheek. Her fingers were icy and rigid, sending a chill through him. "How could you treat Teacher Minato this way?" Lin's voice dwindled, as if drained of all vigor. Desperately grasping Lin's hand, tears streamed down Tobi's cheeks. He yearned to explain, but his throat felt constricted, silencing him entirely. Lin gazed sorrowfully at Tobi, her voice laced with desolation. "Tobi, come down and accompany me. I am so very lonely." Her eyes reflected endless solitude and sorrow, evoking a profound sense of pity. However, just as Tobi prepared to reach for Lin, agreeing to join her, her visage contorted grotesquely. Her expression morphed into one of madness and terror, as if she had transformed into a demon. "Tobi, even if you descend, I shall never forgive you in the Pure Land." Lin's voice resonated with hatred and fury, sending chills down his spine. "Tobi." Tobi was jolted awake from the nightmare, springing upright and gasping for breath. "Tobi, did you have another nightmare? Are you all right?" Kurozetsu inquired from the side, observing his distress. "No, I'm fine." Tobi trembled on the bed, lost in a sea of guilt and regret, murmuring Lin's name. Kurozetsu watched helplessly. Ever since Tobi had endured betrayal from the Akatsuki and suffered the impact of the explosive tag jutsu, he had returned in a daze. Kurozetsu felt a sense of dread for Tobi, hoping he would soon regain his composure to continue the Moon Eye plan. That way, Kurozetsu's desire to resurrect his mother would still hold hope. Watching Tobi, who seemed adrift in despair, Kurozetsu eagerly awaited his recovery, hoping he would soon resume his efforts. Chapter 93, Sasuke vs. Jugo. Naruto brought Sasuke to a picturesque locale, where the air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant bloom of flowers. The serene and tranquil environment was a stark contrast to the tension that soon unfolded. Upon encountering Jugo, Sasuke, unable to contain his fury, blurted out, "You despicable fiend." His eyes brimmed with intense animosity and rage, as if he were face to face with a sworn enemy. This reaction left many puzzled. What could have incited such deep-seated hatred in Sasuke towards Jugo? The answer lay in a painful memory from his childhood, when Jugo had attacked him. In that instance, Sasuke, having activated his cursed seal, had been triumphantly overcoming Kimimaro, but Jugo, unable to bear witness to his friend's plight, intervened. He had pinned Sasuke down and mercilessly pummeled his face, nearly beating him to death. This harrowing experience left an indelible psychological scar on Sasuke, fostering a profound resentment towards Jugo. Seeing Sasuke's fury, Naruto swiftly intervened, urging, "Sasuke, hold on." Jugo was out of control back then. He endeavored to calm Sasuke's ire, explaining that Jugo had not intended to harm him. Yet, Sasuke remained agitated, his emotions tumultuous. "Naruto, you brought him here too?" Jugo inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he glanced between Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto, scratching his head with a sheepish grin, elaborated, "Jugo, Sasuke wants to train in sage mode. But you know how impatient he can be, so I thought it best for him to stay with you for a while to learn and cultivate himself." At this, Sasuke erupted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he glared at Naruto, exclaiming, "Naruto, you expect me to learn from this guy? What gives him the right to teach me?" Naruto frowned, his tone growing serious. "Sasuke, how can you say that? Jugo possesses a natural sage physique and has already mastered sage mode. In this regard, he is far more experienced than either of us." Sasuke, taken aback, turned to Jugo, asking, "You can use sage mode?" Jugo nodded slightly, replying softly, "Yes, Naruto taught me." "What? Naruto taught you?" Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. Anger surged within him as he cursed silently, "Damn Naruto. Teaching others sage mode, but refusing to teach me. Now he wants me to learn from someone else. It's infuriating." He glared at Jugo, shouting, "So what if you can use sage mode? If you have the guts, let us fight. If you lack the strength, I won't foolishly follow you to learn sage mode." In response to Sasuke's provocation, Jugo remained silent, momentarily glancing at Naruto, as if awaiting his cue. Naruto smiled and nodded in agreement before turning to Sasuke, stating, "Jugo, since Sasuke is so eager for a fight, why not grant his wish? But don't worry too much, as Sasuke has become incredibly powerful now. So, give it your all, or you might lose." Hearing this exchange, Sasuke's expression darkened further. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "That damn Jugo seems to underestimate me. I'll show them my true strength soon enough." Meanwhile, Naruto appeared animated, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he anticipated the impending battle. "All right, Naruto," Jugo replied with a serious nod, then turned to Sasuke, warning, "Be careful, Sasuke." However, observing the subtle exchanges between Jugo and Naruto, Sasuke felt a surge of unbridled rage, interpreting it as a competition for Naruto's attention. He glared at Jugo, bellowing, "Enough chit-chat. Worry about yourself first." With that, Sasuke launched his attack, forming hand seals and unleashing a massive fireball. Fire style, great fireball technique. "Is that all?" Sasuke mused, somewhat perplexed as he watched the unfolding scene. He anticipated Jugo would counter with a formidable ninjutsu, yet to his astonishment, Jugo was directly hit by the fireball. However, as Sasuke observed Jugo's silhouette within the flames, his eyes narrowed. Jugo's figure loomed larger, as if something formidable were emerging from the fire. Suddenly, Jugo burst forth from the inferno, charging towards Sasuke, absorbing the fireball's impact. Sasuke gasped in shock, quickly retreating. He noted that aside from some soot on his clothes, Jugo was entirely unscathed. Sasuke marveled inwardly. This guy's physique is monstrous. As Jugo approached with a fist raised, Sasuke activated his lightning style to enhance his speed and evade. With a thunderous crash, Jugo's punch struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Sasuke leapt onto a tree, astonished by the spectacle before him. He had never imagined Jugo possessed such immense power, surpassing his expectations. Naruto silently acknowledged Jugo's prowess, aware of his exceptional natural physique, which had not been honed through extensive training. Jugo's abilities were now nearly on par with his own, although Naruto's Sage Fox mode was a different matter altogether. Jugo was also a few years older than Naruto and Sasuke, making his experience considerably greater. "Be careful," Sasuke warned. Before the smoke could dissipate, he activated Chidori, 1,000 Birds. sending a barrage of electric needles toward Jugo's last known position. As the smoke began to clear, Sasuke felt a wave of unease wash over him. Jugo's presence had vanished. Just then, an intense sense of danger flooded Sasuke's senses, sharpening his gaze as he detected Jugo had stealthily maneuvered behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke coalesced a Chidori blade in his hand, its sharp light glimmering as he spun around and struck. Yet, his attack failed to connect as Jugo effortlessly sidestepped. His movements fluid and agile. Sasuke's heart raced in realization he had underestimated Jugo's strength. Jugo had already activated his unique Sage mode, which significantly enhanced his reflexes, strength, and speed, far exceeding Sasuke's expectations. In an instant, Jugo leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Sasuke's midsection. Sasuke had no time to react. His body propelled backward and crashing against a large tree before tumbling to the ground. As he hastily brushed off the dirt, Sasuke appeared somewhat disheveled. He contemplated using the Manjiki Sharingan, but was interrupted by Naruto's voice. Sasuke, that's enough. Jugo's strength is commendable. This is just a sparring session, so refrain from using the Manjiki. You know it could lead to blindness. Jugo, don't think you've truly defeated me. If Naruto hadn't intervened, I would have shown you the true power of the Manjiki, Sasuke retorted angrily. Though he spoke defiantly, Naruto recognized that deep down, Sasuke acknowledged Jugo's strength. Well, Sasuke, you shall stay here for a while and learn alongside CHGO. You will explain the situation to Itachi and Fugaku, Naruto said with a smile. He then turned to CHGO and entrusted, CHGO, I leave Sasuke in your capable hands. Please do me this favor. Of course, Naruto, CHGO replied, albeit with a hint of reluctance towards Sasuke. Nevertheless, given Naruto's request, he naturally could not refuse. Naruto observed Sasuke and CHGO with a smile, as the members of Team Hawk from the original story began to come together. Chapter 94. Gaara following the pressures faced by the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Sand Village. 2. Found itself unable to withstand the strain and sent a request to Konoha, hoping to utilize the Edo Tensei technique to resurrect their third Kazekage and other powerful figures. The current state of the Hidden Sand Village has sunk to the lowest tier among the 5 great shinobi villages, rendered feeble and ineffectual. Situated in the arid expanse of a desert, the cultivation of crops is exceedingly challenging, and even basic water resources are starkly lacking, making bathing a luxury for the villagers. In stark contrast, Konoha is flourishing, with funding and numerous ninja missions concentrated there, exacerbating the economic plight of the Hidden Sand Village. At present, the village can barely sustain itself through the fortunes amassed by the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Within the office of the Hokage in Konoha, upon receiving this news, Naruto promptly sought out Tsunade, expressing his desire to journey to the Hidden Sand Village alongside Orochimaru. Tsunade, let me go to the Hidden Sand Village with Orochimaru. Naruto's voice carried a hint of mirth. Very well, Naruto. Since you have made up your mind, be sure to proceed with utmost caution. Remember, you represent the image of Konoha. There can be no room for negligence. Tsunade readily acquiesced to Naruto's request. A joyful smile illuminated Naruto's face as he conveyed his readiness to embark on the journey with Orochimaru. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade gently uttered, in truth, Naruto, I believe this plan is no longer viable for continuation. The Akatsuki has disbanded, and circumstances have shifted. Naruto nodded in agreement, responding, indeed, Tsunade, you are correct. Let us halt this plan after our visit to the Hidden Sand Village. Tsunade nodded slightly, indicating her concurrence. Yes. Had it not been for the fact that the Hidden Sand Village remains our ally, and that I have not formally rescinded this plan, I would have never entertained their request. She added, moreover, my grandfather and great-uncle have set out to trace Obito's whereabouts. I trust that soon we shall locate and defeat him. I hope so, Tsunade, Naruto replied with a smile. Yet, beneath his facade of ease, Naruto's heart was laden with worry. He inwardly scolded, Obito, hurry up and give it your all. Despite his fervent desire to eliminate Obito, Naruto also harbored concerns that if the shinobi world remained too tranquil, devoid of external pressures, it would hinder long-term development. Before long, Naruto and Orochimaru arrived at the Hidden Sand Village. Naruto, Orochimaru, welcome. Raza greeted them at the village entrance, flanked by a group of villagers. As Naruto scanned the surroundings, he noticed the absence of Gaara, which stirred a flicker of curiosity within him, yet he refrained from questioning Raza immediately. Subsequently, Raza warmly invited Naruto and Orochimaru to the location where the corpses necessary for Edo Tensei were stored. Upon closer inspection, Naruto indeed observed the absence of a familiar figure. However, before Naruto could speak, Orochimaru interjected, "Is this all there is? Lord 4th Kazekage, I recall your village once had a formidable ninja skilled in the use of Scorch Release." Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he regarded Raza. Raza's expression shifted slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as he awkwardly replied, "Yes, this is all." Orochimaru keenly noted Raza's unnatural demeanor, pondering the underlying reasons. While he responded, "Very well, let us commence." "Wait, we have one more to resurrect," Chiyo announced as she approached, carrying a burlap sack, which she slowly opened to reveal the body of Yakumo. "Teacher," Shino exclaimed upon seeing Yakumo, dropping to his knees in tears before the lifeless form. Subsequently, Shino angrily confronted Raza. "Kazekage, did you not say Yakumo's body was missing?" Raza was rendered speechless, unsure of how to explain. Chiyo observed Raza's guilt-ridden expression and sighed. Days prior, she had discovered Raza discreetly moving Yakumo's body, intending to destroy it. Upon noticing, she had covertly intervened, retrieving and hiding it away. Orochimaru found the situation intriguing, licking his lips with excitement as if savoring the unfolding drama. Naruto, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of amusement at the developments. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Orochimaru, saying, "Orochimaru, please stay here for a moment. I need to step away for a bit. I'll return before we proceed with the Edo Tensei." Orochimaru smiled, responding, "Of course, Naruto-kun," without probing into the reason for Naruto's departure. Raza furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "How can you?" but was interrupted as Orochimaru turned to glare at him. "What? Do you have an objection?" "And no, of course not," Raza stammered, sensing a palpable threat emanating from Orochimaru. Using his sensory abilities, Naruto quickly located Gaara and approached him. "Naruto, what brings you here?" Temari and Kankuro stood protectively in front of Gaara, their expressions wary. Naruto smiled, saying, "I'm here to invite you to the Edo Tensei site. After all, your mother, Karura, is to be resurrected as well. Are you not coming?" Temari frowned. "That's why you're here. We certainly want to go, but Gaara refuses to join us. He wants to stay here." Kankuro, growing impatient, remarked, "Temari, let us not bother Gaara any further. Let's go." But Temari hesitated, glancing at her lonely brother, who turned away from them, his silhouette exuding profound solitude. Naruto, with a gentle smile, proposed, "Could you allow me to speak with Gaara? I may be able to persuade him." Kankuro frowned. "Don't waste your time, however." Temari stopped Kankuro, turning back to the solitary Gaara and the confident Naruto, nodding in agreement, encouraging Naruto to give it a try. "Hello, my name is Naruto." He introduced himself with a smile, approaching Gaara with light steps. "Leave me alone." Gaara growled, his bloodshot eyes radiating a fierce killing intent. "Did you know? We are both Jinchuriki," Naruto responded, undaunted by Gaara's menacing aura, speaking in a soothing tone. Gaara narrowed his eyes, lifting his gaze slightly, a hint of confusion flickering within as he began to scrutinize the seemingly ordinary boy before him. Naruto extended his right hand, gripping Gaara's firmly, transferring his chakra and goodwill. "Did you know? Your mother has always loved you," he whispered softly into Gaara's ear, his voice imbued with an inexplicable warmth. Gaara's eyes widened, frozen in place as he absorbed Naruto's words, as if time had come to a standstill. Yet, as memories of his uncle Yashimaru, whom he had tragically slain, flooded his mind, an inferno of rage ignited within him, his expression contorting in fury. Yashimaru's final words echoed in his mind. "Gaara, deep within my heart, I have harbored a profound resentment towards you. Your birth stole away the life of my beloved sister. I once regarded you as a remnant of her, striving to foster affection for you, yet ultimately, I was unable to succeed. In truth, she never wished to give birth to you. She sacrificed herself for this village and departed with a curse upon it. Perhaps from that moment forth, I have borne a wound that may never heal. This child, named Gaara, signifies a Shura that loves only himself, destined to fight solely for his own sake, ensuring his own existence. This name embodies such a desire. However, it was not out of love that the elder sister bestowed it upon you. Rather, she hoped to ensure your enduring presence through this name, allowing her hatred and curse against this village to persist in the world, making it clear to all that she never loved you at all. She loved only herself, fighting solely for her own sake. And this is the essence of the name Gaara. Consequently, Gaara became a being who could only love himself. Contemplating this, Gaara erupted, a fierce intent to kill radiating from him as he gazed upon Naruto. Chapter 95. The Chakra of One-Tail Shikaku. I love you, Gaara, but Temari's words were left unfinished as Gaara commanded the sand to launch an assault on Naruto. With effortless grace, Naruto responded with swift kicks, shattering the incoming sand, even managing to maintain a firm grip on Gaara's hand with one of his own. Gaara was taken aback by Naruto's prowess, astonished that his own techniques had been so easily countered. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his anger flared as he prepared to unleash even greater power to vanquish Naruto. At that moment, Naruto suddenly smiled, speaking gently, Gaara, your mother, Karura, will be resurrected today. When that time comes, you may ask her if she truly loves you. Moreover, if you wish, we could be good friends. Hearing these words, Gaara was momentarily stunned, gazing at this kindly stranger with confusion. He could not fathom why Naruto would be so amiable towards him, given that they were strangers. Gaara, think carefully. There are indeed people who care for you. Your sister Temari has always been concerned about you, and though your brother Kankuro may speak harshly, he also holds you in great regard. Otherwise, why would he have come looking for you? Naruto said earnestly. Gaara felt a tremor within him at Naruto's words, prompting him to reassess his surroundings. He noticed the worry etched in Temari's eyes, her face reflecting her care for him. Meanwhile, Kankuro, though not directly meeting his gaze, had been quietly watching over him, this silent attention offering Gaara a flicker of warmth. Gaara, let us join you at the site of the resurrection. Temari seized the moment. Her gaze filled with affection as she extended the invitation once more, then nudged the somewhat aloof Kankuro. After Temari's gentle push, Kankuro seemed to find a reason to soften his demeanor, turning to Gaara with respect as he echoed Temari's invitation. Temari is right, Gaara. Let us go meet our mother. In that instant, Gaara's heart was profoundly stirred. He realized that not everyone was as detestable as those who had once harmed him. Some genuinely cared for him and worried about his well-being. These revelations astonished Gaara, and an unprecedented feeling arose within him. He began to believe that perhaps the world was not so bleak after all, and there might still be people and things worth cherishing. Does my mother truly love me? Gaara pondered deeply within, struggling to believe this truth while yearning for it to be real. He remained silent, lost in thought, refraining from answering Naruto's inquiry. Noticing Gaara's silence, Naruto smiled gently and remarked, not speaking is tantamount to agreement. With that, Naruto grasped Gaara's hand and addressed Temari and Kankuro. Let us proceed. Thus, the four of them departed together, heading towards the site of resurrection. Along the way, Gaara was quietly led by Naruto, with Temari and Kankuro supporting him from the sides. Gaara's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as he walked, uncertain of what would transpire next. Yet with Naruto by his side, he suddenly felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Eventually, they arrived at the site of resurrection. Meanwhile, Kurama had returned to Naruto's body, carrying with him a portion of Shikaku's chakra. Back in Naruto's sealed space, the Nine Tails erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Naruto, you have no idea how I thoroughly pummeled Shikaku while I was inside Gaara. It turned out that Naruto had orchestrated the entire plan ahead of time, informing Kurama in advance. Upon learning this, Kurama had readily agreed without hesitation. As Naruto held Gaara's hand, Kurama immediately intruded into Gaara's sealed space. However, upon entering, he was met with Shikaku's furious tirade. You wretched fox, what are you doing here? Kurama retorted defiantly. Humph, you foul tanuki, hand over some chakra. Shikaku firmly replied. Humph, I would never lend you any. Kurama threatened. Even if you refuse, you must comply. Shikaku roared in anger. What? You vile fox, do you wish to fight me? Kurama grinned with delight. Haha, just as I wished. It seems this filthy tanuki is eager for a beating. Shikaku seethed. You foul fox, do not think I fear you. Kurama teased. Oh, are you irritable because the water has boiled in your teapot? This statement infuriated Shikaku, who bellowed in rage. Foul fox. He then launched an attack against Kurama in fury. Given their long-standing animosity and Shikaku's belief that he was not the weakest-tailed beast, he was naturally unwilling to lend out his chakra. Thus, a fierce battle erupted between Shikaku and Kurama, with the latter unleashing his full power, aiming for a swift resolution. After all, Kurama was keenly aware of the plan and did not wish to be separated from Naruto for long. Moreover, this was Gaara's body, and he did not want to cause any disturbances that could jeopardize the seal. Consequently, Kurama soon subdued Shikaku with his 9 tails. delivering a thorough beating that rendered Shikaku unconscious. Kurama successfully obtained a portion of Shikaku's chakra. Upon hearing Kurama's recounting of events, Naruto could only respond with a wry smile. Kurama, did you really just take it by force? Of course. That filthy Tanuki refused to lend me any chakra. Kurama shrugged nonchalantly. Naruto's heart sank at Kurama's words. Pondering how furious Shikaku would be upon awakening, he realized that if Shikaku awoke, it would undoubtedly lead to a cascade of troubles and chaos. Naruto cast a glance at Gaara, who seemed somewhat distracted at that moment. Internally, Naruto contemplated, it appears I must devise a means to reinforce Gaara's tailed beast seal, ensuring his protection. This way, I can guarantee that Shikaki will not wreak havoc within Gaara's body, nor will Gaara succumb to uncontrollable rage. Chapter 96. The Great Love of Gaara. Naruto, you've arrived, Orochimaru greeted with a smile upon seeing Naruto. Raza, noticing that his 3 children had also come along, furrowed his brow and said, Temari, Kankuro, why did you bring Gaara here? Temari replied, Father, today is the day of our mother's Edo Tensei ceremony. How could we not bring Gaara? Foolishness. Do you not realize how perilous this is? Raza admonished, casting a worried glance at Gaara, fearing that he might lose control and disrupt the ceremony. Initially, Raza had been somewhat concerned about his youngest son, but he prioritized his responsibilities as Kazekage over familial ties. His mistrust led him to conduct several tests on Gaara, all of which ended in failure. Gaara's inability to control the power of the tailed beast marked him as a failure in Raza's eyes, prompting him to prohibit others from approaching Gaara in order to protect them. Unfortunately, this treatment fostered misunderstandings and resentment in Gaara towards his father. With a sigh, Raza felt a pang of guilt, realizing that his past attitude towards Gaara might have been flawed. However, it was too late for regrets. He only hoped that today's Edo Tensei would proceed smoothly, allowing their family to reunite. Ultimately, Raza's lack of trust and impatience had caused him to overlook the fact that Gaara was still young, with his mind and strength yet to fully develop, leading to a series of complications and a vicious cycle. Seeing this, Naruto smiled and said, Fourth Kazekage, Gaara is my friend. I brought him here. You need not worry about him. Even if he loses control, I will be the first to subdue him. By the way, your sealing techniques for tailed beasts seem rather inadequate. Look at me. I've never faced the issue of a tailed beast rampaging. I happen to know some sealing techniques. So after the Edo Tensei is complete, I will help Gaara reinforce his seal. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro looked at Naruto in surprise, not expecting him to possess such abilities and to be willing to assist Gaara with his sealing issues. No, we cannot trouble you. We will, Raza began, wanting to refuse, but was interrupted by Chio. We have agreed, she stated firmly. But Chio, Raza whispered his doubts. Once again, Chio cut him off. There is no but. Konoha could easily overpower us without lifting a finger. Furthermore, they have come to assist us with the Edo Tensei of the 3rd Kazekage. Why should we be wary of them? Naruto smiled and said, Chiyo-baba, your words please me. Raza, do you not know that the tailed beasts originally belonged to the sage of the 6 paths, Hashirama? Even if we desired the tailed beasts, we could reclaim them directly. Do you think we would obstruct this? Thank you, I was being petty. Then I will entrust this to you, Raza said earnestly to Naruto, beginning to hope that Naruto's sealing would be effective, thus saving his youngest son. Enough of the pleasantries, let us begin, Naruto declared cheerfully, nodding towards Orochimaru. Edo Tensei. As Orochimaru slammed his hands onto the ground, a series of seals emerged, followed by coffins rising from the earth, with the sound of lids crashing to the ground. The figures within began to emerge. The 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure, along with other deceased, such as Yagura and Yashimaru, began to revive. The first to awaken was the strongest Kazekage in Sunagakure's history, the 3rd. Observing his unfamiliar surroundings and the transformation of his body, he exhibited a look of confusion. However, upon seeing familiar faces, a smile of relief spread across his features. This scene ignited cheers among the Sunagakure ninjas present, who gathered around, their eyes sparkling with joy and anticipation. Soon, other powerful figures from Sunagakure also began to revive. I am not dead, Yagura murmured as he groggily took in his surroundings. Sensei, exclaimed Matsuri beside him, brimming with excitement. Upon hearing the voice, Yagura turned and immediately recognized his student, Matsuri. Is that you, Matsuri? Yagura asked in astonishment. With tears glistening in his eyes, Matsuri grasped Yagura's hand tightly, saying, Teacher, you have finally returned. Yagura gently patted Matsuri's shoulder. offering comfort. Do not worry, my child. I will always be with you. Yet, as Yagura surveyed the unfamiliar environment and the familiar yet strange faces, a wave of unease surged within him. He suspected that this was not the world he once knew. Noticing Yagura's uncertainty, Matsuri quickly explained, "Teacher, you were killed by the Umbu of Kirigakure. Now, we have used the Edo Tensei technique to bring you back to the living." Yagura furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. "I see." Then, he glanced at Raza, the fourth Kazekage, bitterly recalling how he had been sent to his death as a sacrifice in the war. However, Yagura had no intention of confronting Raza on this joyous occasion and decided to address it at a later time. "What is this?" Yashimaru questioned, looking at his hands, which were filled with cracks, perplexed. Raza explained, "This is the Edo Tensei technique. Yashimaru, Yagura will also be revived through Edo Tensei." "Sister," Yashimaru said softly, glancing at Yagura, before his attention shifted to Gaara. "Gaara." Yashimaru noticed the deep pain in Gaara's eyes. Raza said, "Yashimaru, Gaara has misunderstood your last words before your death for a long time." Yashimaru paused upon hearing this, then approached Gaara with a pained expression. "Gaara, I deceived you. Your mother truly loved you." Gaara remained silent, gazing at Yashimaru with a complex mix of emotions. At that moment, Raza approached Gaara, his eyes reflecting a tumult of feelings as he spoke slowly. "Gaara, your mother, Kaguya, loved you dearly. She has always been watching over you. Your name was given by me. Gaara means I love Kaguya. This signifies my profound love for you and your mother. Yet, after your mother passed away during childbirth, I could not bear the pain of losing her and unjustly placed the blame upon you, nurturing resentment instead. I acknowledge that all of this was my fault. I am sorry, Gaara." Yashimaru also stood beside Gaara, his voice filled with remorse and regret. "Gaara, I once harbored resentment towards you for your mother's death. But now I understand that it was not your fault. The words I spoke before my demise were meant to inflict pain, but they were mere lies. Please forgive me." Gaara. Listening to their heartfelt words, Gaara's expression shifted to one of shock and emotion. Tears began to flow from his eyes, as he felt an unprecedented warmth and understanding. Gaara looked forward with hope, eagerly anticipating the revival of his mother, Kaguya. Just then, Orochimaru interjected, "Something is amiss. Kaguya's soul does not appear to be in the Pure Land, which prevents me from reviving her." "What?" Raza, Yashimaru, and Gaara exclaimed, instantly filled with anxiety. At that moment, besides Kaguya, the Edo Tensei of all others had been completed. Gaara and his siblings anxiously stared at Orochimaru, their eyes filled with worry and concern. Raza could no longer contain his emotions, urgently pleading, "Orochimaru, you must find a way to bring Kaguya back." Yashimaru, with tears streaming down his face, choked out to Orochimaru, "Lord Orochimaru, please save my sister." He rushed forward, intending to kneel directly before him. Orochimaru swiftly intercepted Yashimaru, furrowing his brow in contemplation before speaking, "Do not be hasty. There are three possibilities that could explain this situation. Firstly, you may have mistaken the body of Garo. Secondly, Garo may still be alive. Or thirdly, Garo's soul may still linger in this world." Raza quickly dismissed the first possibility. For having spent every day with Garo, he could not possibly be mistaken. This was indeed Garo's body. The second possibility was even more absurd, as Garo had passed away at the moment of Gaara's birth, a fact beyond dispute. Thus, only the third possibility remained. Raza struggled to articulate, Garo's soul must still be among the living. Chapter 97. The Ever-Loving Mother-Father. Where are Mom and Dad's souls? Temari urgently called out to Raza. Her voice was laden with anxiety and hope, yearning for an answer from her father. Only with such knowledge could they proceed with the impure world reincarnation, or perhaps grant their mother's soul the peace it sought, alleviating her worries. Raza felt a pang in his heart at Temari's question. Memories of Karura's final moments flooded his mind. Her eyes had been filled with boundless tenderness and reluctance. At that moment, a thought flickered through Raza's mind. He recalled the scene after Karura's difficult childbirth, where, despite her exhaustion and the impending countdown of her life, she cradled the premature Gaara with loving hands. This image was forever etched in Raza's memory. His eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that Karura's soul had been protecting their son, Gaara, all along? This realization shocked Raza, yet it seemed to hold a glimmer of possibility. Temari noticed the change in her father's expression and sensed something significant. "Father, do you know something? Please tell me," she implored. Taking a deep breath, Raza slowly replied, I believe. Perhaps Karura's soul has not departed from us, but resides within Gaara. His voice trembled, as if he could hardly believe his own words. Yet within him flickered a spark of hope. Mom's soul has always been with me. Gaara's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his father. The word mother was foreign to him, nearly devoid of any memory. Yet, in that moment, he felt a warm presence, as if his mother were right beside him. Tears welled in Temari's eyes once more, overwhelmed with emotion. Mom, you've been with us all along. We thought you had left us, she whispered, turning to Raza with urgency. Father, how can we find Mom's soul? Raza inhaled deeply, striving for calmness, yet gazing at Gaara made him feel utterly helpless. Uncertain of how to summon Karura's spirit, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, noticing Raza's silence, began to worry, fearing that their mother could not be resurrected through impure world reincarnation. Just then, Naruto smiled and said, Fourth Kazekage, consider Gaara's unique traits. Perhaps therein lies the key to uncovering Karura's spirit. Kankuro frowned, chuckling wryly. There are far too many. However, Naruto's words ignited a spark of inspiration within Raza. A thought flashed through his mind. Sand. Gaara's most distinctive quality was that he was a Jinchuriki, and another was his control over sand. Whenever someone attempted to harm Gaara, the sand would instinctively gather to form a shield against the attacks. Excitement surged through Raza, mingled with guilt, for he often sent people to test and attack Gaara. It's the sand. Gaara's sand automatically protects him. Raza stammered. Kankuro questioned, But father, didn't you say that was Shikaku's power? How can it suddenly be attributed to mother? After a moment of silence, Raza replied, No, that may not be Shikaku's power. It is likely your mother's strength. Karura had been silently guarding Gaara, protecting her child in her own way. As he spoke, Raza's voice cracked, tears shimmering in his eyes as he gazed affectionately at Gaara. Gaara's eyes widened, disbelief etched on his face as he murmured, Mom, has been protecting me all along? This sudden revelation left Gaara astonished and perplexed, yet it also filled him with a warm emotion. He had never imagined that the mother he had never met had been safeguarding him in such a special manner. Raza nodded gently, his tone resolute. Yes, Gaara, it is possible that your mother's soul is guiding the sand to protect you. Naruto smiled. Now that we know where to look, let us attempt to draw out Karura's spirit. All right, Gaara, be careful. I'm going to attack you, Raza warned. Gaara nodded and, watching Raza's impending strike, felt not sorrow but anticipation. Observing the sand that instinctively shielded him, Gaara felt a flicker of warmth. However, Raza soon halted his assault, furrowing his brow. This method seemed futile. Naruto, understanding the situation, remarked, Perhaps the attack lacks sufficient force to fully summon Karura's spirit. After speaking, Naruto placed his hand on Gaara's shoulder, transferring chakra from the Nine Tails. Though Gaara was also a Jinchuriki, he had never enjoyed the same privileges as Naruto. Merely having Shikaku remain calm was fortunate. As Gaara felt a surge of power within him, he looked resolutely at Raza and said, Father, attack me with all your might. Hearing Gaara finally call him father filled Raza with emotion. He slowly closed his eyes. Since their conflict, he had not heard Gaara refer to him in that way. The group moved to a spacious area. Raza took a deep breath. Gaara, be careful. Magnet release, sandwave. A torrent of sand surged toward Gaara, who felt a flicker of fear but summoned his sand to defend. With Naruto's assistance, empowered by the Nine Tails chakra, Gaara's sand multiplied, easily deflecting Raza's assault. Seeing Gaara withstand the attack, Raza felt relieved and unleashed his full strength in an unrelenting onslaught. Gaara gritted his teeth, finding it increasingly arduous. Just as he was on the verge of failing to resist Raza's attack, the surrounding sand began to gather above his head, forming a protective barrier. The sand multiplied, gradually coalescing into a figure. Raza watched in awe as Karura's form emerged from the sand, hands cradling Gaara. Tears welled in his eyes as he realized. It truly is Karura. She has been silently guarding Gaara, never leaving. Gaara, too, gazed at the figure formed from sand. A torrent of indescribable emotions swelling within him, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. So I am indeed a child of a mother, cherished and loved, he whispered. Naruto observed the manifestation of Karura above Gaara, a smile gracing his lips, before turning to Orochimaru, saying softly, Now is the time. Orochimaru, amazed, stared at the sand-formed Karura as if admiring a rare masterpiece. He marveled at this miraculous power, also expressing admiration for Karura's formidable will. With Naruto SQ, Orochimaru wasted no time and swiftly performed the impure world reincarnation technique. With collective anticipation, the manifestation of Karura began to dissolve. A swirl of white light coalescing into her lifeless form, successfully reviving her. Am I resurrected? Karura gradually awakened. Before Jalua could take note of her surroundings, two voices reached her ears. Mom. Turning her gaze, Jalua beheld Shumaru and Kanjuro standing beside her, their faces radiant with joy. With a heart full of delight, Jalua extended her arms and embraced them tightly. Shumaru, Kanjuro, Mother has missed you so dearly. Mother, we have longed for you. In that moment, Jalua's attention shifted to Gaara, who stood nearby with a complex expression in his eyes, stirring a wave of compassion within her. Jalua softly inquired, Gaara. Upon hearing her call, Gaara hesitated for a moment before finally approaching her. Gaara, my dear child, you are the one I worry about the most, Jalua exclaimed, embracing him fervently, tears shimmering in her eyes. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Gaara's tears began to flow down his cheeks as he cried out, Mom. Gaara, it brings me immense joy to see you again. You were born premature, and to witness you grow up healthy and strong is truly a blessing, Jalua choked out. Mom. Gaara felt the warmth of maternal love enveloping him, blissfully nestled in his mother's embrace, savoring this precious bond of kinship. Chapter 98. The perfect conclusion of the Sand Village journey. Kagura looked on with excitement at the fervent expressions of Raza and Yashimaru. However, upon noticing Yashimaru, her brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, Brother, how could you have also perished? Before Yashimaru could respond, Raza, filled with guilt, knelt before Kagura, his voice laden with deep remorse. Kagura, I am an utterly incompetent father. I failed to protect my Gaara, and even sent Yashimaru to assassinate him. What? Raza, what are you saying? You actually sent my brother to kill our child? Kagura's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and anger as she stared at Raza. Seeing the astonishment on Kagura's face intensified Raza's guilt. He hung his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. I shall never forgive you, Raza. Kagura clenched her teeth, glaring at Raza with tears glistening in her eyes. Raza lifted his head to explain, but upon witnessing Kagura's heart-wrenching expression, he realized the gravity of his unforgivable mistake. Facing Kagura's accusations, he found himself at a loss for words. Naruto and Orochimaru watched this scene unfold, feeling somewhat like bystanders. Naruto, however, was reluctant to intervene, understanding this was a family matter for Gaara and his kin. At that moment, Chiyo approached Naruto and Orochimaru. Naruto smiled and inquired, Chiyo, is there something you need? He held a deep respect for Chiyo. Naruto, how is Sasori? Chiyo asked, looking around and noticing Raza's family engrossed in their own drama, seemingly oblivious to her presence. With a chuckle, Naruto replied, Actually, Sasori has been doing quite well in Konoha. Really? Chiyo's skepticism emerged, suspecting Naruto's words were merely a comfort, for in her eyes, Sasori's past transgressions were grave enough to warrant execution in Konoha. Orochimaru, noticing Chiyo's gaze upon him, nodded in affirmation. Chiyo, Naruto speaks the truth. After uttering these words, he licked his lips and glanced at Naruto, internally exhilarated, pondering how Naruto had managed to influence Sasori, transforming him into a person brimming with the will of fire. Moreover, Sasori proved to be an invaluable assistant in Orochimaru's laboratory, adept at intricate tasks such as creating artificial beings, conducting human experiments, cell fusion, and organ transplantation. Upon hearing Orochimaru confirm that Sasori was thriving, Chiyo's expression turned complex, yet a slight smile graced her lips, as if her heart had been set at ease. Naruto, Orochimaru. I do not know what intentions Konoha harbors for Sasori, but as long as he is alive, I feel considerably reassured. Chiyo, is there anything else you require? Naruto asked with a smile, aware of Chiyo's concerns for her grandson. Actually, I do have a favor to ask of you both, Chiyo replied, glancing around furtively. Chiyo. What is it? Please, tell me, Naruto encouraged, nodding in agreement. Naruto, Orochimaru, I need you to accompany me, Chiyo requested, and with Naruto's consent, they followed her to a concealed chamber. Inside the chamber lay two coffins. Chiyo gently caressed the coffins, saying, Naruto, Orochimaru, these contain Sasori's parents, my son and daughter-in-law. I hope you can perform the Edo Tensei to give Sasori a family. Of course, Chiyo, Naruto responded, nodding solemnly as he grasped the weight of her request. Understanding her desire to reunite her grandson with his parents, Given Sasori's actions against the third Kazekage, it would be nearly impossible for his parents to be resurrected in the Sand Village, as they would undoubtedly seek out their son and might even side with him. Additionally, due to Sasori's notoriety, the villagers might blame his parents upon their return. Most importantly, Chiyo's ultimate goal was to ensure her grandson could be reunited with his family, which was precisely why she delved into the resurrection technique. Contemplating this, Naruto gazed at Chiyo with profound respect. Chiyo, would you like me to convey any messages to Sasori? After discussing with Chiyo, Naruto and Orochimaru returned to Gaara's family. To secure the safety of the tailed beast within Gaara, Naruto employed the four-symbol seal he had learned from his father, Minato, to reinforce the beast's seal, a process that went smoothly. Once these tasks were completed, Naruto and Orochimaru prepared to bid farewell. At the entrance of the Sand Village, much like upon their arrival, a throng gathered to see them off. Thank you, Naruto and Orochimaru. In the future, you are always welcome to visit our Sand Village, Raza said awkwardly, standing beside the third Kazekage as he bid farewell to Naruto. The crowd kept a respectful distance, leaving a space around Raza as family tensions lingered, while others maintained a respectful awe of the Kazekage. Without the presence of the third Kazekage, Raza appeared quite solitary. All right, fourth Kazekage, Naruto replied with a smile. He then turned to Gaara, saying, Gaara, farewell. Let's play together sometime. Remember, we are friends. Sure, Naruto, goodbye. Encouraged by Kagura, Gaara gathered his courage and bid farewell to Naruto earnestly. Seeing this, Naruto waved back with a smile as he and Orochimaru began their journey back to Konoha. After completing their mission, Naruto and Orochimaru hurried back to Konoha to report to the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Upon confirming everything had gone smoothly, they proceeded to Orochimaru's laboratory. Sasori, look what we have brought for you, Orochimaru exclaimed, licking his lips, his voice filled with anticipation. Sasori lifted his head, his gaze cold yet tinged with curiosity. Naruto produced a sealing scroll from behind and gently placed it on the ground. With a soft thud, the scroll unfurled, revealing two coffins before them. This is... Sasori's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression betraying a flicker of disbelief. Trembling, he cautiously reached out to lift the lid of one coffin. Upon seeing who lay within, his body jolted, and tears welled in his eyes. Father, mother, Sasori whispered, tears cascading down his cheeks. He slowly turned to face Orochimaru and Naruto, his heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Sasori. I will perform the Edo Tensei for your parents, allowing your family to reunite. I hope you will continue to work diligently with me, Orochimaru said with a smile, licking his lips. Yes, Orochimaru, Sasori nodded, determination evident in his eyes. Edo Tensei. He rushed forward, embracing his resurrected parents tightly, his heart overflowing with joy. Father, mother, you have finally returned. Sasori's voice trembled with emotion. His parents embraced him back, their eyes filled with affection and care. Sasori, my child, you have endured much these years, his father softly spoke. We will never leave you again, his mother gently caressed his hair. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sasori wept freely, knowing this moment would forever remain etched in his memory as one of his most cherished experiences. Thank you, Orochimaru. Thank you, Naruto. Sasori expressed his heartfelt gratitude after basking in the warmth of his parents' love. Upon hearing this, Naruto smiled and reminded, Sasori, you should also express gratitude to Granny Chiyo. It was she who requested us to bring your parents back, and she left you a message. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasori's gaze turned complex, filled with both confusion and anticipation as he inquired, what did she say? Naruto recollected Granny Chiyo's words and, imitating her tone, slowly articulated, Sasori, I hope you can lead a tranquil life in the Hidden Leaf Village and never return to Sunagakure. Your reunion with your parents is, for me, already sufficient. After uttering this, Naruto quietly observed Sasori, awaiting his reaction. After a moment of silence, a myriad of indescribable emotions flickered across Sasori's face. His eyes reflected a profound sense of nostalgia and gratitude towards his grandmother, alongside a deep awareness of her blessings for him. Finally, Sasori let out a soft sigh and murmured, Grandma, as if in response to Granny Chiyo's hopes. Chapter 99. The plan to capture White Zetsu. After Naruto and Orochimaru completed their mission in Sunagakure, they were greeted with a brief yet precious respite. During this time, Naruto finally found the opportunity to unwind. Thus, he resolved to return to the Ninja Academy in Konohagakure to spend some delightful moments with his classmates. Arriving at the school, Naruto intended to attend a few days of classes alongside Hinata and his friends. Upon seeing Naruto walk into the classroom, Hinata's face lit up with surprise. He settled beside her, gazing at her with a smile as he softly inquired, "Hinata, did you miss me?" Hinata, caught off guard by Naruto's sudden question, felt a flutter of nervousness but shyly nodded, replying in a hushed tone, "I did." Naruto-kun. Hearing Hinata's response filled Naruto with warmth. He then mysteriously retrieved a small item from his pocket, presenting it to Hinata with a smile, saying, "Hinata, I brought you a gift." Curious. Hinata's eyes widened as she examined the object in Naruto's hand. When he handed it to her, she carefully accepted it, scrutinizing the contents. To her delight, it was an exquisite little bottle filled with golden sand. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," Hinata said bashfully. She had been attentive to Naruto and recognized that this sand must have come from Sunagakure, gathered by Naruto during his mission as a thoughtful gift for her. For Hinata, it represented not merely grains of sand, but Naruto's care and regard for her. Indeed, while in Sunagakure, Naruto had stealthily collected a handful of this sand when he saw Arashi using it, and now gifted it to Hinata, hoping to bring her a special joy. At that moment, Karui, unable to contain her longing, interrupted the conversation between Naruto and Hinata. With sparkling eyes, she asked softly, "Naruto and Ayakin, I heard from Sasuke's parents that he has gone into seclusion for training. How long will he be away?" A smile graced Naruto's face as he responded, "Karui, Sasuke is undergoing a crucial training period, which may last a year and a half." "What? That long?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, Karui's expression dimmed. Her previously bright eyes now clouded with sorrow. However, Naruto noticed that Sakura and Ino had not approached to inquire about Sasuke's condition. Moreover, when they learned that Sasuke would be absent for an extended period, their expressions showed no significant change. Naruto pondered privately, wondering if they had given up on him. After all, with both he and Sasuke scarcely attending classes, it would indeed be challenging for them to interact. He began to observe finer details. Sakura was wholly engrossed in her studies, undoubtedly a top student. Yet Naruto shook his head, realizing that mere academic prowess would not enable her to catch up to Sasuke. Ino, on the other hand, seemed focused on something else. Following her gaze, Naruto spotted Sai and Shin. "What are they doing here?" Naruto mused. But before he could voice his thoughts, a voice answered his unspoken question. "Naruto, those two are new transfer students, Sai and Shin," said Shikamaru and Choji, who had just walked over. "Oh, I see," Naruto replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. Choji, munching on snacks, mumbled, "Naruto, I heard you've been busy with village missions and haven't had time to hang out with us. When you have a moment, remember to treat me to a meal." Naruto smiled and nodded, "Sure, no problem." Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Tsunade stood before her desk, her gaze fixed firmly on the two figures standing before her. With a hint of anticipation in her voice, she asked, "Grandfather, second Hokage, have you captured Obito?" Hashirama sighed softly, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. "Little Tsunade, we did not locate Obito." Tobirama's expression was grave as he added, "The ninja world is vast, and finding Obito's hiding place is quite challenging. Furthermore, we have encountered numerous white Zetsu along our search. They are likely sent by Obito to monitor our movements. These white Zetsu can traverse underground, with strength comparable to that of Jainin." At this, Tsunade's expression shifted slightly, prompting her to urgently inquire, "Many? How many exactly?" Tobirama furrowed his brow, slowly shaking his head. "It's unclear. We have seen at least 100. "What?" Tsunade gasped, her heart racing. If they had encountered so many, then the number hidden away was likely unfathomable. With that thought, her brow furrowed deeper, her mood growing ever heavier. Subsequently, Tsunade convened a meeting. As the meeting commenced, Tsunade, seated at the head, surveyed the assembly of elite Jainin, her brow creased in concern. "Where are Naruto and Sasuke? Why are they absent?" Uchiha Fugaku respectfully replied, "Sasuke has gone into seclusion for training." Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise, bewildered. "Seclusion? He is only 7. Is that not a bit premature?" Fugaku nodded, proudly explaining, "Sasuke is an exceptionally rare talent from the Uchiha clan, possessing remarkable potential. Moreover, he is extremely diligent. He wishes to grow stronger and has chosen to train in seclusion to master sage techniques." Sage techniques. The attendees exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily taken aback. Tsunade did not press further, turning her attention to the others as she continued, "And what of Naruto? Why is he absent from this meeting?" Kushina and Minato exchanged knowing smiles before gently responding. Naruto went to school today. It's quite normal for a 7-year-old to attend classes. Tsunade was momentarily speechless, inwardly lamenting. This boy has chosen to attend school instead. It's both amusing and exasperating. Hashirama, witnessing this, sighed resignedly. Tsunade, why insist on involving these children in such matters? They are merely children. Let them be. With a resigned sigh, Tsunade dared not contradict her grandfather's words and simply nodded. Then let us commence the meeting. Our focus is on the white Zetsu. Do any of you have thoughts or suggestions? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with excitement as he licked his lips, revealing a greedy expression. Indeed, we should capture as many white Zetsu as possible, particularly alive. After all, their bodies are filled with treasures that will greatly aid my research. Tsunade frowned, questioning, Orochimaru, are you suggesting that these white Zetsu possess significant research value? Orochimaru smiled faintly, nodding. Precisely. The white Zetsu not only hold immense research potential, but if utilized for the impure world reincarnation technique, the results would be even more favorable. As I previously mentioned, white Zetsu can enhance the strength of the reincarnated. For instance, take the first Hokage. He now possesses merely 30% of his former strength. However, should we employ white Zetsu for his reincarnation, he could regain approximately 70% of his original power, akin to Minato. Tsunade, exhilarated, rose to her feet, fully aware of her grandfather's formidable strength. She eagerly pressed. Is that truly the case? Would that not mean we could harness white Zetsu to bolster our combat capabilities? Orochimaru nodded with a smile. Thus, Konoha initiated an extensive campaign to capture white Zetsu, and Tobirama, intrigued by the potential of white Zetsu, entered Orochimaru's laboratory. Then, Fei Jian discovered that Orochimaru was indeed a prodigy, and he began to engage in discussions on various subjects with him. Following a few days of instruction at the Ninja Academy with Hinata and his comrades, Naruto resumed his truancy. As he contemplated seeking out Might Guy for taijutsu training, he encountered Hashirama. Lord First, what brings you here alone? Naruto inquired with a smile, observing Hashirama wandering aimlessly. Naruto, you are formidable, Hashirama remarked, having subtly sensed Naruto's chakra reserves. Care to test your mettle against me? Naruto responded with a grin. Hashirama chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Naruto, did you know that during my search for Obito, I discovered many referring to you as the new god of shinobi? Naruto, embarrassed, rubbed the back of his head, demurring. They exaggerate. Hashirama regarded Naruto with admiration, smiling. Worthy successor, would you engage in combat with me? While I disregard such accolades, I am eager to witness your capabilities firsthand. Very well, Lord First. Subsequently, Naruto and Hashirama arrived at the final valley, their gazes locked, each emanating a potent aura. Then, Naruto, allow me to witness the extent of your power. With style, deep forest emergence. With a swift hand seal, Hashirama unleashed his signature ninjutsu. Having been reanimated by white Zetsu, Hashirama possessed 70% of his former strength. As Hashirama's hand seal shifted, the earth trembled violently, and countless colossal trees erupted from the ground, forming a dense forest that enveloped Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto swiftly executed the shadow clone technique, creating dozens of clones while simultaneously employing the Rasengan to assault the surrounding trees. Splinters flew as Hashirama's forest was decimated. Hashirama, visibly surprised, remarked, impressive, Naruto. However, the true trial begins now. With style, Flower Tree World. He executed another ninjutsu, this time conjuring giant trees adorned with vibrant blossoms, each emitting an alluring fragrance. Beneath this beauty lurked a deadly peril, pollen capable of inducing unconsciousness. Sensing the danger, Naruto immediately covered his nose and mouth while employing wind style, great breakthrough to disperse the pollen. However, the sheer volume of pollen impaired Naruto's vision, prompting him to activate his sage art sensing technique. Suddenly, Hashirama, enveloped in purple chakra, emerged from behind a tree, launching a punch at Naruto. Caught off guard, Naruto could only brace for the impact. Channeling his chakra, Naruto emitted a blue aura, colliding his fist with Hashirama's. A deafening roar erupted as their powers clashed, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Naruto stumbled backward, while Hashirama remained steadfast. Lord First, your strength is immense. Your power is indeed formidable, but I shall not be defeated. Naruto exclaimed with a smile. Ha ha ha, Naruto, you continue to amaze me. Let us continue, and fight with all our might. Hashirama boomed. Wood Dragon Technique. Hashirama formed a hand seal, and a colossal wooden dragon emerged, lunging towards Naruto. Unperturbed, Naruto unleashed a supermassive Rasengan, effortlessly shattering the wooden dragon. Hashirama, impressed, executed another ninjutsu with human technique. A gigantic wooden figure appeared behind him, confronting Naruto. Naruto smirked, creating shadow clones and initiating a barrage of big ball Rasengan. His clones rained down upon Hashirama like a tempest of destruction. Splintered wood filled the air as Naruto pulverized Hashirama's wooden construct. Impressive, Naruto. But be warned. I shall now unleash my true power. Hashirama exclaimed, entering Sage Mode. Precisely what I desire, Naruto retorted, activating Sage Mode. Sensing Naruto's surging power, Hashirama was inwardly astonished. It seemed he could no longer afford to hold back. Sage Art. Wood style, true, several thousand hands. With a cataclysmic tremor, an enormous wooden statue of Buddha ascended from the earth. This statue possessed countless gargantuan hands, each as massive as a mountain. In comparison, even the colossal wood human technique paled in insignificance, unable to match even the Buddha's head. Naruto, awestruck by the spectacle, was filled with both awe and excitement. A grin spread across Naruto's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Haha, this is exhilarating. Come, let us engage in a battle for the ages. Kurama. Naruto summoned his inner demon. Naruto, vanquish Hashirama and teach him a lesson he won't soon forget. Kurama roared with fury, recalling his defeat at Hashirama's hands, when he had been subdued with a single hand. Naruto instantly entered Ninetales chakra mode, collaborating with Kurama to painstakingly forge a gigantic sage art, super-tailed beast Raisin Shuriken. As the Buddha's myriad hands swarmed towards them, Naruto hurled the Raisin Shuriken without hesitation. A deafening explosion reverberated, akin to a devastating bomb detonating at close range. The shockwave emanating from the epicenter spread rapidly in all directions. As the blinding light subsided, Naruto beheld the Buddha statue, shattered and disfigured, its countless arms in ruins. Countless wooden fragments, ablaze, danced in the air, creating an inferno that seemed to engulf everything. The air, the ground, the water, all were painted crimson. This conflagration resembled a ravenous beast, consuming all in its path and transforming the world into a sea of fire. Naruto surveyed the aftermath, inhaling the pungent aroma of charred wood, and closed his eyes with a contented smile. Well done, Naruto, Kurama cheered from within Naruto's seal. Hashirama, perched atop the Buddha's head, his reanimated form as fractured as the statue, began to reconstitute himself, akin to a shattered vase being pieced back together. Hashirama, both incredulous and gratified, gazed at Naruto. Naruto, you have prevailed. Chapter 101. Obito s disregard for humanity. First Hokage, you have held back, haven't you? You are, after all, a being of impure earth. Capable of exhausting my stamina with your chakra, there is no need for us to clash so directly, Naruto remarked with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Gazing at Hashirama, Hashirama, with a sense of nostalgia, replied, No, Naruto, you are an exceptionally talented junior. As your elder, how could I resort to such underhanded tactics? That would be utterly disgraceful. But first Hokage, you currently possess merely 70% of your former strength, Naruto questioned, a hint of perplexity in his tone. With a chuckle, Hashirama responded, No, Naruto, you have completely surpassed me. When I was your age, I was merely playing with my Dara, skipping stones. Haha. And with that, he burst into hearty laughter. First Hokage, regardless of the circumstances, your wood release is truly remarkable. Without Kurama's assistance, I would have been unable to contend with you just now, Naruto expressed earnestly. Haha. I never expected the Ninetales to enhance your strength so significantly. Hashirama chuckled with satisfaction, acknowledging the undeniable power of Naruto's Sage Fox mode, which indeed eclipsed his own Sage mode. Hearing Hashirama's praise, Kurama, within Naruto's ceiling space, could not help but smirk, feeling a swell of pride. Humph, this is the Jinchuriki I have chosen. In that moment, Kurama felt a sense of triumph and pride in the strength they had unleashed together. Thank you for your kind words, First Hokage, but your wood release is truly impressive. May I learn it? Naruto asked with excitement. Hashirama smiled and shook his head gently, explaining, Naruto, you possess only the wind attribute chakra. To learn wood release, one must first have both earth and water attributes. That is the most fundamental requirement. Curiosity piqued, Naruto pressed on. What else is needed? With patience, Hashirama elaborated. In addition, one requires exceptionally strong physical constitution. The earth and water chakra must be appropriately balanced within the body to produce wood chakra, although wood release is brimming with vitality. Its energy is immense. If the body cannot withstand it, one risks being overwhelmed. Naruto nodded thoughtfully, signifying his understanding. He began to anticipate the moment the Sage of Six Paths would grant him the missing chakra attributes, enabling him to master such formidable ninjutsu one day. The earlier display of sage art, wood release, True Thousand's hands had left a profound impression on Naruto, stirring his aspirations. Meanwhile, in the dark, damp confines of a basement, Obito lay pallid on a hospital bed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes were tightly shut, yet his brow was furrowed, as if he were ensnared in a dreadful nightmare. Suddenly, he jolted awake, letting out a terrified cry, "Rin!" The scream shattered the stillness of the basement, and Obito awoke from his torment, trembling and gasping for breath. Black Zetsu, observing Obito's awakening, hurried to his side, concern etched upon his face. "Obito, you have finally awakened." However, Obito paid him no mind. His gaze was vacant, his lips murmuring, "Rin." Seeing Obito in such a state, a wave of worry surged within Black Zetsu. He was acutely aware that Obito had been unable to move past Rin's death, a burden that had plunged him into endless despair. Thus, Black Zetsu resolved to assist Obito in overcoming this abyss and reclaiming his resolve. He placed a reassuring hand on Obito's shoulder, speaking with conviction, "Obito, you must awaken to reality. You cannot dwell in the past any longer. We have far more pressing matters at hand." Obito slowly turned his head, his gaze still vacant, murmuring in a low tone, "Yes, I can no longer return to the past." With a sigh, Black Zetsu continued, "Obito, we cannot allow Naruto and the others to grow stronger. Moreover, Konoha is actively hunting for White Zetsu. We cannot afford to remain idle any longer. We must expedite our efforts to complete the Eye of the Moon plan and achieve our goals." At this, Obito's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. As if emerging from his confusion, he softly echoed, "The Eye of the Moon plan. Indeed, Obito, what do you have left to lose? What harm is there in immersing everyone in the world of Tsukuyami?" Black Zetsu urged gently. "Yes, I have nothing left to lose," Obito replied, gazing calmly at his emaciated form, as if he had transcended the world as turmoil. In that moment, Obito bore a striking resemblance to Itachi from the original narrative, his physical appearance reflecting the anguish within his heart, which had rendered him frail. Throughout this period, Obito had languished in suffering, neglecting his own well-being. His body had grown alarmingly weak, with vital organs beginning to fail, as his very life force gradually waned. Upon realizing his current physical state and recalling Naruto's formidable strength, Obito lamented, "Black Zetsu, I feel utterly powerless." "Obito, human capabilities have their limits. Do you wish to transplant cells?" Black Zetsu suddenly inquired, producing an assortment of instruments and cell samples collected from Orochimaru's laboratory in the Land of Grass. These samples included cells from Hashirama, Yamato, Kimimaro, and even Orochimaru himself. Staring at the samples, Obito found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Memories of the time spent with Kakashi and Rin flooded his mind, filling him with pain and sorrow. Seeing Obito still hesitant, Black Zetsu pressed on, "Obito, you have nothing left to ponder. You have lost everything. There is only one path before us, to realize the Eye of the Moon plan." Obito grasped the reality that he could no longer face Rin, nor could he return to the past. Achieving the Eye of the Moon plan would allow him to reunite with Rin in the world of Tsukuyami, and only through this endeavor could true peace be attained. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Obito declared, "You are right, Black Zetsu. I need formidable strength to realize the Eye of the Moon plan. Once it is achieved, all else will be but ephemeral illusions." With that, Obito's gaze ignited with a fervent crimson light, and he spoke with fervor, "Black Zetsu, inject all the useful cells into me. I shall forsake my humanity." Chapter 102, Chakra Measurement Unit. Within the Hokage's office, Tsunade furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she addressed Hashirama. "The commotion you and Naruto created is rather excessive, isn't it?" The villagers were quite frightened. With her hands on her hips, a hint of reproach glimmered in her eyes. Hashirama, however, merely chuckled heartily. "Oh, come now, Tsunade. Don't be so petty. I merely wish to spar with Naruto and gauge his prowess." His face radiated joy, seemingly relishing the recent battle. Tobirama sighed resignedly, observing his elder brother with a touch of discontent. "Brother, can you not temper your enthusiasm? This happens every time, causing undue alarm among everyone." Tobirama shook his head. feeling exasperated by Hashirama's antics. Yet, Hashirama continued to laugh, as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office was forcefully pushed open by Kakashi. Bursting in, he inquired with excitement, "Hokage, why has a chakra testing station been established in the village? It's said that the unit of measurement for chakra is based on me." Earlier that day, Kakashi had sensed peculiar glances from the villagers and even his father. Tsukumo Hatake had smiled at him in a rather strange manner. As he strolled through the streets, he pondered, "What is going on today? Why does everyone seem so odd? Am I being discussed behind my back?" Driven by curiosity, Kakashi resolved to investigate further. He ambled casually along the street until he abruptly halted at a corner, swiftly retreating into an unoccupied nook. After a moment, he stealthily returned to the previous spot, perking his ears to eavesdrop on a conversation between two genin. The person who just walked by is Kakashi, our village's prodigy. He graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5, became a Chunin at 6, and advanced to Jounin at 12. Kakashi felt a swell of pride at their words, yet their ensuing dialogue left him utterly bewildered. "By the way, my chakra measures 0. 18 units. What about yours?" "Huh? I only have 0. 12 units. That's so little. You're weak." "Weak? We both haven't even reached 1 unit. We are the same." One of them rolled his eyes and retorted, "What do you mean the same? Do you think surpassing 1 unit is easy? That's the chakra amount of an elite jounin." Kakashi sensed a connection to their conversation and could no longer restrain himself. He utilized the body flicker technique to appear behind the two genin, inquiring, "What are you two discussing?" The genin turned in shock. "Kakashi." Following this, Kakashi gleaned that Konoha had indeed established a chakra testing station, which could assess chakra attributes and measure chakra volume. The unit of measurement was card, based on Kakashi's chakra. Upon understanding this, Kakashi hurried to the chakra testing station, where several members of the Hyuga clan stood, accompanied by a few puppets. A long line had formed, as many awaited the Hyuga's Byakugan to assess their chakra content. Kakashi intended to approach and observe the proceedings, but then a stir erupted. "Look, isn't that Kakashi?" someone exclaimed. "The genius Kakashi has arrived." Another voice chimed in. "When will I ever possess over 1 unit of chakra?" lamented someone. "I must surpass 1 unit. Then I can claim I'm worth several Kakashis." Kakashi furrowed his brow at the eagerness of the crowd, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by their fervent remarks. Without hesitation, he performed the body flicker technique once more, swiftly exiting the scene. Subsequently, Kakashi arrived at the Hokage office to inquire about the situation, returning to the earlier scene. "Hokage, why has a chakra testing station been established in the village? It's said that the unit of measurement for chakra is based on me." Tsunade, slightly embarrassed, scratched her head and replied, "Well, Kakashi, we're all working for the advancement of ninjas." Kakashi frowned slightly, his tone laced with displeasure. "Couldn't you have consulted me first?" Tsunade quickly apologized. "That was indeed our oversight. We didn't mean to put you in a bind. However, I shall ensure you receive a share of the proceeds from the chakra testing station." Kakashi widened his eyes in disbelief. Is this merely about money? Who designed the chakra testing station? Tobirama glanced away awkwardly, his gaze flickering to his brother. It was indeed a collaborative effort. But the concept of using card as the unit of measurement originated from Naruto. I recall him claiming to possess 146 cards, which piqued my interest. I found it quite amusing and beneficial, as many lacked a concrete understanding of their chakra levels. Thus, I decided to formalize this unit for others to measure their chakra. Kakashi turned to Naruto, inquiring, "So, Naruto, the chakra measurement unit indeed originated from you?" Naruto sheepishly replied, "Kakashi-sensei, it seems it did come from me. However, I truly had no knowledge of the testing station's establishment. But isn't it great that you're becoming famous?" With a smile, Naruto added, "Kakashi-sensei, there has never been a unified unit for chakra. Now that your chakra amount serves as the standard, your legacy will endure." Tsunade nodded in agreement. "Exactly, Kakashi. Everyone recognizes your strength." Kakashi gazed at them in exasperation, sighing, "Yes, I am renowned. But do I appreciate this? Now, many in Konoha are lamenting that they don't even possess 1 unit. Do I, Kakashi, lack pride? Are they truly questioning my chakra levels?" Naruto enthusiastically remarked. "In that case, we should celebrate the greatness of Kakashi-sensei even more. Now, all ninjas in Konoha take pride in surpassing 1 unit, Kakashi-sensei. You have inadvertently ignited their passion for chakra cultivation. Thus, I believe you should not wallow in despair. Rather, you should actively train to elevate the standard of 1 unit." Tsunade smiled, echoing. Naruto makes a valid point. Kakashi, you must continue to hone your chakra, fostering the development of the ninja community and inspiring the villagers to pursue chakra mastery. Kakashi, upon hearing this, appeared perplexed. Isn't the unit of Kakashi's chakra fixed? Tobirama, sensing the moment, replied awkwardly, it is fixed, but there is also a version that updates in real time. Orochimaru and I collaborated to create several puppets capable of storing chakra, which provide real-time updates on your current chakra levels. This initiative aims to inspire the ninjas of Konoha, allowing them to observe the remarkable growth rate of a genius's chakra. It serves to prompt them to reflect on their own potential, questioning whether they too possess genius-level capabilities and if their chakra growth surpasses that of Kakashi. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi widened his eyes in astonishment, inwardly lamenting. Is this how you express courtesy? Chapter 103. Sasuke's transformation beneath the cascading waterfall. Sasuke sat serenely on a stone, his eyes closed in a meditative state. His long hair danced gently in the breeze, occasionally dampened by the splashes of water, though he appeared indifferent to it. His body relaxed and natural, his breathing deep and steady, as if he were one with the surrounding nature. Suddenly, Sasuke sensed the arrival of Naruto and J-Go. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a calm and profound gaze. Naruto, you have arrived. Sasuke's voice resonated, low yet powerful, with a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence and composure. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent a full 100 days in this picturesque sanctuary, living alongside J-Go and immersing himself in the embrace of nature. During this time, Sasuke's mindset underwent a profound transformation. Once plagued by impatience and anxiety, consumed by thoughts of enhancing his strength, he now possessed a tranquility akin to a placid lake, capable of effortlessly grasping or relinquishing matters, maintaining firm control over all. This did not signify the loss of his sharp edge. Rather, he remained a finely honed blade, now sheathed, enhancing his demeanor akin to that of a swordsman, capable of wielding his power with discretion, gathering his energy, and awaiting the opportune moment to strike. This transformation endowed Sasuke with an air of nobility and authority, exuding confidence and majesty. Naruto surveyed Sasuke and smiled, complimenting him. Sasuke, you seem to be in excellent form. With a smile, Sasuke replied, Naruto, I believe I am ready to advance my studies in Sage mode. Under J-Go's guidance, I can now sense Sage Chakra. If you had arrived any later, I would have ventured out to find you. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. That's more than I anticipated. Let us seek out Orochimaru, and he can take you to the Rigakubo for Sage training. Rigakubo, you say? Very well, Sasuke responded calmly, though a hint of curiosity lingered as to why Naruto did not take him to my Bokuzen. Do you need to return home, Sasuke? Naruto inquired after a brief pause. Sasuke's eyes reflected a fleeting longing, but quickly solidified with resolve. No, I must seize this momentum. The mindset I have cultivated over the past 3 months cannot falter. Naruto, please convey my regards to my brother and parents. Assure them there is no need for concern. Thus, after Naruto brought Orochimaru before Sasuke through the reverse summoning technique, Orochimaru led Sasuke to the Rigakubo. Under the pressure and persuasion of Sasuke and Orochimaru's power, the White Snake Sage began their formal training in Sage mode. At this juncture, aside from the curse mark on Anko, Orochimaru had retracted all other marks and had injected gene enhancement serum and Shin cells, fulfilling the physical requirements. After bidding farewell to Sasuke and Orochimaru, Naruto turned his attention back to J-Go. J-Go, thank you for your assistance. J-Go smiled. No need for thanks. I truly did not contribute much. Sasuke is remarkable. Naruto chuckled softly. What? Did Sasuke engage in another spar with you while I was away? J-Go nodded. Indeed. During the first month, we fought numerous times, and Sasuke showed significant improvement each time. However, I must emphasize that Sasuke's mindset has influenced me. Rather than stating I helped him, it would be more accurate to say we aided each other. I have witnessed something everyone needs in Sasuke. What is that? Naruto asked. Intrigued. Confidence, J-Go replied. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. It is indeed a quality that a true stronghold must possess. With that, Naruto looked at J-Go and continued, J-Go, you can actually leave this place now and join us in our lives. J-Go nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Naruto introduced J-Go to Kimimaro, who was delighted to learn that J-Go intended to officially integrate into Konoha. Naruto and Kimimaro then took J-Go on a tour through the bustling streets of the village. Naruto, long time no see, a voice called out. Turning around, Naruto found Itachi and Izumi approaching. Itachi held a candied hawthorn in one hand, while Izumi clung to his other arm. It seemed Itachi was unencumbered by Sasuke's pursuits, and Izumi had taken her place alongside him. "Brother Itachi, what a surprise to see you here. I was just looking for you," Naruto exclaimed. "Sasuke has gone with Orochimaru to the Rigakubo to learn Sage Mode. He asked me to send his regards." Itachi frowned slightly. "Is Sasuke in such a hurry?" Naruto smiled. "He believes in seizing the moment. I think it won't be long before he masters Sage Mode." "Very well. Thank you for the update, Naruto." Itachi replied with a smile, nodding to Kimimaro and Go before departing with Izumi. "Naruto." Another voice called. This time it was Lee's. Turning around, Naruto spotted Lee, Neji, and Tenten. "Naruto, what brings you here?" Tenten asked. Naruto smiled. "Oh, these are my friends Kimimaro and Go. I'm showing them around Konoha." Naruto then questioned. "Isn't it class time?" Tenten rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You're aware it's class time, yet you're skipping? Aren't you also a student?" Naruto awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Clearly they were all fond of skipping class. "Would you like to train and spar together?" Lee enthusiastically invited, while Neji observed Naruto with mild interest. "Sure, if you don't mind me bringing Kimimaro and Go along," Naruto responded with a smile. "Of course not," Lee exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, deep within the underground cavern, darkness enveloped the surroundings, illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps. In this dim environment stood a solitary figure, Obito Uchiha. In his quest for strength, Obito had undergone various experiments and surgeries, enduring endless agony and torment. Under Kagaya's craftsmanship, he had successfully completed several cellular transplants over the course of 3 months, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his abilities. At this moment, Obito stood before a mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. His skin had become unnaturally pale, as if drained of color, emanating an eerie aura. His once even teeth had transformed into sharp fangs, reminiscent of a vampire. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Nostalgia for the past mingled with confusion about the future. Obito knew he was no longer the innocent boy he once was. He had become a vengeful spirit burdened with a heavy mission. Chapter 104. The underlying turmoil in the ninja world. Within the Hokage office, Tsunade sat at her desk, her expression grave as she announced, "The Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails from the land of waterfalls, Fu, has been abducted by a mysterious individual." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's countenance darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "This is likely the handiwork of Obito. The Outer Path Golem is also in his possession." Previously, under Obito's guidance, the Akatsuki aimed to collect the tailed beasts. Tsunade furrowed her brow in confusion and inquired, "What is their purpose in gathering the tailed beasts?" Jiraiya sighed and explained, "From what I've heard from Nagato, the Akatsuki intended to utilize the tailed beasts as strategic weapons to subjugate the ninja world. Although we remain uncertain of Obito's true intentions, consolidating all the tailed beasts into the Outer Path Golem could potentially forge a terrifying entity." Tsunade felt a weight settle in her heart, realizing the gravity of the situation. Should Obito succeed in amassing all the tailed beasts, it would pose an immense threat to the entire ninja realm. With the Seven Tails already in his grasp, what actions would he undertake next? Tsunade turned to her predecessors, asking, "Grandfather, uncle, what are your thoughts?" Hashirama responded, "Obito will likely continue his pursuit of the tailed beasts. We should lay an ambush based on the circumstances." Tobirama interjected, "Brother, the other tailed beasts are located within the 4 great ninja villages. They would likely not permit our intrusion." Hashirama frowned and remarked, "If the enemy lurks in the shadows while we remain exposed, how can we capture Obito?" Naruto jokingly suggested, "Why not retrieve the tailed beasts we initially distributed? After all, they were given out by our first Hokage." His proposal was immediately dismissed by those present. Despite the brief interruption caused by Naruto's antics, Tsunade quickly resolved, "Let us proceed as my grandfather advised. We shall attempt to lay an ambush or protect the tailed beasts." Subsequently, she dispatched messages to the 4 great ninja villages, receiving affirmative responses only from Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Hashirama and Tobirama then journeyed to Sunagakure, undertaking a mission that also aimed to support their ally, utilizing wood release and water release. They aided Sunagakure in its reforestation efforts in exchange for resources such as gold and iron. Meanwhile, Naruto volunteered to visit Iwagakure, planning to take Deidara with him. After being captured and returned to Konoha by Naruto and Jiraiya, Deidara had been neglected by Iwagakure, with no one dispatched to retrieve him. perhaps due to the fear instilled by both Inoki and Kuratsuchi. Naruto arrived at a well-appointed holding cell, where he found Deidara. Observing the man who had once caused him considerable distress, Naruto couldn't help but smile. "Deidara, are you excited to return to Awagakure?" he asked in a light and gentle tone. However, Deidara displayed no signs of elation or joy. His expression remained stoic as he responded flatly, "Why should I be happy? I have to see that old man every day." He let out a slight huff, indicating his dissatisfaction with the prospect of returning. Impatiently, Deidara urged, "Hurry up and let me out. I've had enough of this place." Naruto shook his head in exasperation before beginning to undo the restraints binding Deidara. As the bindings gradually fell away, Deidara finally regained his freedom. "Finally, I can hardly wait to create my art," Deidara exclaimed, immediately thinking of explosives. Naruto reflected, bemused. That only destruction and explosions seemed to captivate Deidara's interest. Initially, Naruto had hoped to keep Deidara in Konoha, but it soon became evident that mere words would not suffice. He realized he could not control Deidara, nor could he allow him free rein in Konoha. Otherwise, the village would inevitably be reduced to chaos. Meanwhile, in Awagakure, Obito, guided by Kaguya, arrived at a cemetery. Upon viewing the gravestone inscribed with the name of the second Tsuchikage, Mu, Obito's lips curled upward slightly as he formed hand seals to perform the impure world reincarnation technique. Moments later, a figure wrapped in burial cloth emerged from the earth. It was none other than Mu. However, Obito did not depart immediately. Instead, he commanded Mu to wreak havoc within Awagakure. "What is happening?" The ninjas of Awagakure rushed to the commotion, but upon seeing Mu, they froze in shock. "Lord Mu," one exclaimed, "but Lord Mu is supposed to be dead. How can he be here?" Another cried out. "Inoki." Mu's voice emerged, raspy and low. The arriving Inoki looked up in astonishment. "Lord Mu? You've grown." "So much," Mu remarked, gazing at Inoki with a sense of nostalgia. "Teacher, I have aged." Inoki replied softly, tears glistening in his eyes. Before they could exchange further words, Mu uncontrollably unleashed the dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Inoki shouted, "Everyone, scatter!" Simultaneously, he employed dust release, detachment of the primitive world to counter Mu's attack. In the moment of collision, a blinding light erupted, but as the brilliance faded, the second Tsuchikage, Mu, vanished without a trace, true to his name. Inoki quickly grasped the situation, realizing in horror, it's Lord Mu's invisibility technique. He understood the gravity of the situation and swiftly commanded, "Kuratsuchi, gather the troops to assist Han. Someone is attempting to abduct our Jinchuriki." Inoki recognized the critical importance of the tailed beasts to the village and knew they could not fall into enemy hands. "Yes, Lord Inoki." Kuratsuchi and the others immediately sprang into action, rushing to provide support. As Inoki watched them depart, he felt a momentary sense of relief. He knew that remaining here with Kuratsuchi would spell doom for them. With his strength, he could not hold Mu at bay for long. At that moment, all he could do was pray for Kuratsuchi and her team to successfully protect the tailed beasts and defeat the enemy, hoping they would not return. For if Konoha's forces did not arrive in time, Inoki resolved to perish alongside Mu in a final act of sacrifice to protect Awagakure. Chapter 105. A complicated second Tsuchikage art is an explosion. Deidara exclaimed with exuberance as he perched atop a colossal clay bird. He hurled clay bombs to the ground. Reveling in the dazzling flames and billowing smoke that erupted from their detonation, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, Naruto sat nearby, quietly observing Deidara's antics. Ever since they had entered the land of Earth, Naruto had allowed Deidara to express his emotions freely. After all, they were in the land of Earth, a realm characterized by its robust and resilient rocky terrain, capable of enduring Deidara's bombastic displays. Before long, the duo spotted the silhouette of Awagakure in the sky. The terrain surrounding the village was relatively flat, encircled by towering, symmetrically arranged rocks, which formed a natural barrier, safeguarding the village's security. Only the top of the village remained unobstructed, revealing an expansive area that resembled a colossal earthen vessel. Naruto activated his sage eyes, intending to scrutinize the scene, but soon discerned a disturbance in Awagakure. "Deidara, something's amiss in Awagakure," Naruto urged, his tone laced with urgency. Upon hearing this, Deidara swiftly turned his gaze toward the village, his expression turning grave. In the distance, flames soared, and a thick cloud of smoke billowed into the air. "Damn it, what is happening?" Deidara muttered under his breath. Possessing keen eyesight and the acumen of an explosives expert, He quickly deduced that an explosion had occurred within a Wagakure. Merely by observing the smoke and the sound, he could surmise the magnitude of the blast. This is no ordinary explosion, Deidara whispered to himself. The scale of such a detonation would require meticulous preparation, even from him. The fact that such a significant explosion had transpired in a Wagakure while he was still away compelled him to consider the possibility of an external invasion. With this thought, Deidara's expression sharpened. His fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth. If anyone dares to assault a Wagakure, I will not let them escape, he declared, accelerating towards the village. Meanwhile, within a Wagakure, the second Tsuchikage, Mu, had utilized the Dustless Days technique and vanished from sight, leaving the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, in a precarious position. Inoki's brow furrowed in concern. He knew he could not remain passive. He immediately employed the Earth Release, Rock Clone technique, swiftly creating several shadowy figures that dispersed into the air, vigilant for any sign of Mu's whereabouts to evade his sudden onslaught. However, after several exchanges, Inoki's clones were systematically dismantled, and he found himself unable to create any more. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his breath quickened. Nevertheless, Inoki remained steadfast, resolute in his duty to protect his village and its denizens. Time does not spare anyone, Inoki, a voice echoed from the void, laced with mockery. That is not true, Inoki retorted through gritted teeth, his body slick with sweat and breathless. Although he attempted to sound defiant, his condition was dire. At his advanced age, his body was already frail, and his stamina and chakra were nearly depleted, approaching their limits. Suddenly, Mu appeared behind Inoki, forming seals to execute the Dust Release, original world separation technique. This time, Inoki failed to sense Mu's movements with his clones as he had before. By the time he sensed the impending danger and turned around, the attack was nearly upon him. Earth Release, Heavy Stone Technique. Inoki shouted, his body becoming exceedingly heavy, plummeting toward the ground at an alarming speed. This technique allowed him to increase an object's weight, causing it to descend rapidly. Just in time, Inoki narrowly evaded the Dust Release attack. Yet, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he hastily employed another Earth Release technique, Earth Release, Light and Heavy Stone Technique. This jutsu could alter the weight of an object, rendering his body buoyant. As he gazed at the ground approaching rapidly, he sighed in relief, having narrowly avoided a fatal fall. Suddenly, he sensed another wave of deadly danger and instinctively turned around. Another powerful Dust Release attack was hurtling toward him. The technique, executed by Mu, felt as overwhelming as a supernova. Inoki quickly utilized Earth Release, Earthquake Core, causing a massive stone pillar to rise from the ground to support him. Yet, due to the previous battles and consecutive use of jutsu, Inoki was utterly exhausted. The pressure of the rapid ascent left him unable to stand, forcing him to lie prone on the pillar. The pillar was soon demolished by the Dust Release technique, and Inoki's chakra was entirely spent. As he attempted to leap to safety, a sharp crack echoed, followed by intense pain. Ah, he gasped, realizing he had twisted his waist. Why now of all times? Inoki growled, striking the ground in frustration. With the pillar collapsing, he was on the verge of being buried. With great effort, Inoki braced himself with one hand to prevent his fall, while the other clutched his injured waist, his gaze fixed on a Wagakure, filled with despair and anguish. Is this how it ends? He murmured, unwilling to accept his fate. It's not over yet. Naruto, in Sage Fox mode, swiftly arrived beside Inoki, lifting him away from danger. Just as Naruto and Inoki moved, another Dust Release technique struck the very spot where Inoki had just been. Phew, that was close, Naruto remarked, shaken by the destructive power of the attack. Naruto, be cautious of Mu's Dustless Days. He can conceal himself in the shadows, Inoki cautioned, clutching his aching back. Understood, Naruto replied, acutely attuned to his surroundings. However, he soon furrowed his brow, realizing he could not sense Mu's chakra. Yet, Naruto was not without recourse. He promptly employed the multi-shadow clone technique, dispatching numerous clones to survey the area with Wind Release, Great Wind Wave. As the wind stirred, Naruto quickly detected a disturbance in a particular space and propelled himself towards it with a Rasengan. Mu, aware of his exposure, immediately utilized the super light and heavy stone technique to ascend into the sky. Seeing this, Naruto activated Moon's Step, continuing his pursuit in midair. Just as he was about to strike Mu, the latter split into two forms, evading Naruto's assault. As Naruto contemplated how to deal with one of the MUs, Both simultaneously manipulated the surrounding rocks to launch an attack on the defenseless Inoki. A frown creased Naruto's brow as he observed Inoki's lack of combat capability. He instantly employed Flying Thunder God to return to Inoki's side, shielding him from the incoming stones. Naruto, I'm a burden to you, Inoki sighed, leaning against Naruto for support. No, if there is anyone to blame, it is the enemy for their cunning, Naruto remarked, shaking his head. He observed as the two entities ascended ever higher, ultimately merging into a complete form of nothingness. Subsequently, they employed a technique of ethereal obscurity, gradually fading from sight. Naruto could only silently curse Obito in response. Chapter 106. The capture of the Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han by Obito. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, a fierce confrontation was unfolding. As the clash between Mew and Inoki raged on, Obito effortlessly evaded the watchful eyes of the Iwagakure ninjas with his unique phasing ability. Locating the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han. Without uttering a word, Obito launched a direct assault, leveraging his phasing advantage to inflict continuous damage upon Han. Faced with Obito's overwhelming prowess, Han quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Despite possessing formidable strength, he appeared somewhat powerless against Obito's phasing, and soon, Obito successfully subdued him. Realizing he could not overcome Obito, Han resolutely chose to fully transform into the tailed beast. The Five Tails, Mu King, resembled a magnificent white steed with the head of a dolphin, antlers, and the body of a horse. Possessing the boiling release technique, which enhanced his physical strength through chakra manipulation rather than direct attack, Mu King exhibited the greatest impact and hand-to-hand combat capabilities among the tailed beasts. However, even Mu King found himself toying with Obito, unable to land a single blow on him. Just like his Jinchuriki, Han. After transplanting various cells, Obito extended the duration of his Sharingan's Kimui. And with his enhanced physical attributes, he relentlessly overpowered Mu King. The commotion of the battle attracted the attention of Iwagakure ninjas, including Kuratsuchi, who swiftly rushed to the scene. Kuratsuchi unleashed the lava release, stone sealing technique, spewing forth a torrent of volcanic rock in an attempt to ensnare Obito. However, Obito merely scoffed, deriding her audacity to confront him alone. With a flicker of disdain in his eyes, he activated Kimui, unleashing a massive shuriken that shattered the volcanic rock and hurtled toward Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi's expression shifted as she promptly cast the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, trying to block the incoming attack. Yet, Obito had no intention of granting her respite. He formed hand seals and executed the Fire Release, Storm Dance, fueled by Kamui. The flames became even more ferocious, morphing into a firestorm that surged toward Kuratsuchi. Just then, other Iwagakure ninjas arrived, uniting to cast the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, successfully intercepting Obito's fire attack. Observing this development, Obito shifted his focus away from Kuratsuchi and the others, instead directing his gaze toward the subdued Mu King. Once more, he activated Kimui, sending numerous specially crafted shurikens from the Kimui dimension, striking Mu King's body with pinpoint accuracy. Mu King let out a painful roar as the shurikens were linked by chains. Upon Obito infusing chakra into the chain's source, Mu King instantaneously lost his ability to move. Kuratsuchi and her comrades gasped in shock, and as they rushed to intervene, Obito utilized the Uchiha Fire Formation, gradually approaching Mu King with the intent to extract the tailed beast. In a moment of sheer will, Kuratsuchi unleashed the Earth Release, Fist Rock technique combined with the Super Heavy Rock technique, shattering the barrier with brute force before following up with the Earth Release, Earthstone Pillars. Obito nimbly leaped to evade the sharp rocks resembling bamboo shoots. Fools, you've provoked my wrath, he bellowed in frustration as Kuratsuchi's obstruction only fueled his anger. He unleashed the Fire Release, Great Fireball technique once more. Kuratsuchi attempted to shield herself with the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall again, but Obito suddenly phased, darting toward her in a flash, delivering a powerful kick that sent her sprawling. The ensuing battle between Obito and the Iwagakure ninjas was intense. Although the ninjas were skilled, they found themselves overwhelmed by Obito's relentless assaults, continually forced back. Fearing friendly fire, the Iwagakure ninjas resorted to defensive taijutsu against Obito's onslaught. In that moment, Obito's body became serpentine, capable of stretching and twisting with ease, augmented by his immense strength and rapid reflexes. This left the Iwagakure ninjas unable to counter his ferocity, subjected to a brutal beating. Not yet satiated, Obito cast an illusion on the now captive Mu King, briefly controlling him to turn against the Iwagakure ninjas. The Iwagakure ninjas were taken aback, swiftly erecting various stone walls in an attempt to shield themselves from Mu King's assault. As Mu King erupted in boiling steam, he forcefully lifted his feet, shattering the stone bindings and rampaging through, rendering the walls as fragile as plastic. "This is disastrous," the Iwagakure ninjas exclaimed, their morale plummeting as they witnessed the unstoppable force of Mu King charging towards them. Many began to panic, retreating in fear. "Everyone, use ninjutsu to resist. Don't flee," Kuratsuchi shouted anxiously, her voice laced with urgency. Yet, panic spread like an uncontrollable flood. More and more began to cower, their eyes betraying sheer terror and helplessness. Meanwhile, Mu King advanced effortlessly, shaking the ground beneath him, as if the very world was under his dominion. "Damn it," Kuratsuchi cursed, overwhelmed by a wave of despair as she surveyed the dire situation. Just when all hope seemed lost, a familiar voice rang out, "Get down." Without hesitation, Kuratsuchi dropped to the ground, pressing herself against the earth. At that moment, a colossal clay dragon erupted from Deidara's mouth, soaring towards Mu King. The collision between the clay dragon and Mu King unleashed a tremendous explosion. The sound of the blast roared like thunder, reverberating across the battlefield. Flames and debris spiraled into the sky, forming a colossal mushroom cloud. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, stirring up clouds of dust. Kuratsuchi was propelled backward by the force, yet she remained unharmed, feeling the overwhelming power push her away from danger. "Are you all right, Kuratsuchi?" Deidara's voice reached her ears. She looked up to see him standing with his back to her. "It's Deidara." In the wake of the explosion, Deidara's figure appeared larger than life. And for the first time, Kuratsuchi felt that his explosions could be somewhat admirable. A surge of gratitude filled her heart, realizing that without Deidara's timely intervention, they might have suffered far greater losses. Deidara has returned. It's the third Hokage's apprentice. "Deidara, come to save us." The sight of Deidara invigorated the Iwagakure ninjas, who erupted in cheers. Though Deidara often indulged in destructive artistry, as a disciple of the leader and possessing striking looks, he was beloved among the villagers of Iwagakure. Hearing their praises, a slight smile crept onto Deidara's lips, a sense of pride swelling within him. He glanced back at Kuratsuchi, tossing his hair with flair, and quipped, "What do you think of my art?" Kuratsuchi felt her cheeks flush, somewhat shyly retorting, "Stop being vain. We're still in the middle of a fight." Deidara, puzzled by her reaction, thought, "What does vanity have to do with this? I was asking about the explosion." Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it, refocusing on the chaotic battleground ahead. As the smoke began to clear, Mu King, having taken a direct hit from Deidara's C2 dragon, was visibly injured. However, due to the formidable constitution of the tailed beast, its injuries were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Observing this, Deidara swiftly launched another centipede bomb, incapacitating the five tails Mu, who then reverted back to his Jinchuriki form. "Thank you." Obito approached the now defenseless Jinchuriki, Han, having chosen not to intervene in Deidara's actions. The reason was simple. Obito had long been informed through Madara that Naruto was on his way, and he intended to make his escape. The current situation presented him with a perfect opportunity to utilize his Kamui to transport Han, thus facilitating a swift getaway with the tailed beast. Planning to flee? Not a chance, Deidara shouted, preparing to launch an attack against Obito. However, Obito remained unfazed, activating Kamui to unleash a flurry of shurikens to thwart Deidara and his companions, and subsequently vanished with Han, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 107. The Changes in Rain Hidden Village. Reunion with Nagato. Where is the enemy? Inoki inquired anxiously. Just as Obito departed, Naruto arrived on the scene with Inoki. Kuratsuchi, with a sorrowful expression, informed Inoki, "Grandfather, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, has been captured by Obito." Upon hearing this, Inoki furrowed his brow and sternly questioned, "What? How could so many of you fail to stop Obito?" Inoki's demeanor was tinged with anger. He was deeply distressed as the remaining tailed beasts in the village had been lost, which was a devastating blow to Iwagakure. Kuratsuchi explained with anguish, "Grandfather, Obito is simply too powerful. We were unable to hinder him. Had it not been for Deidara's timely arrival, we would have suffered even more casualties, and you might never have seen your granddaughter again." Hearing this, Inoki turned to Deidara, momentarily at a loss for words to express his gratitude. Deidara, however, waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's all right, old man, there's no need for such formality. Just don't belittle my art in the future." Inoki nodded and surveyed the ruins of a Wagakure, filled with a sense of reflection. Taking a deep breath, he commanded the ninjas, Kuratsuchi, Akatsuchi, "Gather everyone to clear the battlefield and rebuild the village." Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi responded in unison, "Yes." They promptly led the other ninjas into action, clearing debris, repairing structures, and tending to the injured. The entire Wagakure was enveloped in a bustling and orderly atmosphere. Under Inoki's warm hospitality, Naruto visited the center of a Wagakure, the Tsuchikage building. The architecture of a Wagakure was primarily rocky, and the Tsuchikage building resembled a massive mound of earth. Inoki proposed, "Naruto, I hope to form an alliance with Konoha to confront Obito together. I need to report this to Tsunade-sensei first," Naruto replied. After summoning Fukasaku using a summoning technique to convey the situation and Inoki's request to Jiraiya, the process went smoothly, leading to a successful alliance between Konoha and a Wagakure. Following a brief tour of the village, Naruto bid farewell and departed. After leaving, Naruto planned to visit his senior brother Nagato and senior sister Konan. As the border between the land of rain and the land of earth was not far, and he was concerned that Obito might attempt to seize the Rinnegan. As Naruto strolled through the rain-hidden village, the sky remained overcast, though it was no longer perpetually rainy. The village was characterized by towering buildings, predominantly constructed of steel. It could be described as the most artistically vibrant location in the Naruto world, brimming with heavy metal and surreal architectural styles. While wandering, he noticed a group of children who caught sight of him and hurriedly fled. However, shortly after, they returned with another individual. "Sister Konan, is this outsider a bad person?" The children inquired curiously. Konan smiled gently and replied, "No, I know him. He is not an outsider." Naruto greeted Konan with a smile. "Sister Konan." She inquired with a grin, "Naruto, what brings you here?" "I came to visit you and brother Nagato," Naruto responded with a smile. "Nagato is inside." "Let me take you there," Konan said, leading the children as they made their way inside. Following her, Naruto entered a classroom filled with children, where he was surprised to see Yahiko, who had been brought back through Edo Tensei, standing at the podium. "Naruto, you seem surprised? This is your brother Yahiko." Like Konan and me, he was also a disciple of Jiraiya, Nagato said as he wheeled himself beside Naruto, gazing at Yahiko. Naruto replied, "No, I had heard about Yahiko from Jiraiya-sensei, but I didn't know he was also brought back through Edo Tensei." Nagato explained, "Oh, that's it." Shortly after we parted ways, Jiraiya came with Tsunade and Orochimaru to perform Edo Tensei on Yahiko and check on my legs. "Nagato, your legs," Naruto said with concern, looking at Nagato still confined to a wheelchair. Konan smiled reassuringly, "Naruto, there's no need to worry. Nagato, like you, is from the Uzumaki clan and possesses immense vitality. After receiving Hashirama's cells, he will regain his strength. Soon, Nagato will be able to walk again." "I see. Then congratulations, brother Nagato," Naruto said, genuinely happy for Nagato's recovery. "Naruto, let's step outside. I need to discuss something with you," Nagato said thoughtfully. Following him, they traversed through the buildings, Nagato seemingly eager to leave the rain-hidden village. Unable to contain his curiosity, Naruto quietly asked, "Brother Nagato, what is it?" Nagato paused, gazing fondly at the towering structures before turning to Naruto. "Naruto, I called you here to help you understand the original intent behind the formation of the Akatsuki," he spoke slowly. "Oh, please, brother Nagato, go on." Naruto listened intently. "Initially, Yahiko, Konan, and I were taken in by Jiraiya-sensei, and we were all immensely grateful to him. Later, we founded the Akatsuki, hoping to resolve conflicts through peaceful negotiations. But all of this was shattered by Danzo. They killed Yahiko, and from that moment, my perspective shifted. I believed that true peace could only be achieved through force. Thus, I created the 6 paths of pain, intending to rule through fear and eliminate the desire for war. However, I now understand that this approach only brings more suffering and hatred. Therefore, I have decided to trust you, believing that you can find a better way to achieve peace." Nagato's eyes brimmed with determination and trust. Listening to Nagato's words, Naruto was deeply moved. He recognized the immense pain and trials Nagato had endured to arrive at this path. Now, Nagato was willing to relinquish past enmities and place his faith in him. Such trust was indeed rare. Naruto clenched his fists and solemnly declared, "Brother Nagato, thank you for your trust. I will strive to seek a true path to peace, allowing everyone to lead a happy life." Nagato smiled faintly and nodded. He knew Naruto possessed a kind heart and would surely succeed. He hoped Naruto's presence would bring new hope to the world. Naruto, the path ahead is yours to forge. Remember, no matter the difficulties you encounter, never abandon your pursuit of peace, Nagato encouraged. Naruto nodded vigorously, I will. And please take good care of Jiraiya-sensei, Konan, and Yahiko while I'm away. With a furrowed brow, he asked, Brother Nagato, why must you leave? Naruto, my Rinnegan possesses a forbidden technique, outer path, samsara of heavenly life, that can resurrect all currently Edo Tensei individuals. I previously mentioned to Konan that after achieving world peace, I would use it to revive Yahiko, but I only shared with her that it would consume a tremendous amount of chakra. What are the side effects of using it? Naruto inquired. Death, Nagato replied flatly. And if you die, you could potentially be brought back through Edo Tensei, right? Nagato seemed to have never considered this. Pausing for a moment before saying, it seems feasible. Naruto smiled. Then it's not entirely unacceptable. It would just be a burden for you, Brother Nagato. Yes, Naruto. But using outer path, samsara of heavenly life requires an immense amount of chakra, especially to resurrect powerful individuals, and I currently lack the strength to revive many. Brother Nagato, may I lend you the Nine Tails chakra? Would that be of any use to you? Nagato shook his head and replied. The outer path reincarnation is inherently a technique that is activated in an instant. Even if I possessed a tailed beast within me, it would only allow me to resurrect one more individual, such as the Sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama. After contemplating for a moment, Naruto inquired, then, Brother Nagato, is it possible for you to embed a command within the Rinnegan? Could it be triggered when someone utilizes the outer path reincarnation, allowing for a large-scale resurrection? Nagato furrowed his brow and responded, it is indeed possible. Are you concerned that someone might steal the Rinnegan and use it? Naruto nodded and smiled, Brother Nagato. For the sake of reviving everyone, are you willing to take a gamble with me? Chapter 108. Yunin Village, true to its name, is situated at a lofty elevation, surrounded by towering mountains and enveloped in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Within the confines of the Reikage building, Darui inquired, Reikage-sama, do we truly not require assistance from Konoha? The fourth Reikage, gritted his teeth and replied, no, we are one of the 5 great ninja villages. Seeking help from Konoha would imply our inferiority. Moreover, our village is not a pushover. We possess the ability to safeguard our own tailed beasts. At that moment, Killer Bee burst in with alarming news. Brother, it's bad. The Wagakure has reported that their 5 tails Jinchuriki has been captured by Abido. The fourth Reikage, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter. What is so bad about that? This is splendid news. After all, Iwagakure had once engaged in a fierce battle with his father, the third Reikage, resulting in the latter's demise after 3 days and nights of conflict. Thus, the 2 villages bore a deep-seated grudge. Killer Bee, however, expressed his concern. But, brother, Abido may next target our tailed beasts. The fourth Reikage dismissed his worries. Do not fret, Killer Bee. Our technology is advanced, and we have surveillance systems in place. Unlike the impoverished Iwagakure, Abido cannot invade us at will. As if in response to his words, an explosion erupted in the distance. After departing from Iwagakure, Abido hurried to Yunin Village, accompanied by the skilled infiltrators Zetsu and Kurizetsu. Under Kurizetsu's guidance, Abido swiftly located the third Reikage's corpse and promptly utilized the reanimation jutsu. Subsequently, he commanded Zetsu to capture the 2 tails Jinchuriki, the Woodman, and the commotion just heard was caused by the dust release, outer path destruction technique. What is happening? The fourth Reikage, upon hearing the disturbance, rushed outside, only to be taken aback by a familiar figure standing before him. Father, he exclaimed, a mix of excitement and urgency in his voice. Enough, enough. Now that you have become Reikage, you must protect the village. Hurry and stop them. Safeguard the tailed beasts within our village. He has summoned me merely to delay you, the third Reikage urged urgently. With that, the third Reikage fell under Abido's control. Losing his will, the fourth Reikage, suppressing his sorrow, called out, quick, Killer Bee and Darui, take our people and assist over there. I will handle this. All right, brother. This place is in your hands. Darui, let us go. Killer Bee responded, taking Darui with him as they departed. Meanwhile, the fourth Reikage engaged in a fierce physical confrontation with the third Reikage. On the other side, Killer Bee and Darui had just begun to fend off the enemies when a terrifying attack struck from the side, knocking down several of the ninjas they had brought along. Darui quickly reacted, shouting, damn it. Where are they? Killer Bee warned. Be careful. That's the second Sachukage's dust release, outer path destruction technique. He must have employed the dustless hidden technique and is hiding nearby. Darui inquired, what about the Woodman? Killer Bee frowned and replied, the Woodman may have already met his end. Excellent analysis, but there is no reward, Obito remarked as he stepped forward, clapping his hands. Just moments ago, the Woodman had narrowly evaded the surprise attack of the dust release technique, thanks to his quick reflexes. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was struck by a shuriken launched by Obito and subsequently ensnared by a wood release technique. The next dust release attack arrived, and in a last-ditch effort, the Woodman activated his tailed beast transformation, but it was to no avail. It was an uneven battle. The unfortunate Woodman was ambushed by Obito and Zetsu before he could prepare himself and was swiftly captured. Damn Obito! Darui seethed. Just as he was about to take action against Obito, Killer Bee restrained him, saying sternly, Darui, you must retreat with the others. This battle is beyond your capability. Darui, anxious, urged, Killer Bee, you go now. Killer Bee commanded, drawing his dual blades and summoning his tailed beast chakra. Very wise, Obito acknowledged with a smile. Obito and Zetsu then launched an attack against Killer Bee, whose objective was to capture the Woodman and Killer Bee without wasting time on other Cloud Ninjas. The two began to exchange blows, with Killer Bee's unique swordsmanship keeping Obito on his toes. Yet, at that moment, Obito grinned, suddenly activating his intangibility and appearing behind Killer Bee before deactivating it and embracing him. Concurrently, a dust release technique was unleashed. Seeing this, Killer Bee immediately countered with his twin blades, attempting to force Obito to release him and enable his escape. But he was thwarted by a snake summoned by Obito that bit him and held him back. Farewell, Killer Bee, Obito laughed heartily. As the dust release, outer path destruction technique neared Killer Bee, Obito activated his intangibility, leaving Killer Bee with no avenue of escape. The Eight Tails was successfully captured as Obito controlled Zetsu and the third Raikage to leave. In Yunin Village, a deafening cry echoed, Obito. The fourth Raikage charged forth in a fit of rage, helplessly watching as Obito, along with the third Raikage and Zetsu, departed. Darui, what of the Woodman and Killer Bee? The fourth Raikage asked, turning to Darui. With a heavy heart, Darui replied, the Woodman has perished. As for Killer Bee, he seems just then, Killer Bee emerged, declaring, I'm here, brother. In a last-ditch effort, Killer Bee had feigned death, escaping at the cost of one of his tentacles. Seeing that Killer Bee was unharmed, the fourth Raikage let out a sigh of relief. Yet, beneath the surface, he seethed with anger. Striking the ground with his fist in frustration, he had underestimated Obito. Yunin Village had not only lost the third Raikage, but also the two tails Jinchuriki, and their tailed beasts were forcibly extracted. Chapter 109. The five Kage Summit. The villages of Awagakure and Kumogakure have both suffered setbacks at the hands of Obito, prompting the third Satsukage, Anoki, and the fourth Raikage, to secretly vow to make Obito pay dearly. Obito's actions have instilled worry in the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and the fifth Mizukage, Meitarumi, regarding the safety of their tailed beasts, having previously endured assaults from the Akatsuki and Obito. Sunagakure and Kirigakure are now more vigilant than ever. Ultimately, the four major ninja villages, embroiled in this conflict, cannot remain indifferent and merely observe the struggle between Konoha and Obito. Thus, the five great ninja villages begin to unite for a five Kage summit. Gathered around a grand round table, the Kage exchange glances, each weighing the gravity of the situation. The fourth Raikage, slams his fist onto the table in fury, gritting his teeth as he declares, Obito is utterly despicable. I will ensure he pays the price for his actions. The sound of his iron-like fist striking the table reverberates through the room, echoing the rage and hatred simmering within him. Tsunade furrows her brow, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes as she retorts sharply, I have long warned you that Obito is a significant threat. When we suggested sending someone to your village for protection or to resurrect the third Raikage using Edo Tensei, you refused to heed our counsel. And now, look where we are. Do you still not comprehend the severity of the situation? Her voice carries a hint of reproach and resignation, reflecting her disappointment in A's earlier decisions. The fourth Raikage grunts dismissively, his eyes betraying skepticism and discontent as he responds curtly, Humph, I have not forgotten that Obito was one of your own from Konoha. How can we trust your intentions? Perhaps this is all a scheme concocted by you. His gaze remains fixed on Tsunade, searching for any sign of weakness in her demeanor. Tsunade's face flushes with anger, and she slams her hand down on the table, glaring at A as she exclaims, "What, fourth Raikage, do you wish to fight? Do not presume that I, Tsunade, am afraid of you." Her presence is commanding, akin to a lion ready to pounce on its foe. The fourth Raikage, undeterred, rises to meet her gaze, his eyes flashing with defiance as he retorts, "If it comes to that, then so be it. Do you think I fear you? Today, I shall show you the might of the Raikage." The air around him crackles with powerful energy, heavy with his indignation. Seeing the escalating tension, Killer B hastily intervenes, urging his brother, "Calm down, brother. We are not here to confront Konoha. Our purpose is to discuss capturing tailed beasts from Obito." Similarly, Shizen and Jiraiya restrain Tsunade, with Shizen imploring, "Lady Tsunade, please, remain composed." Jiraiya adds, "Tsunade, gather yourself. This is a 5 Kage summit. We must unite against Obito." "Indeed. We must join forces against Obito," Meichirome concurs. Raza and Inoki nod in agreement, affirming her statement. Gradually, Tsunade and the fourth Raikage begin to temper their hostility. A then prompts, "Now, Tsunade, considering that Obito was once one of your own, what do you propose we do?" Tsunade replies, "We need to collaborate, potentially uniting the ninja from all 5 villages to confront Obito." The fourth Raikage, astonished, exclaims, "What? Why such drastic measures? Though Obito is a grave threat, do we not have enough elite jonin among the 5 Kage?" Tsunade sighs, "No, perhaps not. During our pursuit of Obito, we encountered a considerable number of white Zetsu, whose strength is comparable to that of jonin. They are scattered everywhere, serving as Obito's eyes and ears. It is likely that there are many more white Zetsu hidden from our sight. We estimate their numbers to be around 10,000. The fourth Raikage's eyes widen in disbelief. "What? So many jonin-level foes? What is Obito's true intention in capturing the tailed beasts?" Tsunade explains, "The Geto Mazo was once summoned by Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, using the Rinnegan. Obito is gathering the tailed beasts sealed within Jinchuriki to fill the Geto Mazo. If he succeeds in inserting all 9 tailed beasts into it, he may create a terrifying entity far more formidable than the 9 tails, the 10 tails." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the other Kage are struck with shock, as they realize that should Obito succeed, it would spell disaster for the entire ninja world. Meanwhile, Obito, unperturbed, is making his way to Kirigakure atop the second Tsuchikage's shoulder. To avoid revealing his location, he considers riding the faster third Raikage instead. However, upon reaching the borders of the Land of Water, Kuro Zetsu receives word from White Zetsu that most of their kind possess low intelligence. Yet, a few have been enhanced by Kuro Zetsu and have become small leaders, capable of communicating telepathically. Kuro Zetsu informs Obito, White Zetsu has spotted Kakashi, Itachi, and Hinata traveling towards Kirigakure. It appears they intend to provide assistance. Obito, perplexed, questions Kakashi and Itachi, along with Hinata, are going to aid Kirigakure? Surely, I must be mistaken. This is because Kirigakure has enmity with both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. The Hyuga clan excels at countering Mist Ninja, while Mist Ninja have the advantage over the Uchiha. Kirigakure is perpetually shrouded in mist, with their ninja often relying on mist jutsu to obscure vision and ambush foes. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan renders the mist jutsu ineffective, coupled with their superior taijutsu, which has led to significant losses for Mist Ninja in the past. Conversely, the mist techniques hinder the Uchiha Sharingan from manifesting its full potential, and the Uchiha's fire release is countered by the mist's water release, resulting in heavy casualties during the Third Shinobi World War when the Uchiha were dispatched to combat Mist Ninja, unaware that the Byakugan has been reclaimed by the Hyuga clan. Obito is baffled by the prospect of the Uchiha and Hyuga aiding Kirigakure, given their historical animosities. Kuro Zetsu, sensing Obito's confusion, remarks, "Obito, do not question their intentions just yet. The 5 great ninja villages are convening for the 5 Kage Summit, likely to discuss a joint strategy against us." The 5 Kage Summit? Obito scoffs, his expression filled with disdain. Were it not for his pressing matters, he would have relished the chance to disrupt their meeting. Kuro Zetsu then asks, "So, Obito, shall we continue to pursue the 6 tails?" Obito falls into contemplation, reluctant to engage with Kakashi and Itachi, not out of camaraderie as fellow Uchiha, but due to the fear of their Manjiki Sharingan. Suddenly, an idea strikes him, and he smiles at Kuro Zetsu. "Kuro Zetsu, the 5 Kage Summit will draw away many powerful individuals, so we should seize the opportunity to claim their eyes." Kuro Zetsu cautions, "Obito, have you forgotten? Naruto is likely with Nagato right now. Who said anything about the Rinnegan? Obito responds, gazing in the direction of Konoha, nostalgia washing over him as he longs for his hometown and family. Kurozetsu. Kurozetsu begins to understand the implications of Obito's words, and even he feels the weight of Obito's determination. Chapter 110. Obito's rampage in Konoha. With the assistance of Nun, Obito descended from the skies above Konoha, intent on seizing the territory of the Uchiha clan. However, due to the relocation of the Uchiha clan after their departure from Konoha, Obito was unaware of their exact position, leading to a significant deviation in his landing. In the Hokage's office, Minato, temporarily acting as Hokage, was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of shock. "What is happening?" Kushina inquired, perplexed. Minato responded with a grave demeanor, "Kushina, we have an enemy invasion." He swiftly made arrangements, instructing Jiraiya to notify the various clans. And then, alongside Kushina, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing before Obito. Before Obito could locate his clansmen and seize their Sharingan, he was confronted by Minato's sudden presence. Impressive speed. Obito mocked, "If only my teacher had been this quick back then, Rin might still be alive." Kushina, filled with fury, retorted, "Obito, you wretched beast. Not only did you disrespect your teacher, but you also caused our deaths. What do you want now?" Minato calmly cautioned, "Kushina, be careful. According to the Flying Thunder Goddess sensing, there are two individuals present. Based on recent intel, the other one is likely Nun." "Impressive, teacher. Let me inform you. Nun is currently heading towards the Uchiha clan. What will you do then?" Obito shrugged, revealing that Nun, under his command, had already begun the mission to capture the three-tomo Sharingan. Kushina glared at Obito with fury. "Obito, you monster. What do you intend for Nun to do with the Uchiha clan? Do you wish to harm your own kin?" With a mocking smile, Obito laughed heartily. "Kin? Huh. I tell you, I have no family. I aim to create a world with Rin." Kushina, her eyes wide in disbelief, exclaimed, "Obito, you are truly beyond redemption." Minato furrowed his brow, casting a sharp glance at Obito, then turned to Kushina, saying, "Kushina, you go assist the Uchiha clan. I will handle things here." "Understood." Kushina nodded resolutely, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, Obito interjected, "Did I give you permission to leave, mother?" His voice dripped with a chilling challenge. As Obito's words fell, he utilized Kamui to release the third Reikage from an alternate dimension. The third Reikage materialized before Kushina, blocking her path. Seeing the Reikage before her, Kushina's expression soured, a hint of bitterness crossing her face. At that instant, two figures arrived promptly. "Leave this to me," Guy declared confidently, flashing a brilliant smile. "Kushina, hurry. Let the teacher, Guy, and me handle this," Kakashi urged. Kushina cast a grateful glance at Kakashi, nodded, and swiftly departed. Seeing the third Reikage distracted by Guy and Kushina gone, Obito bellowed at Kakashi, "Kakashi, you worthless fool who failed to protect Rin. I should have dealt with you years ago." Kakashi replied, "Obito, you have committed heinous acts that led to our teacher's demise. I vowed before him to avenge his death, and I will kill you." Obito, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Kakashi, you are a hypocrite. Do you really believe yourself to be a good person? You are nothing but selfish." Kakashi's gaze hardened, and he coldly responded, "Obito, no matter what you say, my resolve will not waver. I will prove my beliefs through my actions and show you what true justice is." Their eyes locked, sparks seemingly igniting in the air as the tension mounted, heralding an imminent fierce battle. Minato, with a sorrowful gaze fixed upon Obito, asked, "Obito, why did you unleash the Ninetales when Kushina was giving birth all those years ago?" It is of no consequence to share," Obito replied. "For my plan, I must acquire tailed beasts. With that, I can realize the Eye of the Moon plan, and you will be reborn in the world of Tsukuyami." "Tsukuyami? The Eye of the Moon plan?" Minato questioned, puzzled. Noticing the confusion on Minato and Kakashi's faces, Obito refrained from elaborating further, instead using Kamui to release the reanimated Kin and Jin, commanding them to confront Kakashi. With a derisive smile directed at Minato, Obito sneered, "Teacher, do not think I will fall for the Flying Thunder God again." Obito then launched an assault on Minato with a fire release, Great Fireball technique. Minato evaded effortlessly, hurling kunai at Obito. Confident in his newly enhanced abilities, Obito believed he could counter Minato's Flying Thunder God. At the moment of their clash, Minato's figure vanished. Obito confidently turned to glance at the kunai behind him, summoning snakes for a direct attack, only to be met with a look of mild shock. Where did he go? Flying Thunder God, Third stage. Minato suddenly reappeared atop the kunai, bringing down a Rasengan upon Obito. Descending from above, Minato had not used the kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God, but instead transferred to another mark, deceiving his adversary before returning to the kunai. With smoke billowing, Obito, somewhat apprehensive, retreated, having used snakes to block the assault, thus avoiding harm. Watching the third Raikage and the reanimated Kin and Jin struggle, Obito felt a surge of retreating thoughts. Gritting his teeth, he aimed Kimui at Kakashi, attempting to sever Kakashi's head from his body. Kakashi, be careful. Minato, perceiving the danger, immediately used Flying Thunder God to reach Kakashi's side, pulling him away from that perilous space. Seizing the opportunity, Obito converged with Kin and Jin, utilizing Kimui to withdraw. Minato, witnessing the scene, transported himself and Kakashi to Guy's side, intending to seal the third Raikage and prevent Obito from making off with him. Obito, clenching his teeth, had no choice but to abandon the third Raikage, recognizing that escaping was paramount. He sought to enter the Kimui space, but was persistently hindered by Minato's Flying Thunder God. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nun was also facing difficulties in Obito's perception, obstructed by Fugaku and Kushina, having failed to secure even a single three-tomo Sharingan, and was embroiled in a fierce struggle. Chapter 111. No, the still waters are dark. In the midst of turmoil in Konoha, Obito found himself cornered. Yet he was unwilling to concede defeat. He ventured to the Uchiha clan's territory, intending to rendezvous with the entity known as Mugen and escape together. Under Obito's manipulation, the reanimated third Raikage adopted an offensive strategy, neglecting defense. Meanwhile, Minato could not afford to remain idle. He promptly sealed the third Raikage before pursuing Obito. On another front, although Mugen was shrouded by the concealment of a dust storm, effectively masking his chakra and presence, he was not truly insubstantial, nor was he invincible. Unfortunately for him, just as Kakashi had pressed the alert button to notify the village, Fugaku, Hayashi, and Shikaku were the first to respond, leading the guard team to defend Konoha. The guard unit had undergone reforms, now comprising not only members of the Uchiha clan, but also the Hyuga clan, Inuzuka, and others. Consequently, Mugen's movements were laid bare under the scrutiny of the Hyuga's Byakugan. Utilizing Susanoo, Fugaku, guided by the Hyuga's insights and his Sharingan's dynamic vision, could keenly perceive Mugen's actions, thwarting his advance into the Uchiha territory and interrupting his dust release technique. Soon after, Kushina arrived, coordinating with the Hyuga clan to unleash the adamantine sealing chains, forcing Mugen into a defensive retreat. In such dire circumstances, Mugen found himself continually evading Kushina's sealing techniques and Fugaku's Susanoo's blade from the skies. At this point, not only was it challenging for Mugen to infiltrate the Uchiha estate to seize Sharingan, but even self-preservation was becoming increasingly difficult. Upon arriving at the scene, Obito unleashed a barrage of shuriken through Kimui and employed the shuriken shadow clone technique, showering the Konoha guard with indiscriminate attacks. Fugaku immediately activated Susanoo to shield himself. Seizing this opportunity, Obito joined forces with Mugen, initiating the Uchiha fire formation before activating the Kamui dimension to make their escape. Don't let him get away. Fugaku and Kushina exclaimed in anger. Fugaku wielded Susanoo's blade to violently breach Obito's barrier, while Kushina swiftly followed up with the adamantine sealing chains to assault him. Obito smirked, confident that although his Kamui dimension momentarily paused, Mugen could withstand the attacks. Mugen utilized Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall combined with Heavy Stone technique to form an exceptionally thick wall, successfully blocking Kushina's assault. Just as Obito was about to return to the Kamui dimension, he suddenly heard Kushina's voice. Minato, take down Obito decisively. It became evident that Minato had no intention of allowing Obito to escape, targeting both the third Raikage and Obito. Stealthily, Minato employed the shadow clone technique, dispatching a clone to closely pursue Obito and prevent his escape. Shadow Clone, Flying Thunder God Slash. As Obito beheld Minato's abrupt appearance, he refused to abandon the impending Kamui dimension. Instead, he hastily raised his arm to defend. Teacher, you truly are cunning, Obito shouted in fury. Ultimately, Minato severed a portion of Obito's arm, yet failed to prevent him from activating the Kamui dimension and departing with Mugen. At that moment, Minato had just completed sealing the reanimated third Raikage and swiftly appeared beside Kushina. Minato, did you let Obito go? Kushina and Fugaku rushed to inquire anxiously. Minato shook his head and produced the severed arm he had just claimed from Obito. Isn't that the severed arm from Danzo? Fugaku exclaimed with astonishment. Taking the arm from Minato for a closer inspection, the Sharingan embedded within the arm were all closed, suggesting that Obito had perished numerous times, exhausting his Izanagi. Fugaku's expression turned grave. Upon hearing this, Minato furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening. Minato, it seems Obito's visit was aimed directly at our Uchiha clan. Could it be that he intends to replenish his Sharingan? Fugaku spoke in a somber tone, his eyes filled with indignation. Minato nodded in agreement, his expression reflecting concern. Fugaku clenched his fists, his face contorted with anger. He felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction and outrage towards Obito's actions. Damn it! Obito was once a member of the Uchiha clan, and now he dares to target his own kin. I will not allow him to succeed. Minato placed a reassuring hand on Fugaku's shoulder. Rest assured, Fugaku. I will do everything in my power to safeguard Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Obito's schemes shall not prevail. Fugaku took a deep breath, calming his emotions. He gazed at Minato with gratitude before stowing away the severed arm. Thank you, Minato. However, this matter must be resolved swiftly. We cannot allow Obito to continue threatening our Uchiha clan. Fugaku asserted resolutely. By the way, Fugaku, are you familiar with the world of Tsukuyomi? Minato inquired. Fugaku responded with surprise. Minato, why do you ask? Who mentioned this? Minato rested his chin thoughtfully, sensing something amiss. Serious, Minato stated. Fugaku. Obito's objective in collecting tailed beasts is to implement the Eye of the Moon plan, creating a world of Tsukuyomi. If you possess any information, please share it with us. Fugaku replied, Minato, I understand. I will divulge everything I know. Within our Uchiha clan, there exists a mysterious stone tablet, rumored to have been left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. This tablet is regarded as a family secret treasure, accessible only to the clan's leaders across generations. Even more astonishingly, to decipher the tablet's contents, one must possess the Manjikyu Sharingan. The tablet contains methods to enhance the Sharingan, specifically by killing one's closest kin. This notion is chilling, yet I remain skeptical of its authenticity. Additionally, the tablet records the evolution methods for the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and the Rinnegan. It also mentions that by merging the powers of the Senju and Uchiha clans, one can attain tremendous strength, which may indeed hold truth. After injecting genetic enhancement agents into myself, Shursui, Itachi, and Sasuke, our powers significantly increased. Not only that, but the side effects of the Manjikyu Sharingan also diminished considerably. Lastly, there is a crucial concept, infinite Tsukuyomi. According to the information left by the Sage of Six Paths, he dedicated himself to enabling future generations to realize this goal. The tablet states that infinite Tsukuyomi is the sole path to achieving peace in the ninja world, creating a dream world filled with ideals and beautiful fantasies. To realize infinite Tsukuyomi, one must gather the Rinnegan, the outer path deity statue, and the nine-tailed beasts. Listening intently, Minato solemnly remarked, Fugaku, is this information genuinely left by the Sage of Six Paths? His tone was filled with doubt and curiosity. Fugaku furrowed his brow and slowly replied, to be honest, I am uncertain. The history of this tablet is so ancient that its origins cannot be traced. However, based on my research and understanding, this information is likely connected to the Sage of Six Paths. Minato pondered for a moment before expressing his gratitude to Fugaku. Thank you, Fugaku. This information is immensely significant. I will promptly relay it to Tsunade and the others, enabling them to make more informed decisions. Chapter 112. The five great nations are on the verge of forming a ninja alliance in a dimly lit underground space. Obito pressed his hand against his wound, his eyes shimmering with unwavering fervor. He murmured softly, wait for me, Sensei, Kakashi. I will certainly realize the infinite Tsukuyomi. Beside him, Kaguya, observing Obito's fervent demeanor, hastily cautioned. Obito, do not move. I am currently reattaching your arm. With utmost care, Kaguya affixed a segment of the white Zetsu's arm to Obito's body, diligently adjusting its position before proceeding to bandage it. At that moment, Kaguya's tone shifted to a somber note as he informed Obito, I have some unfortunate news. The 5 Kage Summit has just concluded, and the 5 great ninja villages have decided to form a ninja alliance. Upon hearing this, Obito furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. He understood that if the 5 great ninja villages truly united to establish an alliance, it would pose a monumental challenge for the Akatsuki organization. Without hesitation, Obito replied, "No, we must prevent them at all costs." Kagaya, perplexed, inquired, "But Obito, what should we do to thwart their plans?" After a moment of contemplation, Obito fixed his sharp gaze on Kagaya and coldly commanded, "Kagaya, I have a task for you." He paused briefly before continuing, "Go and create some chaos in the shadows. If possible, capture the feudal lords and threaten them to abandon their plans for the Ninja Alliance." Stunned by Obito's orders, Kagaya widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, You want me to do it alone?" Obito's expression darkened, his displeasure evident as he retorted, "What? Are you unwilling?" Kagaya quickly shook his head and fervently responded, "No, I am willing." With that, Kagaya's figure swiftly melded into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Obito watched Kagaya depart, his gaze flickering with a complex light, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Naruto and Nagato were engrossed in a discussion about the perfect method for utilizing the outer path, samsara of heavenly life. During their conversation, Naruto proposed various strategies, such as Nagato using the outer path, samsara of heavenly life followed by Izanagi, or employing the impure world reincarnation. The audacious suggestions from Naruto left Nagato momentarily stunned. However, Orochimaru was currently with Sasuke in the Rigakur learning Senjutsu. Otherwise, he could have been consulted on how to dance around the Reaper. Ultimately, Naruto suggested that Nagato absorb Obito's collected tailed beasts through the outer path, Geto statue to transform into a formidable Jinchuriki, capable of resurrecting everyone in one fell swoop using the outer path, samsara of heavenly life. This proposal garnered Nagato's enthusiastic support, as it required the sacrifice of just one life for the sake of all, and its feasibility was high. Naruto, however, hesitated to suggest that Nagato relinquish his Rinnegan, fearing that it could easily fall into the hands of Obito or Madara, as giving the Rinnegan to Nagato would undoubtedly entail traps. Even the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Obito, and Madara had fallen victim to Kagaya's schemes. It was entirely possible that Kagaya's spores were already present within Nagato, allowing for potential manipulation at any moment. Nevertheless, Naruto found some solace in the fact that, upon his suggestion, Nagato had already set a special directive for the Rinnegan, awaiting the right moment to be triggered. At that moment, the toad perched on Naruto's shoulders suddenly spoke, revealing the contents of the 5 Kage Summit and the plan to form a ninja alliance. Alarmed by this revelation, Naruto realized the gravity of the situation and turned to Nagato, saying, "Nagato, it seems a 4th Great Ninja War may be imminent. Would you like to join me to investigate?" Upon hearing the phrase 4th Great Ninja War, Nagato slightly furrowed his brow, an array of complex emotions surging within him. After a moment of contemplation, Nagato slowly nodded and replied, "Very well, I will inform Konan and Yahiko first." Before long, Konan and Yahiko arrived. Yahiko approached with enthusiasm, greeting Naruto with familiarity. "You must be Naruto, right?" "Hello. I heard from Nagato that a 4th Great Ninja War may be on the horizon." Naruto smiled and nodded, responding, "Yes, Yahiko." Yahiko's expression turned resolute as he proclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Have we forgotten the original intent of our Akatsuki organization? To achieve world peace and create an era where everyone can understand one another? Perhaps this war is our opportunity to realize that ideal." Naruto's eyes sharpened, his fists clenching tightly as he replied, "Indeed, Yahiko. We cannot stand idly by. This war concerns the future of the entire world. We must do our part to prevent it." A day later, Naruto and his companions appeared at the front lines, their eyes filled with anticipation as they surveyed their surroundings. "Naruto, Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, you have arrived," Jiraiya exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. "You have come at the right time. You and Nagato are our primary protection targets. We have learned of Obito's plans. He is now only a step away from the infinite Tsukuyomi, requiring just the Rinnegan and the 1 tail, 6 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails." Naruto smiled and replied, "Understood, Jiraiya-sensei. You won't impose any restrictions on my freedom, will you?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya let out a bitter laugh, then turned serious as he looked at Naruto, earnestly replying, "I'm afraid there will indeed be some limitations. From now on, wherever you and Nagato go, you must report your whereabouts to us and ensure you can be contacted at all times. This is for your safety." Naruto felt distressed. He had not anticipated such requirements. At that moment, Yahiko chimed in with a smile, "Jiraiya-sensei, is there anything we can assist you with?" Jiraiya frowned and replied, "Yahiko, there is currently no progress. We have submitted the plan to form the Ninja Alliance to the feudal lords of the 5 great nations, and we have just received their consent. Now, we must await the return of the 5 Kage to their respective villages to organize the ninjas for battle, which will take a considerable amount of time. Yahiko expressed his disappointment, saying, "Is there truly nothing we can do to help?" Jiraiya reassured him with a smile. "Do not fear. There will be tasks to undertake soon. In a few days, the Ninja Alliance will gather here. If you are eager, you can assist in preparing supplies." Yahiko responded with a smile, "Of course." Thus, Naruto and his companions joined the preparations for war, although Naruto was preoccupied with thoughts on how to perfectly eliminate the feudal lords. He inquired of Jiraiya-sensei, "Do the feudal lords require special protection? After all, the enemy may very well target them." Jiraiya chuckled softly, reassuringly stating, "Naruto, you need not worry about that. We have assigned special personnel to ensure the safety of the feudal lords. Should any disturbances arise, we will take immediate action." Furrowing his brow, Naruto expressed his concerns. "But Jiraiya-sensei, Obito's abilities are exceedingly difficult to guard against. If he discovers the location of the feudal lords, the consequences could be dire. Could you disclose the specific location to me? That way, I would feel more secure." Jiraiya's expression grew grave. He understood that Naruto's concerns were not unfounded. Trusting Naruto, he nodded slowly and said, "All right, Naruto, since you are so insistent, I will reveal to you the location and protective measures for the feudal lords. But remember, this is confidential information and must not be leaked." A determined glint flashed in Naruto's eyes as he solemnly nodded in understanding. Jiraiya lowered his voice and divulged the precise location of the feudal lords and the precautions in place. Naruto listened intently to every detail, silently strategizing his countermeasures. Chapter 113. The disappearance of the feudal lords in a secluded realm. An imposing and magnificent palace stands resolutely atop an unyielding cliff. Surrounding this palace are steep precipices that form a natural barrier, effectively preventing any intrusion from the outside world. This secluded place serves as the refuge for the feudal lords. To ensure their safety, Mizukage Terumi May personally leads an elite force that patrols tirelessly around the clock. They remain ever vigilant, meticulously observing their surroundings to shield the lords from any potential threats. In such a state of heightened alert, even a solitary bird would find it arduous to breach this territory. However, beneath this seemingly impenetrable defense, Naruto stealthily infiltrates the distant reaches of the palace. He has gleaned the intricate layout protecting the lords from Jiraiya. As for why Terumi May continues to safeguard the lords as in the original narrative, Naruto speculates that it must be the lord's own choice. They possess a rather vague understanding of a ninja's capabilities and have opted for a protector who aligns with their aesthetic standards. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, Naruto contemplates his next move. He plans to utilize a transformation technique to assume the guise of a resurrected Danzo, enabling him to infiltrate the palace and eliminate the lords in one fell swoop. Naruto does not wish to perpetually shift the blame onto Danzo, but coincidentally, Danzo happens to be an adept user of wind techniques, which aligns with Naruto's chakra affinity. Thus, should Naruto employ wind-based ninjutsu against the lords, it would be challenging for others to suspect him, as they would perceive Danzo, resurrected by Obito, as an adversary. Moreover, as the formation of a ninja alliance looms, Naruto understands the critical significance of the lords to the overarching conflict. If Danzo, resurrected, were to launch a sudden assault and slay the lords, coupled with Obito's recent maneuvers, it is easy to imagine that other nations would instinctively lay the blame at Obito's feet, believing him to be manipulating the resurrected Danzo to threaten the dissolution of the Ninja Alliance and disrupt the morale of the troops. As Naruto prepares to act, a figure emerges, causing him to halt. It is Kagaya's manifestation, Black Zetsu, whose presence feels rather conspicuous. Black Zetsu inadvertently exposes himself before the guards, subsequently drawing Terumi May's attention. A skirmish ensues between Black Zetsu and Terumi May's forces. Well played, Black Zetsu. Allow me to lend you a hand. Naruto silently praises the timely arrival of Black Zetsu. Seizing the opportunity while Terumi May and her guards are preoccupied, Naruto stealthily slips into the palace. How noisy. It's utterly distracting. One of the lords grumbles, his brow furrowed in irritation as he squints at his cards, clearly displeased by the unexpected commotion. Outside, the battle rages fiercely, with thunderous roars and tremors shaking the palace, causing small fragments of plaster to fall from the ceiling. Yet, the lords remain blissfully unconcerned. continuing their card game as if the chaos beyond their walls were of no consequence. Having lived lives of unparalleled privilege and ease, they have long forgotten the source of their opulence. They exhibit no concern for the possibility of an intruder breaching the palace, nor do they care about those valiantly protecting them outside. Instead, they are more preoccupied with their game, expressing annoyance at the disruptions. How infuriating! These fools have ruined our good mood. Another lord exclaims in frustration. Oblivious to the peril surrounding them, they continue to bicker while playing cards. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberates through the room, and smoke fills the air as Naruto bursts through the ceiling, standing before the lords. Who are you? How dare you intrude without our permission? One lord coughs and bellows angrily. At this moment, Naruto has transformed into the resurrected Danzo, and as he gazes upon the feeble lords, he smiles and brandishes his kunai, commencing a merciless slaughter. Stay back. Someone, call the ninjas for help. One lord finally exclaims in terror, the first to react. Due to their esteemed status, the lords had previously shunned the presence of ninjas, insisting they remain outside. Now, faced with danger, they plead for the very ninjas they had dismissed to come to their aid. Naruto shows no mercy, swiftly dispatching the first lord to meet his demise. Help? With the first casualty, the remaining lords finally grasp the gravity of their situation and begin to panic, abandoning their attempts to intimidate Naruto in favor of fleeing in terror. However, these lords, accustomed to a life of luxury, are ill-equipped to escape Naruto's relentless pursuit. With his kunai in hand, Naruto ruthlessly claims the lives of the lords one by one. How dare you? I am a lord. They protest. But their status holds no sway with Naruto. Like a wraith, he weaves effortlessly among them, his weapon gleaming ominously. It does not take long for the lords to realize their pleas for mercy and threats are futile, and they begin to resist desperately. Yet, ultimately, they are merely ordinary individuals, no match for Naruto's prowess. In mere moments, Naruto has incapacitated all the lords, leaving a gruesome tableau of bloodshed in his wake. The room is thick with the stench of carnage, the lords' lifeless bodies sprawled across the floor in a horrific sight. Naruto stands amidst the sanguine pool, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At that moment, the door is flung open from the outside. Lords, upon witnessing the slaughter of their esteemed charges, a group of ninjas is seized by panic as they turn to face Naruto. Danzo! It's Danzo! They shout in furious recognition. In response, Naruto unleashes a powerful wind technique, the Great Wind Wave, sending the ninjas hurtling against the wall, and he vanishes without a trace. The ninjas, bloodied and bruised, realize the gravity of the situation and rush to report back to Terumi-Mei. Hearing the news while engaged in battle with Black Zetsu, Terumi-Mei feels a surge of alarm. Obito, you fiend! How could you slay the lords? She seethes with rage. What? Black Zetsu responds, bewildered. Terumi-Mei, filled with fury, commands, Chojuro, capture him. Do not let him escape. Yes, Mizukage. Chojuro replies, wielding his large sword as he cleaves through Black Zetsu's wooden barriers. Swiftly confronting him, he strikes Black Zetsu in half, while Terumi-Mei employs her lava release to seal off Black Zetsu's escape. Seeing the predicament, Black Zetsu has no choice but to detach from White Zetsu's body and slip into the ground, evading capture. Chapter 114. The renowned names buried by the dust of history at the 5 Kage Summit. The fourth Hokage, slammed his fist on the table in fury and exclaimed, Kuratsuchi, your negligence has led to the demise of all the daimyos. What punishment do you deserve? Kuratsuchi, her gaze dimmed, replied, I am willing to accept any punishment. The fourth Hokage, retorted, this is no small matter. And do you think you have a say in this, Naruto? Naruto, feeling a twinge of guilt, interjected on Kuratsuchi's behalf, why shouldn't I have a say? Should we engage in another battle to measure our strengths? Besides, your father, the third Hokage, was sealed by my father, Minato Namikaze. I think we should give you some time. O is infuriated, pointing an accusatory finger at Naruto. You. Tsunade interjected sharply, enough. Stop bickering. We will discuss Kuratsuchi's punishment later. What we need now is to stabilize the morale of our troops. A stubbornly insisted. How can we delay? Tsunade, I believe Kuratsuchi should be dealt with immediately. The daimyos have been killed. Who will provide us with military funding? Who will finance our ninja missions? What will become of us? Tsunade, her anger boiling, commanded, silence. I am the commander of this ninja coalition. Our priority is to swiftly organize the alliance to confront Obito and ensure that the perpetrator is brought to justice. You all know Obito's goal of capturing the tailed beasts. If he succeeds in his Moon Eye plan, the ninja world is doomed. This is an urgent matter. The death of the daimyos pales in comparison. We must downplay their deaths to stabilize the morale of our forces and thwart Obito's schemes. Having said this, they fell silent, refraining from further argument. Naruto, witnessing Tsunade's commanding presence, felt a surge of admiration. He smiled, realizing that the deaths of the daimyos would likely have minimal impact amidst the chaos of war. With no daimyos left, Naruto was relieved at the prospect of not being governed by a cadre of powerless individuals. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, Obito sinisterly praised Black Zetsu. You did splendidly by eliminating all the daimyos. Black Zetsu, unimpressed, replied, Obito, spare me your praise. I do not even know who the culprit is. Please refrain from teasing me. Obito continued, all right, Black Zetsu, your role is to sow discord within the ninja coalition's ranks. Black Zetsu, somewhat disgruntled with Obito's orders, nonetheless began to infiltrate the underground. As Obito observed Black Zetsu depart, he made his way towards the Hidden Mist Village. Within the Hidden Mist Village, due to Kuratsuchi's failure to protect the daimyos, the populace was rife with anxiety and faced tremendous public scrutiny. Obito stealthily infiltrated the village but was quickly discovered by Itachi, Shisui, and the second Mizukage, Minma. Surprised by their detection, Obito activated his Kimyui, summoning his creations, Zetsu, and the two others. Minma, recognizing his lifelong rival, exclaimed, the bandaged man. Zetsu retorted, little mustache. Minma shot back, bandaged man, you wretched fiend. Even in death, you cannot find peace. You truly are a troublesome character. Obito smiled faintly, engaging in a battle with Zetsu and Minma. Suddenly, upon seeing Itachi's eyes widen to reveal the Manjiki Sharingan, blood flowed from Itachi's eyes. Obito's heart raced. This was perilous. Upon reopening his eyes, Obito found himself ensnared in a dark, inkwash painting realm, bound to a pillar, as crows swirled around him, coalescing into 5 figures of Itachi. Confused, Obito pondered, where is this? It is the Tsukuyomi world, a Jinjutsu realm where time, space, and matter are under my control. Here, I am invincible, the 5 Itachis declared, brandishing knives and relentlessly stabbing at Obito's heart. Obito suppressed his groans, enduring the torment. He roared, the Tsukuyomi world I envisioned is not like this. A world without Rin is unnecessary. In an instant, a ray of light pierced the dark Tsukuyomi realm, startling Itachi as Obito, through sheer willpower, forcefully broke free from the Jinjutsu. Gasping as cold sweat dripped down his brow, Obito immediately activated his intangibility to evade Shirsue's kunai aimed at him. Thankfully, the brief diversion created by Zetsu had bought him precious moments. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated by Itachi and Shirsue. With a sigh of relief, Obito's gaze turned wary towards Itachi. He was indeed cunning. Having been caught off guard once, he would not allow it to happen again. Not wishing to be entangled further with Shirsue and Itachi, Obito focused on his target, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, Yutaka. Shirsue, realizing Obito's intent, swiftly used the body flicker technique to reach Yutaka first and whisk him away. Itachi stood in their path, and Obito, gritting his teeth, charged at Itachi, determined to eliminate him first. However, as Obito approached Itachi, the latter transformed into a swarm of crows, obscuring Obito's vision. In that moment, Zetsu's dust release, 1,000 years of pain and Minma's vapor technique wreaked havoc, causing widespread destruction. Shirsue and Itachi activated their Susanoo to defend themselves, while Obito seized the opportunity to rush towards Shirsue. Seeing this, Shirsue activated his Susanoo to protect Yutaka and make their escape. Just then, Zetsu's dust release struck Shirsue's Susanoo, causing it to dissipate. Obito swiftly closed the gap, aiming to capture Yutaka directly, but Yutaka transformed into his tailed beast form. Shirsue, vigilant, kept a watchful eye on the scene. In response, Obito summoned his resurrected ally, Hanzo, and the explosive ninjutsu user, Kuro, intending to deploy them in the ongoing ninja conflict. Obito commanded Hanzo to release poison gas, while Kuro unleashed explosive techniques, the detonating earth punch, striking Yutaka and creating a massive explosion. Shirsue could only resort to his Susanoo once more for defense, while Itachi was momentarily detained by the dual threat of Zetsu and Kuro. As Shirsue endured the assault from 3 adversaries, he suddenly succumbed to the poison, his chakra faltering, and he could no longer maintain his Susanoo. Seizing the moment, Obito directed Kuro to deliver a powerful strike to Yutaka, sending him flying. Obito rushed to Yutaka's side, capturing him, but just as he turned to confront Shisui and Itachi, a voice echoed, "Water style, great waterfall technique." Kisame arrived with the 7 ninja swordsmen to the rescue, while Itachi dashed forward, and Zetsu attempted to intercept. At this moment, Obito's Manjiki Sharingan bled from overuse, and gritting his teeth, he ordered Hanzo to stall Kisame and his team while Kuro held off Shisui. Obito activated his Kamui, creating a spatial rift, and escaped with Zetsu. Chapter 115. The official establishment of the Ninja Allied Forces. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. During this period, countless white Zetsu infiltrated various ninja villages by employing the technique of the mayfly, cunningly disguising themselves as the local ninjas or as ninjas from rival villages. They stealthily penetrated the enemy's defenses, and when the moment was ripe, these imposters would strike mercilessly when the unsuspecting ninjas let their guard down. Medical ninjas and logistical personnel became prime targets, suffering substantial losses in medical supplies and resources. The inability to distinguish friend from foe plunged the entire situation into chaos. The ninjas, attacked by the white Zetsu, were left bewildered and despairing, unaware of why they were targeted. Moreover, the actions of the white Zetsu incited discord and conflict among the various ninja villages. As some white Zetsu masqueraded as ninjas from villages with strained relations, the ninjas found it increasingly difficult to ascertain the authenticity of their comrades, breeding suspicion and wariness among the villages. The situation grew ever more tense, leaving even the strategist of the Ninja Allied Forces, Kakashi, overwhelmed and perplexed. It was then that Naruto stepped forward, asserting his intent to find a solution. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, Naruto traveled to each ninja village, disseminating the chakra of the 9 tails among the 5 great villages. With the ability to sense malice, he identified the hidden white Zetsu within the ranks of the ninjas. His efforts significantly alleviated the crisis, and during this time, Naruto also forged closer ties with the ninjas from the other 4 great villages. One morning, Naruto wearily opened his eyes, languidly lying in bed, reluctant to rise. Over the past 6 months, he had expended vast amounts of chakra to maintain his clones across various ninja villages. Thankfully, with the complete power of the 9 tails now within him, he no longer had to worry about chakra depletion, possessing a remarkable 138 chakra points. However, the fatigue from sustaining so many clones around the clock remained considerable. At that moment, Kushina approached Naruto, smiling gently as she reminded him, "Naruto, it's time to get up. Today marks the day of the Ninja Allied Forces Assembly." With thoughts of reuniting with everyone, Naruto's excitement surged. "All right, Mom." After finishing his breakfast, he made his way to a grand hall reminiscent of the Korin Tower from Dragon Ball, where 80,000 ninjas had already gathered below, divided into 5 teams. While the 5 captains, Darui, Inoki, Kakashi, Gaara, and Samurai Mitsu, stood above. Despite Gaara's youth, a wave of dissent arose from the crowd, expressing doubts about his capability to lead. However, this was met with rebuttals from Tsunagakure, asserting that Gaara's tailed beast seal, reinforced by Naruto, would not pose a threat. Moreover, with the assistance of Rashi, Kuratsuchi, and Yashimaru, Gaara's relations with Tsunagakure had improved. Nevertheless, the crowd grew restless, the atmosphere thick with tension, as long-standing rivalries made unity elusive. Tsunade furrowed her brow as she addressed Rashi, her tone grave. "Rashi, how could you let such a young child take on the role of captain?" Rashi, his expression somber, replied, "And what of it? You 4 Kages refused to step onto the battlefield, and those resurrected by the Edo Tensei cannot assume leadership. Should I take the reins myself? As a Kage, it would be beneath my dignity to lead a mere squad. I cannot do that. Besides, Naruto is also young, yet you allowed him to be the overall commander." Tsunade retorted, "That is entirely different. While Naruto may be young, his contributions have been monumental. Without him, the white Zetsu would have already succeeded, and we might have descended into infighting before even forming the allied forces. Naruto's strength and connections have grown immensely. His situation is not at all comparable to Gaara's." Seeing the argument between Rashi and Tsunade escalating, Naruto chuckled and interjected, "All right, Gaara possesses commendable strength as well. I will ensure his safety. Let me step outside for a moment." Outside, the clamor persisted, with voices raised in protest. "How can we let a mere child be captain?" One questioned loudly. "Indeed, he is just a child. How could he shoulder such responsibility?" Another echoed. At that moment, a sand ninja stood up, declaring, "Do not forget. Gaara is the Jinchuriki of Shikaku." This statement ignited a stir among the crowd. What? He is a Jinchuriki? That sounds perilous. We do not wish to ally with such a monster. Silence. Naruto's voice boomed, resonating like thunder and commanding the attention of the entire assembly. As Naruto emerged, the mood shifted, for his presence was influential. He was the boy who had bested the fourth Raikage at the tender age of 3. Over the past 6 months, he had tirelessly exposed the hidden white Zetsu, earning the respect and admiration of the ninjas around him. Greetings, everyone. I am the overall commander of the ninja allied forces. Naruto announced as he approached Gaara, exchanging a smile with him. Gaara and I are of the same age, and I too am a Jinchuriki. Being young does not equate to weakness, nor does being a Jinchuriki imply danger. After patting Gaara on the shoulder, he addressed the assembly. Though Gaara is young, he possesses formidable strength and wisdom, making him more than capable of leading. I believe he will guide us to victory. Gaara, touched by Naruto's words, revealed a determined and confident gaze that stirred the hearts of those present. Do not worry. I will prove myself to you, Gaara stated, his voice calm, yet powerful, imbued with unwavering resolve. As he spoke, the initial dissenters began to quiet, realizing that this young boy might indeed possess the potential to be an exceptional leader. With the tension in the ninja allied forces beginning to ease, Naruto seized the moment to rally their spirits. Do you know why we have gathered here? Why we are embarking on this war? After a brief pause, he continued, because we share a common goal, to protect the people and things we cherish. This war is not for personal gain or power. It is to safeguard our homeland and future. Therefore, let us not forget this initial purpose, and together, let us strive to fight. Chapter 116. The outbreak of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Under Naruto's inspiring words, the ninja alliance below was filled with fervor. Naruto is incredible. Delivering a speech in front of so many people, CHG exclaimed. Fool, I am the supreme commander of the entire ninja alliance, wielding great power. Shikamaru retorted with a smirk, unable to hide his pride for his dear friend Naruto. Narukuin, how impressive. Hinata stood beside Hayashi, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Naruto on the stage. At this moment, Naruto's contemporaries also joined the fray, albeit 6 years earlier than in the original timeline. At the tender age of 10, however, under the influence of Naruto and Sasuke, they trained diligently and swiftly found their footing. Moreover, having received Gene Enhancement Serum 1 and 2, they now possessed the strength of ordinary CH Nin, if not special J Nin. Meanwhile, in a cave, Obito removed the bandages from his eyes, revealing a newly awakened Sharingan. Half a year ago, after battling against Shursui and Itachi, he had returned blind, escaping only with Jin and In. Initially, he had intended for Kaguya to attempt to retrieve a Manjiki Sharingan for transplantation. Yet, Kaguya had acquired cells from an unknown source, and upon their infusion, Obito's sight was restored, regaining substantial ocular power. Even the Manjiki he had previously used Izanagi on flickered with a hint of revival. Today, Kaguya had also procured 2 unfamiliar corpses, solemnly stating they could only be resurrected at the most critical moment. However, Obito knew that now was not the time for doubts about Kaguya, for the Ninja Alliance was officially formed today. Obito, the Ninja Alliance has indeed succeeded in its formation. I have done my utmost to sow discord within their ranks, Kaguya reported. After a moment of silence, Obito replied, I did not expect them to organize so swiftly. Nevertheless, it matters not. We still have opportunities. Kaguya continued. However, we are now incapable of hindering them, as Naruto and the Hyuga clan, along with those utilizing the transformation technique, would only expose themselves to danger. Moreover, the Ninja Alliance has begun to mobilize today, deliberately dismantling several of our white Zetsu storage bases. We cannot proceed further, or our army of white Zetsu will be annihilated. Obito frowned, saying, It seems they have caught wind of our plans. However, this does not affect the larger scheme. We have other means. What shall we do next? Kaguya inquired. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Obito's eyes as he replied, In that case, it is our turn to take the stage. Under Kaguya's control, the White Zetsu army began to rally and engage the Ninja Alliance in battle. In the southeast and northeast, a vast number of White Zetsu, approximately 80,000, were discovered. Naruto, employing his Kaguya's hard eye, sensed the impending changes ahead and swiftly alerted the Ninja Alliance. What is with all these? One ninja exclaimed in fear. However, he was quickly rebutted by others, one-on-one, who fears whom? Naruto furrowed his brow, recalling that although the White Zetsu army was not particularly formidable, Their overwhelming numbers and resilience had managed to slay half of the Ninja Alliance. As many of the ninjas were merely ordinary, akin to cannon fodder against the white Zetsu. At that moment, a laugh echoed from the sky. Naruto, allow me to take the first swing, if you don't mind, Deidara, perched upon a great bird, exclaimed. He was eager to showcase his art. Go ahead, Deidara. I have faith in your artistry, Naruto replied with a smile. Deidara soared above the white Zetsu army, unleashing clay bombs that sent them into disarray, causing several regions to collapse. Watching with a smile, Naruto called out to the Ninja Alliance below. All J-nin or those who feel capable may initiate the first wave of attack. The rest should stay on standby. As his words fell, many stepped forward to assault the white Zetsu, and Naruto recognized familiar figures among them. Hinata, Neji, and others unleashed their gentle fist techniques, rendering the white Zetsu bewildered. While Neji demonstrated his ability to use the heavenly spin, and a well-fed Hinata wielded her strength as if her gentle fist had transformed into a powerful technique, sending white Zetsu flying. Similarly, Guy and Lee showcased their skills, engaging in combat reminiscent of Jackie Chan's action scenes, utilizing nunchaku. Another individual, shining brightly amidst the chaos, was Kakashi, dispatching enemies with swift precision. The 7 ninja swordsmen, including Zabuza, Kisame, and others, also joined the fray. As Naruto observed this vibrant scene, he smiled gently. The white Zetsu army faced off against the Ninja Alliance, bolstered by the reincarnated forces on Naruto's side. Deidara's explosive techniques are formidable. Kakashi's swordsmanship is impressive. Kisame's water techniques are powerful, with chakra levels akin to tailed beasts. Gaara's sand and Kuratsuchi's heat techniques are also remarkable. Beside him, Shisui and Itachi were eager to join the fray, but Naruto held them back. Brother Shisui and Brother Itachi, please conserve your strength. I doubt Obito will idly watch the white Zetsu army perish. We will confront him together. Understood, Naruto, they nodded. Naruto's lips curled into a smile. He knew letting Shisui and Itachi engage in such trivial skirmishes would be unwise. If the Ninja Alliance fought without restraint, they might find themselves without sustenance in the end. With the powerful reincarnated army joining the battle, the already disadvantaged white Zetsu army crumbled, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught. Witnessing the dire situation, the remaining shinobi could no longer suppress their urges and plunged into the fray, for if they did not act soon, the white Zetsu would be eradicated entirely. In truth, Naruto had never intended to overly rely on the Ninja Alliance. He understood their strength was limited and could not sway the tide of battle alone. However, witnessing them unite against a common foe filled his heart with joy. This was the pivotal moment to drive the shinobi world towards peace and prosperity. Only through unity could they overcome the challenges before them. Through this war, it was essential for everyone to collaborate, setting aside internal conflicts to achieve a greater peace. More importantly, with the Daime-s now deceased, if everyone could deeply appreciate the value of peace and dissolve the barriers between their villages, the future would undoubtedly see them united, forging a world that all would yearn for. Chapter 117. Uchiha Obito. As half of white Zetsu's forces were lost, the space around a distant mountain peak began to warp suddenly. Subsequently, a figure clad in a blue robe and wearing a mask emerged, none other than Obito. He stood silently atop the mountain, casting a glance at the white Zetsu army, which was being relentlessly pushed back by the allied ninja forces. His gaze then fixated on Naruto, revealing a complex emotion in his eyes. Obito silently mused, Naruto, no matter how hard you strive, you will not change anything, Edo Tensei. As Obito's words echoed, a colossal coffin materialized upon the ground. As the lid of the coffin slowly fell away, a commanding and majestic figure gradually revealed itself. Uchiha Madara. Madara's emergence exuded an invisible aura of oppression, causing the allied ninja forces to halt and turn their attention towards him. Despite their various ninja attire from the 5 great nations, were they perhaps a new army of the Alliance? Madara's voice was cold and deep, laced with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, they are the allied ninja forces, Obito replied, tossing a fan to Madara. Madara caught it, and after a moment of silence, spoke. Obito, it seems your plan is not proceeding smoothly if you have resurrected me in such a manner. His tone betrayed dissatisfaction and disappointment. Obito, slightly flustered, explained Madara, we are still missing the 1 tail, 8 tails, and 9 tails. The Rinnegan is still with pain. It is all Naruto's fault. He is too strong. Furthermore, Many have been revived through Edo Tensei. Even Hashirama has returned. I require your power to combat them. Madara raised an eyebrow, surprised, and frowned slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Hashirama, I did not expect him to be brought back. However, it matters not. In that case, let me handle this mess personally. Obito looked at Madara and said, Madara, your Edo Tensei was specially prepared by me and Black Zetsu. Your strength now surpasses even your peak. At this, a hint of mockery flickered in Madara's eyes. Have you witnessed my strength at its peak? Obito answered without hesitation, no, but that is precisely what I anticipate. So now, allow me to witness Uchiha Madara's true power. Madara's lips curled slightly upwards, exuding confidence in his abilities. Very well. Meanwhile, Naruto's body trembled slightly, his eyes igniting with fervor, eager to engage this legendary powerhouse. Shursui, noticing Naruto's unusual demeanor, asked with concern, Naruto? Yet Naruto beamed with excitement, shouting, everyone retreat. Uchiha Madara, allow me to face you. Shursui and Itachi exchanged glances, harboring some doubts, but chose to trust Naruto and did not distance themselves. Instead, they stood by, ready to assist him while remaining vigilant against any potential sneak attacks from Obito. The captain, Gaara, Kakashi, and other ninjas, however, obeyed Naruto's command, swiftly leading their subordinates off the battlefield, leaving the space to Naruto and Madara. Obito anxiously cautioned, Madara, be careful, he is Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Madara cast a disdainful glance at Obito, scoffing, this is Naruto? You fear this child? How ludicrous. Standing his ground, Naruto smiled at Madara, introducing himself. Hello, I am Naruto. I am your admirer. Madara's lips twitched into an almost imperceptible smile before he murmured, sharp-tongued, summoning technique. Ah, it burns. Naruto clutched his stomach, writhing in pain. The nine tails sealed within him began to surge with chakra, sensing Madara's summoning, instinctively yearning to break free. Kurama, wake up! Naruto shouted through gritted teeth. Responding to Naruto's call, the nine tails rapidly regained consciousness, glaring furiously at Madara, roaring, Naruto, give that detestable Uchiha a thorough thrashing. For the nine tails, Madara was among its most loathed adversaries. Once, it had slumbered peacefully in the vast world until Madara forcibly bound it to a contract. Ultimately, the Nine Tails was compelled to battle alongside Madara against Hashirama Senju, and after their defeat, it was sealed within Kushina Uzumaki, losing its freedom forever. Understood, Kurama. After exchanging a glance with Madara, both Naruto and Madara sprang into action, charging towards one another at astonishing speeds, engaging in a fierce taijutsu clash. Madara's strikes were fierce and swift, each laden with power and technique, and Naruto gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Madara's extensive combat experience, complemented by the Sharingan, allowed him to maneuver effortlessly in battle. Though Madara's technique was formidable, the key factor was still his numerical superiority. Taking a deep breath, Naruto activated Sage Mode. In this state, his strength, speed, and reflexes received a tremendous boost. Like a bolt of lightning, Naruto surged forward, kicking up dust and debris, and in an instant, he was beside Madara, delivering a powerful kick. Sensing the imminent threat, Madara struggled to evade. His three-tomo Sharingan began to spin, ultimately transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. He then summoned the skeletal frame of Susanoo to block Naruto's assault. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as Naruto's kick struck Susanoo's skeletal structure, resembling the cracking of bones. The force of this blow exceeded Madara's expectations, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment, impressive strength. Madara acknowledged Naruto's power with a nod. He leaped back to create distance and unleashed Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. A torrent of flames surged towards Naruto, who immediately employed the Shadow Clone technique. Numerous clones coordinated to perform Wind Release, Great Wind Breakthrough, generating a formidable whirlwind that dispersed most of the incoming flames, with some even reaching Madara. Undeterred, Madara seized his Fire Release and used the fan to extinguish the remaining flames. He then formed hand seals and executed Wood Release, Birth of the World Tree. Recognizing the necessity to exert his utmost, Naruto gathered his clones to manifest the Raizen Shuriken. With a command, the clones surged forward, launching their Raizen Shurikens like rain upon Madara's Wood Release. Each collision resounded with thunderous roars, shattering the wooden branches as debris flew in every direction. Observing this spectacle, Madara expressed mild interest, echoing Obito's earlier sentiments. You were right. He is indeed a formidable opponent. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from Madara, who activated Susanoo, its colossal form towering over the battlefield. High level? Naruto declared. I can do that too. As golden light enveloped him, 9 tails sprouted from his back, revealing the magnificent form of the 9 tails. Madara smiled slightly, and between his hands, a series of black magatama appeared, the 8-span jewel. With that, Madara tossed the jewel, transforming it into a streak of light that hurtled towards Naruto. Naruto roared, Tailed Beast Bomb. The 9 tails unleashed a massive energy sphere, the Tailed Beast Bomb, hurtling towards Madara like a cannonball. 2 formidable forces collided in the sky, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated across the battlefield, causing the very ground to tremble. The allied shinobi gazed in terror at this spectacle, acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated them from Uchiha Madara and Naruto, as if they hailed from disparate realms and dimensions. In this moment, only those resurrected through the reanimation jutsu dared to observe from close quarters. Uchiha Madara, acknowledging Naruto's prowess, remarked, impressive. Now, allow me to demonstrate my technique, the Wood Dragon Jutsu. It was this very technique that Hashirama employed to subdue the 9 tails. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal wooden dragon surged from the ground, its gaping maw lunging toward Naruto. Yet, Naruto stood resolutely confident, for the 9 tails had transcended its former self. Now a fearsome, upright fox, the 9 tails raised its massive fist and struck the wooden dragon's head with tremendous force, subsequently seizing its neck, while its 9 tails entwined with those of the wooden dragon. At that moment, the 9 tails lifted its other fist and relentlessly battered the wooden dragon's head, ultimately rending it asunder. Interesting, Naruto. Now, witness my technique, Uchiha Madara declared, as the Sharingan whirled into a vortex, transforming into the Rinnegan, and conjured a dual-headed, dual-faced Susanoo, its hands forming seals to unleash the outer path, Heavenly Obstruction Star. Chapter 118. The overwhelming Uchiha Madara. After Uchiha Madara employed the outer path, Heavenly Disruption of Stars, the sky gradually dimmed. With his hands forming intricate seals, he summoned an immensely colossal meteorite. Its sheer size evoked a sense of awe and dread among onlookers. As the meteorite materialized, the battlefield fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixated on the enormous rock, wide-eyed and incredulous at the spectacle before them. Others gazed upward, witnessing the massive meteorite slowly descending toward the earth. Its descent was not swift, yet an undeniable feeling of inevitability permeated the air. What is that? A joke? Someone stammered. Is this a deity? Another murmured. Faced with such a titanic meteorite, the ninja coalition was left in utter shock. Having never witnessed such a phenomenon and uncertain of how to respond, many began to panic, fleeing in search of safety from impending doom. In response, Naruto unleashed a colossal tailed beast bomb at the meteorite, shattering it into countless fragments. Gaara summoned sand to shield against the larger debris, rallying everyone to unite in defense against the falling pieces. Upon witnessing the meteorite obliterated by Naruto's attack, the ninja coalition regained their composure, collaborating to employ earth techniques such as earth style, earth flow wall to counter the remaining shards. Seeing the meteorite dealt with so adeptly, Uchiha Madara smiled and commended. Well done, but what if another one appears? As his words echoed, yet another meteorite emerged in the sky. What? The coalition's fleeting jubilation was swiftly extinguished as despair enveloped them. Even though they had retreated a considerable distance, they remained within the meteorite's strike radius. Naruto, realizing the urgency, intended to employ the 9-tail support, but time was against him to gather another tailed beast bomb or a massive Rasengan. Gaara and Inoki rushed to assist, quickly striving to restrain the descending meteorite. Upon witnessing the large meteorite being held up, the ninja coalition erupted in cheers, their spirits lifted. However, Obito, observing the scene, urged, Madara, hurry and launch a sneak attack or summon another meteorite. Madara's expression darkened at Obito's words, and he replied in a low tone, Do I, Uchiha Madara, require your instruction? Obito, meeting Madara's gaze, felt a shiver of trepidation. With arms crossed and an air of confidence, Madara declared, I disdain such underhanded tactics, and I have no intention of utilizing my jutsu a second time. At that moment, the colossal meteorite, devoid of gravitational pull, was entirely supported by Gaara's immense hands, allowing Naruto to escape effortlessly. Naruto, beaming at Uchiha Madara, remarked, "So, Madara, what do you think? My strength is commendable, isn't it?" A glimmer of appreciation flickered across Madara's face as he responded, "Indeed, little one, you have truly impressed me. However, I shall not show mercy henceforth." As he prepared for his next onslaught, Naruto suddenly shouted, "Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken." A massive spiraling orb hurtled toward Uchiha Madara, imbued with fierce intent. Yet, Madara seemed unfazed. He merely smiled, extending his hand to effortlessly absorb Naruto's attack. "Impressive, but still lacking," Madara remarked. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed his attack effortlessly nullified, internally exclaiming, "The Rinnegan is utterly overpowered." Simultaneously, he could not help but criticize the flaws of the Edo Tensei technique, pondering how Madara retained the Rinnegan despite its previous transfer to Nagato. In the midst of Naruto's astonishment, Madara swiftly formed hand seals and proclaimed, "Would release, flowering tree world." With his words, a vast expanse of trees erupted from the ground, creating an immense forest adorned with massive blossoms. Realizing the imminent danger, Naruto swiftly countered with wind release, great windbreak, dispersing the toxic pollen. Seizing the moment, Madara unleashed fire release, great fire destruction, a fierce blaze igniting, merging with the wood release to forge an even more formidable inferno. Naruto entered Sage Fox mode, radiating powerful chakra, his eyes gleaming with golden light. Utilizing Lunar Step, he ascended into the sky to evade the direct assault of the fire release, charging toward Uchiha Madara. A portion of Madara's form was shattered by Naruto's strike, yet apprehension surged within Naruto. He understood that while his Sage Fox mode significantly enhanced his power, Uchiha Madara would not succumb so easily. As Naruto leaped, a blade from Susanoo erupted from the ground where he had just stood. Madara rose slowly from the earth, remarking, "I never anticipated someone could discern the wood clone technique once employed by Hashirama. In the past, only I could see through it as an adversary. Naruto, you truly possess remarkable perception. However, with my ocular prowess, you face a certain demise." Chapter 119, Hashirama vs. Madara. Just as Naruto and Uchiha Madara found themselves at an impasse, a formidable chakra surged forth like a tempest. Both Naruto and Madara sensed the potency of this chakra, halting their actions to gaze in its direction. Indeed, it was unmistakable, as Madara murmured to himself. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a vast crater enveloped in dust. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld the face of the newcomer, their expressions filled with astonishment. "The god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju," someone exclaimed. Upon seeing Hashirama, Madara trembled with excitement, calling out loudly, "I've awaited your arrival, Hashirama." Hashirama's gaze fell upon Madara, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. At that moment, Tobirama stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Madara, exclaiming, "Evil Uchiha Madara, why do you wield my brother's ninjutsu?" Madara, however, merely cast a disdainful glance at Tobirama, coldly retorting, "This is not your place to speak. Let Hashirama address me." Tobirama attempted to respond, but Hashirama raised a hand to halt him. Taking a deep breath, Hashirama said to Madara, "Come, Madara, let us engage in battle." With that, Hashirama formed hand seals, preparing to unleash his wood release techniques. Naruto, witnessing the confrontation between Madara and Hashirama, initially intended to retreat and recover his chakra or join forces with Shursui and Itachi against Obito. Yet, he soon realized that Obito's chakra had diminished. Understanding that this was merely a wood clone, indicating that Obito's true self had likely already fled. To confirm his suspicion, a brilliant blue light coalesced in Naruto's hand, transforming into a massive Rasen Shuriken, which he hurled toward Obito with the sound of rushing wind. However, Obito merely conjured a colossal wooden wall to deflect Naruto's attack. With a thunderous crash, the Sage Art, Wind Release Rasen Shuriken collided with the wooden barrier, which shattered effortlessly, scattering splinters. Obito's form was instantly obliterated, reduced to countless wooden fragments. "Have you finally discerned it? You truly can perceive the wood clone," Madara remarked appreciatively. Naruto, Shursui, and Itachi furrowed their brows, having focused intently on Obito, only to overlook this crucial detail. Naruto's mind raced as he understood. Obito must have seized the opportunity to escape, while Madara utilized the outer path, Heavenly Disruption, drawing everyone's attention to the massive meteorite. Realizing this, Naruto swiftly performed the Shadow Clone technique, leaving behind a clone. Shursui, Itachi, we must go, he whispered, understanding Naruto's intent. Shursui and Itachi placed their hands on his shoulders. At that moment, Madara, in a fit of rage, unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique at Naruto. Tobirama immediately countered with water release, water barrier. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement to Tobirama, and in a flash of light, the three of them vanished from sight. Flying Thunder God? Madara remarked with mild surprise, glancing at Naruto's remaining shadow clone and Tobirama. Tobirama shouted in anger, evil Uchiha Madara, resorting to ambush. Who is ambushing? Madara replied dismissively, cursing Obito internally. He then formed hand seals, dispelling the impure world reincarnation and freeing himself from Obito's control. Madara was unconcerned about Naruto's departure. For the one he yearned for, Hashirama, had arrived. Madara's attention returned to Hashirama, who had now entered sage mode, his face adorned with dark markings and unique patterns. His hair flowing longer and more ethereal, emanating a powerful aura. Observing this, Madara's eyes sharpened, his chakra flaring intensely as a layer of blue energy enveloped him, coalescing into a colossal Susanoo. This Susanoo towered several meters high, wielding a massive curved blade, resembling a titan from another realm. Wood release, wood dragon technique, Madara commanded, manipulating the Susanoo to swing its great blade at the wood dragon. However, the dragon promptly seized the blade in its jaws, while its tail ensnared the Susanoo's ankle, yanking forcefully and toppling both Madara and the Susanoo to the ground. Stand down, Madara, Hashirama called from atop the dragon's head. Though time was short, there was still a matter to attend to. Madara rose, fixing his gaze on Hashirama, stating, there is something I must do. With that, he formed hand seals, amplifying his chakra once more as the Susanoo's form expanded, ultimately transforming into its complete giant form. Would release, would golem technique. In response, Hashirama refused to be outdone, forming hand seals to summon a colossal wooden puppet, towering nearly 100 feet, equally formidable compared to the Susanoo. The two immense beings stood in a tense standoff. Soon, you will be mine, Madara whispered to Hashirama. With that, he drew the great sword from the Susanoo's back and swung it toward the wooden golem. The golem, under Hashirama's control, swiftly lowered its head to evade the strike. It then extended its arms, enveloping Madara's Susanoo, initiating a fierce sumo contest. Madara was momentarily taken aback by Hashirama's embrace, but quickly regained his composure, striking the golem's back with the hilt of his sword before delivering a powerful kick to dislodge it. The wooden golem collapsed, and Madara's Susanoo raised its sword for a decisive blow. In that critical moment, Hashirama demonstrated his exceptional combat skills and reflexes. He maneuvered the wooden golem into a half-kneeling position, clasping his hands together to firmly catch the great sword, successfully neutralizing Madara's lethal attack. Yet, Hashirama was not content with merely defending. He adeptly harnessed the golem's strength, forcefully flinging the sword away. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity to strike, delivering a punch that sent Madara's Susanoo staggering back. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, showcasing Hashirama's prowess and experience as the god of shinobi. It is as if we have returned to those days, Hashirama remarked, his voice tinged with nostalgia. This statement transcended the current battle, evoking memories of past conflicts with Madara. A complex array of emotions surged within Hashirama as he recalled their former battles. Though he longed to reconcile with Madara, he resolutely chose to defend the peace and tranquility of the Hidden Leaf Village. Hashirama brought his hands together in a peculiar pose and declared loudly, Sage Art, Gate of the Divine. As his words echoed, four enormous crimson stone gates erupted from the ground. Each stood several dozen meters tall, inscribed with mysterious runes and patterns, as if they had emerged from ancient mythology. These red stone gates formed a circle, ensnaring Madara's Susanoo within their confines. Momentarily suppressed, Madara's Susanoo dissipated, and he shouted in fury, Hashirama. With that, Madara unleashed the universal pull on Hashirama. Unprepared, Hashirama was drawn toward Madara. Yet he remained composed and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Madara. Madara deftly evaded Hashirama's blow, and a contest of taijutsu ensued between them. Chapter 120. Indra and Ashura. At the moment when Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju engaged in their fierce battle, another conflict erupted at the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance. Obito Uchiha cautiously infiltrated the stronghold, secretly plotting to seize Nagato's Rinnegan. However, he remained oblivious to the meticulously laid trap that awaited him. Deep within the encampment, alongside Inoki, the other four Kage, Reikage A, Kazekage Gaara, Mizukage Terumi Mei, and Hokage Tsunade, were already present. Moreover, Minato and Kushina had set an intricate web of defenses, patiently awaiting Obito's arrival to capture him at once. As Obito stepped into the area, he immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. He realized he had fallen into the enemy snare, exposing himself before the assembled figures. "Obito, I can't believe you dared to come." Terumi Mei's voice dripped with sarcasm as her gaze bore into him, seemingly attempting to see through his very essence. "Surrender now, Obito, with so many of us here. Escape is impossible," Reikage A added coldly. Watergate's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions as he gazed at his former pupil, his heart a tumultuous sea of feelings. Despite being encircled by formidable foes, Obito exhibited no trace of fear. A faint smile graced his lips, his eyes glimmering with steadfast resolve. "Do you truly believe this will confine me? How naive." With that, he activated Kimui, attempting to break free from the encirclement. Dissolution Release, Dissolving Monsters Technique. Obito seized Kamui and leaped to evade, just as Reikage A charged at him at lightning speed, delivering a powerful punch. Instantly, Obito activated his intangibility to evade the blow. Terumi Mei frowned. "Obito, I wonder how long you can maintain that intangibility. You think I lack trump cards?" Obito retorted, invoking Edo Tensei. Two coffins rose abruptly from the ground, and as the lids fell away, two figures emerged, Indra and Ashura. Though Obito did not recognize them, he surmised that the cells injected by Black Zetsu must have originated from these two, coupled with Black Zetsu's cryptic instructions to use them only in moments of crisis. Their formidable prowess was evident, instilling in Obito a profound confidence in their abilities. Gaara, puzzled, inquired, "Who are they? I do not recognize them." Reikage A remarked, "Surely, Obito's Edo Tensei summons cannot be mere nameless figures. Is this some sort of deception?" Just then, Indra slowly opened his eyes, revealing his Sharingan. All present were taken aback, mouths agape in astonishment. "Brother," Ashura exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Indra. "Ashura, where are we?" Indra furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings in confusion, then clenched his fists, activating his Sharingan to assess the situation. At that moment, Naruto arrived on the scene with Shursui and Itachi. Spotting Indra and Ashura, Naruto's heart raced with alarm, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, Black Zetsu has the audacity to resurrect the Sage of Six Paths' two sons. Does he not fear that the sage will rise from his coffin to settle the score?" "Naruto," Obito exclaimed upon seeing him, gritting his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he commanded Indra and Ashura, "Quickly, eliminate them." Under Obito's influence, Indra and Ashura immediately launched an assault on Naruto and his companions. Their speed was akin to a whirlwind, sweeping towards them with ferocity. "Be careful," Ashura shouted urgently, his body involuntarily channeling the power within, coalescing into a radiant Ashura orb. Simultaneously, Indra radiated intense electrical energy, bolts of lightning erupting from his form, hurtling towards Naruto and his allies. His eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement, as if he relished the impending battle. "Everyone, be cautious," Naruto warned loudly, activating his Kurama mode and unleashing the planetary Rasengan to counter Ashura's assault. Without needing further encouragement from Naruto, his comrades sensed the overwhelming threat and scattered, striving to evade the onslaught of lightning. Shursui and Itachi exchanged glances, simultaneously summoning Susanoo, preparing to join forces against Indra and Obito. However, Indra sensed a familiar aura emanating from Shursui and Itachi, gazing at their Sharingan in astonishment. "My descendants?" Realizing that their bloodline flowed through them, Shursui and Itachi were taken aback, suspecting he might be an unknown ancestor. Indra regarded the two majestic Susanoo forms, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with disdain, before activating his complete Susanoo. Instantly, Shursui and Itachi felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, exclaiming in awe, "So powerful." They recognized that Indra's strength was unfathomable, rivaling that of Madara. Meanwhile, Ashura engaged Naruto in a fierce clash, neither side willing to yield. Kushina, witnessing her son in peril, felt an overwhelming urge to intervene. She resolved to assist, unleashing her ultimate technique, adamant sealing chains, in an attempt to strike Ashura. Yet, Ashura remained silent. Unleashing a breathtaking skill, True Thousand Hands, Buddha on high, another Hashirama, and Madara. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief, gazing at the colossal statue of the thousand-handed Buddha and the immense Susanoo. Obito, too, was taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure, laughing heartily. Naruto, I am eager to see how you will respond this time. Chapter 121. The terrifying power of Indra and Ashura confronted by the imposing figures of the gigantic Susanoo and the thousand-handed Buddha. Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to summon every ounce of his strength. Kurama, he called out loudly, as golden chakras surged through him, and 9 ethereal tails unfurled from his back, forming a magnificent golden 9-tailed fox. Father, please evacuate the others first. Minato nodded in understanding, his resolve firm. He decided to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly escort the other 4 Kage away from the battlefield, aiming to prevent unnecessary casualties. However, Tsunade vehemently shook her head, her voice laced with fury. Do not leave me behind. She was resolute in her determination to face the enemy alongside her comrades. The 4th Hokage, clenched his jaw, a glint of determination illuminating his eyes as he declared, as the leaders of our villages, we will not be cowed. We are not a burden. His words resonated with conviction and bravery, embodying their collective unwillingness to flee from battle. At that moment, Indra, wielding the Susanoo, brandished a colossal sword and struck fiercely at the Susanoo of Shursui and Itachi. The tremendous force of the blade sent their Susanoo reeling back, leaving deep gashes in the ground and even leveling distant hills. Indra let out a cold chuckle, remarking, impressive. You managed to withstand my blow. His tone conveyed a mix of surprise, confidence, and disdain. Shursui and Itachi gritted their teeth, striving to maintain the form of their Susanoo as they continued to restrain Indra. They were acutely aware of the battle's severity, yet they remained undeterred, resolute in their commitment to protect their allies. Meanwhile, the others were not idle. Each unleashed their unique ninjutsu in a concerted effort against Indra. The Wind Shadow, Rashi, employed the Sand Wave technique, while the Water Shadow, Meiterumi, conjured the Water Dragon Bullet technique. Minato, too, unleashed his Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, weaving a tapestry of vibrant and powerful jutsu in a dazzling display. Indra gazed disdainfully at the assembled 4 Kage and Kushina, sneering, what can a bunch of inept rodents achieve when gathered together? With that, Indra's Susanoo raised its enormous sword, poised to strike down the 4 Kage. However, just as the blade was about to descend upon them, Kushina's adamantine sealing chains ensnared Susanoo's arm, rendering it immobile. Concurrently, Rashi's sand surged forth, binding Susanoo's legs and obstructing its path. Then, Meiterumi unleashed her dissolution technique, spewing forth a highly corrosive liquid that rained down upon Susanoo, gradually eroding its defenses. The 4th Hokage, and Tsunade charged directly at Susanoo, undeterred by the ferocity of the onslaught. Despite the barrage, Indra remained unfazed. His eternal Manjiki Sharingan flared open, unleashing a formidable power. He targeted and Tsunade, unleashing a black flame. Amaterasu, quick on his feet, became the first target of Indra's assault. Despite his attempts to evade, he was struck by the lethal flames of Amaterasu. Tsunade, witnessing this, swiftly maneuvered to avoid the flames and rushed to A's side, intent on bringing him to safety. A desire to continue the fight against Indra. But upon witnessing the relentless onslaught of Amaterasu, a flicker of fear crept into his heart, prompting him to evade the deadly flames with all his might. To his dismay, he realized that the black flames would not extinguish on their own. In desperation, he gritted his teeth and resolutely severed his own arm to prevent being consumed entirely. Tsunade reacted immediately, employing her medical ninjutsu for AS urgent treatment. Simultaneously, as Kushina attempted to dodge Amaterasu, the adamantine sealing chains were disrupted, allowing Indra's Susanoo to break free from its bindings, and Rashi's sand was scattered like grains in the wind. How foolish to stand against me, Indra taunted. With a swift motion, his Susanoo cleaved through Shursui and Itachi's defenses once more. At that moment, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting other ninjas from the allied forces, bringing Nagato, Konin, Yahiko, and Jiraiya to the fray. Upon seeing their arrival, Naruto felt a slight sense of relief. Naruto, distracted in battle? Let me serve you your end. Obito laughed heartily upon spotting Nagato. Naruto clenched his teeth, continuing to evade Ashura's relentless assaults. Under Obito's control, Ashura was not like Hashirama, allowing time to gather his power for a decisive strike. Naruto was wary of engaging Ashura directly, for Obito stood atop the thousand-handed Buddha, and a stalemate could lead to Obito's intervention, which would spell disaster. Naruto sought an opportunity to swiftly defeat Ashura and seal him away, unwilling to waste chakra unnecessarily. Knowing well the potential of the Edo Tensei technique. Naruto, do you only know how to run? Do you think all of you can escape? Obito jeered, unwilling to prolong the encounter. Under his influence, the Edo Tensei Ashura advanced toward Nagato and the others. Naruto immediately concentrated a tailed beast bomb, yet Ashura, under Obito's command, ignored him and continued to close in on Nagato and his companions. Obito's mocking gaze fell upon Naruto as he taunted, Naruto, those under Edo Tensei fear nothing. You're all doomed this time. As Nagato and his companions witnessed Ashura driving the thousand-handed Buddha toward Indra, a pincer maneuver loomed ominously. In that critical moment, Konan swiftly activated explosive tags. Simultaneously, Jiraiya summoned his toads, bringing forth Fukasaku and Shima. Jiraiya, you summoned us here. But for what purpose? Fukasaku began, only to be struck dumb by the sight of the colossal thousand-handed Buddha looming before them. You can't expect us to confront that behemoth, can you? He asked incredulously. Jiraiya scratched his head, a sheepish expression crossing his face. He had not realized the Buddha was so immense when he first spotted it from afar. Please, Fukasaku, Shima. Lend me your assistance, he implored, embarrassment evident in his tone. Very well, since you asked, we shall give it a try, Fukasaku conceded reluctantly. In unison, Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and Shima coordinated their efforts, unleashing the toad oil flame bullet against the thousand-handed Buddha. A torrent of searing flames erupted forth, igniting the Buddha in a fierce blaze. Just as the colossal figure was about to reach the gathered allies, Nagato unleashed the planetary devastation technique, summoning massive boulders to coalesce upon the Buddha. While this technique could not entirely seal the thousand-handed Buddha, it effectively impeded its advance, granting Naruto and the four Kage precious moments to act. Naruto quickly gathered a massive tailed beast bomb and launched it toward the ensnared Buddha, while the four Hokage combined their powers to create the four red yang formation, erecting an imposing barrier. As the tailed beast bomb collided with the thousand-handed Buddha, an explosive eruption ensued, unleashing a devastating shockwave that engulfed the surroundings, sending dust swirling and smoke billowing into the air. Chapter 122. Sasuke returns after mastering Sage Mode dressed in flowing black robes that danced with the wind. Sasuke's tall and well-proportioned figure resembled a stately pine. A subtle smile graced his face, exuding an air of confidence and composure. As if nothing in the world could unsettle him, he stood upon a massive black cloud, gliding swiftly through the sky. At this moment, Sasuke had flawlessly mastered Sage Mode, significantly enhancing his power. A gleam of excitement sparkled in his eyes, driven by a singular thought. He yearned to present his newfound strength to Naruto and bestow upon him a grand surprise. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted ahead. Orochimaru. I shall investigate the situation, Sasuke declared to Orochimaru on the ground, before propelling himself towards the source of the blast atop the swirling black cloud. Both Sasuke and Orochimaru, having just emerged from the Dragon Cave, were unaware of the turmoil that had befallen the ninja world outside, where the desert marked the battleground of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Upon the impact of Naruto's tailed beast bomb, a powerful shockwave enveloped the entire space, sending dust swirling and chaos reigning. The great Buddha of the Senju, the Susanoo of Shursui and Itachi, along with the four shadows, four red suns formation, all vanished without a trace under this devastating blow. The four shadows lay grievously injured, unable to move, their life forces barely perceptible. Shursui and Itachi suffered significant injuries as well, while the other reincarnated souls struggled to reconstitute their forms amidst the debris. Yet, despite withstanding such a formidable onslaught, Indra's complete Susanoo remained steadfast, having not been directly struck at its core, continuing to coalesce defiantly. In the final moments, Nagato summoned all his strength to unleash Shinra Tensei, shielding himself and Konan from harm. Just as Nagato finished using the Earth Explosion Star and Shinra Tensei, seeking respite, he heard a cry. Nagato. It was Konan's voice. Nagato jerked his head up to witness Indra's Susanoo wielding a colossal sword, aimed directly at them. With a look of grave concern, Konan glanced at Nagato before swiftly transforming into paper to evade the lethal strike. With wide eyes filled with terror, Nagato watched as the massive sword drew nearer. At that moment, a golden light flashed, and Naruto appeared before Nagato, his golden nine tails stretching out nine tails to valiantly counter the sword's assault. A sigh of relief escaped Nagato, but just then, Obito emerged from the ground, launching an attack on Nagato. Before he could react, both of Nagato's Rinnegan were snatched away by Obito. Haha, the Rinnegan is mine now. Obito laughed maniacally, clutching the stolen eyes as he phased beside Indra, reveling in his triumph. At that moment, the great sword of Indra's Susanoo swung towards Obito, stirring a tempest of sand and stone. What is happening? Obito exclaimed in shock, realizing he had narrowly escaped death due to his intangibility. All present were equally astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Unfortunately, I never anticipated you could evade my strike, Indra remarked darkly. Upon seeing Nagato, he harbored intentions similar to those he had regarding his father, the Sage of Six Paths, but was unaware of Obito's intangibility, leading to his miscalculation. How can you break free from the control of Edo Tensei? Obito demanded, attempting to regain control over Indra. Save your breath. Do you not realize? The seals and techniques you wield were created by me at the tender age of 10. To think you could control me with such arts is sheer folly. Edo Tensei release. At that moment, the stunned crowd, except for Ashura and Naruto, were taken aback by Indra's proclamation. Obito, perplexed, questioned, it is said that the Sage of Six Paths founded the ninja clans and invented ninjutsu. Who exactly are you in relation to him? Do not mention that old man to me, Indra retorted with fury, commanding his Susanoo to swing the sword at Obito. My brother and I are both sons of the Sage of Six Paths. Ashura, now reconstituted from his Edo Tensei form, interjected. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief at the revelation. At that moment, Sasuke finally arrived, witnessing the devastated landscape before him, a battlefield rife with smoke and destruction. Filled with urgency, he leaped beside Naruto, clenching his fists tightly, teeth gritted as he inquired, Naruto, what on earth has transpired? With a heavy sigh, Itachi explained, Sasuke, you have returned at last. During your training, the ninja world has undergone monumental changes. We are now embroiled in the fourth great ninja war. Indra, sensing the familiar chakra within Sasuke, exclaimed, my reincarnation. He then scrutinized Naruto, realizing that Naruto was indeed the reincarnation of Ashura. A smirk crept upon his lips, revealing a knowing smile as he murmured, how intriguing. Sasuke furrowed his brow, demanding, what do you mean by your reincarnation? What are you implying? Indra's voice turned cold and somber. Literally what I said. You and Naruto are the reincarnations of Ashura and me. By rights, you should be eternal enemies. Why do you appear to coexist so harmoniously? A faint smile graced Naruto's face as he calmly replied, because Sasuke and I have become good friends. Just then, an unexpected voice interrupted their exchange. I did it. I finally succeeded. Obito's manic laughter echoed throughout the space, brimming with pride and madness. Confirming that Ashura was still bound by his Edo Tensei, Obito stealthily positioned himself behind Ashura. Without hesitation, he extracted the now-blind Manjiki Sharingan and replaced it with a Rinnegan, callously discarding the useless eye upon the ground. With his new eye in place, a mischievous grin spread across Obito's face as he surveyed the onlookers, exuding confidence and arrogance. However, just as Obito prepared to employ Kamui to escape with Ashura, a voice rang out, did I allow you to leave? Kamui abruptly closed, rendering Obito's smile frozen in disbelief as he turned to see Sasuke as the source of the voice. Obito was taken aback, realizing that Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan possessed the power to influence his Kamui. Chapter 123, Escalation of the battle scene. Obito found himself ensnared by Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan, plunging the atmosphere into an intense state of tension. All eyes turned towards Indra, for he was the pivotal figure in this confrontation. At this moment, Indra had successfully freed himself from Obito's Edo Tensei control, and his decision would significantly influence the course of the battle. Sasuke's gaze shimmered with a chilling light as he coldly declared, Indra, whether or not you are my reincarnation is of little consequence. If you choose to stand against us, let the battle determine the victor. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Obito's eyes as he extended a tempting invitation to Indra. Join us, Indra, and together we shall oppose Naruto and his allies. This ninja world is rife with hypocrisy and deceit. Only through the realm of Tsuki no Mi can we create a truly beautiful world. At that moment, Ashura interjected anxiously, brother, cast aside your hatred. Only through understanding and tolerance can we truly achieve peace in the ninja world. Obito glared fiercely at Ashura, believing that he and Indra, as brothers, should align with him rather than attempt to thwart his plans. Indra mocked Ashura. Oh, my foolish little brother, you remain so naive. Know that everything in this world can be acquired through sheer strength. Obito, though uncertain of his intentions, offered to grant Indra a Rinnegan in exchange for assistance against Naruto and Sasuke. Obito fixed his gaze on Naruto and Sasuke, gritting his teeth as he acquiesced. Fine. I shall give it to you. As Indra reached for the Rinnegan in Obito's hand, Sasuke deployed Kamui, only for Obito to counter with his own. The collaboration was seamless. Upon witnessing Indra successfully acquire the Rinnegan and the deal struck with Obito, Sasuke seethed with anger, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Damn it! If that is the case, I shall send you back to the Pure Land once more." Indra regarded Sasuke with a disdainful smile, softly chuckling, "As my reincarnation. How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" As Obito reveled in the confrontation between Sasuke and Indra, a smirk crept onto his lips. He discreetly prepared to use Kamui to vacate the battlefield. Sasuke sensed Obito's intentions and aimed to thwart his escape with Kamui, but was obstructed by Indra's Susanoo. Sasuke could only watch helplessly as Obito departed with a mocking expression. Damn it! Both Naruto and Sasuke glared at Obito's retreat, filled with resentment and fury. Father, take Jiraiya-sensei and Nagato with you to seek healing, Naruto instructed, turning to Minato. He understood that ensuring everyone's safety was of the utmost importance, allowing the injured to receive timely treatment. Before parting, Itachi cautioned Sasuke, "Little brother, be careful. He is formidable, akin to another Uchiha Madara." Hearing this, Sasuke's expression grew serious as he gazed at Indra. Uchiha Madara? Indra, sensing a familiar chakra fluctuation from afar, smiled knowingly. "You cannot be referring to another one of my reincarnations." The collective audience was once again left in astonishment by Indra's words. Meanwhile, Naruto continued his fierce battle with Ashura. Due to the previous confrontations, Ashura's chakra had yet to fully replenish, while Naruto had also endured numerous battles. His chakra reserves severely depleted. As they engaged in a ninjutsu duel, Naruto was astonished to discover striking similarities between himself and Ashura. Ashura not only exhibited exceptional chakra control, mastering the transformations of wind-style chakra, but also relied heavily on techniques such as shadow clones and Rasengan, akin to Naruto's own methods. "Darling son, mother is here." At that moment, Kushina, utilizing her adamantine sealing technique, assisted Naruto by defeating Ashura's clones one by one. "Mom, you're amazing," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, Sasuke, having activated Sage Mode, charged toward Indra. Indra unleashed Amaterasu to assail Sasuke, who countered by absorbing it with Kamui. After transferring Jiraiya and the others, Minato also joined Sasuke's side. Seizing an opportunity, he used Flying Thunder God to appear atop Susanu's head and hurled a wind-style shuriken at Indra. "Impressive speed, but your attack is merely a tickle to me," Indra remarked, effortlessly slicing through the wind-style shuriken with Susanu's colossal blade. Just then, Sasuke activated Kamui, warping space so that Minato's wind-style shuriken struck Susanoo directly in the head. As Indra's Susanoo dissipated, just as Sasuke felt a surge of joy, lightning erupted from the smoke. Indra, employing lightning-style body flicker technique, instantaneously appeared behind Sasuke, unleashing a lightning blade aimed at him. Sasuke was taken aback by Indra's speed, surpassing even Shirsue's body flicker technique. However, having entered Sage Mode, Sasuke's reflexes heightened. He utilized his intangibility to narrowly evade the attack. "Such remarkable manjiki," Indra chuckled lightly. At this juncture, Indra noticed Ashura was on the brink of defeat at the hands of Naruto and Kushina. He shook his head, intending to depart. The transaction with Obito had been completed, and now he sought to claim the Rinnegan for himself. "Do not think you can escape," Sasuke declared, activating Susanoo. Indra, witnessing this, taunted, "What? Do you believe you can defeat me?" At that moment, a white snake shadow surged forth, but Indra had already sensed Orochimaru's arrival and easily evaded the attack. Orochimaru, observing Indra evade his sage art, white snake technique with ease, licked his lips and stepped forward, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Indra. "Sasuke, now." Sasuke seized the sword Orochimaru tossed him, his long-desired Kusanagi. A faint smile graced Sasuke's face as he pointed the blade at Indra. Indra, unfazed by Sasuke's provocation, vanished in a flash, employing the lightning-style body flicker technique to reunite with Ashura. He placed a hand on Ashura's shoulder, cloaking him in Susanoo's armor, transforming Ashura into a formidable wooden giant. The overwhelming power left Sasuke and Orochimaru in shock, eyes wide in disbelief. "Get ready," Naruto roared, instantly employing Flying Thunder God to appear beside Sasuke. He gave Sasuke a resolute look before unhesitatingly entering his massive golden nine-tails form. "Let us go." Sasuke smiled knowingly, immediately grasping Naruto's intent. He swiftly placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, allowing Susanoo to envelop the nine-tails, manifesting a half-armed nine-tails form. "Do not let the battle cease." Indra felt a surge of excitement as Naruto and Sasuke exhibited such formidable power. Susanoo and the half-armed nine-tails engaged in a fierce struggle, each blow reverberating with power, shaking the very earth. The two sides exchanged relentless strikes, neither yielding, creating a breathtaking spectacle. After an extended clash, Sasuke's eyes bled profusely, straining to maintain the stalemate. While Indra's smile revealed he believed victory was tipping in his favor. At that moment, as Naruto controlled the half-armed nine-tails and landed a blow that sent Susanoo staggering, he seized the opportunity to embrace it, the nine-tails opening its mouth wide to unleash a tailed beast bomb at Indra's head. Indra gasped in shock, but Susanoo's arms were bound by the half-armed nine-tails. In a last desperate effort, he abandoned Ashura and transformed into a bolt of lightning, teleporting away at the final moment. Chapter 124. The appearance of the Ten-Tails. Indra and Ashura were ultimately defeated by Naruto and Sasuke. Indra fled, while Ashura was sealed by Minato and Kushina, who seized the opportunity to work together. Panting heavily, Naruto looked at Sasuke, who had collapsed from overexertion of his ocular powers. "What now, Naruto?" Orochimaru inquired. "We must break Ashura's control over the impure world reincarnation," Naruto replied, smiling gently at Orochimaru. "I just saw your little white snake sneak out to swallow an eye. Truly, nothing escapes your notice." Orochimaru licked his lips as he contemplated the situation. "Orochimaru, that was Obito's Manjiki Sharingan. Can you attempt to integrate it with Sasuke's eye?" "Very well. I shall seek Tsunade's assistance." As Naruto watched Orochimaru depart with Sasuke in tow, he hoped for a successful outcome. Naruto believed that one did not necessarily need a blood relation to possess a Manjiki Sharingan. It might simply facilitate fusion. Given that both Sasuke and Obito possessed the same ability, Kamui, their integration should prove simpler. Furthermore, Indra awakened his Manjiki Sharingan as an eternal Manjiki, while the Tsutsuki clan had gradually weakened through generations. Perhaps merging the Manjiki was merely a means to restore the missing ancestral elements within Indra's bloodline. At that moment, with Minato's help, Ashura freed himself from Obito's control over his impure world reincarnation and regained consciousness. "Brother? Where's my brother?" Naruto, with unwavering determination, declared. "Indra has fled. Ashura, we require your assistance in stopping Obito's Moon Eye plan. Here's the situation." After listening to Naruto, Ashura gained a basic understanding of the current ninja world. He nodded in agreement, resolved to stand with Naruto. "Indeed, after my brother and I perished, so much has transpired in the ninja world. I understand now, Naruto. I shall protect this realm alongside you." Meanwhile, Obito returned to the battlefield where Hashirama and Madara were engaged in combat. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was drawn to their clash, he stealthily attacked Gaara. With Gaara currently devoid of his maternal powers and in his youth, he was unable to evade Obito's sudden strike, resulting in a gaping hole pierced through his chest by Obito's would-release technique. The tailed beast Shikaku within Gaara was extracted by Obito using the Rinnegan. Gaara. Inoki watched in shock as the young life he had fought alongside perished before his eyes. A wave of heartache surged through him, prompting an attack on Obito. "Obito!" The surrounding onlookers quickly realized the dire situation, their fury directed at Obito. Goodbye." Obito taunted, vanishing into the Kamui dimension. Inoki cradled Gaara, feeling a profound sadness as the crowd gathered around them. "Gaara." At that moment, Chiyo pushed through the throng to reach Gaara. Gazing upon him lying on the ground, she resolved to use the reanimation jutsu. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Grandmother." Chiyo smiled softly at the masked youth kneeling before her. As she looked at Sasori, her heart swelled with nostalgia, recalling the times they shared, filled with dreams and hope. During the battle against the White Zetsu army, Chiyo had keenly sensed the puppet technique being employed by the masked boy and suspected it was Sasori. Yet she chose to remain silent. "Live well," Chiyo spoke softly, her gaze tender yet resolute. She understood that despite Sasori's prior missteps, he still deserved love and care. "It's Sasori." The crowd grew alert, preparing for battle. However, they refrained from immediate attack, well aware of Sasori's strength and danger. Don't bother trying to capture me. This is merely a puppet of mine. Allow me to bid farewell to grandmother properly. Sasori's voice emerged from the puppet, tinged with resignation and resolve. Upon hearing this, the crowd silently lowered their weapons, recognizing that even if they captured this puppet, they could never truly seize Sasori himself. Moreover, it was paramount to respect Chiyo's wishes in this moment. Chiyo gazed at Sasori, concern evident in her eyes. She gently asked, "Sasori, how have you been?" Sasori lowered his head slightly, pausing before replying, "Grandmother, I have been well, accompanied by my parents." His voice carried a subtle note of happiness and contentment. Upon hearing Sasori's words, a satisfied smile graced Chiyo's face. She knew that he had finally found his own peace and warmth. Now I can rest easy. Chiyo sighed softly, her body growing colder, her life force gradually fading. Ultimately, she slowly closed her eyes, never to open them again. Grandmother. The onlookers were moved to tears by this scene. Sasori stood quietly to the side, a complex mix of emotions reflected in his gaze. He recalled his previous conversations with Chiyo, where she had imparted wisdom about the responsibilities of a puppeteer. In this moment, he seemed to grasp her words. Realizing that the power he had once pursued could not lead to true happiness, Sasori raised his head toward the sky, as if envisioning Chiyo's smile there. He softly uttered, "Thank you, grandmother." His voice was filled with deep gratitude, as Chiyo's love and sacrifice prompted him to reevaluate his life. Meanwhile, Obito entered the Kamui dimension and approached Hashirama. "Well done, Obito," praised Uchiha Madara. Then, Madara turned to Hashirama and laughed heartily. "It seems I am the victor. The winning side is undoubtedly ours." Naruto, having used the Flying Thunder God technique, arrived with Ashura, his gaze resolute. Upon seeing Ashura standing with Naruto, Obito merely smiled, unperturbed. "Naruto, you are destined to lose." Summoning, Mobile Toilet. Obito utilized a summoning technique to call upon the Outer Path Golem, disregarding the complete 8 tails and 9 tails. Using the 8 tails tail to replace the 8 tails and the gold and silver horns to replace the 9 tails, feeding it to the golem, thus releasing the 10 tails. A tremor shook the earth as the colossal 10 tails awakened. It roared, its immense form radiating a powerful chakra wave that distorted the surrounding air. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent red light, brimming with fury and rage. Standing atop the 10 tails, Uchiha Madara surveyed the world below, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips. He had finally succeeded in awakening this legendary beast, becoming the master of this formidable power. Meanwhile, Obito stood quietly by, observing the unfolding events. At that moment, the distant sky darkened, as if the entire world were engulfed in shadow. With the emergence of the 10 tails, the tides of war shifted fundamentally. People gazed at the monstrous entity in terror, overwhelmed by a sense of despair. Yet, Naruto and his allies refused to relinquish hope, uniting to confront this fateful battle. Chapter 125. United we stand against the 10 tails. At this moment, the 10 tails resembled a colossal reptile, exuding an overwhelming aura. Naruto meticulously sensed the natural energy contained within the 10 tails, discovering that its quantity surpassed that of the 9 tails by several multiples, which left him breathless. Realizing that time was of the essence, he swiftly distributed the chakra of the 9 tails to the allied shinobi forces while the 10 tails was still gathering strength. Such power from Naruto's chakra. The ninja coalition felt an immense surge of energy coursing through their bodies, enveloping them in a crimson cloak of chakra. Each individual experienced an unprecedented sense of strength and courage. However, Kurama frowned, expressing his discontent. "Naruto, I just managed to gather a bit of chakra, and now you're distributing it to them." With unwavering resolve, Naruto replied, "Kurama, I understand your struggles, but I must rely on everyone's strength to defeat the 10 tails. Only together do we stand a chance of winning this battle." After a moment of contemplation, Kurama nodded in understanding. Recognizing the dire situation that necessitated unity to overcome their formidable foe, Obito coldly observed the unfolding events, silently scoffing at Naruto's naivety. Did he truly believe he could save the world solely through his own power? Obito, mired in despair, yearned to drag everyone into an abyss of darkness and hopelessness. Without hesitation, he raised his arm to control the massive 10 tails, preparing to unleash a catastrophic area of effect attack, the technique of cuttings. In an instant, countless sharp, elongated wooden spikes erupted from the 10 tails' hands like a torrential downpour, descending upon the allied shinobi forces. Surprisingly, these seemingly ferocious spikes shattered upon contact with the ninjas, as if striking unyielding stone, failing to penetrate the formidable defense of the Nine-Tails chakra cloak. Seeing this, Naruto sighed in relief, glancing at the unharmed allied forces and Neji, his lips curving into a satisfied smile. It is Naruto's power that protects us. The morale of the ninja coalition surged as they witnessed this, their eyes shimmering with resolute determination, as if they had glimpsed the dawn of hope. Gripping their weapons tightly, they braced themselves for the ensuing fierce battle. Just then, after Minato had brought Kakashi and Yamato to safety, they activated their remote command mode, under the leadership of the genius strategist Kakashi. The allied shinobi forces launched organized and strategic attacks against the Ten-Tails. Each ninja showcased their unique skills and strengths, akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, demonstrating their individual prowess. Bolstered by Naruto's tailed beast chakra cloak, their abilities were significantly amplified. First, the Cloud and Mist ninjas utilized lightning and mist to obscure the enemy's vision and hinder their sensory capabilities. Subsequently, the Rock ninjas swiftly employed earth release techniques, causing the ground beneath the Ten-Tails to collapse, trapping it in a deep pit, thus effectively restricting its movement. Following this, the Rock ninjas unleashed a technique involving quick-drying cement, combining it with water release to create a fast-acting binding substance to immobilize the enemy. Finally, the Leaf ninjas used fire release to rapidly solidify the cement, ensuring it hardened almost instantaneously. The battlefield erupted with a dazzling array of ninjutsu, as each ninja played to their strengths in a collective effort against the formidable Ten-Tails. They worked in unison, merging their powers to fight for the protection of the world. As Naruto and the allied shinobi forces prepared to launch their assault on the Ten-Tails, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from within the beast, creating a shockwave that scattered Naruto and his allies. Simultaneously, the Ten-Tails began to transform, its form growing larger as it entered its second stage. It morphed into a gargantuan creature resembling ginseng, breaking free from its restraints and revealing even greater power. Immediately employing the technique known as heavenly change and earthly transformation. However, due to initiating the second stage before fully consolidating its chakra, the potency of its release technique was diminished. Naruto effortlessly utilized the Nine-Tails chakra to shield the allied forces from this onslaught. Once the Ten-Tails completed its attack, Hashirama and Ashura appeared on either side of it, invoking a powerful sage technique, True Thousand Hands, Divine Buddha. 2 colossal Buddha statues rose from the ground, sandwiching the Ten-Tails in a vice-like grip. Obito and Madara stared in shock at the scene before them, filled with dread. Without hesitation, Obito activated Kamui. Retreating into the Kamui dimension, Madara, infuriated by Obito's selfishness, was left with no choice but to abandon the Ten-Tails. The newly evolved Ten-Tails barely had a moment to showcase its immense power before it was subjected to Hashirama and Ashura's relentless assault. The fists of the thousand-hand Buddhas fell like a torrential downpour upon the Ten-Tails, each strike imbued with tremendous force, rendering the beast unable to evade or counterattack. Such strength. Is this the true power of the legendary god of shinobi? One ninja gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. Who is that other figure? To wield would release techniques with such potency, akin to Lord Hashirama. Another ninja exclaimed in astonishment. Hashirama and Ashura's flawless coordination allowed for a rapid-fire barrage of strikes, overwhelming the Ten-Tails, which roared in pain from the relentless blows. As the Ten-Tails was preoccupied with Hashirama and Ashura, the morale of the allied shinobi forces soared, prompting them to charge forward. At that moment, the Ten-Tails summoned countless clones, engaging in fierce combat with the allied forces. Although these clones were stronger than White Zetsu and appeared in endless waves, the coalition, clad in Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra cloak, brimmed with indomitable spirit and confidence. They fought valiantly, overpowering the Ten-Tails clones. Naruto smiled softly, witnessing everyone fighting for peace, observing the growth of his comrades. Inuzuka Kiba's Fong over Fong cleaved through a clone, while Shino and Kankuro employed insects and puppetry to eliminate others. Hinata effectively utilized her air palm technique against the clones, while Neji executed the 8 trigrams 64 palms and heavenly spin. Lee, unleashing the 6th gate, swept through the clones with ease. Tintin and Temari coordinated effortlessly to defeat the clones as well. Even the Ino Shikicho trio showcased their signature combination technique, and Choji, after consuming a special pill, enlarged his form, unleashing his meat tank technique. Shikamaru employs the shadow possession technique to manipulate CHG's attack trajectory. while Ino engages in sensory linkage to pinpoint the exact location of the enemy, effectively clearing an area infested with the ten-tailed beasts. Meanwhile, Sakura has begun her study of medical ninjutsu to assist the wounded. Additionally, it appears that Karen, having been rescued by Naruto at an earlier stage and having enjoyed ample nutrition for robust growth, has now awakened the Kongo FN, enabling her to effortlessly eliminate the ten-tails fragments. Chapter 126. The power of unity can penetrate solid stone, although the ninja allied forces exhibited great valor. The tailed beast's manifestations from the ten-tails continued to emerge relentlessly. At that moment, Uchiha Obito charged into the battlefield. Upon seeing this, Naruto immediately confronted him, re-engaging in combat. After exchanging a few blows with Obito using physical techniques, Obito cast a glance at the cloaks of the tailed beasts adorning the allied forces and sneered, "Naruto, I wonder how much chakra you have left." With that, he activated Susanoo once more. Just then, a voice echoed, "You should worry about yourself." Minato, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, arrived with Sasuke, Jiraiya, Nagato, Tsunade, and others. At this juncture, Sasuke's single eye had merged with Obito's Manjiki Sharingan, transforming it into an eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Minato, Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Tsunade spoke in unison, "Naruto, you should rest. The next phase is up to us." Naruto nodded and stepped aside to begin restoring his chakra. The three legendary ninjas, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, gathered together, summoning their respective summoning beasts. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's toads, Gamabunta and Manda, commenced the task of clearing the ten-tails manifestations, while Tsunade's slug focused on healing the injuries of the allied forces. Konan and Tobirama employed explosive tags in a combined technique, blasting the ten-tails manifestations into disarray. Even Nagato, blind and hindered in movement, joined the fray with unwavering resolve. The tide of battle was beginning to tilt in favor of the ninja allied forces. At this moment, the five Kage and Sasuke stood defiantly before Uchiha Obito, facing him head-on. Obito taunted, 6 against 1. Sasuke coldly replied, "Stand down. I can handle this alone. Allow me to face Uchiha Obito in single combat." Inoki interjected, "No. Obito is a formidable opponent. Enough, be silent." Sasuke activated Sage Mode and summoned Susanoo, drawing the massive sword to strike at Obito. "Impressive," Obito remarked, his gaze reflecting a hint of admiration. Sasuke's Susanoo was only slightly smaller than Obito's. As Obito reminisced about his brother, Izuna Uchiha, he sighed. The resemblance between Sasuke and his brother was uncanny. The two Susanoo clashed, locked in a stalemate. In an unexpected maneuver, Sasuke brandished the Kusanagi sword and dashed out from Susanoo, charging toward Obito. Naive, Obito scoffed, wielding his fan as he calmly observed Sasuke's approach. At that moment, Sasuke activated his Manjiki Sharingan, causing a distortion in space. The pentagonal shield protecting Obito was drawn into the Kamui dimension, leaving Obito exposed. Sasuke surged towards him. "Kamui?" Obito was astonished to discover that Sasuke possessed an ability akin to Obito's. Nevertheless, he remained composed, engaging Sasuke in hand-to-hand combat. However, the more they fought, the more Obito was taken aback. This junior was able to match him with Sage Mode and his own techniques. Even with the Rinnegan, Obito hesitated to confront Sasuke's Kamui assault, leading to a tense standoff. Inoki was left speechless, so powerful. I never expected Sasuke to truly challenge Uchiha Obito. The likes of Raza and Mei Terumi were equally astonished before they hurried to support the allied forces against the ten-tails manifestations. Witnessing Sasuke's growth, Naruto smiled faintly, while Orochimaru licked his lips, intrigued by the duel between Sasuke and Obito. Just as the ten-tails manifestations were on the verge of annihilation, and the situation appeared favorable, the ten-tails, battered by the assaults of Hashirama and Ashura's colossal fists, finally went berserk. The ten-tails seemed to have gathered its chakra, erupting in an anger-fueled rampage. Unleashing a ferocious roar, its 10 tentacles thrashing violently as if to rend the very fabric of the world. The ten-tails unleashed a devastating attack, causing celestial phenomena and altering the very atmosphere, accompanied by thunder and lightning, generating a colossal tornado. This cataclysmic force obliterated the two statues of the Thousand Hands. Fortunately, Naruto and Kurama had regained a significant amount of chakra, providing a steadfast shield for the allied forces, safeguarding them from harm. However, just as the devastation subsided, the head of the ten-tails underwent a sudden transformation, morphing into a gigantic flower bud. It then concentrated its energy, preparing to unleash a massive tailed beast bomb upon the ninja allied forces. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, panic ensued among the ranks of the allied forces. Yet, Hashirama's eyes shone with determination as he bellowed, "Do not fear. Victory shall be ours." Hashirama clasped his hands together, chanting incantations with clone technique. A colossal wooden figure stood tall before the Ten Tails, creating a barrier between it and the Ninja Alliance. Orochimaru, undeterred, bit his finger and slammed it onto the ground. Invoking his signature defensive technique, Triple Rashomon, 3 great black gates ascended, forming an impregnable barrier before the allied forces. Simultaneously, other ninjas employed various defensive jutsu, erecting walls of earth and stone to collectively withstand the Ten Tails' assault. At that moment, the colossal tailed beast bomb was finally complete, and the Ten Tails' massive form began to tremble violently, unleashing a gigantic tailed beast bomb with a diameter of several meters, hurtling toward the assembled forces. The tailed beast bomb raced forward with staggering speed, threatening to annihilate everything in its path. However, just as the tailed beast bomb was about to strike, Killer Bee fully transformed, becoming a gigantic 8 tails, using his body to obstruct the bomb's trajectory. The tailed beast bomb collided with Killer Bee, producing a thunderous roar that pushed him back several meters, yet he ultimately succeeded in halting its advance. Seeing this, Minato immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing beside the tailed beast bomb in an instant. With a deft flick of his kunai, he redirected the bomb toward the distant sea. A cacophony of explosive sounds echoed from the far-off coastline, accompanied by billowing smoke and towering waves. Even from a distance, the powerful shockwave struck the onlookers, sending a tremor through their hearts. Ming Shin Min. With Hashirama's command, 10 colossal Ming Shin Min descended in succession, ensnaring the Ten Tails' 10 tentacles, rendering it immobile. The Leaf Village's F4 encircled the Ten Tails, simultaneously employing the 4 Red Yang formation to confine the beast entirely within. Chapter 127, Obito vs. Kakashi. As the Ten Tails was subdued and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the space suddenly began to distort. Obito appeared behind the monstrous creature, ready to launch a surprise attack. His face bore a chilling expression, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Killer Bee by using his Rinnegan to extract the 8 tails. However, just as Obito was about to succeed, Might Guy detected the imminent danger. With wide eyes, he shouted, "Be careful." He swiftly hurled his nunchaku towards Obito's head. Obito had no choice but to phase out to evade the strike, failing to inflict any harm on Killer Bee. Seizing the moment, Killer Bee pivoted swiftly, locking his hostile gaze onto Obito. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Obito." Kakashi's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he charged at Obito, his hand crackling with Raikiri. His speed was blinding, akin to a bolt of lightning closing in on its target. Kakashi. Obito, undeterred, rushed towards Kakashi, his eyes shimmering with determination and resolve. Their gazes locked, and it felt as though the world around them faded, leaving only the two of them. Kakashi's Raikiri glowed with electric brilliance as it surged towards Obito with fierce momentum. In an uncanny manner, Obito maneuvered his body to avoid Kakashi's assault and simultaneously launched a counterattack. The battle between the two was extraordinarily intense, each clash generating violent waves of energy. Their movements were rapid and incisive, overwhelming to behold. However, when Guy and Killer Bee prepared to assist Kakashi, he halted them with a steadfast gaze. "This is my duel with Obito. Let us settle this ourselves." Upon hearing his words, the others paused, silently observing the fierce confrontation. Obito glared at Kakashi, his voice brimming with rage and resentment. "Kakashi, you hypocrite. You failed to uphold your promise to protect Rin. You are unworthy of existence in this world." Kakashi remained silent for a moment before replying slowly. "Obito, I acknowledge my past mistakes, but this is not the time for debate. Let us determine our fates through our strength." With that, Kakashi and Obito charged at each other, initiating a new round of fierce combat. In that instant, they seemed to forget everything around them, their minds solely focused on defeating one another. Their figures intertwined in the air, fists and feet colliding, each attack infused with boundless power and skill. They moved with lightning speed, dazzling to the eye. This scene resembled the battles of Team 7 under the watchful gaze of their teacher, Minato Namikaze. Once, they were youthful ninjas brimming with vitality. Now, they had evolved into formidable warriors, Yet fate had thrust them into opposition, leading to a truly relentless, life-or-death confrontation. This clash was not merely a contest of strength, but a collision of beliefs and resolve. Die. Fire style, storm dance. Earth style, earth flow wall. Obito. Phasing through the earth wall, aimed to strike Kakashi, but Kakashi suddenly transformed into a stream of light, electricity coursing through Obito's entire being. It was Kakashi's lightning clone. As Kakashi appeared behind Obito, ready to plunge a kunai into him, chains erupted from Obito's body, ensnaring Kakashi's arm. With a mocking grin, Obito taunted, "Kakashi, you haven't changed a bit. Did you think I would fall for that?" Suddenly, with a resounding crack, Kakashi became a surge of electricity, coursing along the chains to engulf Obito entirely, another of Kakashi's lightning clones. Die Obito. Kakashi appeared before him, ruthlessly unleashing Chidori. Obito let out a muffled groan, his gaze freezing as Kakashi's Chidori pierced his heart. "Kakashi, you truly are a heartless fiend, as treacherous as ever. This is how you killed Rin, and now you have slain me as well. Kakashi, do you see? My heart is hollow. This world is indeed filled with despair and filth." With those words, Obito slowly collapsed, closing his eyes. Kakashi stood silently, gazing at the lifeless form of Obito, devoid of any joy. He remained rooted in place, reflecting on their shared memories, a complex wave of emotions surging within him. Yet, just as everyone believed Obito was truly gone, he suddenly resurrected. His eyes shot open, the space warped, and he entered Kamui's dimension, fleeing. This unexpected turn left everyone astonished, utterly blindsided by the turn of events. Each person stared in disbelief at the direction Obito had vanished. Kakashi's face registered shock and incredulity. Simultaneously, Uchiha Madara was taken aback, seeing the Ten Tails held in check, and Obito weakened from his injuries. He prepared to manipulate Obito to use the outer path, samsara of heavenly life, to resurrect himself, only to discover that Obito had escaped his control. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, who watched Madara's demeanor, he sneered mockingly, "Madara, are you afraid of me?" Madara's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth in response. "You foolish brat. You have no idea of the horrors that await." After uttering those words, Madara turned his gaze toward the Ten Tails, prompting Sasuke to furrow his brow and follow suit. At that moment, a violent distortion of space erupted above the Ten Tails. Suddenly, Obito appeared there, lying quietly atop the beast, murmuring incantations while swiftly forming hand seals. The colossal Ten Tails was being absorbed into Obito's very being. Oh no! The members of Konoha F4, along with Sasuke and the Hyuga clan, witnessed this shocking spectacle, their expressions filled with astonishment. Chapter 128, Ascension into Immortality. Obito becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails as Sasuke and the others watched in astonishment. In a moment of desperation, Obito absorbed the Ten Tails into his being, causing his body to swell into a colossal white sphere. With a thunderous explosion, the sphere shattered, and Obito radiated a dazzling white light that captivated all onlookers. Feathers floated gracefully like snowflakes as Obito stood serenely in the sky, seemingly merging with the cosmos, exuding an intangible yet formidable aura that instilled deep-seated dread in the hearts of those present, for the chakra coursing within him was as vast as an ocean. At that moment, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, feeling the terrifying energy emanating from Obito. Yet, his gaze was resolute and unwavering. It was time to unleash his full potential. He silently resolved. Naruto's chakra, along with that of Kurama, had fully restored. Moreover, during this time, he had recalled the shadow clones that had been training outside. Despite a lingering fatigue, Naruto felt an unprecedented strength and lightness, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, revitalizing his spirit. Naruto now truly grasped the extent of his abilities. He sensed that his chakra had reached 857 chakra points, while Kakashi, in his current state devoid of the Sharingan's drain and having received genetic enhancement, barely matched the chakra levels of a shadow clone. Although Naruto's chakra could not yet compare to the Nine Tails, it had surpassed the level of Shikaku, the One Tail. Obito's figure shimmered with an enigmatic glow in the sky, his gaze cold and profound, seemingly transcending mortal limits. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly tore apart the four Crimson Sun formation. "Come on, show me what you're capable of." Obito's voice resonated with an overwhelming authority. Hashirama furrowed his brow, openly declaring, "Obito's strength now far exceeds mine." Just as despair enveloped the ninja allied forces, Naruto's voice rang out, "Obito, Our battle has only just begun. Utilizing the lunar step technique, Naruto left several footprints in the air, swiftly appearing before Obito. Following closely, Sasuke activated his Sage mode and joined Naruto, both gazing defiantly at Obito. The sight astonished many, as they had never witnessed such an ability, and they were filled with curiosity at Naruto and Sasuke's aerial prowess. Most importantly, the standoff ignited a glimmer of hope among the masses. The crowd rallied behind Naruto and Sasuke, their eyes burning with determination and resolve to confront Obito to the bitter end. A fierce battle was imminent, casting a tense atmosphere over the battlefield. Pointless struggles are utterly laughable, Obito scoffed. With that, he summoned the true form of the 10 Tails, causing a massive tree trunk to grow rapidly. Naruto smiled faintly as he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport the ordinary ninjas to safety. Rest for a moment, we'll handle the rest from here, he instructed, rejoining Sasuke and the others in their confrontation with Obito, while the upper-ranking ninjas focused on felling the tree. At that moment, Ashura, who had previously received the Sage of Six Paths Legacy and unlocked the Six Paths mode, cautioned, ordinary ninjutsu will be ineffective against Obito. Be wary of the black sphere formed by Yin-Yang release behind him. That is the truth-seeking ball, capable of altering its form at will with immense destructive power, easily obliterating a forest. Those without the power of the Six Paths will be rendered to nothing upon contact. Understood, Ashura, Naruto acknowledged. As the golden 9 tails began to rise, Sasuke, Naruto called out. Sasuke smiled knowingly, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. This time, Sasuke's Susanoo armor completely enveloped the 9 tails, merging perfectly into an enhanced Sage mode version. In this form, they could disregard Obito's defenses and deal real damage. Seeing this, Obito did not falter and swiftly unleashed the Six Paths genetic spear to counter the imminent threat. The armored 9 tails swung the Susanoo great sword, striking fiercely against Obito's Ama no Murakumo. Both sides found themselves locked in a fierce stalemate. Naruto silently lamented, to think we couldn't budge the Ama no Murakumo. Obito's will is indeed steadfast. Moreover, the 10 tails seemed weakened from its previous encounters with Hashirama and Ashura, showing no backlash against Obito. Nonetheless, Naruto remained confident that he and Sasuke could triumph over Obito. Just then, the truth-seeking ball in Obito's hand shot toward Naruto and Sasuke like a speeding bullet. However, the armored 9 tails had more than one method of attack. Under Naruto and Sasuke's command, the 9 tails acted as shields against the truth-seeking ball, while additional tails launched an offensive towards Obito. With gritted teeth, Obito gripped the Ama no Murakumo tightly, struggling against the 9 tails Susanoo greatsword, while his other hand wielded the Six Paths staff, desperately defending against the assault of the 9 tails. Obito, perish! Naruto and Sasuke shouted in unison. As the 9 tails began to gather formidable power for the Sage art, Tailed Beast Bomb. Obito's expression shifted dramatically, despair flooding his heart. With a thunderous roar, the Tailed Beast Bomb struck Obito directly, sending him hurtling backward, grievously wounded and collapsing to the ground. Naruto and Sasuke seized the moment, advancing to extract the 10 tails from Obito's body. Have I failed? I am so unwilling. Obito's heart brimmed with regret as memories flashed before him, particularly of the one person he could never forget, Rin. Drawing upon his immense willpower, Obito rose once more as Naruto and Sasuke had only managed to extract a small fraction of the 10 tails chakra, most of which he had absorbed back. Obito, submit to your fate. Naruto and Sasuke shouted in unison, as the armored 9 tails brandished the Susanoo great sword once more, preparing to face Obito, who retaliated with the Ama no Murakumo. Weakened, Obito gritted his teeth, memories of living alongside Rin echoing in his mind. Rin, the Ama no Murakumo became impervious, forcing the armored 9 tails to retreat. Subsequently, Obito and Madara charged toward each other. Hashirama attempted to intervene, but was struck by a black rod formed from Obito's truth-seeking ball. The Susanoo great sword in the 9 tails grasp swung toward Obito's back, but he countered with the truth-seeking ball as a shield. However, the 9 tails great sword cleaved through, delivering a heavy blow to Obito's already injured back. Blood spilled from his lips, yet Obito harnessed this force to reunite with Madara. Madara, with my will, we shall realize the Eye of the Moon plan. Chapter 129. Realizing Dreams. Obito's rebirth of all Obito lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, aware that he could not overcome Naruto and Sasuke. and that he could not endure until the moment the god tree's blossom unfurled. Thus, he sought to have Madara fulfill the Eye of the Moon plan. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life. Uchiha Madara gazed at the white light gradually emanating from his body, his eyes reflecting an uncontrollable astonishment. At that moment, the fallen members of the Ninja Alliance and those resurrected through Edo Tensei began to radiate a brilliant white light. Could it be we are to be revived? Hashirama, Minato, and others looked at their revitalizing bodies with joy and hope. Concurrently, many recently fallen members of the Ninja Alliance miraculously came back to life, reclaiming their precious existence. Within, Naruto silently cheered. Well done, Obito. Just like the Akatsuki, you too are a good person. Despite the unforeseen circumstances, Nagato's instructions set within the Rinnegan were ultimately triggered successfully. Father, mother, you have truly returned to life. Naruto's voice trembled with excitement and joy. Tears glistened in his eyes as he beheld Minato and Kushina, his heart brimming with emotion. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, their faces glowing with a comforting smile. Kushina, overwhelmed, covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, softly uttering, Naruto, it seems we can now stay by your side forever. Simultaneously, the battlefield was filled with joy and laughter as people celebrated the victory and the rebirth of life. Scorpion, unable to contain his excitement, embraced his parents tightly, feeling their real warmth and heartbeat. At that moment, Scorpion truly felt the love and warmth of his parents. Scorpion, it seems we can accompany you through life's journey henceforth. Scorpion's father gently stroked his head. Scorpion lifted his gaze, determination shining in his eyes, proclaiming, Father, Mother, I will not allow you to say such things. We shall live together in health and happiness. Elsewhere, Gaara and his family also embraced each other with fervor. Gaara held his mother, Karura, tightly, filled with gratitude and happiness. Granny Chio slowly rose, astonished as she touched her body, muttering in confusion, Huh, how am I alive again? It seems this old woman can linger on a bit longer. She then smiled at Scorpion and Gaara's family, her face radiating satisfaction at their happiness. What on earth is happening? Madara was astonished as he witnessed the revival of everyone, casting a suspicious glance at Obito. Did you do this on purpose? To resurrect everyone? However, having revived countless individuals in an instant, Obito's life force was nearly extinguished. His once bright eyes grew murky and lost, resembling those of an aging man on the brink of death. Madara dared not continue his interrogation, realizing that his Rinnegan had shattered and was beginning to fall apart. He needed to reclaim the Rinnegan from Obito and absorb the Ten Tails within him. At that moment, the revived Minato and Tobirama used Flying Thunder God to intercept Madara. Yet, Madara, deprived of sight, activated Susanoo to fend off the attack. Just as Madara reached out to extract the Rinnegan, an unexpected occurrence transpired. From the previously empty ground, a colossal Susanoo blade emerged, piercing Obito's chest. The immense Susanoo rose from the earth, its overwhelming presence forcing Madara to retreat. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events, especially Kaguya, who trembled in fear from a distance. Since Indra had broken free from Obito's control, Kaguya had foreseen various unforeseen developments and dared not reveal himself to the crowd. Obito groaned in agony, his body impaled by Indra, hanging high for all to witness the last shimmer of his life. This power is remarkable. I shall take it, Indra coldly declared. Without hesitation, he extracted Obito's Rinnegan and Sharingan, then plunged his hand into Obito's chest, absorbing the power of the Ten Tails. As the Ten Tails within Obito was entirely consumed by Indra, Obito was left as a desiccated husk, discarded like refuse by Indra, marking his complete demise. Madara, filled with rage, demanded, Who are you? His anger was not directed at Obito but rather at Indra for seizing the Ten Tails, having believed another Rinnegan resided within Obito, only to find it in this man's eyes. Indra sneered, I am your ancestor, and you and Sasuke are my reincarnations. Hearing this, Madara could not restrain his fury. Damn your ancestor. Ashura watched his brother, filled with sorrow and helplessness, and attempted to persuade Indra to cease this endless conflict, stating, Brother, can we not continue this fight? We have lost too many loved ones. Must we persist in this mutual destruction? Let us reconcile, shall we? However, Indra remained unmoved. Responding coldly, Reconcile? Ashura, my dear brother, do you believe a simple reconciliation can dissolve the hatred between us? That is exceedingly naive. At this point, Naruto interjected, Indra, what is it that you truly desire? We should not be enemies. Indra scoffed, his eyes glinting with greed. He bellowed, "What I seek is power. Only with great strength can one command all. If you lay down your weapons and obey my commands from now on, I shall cease this conflict with you." Upon hearing this, Sasuke roared in anger. "Then why waste words on such a person? Let us slay him." Ashura hurriedly blocked Sasuke, shaking his head. "Brother, our father, the sage of the six paths, established the shinobi sect with the hope that all could learn ninjutsu and create a better life together. Yet you have turned ninjutsu into a weapon of murder, shattering peace. I cannot permit this." Indra laughed heartily in response, mocking, "Ashura, how can you still be so naive? We have reincarnated countless times, perpetually battling each other, and war has never ceased. You do not understand? This world is one of the survival of the fittest. Only the strong can endure, and I am that strong." With that, Indra wore a triumphant expression, as if he had become the sovereign of the world. Ashura, overwhelmed with anger, glared at Indra, declaring, "No, it is not so. I believe that with conviction, we can change our fate." Yet Indra dismissed him, sneering, "Humph. Your so-called conviction is merely a self-deceptive excuse. True power is the key to all decisions. Do you truly believe humanity can remain united in harmony forever? That is a grand delusion. You say not to turn ninjutsu into a tool of murder, but what will you do when others come to kill you? Will you simply stand idly by? Yet, it seems that the only recourse is to resort to force. Strength is the very foundation of all things." Indra's tone was laced with disdain and mockery. He believed that the notion of peace achieved through mutual understanding was merely a naive fantasy, asserting that only through formidable power could one protect oneself and accomplish their objectives. Naruto, with a grave expression, gazed intently at Indra and declared, "Indra, you are mistaken. The enmity between you two brothers has been wholly reconciled in my generation and Sasuke's. We have endured suffering and tribulation. Yet we ultimately chose to relinquish the past and unite in safeguarding peace. I shall not allow you to continue disturbing this shinobi world." Chapter 130, Indra versus Ashura. In the end, it all boiled down to a contest of strength. "You all may come at me together," Indra declared with an expression of indifference. Upon finishing his words, he activated his Susanoo once more, enveloped in a radiant purple chakra that illuminated his entire being. His form gradually expanded, transforming into a colossal giant towering hundreds of meters high. The outer layer of Susanoo emanated an overwhelming aura, resembling an impenetrable armor. Indra's gaze was filled with confidence and authority as he brandished his massive sword, challenging the assembled crowd. "Come forth, let me witness your abilities." His voice reverberated through the air, imbued with an unmatched fierceness. Naruto, witnessing Indra's Susanoo, which rivaled the size of the Ten Tails, broke into a cold sweat. Recalling the Susanoo of Sage of the Six Paths, a force capable of withstanding the Ten Tails' tailed beast bomb. At that moment, Indra appeared akin to a second Sage of the Six Paths, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. The initial joy of resurrection among the allied ninjas froze in that instant. They gaped in terror at the immense Susanoo before them. Its mountain-like stature and unparalleled pressure instilled a profound fear within them. Yet, despite the trepidation that gripped their hearts, these courageous ninjas did not waver. They steadfastly stood behind Naruto, Sasuke, and their comrades, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes reflecting determination and resolve. In that moment, their singular belief resonated: to protect this world and safeguard all that they held dear. "Ashura, everyone, channel your chakra to me," Ashura called out. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, filled with doubt and concern. Uncertain of whether they should fully trust Ashura, it was then that Naruto stepped forward, smiling as he was the first to transfer his chakra to Ashura. Following Naruto's lead, others began to follow suit, continuously channeling their chakra towards Ashura. He felt the influx of chakra and marveled, what an immense chakra! At that moment, a wave of gratitude surged within him. Observing this scene, Hashirama smiled slightly, encouraging Ashura. "You've got this, Ashura." With tears welling in his eyes, Ashura looked gratefully at Naruto, Hashirama, and all who supported him. He understood that this battle was not merely a matter of personal survival, but one that determined the fate of the entire world. Thus, Ashura nodded resolutely, vowing to give his all. At that juncture, Indra bore witness to this exchange, his eyes widening as he glared at Ashura, Hashirama, and Naruto, shouting in anger, once again, "Ashura, do you truly believe this will enable you to defeat me? Do not harbor such delusions." With that, Indra commanded his Susanoo to swiftly draw forth two gigantic Susanoo swords from its back. In response, Ashura did not hesitate to unleash his technique, conjuring a colossal thousand-handed Buddha that matched Indra's height, exuding an unparalleled grandeur. As the Susanoo clashed with the thousand-handed Buddha, a flurry of blades and fists erupted, debris scattering like leaves in a tempest. Ashura, it seems your capabilities are limited, Indra laughed triumphantly. The Susanoo swung its twin swords with the ferocity of a tempest, relentlessly attacking the arms of the thousand-handed Buddha, each strike imbued with razor-sharp blade energy. Ashura gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He exerted all his strength to maintain the form of the Buddha, yet Indra's onslaught continued to sever his arms. This is it. Many within the Ninja Alliance felt despair upon witnessing this scene. They had hoped Ashura's bonds and strength would suffice to overcome Indra, but it appeared that he still could not contend with him. Ashura pondered inwardly, why does the combined strength and bonds of so many only surpass my former power by a fraction? Is it truly impossible to defeat Indra? Just then, a flicker of insight illuminated Ashura's mind, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. He realized that perhaps it was the blessing of his father, the sage of the six paths, that had allowed him to stand against Indra before. Now, devoid of the sage's assistance, overcoming Indra, the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, had become exceedingly arduous. What should we do, Naruto? Sasuke inquired, his brow furrowed with urgency. Indeed, Naruto, Jiraiya echoed, his expression grave and somber, reflecting the weight of the situation. The collective countenance of the group grew increasingly serious, their eyes revealing deep concern and anxiety. They had poured their chakra unreservedly into Ashura, placing their hopes upon him. Yet, Ashura now found himself in a dire predicament, nearly unable to retaliate against Indra's oppression. The mood grew heavy, and they silently prayed for Ashura to discover a means to break free from this plight and unleash greater power. After all, this battle was not just about individual victories or defeats. It was intrinsically tied to the future of the entire world. Naruto took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Do not despair, Sasuke, Jiraiya-sensei, everyone, we still have a chance. His voice was steady and resolute, instilling a sense of reassurance and trust, akin to a gentle spring breeze that moved hearts. Naruto speaks wisely, Guy exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fervor, as if fueled by an indomitable spirit. His body trembled with anticipation, yearning to display his prowess. Guy, Kakashi's brow furrowed deeper, his eyes betraying profound concern. He understood the might of the 8 gates but was also acutely aware of the cost. Naruto turned to face Guy, his gaze reflecting a determined resolve, as if he had already prepared himself for the worst. If it comes down to the final moment, we may indeed have to resort to our trump card, the 8 gates. His tone was calm, yet unwavering. However, I can also open the 8 gates now, and it does not necessarily mean death. If anyone should go first, it should be me, Naruto added, his voice resonating with confidence and determination. Chapter 131. The ideological conflict between Indra and Ashura. The appearance of the Sage of Six Paths. Ashura, what troubles you? Are you on the brink of collapse? Indra's face was alight with unrestrained excitement and madness. He commanded Susanoo, wielding 2 enormous swords, striking down upon the thousand-handed Buddha with a ferocity akin to a tempest. Each blow carried unimaginable might, as if intent on tearing the very fabric of the universe apart. Ashura gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead, exerting every ounce of strength to uphold the faltering thousand-handed Buddha. His gaze was unwavering and resolute, imbued with a fervent belief in peace and justice. Nisan, let us not allow hatred to perpetuate any longer. We must release the grudges of the past and forge a brighter future together, Ashura implored with all his might. Yet, Indra paid no heed, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. Ashura, my dear brother, do you recall our battle from years past? You showed no mercy then. You could have easily defeated me with just 2 strikes, yet you unleashed 1,000 blows upon me. Today, if you can withstand 1,000 of my strikes, I shall relent. Otherwise, you shall taste the wrath of my millennia of resentment. Indra roared, his voice drenched in boundless hatred. The swords in his hands grew increasingly ferocious, each slash imbued with cataclysmic power, ruthlessly cleaving towards the thousand-handed Buddha. Ashura clenched his fists, filled with despair and sorrow. Still, he held on to the hope of awakening Indra's conscience deep within, urging him to cease this endless slaughter. Indra ignored Ashura's pleas and continued to command Susanoo in relentless assault upon the thousand-handed Buddha until, at last, it could bear no more and collapsed under the onslaught. Ashura, it seems you cannot endure 1,000 strikes, Indra remarked coldly. Now, I ask you once more, will you submit to me and join in establishing an order based on strength? Ashura, with determination etched upon his face, replied, Ni-san. Father once said that a world devoid of bonds will ultimately perish due to sheer power. Then perish, Ashura, Indra declared, disregarding their fraternal bond as he prepared to strike Ashura down with Susanoo's blade. At that moment, Naruto and Might Guy, witnessing this spectacle, were poised to unleash the 8th gate of death. Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated, clear and penetrating in the ears of all present. Cease this, Indra. Startled, the crowd turned to see a figure clad in a white robe, seated in midair, solemnly gazing at Indra. Ashura, filled with elation, shouted, Father. Indra, however, glared at the sage of 6 paths with fury, gritting his teeth, biased old man. The gathered assembly was taken aback by the sage's unexpected appearance, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld the legendary figure. Is that truly the sage of 6 paths? One gasped in awe, while another murmured, My goodness. This cannot be real. I am witnessing the sage of 6 paths. Naruto's gaze was fixed intently upon the sage, sensing a fleeting glance directed his way. Reflecting on the situation, he mused, 2 sons in deadly conflict, and finally, the sage has chosen to intervene. The atmosphere was charged with astonishment as the fabled sage of 6 paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, addressed the brothers. Indra, Ashura, I implore you to coexist harmoniously. For centuries, your discord has wrought immeasurable tragedy upon the world of shinobi. Indra scoffed, coexistence? Huh, only the strong shall govern this realm. Hagoromo shook his head, responding, Indra, you are mistaken. Strength is not the sole criterion. Bonds are of paramount importance. Without connections, even the mightiest power cannot sustain dominion over this world. Indra laughed derisively. Surely you have witnessed, then? Ashura's invocation of bonds has failed to vanquish me. All obstacles can be overcome by strength, if not. It is merely a testament to your weakness. With closed eyes, the sage sighed. Indra, your perspective is excessively extreme. Seeing the disappointment etched upon his father's face, Indra could no longer contain his rage. He glared at the sage, bellowing, Silence. You cannot stop me, not even in your current state. Step aside, or I shall cleave you as well, erasing your very soul. At that moment, Ashura cried out desperately, Ni-san, must we continue in this manner? Indra coldly retorted, Ashura, we cannot merge paths that diverge. Naruto, observing the unfolding chaos, spoke with unwavering resolve. No, Indra, while power is indeed vital, bonds are equally indispensable. Pursuing strength alone will lead to disorientation and enslavement by that very power. With a fierce proclamation, Naruto declared, I shall open the 7th gate of death. Instantly, he was enveloped in green steam, an overwhelming chakra radiating from him. I will stand with you, Naruto, Might Guy said, revealing his bright smile as he prepared to ignite his youth in battle alongside Naruto. Might Guy, I can handle this. You stay back in case of emergencies. Naruto affirmed resolutely. Very well, Naruto, Might Guy responded, placing a heartfelt hand on Naruto's shoulder, tears brimming in his eyes. Naruto. The voices of Kushina and Minato echoed with concern. Turning, Naruto offered a calm smile to reassure them. Naruto. As more gazes turned to him, understanding dawned upon them. Their eyes reflected reluctance as they bid him farewell. Don't worry, Sasuke, Naruto smiled at his anxious friend. I will definitely return. He then looked at his parents, the allied ninja, and finally at Hinata, whose tears flowed freely as she pleaded, Naruto, please, come back alive. With a gentle smile, he reassured her, I will. Hinata, turning back to Indra, he announced, thank you for your patience. Indra sneered, Humph, let me see what you're truly capable of. Drawing a deep breath, Naruto shouted, 8th gate of death, open. With that roar, an unparalleled and potent aura erupted from Naruto, akin to a volcano in full eruption and a tsunami crashing forth. Simultaneously, a remarkable transformation overtook Naruto. His skin flushed a brilliant red, as if engulfed in flames, with his hair turning the same hue. Every muscle and bone vibrated under the onslaught of this power, as if ready to rend the world asunder. In that moment, Naruto resembled a divine warrior, exuding an oppressive aura that left all breathless. Chapter 132. The Eight Gates of Doenjia Fully Unleashed. Upon unlocking the eighth gate of Doenjia, Naruto felt an unceasing surge of power erupting from his heart. Indra, filled with intrigue, gazed at Naruto and exclaimed, "Such ferocious strength." However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. In an instant, Naruto shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, creating a deep crater in the ground beneath him, and he appeared above Susanu's head, delivering a fierce kick. Bang! Under Indra's astonished gaze, the pentagonal crystal shielding him atop Susanu shattered like fragile glass under Naruto's relentless strike. With unwavering momentum, Naruto continued to assault Indra. Indra hastily brandished the six-path staff in defense, yet he could not withstand Naruto's onslaught, being forcefully kicked out of Susanu. Indra was propelled backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he stared at Naruto, his eyes brimming with shock and fury. He swiftly hurled the truth-seeking orbs at Naruto, attempting to halt his advance. Naruto effortlessly evaded and maneuvered around Indra, relentlessly striking with his fists. The fierce winds generated by his punches battered against Indra's form like a tempest. "Night Guy!" Naruto bellowed, his entire being engulfed in crimson steam as he unleashed his most formidable attack. This strike bore unparalleled might, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space itself. The air warped around them, and Indra realized he could not evade this blow. He tossed several more truth-seeking orbs at Naruto. "Naruto, give it your all." A kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique was thrown in front of Indra by Might Guy. Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God to evade the orbs thrown by Indra. His eyes turned a deep crimson, and a massive blood-red dragon head slowly emerged from behind him, its serpentine body entwining around him as if they were one. This overwhelming aura distorted the air around them. Seeing this, Indra's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately employed the truth-seeking orbs for defense. Yet, at that moment, Sasuke suddenly activated his Ameno Jikara, absorbing and dispelling the truth-seeking orbs. "Naruto, let me witness your utmost power," Indra shouted, simultaneously activating Susanoo once more and gripping the Six Paths staff tightly, preparing to receive Naruto's impending assault. "Night Guy!" Naruto shouted with fervor, with every cell in his body ablaze with chakra. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, as if he intended to utterly obliterate the foe before him. Concurrently, the blood-red dragon head behind him moved in sync with his actions, emitting a thunderous roar that resonated through the air, shaking the very space around them. This kick, imbued with cataclysmic energy, surged toward Indra. It erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, carrying boundless energy and fury, seemingly set to annihilate everything in its path. The resounding boom echoed through the atmosphere as Susanoo was shattered into countless fragments, scattering through the air. Indra's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that his strongest defense could be so easily breached. In the next moment, a tremendous shockwave struck him, causing him to spit out blood and be sent flying like a kite severed from its string. His body retreated at an astonishing speed, surpassing even the speed of sound. Ultimately, Indra crashed heavily into the divine tree, producing a dull thud. The trunk of the tree shook violently, and leaves began to fall, as if they too were affected by the force of the impact. Naruto. Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing beside Naruto. He scooped Naruto into his arms and swiftly returned to the allied shinobi forces. Naruto. As everyone beheld Naruto's state, their hearts trembled in unison. At that moment, Naruto appeared charred and lifeless, as if all vitality had been stripped away. "Make way," Tsunade cried urgently, quickly pushing aside those around her as she commenced her medical ninjutsu on Naruto. "Tsunade, will Naruto be all right?" Kushina knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes filled with worry and dread. Hinata, also in tears, rushed to Naruto's side, crying out in anguish, "Naruto-kun, you promised me you would come back alive." Itachi sought to leverage his Manjiki Sharingan's power to alter the unfavorable circumstances surrounding Naruto. However, he had previously expended that power on Sasuke and was currently in a cooldown phase, unable to activate it again. The process of Sasuke integrating Obito's Manjiki Sharingan was fraught with challenges. To safeguard Sasuke's Manjiki, Itachi had to employ his unique ability, Izanagi, to transform those factors detrimental to Sasuke. This allowed Sasuke to utilize the eternal Manjiki Sharingan in such a short time frame without requiring any postoperative care. Meanwhile, Sasuke attempted to invoke the time-manipulating abilities of his Manjiki in a bid to save Naruto. However, The time Naruto had spent in the 8th gate had already surpassed 5 seconds. Even if Sasuke activated his time reversal ability, it would be futile. "Let me save Naruto," Chiyo exclaimed as she pushed through the crowd, her voice resolute and unwavering, as if she had made up her mind long ago. Chiyo, Sakura, Gaara, and others cried out in unison, their voices filled with reluctance and sorrow. They understood that this might mean Chiyo would sacrifice her own life. Yet, Chiyo smiled gently, reassuring everyone, "Do not grieve. I am merely an old woman. Having died once, I find it worthwhile to trade my life for Naruto's." Her tone was calm and steadfast, revealing the depth of her conviction. At that moment, Tsunade interjected, "Stop fighting over who will save Naruto. Look, his vital signs have stabilized. He is not in immediate danger." Naruto possessed a formidable vitality and resilience, and the Nine Tails was also assisting in his healing. Everyone followed Tsunade's gaze to see Naruto enveloped in a golden aura of Nine Tails chakra, his wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. "That's wonderful," Kushina exclaimed, embracing Minato, her face alight with joy. Minato, Hinata, Might Guy, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and others all sighed in relief, the weight of anxiety finally lifting from their hearts. Meanwhile, within Naruto's sealed space, Kurama also exhaled deeply, having exerted itself to save Naruto. Chapter 133, Gaining the Power of the Six Paths. As Naruto slowly awakened and opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a dimly lit expanse of water, enveloped in tranquility, with only the faint sound of rippling waves disturbing the silence. Initially, he thought he had returned to his sealed space, and mused that it would be a perfect opportunity to greet Kurama. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice that shattered his speculation. "You are awake." Turning towards the sound, Naruto beheld an elderly man seated cross-legged before him, the sage of the Six Paths. "You do not seem particularly surprised," remarked the sage. "Well, I am somewhat surprised, but it's manageable since I have met you once before," Naruto replied, scratching his head. "Sage of the Six Paths, did you save me?" "No. It was your companions who rescued you," the sage said with a warm smile. "Oh, I see. That is wonderful." Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. "They must have been very worried about me. Indeed, they gathered together primarily because of you. You are the bridge that connects them, the common bond they share." The sage observed appreciatively. "Thank you for your kind words, Sage of the Six Paths," Naruto said, a hint of bashfulness creeping into his smile. "There is no need for modesty. You are the fated child foretold by Gamamaru." The sage spoke with earnestness. "No, destiny lies within each individual's hands. If everyone strives to embody their ideal selves, then each person is the architect of their own fate," Naruto asserted resolutely. The sage nodded approvingly. "Naruto, you truly are extraordinary, possessing profound wisdom. Moreover, you surpass all reincarnations of Ashura in intellect. Perhaps it is for this reason that you are capable of bringing about change in the shinobi world. I hope that true peace can be realized under your stewardship. Rest assured, I hold a deep affection for the shinobi world. Every individual within it is dear to me, and I will unite with them in harmony to rebuild a beautiful life," Naruto declared with determination. The sage nodded in acknowledgement of Naruto's vision. Reflecting inwardly, this reincarnation of Ashura may be somewhat unique, yet his ideals have been flawlessly inherited. "Naruto, the shinobi world has reached a critical juncture. My mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, is about to be resurrected, and you and Sasuke must do everything in your power to prevent this." "Kagaya Otsutsuki?" Naruto inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Yes, Kagaya Otsutsuki. She is an extraterrestrial being endowed with formidable power, yet she also possesses a greedy and cruel nature. She bore 2 sons, Hki and Hamura. However, Hamura and I uncovered our mother's secret. She had been sacrificing humans to the god tree to gain even greater power. Ultimately, we resolved to rebel against her and sealed her away. Hamura went to the moon where he resided in the place of her sealing, while I remained in the shinobi world, later founding it and giving birth to Indra and Ashura. Both brothers inherited my immense power, yet their temperaments were starkly different. Indra was intelligent, composed, and creative, adept at using his wisdom and strength to resolve conflicts, whereas Ashura was kind-hearted, passionate, and vibrant, eager to assist others and engage in friendly discourse. However, as time progressed, Indra's heart underwent a transformation. He achieved continual breakthroughs in his training, growing increasingly powerful. Yet this ascent led to a burgeoning arrogance. He began to believe that his strength was unrivaled and became unwilling to heed the opinions or advice of others. Meanwhile, Kagaya's will, manifested in the form of Black Zetsu, was covertly observing Indra's every move. Aware of Indra's inner vulnerabilities, it deftly manipulated him, inciting his obsession with power. It whispered to Indra that only absolute power could dominate the world and achieve true peace. Indra, beguiled by Black Zetsu's words, gradually fell into a fixation on power. Under Black Zetsu's instigation, he was wholly consumed by the vortex of power. He believed that mastery of sufficient strength would grant him dominion over all and the ability to dictate all matters. Thus, he ceased to concern himself with justice, fairness, or any moral tenets, dedicating himself entirely to the pursuit of enhancing his abilities. As time passed, Indra embarked upon an extreme path, seeking ever greater power, even at the expense of turning against Ashura. The fraternal bond that once united them began to erode beneath the allure of power, escalating their conflicts into a fierce confrontation. This clash rendered them adversaries, sworn enemies. Though Indra ultimately faced defeat, he did not easily concede. Rather, he chose the path of reincarnation. To prevent his brother Indra from continuing down a misguided path, Ashura also underwent reincarnation. And now, you are the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, Hashirama and Madara, as well as you and Sasuke, are all burdened with the fates and grievances of your past lives. Naruto smiled at the Sage of the Six Paths, saying, Sage of the Six Paths, my bond with Sasuke has always been strong. We trust and support one another, facing various challenges together. The sage nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra in your generation have finally begun to reconcile their relationship. Therefore, I have decided to divide the power of the Six Paths equally between you and Sasuke, without favoritism. Continuing, the sage proclaimed, the time has arrived for the child of prophecy to alter the world. Naruto, please extend your dominant hand. From this day forth, the outcomes of your choices, as well as what you wish to accomplish, entirely rest in your hands. Chapter 134. The Resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Indra, having been struck by Naruto's night guy, was gasping for breath, leaning against the god tree. Indra sighed in relief. That was close. I nearly met my demise. Despite his severe injuries, he was visibly recovering at an astonishing rate. At that moment, Hashirama, Tobirama, Ashura, and Uchiha Madara arrived on the scene. Gritting his teeth, Indra rose to his feet, prepared to face his adversaries. Tobirama frowned at Indra and said, Brother, he is recovering far too quickly. We need to dispatch him swiftly. Agreed. Hashirama nodded, ready to confront Indra, but suddenly, Madara interposed himself before them. Madara, step aside. Hashirama barked. Unfazed by Hashirama's command, Madara turned to Indra, his gaze unwavering, and proclaimed, Indra, join me in realizing the Eye of the Moon plan. Indra, still leaning against the god tree and coughing blood, appeared hesitant. Just as he was about to respond, an unforeseen event unfolded that astonished everyone present. A black hand suddenly pierced through Indra's chest, followed by the emergence of Black Zetsu's half-body from the god tree. This was the essence of Black Zetsu's ability, the Kagaya technique, which allowed him to traverse through earth and trees with ease. Indra, weakened and distracted by Ashura and the others, fell victim to Black Zetsu's ambush. The unexpected turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Uchiha Madara exclaimed with delight, Haha, well done, Black Zetsu. Meanwhile, Indra, in shock, shouted, You are the one who once deceived me. Madara, puzzled, queried, What do you mean? You recognize Black Zetsu? Observing Madara's incredulous expression, Indra suddenly burst into laughter, filled with mockery and self-derision. Ha ha ha, it turns out we've all been played. His laughter echoed through the air, as if mocking fate itself. As Black Zetsu enveloped Indra's body, losing control completely, he cast a complex glance at Ashura. Hearing Ashura's final voice filled with worry, Brother, Indra succumbed entirely to Black Zetsu's control. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend Indra's words. His gaze fixed intently on Black Zetsu, seeking answers. However, Black Zetsu merely regarded him coldly, taunting, Madara, you are just like Obito. You too are but my pawn. Black Zetsu's voice was frigid and unfeeling, akin to a biting wind. Madara's face displayed shock, unable to fathom the implications of what he had just heard. No, this cannot be, he muttered, his eyes filled with confusion and anguish. Uchiha Madara, a figure of renown, could not possibly be deceived. Black Zetsu, are you not the embodiment of my will? How can this be? Tobirama scoffed, his sarcasm unmistakable. Madara, it seems you are quite the fool, easily duped into committing such foolish acts. Hashirama frowned, softly admonishing, Tobirama, hold your tongue. His gaze shifted to Madara, revealing a hint of pity. At this moment, Madara, already deprived of his eyes, felt as though the world was spinning around him. He would rather believe he was ensnared in a jinjutsu than confront the brutal reality before him. The entire world seemed to be collapsing, and he felt powerless to intervene. Clenching his teeth, Madara darkly inquired, Black Zetsu, is the infinite Tsukuyomi truly real? Black Zetsu chuckled slyly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Of course it's real, Madara. Upon hearing this, Madara slowly exhaled, yet remained vigilant, blocking Hashirama's path. Tobirama shouted in fury, Madara, how could you trust this creature's deceitful words? Hashirama sighed, Madara, do not cling to your delusions, do not err again. Nevertheless, Madara clenched his jaw, still resolutely standing before Hashirama, unwilling to acknowledge that everything he had done was merely a farce. At that moment, the blood moon shone brightly in the sky, and the buds of the god tree began to bloom, signaling the perfect opportunity for the infinite Tsukuyomi to be initiated. Black Zetsu gazed at Madara, internally mocking, Madara, I have not deceived you. The infinite Tsukuyomi is indeed real, but it will merely serve to turn you all into nourishment for our mother. As Black Zetsu completely controlled Indra, he commenced the infinite Tsukuyomi's activation directed at the moon. Witnessing this, Ashura, Hashirama, Tobirama, and the allied ninja forces grew frantic. Hashirama activated Sage Art, True Thousand Hands, striking Madara away with a single hand and charging towards Indra. Similarly, Ashura and the others unleashed various attacks against Indra, yet Black Zetsu commanded Indra to use the truth-seeking balls to defend against them, ultimately leading to the initiation of the infinite Tsukuyomi. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. All action ceased as everyone was drawn into the illusionary space. Their gazes blankly fixed upon the moon, their eyes transforming into the Rinnegan. Their consciousness began to dull, their bodies weakened, as if they had lost all perception of the world. In this illusionary realm, everything became ethereal and unreal, with individuals immersed in their dreams, unable to extricate themselves. In the real world, Black Zetsu stood atop the god tree, exulting in his triumph. He had finally realized his plan, ensnaring everyone within the infinite Tsukuyomi's illusion. Now, he merely needed to wait for his mother's resurrection. Even amidst this endless illusion, some individuals maintained a semblance of clarity. They struggled valiantly, attempting to break free from the constraints of the Jinjutsu, but their efforts appeared minuscule against the overwhelming power of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Within the illusionary space, each person's dreams varied, yet all were undeniably blissful. Some returned to their childhood, laughing alongside family and friends. Others realized their aspirations, becoming heroes or great figures. However, these joys were fleeting. As time progressed, their consciousness would gradually fade, ultimately becoming sustenance for the god tree. In the real world, an immense amount of chakra surged into Indra's body, causing him to swell into a colossal sphere. Eventually, he slowly contracted, transforming into a beautiful woman of fair complexion, Kaguya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra in the ninja world. Mother. After countless ages, Black Zetsu finally reunited with his mother, excitedly embracing her. On another front, Naruto and Sasuke, having just received the powers of Yang and Yin from the Sage of Six Paths, slowly opened their eyes. Naruto, I'm so relieved you're okay, Kushina, who had been wholly concerned for Naruto, exclaimed, her heart full of emotion, while Minato and Kushina were equally elated. Mom, Dad, I'm perfectly fine, Naruto replied with a smile. Minato and Kushina were momentarily taken aback by the brightness in Naruto's eyes. At that moment, Naruto's gaze was radiant and warm, his orange irises shimmering with light, as if they contained boundless power and wisdom. However, the most captivating aspect was the cross in his eyes, mysterious and profound, evoking a sense of awe. Meanwhile, within Susanoo, Itachi wore a relieved smile, softly saying, Udo, you scared me when you suddenly fainted. I'm so glad you've awakened. His tone was filled with concern and worry, but also a hint of surprise. Just then, Itachi's gaze inadvertently fell upon Sasuke's eyes, and he was instantly taken aback. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Sasuke, his voice trembling with incredulity. Sasuke, you have actually awakened the sixth Tomo Rinnegan? Sasuke did not respond to Itachi's question right away. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the outside of Susanoo. Nisan, What on earth is happening outside? Concern edged across Itachi's face as he replied, Sasuke, do not venture out. The infinite Tsukuyomi has already been set in motion. If you step outside now, you will succumb to the illusion. You, along with Naruto and the others, are under the protection of me, Shursui, and our father, safeguarded by the manifestation of Susanoo. Chapter 135, Confrontation with Kaguya Otsutsuki, Part 1. Naruto sensed that Kaguya, upon her resurrection, might be even more formidable than in the original narrative. This time, not only did the God Tree host the complete coalition of 8,000 ninjas, but it also included Hashirama, Tobirama, Ashura, Madara, and other individuals with vast reserves of chakra, continuously supplying Kaguya with chakra. However, Naruto was not overly fearful, as he and Sasuke possessed strengths that surpassed those in the original tale in certain aspects. This was due to Naruto and Sasuke having extracted a portion of the Ten Tails chakra from Obito in his Sage of Six Paths form. Consequently, both Naruto and Sasuke now harbored a fragment of the Ten Tails chakra within them, granting them access to the powers of the nine-tailed beasts. Akin to Naruto's previous struggle with Kurama to obtain chakra, with Kaguya successfully revived, the infinite Tsukuyomi began to cease. Black Zetsu cautioned Kaguya that many individuals remained unbound by the illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi, including Naruto and his companions. Upon hearing this, Kaguya's gaze fell upon Naruto and Sasuke. When her eyes met theirs, a flicker of recognition crossed her face as she sensed a familiar chakra. Kaguya observed the Sun Seal and Moon Seal in Naruto and Sasuke's hands, murmuring to herself, the feathered robe and feathered village, no, Indra and Ashura, perhaps? Veins protruded from Kaguya's face as she activated her Byakugan to scrutinize Naruto and Sasuke's chakra. Gradually, she floated towards them, while Naruto and Sasuke regarded her with solemn expressions. Acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure she exuded, Sasuke clenched his jaw and asserted, Brother, father, you must enter my Kamui space first. She is beyond your capacity to confront. Itachi frowned and replied, Sasuke, have we become a burden to you? Naruto reassured, Mom, Dad, Itachi, it would be best for you to enter Sasuke's Kamui space. The ensuing battle will be left to Sasuke and me. If necessary, Sasuke will release you for combat. Exchanging glances, the group ultimately nodded, allowing Sasuke to pull them into his Kamui space. Once Naruto activated his Sage of Six Paths mode, he swiftly joined Sasuke, and together they focused on Kaguya as she approached. A relaxed smile adorned Naruto's face as he cheerfully exclaimed, Grandmother, greetings. If possible, perhaps we could become friends. Yet, Black Zetsu interjected anxiously, Mother, do not heed his foolishness. Kaguya regarded Naruto's playful demeanor with a slight frown, responding in an ethereal tone, This land is my precious nursery. My children, return the chakra to me. Sasuke, having anticipated Kaguya's imminent actions, promptly warned Naruto, Naruto, be cautious. No sooner had he spoken than Kaguya struck, the space beside her fracturing into a dark void as she reached inside. Naruto, keenly sensing danger, evaded just in time, but as expected, a rift appeared behind him, with Kaguya's hand emerging from within. Without hesitation, Kaguya lunged at Naruto. In retaliation, Naruto unleashed his magnet release, Rasengan, while Sasuke simultaneously coalesced his six paths, Chidori, and together they launched an assault on Kaguya. However, just as their attacks were about to connect, Kaguya's eyes shimmered, activating the Yellow Springs path, which distorted space and transported them to a molten landscape. Kaguya extended her arms, declaring, Let me resolve you here. Taken aback by the sudden shift, Naruto and Sasuke found themselves momentarily disoriented. Although Naruto had some understanding of Kaguya's abilities, the rapid transition to another dimension left him unsettled. Quickly regaining his composure, he soared through the air, while Sasuke descended to the ground, momentarily flustered, yet soon displaying his remarkable combat prowess and extensive experience. Utilizing his moonstep technique, Sasuke traversed the air in a series of calculated steps, gradually closing the distance to Naruto. He shouted, That Ruto. Sasuke, go. Understanding Sasuke's intent, Naruto recalled their discussions of various abilities during the infinite Tsukuyomi. He swiftly employed his magnet release, Rasengan in conjunction with Sasuke's six paths, Chidori to engage Kaguya simultaneously. Meanwhile, Sasuke's Rinnegan glared at Kaguya, invoking the Rinnegan's technique, Heavenly Hand Power, facilitating an exchange of positions that placed Kaguya between Naruto and Sasuke. Kaguya, momentarily taken aback, attempted to flee from her new position but found herself ensnared by Naruto's magnet release, Rasengan, unable to escape. As Naruto and Sasuke coordinated their attacks from opposite sides, preparing to deploy the Six Paths, planetary devastation to seal Kaguya, she activated the Yellow Springs Path once more, transporting everyone to an icy, frozen realm. The space was pristine white and frigid, seemingly freezing time itself. Naruto and Sasuke became ensnared in suddenly appearing ice blocks, while Kaguya utilized her spatial powers to evade capture. However, Naruto and Sasuke quickly adapted, unleashing the lava release of the Four Tails, Son Goku, and the boil release of the Five Tails, Kokuo, swiftly breaking free from the ice. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke dismantle her icy prison with such ease, Kaguya furrowed her brows, deciding to teach the two youngsters a lesson. She unleashed a powerful 80 Gods vacuum attack towards them. Sensing the imminent threat, Naruto unhesitatingly positioned himself in front of Sasuke, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Kaguya using the chakra of the Nine Tails. The speed of their exchanges was astounding, creating a multitude of afterimages that made it nearly impossible to discern reality from illusion. In a heartbeat, they had collided countless times. Yet, after Kaguya's 80 Gods vacuum attack subsided, Naruto still possessed the strength to continue assaulting her with the chakra of the Nine Tails. As his attacks neared Kaguya, her fury reached a boiling point. Veins strained around Kaguya's eyes as she activated her Byakugan, unleashing a terrifying pressure that surged towards Naruto and Sasuke like a tsunami. The long-dormant sound of ice crashing echoed, triggering a colossal avalanche. Kaguya retreated into the void, merging with the space around her, becoming one with it. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, targeting Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto began evading the oncoming avalanche and ice shards, while Sasuke activated his intangibility to evade. Frost gradually crept across Naruto's face, and he felt the encroaching cold. Just then, as he maneuvered to escape the avalanche, a rift in space appeared before him, a hand emerging from within. Seizing the moment, Naruto employed the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing beside Sasuke. By then, the avalanche had subsided, and the frost on Naruto's face rapidly dissipated, restoring warmth to his complexion. Kaguya emerged from the space, her expression one of irritation as she regarded Naruto and Sasuke. At that moment, Black Zetsu, nestled within Kaguya's sleeve, proposed, "Mother, since we cannot separate Naruto and Sasuke, we must first eliminate one of them. Let us descend into the gravity space." Chapter 136, Confrontation with Kaguya Otsutsuki, Part 2. Heeding the counsel of Black Zetsu, Kaguya instantaneously transported herself, Naruto, and Sasuke into a realm of intensified gravity. In an instant, a formidable gravitational force enveloped them, rendering the trio breathless and forcing them to kneel upon the ground, gritting their teeth in futile attempts to rise. At that moment, Kaguya unleashed the coagulated bone of death upon Naruto and Sasuke. Sharp bone spikes erupted from her palms, hurtling towards them with lethal intent. Observing this, Sasuke swiftly activated his Kimui to absorb the spikes into the Kimui dimension, subsequently vanishing to evade their assault. Black Zetsu, witnessing this, let out a gleeful chuckle, taunting, "Naruto, Sasuke, cease your struggles." While he spoke, Kaguya began to gather her coagulated bone of death once more, poised to deliver a fatal blow. "Sasuke, release my father Minato and Itachi," Naruto insisted, his gaze resolute. Though puzzled by Naruto's words, Sasuke chose to trust him without hesitation. Sasuke activated Kimui, distorting the space before them. As the fabric of reality twisted, Minato, Kakashi, Itachi, and Shisui emerged. True to Naruto's expectations, Minato and the others staggered slightly but quickly regained their balance, adapting to their surroundings with alacrity. "Now attack Kaguya," Naruto and Sasuke cried out in unison. Minato and the others nodded, unleashing their signature techniques as they charged towards Kaguya. In the meantime, Black Zetsu urgently implored Kaguya, "Mother, let us enter the origin sphere. Our chakra recovery will accelerate immensely there." As they transitioned into the origin sphere, Kaguya immediately employed her rabbit hair needle technique, unleashing a barrage of white hair towards Naruto and his allies. Sasuke activated his Susanoo for defense, while Shisui and Itachi were swiftly transported behind Sasuke by Naruto and Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Kaguya's attack bore resemblance to Jiraiya's hair needle technique, leading Naruto to suspect a possible lineage connection between Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Kaguya, given their similar hair and skin tones. Although Sasuke's Susanoo managed to mitigate a portion of the onslaught, several strands of hair breached his defenses, piercing his body. Shisui and Itachi quickly summoned their Susanoo to assist Sasuke in withstanding Kagaya's relentless assault. This cannot continue. A flicker of determination ignited in Naruto's eyes as he resolved to take the offensive. Drawing a deep breath, he executed the multi-shadow clone jutsu, creating hundreds of clones that surged towards Kagaya. Seeing Naruto's maneuver, Kagaya casually flicked her fingers, causing the white hair to ensnare Naruto's clones like venomous serpents, annihilating them one by one. Suddenly, Naruto's true form emerged among the multitude of clones. It was revealed that Naruto had employed the shadow clones merely to close in on Kagaya. After teleporting beside a clone with the Flying Thunder God technique, he unleashed the tailed beast bomb Raisin Shuriken upon her. Receive this, Naruto roared, coalescing a massive tailed beast bomb Raisin Shuriken in his hands and hurling it at Kagaya. Sensing the imminent danger, Kagaya attempted to evade, but it was too late. The tailed beast bomb Raisin Shuriken struck her with tremendous force, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Kagaya's body was propelled backwards, creating a significant detonation in the distance. Success! Naruto exclaimed, exhilarated by the unexpected efficacy of his strategy. However, Kagaya did not succumb. Slowly rising, she emanated an even more potent aura, her gaze fixed coldly upon Naruto, her eyes igniting with fury. Did you truly believe this would defeat me? You are incredibly naive, Kagaya bellowed. With that, she clasped her hands together, unleashing an overwhelming power from within her, causing the entire origin sphere to tremble violently. On the verge of collapse, as Kagaya invoked the expanding truth-seeking orb, its size became astonishingly immense, visually staggering everyone present. Not only was it colossal, but it also expanded within this space, as if it intended to consume everything. All present were left in utter shock. Kakashi's eyes widened as he murmured, "Incredible. Is this the might of the progenitor of chakra?" He couldn't help but marvel. Sasuke clenched his teeth, declaring, "No, we must stop her. We cannot allow her to prevail." His eyes radiated determination and fighting spirit. The group exchanged resolute glances, fully aware that they had reached a critical juncture of life and death. Without hesitation, Naruto continued to employ the multi-shadow clone technique, attempting to obstruct Kagaya's actions. Simultaneously, the others launched a concerted assault against her, hoping to inflict damage. Yet Kagaya did not remain passive. She furrowed her brow, unleashing the formidable coagulated bone of death, plunging everyone into peril. Concurrently, she executed the 80 Gods vacuum attack, effortlessly obliterating Naruto's shadow clones. In this dire moment, Sasuke exhibited his intellect and prowess. Utilizing the Kimui technique, he successfully absorbed Kagaya's coagulated bone of death. Meanwhile, Itachi and Shisui, with assistance from Naruto and Minato, evaded the peril through the Flying Thunder God technique. As time progressed, Naruto and his companions drew ever closer to Kagaya. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kagaya attempted to retreat into the dimensional space but was thwarted by Sasuke's Kamui interference. At that moment, Naruto unleashed his ultimate technique, the Sage Art, Super-Tailed Beast Bomb Raisin Shuriken. 8 shadow clones emerged, each conjuring a tailed beast Raisin Shuriken. The sheer power was awe-inspiring. Simultaneously, Shisui and Itachi, unwilling to be outdone, activated their Susanoo, joining Sasuke in sealing Kagaya's escape route, leaving her with no avenue for retreat. Kagaya stood her ground, coldly regarding Naruto, her form enveloped in a white shield for protection. Thunderous roars echoed as Naruto unleashed a barrage of tailed beast bomb Raisin Shurikens, each imbued with immense force and rotational energy. However, Kagaya effortlessly repelled these attacks. Nevertheless, Naruto's barrage triggered a resonance within the tailed beasts inside Kagaya, causing her form to undergo a transformation. Her hair elongated, her eyes turned crimson, and her body swelled, ultimately morphing into a colossal rabbit. Observing this, Naruto focused intently, channeling all his chakra. With a resounding shout, "Kurama!" A brilliant golden light enveloped him, and the chakra of the 9 tails surged forth, manifesting as a giant golden 9-tailed fox. Gazing at Kagaya, Naruto declared, "Kagaya, your end is nigh." With that, Naruto commanded the golden 9-tailed fox to raise its hands. 2 massive tailed beast bomb Raisin Shurikens materializing in his grasp. He hurled them towards Kagaya, shouting, "Super large tailed beast bomb Raisin Shuriken." Simultaneously, Sasuke utilized the Kamui dimension to draw Itachi, Shisui, Minato, and Kakashi into the Kamui space, directing his Susanoo to unleash Indra's arrow at Kagaya. A cacophony of terrifying explosions erupted, resonating with immense sound. The entire dimension quaked as if on the brink of collapse. When the dust settled, Kagaya reverted from her rabbit form back to human shape, spitting blood, her body marred with injuries. Glaring furiously at Naruto and Sasuke, she seethed. Though she had been sealed by her own offspring, she had never been so thoroughly humiliated. Naruto relentlessly pursued her, delivering powerful punches and kicks, leaving her utterly defenseless. At last, Naruto pressed his knee against Kagaya's chest, pinning her to the ground, and severed Black Zetsu, impaling it with the black rod forged from the chakra fruit. Despair and terror filled Kagaya's gaze, for she realized her defeat, overcome by Naruto and Sasuke, two youths brimming with limitless potential. Chapter 137. The conclusion of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Sasuke approached Naruto and exclaimed, "Naruto, let us hasten to seal her away." Upon hearing these words, Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes welled up with tears. The tears cascaded down her pallid cheeks, seemingly narrating her boundless sorrow and despair. Kagaya's heart had shattered. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the two before her. A profound sense of fear and helplessness surged within her. Am I to be sealed once more by those to whom I bestowed chakra? This notion inflicted immense anguish upon her, as though the very fabric of her world was unraveling. At that moment, Black Zetsu furiously shouted, "You lowly beings! I shall never allow you to seal my mother again." His voice was laced with fury and determination, as if he were prepared to confront the world itself. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Naruto did not respond with anger or rage. Instead, he looked at Kagaya's tears with a hint of compassion. And then a charming smile graced his face. "Grandmother, I offer you a chance. If you join us as allies to resist the foes spoken of by the Sage of Six Paths, I shall not only refrain from sealing you, but will also honor you as the matriarch of the shinobi world." Sasuke interjected urgently, "Naruto, you cannot let her plight sway your sympathy." His tone was tinged with anxiety, fearing that Naruto might make a misguided decision out of compassion. Naruto, with a smile playing upon his lips, replied, "Sasuke, the Sage of Six Paths referred to Kagaya as an otherworldly being. Are you not curious?" Sasuke furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "What are you trying to convey?" Naruto's gaze turned resolute as he looked into the distance and responded, "The world is vast, and I yearn to explore the unknown realms. Though we are merely 10 years old, we are already among the mightiest in the shinobi world. However, there are greater powers beyond our realm, and perhaps we should direct our gaze toward those uncharted territories. Kagaya, hailing from beyond, can help us comprehend the outside world." Kagaya, upon hearing Naruto's grand declaration, was taken aback, beginning to reassess the extraordinary youth before her. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke acknowledged, "Naruto, you make a valid point. Yet we must remain vigilant, for Kagaya is indeed formidable." Naruto nodded in agreement, affirming, "You are correct, Sasuke." Kagaya, bewildered and perplexed, murmured to herself, "Am I strong?" Internally, she scoffed, reflecting on the battle against Naruto and Sasuke, where she had been entirely on the defensive while they emerged unscathed, even appearing relaxed afterward. To Naruto and Sasuke, although Kagaya possessed great strength, her offensive capabilities were relatively weak, compounded by her lack of combat experience. It was akin to the Nine Tails. Despite its immense chakra, it wielded only the tailed beast bomb as a truly lethal attack. Thus, for powerful figures like Naruto and Hashirama, dealing with her was not particularly challenging. With a smile, Naruto said, "Kagaya, do you wish to be sealed again? Yield your chakra willingly." Yet at that moment, Kagaya sensed Naruto's once sunny smile had turned ominously cold. Sasuke inquired curiously, "Naruto, are you suggesting that Kagaya release all of her tailed beasts?" Naruto's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he replied, "Redistributing the tailed beasts is such a hassle. Wouldn't it be more delightful to directly acquire the chakra of the 10 tails? Do you not desire that?" Sasuke laughed heartily, "Of course I do. Kagaya, I shall not bully you further. Simply share half of your chakra with me and Sasuke, and you shall be under our supervision from now on. And we shall not seal you," Naruto declared. Upon hearing this, Kagaya's eyes widened in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes, presenting a pitiful visage as though she had suffered an immense injustice. She sobbed, her voice quavering, "All right, very well." Her expression resembled that of a helpless young girl, evoking a sense of pity. Once Naruto and Sasuke absorbed half of Kagaya's 10 tails chakra, they began to manifest in the external world. Six Paths Sage. Kagaya, The six-path sage felt a tremor upon hearing the voice and turned to see the stern figure of his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. His brows furrowed, and he spoke in a low voice, "Mother?" "Naruto, Sasuke, what are you?" Naruto offered a slight smile, his tone lighthearted. "We have reached an accord with grandmother." "Kagaya, you wretched child!" Kagaya, filled with rage, shouted once more, rushing towards the six-path sage and raising her palm to strike his cheek. However, as her hand made contact, it passed through him as if he were a mere illusion, offering no resistance. "Mother, I have been dead for many years," the six-path sage stated with a resigned expression. Furious, Kagaya was about to unleash her wrath when Naruto's voice interrupted. "Grandmother, quickly release the infinite Tsukuyomi." The six-path sage sighed in relief, seizing the opportunity while Kagaya's attention was diverted, vanishing without a trace. Kagaya, realizing this, erupted in anger, cursing six-path sage. "You ungrateful child." Naruto revived Indra, who had been expelled by Kagaya's rabbit form, and along with Sasuke, Shisui, Kakashi, and others, they enjoyed the spectacle. Naruto relished the moment, but felt constrained by the presence of the six-path sage, who had been a mentor to him and Sasuke. Thus he assisted in alleviating the situation. After a brief interlude, Kagaya dismantled the infinite Tsukuyomi. The crimson light that enveloped the world gradually dissipated. This prolonged and brutal war had finally reached its conclusion. Upon the dissolution of the infinite Tsukuyomi, the shinobi allied forces remained in place, their faces adorned with expressions of bewilderment. It was as though they had just awakened from a lengthy, enchanting dream. They blinked and rubbed their eyes, striving to comprehend the events that had transpired. Standing elevated, Naruto beamed at the scene before him. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "Everyone, direct your gaze toward me." His voice resonated powerfully, echoing in every ear. The crowd looked up at Naruto, their eyes filled with anticipation and trust. Naruto declared loudly, "The Fourth Shinobi World War has concluded, and we have all emerged victorious." His words were like a gentle spring breeze, warming the hearts of all present. Upon hearing this announcement, joy gradually illuminated the faces of the people. Cheers and applause erupted, as they jubilantly celebrated this hard-won victory. Some embraced each other in tears, while others leaped and cheered, expressing their exhilaration. Many were perplexed, wondering how, after a blissful slumber, the Fourth Shinobi World War had come to an end. Questioning what had transpired. Chapter 138. The ninja sect. Meanwhile, many individuals, much like Hashirama, focused their attention on the formidable prowess displayed by Naruto and Sasuke, as well as the astonishing presence of Kagaya and the still-living Indra. Hashirama was the first to voice the collective inquiry lingering in everyone's minds. "Naruto, what transpired during our time in the infinite Tsukuyomi?" Instantly, the entire ninja alliance was enveloped in a profound silence, as powerful figures such as Madara and Ashura turned their gazes towards Naruto, eagerly awaiting his response. Taking a deep breath, Naruto solemnly addressed the assembly. "Esteemed colleagues, listen closely. The infinite Tsukuyomi was merely a meticulously orchestrated ruse, conceived solely by Kagaya's will to resurrect her mother." Upon hearing this, Madara and Indra's expressions darkened, realizing they had been manipulated by an entity they had once deemed insignificant. Tobirama seized the opportunity to mock, a smug smile gracing his lips. "Madara Uchiha, you fool. I told you that you had been deceived, yet you remained skeptical. Look around, see how they mock you." Madara, now the object of everyone's derision, felt a surge of fury ignite within him. He glared at Tobirama, murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Tobirama, do you dare believe I want to end your life?" Just as Tobirama prepared to retaliate with further jests, Hashirama intervened, placing a hand on Tobirama's shoulder, signaling him to cease. He then turned to Madara, his gaze imbued with sincerity and goodwill. "Madara, I bear you no ill will. Let us reconcile. The past is behind us. We must cast aside our grievances and strive for peace together." "Grandfather, brother." Hearing Hashirama's words, Tobirama and Tsunade were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Hashirama. Many others furrowed their brows, expressing discontent with Hashirama's decision, feeling that his leniency would only embolden their adversaries. On another front, Ashura sought to console Indra. He approached his brother, gently patting his shoulder. "Brother, let us mend our bond. Let the past misunderstandings fade into oblivion. We should cherish our kinship and face the challenges ahead together." After a moment of contemplation, Indra gazed at Ashura and slowly replied, "Ashura, I have been misguided. I have long been preoccupied with power, neglecting the significance of our familial ties. Thank you, brother. As the atmosphere grew tumultuous once more, Naruto felt compelled to restore order. Silence. Please, let us regain our composure. Once the clamor subdued, Naruto continued. This is Kagaya Otsutsuki, the mother of Kagaya and the progenitor of chakra in our world. In essence, she is our ancestor. The chakra that flows through our realm originates from her. The revelation left the assembly in stunned silence, followed by an uproar. What? Surely I misheard. She is the mother of the Sage of Six Paths? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. And she hardly appears elderly, another murmured. Grandmother. Indra cast a deep gaze upon the woman his father, the Sage of Six Paths, had always regarded with trepidation. Naruto continued, addressing the crowd. Upon the activation of the infinite Tsukuyomi, after Kagaya's resurrection, she engaged in a fierce battle with Sasuke and me. Ultimately, we reached an understanding. However, Kagaya revealed to me that she is an extraterrestrial being, and she and her kin descended to cultivate the god tree and harvest chakra fruits. It is likely that soon, Kagaya's clan will return to claim more chakra fruits, and we shall once again face a great conflict. The elation from their recent victory in the Fourth Great Ninja War dissipated, replaced by a looming sense of dread. What? Another war is imminent? The news struck like a thunderclap, instantly burdening their previously relaxed spirits. They had just endured a brutal conflict, paying a steep price for their triumph, only to be confronted with the reality of an even greater crisis on the horizon. Fear and anxiety began to ripple through the ranks. Many questioned their ability to withstand the pressures of another battle. Some even doubted their own capabilities, filled with trepidation about the future. Observing the varied expressions of concern, Naruto spoke once more. To address the impending crisis and advance the ninja world, I believe it is imperative to unify our forces. With that, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a knowing glance, both activating their Six Paths mode. The assembly was awestruck by their declarations and strength. Amidst the split in opinions regarding unification, the gravity of Naruto and Sasuke's power left many, including Hashirama, Tsunade, and Kakashi, in disbelief. Naruto, noticing the skepticism among the dissenters, offered a reassuring smile. There is no immediate need for concern. The status quo among the nations and villages shall remain unchanged for now. I will proceed gradually. However, Sasuke and I intend to establish an organization to fill the void left by the daimyos and maintain a new order. He paused, looking towards Indra and Ashura before continuing. I shall name this organization the Ninja Sect, dedicated to recruiting individuals of the shadow level and above as disciples. Moreover, I will trade the wealth left by the daimyos for the forbidden techniques and ninjutsu of each village, fostering growth in our collective strength and the evolution of ninjutsu to combat the impending Otsutsuki threat. Of course, this initiative is not only about confronting our enemies but also about safeguarding the ninja world and promoting its development, for with great power comes great responsibility. Naruto then turned his gaze toward Indra and Ashura. Will you accept the roles of leader and deputy leader of this ninja sect? Indra and Ashura, visibly moved, exchanged enthusiastic glances. Ashura unhesitatingly proclaimed, Brother, you shall be the leader, and I will serve as the deputy. Indra, with a satisfied smile, nodded in agreement. Very well. The assembly was left in astonishment as they processed Naruto's proposal. The threshold for entry into the ninja sect was set at the shadow level. Naruto and Sasuke had deliberated on whether this standard was too high, yet Naruto considered the potential impact of Orochimaru's gene enhancement serum, which might lower this barrier in the future. He glanced at Kagaya, sensing that the fourth iteration of the gene enhancement serum would soon be released. With sufficient physical and mental fortitude, one might even ascend to the shadow level solely through the serum. While the current threshold appeared daunting, enthusiasm surged among the crowd, particularly among those revived through Edo Tensei, such as the second Tsuchikage, the second Mizukage, Tobirama, the third Reikage, and the third Kazekage, who eagerly registered without hesitation. The allure of acquiring any forbidden technique or ninjutsu was simply irresistible, especially within a sect where every member would be a shadow-level powerhouse. Everyone recognized that the ninja sect would irrevocably alter the landscape of the ninja world, becoming a singular entity. With Naruto and Sasuke driving this initiative, they could not quell the momentum and were compelled to partake in this new endeavor. Even Hashirama and Madara joined, with Naruto appointing Indra to assign them the esteemed roles of elders within the organization. Chapter 139. The Fate of Kagaya and Black Zetsu within a resplendent and imposing palace. Once the abode of feudal lords, now stands Kagaya Otsutsuki in serene solitude. She gazes skyward, entranced by the luminous moonlight, her eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Naruto approaches her gently, a soft smile gracing his lips as he inquires, "Grandmother, are you content here?" Turning her gaze towards him. Kagaya's expression hints at a complex array of emotions as she replies, "It is quite pleasant, Naruto. However, Black Zetsu has not been slain by your hands." "Has he?" Naruto maintains a calm demeanor as he reassures her, "No, grandmother. After all, he is your son and the brother of Sage of Six Paths. We cannot bring ourselves to take his life. Rather, we have chosen to confine him temporarily, for both Indra and Uchiha Madara have suffered greatly at his hands. Nevertheless, if you wish to see Black Zetsu, I can bring him to you." After uttering these words, Naruto privately muses, although Black Zetsu may resemble a grotesque entity and has committed numerous misdeeds, he holds some utility. Moreover, eliminating him might evoke Kagaya's disdain, potentially straining her relationship with Naruto and others. Thus, he resolves to grant Black Zetsu a reprieve, allowing Shursui to recalibrate his mindset, hoping for his compliance. Upon hearing that Black Zetsu remains unharmed, Kagaya's expression remains unchanged, her gaze tranquil as she surveys the starry sky. Sensing her stillness, Naruto proposes, "Grandmother, perhaps you find yourself a tad too idle. Let me take you to explore the ninja world. By the way, Sasuke and I intend to establish the base of the shinobi sect nearby. Indra, Ashura, and others will reside here. They are, after all, your grandsons and disciples. I hope you can find common ground with them." Kagaya, taken aback, turns to regard Naruto with a mix of astonishment and skepticism. It is difficult for her to fathom such trust bestowed upon her, given her past transgressions that wrought calamity upon the world. She had anticipated being relegated to a mere puppet, revered yet confined, stripped of freedom. Surprising her, she finds herself not only unrestrained but also presented with an opportunity to integrate into the ninja realm, save for an unsettling encounter upon her arrival involving a rather ominous individual extracting a vial of her blood. The following day, Naruto escorts Kagaya to the village of Konoha. Initially, he had intended to summon Indra and Ashura to join them, but they were preoccupied with preparations for the shinobi sect, and thus, he refrained from interrupting them. As they traversed the streets, the villagers expressed their reverence, greeting Naruto and addressing Kagaya as grandmother. Remarkably, it has been merely 2 or 3 days since the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Yet news has swiftly permeated the entire ninja world. This rapid dissemination is attributed to both the ninja allied forces and the actions of Black Zetsu, who, after being subjected to Shursui's Kodoama Tsukumi, has pledged allegiance to both Shursui and Naruto. After careful deliberation, Naruto recognizes Black Zetsu's inherent aptitude for intelligence gathering and organization. If harnessed effectively, this could potentially sway public opinion within the ninja realm. Consequently, Naruto assigns a task to Black Zetsu and his subordinate White Zetsus, outlining a meticulous plan. The content of the ensuing report will encompass pivotal events from the Fourth Great Ninja War, including battle scenes and heroic deeds. However, under Naruto's deft guidance, the narrative will deliberately downplay the errors committed by Uchiha Madara and Indra, portraying them instead as fellow victims of the conflict. This approach aims to diminish public fear and animosity towards the Uchiha clan while fostering stability within the ninja world. These publications spread with astonishing rapidity, leading to widespread recognition of Kagaya and the specifics of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Naruto, brimming with inspiration, begins to conceptualize the next issue's content. Considering articles on the historical origins of ninjutsu, such pieces would not only enlighten readers about the evolution of ninjutsu, but also illuminate the wisdom and valor of the ninja. He envisions an expose on the Otsutsuki clan, revealing the potential threats and hidden dangers posed by this enigmatic lineage. Through this method, he seeks to awaken vigilance among the populace, preparing them for future challenges. In Konoha, Naruto guides Kagaya to the bustling commercial district. Intrigued and enamored by the modern ninja world, Kagaya's gaze flits about until it rests upon a quaint dessert shop. Noticing her interest, Naruto smiles and suggests, "Grandmother, you have yet to savor the culinary delights that have evolved over the millennia. Let us partake in these treats." Upon entering the shop, they encounter familiar voices Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. Yahiko exclaims excitedly, "The peace we in the Akatsuki have long sought has finally been realized. Today is a day for celebration. Let us indulge in some sweets." Konan, unable to suppress a chuckle, retorts, "Who celebrates with dessert?" Yahiko, grinning, responds, "Why not? With the advent of peace, even the air seems sweeter." and desserts ignite our aspirations for a beautiful life. Naruto, amused, interjects, "May I join in your celebration? Do you welcome me?" Seeing Naruto, Nagata rises. Excitement evident as he steadies himself with his cane. "Of course, we welcome you, Naruto." Naruto beams, "Brother Nagato, it seems your leg has healed." Nagata replies with a smile. "Indeed, Naruto. Orochimaru and Tsunade have transplanted a pair of white Zetsu legs for me. I am still adapting, but soon I shall move freely again. By the way, I must thank you for bestowing upon me a pair of fine eyes with the power of Sage of Six Paths." As Nagato speaks, he notices Kaguya beside Naruto, prompting him and Konan to respectfully address her, "Grandmother." At that moment, Yahiko approaches Naruto, gratitude shining in his eyes as he says, "Naruto, thank you. It is because of you and Sasuke that the ninja world has entered an era of peace." Naruto smiles softly in response, "No, this is a result of our collective efforts. Everyone has contributed their strength to achieve this outcome." While Naruto converses with Yahiko, Kaguya eagerly lifts a cup of milk tea. Savoring its rich aroma and sweet flavor, her eyes widening in delight. She begins to indulge voraciously, as if determined to experience every delicacy in sight. Observing her satisfaction, Naruto chuckles softly, saying, "Grandmother, do not rush. There are many more delectable treats to enjoy. I shall take you to sample others, ensuring your happiness." Thus, Naruto and Kaguya spend the entire day exploring Konoha, allowing her to develop a sense of belonging within the ninja world. As night falls and Naruto returns Kaguya to the palace, he plans to visit Orochimaru. In truth, he and his companions have acquired a wealth of information about the Otsutsuki clan from Kaguya. Despite her lowly status within the clan, she possesses considerable knowledge. According to her accounts, they inhabit a realm known as Takamagara, and their clan comprises tens of thousands. The Otsutsuki clan exhibits a distinct hierarchical structure, divided into the main family and branch families. With a vast disparity in status, branch family members are often regarded as mere fodder for cultivating the divine tree. Above the clan, there exists the nobility, who are privileged to reap the benefits, collecting the chakra fruit submitted by their subordinates. As for the exact number of individuals, Kaguya remains uncertain. However, according to her assessment, Naruto and Sasuke possess strength sufficient to overwhelm the branch families of the Otsutsuki clan. Yet they find themselves positioned in the lower to mid-tier among the main family of the Otsutsuki. Contemplating these matters, Naruto felt an increasing sense of urgency. Chapter 140. Injection of Tsutsuki cells. Naruto arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory, only to be taken aback by the sight of Sasuke lying there in silence. "Hey, Sasuke, why are you lying there?" Naruto inquired with curiosity. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, a peculiar glint illuminating his gaze. "Naruto, you arrived just in time. Come and take a look at my eyes." Sasuke's voice resonated with excitement and anticipation. Leaning in closer, Naruto scrutinized Sasuke's eyes but discerned no apparent changes. "What's wrong?" "It seems there are no changes," Naruto expressed, puzzled. However, Sasuke revealed a cryptic smile. "No, Naruto, my Mangekyou Sharingan has advanced after merging with Itachi S2 Sharingan. Now, my ability to activate Kamui is much swifter and considerably more powerful." Upon hearing this, surprise flickered across Naruto's face. Sasuke continued, "Furthermore, next time I enter Kaguya's dimension, I am confident I can suppress her spatial abilities." His eyes brimmed with self-assurance. "Wow, that is impressive. You've synthesized a 2-star Kamui from 3 1-star Kamui." Sasuke looked bewildered. "Naruto, what are you talking about?" Naruto hastily waved his hand. Nothing. "Congratulations, Sasuke, you've grown stronger again." At that moment, Orochimaru emerged with a vial, his excitement palpable. "Naruto, you've come at an opportune moment. I've developed a 4th-generation gene enhancement serum using Kaguya Tsutsuki cells. Would you both like to try it?" Orochimaru's enthusiasm surged as his research into the Tsutsuki cells deepened. After all, Kaguya Tsutsuki was the progenitor of chakra in the ninja world, embodying a collective of all bloodlines. In essence, any powerful clan of ninjas is intricately connected to Kaguya. Now, Orochimaru was eager to witness the fruits of his labor. Naruto smiled and inquired, "Orochimaru, is there any danger involved?" Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, narrowed his eyes at Naruto and Sasuke, and revealed a mysterious smile. "Of course not. With your current physiques, even if I were to use the potent toxins of Shino and Kankuro against you, I would need to increase the dosage to see any effect." "That's true. Well then, let us begin and witness the potential of the Tsutsuki." Without further ado, Orochimaru injected both Naruto and Sasuke with a syringe. Instantly, a torrent of energy surged within them, plunging them into a deep slumber. Observing this, Orochimaru smiled subtly, pondering to himself, though this serum is indeed non-toxic, the Tsutsuki cells are far more potent than the cells of Hashirama and can compensate for the lack of superior genes. When you awaken, you might even experience ancestral changes. When Naruto and Sasuke awoke, they found it was already the following day. They were both struck by an overwhelming sense of hunger. Come, Naruto and Sasuke. Try the energy feast I've prepared. Orochimaru seemed to have anticipated their needs, presenting a grand platter adorned with a roasted giant octopus tentacle. Naruto exclaimed in shock. This is the tentacle of the Eight Tails, Jiraiya. Don't be so shocked, Naruto. This was cultivated from the cells of the Eight Tails. Consuming it will rapidly replenish energy and chakra, while also augmenting the chakra within your bodies. Orochimaru, this is incredible. Naruto, reassured by the source of the meal, joined Sasuke in devouring the delicacy. The taste was nothing short of exquisite. Naruto felt he could no longer look at Jiraiya in the same way. The flavor was simply divine. Currently, the number of tailed beasts in the ninja world had dwindled significantly. Aside from Naruto's 9 tails, Kurama, and Killer Bee's 8 tails, Jiraiya, only Sasuke retained the 1 tail, Shikaku. Shikaku was a fragment of power extracted from Kage Tsutsuki. After Sasuke absorbed the chakra of the 10 tails, that chakra coalesced within him. However, unlike Naruto, Sasuke did not possess the 9 tails to assist him in absorbing and utilizing that chakra. Moreover, Sasuke was unable to fully absorb the chakra in a short span, which meant that it would gradually deplete. Thus, Sasuke conceived an idea to become a Jinchuriki. Among the tailed beasts, Sasuke was particularly intrigued by Shikaku, captivated by its unique magnet release abilities. Under Sasuke's suppression, Shikaku dared not disrupt the harmony within him, obediently following Sasuke's commands. Yet, when Sasuke and Naruto were together, Shikaku and Kurama often engaged in quarrels and insults. Due to the presence of Jiraiya and Shikaku, Kurama felt less sorrowful. After all, the other 6-tailed beasts were not particularly close to Kurama. Once Naruto and Sasuke finished the octopus tentacle, they felt their bodies brimming with vitality. As though a powerful force surged within them, they began to meticulously sense the changes within their bodies. To their astonishment, Naruto and Sasuke noticed small diamond-like protrusions emerging from their foreheads, enhancing their appearance. Not only that, they felt their physiques and chakras significantly strengthened. Furthermore, Naruto discovered that his vitality and recovery capabilities had been greatly amplified. With a mere thought, several trees sprouted from the ground, awakening his wood release, filling Naruto with unparalleled excitement. Simultaneously, Sasuke felt a considerable increase in his ocular power. He realized he could now effortlessly activate and deactivate his Rinnegan, and the cooldown time for using Heavenly Hand power had decreased, marking a monumental advancement. Chapter 141. The Surge of Ninjutsu following Naruto and Sasuke, the likes of Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Ashura, and Indra have also injected themselves with the cells of the Otsutsuki, resulting in a significant enhancement of their powers. Notably, Indra's 2 pairs of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan have even evolved into Rinnegan. Much like Naruto and Sasuke, they now bear small horns on their foreheads, symbolizing their strength and status. A month has elapsed since the conclusion of the 4th Great Ninja War, and the entire shinobi world has undergone a tremendous transformation. The establishment of the shinobi sect as a new organization signifies the dawn of a fresh era within the ninja realm. The shinobi sect has begun to seek out forbidden jutsu and various exceptional techniques, making them available for the disciples to study. This initiative has garnered widespread attention, particularly from powerful Kage-level ninjas who have demonstrated a keen interest in these forbidden arts. Among them, Dust Release and Raijin techniques have emerged as the most enticing targets. In truth, the ninja world is undergoing an unprecedented revolution. The victory of the 4th Great Ninja War has ignited people's enthusiasm for ninjutsu. Concurrently, the dissemination of the history and origins of ninjutsu, along with the power it bestows, has fueled a desire among many to master this extraordinary ability. Furthermore, following the demise of the Daime-s, the absence of their oppressive influence has allowed the shinobi sect to rise as a dominant force, leading the populace of the ninja world to revere strength. Across the ninja world, both shinobi and ordinary citizens have begun to pursue power. The promotion of genetic enhancement potions has offered ordinary people a chance to transform their destinies, instilling hope and igniting their passion to become ninjas. As time passes, A fervor for ninjutsu has swept through the ninja world. The shinobi sect has gradually evolved into a sanctuary for ninjas, while Konoha has become universally recognized as the birthplace of genius. This remarkable transformation is rooted in the victory of the Fourth Great Ninja War and the rise of heroes like Naruto and Sasuke, with many skilled individuals hailing from the Hidden Leaf. As key figures in concluding this war, the names of Naruto and Sasuke have reverberated throughout every corner of the world. The populace holds them in deep respect, viewing them as paragons of virtue. Moreover, not only Naruto and Sasuke, but even their mentors, Might Guy and Kakashi, have gained considerable renown. In particular, Might Guy has won the affection of many, especially among ordinary people and those with lesser ninjutsu talent. Since the injection of genetic enhancement potions requires formidable physical attributes, and Might Guy excels in taijutsu, a master of body techniques, a fervent wave of discipleship has surged forth, with many aspiring to learn from him. Countless ordinary individuals have begun to emulate Might Guy's training methods, hoping to achieve strength akin to his through sheer effort. For those yearning to become powerful, Might Guy has imparted a crucial lesson. Even without prodigious talent in ninjutsu, one can realize their dreams through relentless dedication. The spirit of perseverance that Might Guy champions has resonated profoundly within the hearts of countless individuals. Furthermore, Might Guy's formidable prowess has illuminated the understanding that physical enhancement does not solely rely on genetic enhancement potions. It requires continuous training and honing of one's abilities. The Eight Gates technique has also emerged as a coveted aspiration for many. In summary, Might Guy's triumph has inspired a belief among the masses that diligence and tenacity can surmount all obstacles, enabling one to become a true powerhouse. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, Shizune entered, balancing a stack of documents taller than herself, her demeanor unsteady. Lady Tsunade, these files require your attention. Upon hearing her voice, Tsunade looked up, instantly overwhelmed. I've had enough. After the Daimyo's demise, managing such a vast nation as the Land of Fire falls upon us. Daily, an unending stream of people floods into Konoha. I am utterly exhausted. The tasks are simply insurmountable. At that moment, Jiraiya approached, sporting dark circles under his eyes, lamenting, Tsunade, is it fair? You usually handle only a small portion, leaving the rest for me and Kakashi. Beside him, Kakashi also appeared weary, his eyelids fluttering as if he might succumb to slumber at any moment. Tsunade, grasping her hair in frustration, exclaimed, No, I refuse to bear this any longer. I want to resign. Little Tsunade, do not act rashly. Just then, Hashirama and Tobirama barged in through the door. Upon hearing the commotion, Tsunade turned to see them, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her as she shouted, Grandfather, great uncle, I can't take it anymore. Whoever wishes to be Hokage can take my place. Tobirama frowned, his tone serious. Tsunade, you are being too willful. Tsunade responded with a sense of injustice. Grandfather, great uncle, you often say I am of an age to marry. Yet I have no time to entertain such matters. Hashirama chuckled, replying, Little Tsunade, are you perhaps contemplating marriage? Jiraiya perked up at once, his gaze fixed on Tsunade. She stammered, I don't want to. Faced with her grandfather, great uncle, Shizune, Kakashi, and the now fervent Jiraiya, Tsunade found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. She initially intended to decline outright, yet feared disappointing Jiraiya, who had been her staunchest supporter throughout the years, especially during her tenure as Hokage. Tsunade had always been aware of Jiraiya's affection for her. One particular evening remained etched in her memory. While engrossed in administrative duties, she had inadvertently dozed off at her desk. At that moment, Jiraiya quietly approached, gently draping a coat over her shoulders. In truth, Tsunade had already awakened, acutely aware of Jiraiya's caring gesture. More importantly, she noted with surprise that he had not taken advantage of the situation, nor had he gazed at her with the usual lecherous eyes. For someone known for his frivolous nature, this was undeniably a significant improvement that filled Tsunade with delight. Yet, concurrently, she felt a pang of fear. Tsunade worried that she had aged and lost her former allure, prompting Jiraiya's disinterest. Hence, he did not regard her with the same lustful gaze as before. Chapter 142. Jiraiya and Tsunade finally unite. At this moment, Tsunade felt an overwhelming shyness, pacing back and forth in confusion. Stealing a glance at Jiraiya, she bit her lip, utterly embarrassed to respond to Hashirama's words in front of everyone, and, consumed by shame, she fled the room. Exiting the Hokage building, she silently cursed Jiraiya in her heart. Tsunade lamented Jiraiya's excessive timidity, lamenting his failure to express his affection even now, wishing he could have been as brave in his youth to profess his love for her. Watching Tsunade dash away, Jiraiya murmured her name softly, Tsunade. Tobirama, observing Jiraiya standing there in a daze, smiled and gently urged him, Jiraiya, why are you still standing there? Go after her. Oh right. Jiraiya nodded as if awakening from a dream, finally realizing he must pursue her without delay. Without hesitation, he ran in the direction Tsunade had taken. Tobirama watched Jiraiya's retreating figure with a slight smile, having long sensed the delicate bond between Tsunade and Jiraiya, though he had refrained from mentioning it until now. He felt it was perhaps time for their relationship to take a definitive step forward. Hashirama, noticing the smile on Tobirama's face, inquired with curiosity, Tobirama, why did Tsunade suddenly run off? Tobirama, exasperated, rubbed his face and replied, Brother, you truly are oblivious. Simultaneously, he internally criticized, how on earth did you win over Kushina? Brother, can you not grasp such a simple matter? At that moment, Hashirama seemed to recall something and said earnestly, by the way, Tobirama, you're not a child anymore. It's time for you to settle down. Upon hearing this, Tobirama retorted angrily, not your concern. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Hashirama standing there in bewilderment, unsure of where he had gone wrong. Meanwhile, in a tranquil garden, Tsunade sat quietly on a long bench, her gaze appearing vacant and lost. The sun was setting, casting a gentle glow through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating Tsunade's face and revealing a unique beauty. Yet, this picturesque scene could not mask the anguish and sorrow within her heart. Jiraiya stood nearby, silently watching Tsunade, his heart heavy with pain as he noticed the glistening tears streaming down her cheeks. Tsunade, he called her name softly, his voice laced with tenderness. Tsunade lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Jiraiya and asked, Jiraiya, have I grown old? Jiraiya quickly shook his head, responding, No, Tsunade. You are still as beautiful as ever. Tsunade sighed softly and continued, Then why do you no longer look at me with those lecherous eyes? Stepping closer, Jiraiya gently covered her hand with his, speaking with deep affection, That is because I love you, Tsunade. Hearing those words, Tsunade was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes as she embraced Jiraiya tightly. You foolish Jiraiya, what will happen if you don't confess your feelings before I truly grow old? Jiraiya tenderly stroked her hair, comforting her with sincerity. Tsunade, even as you age, I will never leave your side. Tsunade listened intently to his words, her heart swelling with emotion as she leaned into Jiraiya's embrace, feeling his warmth, her face glowing with happiness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they quietly admired the beautiful twilight together, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Only when the sun had completely set and night descended did they return to the present moment. Tsunade gazed deeply into Jiraiya's eyes, her own sparkling with unwavering determination. Jiraiya, let us marry, she proposed softly. Her words shone like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating Jiraiya's heart. He was taken aback, never expecting Tsunade to say such a thing. However, a moment later, a joyful smile spread across his face as he firmly grasped her hand, exclaiming with excitement, Yes, Tsunade, I am willing. In that instant, their love transcended, and they decided to walk together through every phase of life. In the days to come, they would face life's challenges side by side, sharing in each other's joys and sorrows. This moment would forever be etched in their memories, becoming one of the most cherished moments of their lives. Chapter 143. The sixth Hokage. On the following day, Tsunade expressed her intention to resign from the position of Hokage, convening an urgent meeting to discuss and elect the next Hokage, the sixth Hokage. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense and solemn, as everyone awaited the emergence of a new leader. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, the representative of the Uchiha clan, boldly declared, It is time for the Hokage position to belong to our Uchiha clan, is it not? The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, nodded slightly, acknowledging Fugaku's sentiments. Hashirama turned to Uchiha Madara and firmly stated, Indeed, the Hidden Leaf Village has long owed a debt to the Uchiha clan. It is time for them to assume the mantle of Hokage. Hearing this, Madara felt a surge of emotion. After years of being marginalized, the Uchiha clan was finally receiving recognition. However, the next moment, Senju Tobirama unhesitatingly shattered this harmonious atmosphere. No, I vehemently oppose the wicked Uchiha clan becoming Hokage, Tobirama shouted, his gaze sharp and piercing as it fixated on Madara. Madara's fury ignited, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What have we Uchiha done wrong, Tobirama? Why can we not serve as Hokage? We are also significant contributors to the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village. Although there were tensions and divisions between Madara and the Uchiha clan, he had once been the clan's leader and still harbored deep feelings for them. Faced with Tobirama's vehement opposition, Madara could no longer suppress his rage. Seeing the escalating argument, Tsunade furrowed her brow and stood up, proclaiming loudly, "Enough. Let there be no more bickering. The decision shall be made through ballots, allowing everyone to vote fairly and justly for the next 6th Hokage." Naruto smiled at this and said, "Tsunade is right. Shursui, I will vote for you." Shursui? Tobirama, who was still embroiled in the debate with Madara, thought that perhaps it was acceptable for Uchiha Shursui to become Hokage. As a descendant of his pupil, Uchiha Kagami, Shursui embodied the will of fire. With this thought, Tobirama nodded in acknowledgement. Sasuke, upon hearing Naruto's choice of Shursui, turned to Itachi beside him and quietly asked, "Aniki, what should we do?" Itachi smiled slightly and softly replied, "Since Naruto has chosen Shursui, we should support him as well." Sasuke nodded slightly and then stood up second, resolutely declaring, "I also choose Shursui." Fugaka sat there, his expression dark, watching the two devoted sons who bypassed him to vote for Shursui, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Nevertheless, Fugaku understood the need to prioritize the greater good at this moment, suppressing his personal feelings for the benefit of the entire clan. Therefore, he reluctantly cast his vote for Shursui. After all, the birth of a Hokage from the Uchiha clan had long been their aspiration, a goal far more significant than personal emotions. Ultimately, Shursui was successfully elected as the 6th Hokage by an overwhelming majority. This outcome was hardly surprising, as the Uchiha clan had become the foremost clan in the Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, either Sasuke or Madara alone could contend against the other 4 great villages. Surprisingly, even Tobirama cast his vote for Shursui. Tsunade, beaming with joy, announced, "I hereby declare that Uchiha Shursui will assume the position of the 6th Hokage." Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into enthusiastic applause, congratulating Shursui on his succession to the esteemed role, gaining unanimous recognition. Shursui stood to the side, displaying a mixture of astonishment and, more prominently, a sense of determination and responsibility. Soon, Tsunade and Shursui completed the transfer of power, and within just 2 days, the succession ceremony had concluded. Tsunade held unwavering confidence in Shursui, believing he would excel in his new role and lead the Hidden Leaf Village toward a brighter future. Meanwhile, Tsunade was eagerly anticipating her honeymoon, planning to travel before returning to the village to wed. She hurriedly packed her belongings in preparation for departure with Jiraiya. Jiraiya watched her with a warm smile, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. "All right, let us be on our way," Tsunade exclaimed excitedly. The two clasped hands and exited the village, embarking on their romantic journey. Along the way, they shared laughter and joy, relishing each other's company. They visited many beautiful places, creating countless cherished memories. During this time, Tsunade set aside all her worries and pressures, fully immersing herself in her love for Jiraiya. They supported each other, savoring every joyful moment together. Upon their return to the Hidden Leaf Village, the villagers could sense the sweetness and happiness between them. Their love story became a cherished tale among the villagers, who rejoiced in their happiness. Meanwhile, in the office of the Hidden Leaf Village, Shursui busily attended to various matters. With a profound sense of responsibility and dedication, he diligently fulfilled the duties of the 6th Hokage. He was acutely aware of the expectations and trust placed upon him by the entire village, and he resolved not to betray this solemn obligation. Chapter 144. Kagaya Otsutsuki takes apprentices. The streets of Konoha were bustling with life. Naruto strolled about with Kagaya Otsutsuki by his side. Ever since Kagaya first arrived in the village and encountered its myriad wonders, she had been utterly captivated. Now, she had become quite attached to Naruto, frequently persuading him to indulge her in the delights of the village. At this moment, Kagaya stood before a street vendor, her curiosity piqued by the assortment of trinkets, bracelets, necklaces, and charms on display. Meanwhile, Naruto observed her silently. As he took in the scene, memories of the gift he once presented to Hinata resurfaced, prompting a gentle smile to grace his lips. "Grandmother, let us visit the Hyuga clan. They are descendants of the Hanabi clan and possess the Byakugan. Their temperament is serene, and they cherish tranquility. I believe you would find common ground with them," Naruto softly suggested. Upon hearing his words, Kagaya's gaze grew complex. Descendants of the Hanabi clan. She murmured, seemingly lost in the echoes of a distant past. Then, lifting her head with resolute determination, she met Naruto's eyes. Very well, take me there. Sunlight filtered through the calm grounds of the Hyuga clan. The melodious voice of Hinata Hanabi resonated throughout the courtyard. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Her gaze unwavering. Her movements flowed seamlessly, each strike revealing remarkable talent. Standing nearby, Hayashi could not help but beam with pride, exclaiming, "Excellent, my precious daughter. Your talent is truly exceptional." However, Hanabi cast a dissatisfied glance at Hinata, who was still seated at the table, thoroughly engrossed in her meal. Pouting, she asked, "Father, why isn't sister training with me?" Hayashi wiped the sweat from his brow, offering an awkward smile. "Dear, it's fine for your father to spar with you." In truth, Hayashi was acutely aware of the potential danger in allowing Hanabi and Hinata to practice together, fearing that Hinata might inadvertently harm her younger sister. Ever since Hinata had started eating well, her strength had become formidable, even causing concern for Hayashi. At times, Hayashi would privately lament that Hinata's strikes were no longer gentle fist, but rather akin to a ferocious force. When Hinata practiced, the training posts often met a swift demise under her blows. The thought of her striking Hanabi instead of the post was one Hayashi dared not entertain. Even in their sparring sessions, he found himself exercising extreme caution, not out of fear for Hinata, but out of concern for his own well-being, lest he suffer grievous injury and tarnish his fatherly image. Despite Hayashi's mastery of the gentle fist and Hinata's somewhat stagnant progress, remaining at the 36 palms level, he could not afford to underestimate her growing strength. As the saying goes, one force can overcome 10 techniques, and Hinata's power had reached a point that made even her father feel challenged. Hayashi mused that perhaps Hinata was ill-suited for the gentle fist, as her strength alone could suffice to incapacitate an opponent without the need for precise strikes, particularly when employing her Byakugan to target vital points. A few well-placed strikes could render most foes lifeless. Why then must she endure the full 36 palms? It felt almost like a cruel mockery of the defeated. As Hayashi continued his internal musings, Naruto arrived with Kagaya for a visit. Glancing up at the sun, Naruto noted that several hours had passed since noon. Yet Hinata remained at the table, still eating. He furrowed his brow, pondering, "It seems I must speak with Orochimaru about possibly cultivating the 8 tails tentacles in bulk, so we might provide Hinata with more suitable nourishment. Otherwise, her meals take far too long." "Naruto-kun, you're here." Upon spotting him, Hinata joyfully rushed forward, her face aglow with happiness. She then offered a polite greeting to Kagaya. "Greetings, grandmother." Kagaya regarded Hinata with a deep, appreciative gaze, her eyes reflecting surprise and admiration. "What pristine Byakugan you possess." In her perception, Hinata's Byakugan purity was remarkable, rivaling that of the Hanabi clan. "Grandmother, Naruto, welcome to our home," Hayashi said warmly, ushering Hanabi to join him with a friendly smile. However, Kagaya did not respond. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Hanabi before proceeding into Hinata's home. Seemingly enchanted by the place, she meticulously observed and admired every detail of the room's decor, the sumptuous feast on the large table, the tea set on the small table, the artwork adorning the walls, and the serene pond, bamboo, gazebo, stone table, and benches in the backyard. It was as if she were searching for something or reminiscing about bygone days. After her examination, Kagaya gracefully approached the cushion by the tea table and knelt down elegantly, as though she were the mistress of the house. Observing this, Hayashi swiftly approached her, respectfully preparing a cup of cappuccino. Kagaya received the cup, took a delicate sip, and calmly stated, "Naruto, I find this place quite delightful. May I reside here?" Her tone was tranquil, yet imbued with unwavering determination. Before Naruto could respond, Hayashi interjected eagerly, "Grandmother, if you like it, I can construct an identical house for you immediately." His eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to meet Kagaya's wishes. Kagaya nodded, smiling. "Very well. Go ahead and make the arrangements. Additionally, your 2 daughters possess commendable talent. I shall personally instruct them as a token of my gratitude." Upon hearing this, Hayashi was nearly overwhelmed with joy, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, grandmother. This is truly an honor for our family." Excitement danced in his eyes, envisioning a future where his daughters would become formidable warriors. Naruto, too, felt elated at the prospect of Kagaya teaching Hinata and Hanabi. recognizing it as a splendid opportunity for them. Chapter 145. The Liberation of the Caged Bird. At that moment, Naruto suddenly recalled Neji, and a wave of sorrow surged within him. "Grandmother, can you lift the curse of the caged bird?" Naruto inquired. Kaguya looked at him in confusion. "What is the caged bird?" In response, Hisashi hurriedly provided a detailed account of the history of the Hyuga clan and the origins of the caged bird seal. In fact, Hisashi had previously discussed the matter of unlocking the caged bird seal with Hisashi, for it had become a bottleneck that hindered the development of the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan next door had produced several possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan, while the Hyuga clan remained stagnant. Although Hisashi understood this, he was unable to lift the caged bird seal himself, which led to the matter being postponed until now. After listening to Hisashi's insights, Kaguya slightly nodded, indicating her willingness to give it a try. Hisashi then sent someone to summon his younger brother, Hisashi, and Neji. Before long, Hisashi arrived with Neji in tow. "Brother, what do you need me for?" Hisashi asked, puzzled. "We summoned you today regarding the matter of lifting the caged bird seal," Hisashi said solemnly. "Really? That's wonderful." Both Hisashi and Neji were filled with excitement. Neji exclaimed, "Hinata, Naruto, clan head, can we really lift the caged bird seal now?" The prospect of lifting the caged bird brought immense joy to Neji. Hanabi puffed her cheeks and said, "Neji, why didn't you call me?" Neji, seeing her reaction, laughed heartily. "Lady Hanabi." At that moment, Kaguya cast a deep gaze at Neji, then approached him. "Hello, grandmother." Neji greeted respectfully. Kaguya remained silent as she slowly placed her hand on Neji's forehead. Neji felt a surge of chakra flow from Kaguya's hand into his body, coursing through him. Suddenly, he felt his eyes become more vibrant and colorful, the missing piece restored. He discovered that his Byakugan could now observe the world in a complete 360-degree view. "Is this the true Byakugan?" Neji murmured to himself. Hisashi, concerned, asked, "Neji, how do you feel?" Neji, with tears of joy, replied, "It's incredible. The caged bird that has bound us for so long is finally lifted." Hisashi felt a sense of relief and glanced at Hisashi. Hisashi nodded with a smile. "Hisashi, summon all the branch family members here immediately to lift the caged bird seal." "As you command, clan head." Hisashi felt an unprecedented joy in agreeing to Hisashi's request. Shortly after Hisashi left, one by one, the branch family members were brought in, sensing something extraordinary and inquiring about what was happening. Upon learning that the caged bird seal was to be lifted, disbelief transformed into joy and excitement. With Kaguya's chakra infusion, each branch family member felt the caged bird dissipate, their gazes becoming clear and radiant. "Thank you." Someone couldn't help but voice their gratitude, and others echoed the sentiment, their appreciation evident. Hisashi observed these individuals, who had suffered immensely due to the caged bird, and his heart swelled with emotion. He understood that from this moment on, the branch family would no longer be bound by the caged bird and could freely pursue their dreams and aspirations. Kaguya stood quietly to the side, watching the smiles on their faces, feeling a warmth in her heart. At that moment, she realized that her power was not solely for combat, but could also be used to help others attain freedom and happiness. On this special day, the branch members of the Hyuga clan finally broke free from the caged bird's constraints, ushering in new hope and a promising future. Kaguya's act of lifting the caged bird seal garnered immense goodwill from all the branch families of the Hyuga clan, filling them with gratitude towards her. In the eyes of the branch family members, Kaguya's status was already exalted, even surpassing that of Hisashi. When she released them from the caged bird, their admiration for her overflowed, and they shouted in unison, "Grandmother!" To their astonishment, when they learned of Kaguya's desire to settle within the Hyuga clan, many branch members willingly offered to serve her. Even Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, "In the Hyuga clan, Kaguya's words certainly carry more weight than Hisashi's." However, Hisashi appeared untroubled, respectfully addressing Kaguya as grandmother. The atmosphere within the Hyuga clan was harmonious, marking the end of divisions between the branch and main families. Yet, the notion of branch and main families seemed to evoke some unpleasant memories for Kaguya. She gazed blankly at the jubilant branch members of the Hyuga clan, a sense of helplessness and sorrow welling up within her. Kaguya recalled her own past as a member of the Otsutsuki branch family, where conditions were even more dire than those of the current members. In the Otsutsuki family, the branch's status was exceedingly low, regarded as expendable. The oppression and exploitation from the main family were intolerable, and as a member of the branch, Kagaya had suffered greatly. The main family allowed the branch members to live, not out of kindness or compassion, but merely as tools for their own use. The branch members were forced to sustain the divine tree with their own bodies. A cruel and heartless act. Kagaya understood this pain and despair well, having endured the same suffering. Thus, when she beheld the branch members of the Hyuga clan, the buried memories stirred within her, and the past anguish and anger surged forth. She couldn't help but lament the injustice of fate. Why must the weak endure so much suffering and torment? Yet, she chose not to succumb to the sorrow of the past, but resolved to change everything. At that moment, Naruto keenly sensed Kagaya's unusual emotions and inquired, "Grandmother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" He looked at Kagaya with concern in his eyes. "It's nothing, Naruto," Kagaya replied softly, shaking her head, though the faint sadness on her face was unmistakable. Sensing that Kagaya bore a burden, Naruto continued to comfort her. "Grandmother, if you have any worries or concerns, you can share them with me. We'll face them together, all right?" His gentle, yet resolute voice brought a sense of reassurance. Kagaya stared at Naruto, her eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. She recalled the pain of being betrayed by her two sons, a promise she had made to never trust anyone again. However, during this past month with Naruto, she found herself gradually lowering her guard, beginning to trust this young man. "Naruto, I hope that when the Otsutsuki clan arrives here, you will trample them underfoot," Kagaya said through gritted teeth, her tone brimming with intense hatred. Naruto, witnessing her fervor, responded with a determined smile, "Don't worry, grandmother. When the time comes, I will ensure they know our strength." Confidence sparkled in Naruto's eyes. Kagaya nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction passing through her gaze. At that moment, she felt a warm surge of power within her. "By the way, grandmother, Neji has remarkable talent. I hope you can take him as your disciple," Naruto suggested. Upon hearing this, Kagaya nodded. Yes, his talent is indeed noteworthy. His Byakugan, previously restricted, can now rival Hanabi's. And Hinata's Byakugan may even evolve into the Tenseigan in the future. After speaking, Kagaya gazed at the sky, recalling the time when she was accompanied by Yumura during her time on the moon. She possesses a clear understanding of the events transpiring on the moon, aware that it is currently home to a Rinnegan. Contemplating this, Kagaya turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, when the moon rises, let us take Hinata on a journey to the moon." Upon hearing this, Naruto, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Grandmother, why must we go to the moon? Is there something there?" Kagaya smiled gently and explained, "There exists a Rinnegan upon the moon. This power is immensely formidable. If Hinata were to acquire it, her strength would be significantly enhanced." "That would be truly wonderful," Naruto exclaimed with delight. For him, the mere prospect of aiding Hinata was enough to spur him into action without hesitation. Chapter 146. Sharon. As night fell, the resplendent moon slowly ascended, casting its gentle glow upon the earth. Hinata stood resolutely before Hayashi, saying, "Father, please do not worry about me. With Naruto-kun and grandmother here, I shall be perfectly fine." Naruto offered a warm smile, reassuring Hayashi, "Uncle Hayashi, rest assured. We are merely taking a trip to the moon. I will ensure Hinata's safe return." Hayashi nodded slightly, his eyes betraying concern for his daughter as he earnestly instructed, "Naruto, you must protect Hinata at all costs." Naruto nodded solemnly, affirming his commitment to safeguarding Hinata. At that moment, Kagaya interjected, "Naruto, it's time. We must depart." Naruto replied, "Understood." With a gentle smile, he lifted Hinata into his arms, and together with Kagaya, they soared into the sky, heading towards the moon. Hinata lay quietly in Naruto's embrace, enveloped in his warmth. She gazed up at Naruto, illuminated by the moonlight, and felt a ripple of emotion within her. Memories flooded her mind of the moment, years ago, when Naruto had rescued her from the clutches of the Cloud Village, filling her heart with gratitude and reliance. Naruto sensed Hinata's gaze and turned to meet her eyes. Their glances intertwined in the air, as if they could peer into the depths of each other's souls. Naruto-kun. Flustered, Hinata averted her gaze, a blush creeping across her cheeks, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Naruto smiled softly, internally reflecting, "Hinata is truly adorable." He gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Thus, under the moonlight, they embarked together on their journey to the moon, filled with anticipation for the future. Before long, the trio arrived at the moon. The figures of Naruto, Hinata, and Kagaya appeared diminutive amidst the vast cosmos, yet their gazes remained steadfast upon the sight before them. Naruto-kun, is this the ninja world we inhabit? Hinata inquired softly, her voice tinged with awe. Indeed, Hinata, Naruto replied tenderly. Observing the ninja world from the moon, a complex array of emotions surged within Naruto. In comparison to the boundless universe, the ninja world felt inconsequential, like a mere speck of dust. Nevertheless, Naruto understood that this world harbored countless lives and stories, each individual with their own dreams and aspirations. Though the ninja world is small, it is the place I cherish most, Naruto murmured, his eyes brimming with love and a sense of duty towards this land. Through their perceptions, Naruto and Kaguya quickly grasped the situation on the moon. They approached a magnificent palace, where they beheld a surprising sight. The formidable Sharon, born without eyes, stood silently. His eyes closed, yet exuding an aura of authority. Surrounding him were various puppets, as if guarding something of great significance. Upon sensing Naruto and the others, Sharon strode forward with earnest resolve, exclaiming, "Greetings, grandmother. I am the last descendant of your son, Otsutsuki Waimura, left on the moon." After his proclamation, Naruto observed Sharon subtly turning his head, seemingly stealing glances at him and Hinata. "It appears you are already aware of the happenings in the ninja world," Kaguya remarked coolly. Sharon nodded, his eyes reflecting determination and confidence. "Yes, grandmother. I have comprehended everything occurring in the ninja world through the great Rinnegan." He continued, "Grandmother, I have inherited the ideals of your son, my ancestor, Otsutsuki Waimura. He believed that the ninja world established by the Sage of Six Paths was far from perfect. Our observations reveal that wars frequently erupt within the ninja world, affirming Waimura's perspective." With unwavering conviction, Sharon gazed intently at Kaguya, his eyes shimmering with resolve. "Thus, grandmother, I hope to collaborate with you. Together, we can dismantle the ninja world. Then, we may forge a brand new ninja world, establishing a new world order where all may coexist in peace." Kaguya fell into a brief silence, her expression growing complex as she contemplated. Unable to contain himself, Naruto interjected. "Sharon, if you believe the current ninja world is flawed, you should strive to change it rather than obliterate it." Hearing Naruto's words, Sharon smiled slightly, turning to Kaguya with sincerity. "Grandmother, let us join forces. I only require that girl. You may reclaim the chakra of all others in the ninja world. This way, my desires will be fulfilled and your goals achieved." As Sharon finished speaking, the puppets surrounding him sprang into action, encircling Naruto and Hinata. Upon hearing Sharon express his desire for her, Hinata's face drained of color, and she instinctively cowered behind Naruto, trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing this, anger surged within Naruto, his eyes widening as he glared at Sharon, flames of fury igniting in his gaze. Meanwhile, the puppets drew ever closer to Naruto and Hinata, creating an increasingly tense atmosphere. Naruto clenched his fists, preparing for battle, and looked to Kaguya, awaiting her response. "Enough, Sharon. You have fundamentally misunderstood Waimura's will," Kaguya declared. Her gaze fixed firmly on Sharon, a hint of determination and resolve emanating from her. She understood that this moment demanded rectification of Sharon's misconceptions, allowing him to comprehend Waimura's true intentions. Kaguya's voice, calm yet imbued with an undeniable power, resonated as she began. "Waimura is my son, and as his mother, I know him better than anyone else. During my imprisonment on the moon, Waimura frequently visited me, sharing the occurrences within the ninja world. Therefore, I am acutely aware of his thoughts and motivations." Sharon listened in disbelief, his eyes widening as he questioned, "Grandmother, are you truly certain?" Kaguya nodded, continuing to elucidate. "Waimura's presence here was not for the purpose you describe. His original intention was to protect the ninja world and safeguard the lives within this land." Naruto smiled faintly upon hearing this, internally relieved. Throughout this time, he had remained by Kaguya's side, attempting to alter her perspective. It appeared that his efforts had borne fruit. Had it not been for his influence, Kaguya might have succumbed to Sharon's persuasion, reclaiming the chakra of the ninja world with catastrophic consequences. Sharon fell silent, his expression filled with confusion and shock. He had once been convinced of his understanding of Waimura, yet now he found the reality to be vastly different. Kaguya's words pierced through the fog clouding his mind, prompting him to reevaluate his beliefs. Kaguya approached Sharon, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Child, you must trust me, and more importantly, trust Waimura. Everything he has done stems from his love and sense of responsibility for the ninja world. He has protected this realm in his own way, and we must inherit his will, together safeguarding our home. After a moment's contemplation, Sharon raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. He bowed deeply to Kaguya, signifying his willingness to accept her guidance. From this moment forth, he resolved to relinquish his past obsessions and join Kaguya in striving to protect the shinobi world. Following the resolution of misunderstandings, Naruto, Hinata, and Kaguya, guided by Sharon, finally beheld the legendary Rinnegan. Gazing upon the colossal Rinnegan before them, Kaguya could not help but furrow her brow. Prior to this encounter, she had never witnessed it with her own eyes. She had assumed it was merely an ordinary Rinnegan, only to discover it was comprised of countless Byakugan converging into one. Thus, Naruto and his companions decided to conclude their lunar expedition and return to Earth, while Sharon chose to remain on the moon. His aspirations had shifted from the annihilation of the shinobi world to the guardianship of this realm. Observing Sharon standing there, bereft of eyes, a profound sense of compassion surged within Naruto and Hinata. Naruto suggested that Sharon return to the shinobi world, but Sharon shook his head, indicating that he could not leave just yet. It turned out that the bond he had forged with the gigantic Rinnegan was still incomplete, necessitating his continued presence there for its fulfillment, which could only be realized upon his coming of age. Ultimately, this lunar journey reached its conclusion. Chapter 147. 2.5 years of training. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years have passed. Within the unique gravitational space created by Kaguya at the Yellow Springs, Naruto, Hashirama, and Ashura are diligently pouring their sweat into rigorous training. Through arduous exercises and adaptation over this lengthy period, Naruto has fully harnessed his exceptional physical prowess. Even with the burden of gravity, he is able to move freely within this realm and successfully complete various martial arts training tasks. Throughout this challenging journey in the gravitational space, Naruto's latent potential has been thoroughly awakened, further enhancing his already formidable physique. Simultaneously, Naruto's chakra has experienced astounding growth. Without accounting for the Nine Tails power, his chakra level has reached an impressive 5,000 units. When factoring in the Nine Tails, this figure soars to a staggering 120,000 units. This remarkable increase is attributed to the Nine Tails absorbing a portion of the Ten Tails chakra, significantly augmenting Naruto's chakra reserves. Moreover, through the injection of Tsutsuki cells, Naruto has successfully awakened the wood release attribute, gradually mastering this formidable ability. Now, he wields wood release with remarkable proficiency, showcasing extraordinary strength. Compared to 2.5 years ago, Naruto's capabilities have undergone a transformative leap, both in terms of chakra quantity and physical condition. Additionally, Naruto's height has increased from 1.6 meters to 1.8 meters, rendering him more robust and powerful than before. In this gravitational space, Hashirama and Ashura also persist in their training under such extreme conditions. However, due to their comparatively lower chakra levels, approximately 1,300 units, they cannot withstand the same gravity as Naruto. Nevertheless, they tirelessly strive to enhance their abilities, aspiring to play a more significant role in future battles. At that moment, Naruto suddenly noticed a distortion in the space ahead, and Sasuke's figure gradually materialized. "I did it, Naruto. After 2.5 years of practice, I have finally developed a powerful ninjutsu, the electromagnetic cannon, and its power," Sasuke exclaimed excitedly. However, before he could finish, a powerful gravitational force nearly caused him to stumble and fall, making it difficult for him to rise. Yet, a magnetic force soon emanated from Sasuke, allowing him to stand effortlessly. "Really? That's fantastic. Take me to see it?" Naruto exclaimed with delight. "Sasuke, Naruto, let us join as well." Hashirama and Ashura chimed in unison. Sasuke nodded, then used Kimui to bring Naruto, Hashirama, and Ashura to the desert space. Upon their arrival, Naruto discovered Indra, Madara, and others present. Over the past 2.5 years, Kaguya's Yellow Springs has become a primary training ground for the ninja clan, particularly for powerful ninjas like Naruto and Sasuke. Every sparring session results in earth-shattering battles that leave a considerable impact on the ninja world. Therefore, Kaguya's space provides them with an ideal training environment. Seeing Sasuke return, Madara smiled with interest. "Sasuke, let me see the power of the ninjutsu you've developed over these 2.5 years. Tobirama laughed heartily. "Madara, the power will surely astonish you. Do not doubt your life when you witness it." Sasuke's ninjutsu had even been collaboratively developed with Tobirama, a master of forbidden techniques. However, Madara merely scoffed derisively. Humph, I hope it's not just empty words. Tobirama, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation. Damn Uchiha Madara. Over the past 2.5 years, Uchiha Shursui had become Hokage, while Uchiha Itachi took on the role of the Umbu captain and Hokage's advisor, bringing order to the Leaf Village. Tobirama no longer harbored the same animosity towards the Uchiha clan, though he would still engage in verbal sparring with Madara. Now, let me show you my results. Sasuke declared excitedly, levitation. In an instant, Sasuke's body, in its normal state, began to ascend as if gravity no longer affected him. He soared through the air with grace, akin to a bird in flight. Simultaneously, his chakra transformed, forming a magnetic field around him that amplified his speed. Then, Sasuke unleashed another ninjutsu, electromagnetic induction. His eyes sparkled with faint currents, akin to a radar, allowing him to perceive movements from miles away. This ability could rival Naruto's Sage Eye in battle, enabling him to sense enemy movements and react swiftly to evade danger. Sasuke then thrust one hand forward, releasing a powerful magnetic force that drew nearby sand together, forming a spiraling magnetic coil. At the same time, a sharp Chidori spear coalesced in his other hand. With a sudden motion, he thrust the Chidori spear toward the center of the spiral with astonishing speed. The spear zipped through the air like lightning, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. How swift, they murmured. Seeing their reactions, Sasuke grinned confidently. But wait, there's more. Kirin. This time, Sasuke fully harnessed the power of Shikaku. After absorbing part of the Ten Tails chakra, Shikaku's magnetic abilities erupted within Sasuke. Simultaneously, Sasuke's Rinnegan unleashed a surge of magnetic force. Under the influence of this power, the metal beneath the ground was manipulated, creating a towering pipe ahead. At that moment, Sasuke unleashed Kirin, directing the flowing current through the pipe. Subsequently, Sasuke activated the complete form of Susanoo and directed Indra's arrow at the pipe's opening. The arrow surged through the conduit, accelerating in speed before detonating in the distance, causing widespread devastation. Following this, Sasuke employed the Earth Explosion Star, causing the metallic pipe to merge with the surrounding sand, forming a colossal celestial sphere. Just then, Kaguya entered, her expression darkening. Are you attempting to destroy this place? Though Kaguya voiced her concern, she secretly admired the progress of Naruto and Sasuke. For the Tsutsuki clan, training felt like a waste of time, yet witnessing Naruto and his companions' advancements illuminated their potential and rapid growth in strength. Chapter 148. Boruto and Sasuke from the future. Outside the village of Konoha, amidst a dense forest, a sudden flash of white light illuminated the sky, and two figures, one large and one small, materialized. Boruto, clutching a turtle, landed headfirst, tumbling awkwardly. In contrast, the one-armed middle-aged Sasuke descended gracefully, kunai in hand, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. As Boruto rubbed his dizzy head and scanned the area, he turned to the middle-aged Sasuke and inquired, "Where are we?" Sasuke cast a glance towards the distant Hokage rock, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. "What's wrong, Mr. Sasuke?" Boruto asked. Sasuke furrowed his brow and slowly replied, "The Hokage rock is missing Naruto's visage." "And why Shursui the sixth Hokage? Shouldn't he have died long ago?" At that moment, the turtle in Boruto's grasp let out a sound. The timeline has diverged. It is now Tsunade's era. Pushi will arrive in a few days. We must not disrupt this temporal reality. Sasuke began to comprehend the situation, thoughtfully stating, "That guy Pushi mentioned wanting to collect the Nine Tails chakra, not to confront Naruto of the seventh Hokage, but to bully the younger version of him. Thus, we have returned to the past Konoha." Boruto exclaimed in disbelief, "The past Konoha? Is that for real?" Sasuke nodded, casting another glance at Shursue's likeness on the Hokage rock. Pondering, but what is going on? Driven by curiosity, he resolved to investigate Konoha further and protect Naruto. "Boruto, from this moment onward, we must conceal our identities. We shall declare ourselves as a master and apprentice duo, making a living through performance. Do you understand?" Sasuke instructed solemnly. Boruto promptly nodded. "Understood, Mr. Sasuke." Sasuke's brow knitted slightly. Realizing his faux pas, Boruto quickly corrected himself. "Understood, master." Satisfied, Sasuke led Boruto towards the village of Konoha. Upon arriving at the village gates, they were halted by the Konoha guards. "Halt! What is your purpose here?" Sasuke calmly replied, "We are performers seeking to earn a living in Konoha." The guard, surprised, asked, "Performers? Aren't you here to become ninjas?" Sasuke nodded affirmatively. "Yes, by the way, what year is it in Konoha?" The guard's suspicion deepened, yet he answered, "It is the 61st year of Konoha." At that moment, another guard remarked, "I sense no ill intent. Let them proceed after gathering basic information." The first guard conceded. Very well. Soon, Sasuke and Boruto entered Konoha. Utilizing his keen senses, Sasuke overheard the guard's conversation. The malicious intent detection device invented by the second Hokage is quite impressive. Indeed, it was developed during the Fourth Great Ninja War when enemies infiltrated. Thankfully, Naruto intervened, and later the second Hokage innovated it based on the Nine-Tails malicious intent detection. Sasuke's heart raced with astonishment. The second Hokage is still alive? The Fourth War refers to the Fourth Great Ninja War, doesn't it? Isn't that still a few years away? Maintaining a facade of calm, Sasuke and Boruto ventured deeper into Konoha. Suddenly, the ground trembled as if a horde of ancient beasts were charging forth. A wave of green appeared ahead, reminiscent of a swarm of locusts, Might Guy and Rock Lee, accompanied by hundreds of others clad in green spandex. "We're engaged in strenuous training. Youth is power. We shall run 10 laps around Konoha," Might Guy proclaimed, flashing a wide grin to the throng behind him. "Well said. Teacher Guy?" Lee and the others cheered passionately in unison. Boruto marveled, "Is that Uncle Guy? He is so popular. I remember him being injured and confined to a wheelchair." Sasuke was equally astonished by the scene, convinced that something was amiss in this version of Konoha. He glanced at Shirsue's likeness again, suspecting that this anomaly might be linked to him. Determined to learn more, Sasuke and Boruto arrived at Konoha's bustling marketplace. Boruto observed, "Master, it seems like Konoha hasn't changed much compared to ours." Sasuke, however, frowned. "No, Boruto, the Konoha of the past lacked machinery and puppets, and certainly had no electric trams." At that moment, familiar voices caught Sasuke's attention. "We've finally become Jonin," Ino exclaimed joyfully. "Yes, let's celebrate with some barbecue," Choji added eagerly. Ino teased, "You only think about eating. Choji, be careful or you won't find a wife." Pouting, Choji replied, "Huh? But I love to eat." "Shikamaru, why are you so quiet?" Shikamaru shook his head. "In this era, we are among the weakest. Our current abilities might not even match those we had 2.5 years ago during the Fourth War with the Nine-Tails Chakra Cloak." Choji sighed. "Shikamaru, can you refrain from such demoralizing talk?" Ino chimed in, "Exactly, Shikamaru. That was the power of a tailed beast, beyond mere human capability. When did you become so concerned about strength?" Shikamaru smiled slightly, returning to his relaxed demeanor. "Well, let us forget about that and enjoy our celebration." As Sasuke watched the trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji drift away, he felt puzzled. Even if they had passed the Chunin exams, they were merely Chunin. Why had they become Jonin? Boruto exclaimed, "Master, are they the parents of my friends when they were young? Did they really become Jonin at such a young age?" Sasuke was about to clarify the situation when a figure caught his eye, rendering him momentarily speechless. Mom. Ahead, Mikoto and Kushina strolled arm in arm, each carrying a bag, oblivious to Sasuke's presence. Sensing something, Mikoto turned towards Sasuke's direction, but found nothing there. "What's wrong, Mikoto?" Kushina asked, noticing Mikoto's gaze at the empty space. "Nothing." Sasuke quickly led Boruto away from their previous spot, barely suppressing his excitement to reveal himself to Mikoto. At the same time, confusion washed over him. Why were his mother and Naruto's mother still alive at this time? Boruto inquired, "Master, what just happened? Who did you see?" "Boruto, stay here and don't move. I'm going to the Hokage building to investigate," Sasuke instructed. Boruto obediently nodded. "Okay, master. Please hurry back." Confident that Boruto would remain in place, Sasuke wasted no time and swiftly dashed toward the Hokage building. Along the way, he was astonished to notice an increasing number of Uchiha clan members around him. They were either busy with daily tasks or gathered in discussion. To Sasuke's shock, he discovered that the Uchiha clan's residence was situated at the very heart of Konoha, a stark contrast to what he had always known. Could it be that in this world, the Uchiha clan had not been exterminated by Itachi, and Shisui had not perished? Were all these changes a result of Shisui's influence? Sasuke pondered deeply, his mind swirling with questions and uncertainties. Chapter 149. Astonishing midlife Sasuke. The middle-aged Sasuke cautiously approached the vicinity of the Hokage building, pondering how to gather intelligence, when he suddenly sensed a pair of eyes scrutinizing him. With heightened alertness, he turned to look. only to find a solitary raven coalescing behind him, ultimately transforming into the apparition of Itachi Uchiha. "What are you doing lurking here?" Itachi's voice was low and cold, devoid of any emotion. The expression on Sasuke's face stiffened instantly as he turned to face Itachi, his heart surging with tumultuous feelings. "Ni-san." Itachi, with a wary glint in his Sharingan, scrutinized the familiar yet foreign figure before him. Suddenly, he frowned. "Is that you, Sasuke?" Startled, the middle-aged Sasuke hadn't anticipated that his brother would recognize him so swiftly. As he gazed at Itachi, emotions surged within him like a tidal wave, and he could no longer contain himself. "Ni-san, I thought I would never see you again," Sasuke exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears as he lunged towards Itachi, embracing him tightly. However, Itachi did not reciprocate Sasuke's fervent embrace. Instead, he placed his hands on Sasuke's shoulders and asked with genuine concern, "Adudu, what has transpired in the future that has rendered you so weak? And why have you lost an arm?" "Weak?" The middle-aged Sasuke widened his eyes, unable to believe Itachi would say such a thing. Lowering his gaze to inspect his body, he acknowledged a degree of fatigue, yet he did not perceive himself as particularly feeble. Could it be that this was Itachi's expectation of him? Itachi's gaze bore a hint of concern as he inquired, "Adu, can you tell me what has happened in the future?" Furrowing his brow, the middle-aged Sasuke contemplated for a moment before responding, "Ni-san, I cannot disclose too much about the future. However, I have come here for a reason. Otsutsuki Kagaya has traversed from the future, attempting to extract the Nine-Tails chakra from Naruto." Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression grew grave, and he promptly asked, "Is Kagaya powerful? Did she sever your arm?" The middle-aged Sasuke fell silent, and after a brief pause, he slowly shook his head. "No, it wasn't her," clenching his fists tightly. Itachi gritted his teeth in anger. "Then who? Tell me, and I shall avenge you." Taking a deep breath, Sasuke's expression turned serious as he replied, "Ni-san, let's not dwell on that right now. Our utmost priority is to protect Naruto." Itachi furrowed his brow and sighed helplessly. "If Naruto requires our protection, then we are likely in dire straits." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged Sasuke displayed a look of confusion, slowly forming a question mark. Noticing the expression of bewilderment on Sasuke's face, Itachi began to explain, "Naruto and you are now the two most formidable individuals in the ninja world. At this moment, they are training with the Sage of Six Paths." Middle-aged Sasuke? The middle-aged Sasuke felt utterly bewildered. After listening to Itachi's words, he struggled to comprehend the implications. Naruto, at the age of 12, and himself as the strongest in the ninja world? The Sage of Six Paths? Training with Kagaya? It dawned on middle-aged Sasuke that the ninja world here was entirely different from the one he knew. He began to inquire with Itachi about the events that had transpired in this world, and in turn, he also shared details about his original ninja world. Itachi led the middle-aged Sasuke to the Hokage's office. Along the way, Sasuke learned that Itachi currently served as the head of the Anbu and was an advisor to the Hokage. Itachi, in turn, gleaned much information from middle-aged Sasuke, especially when he learned that Sasuke's world faced the annihilation of the Uchiha clan and his defection from Konoha. Itachi found it hard to believe. Soon, Sasuke was brought into the Hokage office, where he encountered Shisui, who looked puzzled. "Who is this?" "This is Sasuke from another time and space," Itachi clarified. "Sasuke?" Shisui scrutinized the middle-aged Sasuke closely and noted several familiar features, nodding in acknowledgement. Quickly, Shisui understood the circumstances through Itachi and prepared to inform Naruto and Sasuke about the situation. "Are the Naruto and Sasuke of this world truly powerful?" the middle-aged Sasuke queried, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Shisui smiled gently. "Do not worry, they are exceptionally strong, and they have Indra and Ashura, as well as Hashirama and Madara with them." Middle-aged Sasuke? The notion that Hashirama and Madara were still alive was one thing, but Indra and Ashura as well? The thought that the Sage of Six Paths and his descendants were still present left middle-aged Sasuke utterly astonished. He believed there was nothing left that could surprise him. However, soon after hearing about the growth of Naruto and Sasuke in this ninja world, he was once again left in disbelief. Naruto became the perfect Jinchuriki at the age of 3, and even defeated the fourth Raikage with a punch. "I unlocked a 2-Tomo Sharingan at the age of 3. Middle-aged Sasuke recalled awakening his first Tomo in a fit of rage at the age of 7 during the night of his clan's massacre. And he felt as if this ninja world was utterly fantastical, especially upon learning that 10-year-old Naruto and he had triumphed in the Fourth Great Ninja War and their current strengths. Sasuke felt it was simply inconceivable. Meanwhile, Boruto, having obediently waited in place for a while, began to grow restless. Honestly, Sasuke told me to wait, yet he has been gone for so long. As Boruto sighed, he wandered around Konoha. Ouch. In a sudden turn, Boruto accidentally bumped into someone. Are you all right? A gentle voice inquired. Looking up, Boruto's eyes widened in shock. Is that Grandpa? Grandpa? The other person seemed somewhat puzzled. No. No, you misheard. Boruto hurriedly waved his hands, internally cursing. This is bad. I almost slipped up. Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato, wore a subtle, mischievous smile, having already observed Boruto and middle-aged Sasuke, gazing at the boy who bore a striking resemblance to Naruto. He had begun to formulate a suspicion, yet he still had questions that perplexed him, such as why Naruto's son was so weak. Had he and Naruto not trained him properly? Minato smiled gently at Boruto. Hello? My name is Minato. What is yours? Boruto. Minato smiled. Boruto. You look just like my son, Naruto. Would you like to come over to my house for a visit? Boruto quickly waved his hands to decline. No, no. Thank you for your kindness. Minato chuckled. Don't be so polite. If Naruto were to see you, I think he would be very happy. Inwardly, Boruto pondered. Is this where Dad lived when he was young? After a moment's thought, he concluded that they were indeed there to protect his younger father. So visiting would not be a problem. Thus, Boruto nodded and replied, all right then. Chapter 150. A reunion with Boruto. Minato returned home with Boruto. Is this really my father's house? Boruto wondered as he gazed around the tidy, bright living room. Just then, Kushina came back. Oh, Minato, is this your relative? He looks so much like you. Kushina inquired, puzzled. No, Minato replied awkwardly, shaking his head. Kushina fell into confusion. Indeed, Minato had no relatives. And this boy bore a striking resemblance to Naruto. Could it be that Minato had secretly fathered an illegitimate child behind her back? Kushina's temper flared, and she shouted, So? Minato, I can't believe you would cheat on me. Boruto was taken aback, not understanding why his grandmother was so angry. Minato hurried to explain, Kushina, it's not like that. His name is Boruto, we just met on the road. Kushina was unconvinced, believing Minato was merely trying to concoct an excuse. Determined to teach him a lesson, she yelled, Minato, with that signature blonde hair and blue eyes of yours, aside from you and Naruto, who else could it be? Boruto, observing the fiery red of Kushina's anger, swallowed nervously, realizing that his grandparents were quite intense, almost reminiscent of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Minato, looking distressed, tried to clarify, Kushina, don't misunderstand. His name is Boruto, Naruto's son, from the future. There's no way I would betray you. You know you're my one true love. Boruto thought, when did I expose myself? Naruto's son? Kushina scrutinized Boruto and noticed he bore facial hair like Naruto, which led her to believe Minato's explanation. Minato, I suppose you wouldn't dare. Kushina approached Boruto, asking, How old are you? 12 years old, he replied. Isn't that the same age as Naruto now? Why are you so much shorter than him? And why does your body seem so weak? Kushina frowned. Short? Weak? Boruto wondered aloud when suddenly the door opened again. Naruto, you're back. You've grown taller. Minato smiled. Kushina beamed. Naruto, come in and see. Your son Boruto has traveled here from the future. Is that so? Boruto watched as Naruto walked toward him, finally understanding why Grandma Kushina had said such things about him. The young version of his father looked entirely different from the photos he had seen, strong and handsome. But was this truly the height expected of a 12-year-old? Boruto looked up at Naruto, who was a head taller than him, questioning his life choices. Did his father develop this quickly as a child? Naruto, upon seeing Boruto, deduced that this Boruto was not the one from his ninja world, but rather the normal Boruto from the series. Kushina asked, Naruto, is this really your son? With a slight smile, Naruto affirmed, Yes, Mom, you should go prepare dinner. All right, let us see how my grandson enjoys my cooking, Kushina replied with a soft smile. I'll help, Minato said, rubbing the back of his head, intending to ensure Boruto had a good meal. Naruto watched his parents bustling about with a smile, then said to Boruto, Come to my room. I have something nice to show you. It's quite simple, as I only use it for sleeping. Naruto smiled, revealing a bed, a desk, and a cabinet. However, Boruto did not find it empty. The desk was adorned with photographs, a testament to his father's vibrant youth. Boruto picked up a photo, recognizing a group shot from Naruto's birthday and another from the Fourth Great Ninja War. He also discovered many pictures of his parents together, as well as with Uncle Sasuke, Uncle Kakashi, Uncle Guy, Principal Iruka, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and even one with Kurama. Naruto smiled. What do you think? My youth was quite colorful, wasn't he it? It's truly amazing. Dad, Boruto exclaimed enthusiastically. Just then, Kushina's voice called from outside. Naruto, it's time for Boruto to eat. Soon, they gathered around the dining table. Boruto was astonished to see the enormous 8-tailed octopus dish nearly covering the table. Is that even possible to eat? He wondered. Don't worry, Boruto. Just give it a try, Kushina urged, slicing a small piece and serving it to him. As Boruto looked into the eager eyes of his grandparents and father, he nervously swallowed, then carefully placed a piece of meat into his mouth. Upon tasting the meat, he was overwhelmed by an unprecedented deliciousness that astonished him. This is incredible, Boruto exclaimed. Naruto smiled slightly and asked, aside from how delicious it is, do you feel anything special? Boruto furrowed his brow in thought, when suddenly he sensed a faint energy surging within him. I think I can feel a bit of chakra flowing inside me, he said in surprise. Exactly, that's the energy being transmitted from the food, Naruto explained with a smile. Boruto's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. Haha, you should eat more, it will greatly benefit you. Your body is too weak and needs more nourishment. Naruto encouraged him with a grin. Then, Naruto began his eating adventure, devouring the food on his plate at an astonishing speed. An hour passed, and Boruto was shocked to see that after he and his grandparents had eaten their fill, Naruto had consumed nearly 90% of the octopus. Boruto suddenly felt that it was quite natural for his father to have grown so tall. Naruto patted his belly, satisfied, and burped. Dad, you really can eat, Boruto remarked in awe. Boruto, you're too weak. You ate less than me and Minato. We must encourage you to train more, Kushina said with concern. Boruto scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing this, Minato smiled gently and said, There's no rush, Boruto. Why don't you tell us about the future? Thus, Naruto, Minato, and Kushina began to converse with Boruto about their respective worlds. As the conversation deepened, Boruto's expression grew increasingly serious. He was astonished to discover that the two worlds were entirely different. In the future world Boruto inhabited, ninjutsu and ninja development had stagnated, even regressed, while here, ninjutsu and ninja continued to thrive. However, the technological advancements of their era far surpassed those of this world. When Boruto learned that Konoha's technological progress had only occurred within a span of 2.5 years, he was even more astounded. It turned out that Naruto's lunar journey not only transformed the mindset of the shinobi but also acquired millennia of technology from the Hyuga clan on the moon, directly propelling the technological development of the ninja world, particularly in the land of clouds. Yet, much of this technology primarily served to assist the growth of ninjutsu and ninjas. After comprehending the situations on both sides, Boruto couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed the only aspect where they could compete was technology and scientific ninja tools. But that appeared to be the greatest flaw. In the future, due to the prolonged absence of war threats, ninja missions had decreased, and the ninja world was governed by feudal lords. After years of peace, the feudal lords deemed ninjas less essential, tightening the funding allocated to them, which severely undermined the status of ninjutsu and ninjas. People increasingly relied on technology and tools to resolve issues rather than depending on their own strength to fight. Conversely, in this realm, martial prowess continues to prevail, and the art of ninjutsu, along with the ninja themselves, is held in the highest esteem. Under the influence of the shinobi sect, the status of ninjas has been further elevated. Chapter 151. Enhancing Boruto and middle-aged Sasuke's strength after Naruto, Minato, and Kushina gained an understanding of their respective worlds alongside Boruto. Naruto decided to assess Boruto's abilities. With a smile, Naruto proposed, Boruto, shall we have a spar? Excitement flickered in Boruto's eyes as he instantly responded, Sure, Dad. Thus, they proceeded to the courtyard, preparing for this father-son duel. Minato and Kushina stood aside as spectators, eagerly anticipating the display of their son's prowess. I'm going in, Dad, Boruto declared, taking a deep breath while gazing at Naruto's imposing figure. Feeling a touch of nervousness, nevertheless, he summoned his courage and opted to launch the first attack. In a flash, Boruto charged at Naruto, throwing a powerful punch. However, Naruto effortlessly deflected Boruto's strike, merely sensing a gentle force. Recognizing the need to adapt, Boruto quickly recalibrated his strategy, retreating to create distance before employing the shadow clone technique. In an instant, Boruto's emerged in the courtyard, all hurling shuriken towards Naruto. As the shuriken approached, Naruto smiled slightly, summoning a whirlwind that sent them flying askew, scattering them to the winds. Boruto was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, continuing to assault Naruto alongside his clones. Observing the chakra levels of Boruto and his clones, Naruto shook his head. As they closed in, he exhaled softly, unleashing a gust of wind that sent Boruto and his clones tumbling backward. Boruto landed heavily on the ground, causing his clones to dissipate. "Boruto, you've lost," Naruto remarked. In awe, Boruto replied, "Dad, you're amazing. And you didn't even need hand seals." Naruto smiled and asked, "Boruto, would you like to experience true power?" Boruto, though puzzled, nodded eagerly. "Yes." Naruto extended his hand, gradually channeling the chakra of the Nine Tails into Boruto's body. A surge of formidable energy coursed through Boruto, filling him with vitality. "Is this what power feels like?" "It's incredible," Boruto exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. Naruto watched him with a glimmer of anticipation. Although Boruto appeared weak at present, he was, by the original standards of Naruto, a prodigy, merely lacking in physical conditioning. At that moment, Naruto, Minato, and Kushina turned their gazes towards an open space. Following their line of sight, Boruto noticed the air beginning to distort as if something were about to emerge. His heart raced, fearing that Momoshiki had arrived prematurely. However, as the distortion settled, two figures stepped forth. Boruto squinted, exclaiming in delight, "Uncle Sasuke. Wow, is that a younger Sasuke? He looks so cool." His eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement. Sasuke, wearing an expression of exasperation, internally scoffed, "I told you, Momoshiki hasn't arrived yet." Meanwhile, middle-aged Sasuke appeared somewhat awkward. Having just been conversing with his parents and Itachi in the home of this world, Sasuke, sensing the presence of the Nine Tails chakra, he grew concerned for Boruto and Naruto's safety and decided to investigate. With a smile, Naruto greeted, "Sasuke, and the great Sasuke, your timing is impeccable. We were just about to take Boruto to seek out Orochimaru. You should join us." Sasuke nodded in agreement before adding, "And while we're at it, let Orochimaru reattach this guy's arm," glancing at the severed sleeve of middle-aged Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke escorted middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto to Orochimaru's research facility. After a brief explanation, Orochimaru quickly grasped the situation, an encounter with the future Sasuke and Naruto's son. Intrigued, he licked his lips as he regarded them. Sasuke retorted, Hey, they're not from this world's future." Deep down, Sasuke held a genuine disbelief in middle-aged Sasuke, recognizing that this world had been irrevocably altered by Naruto. "Orochimaru. Let us start with a few injections," Naruto suggested, eyeing the weakened Boruto and the great Sasuke. "Injections?" Boruto gazed nervously at the syringe filled with an unknown liquid. "What is that?" Middle-aged Sasuke frowned. "Genetic enhancement serum," Sasuke explained. "It'll boost your physique and might even awaken your bloodline. You both are too frail. You need some technological assistance." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto exchanged glances. Orochimaru turned to Naruto and inquired, "The great Sasuke can receive a direct injection of Kagaya Otsutsuki's cells. Should Boruto attempt the gradual approach?" Middle-aged Sasuke looked bewildered. "Kagaya Otsutsuki's cells? Why do you call it a genetic enhancement serum?" Naruto nonchalantly replied, "No need for that. Just administer Kagaya Otsutsuki's directly." He then addressed Sasuke, "Sasuke, bring Itachi over to mitigate any potential risks." Sasuke nodded, utilizing Kamui to summon Itachi. They proceeded to administer the genetic enhancement serum to middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto. The following day, upon awakening, both middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto discovered a remarkable enhancement in their strength, with small horns sprouting from their heads. Middle-aged Sasuke rejoiced, finding that Orochimaru had affixed a superior white Zetsu arm during his unconsciousness, and he realized he could now deactivate his Rinnegan at will. As he felt the chakra surging within him, he sensed his strength returning, no longer resembling the chakra-depleted Kakashi with his Sharingan. Boruto awoke, activating his Byakugan, realizing he could freely turn it on and off, and he felt his power had multiplied several times over. Observing the awakened Boruto, Naruto smiled softly, recognizing Boruto's remarkable potential. The entire process following the injection of the genetic enhancement serum had unfolded smoothly. The stronger the physique, the more seamless the enhancement. And those whose bloodlines were closer to Kagaya Otsutsuki experienced similar ease. It seemed that Boruto's dual heritage of the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans contributed to his favorable results. Chapter 152. The arrival of Tsutsuki Kinshiki for training. Just as Naruto was about to express concern for Boruto, he suddenly sensed a hint of peril emanating from him. Naruto furrowed his brows, gazing intently at Boruto. At that moment, Boruto unexpectedly exhibited a peculiar demeanor, lowering his head and emitting a deep, sinister laugh. How dare lowly beings steal the bloodline of the Tsutsuki clan? Yet, I must thank you. You've allowed me to regain 80 of my strength, haha. What is happening, Naruto? Sasuke, equally alarmed, frowned and fixed his serious gaze on the transformed Boruto. At that moment, blue markings appeared on Boruto's right cheek, accompanied by the emergence of a long horn and the activation of his Byakugan. This is a vessel. Boruto may have been possessed by Kinshiki. Be cautious. The middle-aged Sasuke, taken aback by Boruto's condition, immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and warned them. Die. Boruto suddenly pushed off the bed, launching a flying kick at Naruto with astonishing speed. The kick was imbued with immense force and momentum, as if it intended to send Naruto hurtling away. However, Naruto reacted swiftly, executing a powerful counterkick and effortlessly grasping Boruto's ankle. How infuriating! You blocked it so easily? Boruto's face displayed astonishment, unable to fathom how his fierce assault was so effortlessly neutralized by Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto maintained a serious expression, firmly gripping Boruto's ankle, his gaze penetratingly fixed upon him. Who are you to dare occupy Boruto's body? Do not be too arrogant, lowly creature. Boruto began to seethe with rage, chakra surging forth as he aimed a fist at Naruto. Naruto frowned and once again defended himself, subsequently utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport both himself and Boruto to the Valley of the End, hoping to avoid the destruction of Orochimaru's base. Space-time ninjutsu. Boruto remarked, somewhat surprised, then smirked slightly, unleashing a Rasengan aimed at Naruto. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, but swiftly activated Sage Mode, easily countering Boruto's sudden attack. How is this Naruto so powerful? Boruto, astonished, noted the vast amount of chakra radiating from Naruto. You haven't consumed a chakra fruit, have you? Your chakra rivals that of the 10 tails. He exclaimed in shock. Are you frightened? Naruto replied with a slight smile. At that moment, space warped as Sasuke used Kimui to bring the middle-aged Sasuke beside Naruto. Boruto, recalling his defeat at the hands of the 7th Hokage and the middle-aged Sasuke, gritted his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, a rift appeared in the sky as Kaguya Tsutsuki made her entrance. Boruto, seeing Kaguya, seethed with rage. Kaguya, you traitor. How dare you show your face here? Kaguya frowned upon hearing this. Is this a vessel? It appears you are clinging to life by occupying another's body. The middle-aged Sasuke stated solemnly, the one occupying Boruto's body is Kinshiki Tsutsuki. Realizing he was surrounded by foes, Boruto contemplated retreating. Kaguya, noticing his hesitation, activated the yellow springs of hell. They were all transported to Kaguya's dimension, where Indra, Ashura, Hashirama, and Madara were also brought along. Boruto, astonished by the sudden change in scenery and recognizing the futility of escape, glared at Naruto and the others, gritting his teeth defiantly. Don't think you lowly beings can defeat me. Upon uttering these words, he entered the second stage of his transformation, his body enveloped in blue chakra. So this is the Tsutsuki clan? Truly formidable, Hashirama remarked with a serious expression. Let me take the first shot at him, Madara declared. As he approached Boruto, he taunted, little brat of the Tsutsuki clan, do you wish to dance? Middle-aged Sasuke warned, Madara, that is not the Tsutsuki. It's Boruto possessed by Kinshiki. He is exceedingly strong. Madara glanced at the middle-aged Sasuke upon hearing this. At that moment, Boruto lunged at Madara with a kunai, charging at him with incredible speed. Be careful, the others exclaimed, startled by Boruto's velocity. Madara turned to face Boruto, who aimed the kunai directly at his eye. Little brat, do you think you can stab my Rinnegan with that kunai? You must be jesting, Madara mocked. Having already activated the limbo border jail, he summoned 2 invisible shadows. As Boruto approached one of Madara's shadows, he astonishingly avoided it with ease. Madara promptly commanded the second shadow to attack Boruto. Lowly creature, your attacks are utterly exposed before my eye. Boruto deftly evaded the assault from the second shadow and retaliated, using the kunai to strike at Madara. How dare you? Madara felt humiliated by Boruto's audacity. Madara unleashed the wood dragon technique, but Boruto skillfully dodged it, sprinting alongside the dragon to close the distance. As Boruto neared him, Madara frowned and activated his full-body Susanoo. Boruto, undeterred by the colossal Susanoo, delivered a powerful kick, creating a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. To Madara's astonishment, Boruto managed to kick him out of the Susanoo. Stunned, Madara quickly grabbed his Uchiha fan to block Boruto's kick, narrowly avoiding severe injury. So this is the Tsutsuki? Truly not to be underestimated, Hashirama remarked, joining Madara's side. Seeing that he had not quickly dispatched Madara, Boruto scanned his surroundings. Gritting his teeth, "Are you attempting to overwhelm me with numbers?" Naruto, witnessing the scene before him, smirked. A hint of amusement crossing his face. "What an excellent training partner you are." At that moment, Kinshiki, occupying Boruto's body, flushed with rage, shouting, "Training partner? How dare you treat me as merely a sparring partner?" Indra, on the other hand, burst into laughter. "Let me take the initiative to attack." Ashura, concerned, cautioned, "Be careful." "Brother," Indra replied cheerfully, "Do not worry, Ashura. I won't injure him too severely. Soon, you shall also experience the thrill of battle." Ashura, exasperated, remarked, "Brother, that is not my concern." Infuriated by their banter, Boruto charged at Indra once more. Indra swiftly countered with a lightning technique, unleashing a torrent of electricity upon Boruto. Without hesitation, Boruto retaliated with an enormous Rasengan. As Indra observed the Rasengan, he adeptly used lightning to teleport behind Boruto. However, Boruto seemed to anticipate this move, swiftly turning to strike at Indra. Indra, momentarily startled, soon became even more exhilarated, unleashing Amaterasu upon Boruto. Subsequently, the silhouette of Susanoo emerged behind Indra, wielding a massive sword poised to strike Boruto. Boruto easily evaded the flames of Amaterasu, using his Rasengan to obliterate the incoming blade of Susanoo. He then launched another Rasengan at Indra. Indra utilized the lightning release, body flicker technique, vanishing and reappearing several meters away, exuding a tremendous chakra aura. A colossal purple skeletal frame materialized behind him. This was the complete form of Susanoo. "Do you think this is effective?" Boruto taunted. "Indeed, it is effective." Indra responded with gleeful laughter as the massive Susanoo began to draw back its bow, preparing to unleash the arrow of Indra. Upon witnessing the scene, Boruto swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Indra. Yet, he soon realized that his movements had been firmly locked onto by Indra. No matter how he attempted to evade, he could not escape the impending attack. Boruto came to a halt, beginning to gather his chakra. A colossal Rasengan materialized in his hand, significantly larger than any he had conjured before, exuding a terrifying aura. "Come forth," Indra exclaimed with exhilaration, as he once again formed hand seals, infusing the power of Amaterasu into the arrow of Indra. This infusion amplified the arrow's potency several-fold. With a thunderous roar, Indra unleashed the arrow of Indra, imbued with boundless destructive force, hurtling it towards Boruto. "Do not be so arrogant, you lowly creature," Boruto bellowed, forcefully hurling the immense Rasengan towards the arrow of Indra. A cataclysmic roar resonated as the two formidable forces collided, resulting in a terrifying explosion. The shockwave of the blast radiated outward, stirring a fierce tempest. Chapter 153. A fierce assault on Otsutsuki. Boruto. With a resounding explosion, Indra's Susanoo dissipated into the ether. Seizing the opportunity amidst the lingering smoke, Boruto charged toward Indra with remarkable speed. "Indra, be cautious." Kaguya, with her Byakugan activated, urgently warned. Attempting to disperse the smoke with the power of the world, Nissan, Ashura rushed forward, witnessing Boruto's approach. Without hesitation, he unleashed the true form of the thousand-handed Buddha. Boruto, taken aback by the colossal figure before him, steeled himself for the confrontation. In a flash, Boruto executed the shadow clone technique, simultaneously launching a powerful Rasengan at the towering Buddha. The scene was nothing short of magnificent, with countless Borutos and Rasengans colliding fiercely against the Buddha's fists. Amidst the splintering wood and the sacrifice of his clones, Boruto, panting heavily, ultimately succeeded in transforming the thousand-handed Buddha into a limbless entity. Though he had gained the upper hand, Boruto's expression betrayed no joy, only heightened vigilance as he focused intently on Naruto, Sasuke, and Kaguya. "Indeed, Otsutsuki, your strength is formidable, capable of reducing the thousand-handed Buddha to such a state," Hashirama remarked solemnly. Without delay, Hashirama summoned the true form of the thousand-handed Buddha once more. Boruto's eyes widened in disbelief as another massive Buddha arose from the ground. Not again. Before Boruto could catch his breath, Hashirama launched a fierce assault. "Otsutsuki, your power is overwhelming. We have no choice but to resort to this ignoble tactic." Fuming at these words, Boruto could not contain his anger, exclaiming, "You despicable cowards!" At that moment, the entity of Momoshiki, occupying Boruto's body, erupted in rage, declaring, "If I could shatter once, I can do so again." With renewed vigor, Boruto executed the shadow clone technique again, unleashing a flurry of Razengans at the thousand-handed Buddha. After a grueling battle, he finally managed to reduce Hashirama's Buddha to a limbless form as well. Fatigued and trembling, Boruto felt the weight of exhaustion. Impressive. To take on 4 opponents and achieve this. The Otsutsuki clan is indeed powerful, Naruto observed, his tone serious. A subtle smile graced Naruto's lips as he clapped his hands, summoning the true form of the thousand-handed Buddha once more. Not again, Boruto exclaimed in despair, gazing at the even larger Buddha towering over him. A sense of hopelessness enveloping him. Let destruction reign. Boruto lay motionless on the ground. Observing this, Naruto commanded one of the Buddha's hands to reach out toward Boruto. "What is the matter, Momoshiki? Have you given up? Go ahead and kill me. This body belongs to your son. Do you dare?" Momoshiki retorted angrily from within Boruto. Naruto frowned slightly, replying, "Fine, I'll incapacitate you first." "Dad!" Boruto suddenly exclaimed, his head popping up in shock as he witnessed Naruto controlling the Buddha. Gaining partial control over his body, Boruto looked at Naruto with astonishment. What is happening? He felt a tremendous surge of power coursing through him. Sasuke, standing nearby, quickly explained, "Boruto, your body was just possessed by Momoshiki." "Momoshiki?" Boruto furrowed his brow, struggling to recall the events that transpired. "Ha ha ha. Kid, I never anticipated you could awaken again. It seems I am far too weak now, but perhaps it is for the best. I shall lie low for a while." Momoshiki's voice echoed mockingly in Boruto's mind. As Momoshiki's laughter faded, Boruto regained complete control over his body. He gazed down at his hands, filled with complex emotions, elation mingled with trepidation. On one hand, he was thrilled by the newfound strength flowing within him. On the other, he feared that his body had become the vessel for Momoshiki's revival. If not handled properly, it could lead to greater troubles. With a look of deep concern, Boruto asked, "Dad, Uncle Sasuke, am I going to be okay?" Naruto's expression turned serious. "Boruto, endure the pain." Boruto looked perplexed. Without regard for Boruto's confusion, Naruto began to strike him relentlessly. "Dad, why are you hitting me?" Boruto protested, bewildered, as he landed blows. Naruto explained, "Boruto, you're in a precarious situation. I need to weaken you first. This will also leave Momoshiki weakened, making it easier for Orochimaru to examine your body." "All right." Boruto acquiesced reluctantly. While Naruto struck Boruto, he felt a sense of grim satisfaction. However, as he watched the pain etched on Boruto's face, his enjoyment waned, replaced by a father's profound worry for his son. Soon, Naruto had left Boruto battered but not at death's door. He and the others brought Boruto before Orochimaru for further examination. Chapter 154. Taking Boruto to meet his mother in Orochimaru's laboratory. Naruto and his companions brought Boruto to see Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, Boruto has been possessed by Momoshiki. Can you eliminate this threat?" Naruto expressed his concern. Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement. "Let me take a look." According to what middle-aged Sasuke has said, the Tsutsuki clan seal bears some resemblance to my cursed mark. After a thorough investigation, Orochimaru smiled faintly. "Fortunately, I have conducted research on the soul over the past few years, and I should be able to resolve this." His interest in the soul had been piqued ever since he witnessed Gaara's mother, Karura, protecting him even after her death. Orochimaru's studies in this realm have yielded some results. Upon hearing that Orochimaru could address the issue, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the Momoshiki within Boruto could not help but mock him in his mind. Such a lowly creature dares to claim he can resolve this? Haha, Boruto. You shall obediently become my vessel for resurrection. Boruto felt a wave of panic wash over him upon hearing Momoshiki's words. But soon, the mocking laughter ceased abruptly. Orochimaru began to chant incantations, swiftly forming hand seals. Momoshiki suddenly realized he was being drawn by Orochimaru's techniques, and in his current weakened state, he found it exceedingly difficult to resist. As he felt himself being expelled from Boruto's body, Momoshiki screamed in panic, "No, this is impossible. How could such a lowly being understand the arts of the soul?" Momoshiki gritted his teeth, desperately attempting to burrow into Boruto's consciousness. "How is it, Orochimaru?" Naruto asked anxiously. Orochimaru, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, replied resolutely, "It is somewhat challenging, but I will succeed." Just then, Boruto let out a piercing scream. This is bad. Momoshiki has breached Boruto's consciousness. Orochimaru frowned, stating, "What will happen?" Naruto inquired with concern. "I don't know, but if Momoshiki interferes, Boruto could very likely become a fool." After saying this, Orochimaru ceased his jutsu, fearing that Momoshiki, realizing there was no hope for survival, would become reckless and start harming Boruto's mind. "Fool. I certainly do not wish to become a fool," Boruto cried out in fear. At that moment, Momoshiki's voice echoed in Boruto's mind, sounding less arrogant than before. "Boruto, let us negotiate. We are now in a state where we both lose." Boruto, puzzled by Momoshiki's sudden desire to negotiate, cautiously asked, "What do you wish to discuss?" Momoshiki sighed. "As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, I can teach you how to harness this power, even help you become stronger." Hearing this, Boruto hesitated. Although he felt animosity towards Momoshiki, he understood that mastering the powers of the Tsutsuki clan might better protect himself and those he cared about. Thus, he inquired, "How can I trust you?" Momoshiki replied, "I am trapped here and cannot leave. If you agree to cooperate, we can explore this world together, seeking greater power and knowledge. Moreover, I require your assistance to survive." After a moment of contemplation, Boruto resolved to trust Momoshiki once. "Very well, I accept your offer. However, you must adhere to your promise and not harm me or my family." After concluding his conversation with Momoshiki, Boruto immediately relayed this crucial information to Naruto, Sasuke, and the others. They gathered together, their expressions grave as they deliberated the situation. "Boruto, do not trust Momoshiki easily," middle-aged Sasuke warned, his brow furrowed and tone serious. "He is our enemy, and his aim is likely to use you to achieve his resurrection." Boruto nodded, indicating his understanding, yet remained confident that he would not be manipulated by Momoshiki. At that moment, Naruto posed a question. "Orochimaru, is there still a possibility that Momoshiki could resurrect within Boruto in the future?" Orochimaru stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding, "Yes, there remains some possibility. However, there are both blessings and curses. Boruto now possesses formidable power thanks to Momoshiki. In the short term, Momoshiki lacks the strength to reclaim Boruto's body." Afterward, Orochimaru glanced at middle-aged Sasuke and continued, "I will copy my techniques and jutsu so that you can take them back to my past self. I believe that my future self will find a way to resolve Boruto's predicament." "Thank you, Orochimaru." Middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto expressed their gratitude. With this matter settled, everyone returned to prepare for the impending conflict. Naruto observed that Boruto seemed lost in thoughts about his connection to Momoshiki. Contemplating, Naruto decided to take Boruto to meet Hinata. "Boruto, you mentioned that your mother is Hinata. In this ninja world, I too share a deep bond with Hinata. Let me take you to see her." Upon hearing this, Boruto became excited. "My mother from when I was little? Then please take me to meet her, Dad." Naruto brought Boruto to the Hyuga clan. "Uncle Hayashi, is Hinata home?" Naruto called out loudly at the door. "She's next door training with Kaguya," came Hayashi's calm voice from inside. "Oh, then I will go find her," Naruto said, moving toward the next room. "Wait, who is this? Why does he look so much like you?" Hayashi suddenly noticed Boruto beside Naruto, inquiring curiously. "Oh, this is Boruto. My son," Naruto introduced with a smile. "What?" Hayashi exclaimed, nearly dropping his teacup. "When did you have a child?" "Haha, it's a long story. But he is indeed my son," Naruto chuckled, ruffling Boruto's hair. "Come on, Boruto, greet your grandfather." "Hello, grandfather," Boruto politely said. "Grandfather?" A flicker of confusion crossed Hayashi's mind. But then his expression darkened with an uncontrollable rage, causing the cherished teacup he held to shatter in his grip. "Naruto, I demand a reasonable explanation," Hayashi growled. Activating his Byakugan, his teeth clenched. Sensing the tension, Naruto hastily clarified, "Uncle Hayashi, please don't be alarmed. Boruto has traveled from the future. But it is a future different from our ninja world." Meanwhile, Boruto gulped nervously, having never witnessed his grandfather in such a furious state. In his memory, Hayashi had always been gentle and fond of him and Himawari. Upon hearing that Boruto was from the future, Hayashi's expression softened slightly, yet his anger still lingered. Although he had gradually accepted the fact that Hinata would marry Naruto in the future, he still felt a twinge of indignation. "Boruto, come here." Hearing Hayashi's voice, Boruto obediently stepped forward. Hayashi regarded the anxious Boruto, contemplating, and ultimately patted his head to ease the tension. With a hint of a smile, Hayashi inquired, "Boruto, when did Naruto and Hinata get married, and when were you born?" How is Naruto treating Hinata after marriage? Boruto smiled reassuringly. Grandfather, you need not worry. Dad treats mom very well. They got married about 7 years from now. A year later, I was born, and later, I will have a sister named Himawari. Oh, really? Hayashi expressed his delight. Yes, it's true, grandfather, Boruto replied with a subtle smile. Seeing Boruto's smile, a warm expression spread across Hayashi's face. Well then, Uncle Hayashi. I would like to take Boruto to meet Hinata now. Naruto awkwardly remarked. Humph, just wait a moment. Hinata, with a cool demeanor, then broke into a smile, engaging Boruto with a myriad of questions. Observing this scene, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Is this what they call generational affinity? At that moment, Hinata, Hanabi, and Niji arrived together, evidently having heard the commotion from next door. Upon seeing them, Boruto's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Mom, Aunt, and Uncle. Hinata and the others looked at Boruto with puzzled expressions, not understanding why he referred to them in such a manner. Noticing their confusion, Naruto chuckled and explained. Boruto has traversed from the future of another world. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Hinata and Naruto's eyes as they exchanged glances. Hinata nervously inquired, So, Naruto-kun, who is Boruto's father? Her gaze was filled with anticipation. With a gentle smile, Naruto replied, Of course, it's me, Hinata. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hinata's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze. Boruto, observing Hinata's bashful demeanor, curiously asked, Mom, why is there smoke coming from your head? Embarrassed by Boruto's question, Hinata shot him a playful glare before turning away to compose herself. Boruto scratched his head in confusion and then looked at Niji, saying, Uncle, in our world, I haven't seen you yet, and you died. Am I going to die too? Niji furrowed his brow and asked. Niji, the ninja world Boruto inhabits is different from ours, Naruto clarified. Oh. Niji nodded in understanding. I can't believe I'm the aunt, Boruto. Do you want to spar with me? Hanabi teased, eyeing Boruto. Surprised, Boruto gazed at Hanabi, wondering if he was about to face off against his aunt, pondering whether this would count as bullying a younger relative. Just as Boruto was about to agree, a voice interrupted. Hanabi, you are no match for Boruto. Let me take over, Hinata declared. Mom, Boruto exclaimed, glancing at Naruto. With a subtle smile, Naruto reassured, Don't look at me. I'll be cheering for Hinata, and she's quite formidable. Dad, Boruto muttered, feeling a bit lost regarding his identity as the son of Naruto and Hinata. Hinata and Boruto took their positions on the training ground. Mom, be careful, Boruto cautioned. It's all right, Boruto, come at me, Hinata responded, activating her Byakugan and preparing for the encounter. Boruto made the first move, charging forward with all his might and throwing a punch. However, Hinata effortlessly evaded the strike, gracefully sidestepping Boruto's attack. In swift retaliation, Hinata delivered a kick aimed at Boruto. Caught off guard, Boruto staggered back from the impact. Mom, your strength is incredible, Boruto exclaimed in awe. Each time he attempted to parry Hinata's strikes, he felt an immense force bearing down on him, as if a weight of 1,000 pounds pressed upon him. Despite his utmost efforts to withstand Hinata's onslaught, he found himself unable to completely defend against her. As time passed, Boruto gradually grew weary, and his movements became increasingly sluggish. Ultimately, he succumbed to defeat. In contrast to Hinata, Boruto appeared more constrained in his combat style. Of course, even if Boruto were to fight earnestly, without the aid of his friend Sarada, defeat would be inevitable. This was largely due to his lack of combat experience. To become a truly exceptional ninja, he still had a long journey ahead. Chapter 155, Sasuke versus middle-aged Sasuke on the other side. The two Sasukes watched as Naruto led Boruto away to find Hinata. Sasuke furrowed his brow and inquired of his older counterpart, Did you eventually marry and have children? The middle-aged Sasuke nodded. I did. I married and had a daughter named Sarada Uchiha. Sasuke nodded in turn. And who did you marry? Sakura Haruno. The elder Sasuke replied matter-of-factly. Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. How could you marry her? Observing the disdain in Sasuke's gaze, the middle-aged Sasuke felt a twinge of awkwardness. He then asked, Do you have someone you fancy? Sasuke pondered for a moment before answering. Does Naruto count? The middle-aged Sasuke smiled faintly. Yes, but I was curious if there's a woman you currently have feelings for. Perhaps Karen, Sasuke mused, thinking of the woman who had consistently aided his training and had been a childhood acquaintance. Sasuke recalled the times he and Karen had shared, a warmth spreading through his heart. Though nothing explicit had ever been expressed between them, Sasuke knew Karen harbored special feelings for him, and he, in turn, had developed a sense of reliance and affection for her. Karen? The middle-aged Sasuke's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia as he drifted into a brief reverie. After a moment, he nodded slowly, acknowledging he remembered her. Since you're from the future, you must have mastered numerous new techniques, haven't you? Sasuke asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, the middle-aged Sasuke remained silent, a sheepish expression on his face. Sasuke bit his lip, a surge of dissatisfaction rising within him. He fixed his gaze on his older self, his eyes filled with disappointment and frustration, as if looking at an underachieving successor. What's the matter? Have you been stagnant all this time? That's pathetic, Sasuke demanded indignantly, his voice laced with disbelief. The middle-aged Sasuke offered a wry smile and shook his head. Not quite. While I haven't developed any new techniques since the Fourth Great Ninja War, my strength and experience have continued to grow over time. In the depths of his heart, the middle-aged Sasuke felt a pang of bitterness. In that world, he and Naruto had indeed been idle for too long. He hadn't reattached his severed arm and had been exposed to the elements, never properly healing. And Naruto, upon becoming Hokage, had relied excessively on shadow clones to assist the villagers, depleting his energy and neglecting both his training and his family. The middle-aged Sasuke sighed softly, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. He found it difficult to face this younger version of himself, brimming with the same passion and fervor he once possessed. Seeing the elder Sasuke's dejected state, Sasuke bristled with anger. I'm telling you, I'll never become like you. My youth, like Might Guy Sensei says, will always be filled with passion. I'm going to challenge you. The middle-aged Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, as if he had glimpsed a fragment of his former self in the younger Sasuke. A faint smile touched his lips. Very well, let's have a battle then. Humph. Don't underestimate me, Sasuke retorted before leading the middle-aged Sasuke to Kaguya and entering her expansive truth-seeking ball dimension. Upon entering the dimension, Sasuke wasted no time. Show me what you're capable of, he exclaimed. He promptly activated his complete body Susanoo, unleashing its immense power. The middle-aged Sasuke, observing the spirited young Sasuke, couldn't help but reminisce about his own youth. He smiled faintly and said softly, "Come." He then manifested his own complete body Susanoo, chakra surging like a tidal wave. Two Susanoo, each towering dozens of meters in height, stood like colossal sentinels within the dimension. Wielding massive weapons, they engaged in a furious exchange of blows. Each collision generated earth-shattering reverberations, the energy waves rippling through the space. After an intense clash, both Susanoo dissipated. However, the two Sasukes transitioned seamlessly into a fierce taijutsu battle. Their movements were lightning fast, each punch and kick carrying lethal intent. The middle-aged Sasuke swiftly capitalized on his physical advantage and extensive combat experience, gradually gaining the upper hand and suppressing Sasuke. During the intense exchange, the middle-aged Sasuke seized an opportunity, sweeping his leg at Sasuke's waist in an attempt to deliver a decisive blow. However, Sasuke responded with a subtle smile, activating his intangibility to evade the attack, while simultaneously launching a swift kick that struck the middle-aged Sasuke squarely. With a dull thud, the middle-aged Sasuke vanished. He had employed the body replacement technique at the critical moment, successfully avoiding Sasuke's attack. The body replacement technique used so quickly, Sasuke exclaimed, inwardly impressed. The middle-aged Sasuke calmly replied, "No, you deliberately created an opening. I sensed your intention and prepared accordingly. Not bad. Then try this." Sasuke praised before employing lightning release armor and magnet release. A potent electromagnetic force enveloped Sasuke, who smiled at his older self before charging forward, leaving a trail of afterimages. The middle-aged Sasuke was astounded. So fast. He narrowly dodged Sasuke's attack, but in that instant, Sasuke reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick. The middle-aged Sasuke sensed Sasuke's presence, but was unable to react in time, taking the full force of the blow. He felt as though he were reliving his childhood battle against Rock Lee, his eyes able to perceive the opponent's movements but his body unable to respond. "I've lost." The middle-aged Sasuke sighed. "No, you haven't. You've rediscovered your former self," Sasuke said calmly. "My former self?" The middle-aged Sasuke mused, recalling the times he and Naruto had fought side by side, the passionate years seemingly returning before his eyes. He smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with renewed determination. "You're right." The middle-aged Sasuke stood up, his gaze sharpening once more. He knew that while he had lost this battle, he had found the unwavering, indomitable spirit he once possessed. This battle had shown him that, regardless of the passage of time, the fire within would never be extinguished. Chapter 156, confrontation with Otsutsuki Pushur within the Hyuga clan. Boruto exclaimed, "Mom, eat more," as he watched Hinata savor grilled octopus tentacles. "I can't eat anymore," Boruto said, patting his round belly, as he observed Hinata eating. He recalled a photograph of her triumph from the grand eating contest at Ichiraka Ramen. Boruto mused to himself, "Mom truly has an impressive appetite." Hinata. "Let us keep eating and not pressure Boruto," Naruto smiled, presenting a portion of food to Hinata. "All right, Naruto-kun," Hinata replied, her face lighting up with joy. Watching his parents express their affection, Boruto felt a warmth swell within him. The scene felt familiar yet distinct, though this place differed from his own world. The essence of the people remained unchanged. However, through these days of interaction, Naruto and Hinata had imparted a strange, yet comforting feeling to Boruto, something he had never experienced before in his own world. Their care and interaction filled him with immense happiness and made him realize that regardless of the world one inhabits, the warmth of family is paramount. Boruto quietly thought, "If only my dad could be more like the father from this world and spend more time with me." Meanwhile, in another realm, middle-aged Sasuke dined with Itachi, Fugaku, Mikoto, and himself. This reunion held profound significance for middle-aged Sasuke, as he was finally reunited with the brother and parents he had longed for. Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi, aware of Sasuke's tragic past in the ninja world, showered him with care and affection. "Sasuke, you should eat more. You look so thin. Let me serve you some vegetables, Sasuke. We must maintain a balanced diet. If you have anything on your mind, feel free to share with us." Faced with this familial concern, middle-aged Sasuke felt an overwhelming warmth. Yet, young Sasuke, observing from the side, couldn't he help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Why do you only care about him and not me?" he muttered softly. However, young Sasuke refrained from voicing more, as he was moved by the experiences shared by middle-aged Sasuke, which stirred a complex emotion within him. The painful memories seemed to replay vividly before his eyes, causing his heart to ache. "So, he has endured so much," young Sasuke pondered, as his initial jealousy gradually transformed into understanding and sympathy. He realized that the burdens middle-aged Sasuke bore were far heavier than he had imagined. Despite their origins in different worlds, at that moment, young Sasuke could sense the profound loneliness and sorrow that resided within middle-aged Sasuke. Hence, he resolved to set aside his grievances and silently support him. "Sasuke, regardless of the circumstances, we will always be by your side," Itachi said, gazing at both Sasukes with a determined glint in his eyes. "Brother." Both middle-aged Sasuke and young Sasuke felt a swell of emotion. "Yes, and we are here too. You are all my children, and we are a family," Fugaku and Mikoto echoed softly. Middle-aged Sasuke felt deeply moved, his eyes moistening. Just as this warm moment unfolded, an overwhelming chakra surged forth. "Otsutsuki Pushur has arrived," middle-aged Sasuke remarked, his brow furrowed. "Good, I shall show him our might," young Sasuke replied with a smile. Elsewhere, Pushur soared through the sky, gazing at the distant hidden rock and leaf villages. "Is this truly the Konoha of 20 years ago? I didn't expect to arrive later than anticipated, but I assumed that the 7th Hokage Naruto and Sasuke here should be utterly defenseless, huh? I'm coming for the Nine-Tails chakra." However, before Pushur could reach Konoha, several figures suddenly appeared, blocking his path, much to his astonishment. "Is this Otsutsuki Pushur? He seems rather lacking," Naruto remarked as he used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the battlefield with Hinata. "Indeed, his chakra seems rather diminished," Sasuke noted as he used Kamui to bring middle-aged Sasuke and Itachi to the scene. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Kagaya traversed space to arrive there as well. Is this truly the Konoha of 20 years ago?" Pushur felt as if the sky had fallen. He had expected to easily dominate the young Naruto, but found the combat prowess here far exceeded his expectations. "What on earth is happening?" Pushur gritted his teeth, filled with confusion and resentment as he gazed at Kagaya, middle-aged Sasuke, and Boruto. "Pushur, you cannot escape your fate," middle-aged Sasuke declared coldly. "Think you can hold me? Not a chance." Pushur scoffed, and a spatial rift appeared behind him as he prepared to flee. Upon noticing this, Sasuke immediately activated the ability of his Manjiki Sharingan, Kamui, to forcibly distort the rift and prevent Pushur from escaping. Simultaneously, Kagaya took swift action, using the Shinji Zetsumi to release all the sealed ninjas from the alternate space. Upon witnessing this, Pushur's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated falling into such a passive situation. As he discovered the presence of numerous other ninjas lying in wait to ambush him, his fury intensified. Kagaya. You traitor! How dare you assist these inferior beings? Pushur shouted angrily at Kagaya. Silence! Sasuke exclaimed, suddenly teleporting in front of Pushur using heavenly hand power, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Pushur, taken aback by Sasuke's unexpected assault, had no time to react before Sasuke's fist struck him heavily. Well done, Sasuke, Naruto praised. Humph, I can't believe Sasuke got the first hit, but that punch was indeed impressive, Uchiha Madara remarked, struggling to rise from the ground. Pushur glared at Sasuke with fury. Despicable scoundrel. He spat, launching a fishhook at Sasuke. Sasuke deftly dodged the hook. Everyone present had learned from middle-aged Sasuke about Pushur's abilities, aware that his fishhook could extract chakra. Watch out, Itachi cautioned. Sasuke turned to find the evaded fishhook curving back to attack him. Furrowing his brow, Sasuke used Kimui again, distorting space to absorb the fishhook into the Kimui realm. Seeing Sasuke approach, Pushur reached into his fish basket and unleashed several fireballs at him. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The fireballs were obliterated by Sasuke, who then countered with magnet release and Kirin. Pushur watched in shock as his own lightning jutsu rebounded to attack him, followed by a powerful lightning strike descending upon him. As the lightning approached, Pushur's Byakugan flared, transforming into Rinnegan, and he activated time reversal to evade the damage, returning to a few seconds prior. At that moment, a crisp and melodious thunderclap rang through the air. Pushur stared in shock as Sasuke's attack surged toward him. His body disintegrated into red paper shards to evade the strike. However, Sasuke's Chidori, now enveloped in magnetic energy, forcibly drew Pushur back, allowing Sasuke to pierce him with Chidori. Ga! Pushur cried out, grievously wounded and bleeding. Sasuke gazed at Pushur mockingly. Pushur, how pathetic. Do hurry and show me your techniques. In a fit of rage, Pushur retaliated by transforming his fishhook into a long needle aimed at Sasuke. Sasuke effortlessly evaded using intangibility. Pushur frowned, observing Sasuke and the onlookers, and declared, "Don't think I will allow you to butcher me at will." With that, he gouged out his own eyes, preparing to consume them. Hand them over, Sasuke exclaimed, using heavenly hand power to seize Pushur's eyes. In a fit of rage, Pushur felt as if he were on the verge of hemorrhaging. What a despicable and shameless lowly creature you are. Sasuke mocked. How am I despicable? We originally planned to use poison against you, but you are so feeble that we needn't resort to it. Just by myself, I can easily defeat you. Your weakness is truly lamentable. At that moment, Uchiha Madara sneered. Sasuke speaks the truth. You are a disgrace to the Otsutsuki clan. This is a mere waste of our time. I expected someone of significance to excite us. Naruto shook his head and retorted, You think you can defeat me? You should extract the Nine Tails or perhaps travel back to when I was still in my mother's womb. Upon hearing this, Pushur suffered a severe blow to his psyche, unable to bear the weight of such a reality, and collapsed to the ground. He can't possibly be dead, can he? Sasuke scoffed, showing disdain for Pushur's fragility. His mental fortitude is appallingly weak. He crumbled under just a few words from us, Uchiha Madara remarked with his arms crossed, mocking the fallen figure. After speaking, he turned to leave, returning to his training ground. Hashirama and Indra, along with others, expressed their boredom, having anticipated a battle with a stronger opponent, only to be disappointed by Pushur's feeble abilities. Is this the Otsutsuki clan you have always feared? Sasuke inquired of Kagaya, perplexed by her apparent terror of these individuals. Kagaya furrowed her brow and replied solemnly, Do not underestimate the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Though he appears weak, that is not the entirety of the truth. He may have just stepped out of the Otsutsuki family and has yet to consume the chakra fruit, leading to his limited chakra reserves. However, his ocular abilities and weaponry pose a certain threat. Within the clan, his strength is relatively low. She cautioned everyone not to let their guard down, for the Otsutsuki clan's power is unfathomable. Sasuke nodded and then cast a scornful glance at the middle-aged Sasuke. You let such a wretch siphon off your chakra? You've forced us all to inscribe sealing techniques to prevent our chakra from being extracted. We made such a commotion to ambush Pushur, and I thought he would be formidable. The middle-aged Sasuke awkwardly scratched his head. Well, I was caught off guard. Naruto quickly interjected to ease the tension. All right, Sasuke. Pushur's weapon is indeed peculiar. The middle-aged Sasuke was unaware of his situation, so it's understandable that he fell victim. Sasuke regarded Naruto, internally scoffing. Are you jesting? Even without knowledge, possessing the Rinnegan should prevent such a blunder. However, he refrained from further chastising the middle-aged Sasuke, as berating him felt akin to scolding his own future self. Naruto smiled slightly, let us confine him and hand him over to Orochimaru for research. Perhaps we can glean more intelligence regarding the Otsutsuki clan from Pushur. In Orochimaru's laboratory, the latter gazed excitedly at the living Otsutsuki Pushur, brandishing a large blade with the intent to dissect him for insights into the anatomy of the Otsutsuki clan. Boruto and Kaguya looked on in horror, while the others were somewhat accustomed to Orochimaru's eccentricities. Observing the scene, Naruto called out, "Wait, Orochimaru, not like that. We still need to extract information about the Otsutsuki clan." "Oh, very well," Orochimaru replied, retracting his blade and adopting a more refined demeanor. "Itachi, I leave this to you." Naruto smiled at Uchiha Itachi. "Good luck, brother." Both Sasuke and the middle-aged Sasuke encouraged. "I will, Sasuke," Itachi replied with a slight smile. Itachi approached Pushur and used Tsukuyami. The unconscious Pushur began to sweat profusely, trembling as if plagued by nightmares. Within the realm of Itachi's Jinjutsu, Pushur, devoid of sight, slowly awakened, entirely unaware of his entrapment in an illusion, and began to scream, "Despicable, shameless lowly creature, return my eyes. Kaguya, you vile wretch. How dare you conspire with lowly beings against me?" After some time, realizing there was no response, he began to explore this world, but found it empty. In his perception, there was nothing at all. "Am I dead? Is this what the afterlife is like?" Pushur muttered, feeling the agonizing passage of time. As moments dragged on, he sought to escape, but it seemed he was imprisoned within this space. Days turned into a blur, and Pushur felt increasingly numb and isolated. Noting that the space was constricting around him, heightening his agitation, he began to cry out, yearning for Naruto and Sasuke to appear and respond to him. After many days, Pushur realized the space had shrunk to encompass only his own width, ultimately beginning to compress his body. His mental state shattered completely, confined in this quiet, closed-off space. He was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of suffocating dread. In that moment, Itachi's voice reverberated from all directions, carrying an unassailable weight. "Pushur, do you possess any intelligence regarding the Otsutsuki clan?" "Huh?" Pushur, startled by the sudden voice, felt a flicker of confusion, but quickly recognized the gravity of his situation, his eyes sharpening with alertness and fury. "You orchestrated this, didn't you?" Itachi's tone remained calm, as if stating an undeniable fact. "Indeed, within this world, I am the sovereign. Time, space, and all else are under my dominion." "How infuriating!" Pushur roared, filled with resentment and rage. "Just kill me," he coldly demanded. "First, divulge all that you know, or you shall remain here indefinitely," Itachi replied icily. Pushur's countenance turned pale as he hastily pleaded, "No, you cannot do this to me. I will share everything, just spare me. There is no room for negotiation. However, I shall expedite the end of your suffering," Itachi stated coldly. Pushur nodded vigorously and began to recount the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, Itachi gleaned substantial information about the Otsutsuki clan from Pushur, analyzing it alongside Naruto and the others. Naruto, correlating the revelations from Pushur, uncovered much about the origins of the Otsutsuki and the advanced technology they employed. Meanwhile, upon awakening, Pushur began to mutter incoherently, spiraling into madness, ultimately meeting his fate at the hands of Orochimaru's great blade. Chapter 157. The farewell of middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto. After Sasuke effortlessly defeated Pushur, he and Boruto prepared to bid farewell to Naruto and Itachi, intending to return home. "Mom, Dad, I will always remember you," Boruto said, his eyes brimming with reluctance. "Take care, Boruto," Hinata smiled, tears glistening in her eyes. "Boruto, take care. I've heard you describe the version of me in that world as someone who neglects family for work. You must counsel him well," Naruto said, his gaze filled with paternal concern. "That's just because Dad became Hokage and took on too much responsibility," Boruto replied softly. "No, without the small family, there cannot be a larger one." Naruto shook his head, his tone resolute. "I hope you can tell the other me to spend more time with his family and not to let work overshadow his loved ones." "All right, I will certainly advise him." Boruto nodded, his heart swelling with emotion. "Thank you." Middle-aged Sasuke expressed his gratitude to Naruto and Itachi. "Without you, we could not have returned to our world." "It is our duty," Naruto replied with a smile. "Now, time is short. We must leave." Middle-aged Sasuke turned to Boruto and said, "Let us go." Boruto nodded, casting one last glance at Naruto and Hinata before vanishing into the light alongside Sasuke. Naruto and Itachi stood in silence, watching their departure with a sense of reflection. I hope all goes well for them, Naruto whispered. It certainly will, Itachi smiled faintly, a resolute spark in his eyes. Meanwhile, in Boruto's world, just as they had arrived, Boruto and Sasuke suddenly descended from the sky, landing steadily this time. Are we back? Boruto gazed around in bewilderment, his mind filled with questions. Sasuke looked up at the 7 statues atop the Hokage rock, confirming they matched his memories, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems we have returned, he murmured, his tension gradually dissipating. Middle-aged Sasuke led Boruto to the Hokage building in search of Naruto, their steps marked by urgency. That, Sasuke began, looking to Naruto with a smile, but Boruto excitedly interrupted. Dad, you won't believe it. Uncle Sasuke and I traveled back in time to another ninja world. I even met you and Mom when you were kids. His voice brimmed with joy and pride. Upon hearing this, Naruto, the 7th Hokage, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Soon, he learned the intricate details of the other ninja world from Boruto and Sasuke. They recounted the marvels of that realm and the adventures Boruto had experienced within it. After listening, Naruto's eyes widened in incredulity as he muttered, in that world, Mom and Dad came back to life, and Jiraiya-sensei, Neji, and Nagato are all alive. And, as you say, that world possesses power far beyond ours. It is truly astonishing. Sasuke, as Kagaya mentioned, more members of the Otsutsuki clan will come to the ninja world, so I must enhance my strength, Sasuke said with a serious expression. He then produced several vials of green liquid and a box, presenting them to Naruto. What is this? Naruto inquired curiously. These are gene enhancement serums and the crystallization of Orochimaru's wisdom from another ninja world, Sasuke explained. These items can augment our physical capabilities, though they carry certain risks. However, we must take this step to prepare for future crises. Naruto nodded in understanding. Then, glancing at the items in his hands, he suddenly recalled something and frowned, saying, wait. What about Boruto? The Tino is still with him. Sasuke's gaze grew resolute as he responded, indeed, we must hasten to deliver these to Orochimaru, allowing him to acquire knowledge from the other Orochimaru to develop the gene enhancement serum and find a solution for Boruto. Naruto replied emphatically, you're right, Sasuke. We must act swiftly and not waste any more time. Without hesitation, they both rose, prepared to seek out Orochimaru. The other ninja world? That must mean it holds the techniques and jutsu experience of my past self. Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He eagerly opened the mysterious box. This is... Orochimaru gasped, rendered speechless by the sight within the box. The screen displayed another version of Orochimaru. Greetings. My future self from another world. Orochimaru exclaimed, his face alight with elation. How fascinating. After the initial shock, Orochimaru became even more exhilarated. As if he had discovered a new continent. He realized he could now directly converse and exchange ideas with another version of himself from a different world. An immense opportunity for him. Meanwhile, the departing 7th Hokage Naruto and middle-aged Sasuke were acutely aware of the threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan. They fully committed themselves to training, vigorously promoting the development of shinobi within the ninja world, preparing for the impending battles in hopes of gaining an advantage in the future. Chapter 158. New employment directions for ninjas. After bidding farewell to Boruto and the middle-aged Sasuke, Naruto and Sasuke arrived at the ninja sect. There, important figures such as Indra and Ashura had been waiting for some time. They gathered together to deliberate on the future development of the ninja world. The ninja world had lost its feudal lords, yet it was gradually forming a new order. Indra spoke first, stating, this is a system dominated by strength, where powerful ninjas are revered by the populace. Those of us in the ninja sect are held in even greater esteem, admired, and envied more than the former feudal lords. Uchiha Madara nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, such changes have rendered the entire ninja world more formidable, fueling a profound desire for power among the people. Ashura took over the conversation, saying, moreover, thanks to Orochimaru's years of refinement, gene enhancement serums can now be accepted and injected by ordinary individuals. This implies that anyone could potentially acquire abilities through the injection of white Zetsu cells, realizing their aspirations of becoming a ninja. The assembly nodded in acknowledgement. This widespread militarization would usher in numerous possibilities for the ninja world. Ashura continued, With the significant increase in the number of lower-ranking ninjas, we now possess greater human resources. This not only stimulates productivity but also contributes to the prosperity of the ninja world. Everyone fell into contemplation. The arrival of this new era presented unprecedented opportunities and challenges for the ninja realm. Guiding individuals to wield their power correctly and ensuring societal stability and harmony were pressing dilemmas. Ultimately, the consensus was that only through education and robust development of productivity could the people of the ninja world better harness their power to forge a brighter future. Thus, a discussion regarding the future trajectory of the ninja world commenced. Of course, this era, known for its emphasis on strength, also engendered a degree of chaos. In the absence of feudal lords, the 5 great nations were now governed by the 5 great villages, while smaller nations were managed by the more powerful villages. It could be said that the major ninja villages had unknowingly transformed into nations, their authority experiencing an epic surge. This situation plunged the entire ninja world into a new order. Once the feudal lords became mere dust of history, ninjas emerged as the actual rulers of the lands. This transformation brought forth a series of changes and challenges, simultaneously bestowing new hopes and possibilities upon the ninja world. Although remnants of chaos and turbulence persisted, the current state was far improved compared to the previous era of fierce competition and covert strife among villages. The populace no longer lived in constant fear of assaults from rival villages, allowing them to focus on nurturing their communities and lives. As time passed, the ninja world gradually regained vitality and vigor. Many began to lead joyful lives, liberated from the daily anxiety of attacks from enemy ninjas. Families thrived, children grew up happily, and this evoked immense contentment. However, despite the appearance of peace and stability, subtle balances and competitions remained among the various factions within the ninja world. Each village was striving to enhance its strength to secure a place in this new global landscape. Following the Fourth Great Ninja War, the ninja sect was established, and large-scale conflicts had ceased within the ninja world. Nevertheless, this did not imply that all issues could be perfectly resolved. In the event of significant problems, consent and coordination from the ninja sect were still required. After all, as the supreme authority of the ninja world, the ninja sect bore the responsibility of safeguarding the interests and stability of the entire realm. Moreover, due to prolonged peace, the major ninja villages and their ninjas had lost many sources of funding, resulting in a decline in ninja missions. They began to seek new avenues to sustain their livelihoods and acquire wealth. Consequently, each major ninja village developed unique industries, discovering paths to prosperity. Konoha became renowned for its thriving commercial activities, boasting a variety of shops, markets, and commercial streets that attracted people from all over for shopping and trade. The merchants and entrepreneurs of Konoha accumulated substantial wealth through trade and business endeavors. Kumogakure, on the other hand, focused on technological advancement. They invested considerable resources into researching and developing various cutting-edge technologies such as weapons, communication devices, and medical tools. These high-tech products not only met local needs but also exported to other countries, generating considerable income for Kumogakure. Kirigakure leveraged its unique geographical environment and natural resources to develop a flourishing tourism industry. Tourists were drawn to the stunning lakes, waterfalls, and mysterious forests, flocking to the village for vacations and exploration. The hotels, restaurants, and tourist attractions in Kirigakure thrived, creating job opportunities and economic income for local residents. The Wagakure capitalized on its proficiency in earth-style techniques to establish a robust construction industry. They could swiftly construct houses, walls, and roads using earth techniques, providing efficient building services. Additionally, the Wagakure possessed rich mineral resources, engaging in mining and processing to further augment the village's wealth. Sunagakure, with its abundant mineral resources, particularly sand and metals, embarked on a mining enterprise. They extracted various precious ores, processing them into jewelry, ornaments, and weapons for sale to buyers in other regions. Simultaneously, Sunagakure produced puppet dolls and essential items for ninja training, such as explosive tags, which also became significant sources of income. Moreover, many high-ranking ninjas chose to impart their skills to apprentices for compensation. They recruited young ninjas as disciples, teaching them ninjutsu and combat techniques. This master-apprentice system not only preserved the traditions of ninjas, but also allowed the masters to gain economic rewards. Weaker ninjas utilized their ninjutsu skills to earn a living. For instance, earth-style ninjas assisted farmers in plowing fields or constructing homes, Cloud ninjas engaged in physical labor, such as heavy lifting and forging weapons. Mist ninjas focused on water infrastructure projects, including dam construction and irrigation systems, while sand ninjas crafted puppet dolls and supplied training essentials for their peers. In summary, although ninjas had lost their original missions, they found new avenues for survival by developing distinctive industries and leveraging their abilities. Each village and its ninjas explored different paths to prosperity based on their unique characteristics and strengths, ensuring that the ninja world remained vibrant and full of life. With new employment directions and stable incomes, the ninja world began to stabilize and develop. After discussing the progression of the ninja world, Indra and Ashura shifted the conversation towards the Otsutsuki clan. Indra turned to Uchiha Itachi and said, "Uchiha Itachi, please share with everyone the intelligence you received from Otsutsuki Kagaya." Uchiha Itachi nodded, standing up with a serious expression, and began, "According to Kagaya, they arrived here via a space jump enabled by the Otsutsuki clan's treasures. Moreover, Kagaya is considered a relatively weak presence within their clan, as some powerful clan members can traverse space-time alone to hunt on other planets. This indicates that the Otsutsuki clan possesses not only formidable strength, but also advanced technology. Additionally, Kagaya mentioned that their advanced troops are expected to arrive in 10 years, though the actual timeline may be sooner. The situation was evidently grim, and upon hearing this, the assembly could not help but furrow their brows. Kagaya spoke softly. The Tsutsuki clan possesses an extraordinarily long lifespan, and in comparison, our accumulation is woefully limited. A hint of helplessness and concern permeated her tone. Ashura responded resolutely. Regardless of the circumstances, we must persist in our resistance. We cannot allow the Tsutsuki clan to obliterate the ninja world. His gaze radiated determination and courage. The others nodded in agreement, fully comprehending the significance and urgency of this battle. Chapter 159. A contemplation on future developments within Orochimaru's research facility. He stood before a colossal glass container, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at various organs suspended in a verdant liquid. These organs, derived from Kagaya Otsutsuki, represented invaluable research materials for Orochimaru, enabling him to delve deeper into the enigmatic Otsutsuki clan. A subtle smile graced Orochimaru's lips as he softly mused. What exquisite works of art these are. Simultaneously, another screen revealed the figure of the snake ant from Boruto, who observed everything with a spark of excitement in her eyes. Truly enviable research specimens, she remarked. Orochimaru nodded gently, his tone resolute as he replied, "There is no need for envy. In the future, we will explore and research the Otsutsuki clan together. Where do you think we should commence?" The snake ant, her hand thoughtfully resting on her chin, focused intently. After a moment of contemplation, she articulated, "Firstly, we should attempt to clone members of the Otsutsuki clan. After all, a singular experimental subject is woefully insufficient. Through cloning technology, we can acquire numerous samples to facilitate a profound understanding of the characteristics and abilities of the Otsutsuki." She continued, "Next, we must embark on a comprehensive study of the Otsutsuki clan's cells, by examining their cellular structure, genetic information, and differences from other beings. We can unveil the origins of their formidable powers." Orochimaru listened attentively, nodding in agreement at intervals. Ultimately, the snake ant emphasized, "Moreover, we must investigate the reasons behind the Otsutsuki clan's immense strength. Do they possess unique cultivation methods or genetic advantages? Simultaneously, we should test their limits, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses so that when we confront them, we may devise appropriate strategies." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru nodded, a smile brightening his features. "Truly, you are another version of myself. Our thoughts align perfectly. I can hardly wait to commence our research." At that moment, Naruto approached Orochimaru. His gaze fixed on the screen displaying the feminine version of Orochimaru. In astonishment, he inquired, "Is she another Orochimaru?" "Ah, Naruto, you have arrived," Orochimaru replied, perhaps too engrossed in his conversation with the snake ant to notice Naruto's approach. He showed no signs of discomfort at revealing his ability to communicate with her. "Indeed, Naruto-kun. She is the Orochimaru from Boruto's world, alongside the middle-aged Sasuke." At this juncture, the snake ant greeted Naruto warmly. "Hello there, another Naruto from a different ninja realm. Greetings." "Snake ant, I've heard from Boruto and Sasuke that your technology far surpasses ours here. I hope you can share it with Uncle Snake," Naruto expressed earnestly. The snake ant, unfazed by his words, responded with a gentle smile. Naruto-kun, you need not worry. I will gladly do so. Since we began exchanging information, our two worlds can share all technological advancements. Turning to Naruto, she inquired, would you and Sasuke like to come and meet the other Naruto from a different ninja realm? Coming, echoed the voice of the 7th Hokage from the screen. Soon after, middle-aged Sasuke and the 7th Hokage appeared on the display. Long time no see, Naruto. The middle-aged Sasuke greeted. So, this is another version of me? He looks quite robust, the 7th Hokage remarked, astonished at his own counterpart. Naruto chimed in, hello, middle-aged Sasuke. And 7th Hokage, middle-aged Sasuke? Huh. The 7th Hokage erupted in laughter, clutching his abdomen. He found it amusing that the ever-dashing Sasuke had a day when he could be addressed as such. Enough of that. The middle-aged Sasuke retorted angrily at the 7th Hokage. All right, Sasuke, I meant no offense, the 7th Hokage explained, though he couldn't suppress a chuckle. Humph, the middle-aged Sasuke huffed, turning his head away. Unwilling to engage further with the 7th Hokage, Naruto and Uncle Snake observed the lively exchange, their hearts lightened by the camaraderie. At this moment, Uncle Snake turned to Naruto, asking, Naruto-kun, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? Yes, Uncle Snake, I indeed have matters to address. According to the intelligence we've gathered from Momoshiki and Kinshiki, the Otsutsuki clan is likely to arrive in the ninja world over the coming decades, Naruto stated, pausing slightly. Upon hearing the mention of the Otsutsuki clan, both the 7th Hokage and middle-aged Sasuke adopted serious expressions. Stay strong, we can face any challenges together. If the Otsutsuki clan comes, we will fight back, the 7th Hokage declared resolutely. Naruto shook his head. While we possess an abundance of chakra in the ninja world, which they might covet, our collective strength is insufficient to contend with the Otsutsuki, who have amassed power over millions of years. Taking a deep breath, Naruto continued, thus, I believe we must not only unify the entire ninja world, but also develop interstellar civilization to procure resources from other planets, similar to the Otsutsuki clan. Interstellar civilization? Acquiring resources from other planets? Uncle Snake and the Snake Ant exchanged intrigued glances, their interest piqued. Are the Otsutsuki truly that formidable? The 7th Hokage asked nervously. Naruto nodded slightly, his tone grave. There are always beings beyond us, and the Otsutsuki possess prolonged lifespans. They can also cultivate divine trees to siphon energy from planets to augment their own strength. The disparity between us is vast. He continued, moreover. If we remain in a position of passive defense against the Otsutsuki, they will lurk in the shadows while we stand exposed, which is exceedingly disadvantageous. Large-scale battles within the ninja world would also spell disaster for us. Therefore, we must proactively expand and develop. If we can master interstellar travel like the Otsutsuki, obtaining various resources from other planets would significantly bolster our advancement. Furthermore, even without the threat of the Otsutsuki, the vast universe may harbor other cosmic marauders in the future. Hence, it is imperative that we cultivate interstellar civilization to safeguard all that we hold dear. Upon absorbing this, both the 7th Hokage and middle-aged Sasuke fell into deep contemplation, while Uncle Snake and the Snake Ant expressed enthusiastic support for Naruto's proposition. However, the Snake Ant raised a pertinent question, given our current technology. Even if we were to fully dedicate ourselves to building a spaceship, it would take several years. Moreover, in the vast cosmos, travel speed is slow, and reaching other planets could take an exceedingly long time, perhaps even exceeding our lifespans. As everyone pondered this dilemma, Uncle Snake suddenly proposed an idea, smiling brightly. Perhaps we need not construct a spaceship. We could transform the moon into a rapidly mobile scientific tool. What? The 7th Hokage exclaimed in shock. That sounds like an enormous undertaking. Are you serious? Naruto and middle-aged Sasuke furrowed their brows, equally astonished and perplexed. However, the Snake Ant appeared genuinely intrigued, stating, this plan sounds incredibly fascinating. Though the moon appears colossal, it merely requires sufficient energy to propel it. If we can divert the moon from its original orbit, we could harness the forces of celestial motion. The greater the mass, the greater the momentum. By harnessing the power of gravity, we may even transform it into a meteor, significantly increasing our velocity. The 7th Hokage, Naruto, furrowed his brow and remarked, that may be so, but this endeavor is undeniably monumental. And the moon is not a place easily accessible to ordinary individuals. With a slight smile, Naruto confidently asserted, do not worry. There are numerous puppets left by Sharon on the moon, which should be more than sufficient. Upon hearing this, the seventh Hokage suddenly realized and exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed! How could I have forgotten this matter? It seems I must quickly contact Sharon to ascertain how many puppets remain." Just as Naruto finished speaking, he became restless and intended to leave in search of Sharon. Ant Snake gently advised, "Seventh Hokage, please do not rush. We still require certain validations. Let us first summon Fangzhu." "Yes, of course," Naruto acknowledged, enlightened. Meanwhile, the middle-aged Sasuke shook his head in resignation, filled with exasperation. Observing this, Uncle Snake turned to Naruto and said, "Let us head to the ninja sect and consult with Tobirama and the others. Their insights are crucial. Furthermore, our ninja world has begun to exchange information, allowing us to share technological and ninjutsu advancements." Naruto nodded in agreement, stating, "I will call them over." The seventh Hokage then turned to Ant Snake and middle-aged Sasuke, his expression serious as he declared, "We should also convene a 5 Kage summit. I will send someone to summon the other 4 Kage here." Chapter 160. The intermingling and joint development of 2 ninja worlds under the summons of Naruto and the 7th Hokage. The ninja sect where Naruto resides began to establish contact with the 5 Kage from the Boruto era. The 5 Kage gazed in astonishment at the scene before them, their faces painted with disbelief. The ordinary man, Jiraiya, was rendered speechless, stammering, This is the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara." His eyes widened as if unable to fathom the reality before him. The 4th Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, upon seeing Inoki, exclaimed with excitement, "Grandfather." Her voice brimmed with joy, tears glistening in her eyes. Observing this, Snake Ant smiled and explained, "This is another ninja world, situated in a timeline much earlier than ours." In contrast to the astonishment of the 5 Kage, Naruto remained remarkably composed. After all, they were already aware of the existence of the 7th Hokage's ninja world and were not strangers to such a cross-temporal encounter. The people from both worlds began to engage in dialogue, sharing their experiences and tales. They discussed their respective ninjutsu techniques, combat experiences, and visions for the future. The atmosphere gradually heated up, filled with curiosity and yearning for each other's worlds. Eventually, the conversation returned to a pivotal point. Indra spoke up, "Orochimaru, now that the information between the 2 ninja worlds has been exchanged, shall we share the fruits of our ninjutsu? This would allow both sides to acquire greater knowledge and skills, further enhancing their strengths." Orochimaru nodded in agreement, "Certainly." He viewed this as a rare opportunity to foster communication and collaboration between the 2 worlds. Thus, both parties resolved to jointly research and explore various ninjutsu, aiming for a mutually beneficial outcome. The 5th Raikage, Darui, along with the 5th Kazekage, Gaara, expressed their support for the proposal, showing keen interest in sharing ninjutsu accomplishments. They looked forward to acquiring new techniques and strategies from this exchange, which would bring greater development and progress to their respective villages. However, as discussions between the ninja sect and the 5 Kage unfolded, tension soon arose. Uchiha Madara slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "What rubbish are you presenting? Do you expect us to learn such commonplace techniques?" The 5 Kage exchanged awkward glances, unsure of how to respond. Finally, it was the 7th Hokage, Naruto, who broke the stalemate. He stood up, solemnly declaring, "There is no need to conceal those forbidden techniques. The current situation is dire. For the advancement of the ninja world and in the face of the Tsutsuki clan, we must enhance our strength without hesitation." Gaara immediately rose in support of Naruto's perspective, stating without reservation, "Naruto is right. I will share all the forbidden techniques from my village." Witnessing the generosity of Naruto and Gaara, the others no longer hesitated. Jur and Kuratsuchi also pledged to share the forbidden techniques from their villages. Even Darui, after a moment of contemplation, agreed to share his forbidden techniques as well. Although peace had been maintained in the Boruto era for over a decade, time had still fostered development. Both ninja worlds began to exchange their ninjutsu. Before long, the exchange of ninjutsu was completed, and discussions commenced regarding cooperation in the field of technology. Naruto and Orochimaru introduced the idea of interstellar civilization and the acquisition of resources from other planets. Upon hearing this, everyone recognized the vital importance of technology for the future of the ninja world. Consequently, they began to explore how to transform the moon into a rapidly deployable scientific ninja tool. Snake Ant looked eagerly at F and Jutsu, asking, "The moon can be made into a scientific ninja tool, right?" F and Jutsu felt a bit anxious under her gaze, adjusting his glasses and cautiously replying. Theoretically, it is feasible, but the engineering challenges are immense. Snake Ant smiled reassuringly. You need not worry. We will find ways to overcome the difficulties. Meanwhile, Orochimaru posed a question to Tobirama. Do you agree to transform the moon into a scientific ninja tool? Tobirama nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. I concur. Even if interstellar travel is unachievable, transforming the moon into a scientific ninja tool is beneficial. It can protect the ninja world and assist us in monitoring the movements of the Tsutsuki clan, as well as defend against meteorite impacts. Moreover, it can serve as a formidable weapon against the Tsutsuki clan. Why not pursue it? Thus, the plan to convert the moon into a scientific ninja tool was swiftly solidified, with both worlds collaboratively discussing manufacturing strategies. Furthermore, as information flowed between the two realms, they began to develop not only in ninjutsu and technology, but also in philosophy and culture, extracting the essence while discarding the dross for mutual advancement. Chapter 161. The well-equipped moon. In an endeavor to transform the moon into a swiftly mobile scientific tool, Naruto, Sasuke, Orochimaru, Tobirama, and others ventured to the lunar surface. Naruto, how did you all arrive here? Sharon expressed his astonishment and curiosity upon sensing the presence of so many individuals on the moon. Nevertheless, he remained composed. With the aid of his colossal Rinnegan, he could continuously observe the state of the ninja world, easily recognizing Indra, Ashura, and Uchiha Madara among them. Before Naruto could elucidate their purpose, Indra interjected, Is this the descendant of my father's brother, Yumura, who remained on the moon? He indeed appears remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, Sharon replied graciously, then turned his gaze toward Naruto. Sensing the moment, Naruto began to convey their intentions. Sharon, we have come to make the moon a scientific tool. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sharon's understanding dawned. Ah, I see. Since this endeavor is to protect Earth against the invasion of the Otsutsuki clan and to foster the development of interstellar civilization, I shall not decline. After a brief pause, Sharon continued, I have many puppets at my disposal, which should be of assistance to you. Thank you, Sharon. Naruto smiled gratefully. By the way, Sharon, this is the dual eyes of Otsutsuki Kagaya. If possible, please install them, Naruto said, extending his hand to retrieve a jar containing the eyes. Really? Sharon's voice brimmed with excitement as he gazed at Naruto in disbelief. Of course it's real, Sharon. Once you install these eyes, see if you can awaken the Rinnegan. Naruto remarked with a smile. The others were momentarily taken aback. They had already learned about the Rinnegan from Kagaya. If Sharon could awaken the Rinnegan, he would possess both the Rinnegan and the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, an unprecedented feat. Sharon cautiously accepted the green jar, scrutinizing the eyes within. After a moment, he nodded affirmatively, stating, It should be possible, but I will need to be of age before I can awaken it. Upon hearing Sharon's response, the group was astounded. They understood the formidable power of the Rinnegan from Kagaya's accounts and realized that with the switchable red and blue eyes of Kagaya, awakening the Rinnegan would signify immense power. It could be said that Sharon would soon embody the three most powerful ocular techniques alone, a truly formidable prospect. Thus, Sharon installed Kagaya's eyes, adapting quickly due to his Otsutsuki lineage. With the eyes now in place, Sharon excitedly scanned the surroundings. Sharon, how does it feel? Naruto inquired with a smile. Naruto, this is simply incredible, Sharon exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Having been born without sight, he could now experience the world visually. After a brief moment, Sharon composed himself. Naruto, shall we begin the transformation of the moon into a scientific tool? He asked. Not just yet, Sharon. We haven't even drawn up the construction plans. Naruto replied with a smile. Sometime later, Orochimaru and Tobirama returned after conducting a swift reconnaissance of the moon, examining the geological and atmospheric conditions. Upon their return, Naruto promptly asked, What is the situation, Uncle Snake, and you too, Tobirama? Orochimaru, with an air of calm, responded, The terrain is uneven, but it should withstand the pressures of space travel. However, the oxygen levels are low, and food and water sources are scarce. Yet, these issues are surmountable. We can create an internal space on the moon to cultivate an environment conducive to our survival. An internal space, you say? We have that, Sharon interjected. Tobirama, taken aback, asked, Is that true? Sharon replied matter-of-factly, After all, our ancestor Yumura thrived here on the moon. If not for the civil strife, I might have had hundreds of kin. Sustaining a few hundred people on this moon is entirely feasible. Moreover, Thanks to my ancestors' efforts, we can achieve self-sufficiency here. With that, Sharon guided Naruto, Orochimaru, Tobirama, and others into the moon's internal space. Contrary to expectations, it was not dark. A small artificial sun illuminated the area, which included living quarters, a gym, gardens, orchards, and even a factory operated by mechanical puppets. Witnessing this scene, Naruto and the others were left in awe of the technological marvel present on the moon. Observing their astonishment, Sharon smiled gently, saying, "Do not be too surprised. These are the fruits of my ancestors' labor." Naruto privately mused, "Sharon is undoubtedly the strongest heir in the ninja world. The treasures of the Hyuga clan on the moon, preserved through centuries, have finally been inherited by the last surviving Sharon due to the Civil War." After touring the internal space of the moon, both Orochimaru and Tobirama expressed their satisfaction with high praise. Tobirama remarked, "The facilities are comprehensive. It seems we need only to contemplate how to transform the moon into a scientific tool. However," he added, "to determine the specifics, we must consider the ideas of the seventh Hokage, Naruto, as we currently lack any scientific tools and find ourselves at a loss." At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly had a thought and smiled slightly, saying, "Sharon, I heard Naruto mention a colossal Rinnegan on the moon. Perhaps that could serve as the energy and operational core for the entire moon." Naruto's eyes lit up at this notion. "Indeed, utilizing it might resolve many issues," he exclaimed, turning his determined gaze toward Sharon. "Then, let me take you to witness it," Sharon offered. Shortly thereafter, Sharon led Naruto, Sasuke, and the others into a palace. Before long, they arrived before a massive Rinnegan, radiating a dazzling light that inspired a sense of reverence. "Is this the colossal Rinnegan?" Orochimaru asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Sharon smiled gently, confirming, "Indeed, this is the colossal Rinnegan. I can manipulate its power, generating formidable repulsive and attractive forces, even capable of altering the moon's orbit." The revelation left Indra, Sasuke, and the others in shock. Ashura furrowed his brow, expressing concern. Does this not imply that if someone were to harness this power, they could potentially cause the moon to descend upon the earth, bringing calamity to humanity? Hashirama concurred, stating, "Indeed, such power is perilously dangerous, if misused. The consequences could be catastrophic." However, Orochimaru and Tobirama wore expressions of excitement. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with avarice as he remarked, "If such immense repulsive and attractive forces exist, they would greatly aid our plan to transform the moon into a mobile celestial body. This would enable us to explore the cosmos more effectively." As time swiftly passed, the two worlds shared various ninjutsu and technological advancements, yielding mutual benefits as their respective techniques and technologies began to flourish. The transformation of the moon into a swiftly mobile scientific tool, guided by the experts from both ninja realms, commenced with the drafting of construction plans and the finalization of their strategy, marking the beginning of this ambitious enterprise. Chapter 162. A resurgence of power. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years have elapsed. During this period, the ninja world has undergone numerous transformations. Following the exchange of intelligence and the sharing of ninjutsu and scientific advancements between the two realms, both sides have collaborated harmoniously, propelling the development of the ninja world. Naruto, Sasuke, and their companions have also begun consuming chakra pills crafted by Kage Tsutsuki, derived from the tentacles of the Eight Tails. Over the course of these 2.5 years, Orochimaru has cultivated an abundance of Eight Tails tentacles. These not only sustain the needs of the ninja clan, but also provide surplus for Kage to transform into chakra pills. Although the enhancement offered by these pills is modest, their ample supply ensures satisfaction. Daily consumption of these chakra pills has significantly augmented Naruto and his companions' chakra reserves. Furthermore, Naruto and Sasuke engage in rigorous training of ninjutsu and taijutsu, leading to tangible growth in their prowess. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke find themselves embroiled in an intense battle within Kage's desert domain. Their figures intertwine amidst a whirlwind of sand, with each attack and defense seamlessly overlapping. Throughout these 2.5 years, Naruto and Sasuke have frequently visited Kage's space to spar. Each bout is a fierce contest, with both sides exerting themselves to secure victory. Their clashes are not without challenge, often alternating in triumph. At times, they can swiftly determine a victor, while on other occasions, prolonged combat is required to ascertain the outcome. There are moments when battles stretch on for days and nights, culminating in the ultimate victor's emergence. Naruto, possessing formidable strength and stamina, leverages his keen perception to deftly evade Sasuke's cunning tactics. However, Sasuke's strategies are equally formidable, necessitating Naruto's constant vigilance. Despite Naruto's impressive might, his attack patterns are somewhat predictable. He relies on brute strength and speed, a method that, while effective, struggles against Sasuke's nimbleness. Sasuke, on the other hand, employs exquisite skill and astute tactics to dance around Naruto's assaults. The atmosphere of their duel is thick with tension, as both warriors exhibit comparable strength, neither yielding easily to the other. After 7 days and nights of combat, the disparity in their strength and vitality becomes increasingly apparent. Naruto and Sasuke begin to comprehend why the Sage of Six Paths and Ashura could engage Kaguya in battle for months on end. As fatigue sets in, Naruto exclaims, "Sasuke, let us pause." "What? Are you conceding?" Sasuke teases. "Let us call it a draw. It's becoming increasingly difficult to determine a victor," Naruto replies. Sasuke nods. "Indeed. We know each other too well. I can anticipate your moves." Naruto chuckles. "You should spar with Indra and Madara." Sasuke acknowledges this and departs without a backward glance. Naruto shakes his head in resignation, recognizing Sasuke's relentless dedication to training, akin to Indra and Madara's fervor for battle. Contemplating his next move, Naruto decides to venture out. Upon exiting Kaguya's realm, he immediately spots Kaguya, Hinata, Neji, Hanabi, and Shino. Over the past 2.5 years, Shino has frequently traversed between the moon and the ninja world, often visiting the Hyuga clan, a family with whom he shares a certain blood connection. Initially, Naruto harbored suspicions regarding Shino, fearing he might harbor feelings for Hinata. However, perhaps due to their lunar journey, Shino understands the deep bond between Hinata and Naruto, refraining from pursuing her. Observing Shino's demeanor, Naruto realizes he shows no interest in Hinata, but unexpectedly notices Shino's apparent affection for Hanabi. Shino often seeks Hanabi's company, who does not seem to mind. As the daughter of the Hyuga clan's leader, she seldom has playmates. At this moment, Hinata's Byakugan has finally evolved into a Tensegan after years of diligent effort at the dinner table. Upon seeing Naruto, she shyly lowers her head and softly calls, "Naruto-kun." Since entering adolescence, Hinata has become increasingly bashful. Naruto, captivated by her adorable demeanor, warmly invites, "Hinata, I wish to explore Konoha. Would you join me?" "Of course." Hinata replies with excitement. "Sister, you've been enchanted by Naruto and Aiken. Can I join you for shopping?" Hanabi playfully interjects, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Hinata's face flushes deeper at this comment, prompting Naruto to smile. "Hanabi, if you wish to shop first, Shino can accompany you." Shino, with a gentle smile, responds, "Hanabi, if you want to go shopping, I would be happy to join you." His tone carries a hint of tenderness and affection. After hearing Shino's reply, Hanabi's cheeks blush slightly as she huffs, "Humph, less chatter, and let us see who is stronger." With that, she swiftly strikes at Shino with her gentle fist technique, each movement imbued with formidable power. Yet, Shino remains unfazed by Hanabi's assault. Instead, he demonstrates remarkable agility, evading her strikes with ease, his movements almost ethereal, as though he fears causing her harm. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata have arrived at the streets of Konoha. Standing amidst the bustling thoroughfare, Naruto scans his surroundings, relishing the familiar ambience. Konoha has retained its essence, though, akin to scenes from Boruto, the village has undergone expansion. Numerous towering skyscrapers grace the open spaces atop the Hokage Rock, starkly contrasting with the traditional wooden structures, bestowing Konoha with a unique aura of prosperity. As Naruto reflects on this transformation, a familiar voice interrupts his reverie. "Hey, Naruto, Hinata, long time no see." Turning to the source, Naruto exclaims, "Jiraiya-sensei, Tsunade Nichin, it's been ages. Have you just returned to Konoha?" Jiraiya nods. "Yes, we've come back because Tsunade and I are getting married." "Really? Congratulations." Naruto beams. Tsunade adds, "Naruto, remember to attend our wedding." "Of course, I wouldn't miss it." Naruto replies with a smile. Jiraiya chuckles, "We've just returned and have much to attend to, so we want to keep you." "All right, Jiraiya-sensei," Naruto acknowledges. As Naruto watches Jiraiya and Tsunade depart, a wave of nostalgia washes over him. He recalls the days spent training under Jiraiya, facing numerous challenges and forging deep bonds of friendship. Now, Jiraiya has finally found his happiness, and Naruto yearns for his own. Turning to Hinata, he softly declares, "Hinata, one day, we two shall walk down the aisle together." Hinata's face instantly reddens, and she nods gently, murmuring, "Yes, Naruto-kun." Her eyes shimmer with the promise of a beautiful future. Naruto smiles as he takes Hinata's hand, their fingers intertwining, as if pledging their devotion to one another. Their gazes met, and in that moment, they could sense each other's feelings. It was as if they had glimpsed a future adorned with a beautiful life, one that would be filled with love and warmth within a cherished home. Chapter 163. Attending Jiraiya and Tsunade's wedding. As night descended, Naruto's home was ablaze with light. Naruto, along with his parents, Minato and Kushina, sat together in the living room, enveloped in a warm and joyous atmosphere. "Naruto, did you hear that my master Jiraiya is getting married?" Minato said with a beaming smile. "Yes. I ran into Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade Nichin on the streets of Konoha just a few days ago," Naruto replied with a smile. "I never expected them to end up together. I wonder when the wedding will take place." "Jiraiya and Tsunade's wedding is bound to be quite lively," Kushina remarked with a chuckle. Just as the family was enjoying their conversation, a sudden knock echoed through the room. "Knock, knock." "Minato, go see who it is." "Could it be Jiraiya-sensei?" Kushina speculated. "That is possible." Minato nodded and rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, he found none other than Jiraiya standing outside. "Jiraiya-sensei," Minato exclaimed excitedly. "Minato, it's been a while," Jiraiya smiled warmly. "Please, come in, Jiraiya-sensei. Let's talk inside," Naruto urged eagerly. "All right," Jiraiya replied, stepping inside. "Jiraiya-sensei." Upon seeing Jiraiya, Naruto's face lit up with joy as he rushed forward to greet him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Naruto, you're here too," Jiraiya said, looking fondly at his disciple. "Jiraiya-sensei, when is your wedding?" Naruto asked impatiently, his voice brimming with anticipation as he envisioned the wedding festivities. Jiraiya chuckled and replied, "Naruto, Minato, I'm getting married the day after tomorrow." Both Naruto and Minato widened their eyes in surprise, not expecting the date to be so soon. "Jiraiya-sensei, you and Tsunade just returned. Isn't this a bit rushed?" Minato questioned. Kushina chimed in. "Yes, marriage is a significant matter that requires careful consideration," her expression reflecting concern. Jiraiya explained with a smile. "Well, Tsunade prefers to keep things simple, so we won't be going all out. We'll only invite family and the clan heads of Konoha. You were the first people I thought of, which is why I came to deliver the invitation personally. You must come to my wedding." Jiraiya spoke lightly yet firmly, pulling out the invitation from his pocket. "Of course, we will attend," Minato said with a smile as he took the invitation, his tone earnest. Jiraiya nodded appreciatively. "Good. Minato, Naruto, and Kushina, I won't disturb your family time any longer. I still have invitations to distribute. Come on, have a cup of tea before you leave." Kushina smiled, trying to keep him there. Jiraiya waved his hand gently, making his way to the door. "No need, just remember to come to my wedding with Tsunade." "We will," Jiraiya-sensei, Minato and Naruto echoed in unison, their voices filled with determination. Jiraiya laughed heartily at their response, waving goodbye as he turned to leave. Jiraiya is indeed in a hurry. He didn't even sit down before leaving. Kushina shook her head in amusement. Minato smiled and explained, "He must be quite busy, especially since the wedding is approaching so quickly. By the way, Naruto, when are you and Hinata planning to get married?" Kushina teased playfully. Mom, I'm not even of age yet," Naruto replied, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. But I can hardly wait to see your wedding." Kushina laughed heartily. "Yes, it will happen," Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with resolve. Soon, the day of Jiraiya and Tsunade's wedding arrived, and the ceremony commenced as scheduled. In an exquisitely adorned palace, a throng of guests gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. "This is truly bustling," Kushina exclaimed, dressed in her finest attire. Minato and Naruto, also clad in formal wear, nodded as they spotted many familiar faces, recognizing nearly everyone present. Just then, a voice rang out. "Kushina, Makoto." Kushina instantly recognized her dear friend's voice, turning in surprise. There stood Makoto, waving enthusiastically, accompanied by Fugaku, Itachi, and Sasuke. "Sasuke, that rascal." Naruto and Kushina hurried over to Fugaku while Minato exchanged pleasantries with him. Approaching Sasuke, Naruto smiled and said, "Sasuke, I didn't expect you to come to Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade's wedding." Sasuke shook his head. "I didn't want to come, but since nearly everyone is here, I figured I might as well join in the festivities." At that moment, Naruto heard others calling for him and looked up to see Choji and Shikamaru approaching. "Naruto-kun, I can't believe you're here for Jiraiya-sensei's wedding," Choji said eagerly. I came with my father. There's bound to be a feast at a wedding, right? I didn't eat breakfast this morning, so I'm starving and ready to feast. Choji exclaimed, drooling at the thought. Shikamaru sighed. I didn't want to come. But Choji dragged me along, so here I am with my father. Haha, Choji, Shikamaru, you both haven't changed a bit, said Kiba, who arrived with Akamaru. Long time no see, Kiba. Naruto, it's been a while. As Naruto and Kiba were about to continue their conversation, several familiar figures suddenly appeared, greeting Naruto and Sasuke with enthusiasm. Naruto-kun, Hinata and Neji approached. Hey, Hinata, Neji. Naruto beamed back, though his gaze remained fixed on Hinata. Today, she looked more radiant than ever in her elegant attire. Naruto-kun. Hinata felt shy under Naruto's intense gaze, her cheeks flushing a light pink. Haha, Hinata. You look absolutely stunning today, Naruto exclaimed without reservation. Thank you for the compliment, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied softly, lowering her gaze. Meanwhile, Sasuke also heard someone calling his name. Sasuke. You look particularly handsome today. Karen rushed up to Sasuke, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smile, exuding confidence. He brushed his bangs aside and replied, Karen, you look even more beautiful than usual today. Karen blushed slightly. Thank you for the compliment, Sasuke. I just came to join the fun. How coincidental. I'm here for the same reason, Sasuke replied with a faint smile. Indeed, what a coincidence, Karen laughed. Though inwardly she mused. How could it be a coincidence? She had dressed up meticulously to catch Sasuke's attention. Chapter 164, The Pursuit of Love by Xiao Li. At the wedding of Jiraiya and Tsunade, Ino and Sakura were engaged in conversation. Ino noticed Sakura gazing at Sasuke without approaching him, and couldn't help but furrow her brow, asking, Sakura, aren't you going to greet Sasuke? Sakura shook her head, replying softly. It has been years since I last interacted with Sasuke. We only spoke during our 1 or 2 years at the Ninja Academy. He may have forgotten who I am. Moreover, it seems I am drifting further away from him. He is too exceptional, and I feel unworthy of him. Ino sighed, helplessly agreeing, indeed. Both Naruto and Sasuke are incredibly strong. Aside from the few days we saw them at the start of the academy, we have mostly been studying with their shadow clones. Suddenly, Ino paused, her gaze drifting towards Xiao Li, frowning as she remarked, Sakura, it appears Xiao Li has been watching you from behind. Sakura, hearing this, nodded calmly, her expression betraying little emotion, save for a subtle bitterness at the corners of her mouth. She understood that Xiao Li harbored feelings for her, yet her emphasis on appearances rendered her unable to reciprocate those feelings. With a gentle sigh, she turned her gaze back towards Sasuke, inwardly contemplating. Perhaps I am merely infatuated with Sasuke's handsome exterior. In fact, why don't you go and ask Xiao Li something? You've been under his gaze for quite a while, Ino queried, puzzled. Sakura retorted, slightly irked, I want tea. Ino shook her head in resignation, saying, Sakura, I must go find Sai now. With that, she turned to leave. As Sakura watched Ino walk away, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. In the midst of this lively wedding, she felt profoundly alone. At that moment, a figure appeared before Sakura. Sakura. She looked up to find Xiao Li standing there. Sakura, feeling impatient, furrowed her brow and said curtly, What do you want? Go away. Xiao Li offered an awkward smile, scratching his head, at a loss for words. Observing his discomfort, Sakura glanced at Xiao Li and then at the bustling wedding scene, feeling a wave of torment wash over her. She contemplated leaving this place altogether. Sakura, where are you going? Xiao Li inquired. That's none of your business, Sakura replied, a hint of anger in her tone, and she headed straight for the exit. Without a second thought, Xiao Li followed her. Xiao Li, where are you going? The wedding of Jiraiya and Tsunade is about to commence. Mike Guy, noticing Xiao Li's departure, questioned curiously. Teacher Guy, I have something to attend to. I shall be back shortly, Xiao Li replied firmly, his gaze resolute as he began to pursue Sakura. Upon exiting the palace, Sakura noticed Xiao Li was still following her. Don't follow me, she said, biting her lip. Xiao Li hesitated momentarily at her words. Sakura continued walking, and he resumed his pursuit. Frustrated, Sakura furrowed her brow and began to run, hoping to shake him off. However, Xiao Li, like a stubborn shadow, remained close behind, as his strength greatly surpassed hers. Just as Sakura was about to unleash her frustration upon Xiao Li, he was unexpectedly intercepted by a group of young women clad in yoga pants. Xiao Li, can you accompany us for a workout? One of them asked. I don't have time, Xiao Li replied, his face turning red as he hurriedly declined. Please, just spend some time with us, shall we? The young women pleaded, each entwining their arms around him. Due to the gene-enhancing serum requiring a fit physique for injection, many ordinary individuals sought training under Might Guy, leading to Xiao Li becoming a well-known figure, replete with wealth and recognition. Both Xiao Li and Might Guy were widely acknowledged as masters of physical combat, with many ordinary people affectionately referring to them as fitness instructors. In a world that glorified strength, Xiao Li found himself the object of many admirers. Sakura stood there, momentarily entranced by the scene unfolding before her. The moment she witnessed Xiao Li surrounded by a throng of attractive women, her expression darkened, as if her entire world was collapsing around her. I am the fool, Sakura murmured to herself. She felt her pride suffer an unprecedented blow. Without a backward glance, she turned and fled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Xiao Li noticed Sakura's departure and felt a pang of urgency. He desperately extricated himself from the women's grasp. Sorry, I have something urgent to attend to, Xiao Li said anxiously, before rushing in the direction Sakura had gone. The disappointed young women stomped their feet in frustration, having believed they could easily capture this prize, only to see him slip away. The big catch has escaped, they exclaimed, their eyes filled with disappointment and anger. It was clear that their affection for Xiao Li was insincere, driven more by greed for his wealth and prowess than genuine feelings, even willing to barter their bodies for gain. At that moment, Xiao Li swiftly caught up with Sakura and appeared before her. She halted, breathless, glaring at him with fiery anger. Sakura, I like you, Xiao Li stammered, his face radiating sincerity. Upon hearing his confession, Sakura's eyes widened in shock, her anger surging forth. Without hesitation, she raised her fist and swung it at Xiao Li's face. Yet, he did not flinch. Instead, he effortlessly caught her blow with his palm, his gaze unwavering and filled with affection. How can you choose me when you have so many beautiful women around you? Sakura shouted, her voice laced with endless grievance and dissatisfaction. Xiao Li responded, those women are insincere, as Teacher Guy has said. They seek to deceive and exploit, and I have no interest in them. The one I have always liked is you, Sakura. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I have been captivated. A wave of emotion washed over Sakura, reminiscent of her past feelings for Sasuke, an all-too-familiar sensation. Xiao Li, your affection for me is strikingly similar to my feelings for Sasuke. She mused aloud. Sakura had long felt despondent, believing herself the most ordinary among the 12. Despite her relentless efforts, consistently ranking at the top of written examinations and becoming an exceptional medical ninja through her diligence, she felt increasingly distant from her peers with illustrious family backgrounds. Not to mention the extraordinarily powerful Sasuke and Naruto. Her hard work had not brought her closer to them. Instead, it had driven her further apart. After a moment of contemplation, Sakura gradually accepted reality and recognized her own worthlessness in comparison to Sasuke. She lifted her gaze to Xiao Li, earnestly asking, Xiao Li, what is it that you like about me? Is it merely my appearance? Without hesitation, Xiao Li replied, no, I appreciate everything about you, including your temperament and even your angry expressions. I cherish it all. As Sakura listened to his heartfelt and unwavering words, her body trembled slightly. So this is what it truly means to love someone? She couldn't help but mock herself. It seems I have merely been drawn to Sasuke's handsome Fade, without truly understanding him. Perhaps I am unworthy of his affection after all. Having pondered these thoughts, she raised her head to meet Xiao Li's gaze. His eyes radiated determination and devotion, as if he held boundless hope for her. Seeing this, Sakura offered a faint smile and softly said, thank you. These words filled Xiao Li's heart with joy, yet he remained uncertain whether Sakura truly accepted his feelings. With great caution, he inquired, Sakura, does this mean you are agreeing to my request? Sakura gently shook her head and, with a hint of playfulness, replied, it depends on your performance. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Li standing in place, scratching his head in confusion. However, upon seeing Sakura depart, he promptly took off after her, eager to ask further questions. Upon noticing that Li had followed her once more, Sakura felt no irritation this time. Instead, a subtle smile graced her lips, and she experienced a flicker of warmth in her heart. Chapter 165. The Wedding of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tsunade gazed into the mirror, her expression tinged with concern. How do I look? Do I seem old? She questioned, fidgeting with her hair and adjusting her wedding gown, exhibiting a touch of nervousness. In contrast, Shizun stood beside her, her eyes filled with admiration and well wishes. Lady Tsunade, you look absolutely stunning today. You do not appear old at all. She replied with a bright smile. Upon hearing Shizen's compliment, Tsunade's face finally broke into a satisfied smile. However, her thoughts soon drifted to another person, prompting her to inquire, "Where is Jiraiya?" Shizen quickly responded, "Lord Jiraiya is in the room across the hall. Do not worry, Lady Tsunade. He is likely preparing for the upcoming ceremony as well." Tsunade nodded and continued to focus on adorning herself with elegant decorations. She gently caressed the intricate designs on her gown, her heart brimming with happiness and anticipation. At that moment, Shizen suddenly recalled something and cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, Lady Tsunade, Lord Hashirama has invited many guests to the wedding. It's quite lively outside." Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise. "What? Who has he invited?" Shizen pondered for a moment before answering with a grin, "Let me think. There's Uchiha Madara, the 4th Raikage, the 5th Mizukage Meiterumi, and so forth. Almost everyone in the shinobi world has been invited." Tsunade gasped, unable to believe the scale of the guest list. So many people? How could grandfather invite such a crowd? Shizen explained with a smile. Lord Hashirama wishes for this wedding to be grand and festive, hence the numerous invitations. Besides, most of these guests are familiar faces who will come to bless you both. Tsunade felt a warm surge of affection. She understood that their presence was not merely to celebrate her wedding, but to witness the love between her and Jiraiya. With this thought, a radiant smile returned to her face. At that moment, Shizen gently reminded her, "Lady Tsunade, the time is drawing near. You and Lord Jiraiya should prepare to make your entrance." Tsunade nodded excitedly and took Shizen's hand, ready to face the awaiting crowd. Meanwhile, on the other side, brother-in-law, "Are you ready?" SHJR asked Jiraiya. Nervously swallowing, Jiraiya adjusted his ceremonial sash. He then nodded solemnly, "I am ready." With newfound determination in his eyes, he added, "Well then, let us prepare to enter." At the wedding venue, Yamato stood at the center of the stage, taking on the role of the host. "Dear friends and esteemed guests, welcome. Thank you for joining us for the wedding of Jiraiya and Tsunade. I shall not prolong the introduction. Let us dive right into the festivities. Now, please give a warm welcome to our groom, Mr. Jiraiya." As Yamato finished speaking, he gestured toward the crimson curtain at the side of the stage. The audience turned their attention, and as the curtain slowly parted, Jiraiya appeared, holding a vibrant bouquet of flowers, radiating joy. "Go, Jiraiya-sensei!" Naruto cheered enthusiastically. Upon stepping onto the stage and seeing the sea of guests before him, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. He scanned the crowd, a blissful smile illuminating his face. Hearing Naruto's cheers, he couldn't help but return the smile and flash a victory sign alongside Minato. Recognizing that Jiraiya had reached the center of the stage, Yamato continued, "Next, let us welcome the beautiful bride, Miss Tsunade." With a wave of his hand signaling the audience to look toward the entrance, the doors opened slowly. Tsunade, escorted by Shizen, gracefully emerged, dressed in a pristine white gown, embodying the elegance of a princess, capturing the attention of all. On the stage, Jiraiya awaited her arrival, resembling a prince poised for his beloved. As he beheld Tsunade's breathtaking beauty approaching him, he momentarily lost himself in reverie, his heart swelling with joy. At that moment, he felt as though he were in a dream, scarcely believing the splendid sight before him. Yamato noticed Jiraiya's momentary distraction and gently nudged him. Jiraiya quickly composed himself, realizing that Tsunade was nearing the center of the stage. He hurriedly grasped the bouquet and stepped forward. "Tsunade, will you marry me?" he asked earnestly, kneeling on one knee. His gaze filled with affection. Tsunade's heart fluttered at his words, placing a hand over her mouth. Her eyes glistened with tears of joy and emotion. "I will, Jiraiya." As she accepted the flowers, her face radiated happiness. Jiraiya rose, clasping Tsunade's hand tightly, their eyes meeting in a shared smile as they advanced to the center of the stage. Once on the platform, Jiraiya began his heartfelt speech. "Thank you all for attending our wedding. I am profoundly fortunate to marry a woman as beautiful, brave, and wise as Tsunade. It is truly my honor." His voice echoed with joy and excitement, as if he sought to share his happiness with everyone present. The guests erupted into applause, celebrating their joy. Tsunade stood beside him, her face glowing with happiness. She gently held Jiraiya's hand, facing their friends and family. In that moment, she felt enveloped in warmth and love. "Murata, did you see? My granddaughter Tsunade is getting married." Hashirama laughed heartily, addressing Uchiha Madara beside him. Madara glanced at Hashirama and replied calmly, "I noticed, Hashirama, I'm not blind." Undeterred by Madara's tone, Hashirama continued with excitement. Murata, perhaps a year from now, I might have a great-grandchild. When will you marry? Madara's expression darkened as he glared at Hashirama, roaring, Hashirama! Meanwhile, Tobirama furrowed his brow, impatiently admonishing Madara, Madara, could you lower your voice? Don't disturb Jiraiya and Tsunade. Hashirama, however, remained unfazed by Madara's ire. Turning to Tobirama, he cheerfully suggested, by the way, Tobirama, it's time for you to find someone to marry as well. Tobirama, looking exasperated, retorted, brother, what does that have to do with you? Madara shot a teasing glance at Tobirama, warning, shoo, Tobirama, keep it down and don't disrupt. On another note, Naruto sat quietly in the audience, his eyes fixed on Jiraiya and Tsunade on stage. A smile graced his face, his gaze filled with sincere blessings. Turning to Hinata beside him, he noticed her eyes glistening with tears, captivated by the moment unfolding before them. Hinata, Naruto called softly. What is it, Naruto-kun? Hinata replied, slightly blushing as she snapped back to reality. One day, we too shall stand on this stage like Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade, celebrating a grand wedding, Naruto declared with unwavering confidence. His eyes sparkled with dreams and determination, as if he could already envision a beautiful future ahead. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hinata felt a flush of warmth rise to her cheeks, and a wave of happiness surge within her. She slightly lowered her head, a shy smile gracing her lips as she replied, I believe in you, Naruto-kun. Her voice carried a hint of anticipation and encouragement, revealing the warmth and support nestled deep within her heart. At that moment, their gazes intertwined, and the bond between them deepened profoundly. Their eyes reflected a shared hope and commitment for the future, as if they had already glimpsed the beautiful moments that awaited them. Both understood that a long journey lay ahead, yet they would walk hand in hand, pursuing their dreams together. Regardless of the hardships or challenges they might face, they would support and encourage one another, traversing every difficult moment side by side. At that moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade concluded their impassioned speeches of gratitude. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, showering the couple with praise and blessings. Naruto rose to his feet, leading the applause in honor of Jiraiya and Tsunade. His face radiated joy and excitement, for he knew that today's celebration was not solely for the love of Jiraiya and Tsunade, but also for the happiness and future of all. The wedding banquet commenced, filled with laughter and merriment as guests relished delectable dishes and shared joyous moments. The atmosphere was vibrant and infused with warmth and happiness. Jiraiya and Tsunade subsequently drank toasts with Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato, only to be playfully pulled by Konohamaru and Naruto for a few more rounds of drinks. The wedding venue buzzed with excitement, as everyone basked in the joy of the occasion. Ultimately, Jiraiya and Tsunade's wedding concluded amidst the heartfelt blessings of all present, marking the beginning of their blissful new life together. Chapter 166. The Trail of Ishiki. As time gradually passed over the course of several months, Naruto and his companions finally discerned the trail of Ishiki. Through the world of Boruto, they had long learned from Naruto, the 7th Hokage, and the middle-aged Sasuke, that the Otsutsuki Ishiki was still alive, along with various pieces of intelligence regarding the Kara organization. However, despite the information, Naruto and Sasuke had not uncovered any traces of the Kara organization in the Rain Village. After 2 to 3 years of relentless searching, Naruto and his team ultimately obtained some clues, pointing towards the hidden village of Kusagakure, located in the Land of Grass, a former shinobi village that had once fallen to Naruto's might. Shikamaru, utilizing his giant Rinnegan, discovered that Kusagakure had recently seen the emergence of some suspicious individuals, likely members of the Kara organization or its predecessors. Upon receiving this news, Naruto and Sasuke believed it might be the key to locating Otsutsuki Ishiki. In the ensuing days, to avoid alarming their quarry, Naruto and Sasuke stealthily infiltrated Kusagakure, seeking further information about Ishiki. At last, they stumbled upon a dilapidated house in a corner of the village. The structure appeared to have been long abandoned, yet it exuded an enigmatic aura. Cautiously, Naruto and Sasuke approached the house, preparing to investigate. At that moment, they heard a faint sound of footsteps. Instantly, they became alert and turned around, only to find a young man clad in a black cloak standing behind them. Despite his youthful appearance, his gaze held an air of sophistication. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" the masked man inquired coldly. "We're here to find Ishiki." Naruto replied boldly. "I have no idea what you're talking about. This is my residence. Please leave," the man stated. Stop feigning ignorance. We know you are connected to Ishiki. Sasuke shouted. Humph. Since you refuse to leave, don't blame me for being impolite. The man declared, suddenly launching an attack. Naruto and Sasuke watched the man warily as he drew a mechanical pistol, unhesitatingly firing lasers at them. However, Naruto remained remarkably composed. He raised his right hand and swiftly condensed a sphere of Nine-Tails chakra, easily repelling the man's assault. At that moment, Sasuke displayed astonishing speed, instantly appearing behind the man. Be careful, Sasuke, he is just an ordinary human, Naruto urgently warned. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted to one of disbelief. As he looked at Sasuke with confusion and shock. What? He stammered, astonished that he had been completely oblivious to Sasuke's movement and the latter's incredible speed. Emotionless, Sasuke stood behind the man, effortlessly seizing his wrist and disarming him of the pistol. At that instant, the man suddenly began to convulse violently. Observing this, Sasuke's eyes widened slightly as he cast a Jinjutsu, plunging the man into a deep slumber. What is happening, Sasuke? Naruto inquired, puzzled. I believe he was just manipulated by someone. I'm not sure what technique was used, but it seemed aimed at causing his demise. Sasuke calmly analyzed the situation. Does that mean he truly is just an ordinary human? Naruto expressed his surprise. No, was Sasuke's succinct reply as he reached to remove the man's mask. When Naruto beheld the man's true visage, he was taken aback. It was Amato. Naruto and his companions had previously acquired images of the Kara organization members and figures like Jigen from the 7th Hokage, thus recognizing him instantly. At that moment, Sasuke pushed open the door and stepped inside, only to discover a hidden, mysterious tunnel within. With a grave expression, Sasuke remarked, Naruto, it appears that Ishiki has likely sensed our presence. We must not delay. We must enter this tunnel immediately. I am confident that this time we will unearth Ishiki once and for all. Without hesitation, Naruto nodded in agreement, saying, all right, let us proceed. However, he added, before we do, we must ensure Amato's safety. After all, he is an invaluable scientist. Sasuke nodded in agreement and swiftly used his Kemui to pull Amato into his dimension. Without a moment's pause, Naruto and Sasuke resolutely stepped into the tunnel. Chapter 167. Confrontation with Otsutsuki Ishiki. Naruto and Sasuke swiftly traversed the passageway, arriving at a brightly lit underground chamber. This place starkly contrasted with the darkness they had previously experienced, as if they had entered an entirely different realm. A faint chemical odor permeated the air, while the walls were adorned with an array of peculiar experimental apparatus and charts. The layout evoked memories of Orochimaru's laboratory, suffused with an air of mystery and peril. Cautiously, Naruto and Sasuke surveyed their surroundings, advancing with utmost care. They discovered not only a variety of experimental tools, but also several advanced computer systems. These devices appeared to be connected to the outside world, their screens flickering with an assortment of data and images. Naruto furrowed his brow and murmured, it seems this is indeed the place where the research is conducted. According to intelligence, Ishiki seeks to replace his vessel. This is where he conducts experiments with potential vessels. We must tread carefully. Sasuke nodded, gripping his weapon tightly, prepared to confront any impending threat. They delved deeper into the chamber, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from ahead, as if something were drawing near. Instantly, Naruto and Sasuke halted, their eyes alert and bodies tense, ready to respond to any looming danger. Not far ahead, a figure stood quietly, emanating a mysterious and formidable presence. It was Otsutsuki Ishiki, the one possessing the Sukune Konoha. He was gently swirling a glass of red wine, a faint smile gracing his lips, appearing utterly at ease. Upon noticing Naruto and Sasuke's gaze, Ishiki elegantly raised his wine glass, took a delicate sip, and then slowly lowered it, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Ishiki, I never expected you to dare show yourself before us, Sasuke exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Why would I not? As long as you comply and hand over a Durama, I might consider letting you leave here unscathed, Ishiki replied, exuding an air of arrogance. Confident in his own power, Naruto's fury ignited at Ishiki's haughty words. Let us go? Ishiki, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do not assume we fear you. Today marks your end. With that declaration, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a sphere of blue chakra in his hands. Prepare to receive it, he shouted as he hurled the Rasengan toward Ishiki. Ishiki frowned slightly. Do not destroy this place. If you dare, come at me. he murmured before utilizing space-time ninjutsu to vanish into an alternate dimension. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged knowing glances, and Sasuke immediately activated Kimui. Naruto, we must pursue him. We cannot let him escape today. Naruto nodded, following Sasuke into Ishiki's dimension. Since you followed me, I shall settle this here, Ishiki stated, conjuring a black rod in his hand, his tone nonchalant. Who will settle this remains to be seen. Naruto retorted, entering Sage mode and launching an enhanced Rasengan at Ishiki. Ishiki, sensing the impending attack, activated the power of the Sukune Konoha, absorbing Naruto's Rasengan into his body. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke employed his own technique, appearing above Ishiki with the Kusanagi sword, aiming a fierce strike toward Ishiki's neck. Preoccupied with absorbing Naruto's attack, Ishiki was unable to evade Sasuke's assault. As Sasuke's blade approached Ishiki's neck, black rods suddenly extended from Ishiki's neck, intercepting the strike. Reacting swiftly, Ishiki unleashed a barrage of black rods towards Sasuke, while Naruto extended his chakra-laden hand to counter the attack. In that moment, Sasuke unleashed a magnetic attack on Ishiki, who, sensing danger, swiftly evaded using space-time ninjutsu, vanishing from sight. However, just as Ishiki believed himself safe, Naruto charged toward him at an incredible speed, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Ishiki, feeling Naruto's determination and strength, felt a surge of anger, realizing he could no longer underestimate his opponents. With a pair of massive horns sprouting from his head, Ishiki exuded a powerful aura, activating his true strength and showcasing astonishing combat prowess. In an instant, he shrank in size and disappeared before Naruto, reappearing like lightning before Sasuke. Both Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback by his extraordinary speed but remained undeterred, growing more exhilarated. Sasuke activated the skeletal form of Susanoo, enveloping himself in a formidable shield of bones. He then unleashed a colossal fist toward Ishiki. Unfazed by Sasuke's offensive, Ishiki barreled through, easily shattering Sasuke's Susanoo, pressing his attack further. Sasuke, taken aback, utilized his technique to switch places with Naruto. As Naruto braced himself against Ishiki's incoming fist by crossing his arms before him, Ishiki was momentarily surprised to find his blow effortlessly blocked. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated with a kick. Unfazed, Naruto countered with a kick of his own, engaging Ishiki in a fierce taijutsu battle. Who would have thought such a lowly creature could possess such strong martial prowess? Ishiki sneered. Do not flatter yourself, Ishiki, Naruto quipped. Humph, Ishiki scoffed, once more employing the Sukune Konoha to launch black rods at Naruto, who shattered them with a Rasengan. Just then, Ishiki vanished from Naruto's sight, appearing behind him. Sensing the imminent attack, Naruto instinctively defended himself, while Sasuke materialized behind Ishiki, swinging the Kusanagi sword with force. Ishiki reacted with remarkable speed, blocking Sasuke's strike with a black rod. Caught between Naruto and Sasuke's coordinated assault, Ishiki found himself in a precarious predicament. Just as they prepared for a renewed offensive, Ishiki abruptly unleashed the Daikokutten technique toward the sky. Instantly, a colossal stone pillar plummeted towards them. Concurrently, Ishiki shrank in size and slipped away. As the massive stone descended, Naruto unleashed the power of the Nine Tails chakra, shattering the pillar into fragments. Naruto and Sasuke turned to Ishiki, who had reappeared before them, and began a dialogue. Sasuke, Ishiki has been in this mode for well over 10 seconds, hasn't he? Naruto inquired. Indeed. But he appears to be somewhat stronger than the Ishiki from the 7th Hokage's world. Nonetheless, he is merely a slightly larger toy, Sasuke replied. Toy. Ishiki seethed at Sasuke's words, his fury igniting once more. You lowly beings have thoroughly enraged me. He roared, his aura surging as he unleashed the Sukune Konoha. Suddenly, several black rods erupted from beneath Naruto and Sasuke's feet, forcing them to leap to evade. In that instant, Ishiki unleashed a multitude of black rods from the sky, raining down upon them. Be careful, Naruto, Sasuke warned, activating his intangibility. I understand, Sasuke, Naruto replied. Naruto swiftly maneuvered side to side, deftly evading the ebony rods. In that instant, however, Ishiki unleashed the formidable Sh-Mei Baiku, causing the black rods on the ground to enlarge instantaneously. Naruto, taken aback for a moment, quickly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge the impending attack. Phew, that was perilously close. I nearly faced disaster. He sighed in relief as he joined Sasuke's side. Hey, we should stop playing around and show our true strength, Sasuke remarked. Understood, Sasuke, Naruto replied. Together, they soared into the sky, unleashing their immense chakra, their overwhelming presence bearing down upon Ishiki. How can such a lowly creature possess such strength? Ishiki muttered in disbelief. Ishiki, it's time to unleash your true power. Or don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Naruto smiled confidently. Don't think this will defeat me. Oh, really? Before he could finish his sentence, Naruto lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Ishiki's face. Ishiki's expression shifted dramatically as he was sent tumbling backward. This is impossible, he exclaimed, rising and wiping the blood from his mouth, utterly astonished. There is nothing impossible. Sasuke said you were our plaything, and he was absolutely right. We were merely toying with you. Damn it, don't think I'll let you have your way, Ishiki declared, fully unleashing his power. His body began to crack under the strain, yet simultaneously, a ferocious aura emanated from him. Now this is getting interesting, Sasuke noted coolly. Yes, Sasuke, let us remain cautious. I'll take the lead while you provide support, Naruto smiled. Got it, Naruto. Sasuke's demeanor turned serious. Are we done discussing? All tactics and schemes are mere illusions in the face of absolute power. At that moment, feeling an unending surge of strength within him, Ishiki regained his confidence. Let us see what you're truly capable of, Naruto smiled. In that fleeting moment, both Naruto and Ishiki seemed to sense each other, charging forth to meet one another with their fists. The sound of their collision echoed loudly as they were forced to stagger back a few steps. It seems you can only talk a big game, Naruto chuckled. Ishiki, gritting his teeth in frustration, summoned Daikokutten, causing black cubes to rain down upon Naruto. Naruto swiftly dodged, but the cubes pursued him under Ishiki's control. In response, Naruto employed would release. Birth of the trees, the black cubes halted by the trees, which then surged forth toward Ishiki. Ishiki effortlessly ascended to evade the onslaught when suddenly, a flash of electricity struck towards him. He utilized Mei Baiku to shrink his form, narrowly avoiding the attack. This electric strike was none other than the electromagnetic cannon, a jutsu devised by Sasuke, which, enhanced by magnetism, traveled at an incredible speed compared to typical Chidori. Impressive, you managed to evade that, Sasuke commended. Ishiki, how much longer can you endure? Naruto approached Sasuke, smiling at Ishiki. The taunt fueled Ishiki's rage, realizing that despite unleashing his full power, he was still at a disadvantage against Naruto and Sasuke. Don't push your luck. Fueled by anger, Ishiki charged at them. Come at me, Sasuke. Naruto unleashed the boiling release of the Five Tails, white steam enveloping him as he struck at Ishiki. Ishiki, momentarily startled, shrank again using Mei Baiku, narrowly evading Naruto's punch, then expanded to attack once more. Elation surged within him as he believed he had finally struck a critical blow. However, in the next instant, Ishiki's smile faltered, replaced by disbelief. A resounding crash echoed as he realized he had merely struck Naruto's shadow clone. Before he could react, a tremendous force thrust him forward, and Ishiki widened his eyes in shock. Naruto's actual form had appeared above him, executing the sage art, Super Rasengan with unparalleled speed, sending Ishiki plummeting to the ground with immense power. Ishiki's figure traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, he refused to relent, quickly rising and vanishing from sight. Reappearing at a distance, Ishiki glared at Naruto, his teeth gritted. You are so devious. In response to Ishiki's accusation, Naruto remained unfazed, gently running his fingers through his striking golden hair, a confident smile gracing his lips. Is the golden Naruto devious? I harbor no schemes. My attacks are straightforward and honest. If you cannot even perceive such a simple shadow clone, you have only yourself to blame for your lack of insight. With that, Naruto chuckled triumphantly. As the banner continued, another bolt of electricity surged toward Ishiki. This time, distracted by Naruto, he failed to evade and was struck, leaving him charred and smoldering. Naruto, that's right. Now this is what I call cunning, Sasuke remarked, joining Naruto's side with a smile. I can't believe it. Ishiki of the Tsutsuki clan was utterly infuriated. Sasuke, look, he seems to have turned crimson with rage. Naruto laughed heartily. Indeed. He is panicking now, Sasuke added, amusement evident on his face. Ishiki, driven mad by their taunts, descended into a frenzied state, hurling massive black cubes towards Naruto and Sasuke. His attacks, now erratic and desperate, were easily predicted and dodged by the duo. After venting his fury, Ishiki found himself devoid of any effective output, only fueling his rage further. Naruto, Sasuke, you two brutes, stop dodging and perish. Ishiki, consumed by fury, charged at them, willing to risk everything in a desperate bid for vengeance. Chapter 168. The complete demise of Otsutsuki Ishiki. As Otsutsuki Ishiki commenced his reckless assault, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a knowing glance, recognizing that their moment had arrived. When Ishiki charged forward, Naruto unleashed the shadow clone technique, instantly conjuring numerous duplicates to encircle Ishiki. Meanwhile, Sasuke activated Susanoo, brandishing the Kusanagi sword, poised to strike at any moment. Upon realizing he was surrounded by Naruto's clones, Ishiki felt a jolt of surprise. Yet he pressed on undeterred. However, Naruto's clones swiftly dispersed, leaving Ishiki to lunge at empty air. At that instant, Sasuke employed his heavenly hand power, appearing behind Ishiki to launch a surprise attack, aiming his sword at Ishiki's back. Sensing the imminent danger, Ishiki turned to defend himself, yet Sasuke's Kusanagi still grazed his arm, inflicting a wound. Fuming, Ishiki glared at Sasuke, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Just then, Naruto reappeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Ishiki had no time to evade, and the blow sent him hurtling backward. Regaining his balance mid-air, he landed on the ground, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Realizing he could no longer endure this onslaught, he resolved to break free from Naruto and Sasuke's siege. Ishiki began to unleash a formidable chakra, invoking the rarely seen Baiku, his form expanding to that of a colossal giant. He swung his fists, striking at the surrounding Naruto clones, which were swiftly dispersed, leaving only the original still standing. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, activating the Ninetales chakra mode, and engaged Ishiki in a fierce battle, neither side yielding an inch. As the conflict raged on, Naruto and Sasuke discerned that while Ishiki's strength was immense, his techniques were somewhat predictable and could be countered. Consequently, they resolved to alter their strategy, opting not to confront Ishiki head-on, but to exploit Susanoo's defensive capabilities to gradually exhaust his stamina. As time passed, Ishiki's vitality waned, and his movements became sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke harnessed the heavenly hand power to materialize before Ishiki, plunging his sword towards Ishiki's heart. Though Ishiki attempted to evade, it was too late. Sasuke's Kusanagi pierced through him, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Simultaneously, Otsutsuki Ishiki resurrected in another vessel imbued with a seal. There, he awaited Naruto and Sasuke, primarily due to his inability to escape their relentless pursuit. Furthermore, he intended to grant the other vessel time to flee, all while contemplating whether he could overpower Naruto and Sasuke. Ishiki's ultimate ambition was to eliminate Naruto and Sasuke, or at the very least, to exchange their lives for his own. Yet, he had not anticipated being so effortlessly defeated by them. As for Ishiki's ability to wield immense power in his new vessel and swiftly locate and unseal it, it was all thanks to genetic enhancement serums and scientific ninja tools. After his resurrection in the new vessel, Ishiki's emotions were tumultuous, particularly as he recalled the harrowing battle with Naruto and Sasuke, filled with resentment and bitterness. Naruto, Sasuke, just you wait. This time, you merely escaped by chance. Next time, I will not let you slip away, he snarled, his eyes gleaming with icy malevolence. Reflecting on the recent clash, an indescribable fury surged within him. He had believed his formidable strength would easily crush Naruto and Sasuke, only to discover their surprising might and cunning. This realization filled him with profound regret, coupled with a deep-seated hatred and apprehension toward them. Once I cultivate the God tree and absorb its fruit, your demise will be inevitable, Ishiki thought darkly, his hands clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms. He silently vowed to seize any opportunity for revenge, to rend Naruto and Sasuke asunder. At that moment, the fabric of space shifted, and Ishiki found himself unwittingly drawn into Kagaya's alternate dimension. Kagaya appeared before him, her brow furrowed, a glimmer of lethal intent in her eyes as she coldly declared, Ishiki, I never expected you to survive that encounter. Allow me to finish what I started. Ishiki exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that his clandestine maneuvers had long been perceived by Naruto's Kagura Shingon and Sasuke's magnetic field awareness. The reason Naruto and Sasuke had feigned ignorance and refrained from executing him then was merely to prevent Ishiki from sensing danger and fleeing. As Sasuke lacked absolute certainty in securing Otsutsuki Ishiki, Naruto, utilizing communication technology, informed Kagaya and others of the vessel harboring Ishiki's seal. The technological advancements within the ninja world had progressed rapidly. Years prior, Orochimaru had established connections with the world of Boruto, and now communication across vast distances was commonplace. Upon Kagaya and others learning the location of Ishiki's new vessel, it was swiftly ensnared by Kagaya's immense Rinnegan, rendering escape impossible. As fate would have it, upon encountering Kagaya, Ishiki's eyes brimmed with unbridled fury and murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and spat. "This is all your fault, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Had you not ambushed me, feeding me to the god tree, I would not find myself in this predicament." In response to Ishiki's accusations, Kagaya remained impassive, asserting, "Words are futile. You sought to feed me to the Ten Tails? Did you expect me to remain passive?" Her voice was cold and resolute, devoid of remorse for her actions. "I was defeated by you." Ishiki seethed, his hatred towards Kagaya palpable, having already suffered at the hands of Naruto and Sasuke. Seeing Kagaya, the architect of his tragic fate, only fueled his rage further, compelling him to seek her demise. Yet, Ishiki found himself in a weakened state, far from his former glory. Faced with Kagaya and a multitude of formidable adversaries like Indra and Ashura, he perceived his escape as futile, engulfed by despair. Thus, he erupted in a furious tirade. "Kagaya, you traitor of the Otsutsuki clan. The ancestors of our clan will surely avenge me." However, before Ishiki could finish his retort, Kagaya silenced him with a swift and lethal blow, leading to his ultimate demise. Chapter 169. Inheriting the Legacy after vanquishing Kagaya Otsutsuki in the alternate dimension. Naruto and Sasuke returned to the lair of Ishiki Otsutsuki. Sasuke utilized his Kamui to summon Amato. "Hey, Amato, it is time to awaken," Naruto said. Noticing Amato was still unconscious, gently tapping his face, Amato opened his eyes, casting a wary glance at Naruto and Sasuke. "Amato, I trust you recognize us." "Ishiki has been eliminated," Naruto asserted. "Ishiki has been slain by you?" Amato's expression shifted to one of fleeting terror, disbelief etched in his eyes. Observing Amato's reaction, Naruto surmised that Amato likely betrayed Ishiki only in the latter stages. "Now, Amato, elucidate your worth," Sasuke stated coldly. After a brief silence, Amato replied, "I possess advanced scientific technologies, and through Ishiki, I have acquired a wealth of the Otsutsuki clan's forbidden knowledge. Moreover, Ishiki should not be dead yet. I have assisted him in experimenting with a more formidable new vessel. The vessel has been implanted with a chakra seal and has completed its thawing process, meaning Ishiki may have already reincarnated." Naruto furrowed his brow and inquired, "Logically, doesn't the reincarnation of Ishiki require the seal to be inscribed anew onto the new vessel?" Amato was slightly taken aback, astonished by Naruto's familiarity with the Otsutsuki clan, yet he maintained his composure and answered, "Indeed. But I have successfully modified the seal through research on Orochimaru's curse mark reincarnation, allowing it to thaw and activate directly on the new vessel. This way, Ishiki would not need to have the seal inscribed again, facilitating a quicker and more efficient reincarnation. However, this method has a drawback. It consumes a portion of the soul." Naruto nodded, a hint of a smile appearing on his face, feeling a sense of satisfaction with Amato's response and intellect. He then calmly stated, "You are quite impressive. But I must inform you that Ishiki is indeed dead. Even if he reincarnates into a new vessel, he cannot escape our pursuit. Therefore, you are presented with two choices. One is to become our scientist, serving the Leaf Village like Ishiki." Amato's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He understood the peril of his situation. If he did not make the right choice, the consequences would be dire. Hesitantly, he asked then, "What is the second choice?" Sasuke glared at Amato, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Of course. The other option is for us to escort you to your demise." Amato's eyes widened in fear as he gazed at Sasuke. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "I choose option 1. "Very well, then you shall accompany us back to the Leaf Village," Sasuke replied. Amato nodded, realizing he had no other alternatives. Thus, Naruto and Sasuke, along with Amato and crucial data from the base, departed from Ishiki's lair, embarking on their journey back to the Leaf Village. Upon their return to the Leaf Village, Naruto and Sasuke entrusted Amato to Orochimaru and Tobirama, aiming to harness Amato's technology and enlist his assistance in transforming the moon into a scientific ninja tool. With Amato's expertise, the moon's transformation project gained critical support from the foremost specialists in the field. In contrast to Orochimaru and Tobirama, Amato resembled a true scientist, excelling in machinery, computing, and scientific ninja tools. Orochimaru was a biological research expert, while Tobirama was a master of forbidden techniques. After handing Yamato over to Orochimaru and Tobirama, Naruto and Sasuke proceeded to visit Kaguya. Arriving at the Hyuga clan, Naruto and Sasuke found Kaguya. "Grandmother, why did you summon us? What is the matter?" Naruto inquired, a smile gracing his face. Kaguya glanced at the two with a serious expression. "Let us discuss this in a different space." With that, Kaguya employed her space-time ninjutsu, transporting Naruto and Sasuke into a peculiar realm. Following closely in Kaguya's footsteps, the two soon arrived at a mysterious and ancient location. Before them loomed a massive stone wall, intricately etched with a plethora of complex and enigmatic patterns. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the designs symbolized the three clans of the Otsutsuki. "Grandmother, what is this place?" Naruto asked curiously, gazing at the totems. Sasuke's demeanor turned grave as he pondered the reason behind Kaguya's cautiousness. Kaguya pointed to the stone wall, her tone heavy with gravity. "This is the place where Ishiki once stored the Ten Tails." At her words, Naruto's expression shifted and Sasuke's eyes sharpened, both recognizing the significance of this location. Kaguya delicately touched the totems on the wall, causing the colors of the three totems to transform, radiating a brilliant purple light. Simultaneously, the figures of Ishiki and Kaguya materialized before them in a holographic projection. The totems on the ground began to glow with a similar purple luminescence. "Naruto, beneath our feet lies a juvenile Ten Tails," Kaguya spoke softly. "Is there truly a Ten Tails sealed here?" Sasuke inquired, astonished. Naruto, filled with excitement and a sense of relief regarding Kaguya's acquisition of the Ten Tails, felt reassured that Kaguya considered them allies. Naruto and Sasuke followed Kaguya underground, where they beheld the juvenile Ten Tails ensnared by dark rods. This juvenile Ten Tails appeared remarkably different from what Naruto and Sasuke had encountered during the Fourth Great Ninja War. It was entirely white, resembling a colossal slime creature, save for its large red rinnegan, which offered a fleeting sense of familiarity. Kaguya gazed at the Ten Tails, her eyes shimmering with exhilaration. She turned to Naruto and Sasuke, stating, "With this Ten Tails, combined with Ishiki's corpse, we can cultivate the God Tree anew and harvest chakra fruits." Naruto nodded with a smile, in agreement. "However, we cannot plant it in the shinobi world. Doing so would wreak ecological havoc. The transformation of the moon into a scientific ninja tool is nearing completion. At that time, we can cultivate the God Tree on other celestial bodies." "Indeed," Sasuke concurred. Suddenly, Naruto recalled something and asked, "Kaguya, how did the Ten Tails come into existence? Why does it appear so peculiar?" Kaguya explained, "The Ten Tails is essentially the seed of the God Tree. This particular Ten Tails was likely cultivated from a seed taken from the God Tree that Ishiki and I once planted together. It should have been acquired by Ishiki after I was sealed by the Feathered Robe and the Feathered Village, and subsequently nurtured into its current form." Surprise and curiosity spread across Naruto's face as he pressed for clarification. "So, does this mean we can cultivate it multiple times? What implications does this hold?" Kaguya gazed at Naruto, her eyes sparkling with mystery. She nodded gently and answered in a calm voice, "Indeed, as long as we have an ample supply of chakra, we can continually plant the God Tree and reap abundant chakra fruits. However, to realize this ambition, we require one crucial element: the corpses of the Otsutsuki clan. Only by harnessing their immense power can the God Tree thrive and yield even more fruits." Chapter 170. The imminent interstellar voyage. Time passes swiftly like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a year has gone by. After relentless efforts, the transformation of the moon into a scientific stronghold has finally reached completion. On this day, the Shinobi clan convenes all its disciples for a meeting, each one possessing at least the strength of a Kage in the Shinobi world. They gather together to deliberate on forthcoming actions. Indra speaks first. "Esteemed brethren, the lunar transformation project is now officially complete. We must immediately select suitable candidates to venture to other planets and seize resources to enhance our power." His gaze sweeps across the assembly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara exclaims with enthusiasm, "I can hardly contain myself. I wish to go." His voice resonates with confidence and resolve. Naruto and Sasuke exchange glances and simultaneously declare, "We shall also join." Their faces radiate with anticipation and fighting spirit. Soon, numerous others express their eagerness to participate. At this moment, Hinata, who had remained silent, timidly speaks up, "Naruto-kun, I wish to go as well." Her eyes reveal a glimmer of desire, yet are predominantly filled with shyness. "Then let us embark together," Naruto replies with a smile. having enjoyed ample meals throughout her life and successfully awakened to be a Kugen. Hinata's prowess has already reached a level beyond that of a Kage. Moreover, Naruto often trains with her, and she possesses a modicum of combat experience. Ultimately, through unanimous agreement, the roster of those traveling to outer space is confirmed. Indra, Uchiha Madara, Naruto, Sasuke, Kaguya, Hinata, Shojin, Orochimaru, Tobirama, Amato, Hozuki Mangetsu, and the third Raikage A and third Kazekage, Kazuki, and Yamashiro Aoi. This team embodies the pinnacle of shinobi strength. Entrusted with the monumental task of exploring the cosmos and seeking new opportunities. Hashirama, why are you not joining us? Uchiha Madara exclaims incredulously, his eyes wide with disbelief. The absence of his dear friend Senju Hashirama's name from the list perplexes him. Hashirama, maintaining a calm demeanor, explains, Madara, you all go ahead. I wish to remain here to protect the shinobi world and ensure its safety. His gaze is steadfast and serene, as if he is prepared to face any challenge alone. Uchiha Madara scoffs, a hint of dissatisfaction and provocation in his tone. Humph, take care. By the time I return, your strength may very well lag behind mine. Just then, Ashura approaches Indra and softly states, Hashirama is right. Brother, let us stay behind to safeguard the shinobi world. His eyes shine with determination and confidence, as if he has discovered his own purpose. Indra smiles faintly, patting Ashura on the shoulder, and solemnly says, Very well, Ashura, I entrust this responsibility to you. During my absence, please ensure the shinobi world and our clan remain in order. Ashura nods vigorously, his eyes glimmering with resolve and courage. Rest assured, brother, I will give my all and not disappoint your expectations. Indra nods approvingly, and then turns to Naruto and the others, stating, Since our personnel have been confirmed, return here tomorrow, and we shall depart without delay. Prepare yourselves well. That night, a grand farewell banquet is held in the shinobi world, with many coming to bid farewell to Naruto and the others. Dressed in splendid attire, Naruto greets each guest with a smile, his heart filled with both nostalgia and reluctance. For this parting signifies the onset of unknown challenges and adventures. As he encounters familiar faces, tears well up in Naruto's eyes. These are his comrades with whom he has fought side by side through countless battles and adversities, and now they must face separation. However, Naruto understands that this is a path they must tread, a necessary journey for their growth. At that moment, Jiraiya approaches Naruto, gently patting his shoulder. Jiraiya's eyes reflect unwavering faith and trust as he says, Naruto, remember to return soon. I want you to meet my soon-to-be born child. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Naruto nods, acutely aware of Jiraiya's expectations and care for him. Tsunade, her belly round with child, stands beside Jiraiya, smiling at Naruto. Indeed, Naruto, you must return safely. We will all be waiting for you. Her gaze conveys profound concern and blessings for him. Naruto responds emotionally, I will, sensei, and Lady Tsunade. You can rest assured, I will return safely. Naruto, Koen, Hinata softly calls his name, her eyes glistening with tears. Naruto steps forward, grasping Hinata's hand firmly, gently reassuring her. Hinata, Naruto, remember to protect Lady Hinata, Neji states with unwavering conviction. His expression bears a hint of regret for not being strong enough to join, yet it is overshadowed by his recognition and trust in Naruto's abilities. As Naruto and Hinata lock eyes, their gazes intertwine, as if 1,000 unspoken words pass between them. As time flows on, the banquet reaches its zenith, with guests expressing their well wishes to Naruto and the others. Amidst the joyful melodies, everyone revels in the moment's elation. Yet, Naruto knows that this is but a fleeting farewell. In the days to come, they will confront even greater challenges and trials. Chapter 171, Interstellar Voyage soon. The following day arrived. In an expansive area, Naruto, Sasuke, and their companions gathered, preparing for their lunar departure. As they were about to leave, a multitude of people came to bid them farewell. Naruto, you must return safely, Minato and Kushina urged. I will, Mom, Dad, Naruto replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Naruto, remember to eat this on your journey, CHG said, presenting a specially made burger. Thank you, CHG, Naruto smiled, knowing this was a cherished gift from his friend. Sasuke, be sure to return safely, Itachi, Fugaku, and Makoto added. Understood, Nisan, father, mother, Sasuke replied, his gaze reflecting a trace of sorrow. At that moment, a voice interrupted. Naruto, Sasuke, it's time to go, Indra stated calmly. Yes, Naruto responded. Casting one last glance at those who had come to see them off, Minato, Kushina, Shursui, Itachi, Izumi, Fugaku, Mikoto, Might Guy, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Lee, Sakura, Ino, Niji, CHG, and many others, including Hashirama, Ashura, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha's Gale, and Yuen. Goodbye. I will return safely. Naruto waved. As Naruto and the others followed Sasuke into the space-time tunnel activated by his Manjiki Sharingan, they were momentarily blinded by a flash before finding themselves within the moon's interior. They stood in a vast control room, centrally located amidst an enormous display screen that vividly showcased the real-time scenes outside the moon. At the heart of the room lay a colossal Rinnegan, resembling a gigantic disc, exuding an aura of mystery and power. Surrounding the giant Rinnegan were crystalline barriers, shimmering and translucent, casting a faint glow. The floors, walls, and ceiling of the control room were made of sturdy iron, imparting a stark industrial aesthetic. Various puppets were meticulously arranged in the corners of the room, resembling a silent legion. The overall ambience of the control room radiated a profound sense of advanced technology. Everything is ready. We can set off, Orochimaru announced, his face alight with excitement. After speaking, he pressed the activation button, causing the enormous Rinnegan to unleash a formidable energy, propelling the moon to gradually drift away from the shinobi world towards the starry ocean. As the shinobi world receded further from view until it faded away entirely, Naruto and the others felt a wave of nostalgia. This signified the commencement of a new journey, one that would take them from the familiar realm into the uncharted territories. This decision represented a monumental challenge for each individual, yet simultaneously an opportunity for growth and advancement. Naruto, when do you think we will return to the shinobi world? Hinata inquired with concern, her gaze reflecting her uncertainty about the future. She feared that upon their return, everything would have transformed, leaving her in a world devoid of familiarity. Naruto recognized Hinata's apprehension and sought to reassure her. It won't be long, Hinata. We are merely stepping away for a while. We will return once our mission is complete. Trust me, we will reunite with everyone in the shinobi world. Nevertheless, Naruto was acutely aware that this journey might span a considerable length of time. After all, in the vastness of the universe, finding a planet as valuable as the shinobi world or one suitable for cultivating the god tree would be no simple task. On another note, Karen posed a similar question to Sasuke. Having joined the journey due to her formidable abilities, she was welcomed by the group. Sasuke silently watched the shinobi world gradually vanish from sight, a surge of complex emotions welling within him. He then turned to Karen, his expression dimming slightly, and with a faint smile, he murmured, perhaps 1 year, 2 years, or even 100 years. Upon hearing this, Karen's complexion drained of color, her eyes reflecting fear and despair. She trembled, whispering, 100 years? Does that mean I might never return to my world? Will I never see my mother again? Hinata, too, was taken aback by Karen's words, a wave of inexplicable dread washing over her. Clenching her fists, she spoke with a quiver in her voice, Naruto, I fear I may lose the chance to return to my world. Naruto inwardly berated Sasuke for his lack of tact, but he gently comforted Hinata once more. It's all right, Hinata. If we truly cannot find our way back, we can choose to return. Hinata nodded slightly, her voice soft as she replied, Thank you for your unwavering support and care, Naruto. As time flew by, a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this long interval, Naruto, Sasuke, and their companions largely occupied themselves with training. Throughout this journey, they traversed countless planets, most of which were barren of life. These worlds resembled desolate realms, devoid of any signs of existence. Each planet exhibited unique and bizarre features. Some were blanketed by endless deserts, others were filled with searing magma, while some were shrouded in icy glaciers, and a few even emitted lethal gases. There were planets with gravitational forces far exceeding that of the shinobi world. The primary reason these planets had become lifeless was due to their extreme temperatures, either excessively high or abysmally low. Some planets experienced drastic temperature fluctuations between day and night, with one half scorching hot and the other uncomfortably cold. Such extreme climatic conditions rendered the survival and reproduction of life nearly impossible. Despite the apparent lack of value in these lifeless worlds, Naruto and his companions unearthed a plethora of precious resources absent in the shinobi world, predominantly mineral resources, which Sasuke stored within the Kemui dimension. During their explorations, they occasionally encountered planets teeming with life. Yet those beings lacked intelligence, merely consisting of microscopic organisms or insects. The harsh ecological environments posed severe challenges due to extreme weather conditions and resource scarcity, hindering the evolution and development of life. Thus, these planets were not suitable for cultivating the God Tree. Shinra, Orochimaru, Amato, have you made any new discoveries? Naruto inquired. Shinra, scanning the starry sky with the giant Rinnegan, replied, Naruto, please refrain from asking daily. I will inform you as soon as I have any news. Frustrated, Naruto scratched his head and said, I'm just so bored. Can you find a more interesting planet? Sasuke and I would like to have a sparring match there. Shinra glanced at Naruto but continued to focus on his work without responding. Meanwhile, Amato chimed in with a smile. Naruto, I have a suitable planet. It looks incredibly beautiful. Instantly intrigued, Naruto rushed over to Amato, eager to learn more. What is it like? Let me see. Amato gestured toward the astronomical telescope, inviting Naruto to take a look. As Naruto peered through the eyepiece, astonishment washed over him at the sight before him. The planet exhibited a unique blend of green and blue hues, bearing an astonishing resemblance to Earth. Orochimaru, come quickly. This might be the target we've been searching for, Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing the news, Orochimaru promptly set aside his work and swiftly approached the astronomical telescope. Oh, is it truly so? Allow me to take a look. Peering through the lens, Orochimaru meticulously scrutinized the distant celestial body, a smile gradually gracing his countenance. Indeed, Naruto, you were correct. This certainly appears to be our intended destination. Shurin, intrigued, leaned in closer, also catching sight of the remote planet. Having witnessed countless worlds through the colossal Rinnegan, Shurin could not suppress his awe. He nodded slightly in agreement. Amato has performed admirably. This planet seems highly likely to harbor signs of life. However, to ascertain the specifics, further exploration is imperative. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes. In that case, let us prepare and set forth towards this planet without delay. Shurin nodded in affirmation, maneuvering the moon towards their celestial target. Chapter 172, The Dragon Slayer Becomes the Dragon, Part 1. After enduring a lengthy journey spanning a month, Naruto and his companions finally arrived at the exquisite planet. As they approached the celestial body aboard their lunar vessel, a powerful and radiant wave of light suddenly surged forth from the planet. However, rather than succumbing to panic, Naruto and his comrades were filled with joy. After more than a year of travel, this was their first response from the outside world. Moreover, this attack indicated that the planet was anything but ordinary, igniting their curiosity and anticipation for the unknown realm ahead. The group was ecstatic, their spirits soaring. At that moment, Sasuke unhesitatingly activated his Kamui skill, transporting everyone to the surface of the moon. As the impending wave of light approached, Uchiha Madara sported a disdainful smile, confidently declaring, "Is that all the power you possess? Allow me to handle it effortlessly." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his complete Susanoo, channeling a formidable chakra to launch an astonishing Indra's arrow. The two immense energies collided with a cataclysmic force, triggering a tremendous explosion in the vastness of space. A colossal shockwave radiated outward, causing the entire expanse to tremble. Sharon utilized repulsion to withstand the residual force of the explosion, his brow furrowed in concern as he remarked, "This power is unexpectedly formidable. Without countermeasures, that strike could have obliterated the moon." Sasuke, undeterred, summoned all his chakra and released a massive repulsion, neutralizing the remnants of the explosion. Under the combined might of Sharon and Sasuke's repulsion, the moon remained unaffected, steadfastly advancing toward the mysterious planet. Just then, Naruto and his companions were astonished to see several technologically advanced spacecraft emerge from the planet. These vessels swiftly approached Naruto's position, evidently originating from the planet's civilization. Naruto keenly noted this development, while Orochimaru fixated on the ships, his excitement palpable as he licked his lips and exclaimed, "What advanced technology!" Soon, Naruto and his companions encountered the spacecraft. Through their perception abilities, they discerned that the pilots were a group of hairy, ape-like beings, their strength limited. "Should we attempt to communicate with them?" Tobirama inquired. Uchiha Madara dismissed the notion with a scoff, stating coldly, "Do you even need to ask, Tobirama? Have you forgotten our purpose for coming here?" Upon hearing this, Naruto fell into contemplation, turning to Kakashi for his thoughts. "Kakashi, What is your perspective on this matter? After a moment's reflection, Kakashi responded, in my opinion, we should first strive to understand their true intentions and backgrounds. Allow me. He then invoked the mind transfer technique, enabling Naruto and the others to communicate directly with the ape-like beings without any intermediary devices, implanting their words directly into the minds of the others. However, Naruto and the others soon furrowed their brows as the opposing party exhibited strong counter-surveillance instincts, unwilling to divulge any information about their planet. After a challenging exchange, it became evident that they had gleaned little valuable information. Uchiha Madara snorted in disdain. Why continue this pointless chatter? Let us simply eliminate them. Indra also expressed a strong desire for battle, asserting, indeed, this is a waste of time. We should capture them and extract intelligence using mind-reading techniques. Sasuke nodded in agreement. All right, I shall return shortly. With that, Sasuke opened a space-time portal using Kamui, shortly returning with several of the ape-like beings before Naruto and the others. A faint smile graced Sasuke's lips as he quietly remarked, the technological level of this planet is quite impressive, yet their combat capabilities are rather feeble. However, their vitality is remarkably robust. It seems this place is ideal for cultivating the God Tree. Kagaya's eyes sparkled with interest as she slightly nodded. If that is the case, let us explore this planet. If it proves suitable, we shall commence the planting of the God Tree immediately. Subsequently, Naruto piloted the lunar vessel to a location near the planet, stopping at an optimal distance. Sharon and Amato remained aboard the moon, tasked with guarding and protecting. Consequently, Naruto and his companions descended onto the planet's surface using Sasuke's space-time ninjutsu. They materialized in a vast grassland, beneath a blue sky adorned with fluffy clouds, teeming with life. Through Naruto's keen senses, he detected a modern city not far ahead, inhabited by intelligent ape-like beings. Kagaya surveyed the surroundings, nodding with satisfaction. Naruto, this planet is indeed perfect for cultivating the God Tree. We should act swiftly. Without hesitation, Naruto expressed his agreement. However, just as Kagaya was about to perform the summoning technique to call forth the juvenile Ten-Tails, a massive missile, trailing a long plume of flame, hurtled toward them from the distance. Is that a nuclear missile? Naruto gasped in shock at the approaching projectile. Sasuke, do you recognize what that is? He inquired, his voice laced with concern. It is an extremely powerful weapon capable of causing catastrophic devastation, Naruto replied gravely. Sasuke furrowed his brow, having only just learned about nuclear weapons from the ape beings. He pondered, could Naruto have learned a Jinjutsu? At that moment, Uchiha Madara sneered dismissively. What is this nonsense about nuclear missiles? Watch me cut it down. He activated his complete Susanoo, brandishing the enormous sword, charging toward the missile with a fierce intent. No. Both Naruto and Sasuke shouted in unison, attempting to intervene. Yet, they could do nothing but watch as Madara's Susanoo sword struck the missile. The ensuing explosion was deafening. A colossal mushroom cloud rising into the sky and engulfing the battlefield in an instant. Prepared for the impact, Naruto summoned a massive Nine-Tails head using his chakra to shield everyone nearby. In the aftermath of the explosion, the landscape for miles was left barren. Naruto swiftly brought Uchiha Madara back to his side, gasping at the sight before him. Madara, disheveled and on the brink of collapse, appeared gravely injured. Without the protection of Susanoo, he may have perished. Karen, quickly, Naruto called urgently. Without hesitation, Karen placed her arm near Madara's mouth and upon his bite. He was restored to full strength. How infuriating. Uchiha Madara seethed, brimming with rage and murderous intent. Meanwhile, Kagaya sensed the lingering radiation from the nuclear explosion. Her brow furrowing as she remarked, we cannot allow the enemy to continue deploying such weapons. It will diminish the life energy of this planet, jeopardizing our efforts to cultivate the God Tree. Indra stated evenly, I shall eradicate all life on this planet. Take me with you, Uchiha Madara added. Hearing the intention to eliminate all intelligent life on the planet, Hinata and Karen, despite their prior mental preparation, felt a pang of reluctance. At that moment, Kakashi suggested, it would be prudent to assassinate or control the rulers of this planet. We still do not know how many of these weapons they possess, and provoking them would not be advantageous for us. Naruto nodded and said, Kujin is right. This weapon possesses tremendous power and poses a significant threat to our plans for cultivating the Divine Tree. Sasuke, could you see if you can utilize Kamui to capture them? Perhaps we could use them against the Otsutsuki clan. You speak wisely, Naruto, Orochimaru interjected. The technology and weaponry on this planet merit thorough examination. Having witnessed the devastation of a nuclear bomb, Orochimaru was eager to understand its construction. Understood. Let us proceed, Sasuke replied. First, we must locate the individuals of authority on this planet, Kujin suggested. I know where to find them, Sasuke affirmed. Sasuke utilized his space-time ninjutsu, transporting Naruto and the others to a bustling modern city, characterized by soaring skyscrapers and orderly streets filled with pedestrians. Suddenly, a group of armed ape-like beings appeared before them. Brandishing a variety of modern weaponry, such as automatic rifles and handguns, their gazes fixed warily on Naruto and his companions. One of the apes shouted, "What do you intend to do?" Uchiha Madara's face darkened with anger. Having just survived a nuclear strike, his fury was yet to subside. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "What do you think I want?" The armed apes, sensing the tension, raised their weapons and nervously aimed at Madara, shouting, "Do not approach. Halt. Otherwise, we will fire." Madara scoffed disdainfully, his form blurring as he swiftly appeared before the speaker, seizing him by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. Activating his Manjiki Sharingan, he cast an illusion to extract all the information from the ape's mind. With a swift motion, he snapped the creature's neck and discarded it. Meanwhile, the other apes, upon witnessing the futility of their firearms against Naruto and his group, hesitated and began to flee. Think you can run after causing such havoc? Madara laughed heartily. He then commenced a ruthless assault on the remaining apes. Just then, several missiles were launched, but for Naruto and his companions, they were akin to mere explosive tags. They effortlessly defended against the attacks and continued their campaign against the apes. Soon, the area was cleared of the ape-like creatures, and Naruto and his comrades found themselves in a lavish building, face-to-face with the planet's ruler. To Naruto's eyes, the apes appeared nearly identical, rendering identification difficult. However, the individual adorned with a crown was undoubtedly the sovereign of this world. It seems this planet is ruled by autocracy, Indra observed. Upon encountering the ruler, Indra swiftly employed Jinjutsu to subdue him, extracting the precise location of the nuclear arsenal. Subsequently, Sasuke set off to secure the weapons. After a fierce confrontation, the planet swiftly fell into the hands of Naruto, Sasuke, and their allies. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, the apes were no match for the formidable ninjas. Having neutralized the threat posed by this planet, Naruto and his companions could finally exhale, turning their focus to the cultivation of the divine tree. On a vast, open plain, Kagaya stood with hands forming seals, invoking the summoning technique. As a cloud of smoke billowed, a juvenile Ten Tails manifested before them. Kagaya presented the body of a Shiki before the Ten Tails, signaling it to consume the offering. The Ten Tails opened its mouth and devoured Ashiki's remains, absorbing the immense power contained within. Upon finishing, it appeared to activate a mysterious key, settling into stillness and curling into a ball before gradually sinking into the earth. At that moment, a miraculous transformation occurred. A colossal tree erupted from the ground, rapidly growing in size. The trunk thickened at an astonishing rate, its leaves flourishing and casting a vast shadow. Observing this spectacle, Kagaya nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "The seed of the divine tree has been successfully planted. Now we must patiently await the ripening of its fruit." Upon hearing her words, joy illuminated the faces of Naruto, Sasuke, and the others, for they understood that the fruit of the divine tree would yield boundless energy and power, crucial for their future endeavors. Days turned into weeks as Naruto and his companions awaited the emergence of chakra fruits from the divine tree. Rather than exterminating the inhabitants of this planet, they confiscated all their large-scale weaponry. Additionally, they erected barriers around the divine tree to prevent the native residents from intruding. During this period of waiting, Orochimaru, Amato, and Tobirama diligently studied the scientific advancements of this world, driven by a curiosity that sought to extract further knowledge and experience. Such technology could hold significant implications, aiding them in comprehending the world and potentially propelling the ninja realm's progress. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke utilized this time to train, fully aware that the challenges ahead would only grow more formidable, necessitating their continuous improvement to confront various crises. Chapter 173. The Dragon Slayer Becomes the Evil Dragon, Part 2. After several months of prolonged anticipation, the divine tree finally began to bear fruit. Upon witnessing the fruits adorning the tree, the crowd exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with expectation and desire. Especially Naruto, Sasuke, Uchiha Madara, and Indra, all of whom harbored an intense longing to consume the chakra fruit. Grandmother, does the chakra fruit only yield one fruit at a time? Naruto inquired curiously of Kaguya. She nodded slightly in affirmation, explaining, indeed, even under optimal conditions, the divine tree can only produce one fruit, although the quality may vary. Compared to the ninja world, this planet is somewhat inferior, thus the quality of this chakra fruit pales in comparison to that which I consumed in the ninja world during my time. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Naruto's eyes, but he quickly reconciled with the notion. He smiled at Kaguya, saying, I see. In that case, I shall not contend for it. Sasuke, observing this, promptly echoed, if Naruto does not desire it, then I shall forego it as well. At this juncture, only Indra and Uchiha Madara remained. They exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with competitive fervor, each eager to claim the precious chakra fruit. Indra furrowed his brow and said, my reincarnation. Allow me to have this chakra fruit first. Madara's expression darkened at this, snorting derisively, humph, why should I concede? Who knows when the next fruit will appear? Just because you are my reincarnation, doesn't he mean I will back down? Let us settle this with a duel. The victor shall claim the chakra fruit. Indra's eyes flashed with anger for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure, a smirk gracing his lips as he coldly replied, very well, Madara, you have grown stronger. I shall accept your challenge. Who fears whom? Indra was undaunted, even exhibiting a hint of excitement in his voice. Just as the tension escalated between the two, a figure suddenly emerged between Madara and Indra, halting their confrontation. It was Kaguya, whose presence caused both to cease their advances. Grandmother, what brings you here? Indra asked, surprised at Kaguya's arrival. Do not fight, Kaguya stated with a stoic expression. Grandmother, do you desire the chakra fruit as well? Indra probed cautiously. Kaguya shook her head, replying coolly, the chakra fruit can be refined into chakra pills, allowing everyone to benefit. Her proposal left both Madara and Indra momentarily speechless, as they had not anticipated such a suggestion from Kaguya. Though Kaguya lacked experience in refining chakra pills from the chakra fruit, given its rarity and that only true leaders of the Otsutsuki clan would possess it, she was proficient in transforming the Eight Tails tentacles into chakra pills. Thus, she felt confident in her ability to refine the chakra fruit as well. Eventually, the chakra fruit was entrusted to Kaguya for refinement into pills. After taking the fruit, she did not depart immediately, but instead proclaimed, let us use the divine tree to transform all the ape men on this planet into white Zetsu. Orochimaru expressed palpable excitement. White Zetsu, what a splendid idea. My research facility has an immense need for white Zetsu, and our stock is dwindling. However, Hinata exhibited reluctance, saying, Grandmother, Naruto, isn't this approach overly cruel? Naruto comforted her. Hinata, do not overthink it. We are fundamentally from different worlds. While they possess some intelligence, we are the invaders. An enmity between us has become a matter of life and death. Naruto grimaced inwardly, acknowledging that his group had become no different from the Otsutsuki clan, having already slain many and subjugated their leaders, oppressing them into submission. Moreover, this planet, unlike the ninja world, had suffered severe ecological degradation following the growth of the divine tree, resulting in extreme weather phenomena such as typhoons and hail. The planet had become inhospitable to humanity. It was now entirely shrouded in ice and snow. Compared to when Naruto and his companions first arrived, over half of the ape men had perished, and the remaining ones were unlikely to survive. If one were to claim that these ape men bore no hatred towards Naruto and his comrades, Naruto would find it hard to believe. Indeed, we cannot afford to show mercy, Sasuke affirmed. Madara laughed heartily. It's about time all the ape men on this planet faced their demise. I am constantly dealing with those who wish to rebel. Hinata, you are far too kind-hearted, Kaguya sighed, understanding Hinata's innate goodness, which could sometimes manifest as a weakness. Hinata lowered her head, murmuring, Grandmother. She recognized Kaguya's concerns but felt unable to alter her nature. Naruto approached Hinata, gently patting her shoulder, offering solace. Hinata, your kindness and compassion are not your faults, but we fear you may suffer because of them. Showing mercy to enemies is cruelty towards oneself. This world is inherently merciless. Hinata lifted her gaze to meet Naruto's eyes, a flicker of determination igniting within her. She understood the wisdom in Naruto's words. They required strength to safeguard themselves and their loved ones. Naruto continued, we need not extend our compassion to the weak, especially to those who are irrelevant to us. Furthermore, we must harness their power to protect those we cherish. Hinata nodded in understanding. resolving to set aside her concerns and join the others in action. Thus, Naruto and his companions commenced utilizing the resources of this planet, draining it of its final drops of vitality, utterly annihilating the civilization that thrived here. They spared no mercy, for they understood that only through such ruthlessness could they amass sufficient power. Throughout this process, Hinata gradually learned to be strong and decisive, no longer swayed by her emotions. She realized that in this brutal world, kindness must have its limits. Otherwise, it would only lead to her own detriment. Ultimately, all remaining ape men on this planet were transformed into white Zetsu by the divine tree. The planet, due to the cultivation of the divine tree, had become uninhabitable for humanity, rendering its civilization extinct and making it unlikely for new civilizations to arise in the future. Chapter 174. Encounter with Peach Style, Gold Style, and Plum Style. After satiating their hunger, Naruto and his companions meticulously cleaned themselves and transformed all the ape-like beings on the planet into white Zetsu, thereby acquiring a highly practical army of white Zetsu resources. Subsequently, they returned to the moon, intending to embark on their next journey. This expedition proved bountiful, as they consumed chakra pills refined from Kagaya's chakra fruit, enhancing their powers significantly. Orochimaru and Tobirama, along with others, forcefully inherited the technology of this planet. They also invaded the minds of many scientists on the planet through illusions, extracting a wealth of scientific knowledge from their memories. Among these was the individual who had developed nuclear weapons, whose knowledge was of paramount importance. After meticulous research, Orochimaru and his team finally grasped the methods and principles behind nuclear weapon creation. From that moment on, they possessed mastery over both thermal and nuclear weaponry. Where shall we go now? Should we return to the shinobi world? Asked Shikamaru. No, I intend to explore this location. It may be suitable for planting the god tree. Orochimaru indicated on the map. Through the ape-like beings, Orochimaru learned of numerous planets in proximity to this one. Compared to the shinobi world, the technology of the ape-like beings was significantly more advanced, and their astronomical studies had yielded many planets that appeared habitable for humans. However, most were too distant, making it challenging even for Naruto and his companions to reach. Just as Naruto and his team were departing the moon, a rift appeared in the sky above the planet where the god tree was planted. Peach Style, Gold Style, and Plum Style arrived through space-time ninjutsu. Indeed, the aura of the chakra fruit is present. My perception has proven accurate, Peach Style remarked, gazing at the god tree. Have we arrived late, Senior Peach Style? Could it be that other Otsutsuki have come? Plum Style inquired. It is unlikely. In this star region, only Ishiki and Kagaya visited thousands of years ago. Since then, we are the only ones dispatched here to cultivate the god tree and search for traces of Ishiki and Kagaya. Peach Style furrowed his brow. Thus, this god tree may have been planted by Ishiki and Kagaya, Gold Style speculated. If that is the case, it seems Ishiki and Kagaya intended to betray the Otsutsuki clan, having been alive, yet missing for thousands of years. Could it be they sought to monopolize the chakra fruit? Plum Style pondered. Quite possibly, Peach Style replied, his tone betraying a hint of uncertainty but more so a simmering rage. The chakra fruit was now absent. Plum Style glanced at the barren branches of the god tree, disappointment evident in his eyes, realizing the challenge of finding a suitable planet for planting the god tree. What shall we do now? Gold Style asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Peach Style frowned, contemplating briefly before stating, regardless, we should pursue them. This god tree was recently planted, and they cannot have gone far. With that, the three accelerated their pace, their figures gradually vanishing into the horizon. The god tree stood silently, seemingly a witness to the events that had just transpired. After more than 2 months of travel, Naruto and his companions finally reached their destination. Their lunar vessel descended gently onto a vast plain, the closest point to a planet suspected to harbor life. Upon disembarking, they discovered this planet was far larger than they had anticipated, at least several times the size of the shinobi world. Naruto inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, confident that he had indeed found the right place. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. Turning around, Naruto spotted a colossal creature resembling a wild boar charging towards them. This behemoth stood nearly 10 meters tall, its tusks sharp and its demeanor menacing. Reacting swiftly, Naruto flickered and appeared atop the beast, delivering a powerful punch to its skull. A dull thud resonated, and the wild boar collapsed, letting out a pained cry. After examining the surroundings, Kagaya nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "This planet is indeed excellent. Perfectly suited for planting the God Tree." Shikamaru suggested, "Why don't we disperse and explore this planet to understand the specifics? If we encounter any issues, we can communicate through the mind transmission technique." Yamato had already employed the mind transmission technique, enabling Naruto and his teammates to communicate directly in their minds. Soon, Naruto and his companions thoroughly explored the planet, discovering only primitive life forms and no signs of civilization. Thus, they commenced the planting of the God Tree once more. As days turned into weeks, the God Tree grew steadily, its branches spreading out like a colossal umbrella enveloping the earth. After a brief 6 months, the God Tree was on the verge of bearing fruit again. The group gathered beneath the tree, gazing up at the lush foliage where a translucent chakra fruit hung, radiating an enticing glow. This chakra fruit was larger, rounder, and more vividly colored than the last. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, containing a rich reservoir of chakra energy. Kagaya remarked, "This planet teems with vitality. If we had more corpses of the Otsutsuki clan, I could cultivate additional chakra fruits." At her words, the group fell silent. Acquiring more corpses of the Otsutsuki clan was no simple task. Just then, Orochimaru interjected, "If it's merely the corpses of the Otsutsuki clan that you require, I can clone them using genetic technology. However, such corpses would lack any energy and would be incapable of producing chakra fruit." Kagaya frowned, fully aware that cloned Otsutsuki corpses were of no use. Only those possessing immense power and chakra, particularly those with unique eyes, would be beneficial, as the quality of the chakra fruit depended on this factor. As Naruto and his companions observed the chakra fruit nearing maturity, the sky above the God Tree suddenly split open, revealing a colossal space-time tunnel from which powerful energy waves emanated. Upon witnessing this, Naruto, Sasuke, and others immediately became alert. Soon, a figure emerged from the tunnel, accompanied by another person perched on his shoulder, none other than Peach Style and Gold Style, who had pursued them from the previous planet. Peach Style disdainfully remarked, "Kagaya, are there yet more beings of the Otsutsuki bloodline? Kagaya, have you betrayed Ishiki and the Otsutsuki clan?" Upon seeing Peach Style, Naruto's face lit up with surprise, exclaiming, "It's Peach Style. This is a stroke of fortune." Simultaneously, Sasuke, Indra, and Uchiha Madara also smiled, regarding Peach Style with predatory glances, feeling their gazes upon him. Peach Style snorted in contempt, angrily retorting, "Inferior beings tainted by the Otsutsuki bloodline, do not look at me with such eyes. It seems you cannot distinguish between hunter and prey." Naruto, with a smirk, taunted, "It appears you still fail to recognize the difference between hunter and hunted." His eyes gleaming with confidence and disdain. His tone was casual and mocking, as if he had already deemed Peach Style an easy target. Meanwhile, Indra, Uchiha Madara, and Sasuke exchanged amused glances at Peach Style, their expressions brimming with disdain and derision, as though they regarded his strength as inconsequential. Together, they exuded a formidable aura that instilled unprecedented pressure upon Peach Style. His expression darkened, taken aback by the palpable contempt directed at him. Chapter 175, Confrontation with Kagaya Tsutsuki. As Naruto, Sasuke, Indra, and Uchiha Madara faced off against Kagaya Tsutsuki and Kagaya Kinshiki, the God Tree unexpectedly blossomed, yielding a colossal chakra fruit that hung enticingly from its branches, radiating an alluring glow. This chakra fruit symbolized immense power, thereby captivating everyone's attention. A glint of greed flashed in Tsutsuki's eyes as he extended his right hand, unleashing a formidable gravitational force in an attempt to draw the chakra fruit to himself. However, Naruto and his companions would not allow Tsutsuki to succeed, and they unleashed their full potential. "Nine Tails!" Naruto shouted, connecting with the Nine Tails essence, and together they erupted with might. Naruto activated the Six Paths mode, transforming into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Kagaya Tsutsuki with astonishing speed. "What?" Tsutsuki gasped in shock, unable to comprehend Naruto's blinding velocity. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Tsutsuki crashing into the ground. Simultaneously, the chakra fruit plummeted from the tree, and with remarkable swiftness, Sasuke utilized his celestial power to catch it in his hands. Seeing his superior Tsutsuki being struck down, Kinshiki's rage ignited. He furiously swung his axe at Naruto. But Naruto, with swift reflexes, deftly sidestepped the attack. Kinshiki, unwilling to relent, swung his axe again in an attempt to sweep Naruto away. But Naruto retaliated with a kick that sent him flying. How is this possible? How can your strength be so formidable? Kinshiki's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to accept the ease with which he and Tsutsutsuki were being defeated. Tsutsutsuki painfully emerged from the crater, looking disheveled. Covered in dirt, blood trickling from his mouth, his voice muffled, and his face swollen, as though Naruto's punch had left him battered. Tsutsutsuki, it is time for my sacrifice, Kinshiki declared, clutching his abdomen as he shouted to Tsutsutsuki. He understood they had no other choice but to make one last desperate move for victory. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Tsutsutsuki, without hesitation, prepared to consume Kinshiki. Kinshiki willingly accepted his fate, ready to transform into chakra fruit for Tsutsutsuki to devour. Yet, just as Tsutsutsuki intended to absorb the chakra fruit that Kinshiki had become, an unforeseen event transpired. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara emerged with several shadow clones, like phantoms from the void, intercepting Tsutsutsuki and seizing the chakra fruit. Ultimately, the chakra fruit fell into Madara's grasp. Enraged, Tsutsutsuki bellowed, "You despicable lower beings." His eyes widened with murderous intent as he glared at Madara, his fury ablaze. Tsutsutsuki unleashed a red energy blast toward Madara, fueled by boundless anger and resentment. Uchiha reflection, Madara smirked slightly, his lips curling into a condescending smile as he effortlessly deflected Tsutsutsuki's attack with his Uchiha fan. Tsutsutsuki stared, incredulous, as his own attack ricocheted back at him. However, he did not falter. He swiftly utilized his Rinnegan to absorb the reflected energy blast. Realizing he was encircled by Naruto, Sasuke, Indra, and Madara, Tsutsutsuki felt the weight of the predicament upon him. Casting a glance towards Kaguya, who observed from afar, a flicker of anger crossed his eyes as he shouted, "Kaguya, you treacherous traitor! How dare you betray us?" In response to Tsutsutsuki's accusations, Kaguya remained composed, stating, "Naruto, Sasuke, Indra, Madara, you have rendered Tsutsutsuki utterly defenseless. Now control him. The two of you from the Tsutsuki clan are likely still harboring the tentails from your youth." Understood. Naruto and the others nodded, their faces alight with amusement as if they were spectators at an entertaining performance, with Tsutsutsuki reduced to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Feeling Naruto's disdain, Tsutsutsuki was engulfed by a mix of shame and anger, unable to contain himself as he retorted, "Do not be so arrogant, lower beings." He began to scan his surroundings for an escape route, ultimately deciding to attack Indra, who had yet to engage. "Oh, it seems I have been underestimated," Indra remarked with a slight smile as he saw Tsutsutsuki charge toward him, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He eagerly anticipated the clash, eager to ascertain who was the stronger. Indra, brimming with enthusiasm, unleashed bolts of lightning toward Tsutsutsuki. The crackling lightning shot forth like serpents from his fingertips, striking Tsutsutsuki with a resounding crackle. Yet, Tsutsutsuki merely smirked, extending his hand with the Rinnegan to absorb the lightning. As he prepared to return the lightning with multiplied force, Tsutsutsuki was startled to find Indra had vanished in a flash. How swift, Tsutsutsuki thought, unable to discern Indra's speed. As he sensed Indra's presence, he felt a chill run down his spine, realizing Indra stood behind him. Indra, grinning, launched a kick into Tsutsutsuki's back without hesitation. The force propelled Tsutsutsuki forward, yet instead of fear, he felt exhilaration. He intended to harness the momentum to escape, glancing back to return Indra's earlier lightning attack while attempting to utilize space-time ninjutsu to flee. But Naruto and Sasuke would not allow Tsutsutsuki to escape. They appeared instantaneously in front of him, blocking his path. Trying to flee? No chance. Naruto taunted. Sasuke, gripping the Kusanagi sword, coldly stated, "Today marks your demise." Tsutsutsuki gritted his teeth, casting a glance behind him, where Indra activated his Susanoo to easily block the returning lightning, while Madara positioned himself to obstruct Tsutsuki's retreat. Feeling the walls closing in, Tsutsuki sensed he was trapped with no escape. "Allow me to face him. You all watch," Indra declared with enthusiasm. His earlier lightning attack had merely been a test of Tsutsuki's abilities, and now, seeing Tsutsuki's capacity to amplify his power nearly 100-fold, Indra's interest was piqued. "Very well, Indra, you may take the lead," Sasuke responded with a slight smirk, casting a teasing glance at Tsutsuki. "Indeed, we shall observe," Naruto replied, arms crossed, a smile gracing his face. Let this be your turn, Madara added nonchalantly. Feeling the scorn from Naruto and the others, Tsuki was overwhelmed by a surge of humiliation. His pride was severely wounded, and he could no longer suppress his inner fury. He erupted in a furious tirade, a pack of lower beings tainted by the Tsuki bloodline. Do not think I will be defeated so easily. After his furious outburst, Tsuki swiftly retrieved a gourd, preparing to consume chakra pills to enhance his power. However, just as he was about to ingest the pills, a contemptuous smile crossed Sasuke's face as he softly uttered, "Hand it over." In an instant, Sasuke activated his celestial power once more, snatching the chakra pills from Tsuki's grasp. "You bastard!" Tsuki was engulfed in rage, his eyes wide in fury. His face flushed, as if he might ignite in flames. Yet, before he could unleash more of his wrath, Indra surged forward like a specter, launching an assault against him. As Tao Sure observed the situation, he was compelled to momentarily set aside his fury towards Sasuke and instead engage in an intense physical confrontation with Indra. Tao Sure's martial arts were strikingly similar to those of his counterpart, both exhibiting remarkable finesse that left onlookers in awe. However, in terms of strength, he was significantly weaker than Indra. The exchange between the two was relentless, with fists and feet flying in a flurry of movement. Soon, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of Indra, while Tao Sure found himself increasingly fatigued. Indra, on the other hand, seemed to be invigorated as if under the influence of a stimulant, growing more tenacious and audacious with each passing moment. His attacks were wild and unrestrained, complemented by an exhilarated expression and bloodthirsty eyes, embodying the essence of a battle maniac. Ultimately, Tao Sure was pinned beneath Indra, subjected to a flurry of merciless blows. Had it not been for Naruto and the others intervening just in time to restrain Indra's impulsive aggression, Tao Sure might have faced a fatal outcome at his hands. Chapter 176. Sharon vs. Pushi. Upon witnessing Peach's unconscious form after being struck by Indra, Naruto and the others fell into deep contemplation and discussion. "Grandmother, what should we do next? How can we obtain the 10 tails from Peach?" Naruto inquired with uncertainty. After a moment of reflection, Kaguya responded, "Let us first attempt to control him. If we succeed, we may be able to summon the 10 tails through a summoning technique. This is the customary method employed by the Otsutsuki clan to call forth the 10 tails." At that moment, Yamashiro Kade stepped forward, expressing his willingness to give it a try. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he successfully subdued Peach and employed his body to perform the summoning. As a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, a juvenile form of the 10 tails materialized before them. Dramatically, the previously unconscious Peach began to regain consciousness. And upon seeing the familiar visage of the juvenile 10 tails, he was filled with dread. Damn it! Peach finally grasped the fate that awaited him. He was to become sustenance for the 10 tails. This was precisely the method by which the Otsutsuki clan cultivated the god tree. "The Otsutsuki clan will not spare you," Peach roared. "You shall all pay, Kaguya, and you lot, none shall escape. After our demise, the Otsutsuki clan will undoubtedly send reinforcements. And within a few years, your annihilation will arrive." Haraha. However, before he could finish his proclamation, Uchiha Madara coldly interrupted. "Enough, silence yourself." Without hesitation, he cast Peach into the mouth of the juvenile 10 tails. With a piercing scream, Peach vanished within the 10 tails maw, while Naruto and the others once again planted the fruit of the god tree. Meanwhile, on the moon, Otsutsuki Pushi had not accompanied Peach and kin to the planet where Naruto resided. Instead, he had arrived on the moon. However, as soon as Pushi approached, he encountered Sharon. "It seems troublesome to face someone of the Otsutsuki bloodline. Our clan has rules against killing our own kind," Pushi remarked with a hint of mockery as he regarded Sharon. Upon observing Sharon closely, he noticed a certain familiarity in his eyes. Sharon, catching on to Pushi's demeanor, retorted, "Are you jesting? Cultivating the god tree requires the sacrifice of Otsutsuki members, and you should be more concerned about your own fate. Do not assume that possessing our bloodline makes you exceptional. There are disparities even among the Otsutsuki," Pushi declared, tossing a fishing rod toward Sharon. "You are correct. There are indeed differences among the Otsutsuki," Sharon replied, his eyes shifting from Byakugan to a brilliant blue as he activated the Rinnegan. In an instant, Pushi felt an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over him. Sharon was enveloped in a vibrant green chakra, unleashing a formidable magnetic force that seemed to tear through the surrounding air. Pushi's fishing rod, in the face of such power, was akin to a frail twig sent flying away. He found himself gasping for breath, retreating under the weight of the oppressive force. "This is impossible," Pushi exclaimed, astonished by the terrifying pressure emanating from Sharon. "There is nothing impossible. Disparities exist even among the Otsutsuki, as you stated," Sharon taunted, echoing Pushi's earlier words. Enraged, Pushi transformed the fishing rod into a crimson staff and launched an attack at Sharon. Sharon responded by wielding the truth-seeking orb, unleashing a torrential assault upon Pushi. Shocked, Pushi attempted to morph into a red butterfly to evade the onslaught, only to find himself ensnared in place by Sharon's universal pull. Seeing his predicament, Pushi quickly switched to his blue Rinnegan, preparing to utilize the ability of time reversal. However, in that very moment, Sharon also adeptly transitioned to his blue Rinnegan, invoking the same time reversal ability to counter Pushi. Pushi stood in stunned silence, realizing he was unable to move, reduced to a mere spectator. Meanwhile, Sharon struck Pushi with the truth-seeking orb, inflicting severe injuries upon him. "Why? How can you possess the same abilities as I?" Pushi cried out in terror. "This is your eye, after all. I owe you my gratitude," Sharon replied, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips. "What?" Pushi's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Sharon. It suddenly dawned on him that those eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Yet, he distinctly remembered his own eyes intact upon his face. How could they possibly be here? Anger surged within him like a tidal wave as he clenched his teeth in fury, exclaiming, "You thief who has stolen my eyes!" As he spoke, Pushi attempted to gouge out his own eyes, intending to consume them to regain his power and enhance his strength. However, Sharon would not grant him such an opportunity. With a mere flick of his hand, a powerful gravitational force drew Pushi closer. Subsequently, Sharon mercilessly struck Pushi with a palm, channeling immense power that scattered all of Pushi's chakra throughout his body. Seizing the moment, Sharon executed a sealing technique, binding Pushi tightly. Pushi had finally lost all capacity for resistance, becoming entirely Sharon's captive. Chapter 177. Consuming the chakra fruit, strength greatly augmented. The earth lay completely cracked, while the sky was intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Nearly half a year had elapsed, and after 2 more plantings of the divine tree on the planet where Naruto and others resided, the vitality of the world had nearly been exhausted. However, Naruto and Sasuke's attention was not directed towards the planet. Rather, their focus was entirely on the 2 chakra fruits before them. One fruit was born from the divine tree, formed after the young Tintails devoured the peach. The other was a chakra fruit produced by Pushur, who had been defeated by Shirun and subsequently planted on this planet by Naruto and his companions. Despite the planet's initial vitality, 3 plantings of the divine tree had rendered it on the verge of becoming a dead star. With a glimmer of desire in his eyes, Naruto gazed at the chakra fruit. After consuming the elixir crafted from Kagaya's chakra fruit, he sensed a faint indication that his eyes might awaken. Sasuke, noticing Naruto's peculiar demeanor, generously offered, "Naruto, if you wish to consume an entire chakra fruit, I shall yield it to you." Kagaya interjected, "Naruto, we currently possess 3 chakra fruits. Choose one to consume. It should enable you to awaken the Rinnegan, and perhaps even grant you special eyes and abilities." "Really?" Naruto exclaimed in delight, glancing at the others. Indra said, "Naruto, it's yours. Among us, you are the only one without the Rinnegan." Uchiha Madara added, "You may pick whichever you desire." Seeing that no one opposed, Naruto excitedly nodded and chose the chakra fruit produced by the peach. Without hesitation, he swallowed it, and in an instant, a powerful and searing energy surged into his body. The force was so immense that Naruto felt as if his body might tear apart, yet he pressed on. He clenched his fists, exerting all his strength to absorb the power contained within the chakra fruit. As time passed, Naruto's chakra expanded within him, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Finally, when he could bear it no longer, a tremendous energy erupted from his body, forming a brilliant golden light. Within that radiance, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of golden eyes shaped like a diamond. His gaze was filled with authority and power, leaving onlookers awestruck. Sasuke inquired, "Naruto, what ability have you awakened?" At Sasuke's question, curious glances turned toward Naruto, who was the focal point of their anticipation. Aware of their expectations, Naruto smiled faintly, tightening his fists as he felt the chakra surging within him. Taking a deep breath, he gravely declared, "I have awakened a power known as creation." Sasuke furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Creation? What is that?" With a resolute gaze, Naruto explained, as its name implies, creation is the power to generate life. This ability allows me to rapidly heal injuries in battle, akin to Tsunade's mitotic regeneration, but far more potent. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, questioning, is that all? Naruto shook his head, continuing, moreover, when I unleash creation, it ignites an ultimate power of yang release. This force is exceptionally robust and vibrant, surpassing ordinary ninjutsu and taijutsu. Furthermore, this skill has no cooldown period. I can wield it at will. Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, is it truly that formidable? Naruto nodded confidently, affirming, yes, with this ability, I believe we can surely overcome our enemies. Upon finishing his words, Naruto activated creation and entered Sage of Six Paths mode. His speed skyrocketing to its zenith, transforming his body into a golden flash that instantly vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, Naruto reappeared behind his companions, leaving them in stunned silence, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. They had never witnessed such terrifying speed, which transcended human limits. How swift, Sasuke murmured, his eyes filled with shock and incredulity. He recognized Naruto's strength but had not anticipated it reaching such heights. Taking a deep breath to steady his astonishment, he remarked, Naruto, it seems your power has increased at least threefold. Naruto smiled slightly and confidently replied, indeed, and I feel my physique is continuously enhancing, seemingly without limit. Kaguya regarded Naruto seriously, a complex expression flickering in her eyes as she stated, Naruto, you may have awakened a divine technique. Divine technique? Naruto asked, perplexed. Kaguya elaborated, yes. A divine technique, akin to that of our Tsutsuki clan's deity, Tsutsuki Kaguya. He possessed omniscience and omnipotence, attributed to mastering numerous powerful divine techniques, such as the all-knowing eye, intent rebound, and the 10 directions, foreknowledge of the future, among others. These divine techniques can be triggered passively or activated consciously, wielding unparalleled power. She paused before continuing. The abilities you exhibit bear a striking resemblance to divine techniques. Perhaps you have awakened your own divine technique, yet remain unaware of it. Excitement surged within Naruto as he finally comprehended the source of his remarkable transformation. It dawned on him that all of this was due to the awakening of a divine technique. Eager to explore the secrets of divine techniques and unearth the limits of his potential, Naruto clenched his fists, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. He understood that this would be a pivotal step toward achieving new heights. Witnessing Naruto consume the divine tree fruit and awaken a divine technique, the others were filled with joy. Sasuke, Indra, and Uchiha Madara turned their attention to the remaining 2 chakra fruits. One fruit was the result of the 10 tails devouring the new container produced by the first Hokage, while the other was the chakra fruit yielded from the 10 tails consuming Pushur. Additionally, there was a chakra fruit transformed from Kinshiki, which Orochimaru and Tobirama had taken for experimentation. The 3 of them desired to consume the chakra fruits, leading to a round of contention. However, this contest quickly concluded, with Sasuke gaining the right of first choice. The reason was simple. Indra and Uchiha Madara had never possessed the power of the 6 paths, nor the enhancement of tailed beast chakra, creating a significant disparity in strength compared to Sasuke and Naruto. Without hesitation, Sasuke chose the chakra fruit produced by Pushur. This decision left Indra and Uchiha Madara perplexed, as they perceived Pushur to be exceedingly weak. In truth, when Pushur battled, she run on the moon. Naruto and the others had sensed something amiss. Yet, they dismissed it, believing Shirin could easily manage the situation, which indeed turned out to be the case. Uchiha Madara, in confusion, asked, Sasuke, why did you not select the fruit from the first? Sasuke replied, the chakra fruit carries a chance of granting the abilities of the devoured. While the first's power is formidable, Pushur possesses the ability to manipulate time. If I can enhance my already existing time manipulation ability or awaken a similar one, it would offer significant assistance. Naruto nodded slightly in agreement. His choice to consume the fruit from the peach stemmed from his desire to inherit its power. However, even though he did not entirely inherit its abilities, he unexpectedly awakened the more potent power of creation. As for the reason why a transplantation was not chosen, it lies in the fact that, regardless of how flawless the surgical procedure may be, the eyes ultimately belong to another individual, leading the body to potentially reject them, rendering them incapable of functioning as freely as one's own organs. Otherwise, Naruto might have long since opted for the powerful Rinnegan. Meanwhile, upon consuming the chakra fruit, Sasuke immediately experienced a sharp pain in his eyes, as a unique chakra surged from his mind, swiftly infusing his gaze, dramatically enhancing its power. Slowly, Sasuke opened his eyes, which had now transformed into the sixth Tomo Rinnegan. Sasuke, what kind of ability have you awakened? Naruto inquired with a curious smile. Sasuke smiled faintly and softly replied, I have awakened the ability of space-time teleportation, a ninjutsu that allows me to traverse vast distances in an instant. Additionally, I can temporarily slow down or accelerate the flow of time within a limited area. With my ocular technique and your flying thunder god technique, we may be able to quickly reach other planets. Naruto's face lit up with joy as he pressed on. Really? Does that mean we can swiftly return to the ninja world? Sasuke nodded slightly, his tone resolute as he answered, yes, it should be possible. But we need to experiment to determine the exact method. Chapter 178. Indra vs. Uchiha Madara. Upon witnessing the astonishing transformation of Naruto and Sasuke after consuming the chakra fruits, Indra and Uchiha Madara could not help but fix their gaze upon the remaining chakra fruit, their eyes gleaming with avarice. A shared glance between them revealed a mutual thirst for power. Tension filled the air as Indra and Madara began to confront each other. Come forth. Let us engage in a decisive battle for this chakra fruit, Indra exclaimed, his eyes alight with fervor and excitement. Madara chuckled heartily. It seems that the duel we could not conduct is finally unavoidable. His laughter carried an air of confidence and authority. Indra retorted with a scoff, come on, or you may find yourself without a chance to strike. His tone dripped with disdain and provocation. As their dialogue unfolded, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, as if a cataclysmic battle was on the brink of erupting. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kagaya Otsutsuki quietly observed the standoff. In a swift motion, Madara launched the first attack, inhaling deeply before unleashing a torrent of roaring flames. The flames surged forth, engulfing the area like a relentless tidal wave, hurtling towards Indra. Unfazed by the ferocity of the blaze, Indra merely smiled before retaliating with his own fiery assault. A searing flame erupted from his mouth, clashing against Madara's inferno. Madara, witnessing this, smirked confidently and intensified his assault, unleashing an even more powerful and ferocious flame, as if aiming to consume the entire world. In an instant, the flames transformed into a roaring fire dragon, barreling towards Indra with astonishing velocity. Indra, observing the scene, could not help but commend, impressive. He showed no signs of retreat, fully aware that this battle had only just begun. Without hesitation, he activated his complete Susanoo to withstand the oncoming inferno. Simultaneously, he stomped down on a wooden dragon emerging from the ground, pinning it firmly in place. Seeing his strategy unveiled, Madara remained undeterred, donning a subtle smile. The fact that his ninjutsu forced Indra to utilize his full Susanoo brought him a sense of composure and satisfaction. Indra, oblivious to Madara's thoughts, found activating his complete Susanoo as natural as eating or drinking. Madara grinned, swiftly forming hand seals to perform the wooden golem technique. A colossal wooden figure rose majestically, standing between heaven and earth. He intended to utilize Hashirama's wooden golem technique to counter Indra's complete Susanoo, longing to relive the exhilarating sensation from their previous encounters. Controlling his Susanoo, Indra wielded the enormous sword with fierce resolve, striking down towards Madara. Unfazed, Madara calmly maneuvered the wooden figure, employing the classic technique of catching a blade with bare hands. The wooden figure's palms came together, effectively halting the Susanoo's sword. At this sight, Madara couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about his fierce battle with Hashirama. Yet, before he could dwell further, he realized he could not withdraw the Susanoo's sword. It was firmly gripped by Indra's complete Susanoo, rendering his wooden figure immobile. It seems my wood release is no match for Hashirama's, Madara mused inwardly. At that moment, Indra unleashed a kick with his Susanoo. Madara, quick to respond, activated his Susanoo to envelop the wooden figure, bolstering its defense. Though he staggered back a few steps, the sturdy armor of his Susanoo shielded the wooden figure from any harm. Indra, seizing the opportunity, initiated another assault, drawing a second Susanoo sword from behind, wielding both swords with ferocity as he charged at Madara. Madara, unperturbed, engaged in combat with the Susanoo wooden figure, which, now fortified, began to gain the upper hand. However, just as victory seemed within Madara's grasp, Indra's gaze hardened resolutely. Amaterasu, he bellowed, black flames erupting from his eyes and swiftly enveloping the battlefield. Focusing the power of his Susanoo into his bow, he prepared to unleash the mighty Indra's arrow, infused with Amaterasu. Madara remained calm, fully aware of the technique's potency. Yet he showed no signs of retreat. He understood that if he could withstand this blow, victory would likely be his. With a clap of his hands, he summoned the flower tree world technique. Enormous trees surged upward, encircling him, forming an impenetrable shield. The trees were robust, their branches lush, resembling a natural barrier. A thunderous explosion ensued, illuminating the battlefield with blinding light. The residual shockwaves ravaged the surroundings, leaving devastation in their wake. As the dust settled, the battlefield revealed its state. Indra's Susanoo had vanished, and he bore significant injuries, blood trickling from his lips. Though Madara suffered minimal harm, his chakra reserves were severely depleted, and both the wooden figure and Susanoo began to dissipate. "Yield, Indra," Madara said with a slight smile. "No, I have not lost," Indra stubbornly replied, determination shining in his eyes. He then activated Sage Mode and charged forward. Madara, shaking his head, also entered Sage Mode, and they intertwined in a fierce bout of taijutsu. After an intense exchange, Indra suddenly unleashed a lightning technique, catching Madara off guard and delivering a sudden shock. "Damn it, playing dirty are we?" Madara growled darkly. Madara utilized the shadow clone technique, creating 3 shadow clones. At his command, the clones surged toward Indra. He knew Indra could perceive these clones, yet he remained confident. Each clone possessed Madara's strength and could swap places with him at will. However, as the 3 clones appeared before Indra, he smiled. With rapid execution, Indra unleashed his powers, sending forth several black rods that swiftly struck the 3 clones. The moment they were hit, the clones disintegrated, their energy returning to Madara's body. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding events. "This is the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. How is this possible?" Indra smiled, explaining. "Madara, there is nothing impossible. I discovered the techniques and seals at the tender age of 10. After years of refinement, it is only natural for me to grasp the rudiments of the 6 Paths power. I am merely striving to keep pace with that old man's footsteps. Although I still find it difficult to accept him, it is undeniable that his strength is indeed formidable. The Sage of 6 Paths, is it? Alas, in this confrontation, I have been defeated," Uchiha Madara remarked with a hint of reluctance. Chapter 179. Return to the ninja world after Indra vanquished Uchiha Madara. He grasped the chakra fruit tightly in his hands, his gaze fixed upon it, shimmering with a complex light. He seemed to be in deep contemplation, remaining silent. "What is wrong? Are you going to eat it?" Uchiha Madara inquired, perplexed. After all, he knew that both Indra and he were champions of strength. One would expect such a powerful chakra fruit to be consumed without hesitation. Yet, Indra simply replied with a calm demeanor. "This chakra fruit should be refined into a chakra pill by Kaguya. Quantity of power pales in comparison to quality." His voice was tranquil and resolute, revealing a self-assuredness in his own strength and a commitment to pursue a higher echelon of power. After uttering these words, Indra paused momentarily before continuing. "Moreover, I have confidence in my eyes." He raised his head and gazed into the distance, pride and satisfaction illuminating his expression. It turned out that after Indra injected himself with Kaguya's cells, he awakened the Rinnegan, acquiring the same abilities as the Sage of 6 Paths, allowing him to wield the power of life and death. This formidable strength diminished his yearning for other powers. He believed that with his Rinnegan, he was more than capable of confronting any challenge. Furthermore, since Indra and Ashura assumed the roles of the leader and deputy leader of the ninja sect, Indra had not only adhered to his principle of power supremacy, but had also undergone a transformation in his understanding of strength. This evolution was not a superficial compromise, but rather a profound realization. As the leader of the ninja sect, Indra began to grasp the thoughts and intentions of his father, the Sage of 6 Paths, and Ashura. He came to recognize that true power lies not merely in individual might, but also in unity and protection. While Indra always believed that possessing ultimate strength could vanquish countless foes, he understood that such power was solely personal. If this continued, standing atop the pinnacle would render him solitary and desolate. The weight of this solitude was unbearable, for the long journey of life is arduous when traversed alone. Indra wished to avoid further estrangement from his brother and did not desire to distance himself from the ninja sect he had founded. Therefore, after much contemplation, he resolved to entrust the precious chakra fruit to his grandmother, Kaguya, allowing her to refine it into a higher-grade chakra pill, which he would distribute fairly among all members of the ninja sect. In doing so, not only would the overall strength of the clan be enhanced, but they would also be better prepared for potential future conflicts. This belief in unity and collective advancement would guide the ninja sect towards an even more illustrious future. Uchiha Madara, however, did not ponder such matters deeply. Upon hearing Indra's intention to have Kaguya create a chakra pill similar to the first chakra fruit for everyone, he felt a sense of disdain, yet was secretly pleased to benefit from it. As the chakra pill derived from the chakra fruit would significantly elevate chakra levels and ocular power. At that moment, Jikyu spoke up. We no longer have the corpses of the Otsutsuki clan to plant the god tree, so we should return to the ninja world. His tone conveyed a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Sasuke smiled slightly and replied, Indeed, it is time to return. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Naruto nodded in agreement and responded, Understood, Sasuke. Subsequently, Naruto transmitted Kurama's chakra to each individual, ensuring that no one was overlooked. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he exchanged a knowing glance with Sasuke, both nodding in affirmation. Sasuke, noticing that all preparations were complete, meticulously reviewed the cosmic map provided by Orochimaru and Tobirama. This map, crafted during their interstellar travels, clearly indicated the locations and distances of various star systems, as well as the position of the ninja world. After repeatedly confirming the ninja world's location, Sasuke initiated his recently awakened ocular technique, space-time jump. As he invoked the technique, a wormhole of considerable size was successfully opened. Through the wormhole, the ninja world was visible on the other side. A look of astonishment washed over Naruto's face, yet he hesitated not for a moment. He swiftly produced a flying thunder god kunai and traversed the wormhole, instantly arriving on the other side. Thereafter, he employed the flying thunder god technique to bring the others back to the outer space of the ninja world. When the group finally returned to the familiar realm of the ninja world, joyous expressions adorned each face. They gazed at the planet before them, their eyes brimming with wonder and nostalgia. After 2.5 years of interstellar adventures, they had at last returned to their homeland. Chapter 180 Reunion Part 1. Upon their return to the ninja world, Naruto and Sasuke made no effort to conceal their presence. Eager to reunite with their loved ones, they intentionally let their chakra radiate, allowing those who cared for them to sense their arrival. As expected, it wasn't long before Indra, Hashirama, Minato, Shursui, Itachi, and other formidable figures detected their energy. These individuals were among the elite of the ninja realm, possessing an acute sensitivity to chakra. Particularly, Minato, as Naruto's father, was the first to perceive his son's presence. Naruto, you have finally returned, Minato exclaimed, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to reach the scene swiftly. His face beamed with joy as he gazed at Naruto, his eyes brimming with paternal affection. Oh, Dad, Naruto responded, his voice trembling with excitement as tears welled in his eyes. Minato refrained from probing into Naruto's experiences. Instead, he gently patted his shoulder and said, Naruto, Kushina has been deeply worried about you. Let us return home. Yes, Dad, I miss Mom so much. Naruto nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with longing. He was aware that his parents had always been silently watching over him, and now, he finally had the chance to return to their side. Turning to Hinata, he smiled and expressed, Hinata, thank you for your unwavering companionship and support. Hinata gently shook her head and replied, it is the least I could do, Naruto-kun. Her gaze was filled with concern and well wishes for him. Hinata continued, Naruto-kun, I must return as well. My father, sister, and Niji and I are waiting for me, worried about my absence. I should go home. Naruto nodded and patted her shoulder, saying, Hinata, please take good care of yourself. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled and replied, I will, Naruto-kun. After bidding farewell, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Naruto back to their home. Upon stepping through the door, Naruto instantly spotted Kushina's figure. Mom, he shouted excitedly, tears flooding his eyes. Hearing her son's voice, Kushina swiftly turned around. Naruto, Kushina exclaimed joyfully, her face radiating happiness. With tears of joy, she said, Naruto, you have finally returned. I have missed you so much. She enveloped him in a warm embrace, relishing his comforting presence. Naruto held Kushina tightly, choking on his words as he replied, Mom, I have missed you too. He buried his head in her embrace, savoring the long-awaited maternal love. Minato smiled softly and approached, gently wrapping his arms around both Naruto and Kushina. The trio embraced tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth and familial affection. Their home was filled with harmony and warmth, enveloping everyone in love. After a while, the family settled into their seats, engaging in heartfelt conversation. Naruto, how have you fared these past years? Have you endured hardships? Kushina furrowed her brow, gazing at Naruto with concern in her voice. Naruto smiled gently and replied, Mom, there is no need to worry. I have been well. Look, I've grown taller and matured. He stood up to demonstrate his height. Kushina observed him with a glimmer of surprise, smiling as she said, Indeed, Naruto, you have grown. Now that you are 18, it's nearly time for marriage. Naruto's cheeks flushed slightly, and he scratched his head shyly, saying, Mom, there is no rush. I've only just returned. Suddenly, Kushina chuckled mischievously and teased, Naruto, having spent so much time with Hinata, have you experienced anything? If so, you should hurry and get married. Both Naruto and Minato found themselves choking on their drinks, unable to suppress their coughs. Minato, looking awkwardly at Kushina, managed a resigned smile. Dear, let the children decide such matters for themselves. Naruto, blushing furiously, stammered, Mom. We just returned, at least give it some time. Seeing her son's embarrassment, Kushina couldn't help but laugh heartily, understanding his bashfulness, and she gently ruffled his hair, saying, All right, I won't tease you anymore. However, Naruto, you are no longer a child. Matters of marriage should be considered. Naruto nodded, still flushed, aware of his mother's concern for him to find his own happiness. Kushina, unable to contain her laughter, exclaimed joyfully, I'm just looking forward to becoming a grandmother. By the way, Naruto, I have great news. Itachi has gotten married. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Itachi got married? Is that true? Who did he marry? Kushina smiled and replied, Of course it's true. It's Izumi Uchiha. They were childhood sweethearts. Naruto's face lit up with realization. Oh, I see. I didn't expect Itachi to get married. That's wonderful. I hope they find everlasting happiness together. Inwardly, Naruto mused about how Itachi and Izumi's relationship had flourished in Sasuke's absence. Kushina gently patted Naruto's shoulder, speaking earnestly, Indeed. Seeing our children find happiness brings us great relief. Naruto, you must strive as well. I'm looking forward to holding my grandchild. Embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. Mom, please don't rush me. Such matters cannot be hurried. Then, he remembered Itachi and Izumi, silently wishing for their lifelong happiness. Subsequently, Kushina and Minato inquired about Naruto's interstellar adventures. He recounted only the significant events to his parents, omitting the long, arduous journey, believing it better to focus on the positive. Everything went smoothly. We acquired resources from other planets, cultivated chakra fruits, and defeated Kaguya, Kinshiki, and Momoshiki. Naruto smiled as he spoke. Minato and Kushina exchanged proud smiles upon hearing their son's accomplishments. By the way, Dad and Mom, I still haven't met Jiraiya-sensei's child. Naruto suddenly recalled, asking with a grin. Minato responded, If you wish to see Jiraiya, you should go visit him. He has surely missed you. Naruto nodded. All right then, I'll head out, Mom and Dad. Kushina replied, Good, Naruto, remember to return early. I'll prepare a feast for you. Okay, Mom and Dad, Naruto smiled warmly. As he stepped into the bustling streets of Konoha, filled with life and activity, Naruto took his time strolling, leisurely observing his surroundings, as if savoring the familiar sights. It had been a long time since he had returned to his hometown, and every blade of grass and building filled him with nostalgia. While wandering, a familiar figure caught his eye, Kakashi. Clad in his usual ninja attire, Kakashi walked alone, appearing somewhat desolate. Yet, just as Naruto contemplated this, reality shattered his assumptions. Suddenly, Hualing and Fenghua Xiaoxue appeared beside Kakashi, playfully entangling him. However, Kakashi, seemingly accustomed to such encounters, entered a sage-like mode, responding to them with a rather indifferent demeanor. At that moment, he sensed a piercing gaze and instinctively turned his head, locking eyes with Naruto. Naruto, you have finally returned. A flicker of surprise flashed in Kakashi's eyes, accompanied by a warm smile. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, I just got back, Naruto replied with a cheerful grin. Teasing, Kakashi-sensei, it seems you are enjoying quite the fortune. Kakashi shook his head with a hint of exasperation, chuckling. Naruto, please don't jest at my expense. How did your mission go? Extremely well, Naruto answered confidently, his face radiating the joy of success. However, at that moment, Naruto noticed a commotion beginning to unfold around them. A number of villagers had recognized him, and were making their way over. Since the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto and Sasuke had become celebrated heroes, revered by the people. Realizing he could not linger, Naruto decided to bid farewell to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I must take my leave. If you have the time, do come by my home for a visit, and perhaps meet my father. Certainly, Naruto, Kakashi replied with a smile and a nod of agreement. As he watched Naruto's retreating figure, a wave of sentiment and pride washed over him. Naruto, as a ninja, had faced numerous hardships and challenges, yet had always retained unwavering faith and courage. Kakashi was confident that under Naruto's leadership, the ninja world and the village of Konoha would usher in a brighter future. Chapter 181 Reunion, Part 2. After parting ways with Kakashi, Naruto arrived at his mentor Jiraiya's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Jiraiya and Tsunade in the courtyard, along with Kurenai and Asuma. Curiosity piqued. Naruto observed the scene before him, where two toddlers clad in diapers were present. One was a boy, resembling the late Itachi Uchiha. The other, a girl with chestnut hair, bore a striking resemblance to Tsunade. At that moment, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kurenai, and Asuma appeared to be engaged in a playful contest, encouraging the two children to learn to walk and race towards the finish line. Go, Kenmo! Jiraiya and Tsunade shouted in unison. Go, Mirai! Kurenai and Asuma chimed in, equally spirited. Hearing their mother's cheers, Kenmo excitedly began to run, albeit with unsteady steps. However, perhaps due to overexcitement, she stumbled just half a meter from the finish line. Kenmo, are you all right? Jiraiya asked with concern, preparing to assist her. Yet, Tsunade swiftly intervened, saying, Jiraiya, our daughter is not that fragile. At that moment, Kenmo exhibited remarkable resilience. Gritting her teeth, she rose quickly, casting a determined glance at Mirai, who was about to overtake her. With unwavering resolve, she steadily made her way towards Tsunade. Ultimately, she became the first child to reach the finish line. Tsunade proudly lifted Kenmo in her arms, a radiant smile illuminating her face. I knew it. My precious baby is the best. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade wore contented smiles, enveloping the scene in warmth and happiness. Meanwhile, Mirai trailed closely behind, arriving just a step after Kenmo. Unlike Kenmo, Mirai's expression lacked a fierce desire to win. In fact, he even considered offering a hand when Kenmo fell. You did wonderfully. Mirai, Kurenai, and Asuma praised in unison. Despite the minor defeat, Mirai remained unperturbed, as the well-being and healthy growth of the children were paramount in their eyes. A gentle smile graced Naruto's lips as he quietly observed the heartwarming scene. Who goes there? Jiraiya inquired warily. Tsunade, Kurenai, and Asuma tensed, protecting the children while keeping a watchful eye on Naruto's position. Naruto smiled slightly, no longer concealing himself. It's me, Naruto, he responded warmly. Having initially hidden his presence to avoid interrupting Jiraiya and Tsunade, Naruto was now met with surprised expressions from them upon his revelation. Naruto, you're finally back, Jiraiya exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement, eyes sparkling as if he had discovered a treasure gem. Naruto smiled gently, opening his arms for a heartfelt embrace with Jiraiya. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, perfectly encapsulating their bond. I'm back, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto murmured softly, his voice laced with deep gratitude and respect for his mentor. Jiraiya patted Naruto's back firmly, pride and joy radiating from his gaze. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei, Tsunade-nichin. I just returned to the village and specifically came to see you, fulfilling my promise to return, Naruto continued. Are these your children? They are absolutely adorable. His gaze fell tenderly on Kenmo, nestled in Tsunade's arms, a gentle smile gracing his features. Kenmo, greet your big brother Naruto, Tsunade encouraged, affectionately patting Kenmo's cheek. Big brother Naruto, Kenmo chimed, her bright eyes sparkling as she spoke. Naruto smiled, reaching out to gently stroke Kenmo's head before activating his ocular technique, creation. A surge of vibrant, life-infused energy emanated from his eyes, enveloping Kenmo like a warm spring breeze. Kenmo felt a comforting warmth descend upon her, akin to sunlight breaking through the clouds, filling her with an overwhelming sense of ease. Naruto, what is this? Jiraiya inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face, as he had never witnessed such a unique ninjutsu. It seems to be a healing technique, yet it is different, Tsunade mused, attempting to comprehend the unfolding events. Naruto smiled gently, explaining, this is my ocular technique, known as creation. Through this ability, I can enhance Kenmo's potential. Consider it a gift for her. Thank you so much, Naruto. Jiraiya and Tsunade expressed gratitude evident in their smiles. They understood the significance of this gift for Kenmo. There's no need for thanks. It is my duty. Naruto replied with a warm smile, then turned his attention to the other child, Mirai. He softly ruffled Mirai's hair, his eyes shimmering with kindness. Are you ready? He asked gently. Mirai nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with anticipation and trust. Naruto invoked creation once more, channeling warmth into Mirai. As time passed, Mirai sensed a transformation within him. His aura grew stronger, and his chakra flowed more smoothly. Once completed, Naruto released his hand, smiling at the two children. Their faces radiated joy and satisfaction. And Naruto felt a swell of accomplishment within. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, asking, Naruto, was this mission successful? Did Orochimaru return as well? Naruto scratched his head and nodded with a smile. Yes, everything went smoothly, and everyone is back, including Orochimaru. However, as soon as he returned to the ninja world, he whisked Yamato away to his lab. Oh, I see. Jiraiya sighed in relief, though his expression had displayed mild discontent as he muttered, Orochimaru, that guy, returns, and doesn't he even stop to greet his old buddy? How worrisome. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from outside. Jiraiya, who were you just saying is worrisome? Everyone turned to see Orochimaru standing at the entrance, licking his lips in a rather unsettling manner. The two children trembled in fear at the sight of him. Hey, Orochimaru, please don't scare them. They are just kids, Tsunade admonished, unable to hold back her loud reprimand. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Orochimaru's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile, which, while intended to appear friendly, remained eerily unsettling. Jiraiya, upon seeing Orochimaru, sparkled with excitement, his face lighting up. He extended his robust arms to envelop Orochimaru's shoulders, delivering several hearty pats that echoed cheerfully. Haha, Orochimaru, you're finally back. This is wonderful. Jiraiya's laughter was hearty and robust, making it clear to all how elated he was. Standing by, Tsunade allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips, her eyes betraying a hint of amusement. Watching Jiraiya and Orochimaru together filled her with warmth. The legendary Sannin had reunited, and the familiarity of the moment brought her immense comfort. Naruto gazed upon the scene, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He felt an overwhelming sense of admiration and gratitude towards the legendary Sannin of Konoha, who had played a pivotal role in his journey of growth. Witnessing their reunion filled his heart with profound comfort and emotion. Chapter 182 Reunion, Part 3. On the other side, the sixth Hokage, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi appeared before Sasuke and the others. Nisan. Upon seeing Itachi, Sasuke trembled slightly, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement as he shouted, Ododo. Itachi's face lit up with joy, his voice filled with concern as he quickly stepped forward to embrace Sasuke tightly. Ododo, was your journey smooth? Were you injured? Itachi scrutinized Sasuke with care, his tone laced with worry. It went very well, Nisan. I'm fine. Please take me home. Sasuke gasped slightly from the tight embrace, yet his heart brimmed with happiness as he replied with a smile. Yes, both father and mother have missed you dearly. Itachi said with a smile, gently ruffling Sasuke's hair as they began their walk home together. Shisui, Sasuke and I will head back first, Itachi informed Shisui, who stood to the side. Go ahead, reunite Sasuke with your family. I can manage here with Kakashi, Shisui replied with a smile, gesturing for them to hurry home. As Itachi led Sasuke towards their home, their steps were light and cheerful. Shisui watched their departing figures, a subtle smile gracing his lips, before turning to Kakashi to inquire about the events of the journey. Sasuke followed Itachi's lead back to the Uchiha clan compound. His gaze swept over the familiar streets, flooded with a deep sense of nostalgia. Every blade of grass and every tree felt warm and inviting, as if time had reversed, returning him to the past. Soon, Sasuke arrived at the front of the house where he had once lived, an uncontrollable surge of emotion swelling within him. This was the home he had longed for. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku, having already learned of Sasuke's impending return, stood quietly at the door, awaiting his son's arrival. As Sasuke came into view, a look of relief spread across Fugaku's face. Oda-san, Sasuke exclaimed excitedly, tears shimmering in his eyes. Sasuke, it's just good to have you back, Fugaku said softly, his eyes filled with paternal warmth. He stepped forward to embrace Sasuke tightly, savoring the moment as joy filled his heart. Go on, greet your mother. She has often mentioned you to me. Fugaku gently patted Sasuke's shoulder, urging him to enter the house. Sasuke nodded vigorously, his heart racing with excitement as he stepped inside. He made his way to the kitchen, where he immediately spotted Uchiha Mikoto, busy with preparations. "Mother!" Sasuke's voice caught in his throat. Upon hearing her son's call, Mikoto turned sharply, her body trembling. When she laid eyes on Sasuke, tears of joy filled her gaze, a blend of surprise and elation washing over her. "Sasuke!" Mikoto rushed towards him, enveloping him in an embrace, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to articulate her joy. As night fell, the Uchiha family gathered around the dining table, cherishing the rare moments of reunion. However, an unexpected figure graced the table, Uchiha Izumi. Sasuke furrowed his brow, perplexed as he inquired, "Why is she here?" There was an unavoidable sense of displeasure within him regarding this woman who frequently appeared at home, stealing time away from his brother. Mikoto, with a gentle smile, explained, "Sasuke, you should start calling her sister-in-law. Izumi is now married to your brother, Itachi." Upon hearing this news, Sasuke's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across his face. He sprang to his feet, his voice trembling. "What? Married? Even if Nisan were to marry, it should have been after I returned." Mikoto softly patted Sasuke's shoulder, trying to soothe him. "Sasuke, please don't be too upset. It was unavoidable. Izumi is already expecting. If we waited for you to return for the wedding, she would be too far along to manage." Itachi looked at Sasuke with an apologetic expression, softly saying, "I'm sorry, brother. I didn't wait for you to return before marrying. Please forgive my decision." Both Itachi and Izumi's faces flushed slightly, revealing their embarrassment. "It's all right, brother." Sasuke slowly sat back down, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Mikoto chimed in, "I've heard that Kaze and Yugugo's child is about to be born. They will have a companion in Izumi's baby." Her words eased the tension in the room, but then she shifted the focus back to Sasuke. "Sasuke, you're all grown up now. It's time to consider starting a family of your own. I think you and Karen would make a delightful pair." As Mikoto spoke, she keenly observed her son's reaction. Sasuke's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, responding with a faint smile. "Mother, I appreciate your concern, but regarding marriage, I wish to make my own choices." Mikoto chuckled, understanding his stance. "All right, dear, I'm merely offering a suggestion. You may decide for yourself." At that moment, Itachi spoke up. "Brother, it's getting late. Izumi and I must head home." Sasuke, puzzled, asked, "Where are you going, Nisan?" Fugaka clarified, "Sasuke, your brother has moved out. They reside just next door." Itachi gave Sasuke's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Remember to come visit me when you have the time, brother." He then gently assisted Izumi as they slowly made their way out. Sasuke quietly watched as Itachi and Izumi walked away, a complex array of emotions surging within him. Despite a twinge of difficulty in accepting that his brother's affection had been shared, he chose to embrace understanding and support for his brother's happiness. Chapter 183. The gathering of the shinobi sect. Within the solemn and majestic hall of the shinobi sect, powerful figures from across the shinobi world convened. The atmosphere was imbued with an awe-inspiring presence, as if each individual were among the most elite beings on the continent. Indra occupied the foremost seat, his gaze piercing as it swept over every figure present. Familiar faces stirred a sense of warmth within him, yet even more. He felt a deep anticipation and admiration for the new generation of elite shinobi. Esteemed guests, time flies. It has been 2.5 years since we last gathered. Today's reunion evokes a myriad of emotions. During my absence, Ashura and Hashirama, you have borne immense responsibilities, diligently safeguarding the shinobi world and the shinobi sect. It is heartening to see that everything is in order and flourishing splendidly. Hearing Indra's praises, Ashura replied cheerfully, "Brother, this is merely my duty. It is nothing to worry about." Indra responded, "Ashura, do not be overly modest. Under your leadership, a multitude of exceptional new members has joined us. Truly a testament to your ability to nurture talent." His voice resonated powerfully within the grand hall. Naruto's lips curled into a subtle smile. Among the new members were Neji, Tenten, Lee, Sakura, Choji, Shikomu, Ino, Kiba, Shino, Hinata, Shikomu, Yamato, Kurui, Temari, and Kankuro, among others. Naruto was acutely aware of the efforts everyone had made over the years, particularly the 12 young elites. Like Naruto, they had now reached adulthood, all having just turned 18. With the aid of gene-enhancing potions and chakra pills crafted from the Eight Tails tentacles, these young ninjas had made remarkable strides, attaining powers rivaling that of the elite. Given their current ages and the immense potential they exhibited, they had already surpassed the accomplishments of their predecessors. At that moment, The 12 young elites stood amidst the crowd, their postures erect, eyes filled with unwavering confidence. Each radiated a formidable aura, embodying the essence of the new generation of elites. They shared an unspoken bond, united as if they were one family. This scene evoked in Naruto fond memories of his childhood, filled with playful moments spent with friends during their time at the Ninja Academy. Ashura looked at Indra with eager anticipation and softly urged, "Brother, please share with everyone the experiences you encountered during those long and mysterious 2.5 years in the outside world." Indra nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Taking a deep breath, he began, "The outside world is vast and boundless, far exceeding our imaginations. It is a realm filled with extraordinary sights and phenomena, as well as other highly intelligent life forms. Yet, despite the universe's vastness, during these past 2.5 years, we encountered but a single planet that harbors intelligent life. This planet's sentient beings were a race of ape-like creatures, completely different from us. They bore no trace of chakra within them, and their innate abilities were rather ordinary. However, what was truly astonishing was the advanced level of their scientific and technological development. The weapons and equipment they created possessed immense power, capable of posing a serious threat to us. The fourth Hokage, crossed his arms and declared with pride, "Humph. What so-called technology and weaponry could possibly rival the might of our village, Kimogakure?" His words exuded unparalleled confidence and pride. At that moment, the chakra cannon meticulously crafted by Kimogakure had already proven successful, its terrifying power capable of effortlessly shattering the moon. This achievement invigorated the entire Kimogakure, further solidifying A's belief in their strength. Standing nearby, Orochimaru observed the spirited Hokage with a slight smile and replied, Now, fourth Hokage. Every place has its unique attributes. The technology and weaponry researched on that planet may differ from those of your village, but there are certainly aspects worthy of our study and emulation. They can unleash formidable power without relying on chakra. It's a matter of mutual strengths and learning from one another." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the fourth Hokage frowned slightly. Seemingly unconvinced, yet he pressed on with curiosity, "Oh, what impressive technologies do they possess?" Orochimaru patiently elaborated, "From what I understand, they have advanced manned aircraft technology capable of efficient and safe aerial transport, an extremely developed communication network system for the rapid transmission of information, and they manufacture weapons capable of astonishing power without chakra, such as nuclear bombs, missiles, and laser guns. The examples are numerous, and I won't belabor them here. I will arrange for Amato to discuss the specifics with you later." After listening to Orochimaru's explanations, the fourth Hokage nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, "Well then, I shall have a thorough discussion with Amato later." Indra, observing the exchange between Orochimaru and the fourth Hokage, took a deep breath before continuing. "During this long and perilous interstellar journey, we endured countless hardships and ultimately discovered 2 vibrant planets imbued with mysterious chakra energy. There, we successfully planted the God Tree and harvested invaluable chakra fruits." Indra paused momentarily, his eyes shimmering with excitement, before carefully retrieving an exquisite jade vial from his robes. He gently opened the cap, and an overwhelming energy aura instantly permeated the air. Inside the vial lay several crystalline pills, each radiating a faint glow. "These are chakra pills painstakingly crafted by my grandmother, Kaguya. Each one embodies her boundless wisdom and effort. Now, I invite each of you to take one and consume it promptly," Indra asserted with unwavering determination, extending the jade vial to those beside him. Every individual present was a formidable powerhouse, and as Indra unveiled the chakra pills, they immediately sensed the immense chakra energy contained within those seemingly inconsequential pills. The sheer potency of this power felt as though it could burst free from its confines, leaving them in awe. Everyone extended their hands cautiously, gingerly accepting the alluringly luminous chakra pills, scrutinizing them closely. The surface of the pills was as smooth as a mirror, intricately engraved with delicate runes, clearly indicating exquisite craftsmanship. The crowd was filled with astonishment and anticipation for these miraculous pills. Subsequently, they no longer hesitated and resolutely consumed the chakra pills. In an instant, a surging torrent of chakra flooded through their bodies, akin to a dam breaking. Each person could distinctly feel their chakra levels rising at an astonishing rate, a sensation of fulfillment igniting their spirits. Even Shikamaru, usually calm and composed, was taken aback by the unfolding events. He had already possessed a considerable reservoir of chakra, Yet at this moment, he could distinctly feel his chakra having more than doubled, knowing he now held the chakra capacity of an elite. Such a colossal enhancement was almost beyond belief, filling him with confidence for the battles that lay ahead. Indra observed the astonishment and delight of the crowd and calmly remarked, "The chakra pills you have consumed are derived from a singular chakra fruit, which is a far cry from the complete chakra fruit. When our ancestress Kaguya ingested the chakra fruit, she attained formidable power and distributed chakra to my father, the Sage of Six Paths, and to you village. Subsequently, you established the ninja sect and began to share chakra with others, gradually evolving into the ninja world we know today. It can be said that the chakra of our entire ninja realm originated from a single chakra fruit. Although my statement may appear somewhat absolute, it is undeniable that the chakra present in our ninja world has vastly increased compared to the initial chakra fruit. Nonetheless, this serves as a testament to the formidable nature of the Tsutsuki clan, whose objective lies in cultivating the divine tree to obtain chakra fruits. Some members of the Tsutsuki clan have consumed more than one chakra fruit. Furthermore, those who partake in the chakra fruits possess near-immortal lifespans, allowing them to cultivate for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, and upon death, they can transform into a contract. The strength and heritage of the Tsutsuki clan far surpass that of the ninja world. Should they discover our realm, we would likely stand no chance of resistance, as they would plant the divine tree to reclaim the chakra and lives of all. Thus, we must seek development, and the chakra fruit represents the swiftest path for us to catch up. Therefore, I believe it is imperative that we evolve into an interstellar civilization, traversing the cosmos like the Tsutsuki clan, to acquire resources from other planets and enhance our strength and heritage. Chapter 184. Boruto's return upon hearing Indra's impassioned speech. The assembly exchanged glances, their expressions laden with apprehension about the future. The Tsutsuki clan was an imposing force, and the current strength of the ninja world seemed woefully inadequate to confront them, given its relatively shallow foundations. Indra's proposal to rely on the chakra fruits to bridge millennia of heritage was indeed a strategy, yet it appeared fraught with challenges. With a furrowed brow, Noki regarded Indra with grave seriousness and remarked, "Master, you are correct. We must evolve into an interstellar civilization. However, as you previously mentioned, after 2.5 years of arduous exploration, you have uncovered merely 2 planets capable of supporting life and the cultivation of the divine tree. This is far too scant for our needs, and one of them is already claimed by another faction, making access exceedingly difficult." Indra smiled faintly, a glimmer of confidence illuminating his eyes. He replied slowly, "Elder Noki, there is no need for concern. Sasuke has awakened a powerful ocular technique that allows for spatial leaps, enabling him to traverse vast cosmic distances and reach another planet swiftly. Moreover, we have successfully acquired a valuable cosmic map from that technologically advanced primate planet. Additionally, Orochimaru and Tobirama have returned to Konoha with sophisticated instruments designed for cosmic exploration and observation specifically for this mission. With these resources and technologies at our disposal, we can identify more suitable planets for the cultivation of the divine tree in a relatively short time frame." Yet, Noki appeared unconvinced, hesitating briefly before continuing, however. "Even if we locate an adequate number of planets, the pressing issue remains the absence of the Tsutsuki clan to sacrifice for the divine tree's planting. Without the Tsutsuki as offerings, how shall we resolve this predicament?" Indra's brow furrowed slightly as he fell into contemplation, fully aware of the validity of Naki's concerns. He recognized that without the support of the Tsutsuki clan's power, successfully cultivating the divine tree would be no easy task. After a moment of reflection, he finally spoke. "Elder Noki, I understand your apprehensions. However, I shall devise a solution regarding the sacrifice of the Tsutsuki clan. We cannot abandon our goal of becoming an interstellar civilization due to this obstacle. Trust me, I will find an appropriate method to surmount this challenge." As silence enveloped the gathering, Orochimaru suddenly interjected with palpable excitement, "Give me some time. I might have a solution. Through my research on the chakra fruit derived from Kinshiki, I have formulated a shocking hypothesis. If this hypothesis holds true, we may be able to cultivate the divine tree." At this revelation, all eyes turned to Orochimaru, eager for further elaboration. Indra, brimming with anticipation, inquired, "What hypothesis?" Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with fervor as he exclaimed, "I postulate that the origins of the Tsutsuki clan may be linked to the divine tree. This could explain why Kinshiki transformed into a chakra fruit and why the planting of the divine tree necessitates feeding the 10 tails with Tsutsuki. The assembly was taken aback by Orochimaru's statement, astonished by his unexpected conjecture. Even Naruto felt a surge of surprise, reflecting, these details were never mentioned in the original narrative. Truly remarkable, Orochimaru. You are indeed one of a kind. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke posed a question, Orochimaru, if we follow your reasoning, does that imply that the ancestors of the Tsutsuki are the highest form of white Zetsu? Orochimaru shook his head, uncertain. He speculated, I cannot say for sure, but it is plausible that he is an incarnation of the divine tree, or perhaps his essence is the divine tree itself that resides in Takamagara. According to Kaguya, their clan lived in Takamagara, where a colossal divine tree overshadowed them, providing the means for them to obtain the juvenile ten tails. The methods of cultivating the divine tree have been handed down through generations, yet there are no records detailing them. As Orochimaru's excitement mounted, he felt increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. Naruto and the others listened intently to Orochimaru's conjectures. However, at that moment, everyone, including Naruto, Sasuke, Indra, and Uchiha Madara, sensed a peculiar disturbance in the distant sky. They instinctively turned their gazes toward the heavens. Before them, a rift in the sky materialized, as if it had been torn asunder. Suddenly, a battered figure tumbled out of the fissure, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than the future Boruto, who had previously visited this place. Naruto acted swiftly, rushing to Boruto's side and enveloping him in a tight embrace. His voice trembled with concern as he asked, Boruto, what on earth transpired? Why are you so injured? Filled with anxiety and trepidation, Naruto was acutely aware that Boruto's world had not communicated with them for an extended period due to unknown reasons. The nature of the upheaval in that realm remained a mystery, and Naruto could only wait anxiously for answers. Father, Boruto cried out, his emotions overwhelming him as tears brimmed in his eyes, his voice quavering. Naruto comforted him gently, Boruto, do not weep. I am here. Everything will be all right. However, just as Naruto was about to inquire further about Boruto's circumstances, another rift appeared in the sky, and a strange Tsutsuki emerged. With a face contorted by hatred and fury, Boruto warned, Father, be cautious. He is Tsutsuki Kinshiki, and I never expected him to follow me. He is exceptionally powerful. Chapter 185, Confrontation with Tsutsuki Kinshiki, Part 1. Naruto's expression grew grave, for he understood that Tsutsuki Kinshiki was not to be underestimated. Yet he resolutely declared, Fear not, Boruto. I shall protect you. Emerging from the fissure, Tsutsuki Kinshiki sported a strikingly handsome center-parted hairstyle, adorned with two straight tattooed lines running from his shoulders down to his trousers, reminiscent of suspenders. His demeanor was flamboyant and elegant, radiating an overwhelming presence. With a cold, disdainful gaze, he surveyed the surroundings, a smirk of contempt playing upon his lips. Is this the ninja world of your? Humph. Boruto, you pitiful insect, you've truly made me exert considerable effort. However, this will all come to an end, and I must thank you for allowing me to gather even more chakra. His voice was frigid and merciless, laced with mockery, as he regarded Naruto and the others as if their defeat was a foregone conclusion. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, determination and resolve flickering in his eyes. Standing tall, he boldly shouted at Tsutsuki Kinshiki, no matter who you are, if you wish to harm my family, you must first contend with me. Sasuke swiftly arrived beside Naruto, his eyes glinting with a cold light as he icily remarked, where did this Tsutsuki come from? Just when we were in need of one to feed the Ten Tails and cultivate the divine tree. In rapid succession, Indra, Ashura, Uchiha Madara, and Hashirama appeared, forming a formidable line of defense. The members of the Shinobi Alliance also rallied together, cheering for Naruto. Uchiha Madara fixed a piercing gaze on Tsutsuki Kinshiki, a hint of disdain curling his lips as he remarked, Tsutsuki Kinshiki, I hope you aren't too weak, or else you won't even be worth my effort. Boruto gazed at everyone, his heart swelling with emotion. Yet he did not forget to caution them. Kinshiki is incredibly powerful. He can easily defeat my father, the 7th Hokage Naruto, and Master Sasuke. At that moment, Tsutsuki Kinshiki displayed a posture of confidence, spreading his arms wide with a smug smile as he chuckled softly, Boruto, have you lost your wits? The future 7th Hokage Naruto and Sasuke fell easily to me, yet you place your hopes on the past versions of them. How utterly laughable. After his words, his gaze casually swept over Indra, Ashura, and the other ninjas, whom he had never encountered in the future ninja world. He also keenly sensed a difference between the Naruto before him and the future Naruto. Not only that, but Sasuke emanated a similar aura. Although this discrepancy left him somewhat perplexed, he dismissed it as a minor concern. In Kinshiki's eyes, his overwhelming power was sufficient to handle any situation. With a subtle smile, Sutsuki Kinshiki abruptly unleashed a barrage of black rods that erupted from his body, raining down towards Naruto and Sasuke with menacing intensity. The aura of these black rods was chilling. In the face of this sudden assault, Indra and Uchiha Madara activated their Susanoo. Their forms were enveloped in enormous armor, weapons at the ready to meet the onslaught of the black rods. Simultaneously, Ashura and Hashirama swiftly summoned the Great Buddha, its colossal form rising to withstand the barrage. However, Naruto and Sasuke did not choose to defend. Instead, they activated their Six Paths mode, transforming into streaks of light weaving through the black rods, racing towards Tsutsuki Kinshiki at incredible speed. Their movements were as swift as lightning, dazzling to behold. Kinshiki, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a flicker of surprise within him. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from his opponents, particularly the towering figures that posed a significant challenge. Yet, he met this realization with a sneer of disdain. Just then, Tsutsuki Kinshiki launched an attack, his figure flickering as he appeared before Naruto, delivering a powerful punch. In response, Naruto was equally unwilling to back down, swinging his fist to meet Kinshiki's in a thunderous clash. The impact reverberated through the air, and Naruto felt an overwhelming force surge from Kinshiki's punch, sending him hurtling backward to crash onto the ground. So powerful, Naruto thought in alarm, realizing that Kinshiki's strength was terrifying, far surpassing that of previous Tsutsuki he had encountered. Meanwhile, Sasuke brandished the Kusanagi blade, rushing towards Tsutsuki Kinshiki as a streak of sword light. Yet, Kinshiki merely extended a hand, conjuring a barrier akin to Shinra Tensei, effortlessly deflecting Sasuke's strike. The immense repulsion sent Sasuke flying as well. Tsutsuki Kinshiki, perish. Just then, Indra and Uchiha Madara unleashed their Susanu's Indra's arrow, two powerful attacks racing towards Tsutsuki Kinshiki like lightning. Kinshiki's lips curled into a mocking smile, his eyes abruptly transforming into golden Rinnegan. He conjured a massive red energy sphere. At this sight, Boruto urgently warned, "Be careful. That energy sphere can devour attacks and amplify their power." The others gasped in shock as they beheld the two Indra's arrows being consumed by the colossal red energy sphere, which swelled several times larger, exuding a chilling aura. Uchiha Madara, wide-eyed, angrily berated Boruto. "Why didn't you mention such crucial information sooner?" As everyone contemplated the enormous red energy sphere, Naruto, Ashura, and Hashirama prepared to withstand it with the Great Buddha. Suddenly, a brilliant golden flash appeared. "Allow me," Minato spoke calmly. Following his words, he swiftly performed a jutsu: Flying Thunder God, Lightning Flash, Space-Time Transfer, Damage Sealing Array. He flung dozens of kunai around the red energy sphere, inscribing a mysterious seal in the air. Upon colliding with the massive red energy sphere, it was transported away, reappearing over the ocean. Space-time transfer technique? I did not expect such formidable jutsu from this diminutive ninja world, Tsutsuki Kinshiki remarked. At that moment, Ashura and Hashirama spoke in unison. "Since ninjutsu attacks are ineffective, allow us to take charge." As their words fell, two gigantic Great Buddhas surged towards Tsutsuki Kinshiki from opposite sides. "Did you think I would foolishly stand by and wait for your attack? It's time for me to take the initiative." However, before Kinshiki could finish his sentence, Sasuke executed a heavenly hand power technique. In the blink of an eye, their positions were swapped, placing Tsutsuki Kinshiki directly in front of the two Great Buddhas. Kinshiki had no time to react as the fists of the Great Buddhas came crashing down like a tempest. Startled, he quickly employed the 80 Gods airstrike, its power significantly surpassing Kagaya's, engaging in a fierce clash with the Great Buddhas. With a series of crisp sounds, the fists of the Great Buddhas shattered under the force of Kinshiki's attack. Ultimately, both Great Buddhas were destroyed, yet Kinshiki successfully broke through the encirclement. Witnessing Kinshiki withstand the onslaught of two Great Buddhas without faltering, the others were left in astonishment. "The Tsutsuki clan is indeed fearsome," Naruto exclaimed in admiration. Nevertheless, Tsutsuki Kinshiki was left breathless, clearly having expended a significant amount of energy. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kagaya Tsutsuki did not feel joy. Rather, she perceived Naruto's remarks as mockery. Enraged, Kagaya Tsutsuki bellowed, "Inferior beings, you have thoroughly provoked my wrath." With her hands clasped together, she concentrated her chakra, forming a colossal golden disc. This disc radiated a blinding light, illuminating the entire battlefield. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Kagaya Satsuki shouted, as the golden disc whirled rapidly, unleashing formidable power. Chapter 186. The Battle Against Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Part 2. As the ominous golden wheel of reincarnation descended, Naruto was struck with alarm. His mind racing with a singular thought. He must prevent Otsutsuki Kinshiki's attack from striking the ninja realm. Kurama. Naruto shouted, his inner nine-tailed chakra erupting in a brilliant display. 9 ethereal tails sprouting from his back, culminating in the magnificent manifestation of the golden 9 tails. Simultaneously, Sasuke invoked his Susanoo, enveloping the 9 tails in its protective embrace. Die! Kinshiki sneered, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The golden wheel of reincarnation plummeted like a meteor, exuding an aura of cataclysmic destruction. Naruto, commanding the Susanoo to shield the 9 tails, valiantly resisted the onslaught of the golden wheel. The collision generated a tremendous shockwave, threatening to tear the very fabric of space asunder. The gathered ninjas were safeguarded by the Susanoo of Indra and Uchiha Madara, narrowly escaping the wrath of the residual force. As the dust settled, both Naruto and Sasuke, who had braced for the impact, bore significant injuries. Damn it, these insects deserve to perish. Kinshiki gasped, his eyes gleaming with malice as he fixated on Naruto, his heart brimming with rage and indignation. The previous desperate strike had not only failed to annihilate Naruto and his comrades, but had instead ensnared him in a precarious predicament, fueling his ire. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. It is now my turn to strike, Naruto declared, a confident smile gracing his lips. In mere moments, his wounds began to heal, as though he had never been harmed. With a sudden burst, Naruto leaped from the ground, akin to an arrow released from its bow, racing toward Kinshiki. He clenched his fist, radiating a fierce aura, and struck at Kinshiki's head with all his might. Kinshiki, astonished by Naruto's incredible speed, remained unfazed. He swiftly raised his fist to meet Naruto's blow. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, akin to a clap of thunder, reverberating through the air. A powerful gust swirled around their fists, creating a tempest that swept the surrounding area. The force uprooted the ground for hundreds of meters, sending dust and debris flying. Kinshiki grunted, staggering back a step. Internally astonished, this little brat possesses immense strength, and his speed is astonishingly difficult to contend with. Naruto, feeling as if he had struck a solid rock, experienced a slight tingling in his arm but was undeterred. Instead, he shouted with heightened enthusiasm. Again, he unleashed another punch aimed at Kinshiki's chest. In response, Kinshiki executed a swift kick, forcing Naruto to retreat. The Otsutsuki clan is terrifying, Naruto mused. Kinshiki had already exhausted a significant amount of chakra and energy. Yet now he was still capable of trading blows with me. It seemed I could no longer hold back. With determination, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, thousands of Narutos surrounded Kinshiki. Kinshiki's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the multitude of clones, realizing he was ensnared in a dire predicament. He attempted to unleash black rods to combat Naruto, yet he was now at the end of his rope, his chakra and strength dwindling, rendering his attacks feeble and sparse. As Kinshiki shattered most of Naruto's shadow clones, Naruto smiled and executed the technique once more, conjuring thousands more clones. Witnessing this, Kinshiki succumbed to despair. You despicable, lowly creatures only know how to resort to such underhanded tactics. In response to Kinshiki's accusations, Naruto retorted, if we didn't possess such abilities, you so-called higher beings would have obliterated us long ago. He continued, when you lose, you call it trickery. Naruto, I'm not resorting to tricks. Practice more if you find yourself lacking. Kinshiki was left speechless, aware that he could not counter Naruto's words. Naruto further asserted, thus, do not always consider yourself superior. In truth, we are all equal beings. With that, he charged toward Kinshiki for a final assault, a relentless tide engulfing him. Kinshiki felt the immense pressure and attempted to utilize space-time ninjutsu to escape. However, he realized that his movements had already been anticipated by Sasuke and Indra. Kinshiki, where do you think you're going? Uchiha Madara taunted, gazing at the cornered foe. Indra, Ashura, Hashirama, and Madara joined forces to cast a formidable barrier, sealing off the surrounding space, leaving Kinshiki with no avenue of escape. Meanwhile, Naruto calmly directed his shadow clones, continuously assaulting Kinshiki. Each clone was like a sharp blade, piercing through Kinshiki's defenses, which crumbled under the relentless tide of attacks. Each strike landed upon Kinshiki like a hammer, carving wounds into his body, staining his garments with crimson. As time wore on, his strength waned rapidly, his chakra nearly depleted. "I will fight you all." Kinshiki, realizing escape was futile and that he was being drained of chakra and energy, grew increasingly frantic. He understood that if this continued, his demise was imminent. With this realization, Kinshiki lost the composure he once held, finally succumbing to hysteria as he bellowed, "No. It's impossible. How could I ever lose to you insects?" Yet, his resistance appeared pitifully weak. His attacks were as ineffective as a mantis attempting to halt a chariot, failing to pose any threat. Naruto and Sasuke deftly evaded Kinshiki's strikes, maintaining their relentless onslaught. Ultimately, Naruto landed a powerful punch that sent Kinshiki hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting to the ground. With a resounding crash, dust billowed, and Kinshiki's form sank deep into the earth, creating a cloud of debris. He lay there, eyes closed, his visage etched with pain and despair. Naruto slowly retracted his fist, his gaze cold and indifferent as he regarded his fallen adversary. Kinshiki struggled to rise from the pit but found his body too battered from Naruto's blow to support him. His eyes were filled with resentment and rage as he murmured, "No. It can't be. How could I lose to you insects?" However, his voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately fading into silence. Just then, Sasuke appeared before Kinshiki, wielding the Kusanagi sword, his expression unyielding. He observed Kinshiki quietly before raising the sword and swinging it with force. Kinshiki's head fell from his SH Chapter 187, A Journey into the Future Ninja World with Boruto. After vanquishing the formidable Otsutsuki Kinshiki, the group collectively sighed in relief. Kinshiki was an overwhelmingly powerful adversary. In a one-on-one confrontation, even someone as strong as Naruto might have struggled to prevail. At this moment, attention gradually shifted towards Boruto. "Boruto, what has transpired in your future?" Naruto inquired, concern etched across his face as he gazed intently at his son from the future. His deep-set eyes bore the weight of paternal worry. With a faint frown and a hint of exhaustion, Boruto softly replied, "Father, the situation is as follows. Initially, our means of communication with your world was destroyed by Otsutsuki Ishiki, severing our connection. Fortunately, after a harrowing and arduous battle, we succeeded in defeating Ishiki. Subsequently, we embarked on an ambitious interstellar voyage, hoping to discover a suitable planet for planting the divine tree. Regrettably, our aspirations were thwarted amidst the vast cosmos. We failed to find a planet harboring life, rendering the planting of the divine tree impossible. To compound our misfortunes, during this endless celestial expedition, we encountered the formidable Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was searching for Ishiki's whereabouts. Despite Father and Master Sasuke's valiant resistance, they were ultimately overpowered by Kinshiki's might. Master Sasuke's Rinnegan was obliterated, and my father, at the cost of the Nine Tails, barely managed to injure Kinshiki, forcing him to retreat. Afterward, Father hastily returned to the ninja world with the gravely injured Master Sasuke. At this juncture, Boruto's voice trembled slightly, as if haunted by those trying times. He inhaled deeply and continued. In light of Father and Master Sasuke losing the Nine Tails and the Rinnegan, they began to focus on training me, Sarada, Kawaki, and Mitsuki, entrusting the future of the ninja world to us. However, tranquility was short-lived. It wasn't long before Kinshiki recovered and returned to the ninja world, intent on avenging his prior defeat. Even though Kawaki and I fought fiercely to protect our realm, Kinshiki's overwhelming strength rendered us powerless to turn the tide, and we could only watch helplessly as the situation deteriorated. In a moment of desperation, I recalled you all, and without hesitation, I retrieved the precious artifact left by Urashiki, hoping to traverse time and space to seek your aid. To my astonishment, Kinshiki followed me through the portal at the last critical moment. Upon hearing this, Naruto pondered, could this be the influence of the world's will? Despite having triumphed over Ishiki, Naruto ultimately lost the Nine Tails, and Sasuke lost his Rinnegan. Truly, this is the saga of Boruto. It seems that the mantle of protagonism has shifted to him. Observing Boruto, who bore a striking resemblance to himself, yet appeared much more mature than their first encounter, Naruto felt a wave of emotion. He stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Boruto's shoulder, and earnestly remarked, "Boruto, it seems you have endured much and grown significantly over these 6 years. As your father, I feel proud, yet my heart aches for the burdens you've carried. You have truly worked hard. In response to his father's words, warmth surged within Boruto, and a faint smile of resignation appeared on his face. Growth is an inevitable part of life, father, though it can be exhausting at times. I have grown accustomed to it. There are many, including you, Master Sasuke, Sarada, and countless others, who rely on me for protection. Naruto nodded slightly, acknowledging his son's sentiments, then inquired, by the way, is that fellow Momoshiki still causing trouble within you? Boruto shook his head and replied honestly, not at the moment. He is simply reluctant to lend me his chakra. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly added, father, I need to return quickly. If I linger here too long, my father and Sarada and my world will surely worry. As Boruto prepared to retrieve the turtle to traverse back to his world, Naruto interjected, Boruto, wait. There have been significant changes in our world over the years. You should stay a while longer to learn about them. It may prove beneficial for you and your world. Minato chimed in, Naruto is correct. Since the severance of our world's connection, we have lost track of each other's circumstances. After a moment of hesitation, Boruto relented, all right, father, grandfather, I shall stay a bit longer. Through discussions with Naruto, Sasuke, and others, Boruto gained a deeper understanding of the history of this world. Here, Naruto, Sasuke, and other ninjas had successfully planted the divine tree on various planets and harvested chakra fruits, significantly enhancing their abilities and instilling new hope in the entire ninja world. Armed with this vital information, Boruto resolved to return to his own ninja world, where his family and friends awaited his return. He bid farewell, father, mother, Sasuke, I must go. Many in the future ninja world are waiting for me. Naruto smiled, Boruto, I wish to accompany you to your world. Perhaps I can utilize my creation power to restore Sasuke's Rinnegan. Boruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Father, can you truly restore Master Sasuke's Rinnegan? That would be incredible. Naruto smiled gently and nodded. Yes, I will certainly try. However, the specifics must be assessed on site. Hinata, with a worried expression, interjected, her beautiful eyes reflecting deep concern. I'm truly anxious, Naruto. What if you encounter danger? What if you don't return? Her delicate features were marred by a cloud of worry. Naruto's lips curled into a reassuring smile as he comforted her softly. Hinata, please don't fret. Trust me. I will return safely before long. His gaze was resolute and confident, as if transmitting an intangible strength to Hinata. She nodded gently, although fear lingered in her heart. May I accompany you? At that moment, Sasuke unexpectedly voiced his desire to join as well. If you wish to go, then I shall accompany you too. After all, Jinchuriki caused me to lose my Rinnegan, and I must teach him a lesson. Very well, let us all embark together, Naruto replied with a smile. Suddenly, Orochimaru, who had been silent until now, interjected, take me along as well. I am eager to witness the world you speak of. Perhaps I might glean some unexpected insights from that Otsutsuki. A mysterious smile graced his face, igniting anticipation for the forthcoming adventure. Boruto, brimming with excitement, waved his hands exuberantly, exclaiming, this is fantastic. Father, mother, Master Sasuke, and Uncle Orochimaru, let us set forth at once. When the fathers from another world and Master Sasuke meet you, they will undoubtedly be overjoyed. After Boruto spoke, he activated the turtle, bringing Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Orochimaru together as they journeyed back to the future shinobi world. Chapter 188, The Future Ninja World, Part 1. Accompanied by a surge of intense spatial fluctuations, Naruto and his companions appeared abruptly in midair, as if traversing time and space. They gazed down upon the vast expanse of land below, where a modern city, Konoha, came into view. This once familiar village had seamlessly integrated numerous contemporary elements. Yet its former visage could still be faintly discerned. Particularly striking was the iconic Hokage rock, now meticulously carved with the likenesses of the 7 Hokages, with the 7th being none other than Naruto himself. Boruto looked at the familiar Konoha, a warm smile gracing his face as he softly declared, I'm back. Father, mother, Uncle Sasuke, and Uncle Orochimaru, allow me to introduce you to my father and Master Sasuke from this world. However, Sasuke merely replied with indifference, there is no need. They are already on their way. Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded slightly in agreement. Sensing the familiar chakra of the 9 tails emanating from the 7th Hokage, Kurama must have been reborn and returned to Naruto's body. Thus, the group decided to remain in place, awaiting their arrival. Before long, the 7th Hokage, accompanied by Sasuke, Sarada, and several companions, hurried over. Upon their meeting, the seventh Hokage eagerly inquired, "Boruto, you have finally returned. Your mother, Sarada, and I have been quite concerned for your safety. By the way, are these individuals from another world? Myself, Sasuke, Hinata, and Orochimaru? And where is Kinshiki Otsutsuki?" Boruto, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Ah, Dad. I'm so sorry to have worried you. The vile Kinshiki Otsutsuki has been defeated by them. Moreover, they have come specifically to assist Master Sasuke in repairing his damaged Rinnegan." Upon hearing this news, the seventh Hokage's face lit up with ecstatic delight, exclaiming, "You mean it is possible to restore Sasuke's Rinnegan? That is truly magnificent." Beside him, Sasuke also struggled to contain his inner exhilaration. "Let me give it a try. Perhaps it will work," Naruto said with a smile. He swiftly approached Sasuke, cautiously placing his hands over the tightly shut Rinnegan. In an instant, Naruto's eyes transformed into brilliant golden Rinnegan, radiating a mysterious and powerful glow. Utilizing his ocular technique, creation of vibrant energy surged from his palms into Sasuke's Rinnegan, revitalizing it and initiating its restoration. Sasuke felt a force of creation flowing through him, nurturing his Rinnegan and beginning to mend its wounds. Witnessing this, Naruto reminisced about bestowing a new pair of eyes upon Kakashi-sensei using the power of the Sage of Six Paths, hopeful for Sasuke's Rinnegan restoration. After a considerable time, Naruto finally concluded his actions, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He then lowered his hands and calmly stated, "It is done." At that moment, Sasuke slowly opened his previously closed eyes. Suddenly, his gaze transformed, the deep and piercing look replaced by the enigmatic and powerful Rinnegan. Sarada, witnessing this transformation, erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Father, this is incredible! Your Rinnegan has been restored." Hearing his daughter's exclamation, Sasuke's face softened with a hint of satisfaction as he nodded in acknowledgement. He then gazed at his hands, as if sensing a wondrous change within, murmuring, "Not only that, I feel as though I have become significantly lighter." Standing nearby, Naruto observed Sasuke's reaction, smiling as he explained, "Well, I also took the liberty of healing the accumulated ailments you've neglected over the years. You see, Sasuke has not paid much attention to his own health. Due to his prolonged battles in harsh environments, enduring the elements and restless nights had become routine. Though his extraordinary strength kept him from falling ill easily, such a lifestyle had ultimately inflicted considerable damage on his body, rendering him increasingly frail." At that moment, the seventh Hokage expressed his gratitude, saying, "I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, we would have struggled to overcome the formidable Kinshiki Otsutsuki. It is because of you that we successfully averted this immense crisis that plagued our entire ninja world. Furthermore, you have aided in the restoration of Sasuke's crucial Rinnegan. I truly do not know how to repay this kindness." In response, Naruto merely smiled modestly, saying, "There is no need for thanks. It was merely within our capabilities. We are honored to assist you." The seventh Hokage cheerfully remarked, "All guests are welcome. Let us enter Konoha and converse." With that, he led the group into the Hokage building, where they engaged in detailed discussions about the current status and developments within their respective ninja worlds. The ninja world that Naruto belonged to began collaborating once again with Boruto's world, exchanging intelligence, ninjutsu, and technology. Chapter 189, The Future of the Ninja World, Part 2. As the afternoon discussions drew to a close, dusk gently enveloped the land. The seventh Hokage, Naruto, warmly invited Naruto and Hinata to visit his home, an invitation they eagerly accepted. Following closely in the footsteps of the seventh Hokage and Boruto, they made their way to their cozy abode. Upon crossing the threshold, their gazes instinctively fell upon the graceful figure standing at the entrance, a woman of enduring charm. None other than Hinata Hyuga. Beside her stood a spirited little girl, resembling an enchanting sprite, innocent little Himawari. "Welcome, young Naruto, and young me," Hinata softly greeted, her voice imbued with the gentle composure that comes with the passage of time. Himawari's face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "Wow, is this what my parents looked like when they were young? They are so cool and beautiful." Her bright, curious eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a fascinating treasure. Faced with such innocent charm, both Naruto and Hinata felt a warm surge in their hearts. They were profoundly touched by Himawari's adorable demeanor, and the tension that had gripped them melted away, replaced by affectionate smiles. Hinata smiled tenderly, gently stroking Himawari's little head, her eyes brimming with affection as she murmured, "Himawari is just too adorable." At that moment, The seventh Hokage entered from outside and looked at Hinata, asking, "By the way, Hinata, have you prepared dinner? I'm absolutely starving." Hinata nodded softly, replying, "It's all ready. Let us all gather for dinner." Following Hinata and the seventh Hokage into the living room, Naruto and Hinata were greeted by a tantalizing aroma. The living room was simply yet warmly decorated, with soft yellow lights casting a serene ambience. As they approached the dining table, they beheld an array of delectable dishes, steaming ramen, fragrant grilled meat, vibrantly colored sushi, and bowls of steaming soup. The sight of the food was enough to make anyone salivate. The seventh Hokage, gazing at the sumptuous spread, couldn't he help but praise, "Hinata, this is amazing. Your cooking is always so delicious." His eyes sparkled with satisfaction, and a blissful smile graced his lips. Boruto chimed in, "Yeah, Mom. Your cooking is the best." At that moment, Himawari, with an eager expression, declared, "Daddy, big brother, I helped too." Her little face beamed with pride, eagerly awaiting their praise. Hinata smiled and ruffled her daughter's hair, saying, "Indeed, Himawari helped me a lot today. We made these dishes together." Boruto, with a grin, complimented his sister. "You're amazing, little sister." His eyes reflected fondness and admiration for her. The seventh Hokage chuckled. "Our Himawari is growing up." There was a hint of pride in his voice. Naruto and Hinata exchanged glances, both filled with smiles. "Everything looks so delicious. You've truly outdone yourselves." They expressed their gratitude towards Hinata and Himawari, their hearts warm with appreciation. Of course, the only downside was that there seemed to be a bit too little food, barely enough to satisfy their appetites. However, they concealed their concerns behind smiles. The seventh Hokage warmly invited Naruto and Hinata to sit, saying, "Please, help yourselves. Don't be shy." His words radiated kindness and friendliness. "All right." Naruto and Hinata responded in unison, taking their seats to indulge in the delightful meal. Hinata smiled gently, saying, "I'll serve everyone." Her tone and demeanor embodied the ideal of a devoted wife. "Mom, let me help," Boruto chimed in with a smile, stepping forward to assist. Showcasing his thoughtfulness, Naruto and Hinata quietly observed the warm family atmosphere before them, a surge of warmth enveloping their hearts. They could feel the love and care emanating from this home, a beauty that was beyond words. Hinata tilted her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with hope for the future. "Will we have a family like this someday?" Her voice was soft, laced with longing. Naruto gently nodded, a warm smile gracing his face. "Yes, we certainly will." His gaze lingered on Hinata, filled with affection. As time passed, they began to envision their future days together, dreaming of more beautiful moments. They imagined their children growing up in this nurturing environment, enveloped in the affection and support of family. Gathered around the dining table, the family shared meals and exchanged snippets of their lives. The children laughed and played, while the parents listened attentively, offering care and guidance. This warmth and happiness of family enveloped everyone in a profound sense of comfort and security. Naruto and Hinata exchanged knowing glances, both understanding each other's sentiments. They had fallen deeply in love with this beautiful family atmosphere and yearned for their own little family. The thought of marriage blossomed in their hearts, becoming a shared aspiration. Chapter 190. The Future of the Ninja World, Part 3. Meanwhile, Sasuke received an invitation from the elder Sasuke and Sarada to visit their home. "Sakura, I'm back." The elder Sasuke knocked on the door. "Sasuke!" Sakura exclaimed in delight as she opened the door, glancing at the elder Sasuke and then at Sasuke. Internally, she mused, "Two Sasukes? And the other one seems even more handsome and youthful." As Sakura gazed, she found herself daydreaming, lost in admiration. Noticing Sakura's undivided attention, Sasuke frowned. He was already displeased with the elder Sasuke marrying a flat-chested woman with a wide forehead, and Sakura's impression of him diminished further. Sarada interjected, "Mom, this is Dad from another world. Please don't stare at him." Sakura finally snapped back to reality, feeling embarrassed. "Oh, I'm sorry." Then she furrowed her brow and addressed the elder Sasuke. "Sasuke, you have guests. Why didn't you let me know in advance?" The elder Sasuke scratched the back of his head. "I apologize, Sakura. We invited him on short notice." Sakura sighed, a hint of reproach in her tone. "Really? This is so sudden." Sarada chimed in. "Mom, please don't act like that. We have guests." She looked at Sakura with a mix of concern and helplessness. "All right, you all come in. I'll go prepare dinner," Sakura said, turning to the kitchen to get busy. Sasuke followed the elder Sasuke and Sarada inside. only to find the place sparsely furnished. If it weren't for a few new pieces of furniture, the home would seem utterly bare. He frowned, filled with curiosity. Did you just move in? He asked, perplexed. The elder Sasuke and Sarada exchanged awkward glances. They hadn't moved. This was their long-standing living situation. I'm sorry for the lack of hospitality. Please make yourselves comfortable, the elder Sasuke said, hoping to ease the tension. Sasuke nodded, harboring doubts yet refraining from probing further. He settled onto the couch, quietly observing his surroundings. Before long, Sakura returned with a few dishes. Although the meal appeared modest, it emitted a burnt, moldy aroma. Mom, why did you only prepare this much? Sarada complained, feeling the spread was insufficient for everyone's appetite. This is all the food we have at home. If we need more, we'll have to go out to buy some. Let's make do for now, Sakura explained with a sigh, revealing her predicament. You can't be serious. Mom, Sarada persisted, still dissatisfied. I can't help it. We're burdened with a mortgage and have no money left, Sakura lamented, shaking her head with a flicker of worry in her eyes. The elder Sasuke awkwardly apologized. Sasuke, after sampling the food, couldn't hold back any longer and spat it out. Seeing this, Sarada remarked, Mama's cooking might be a bit off, but it's not that bad, is it? Sasuke's mind was racing with thoughts. You call this a bit off? This is clearly poison. Observing Sarada's nonchalant demeanor, he silently lamented her plight. She must have developed immunity from eating such food for so long. A truly pitiable yet resilient child. However, when he turned to the elder Sasuke, who was hesitating to pick up his chopsticks, he inwardly fumed. Did you bring me here just to subject me to this? After all, he seemed indifferent to his own daughter consuming such fare. The elder Sasuke, feeling unjustly accused, had simply forgotten about Sakura's culinary skills due to his long absences. Sakura, how about we eat out instead? He suggested awkwardly. Sakura was not pleased with this idea, retorting, I've already prepared the food. Isn't it wasteful to eat out? At that moment, Sasuke could no longer contain himself and bluntly stated, this food is absolutely inedible. Sakura, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. What? Seeing Sakura's audacity to retort, Sasuke became even bolder. Don't you have any self-awareness? Calling it inedible is being polite. This is outright poison. Sakura huffed angrily. Fine. If you don't want to eat, Sarada, let us eat and let these two go out. With that, she turned and headed back to the kitchen to fetch more dishes. The elder Sasuke looked at Sasuke with an awkward expression, saying helplessly, let us go. Sasuke didn't wish to linger any longer and told Sarada, let us eat out. He was determined to spare Sarada from consuming such unpalatable food. Sakura, witnessing this, was instantly furious and shouted, enough. Don't think just because you're the Sasuke from another world that I want to confront you. Sasuke, undeterred, retorted. And what will you do about it? Wide forehead. What did you say? Sakura was momentarily incredulous. I said you have a wide forehead, Sasuke replied irritably. Upon hearing those words again, Sakura's expression darkened ominously, her fists clenched tightly, and her body trembled with rage. The suppressed fury within her erupted uncontrollably. It's been ages since anyone dared to call me that. You're asking for it. With that, Sakura launched a furious punch toward Sasuke. Mom, don't! Sarada exclaimed, trying to intervene. But Sakura, blinded by rage, was beyond reason. The elder Sasuke sighed helplessly and rubbed his sore head. Sasuke, seeing Sakura's fist approaching, smiled confidently and reached out to meet it. However, in the next instant, his smile froze. He realized that Sakura's strength exceeded his expectations, and he was sent staggering backward, nearly crashing into the wall. Just then, a shadow appeared and caught him just in time. It was the elder Sasuke. Sakura, enough? He shouted. Sarada, fuming, added, Mom, you almost destroyed the house. We still have a mortgage to worry about. Mortgage. At the mention of this, Sakura felt as if struck by lightning. Her body trembled violently, her face drained of color, and her head buzzed, nearly causing her to faint. Mom, the house is fine, don't faint. Sarada rushed to support Sakura, concerned. Hearing this, Sakura regained a bit of her composure. Seeing the house intact, the weight in her heart lifted, and she sighed in relief. Looking down, she spoke apologetically. I'm sorry, Sasuke, Sarada. I acted impulsively again. At that moment, Sasuke finally understood why the elder Sasuke's home appeared so pristine, as if recently renovated. It turned out they had a demolition expert, Sakura. In that instant, Sakura earned yet another label in Sasuke's mind, the violent woman. Sakura, I'm taking Sasuke out for dinner. Please take care of yourself and rest at home, the elder Sasuke said gently. Sakura felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, but forced a smile and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Sarada watched the scene unfold, her heart swelling with a bittersweet sensation. Sakura sighed and, feigning nonchalance, remarked, "Sarada, you should go. It is merely that my cooking lacks flavor." With that, Sakura lowered her head, silently wiping away her tears. Sarada, witnessing Sakura's profound sorrow, felt a pang in her heart. She hurriedly embraced Sakura, offering comfort as she said, "Mom, please do not be disheartened. I truly enjoy your meals." Sakura lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears, and choked out, "Is that truly so? Yet, none of you seem to appreciate my cooking." Sarada grasped Sakura's hand firmly and declared, "Mom, your dishes are delightful. It is merely that Dad and the father from another world fail to recognize their worth. I will always stand by you." Upon hearing her daughter's words, Sakura was moved to tears, gently caressing Sarada's hair as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Sarada. It is a blessing to have you." Sasuke softly addressed Sarada, saying, "Sarada, I appreciate your care for Sakura. I will take Sasuke out for a meal now." Sarada smiled and nodded, replying, "All right, Dad, please go ahead." Sasuke led Sasuke out of the house, leaving Sakura and Sarada together. Following Sasuke, Sasuke inwardly mused, "What a well-behaved girl. It is a pity she has such a mother and father." Chapter 191. The Future of the Shinobi World, Part 4, as Sasuke and his counterpart. The other Sasuke departed from their home. The latter could no longer contain his curiosity and confronted the former. "Why did you choose to marry Sakura? What is so appealing about that broad forehead, flat-chested, violent woman? Moreover, her culinary skills leave much to be desired." The elder Sasuke paused in his tracks, gazing quietly at his younger self. After a moment of silence, he replied nonchalantly, Team 7. Team 7. The younger Sasuke echoed, perplexed. "Yes," the elder Sasuke continued. "I am fundamentally different from you. In my youth, my brother Itachi Uchiha slaughtered our entire clan to protect me. I was left with no ties, consumed solely by the desire for vengeance against Itachi. However, the formation of Team 7 gave me new bonds. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, and Sakura transformed my life. I once harmed Naruto and Sakura in my pursuit of power to defeat Itachi, and I carry guilt for that. They are the ones I share the deepest connections with. Sakura loves me wholeheartedly, and if I were to reject her, she would surely live a life of loneliness." Furrowing his brow, the younger Sasuke pressed on with a serious tone, "So, is that the reason? Do you truly love her?" The elder Sasuke fell silent once more, then replied softly, "Perhaps love. After all, even a cold stone can develop feelings over time. There is indeed some affection for Sakura, intertwined with a sense of responsibility. Regardless, neither of us has ever regretted our choices." The younger Sasuke nodded in understanding but continued, "Well, as long as you both are content, I shall not interfere. But what about Sarada? She is your child. Is it not a bit irresponsible to subject her to such unpalatable meals? Furthermore, it seems you and Sarada are not very close." At this, the elder Sasuke's face flushed with embarrassment. Memories of Sarada awakening her Sharingan flooded his mind. He had not even recognized his own daughter due to his prolonged absence. It could be said that he had missed out on Sarada's entire childhood. Although they were a two-parent family, Sarada lived a life akin to that of a single mother. Gazing at the younger Sasuke, guilt and self-reproach flickered in the elder Sasuke's eyes. He sighed deeply, admitting, "This is my fault. I will make an effort to spend more time with Sarada." However, the younger Sasuke was not swayed by the elder's words. With a scoff, fire flashing in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Humph! I am increasingly displeased with you. I have lost my appetite for food. Let us settle this with a battle." With that, he assumed a combative stance. After a brief silence, the elder Sasuke inhaled deeply and declared, "Very well, if that is the case, bring it on." He too took up a fighting stance, ready to accept the challenge from his younger counterpart. The next day arrived, bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze blowing across an open lawn. Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, and Orochimaru gathered together, having completed the mission of their journey, now preparing to return home. Naruto smiled as he expressed his gratitude to 7th Hokage Naruto and Boruto. "Thank you for your care during this time. We must be on our way." Hinata nodded slightly in agreement. Then, Orochimaru turned to his counterpart, Snake Ant, and murmured, "Farewell, another Orochimaru." It turned out that the previous day, Orochimaru had secretly slipped into Snake Ant's hidden lair, and no one knew what dealings the two serpents had engaged in. However, Naruto noticed that Orochimaru appeared invigorated today, as if he had reaped considerable benefits. At that moment, 7th Hokage Naruto suddenly realized that Sasuke was missing and inquired curiously of Sarada, "Where is Sasuke? Why have we not seen him today?" Shrugging her shoulders, Sarada replied helplessly, "Don't ask me. I am unsure. Perhaps the other Sasuke knows. Since Dad went out with him last night. I'm here." A familiar voice interrupted just as everyone had begun to think that Sasuke would not show. They turned to see Sasuke finally appearing at the last moment. "Sasuke, what happened to your face?" 7th Hokage Naruto exclaimed in surprise, noticing the elder Sasuke with a face swollen like a pig's. "Naruto, don't ask," the elder Sasuke said with a hint of bitterness. Yesterday, he had been thoroughly beaten by the younger Sasuke, who had proven to be far stronger than he had anticipated. The younger Sasuke scoffed, "Humph. Remember to take good care of Sarada, and for the love of all that is sacred, do not let an enemy poke out your Rinnegan again. Don't bring shame upon me." Observing the expression on Sasuke's face, 7th Hokage Naruto could not help but chuckle, already guessing what had transpired. It appeared that this Sasuke had been taught a lesson by his counterpart from another world. Seeing Naruto's laughter, the elder Sasuke felt a surge of anger rise within him. Yet he restrained himself from lashing out. He addressed the younger Sasuke, "Understood. Farewell, another version of myself from the shinobi world." "Goodbye, alternate world father," Sarada said softly, her eyes shimmering with tears. "Goodbye, alternate world mom and dad." Boruto waved as he bid them farewell. "Goodbye," Naruto and Hinata echoed, waving once more before activating their turtle and embarking on their return to the original shinobi world. Chapter 192, Marriage, Part 1. With a ripple of space, Naruto and his companions returned to the familiar world of ninjas. This time, Naruto and Hinata had resolved to wed. In the sequel, Boruto, Naruto, and Hinata, along with Boruto and Himawari, felt the warmth of family and were filled with anticipation for their life together after marriage. "Naruto, Hinata, are you truly planning to get married?" Sasuke inquired, astonished. Yet within his heart, he silently pondered. "If you, Naruto, are getting married, what will become of me?" "Indeed, Sasuke," Naruto replied with a radiant smile, his eyes brimming with happiness. Hinata, blushing and somewhat bashful, stood beside Naruto, her heart equally filled with joy and expectation. "Then I extend my blessings to you both," Sasuke said, his expression complex, a tinge of melancholy washing over him. "Yes, Sasuke, remember to attend our wedding," Naruto cheerfully urged. He then took Hinata's hand, leading her to meet their parents and discuss the wedding plans. Sasuke gazed at Naruto and Hinata's retreating figures, his heart a swirl of emotions. Memories of his past flooded back, recalling the comrade who once stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Now, Naruto had found his own happiness. What about him? With a resigned shake of his head, Sasuke thought of Sakura and the cold atmosphere of their home. How could he ever marry Sakura? That would be akin to signing his own death warrant. In the household of Sasuke and Sakura, he felt no warmth of home. In fact, he harbored a strong aversion to Sakura and an equal disdain for the life he shared with her, yet he adored their dutiful daughter, Sarada. Furthermore, Sasuke recalled Sasuke's words, "Being together is far better than being alone." He thought of Karin, the one person, aside from Naruto and family, with whom he shared a profound bond. Sasuke was thoroughly satisfied with her in every aspect, save for her culinary skills, which remained a mystery to him. However, he frequently savored her cooking. Beyond mere appetite, it was Karin's essence and physique that captivated him. Sasuke was acutely aware of her deep affections for him. And if he failed to marry her, she might very well end up alone, much like the Karin of the world where Sasuke resided, who remained single, her heart solely belonging to him. Sasuke pondered silently. If Karin were to become his wife, perhaps that would be a splendid choice. With that thought, a slight smile graced his lips. "Naruto, as you embark on marriage, I shall join you in this journey." Sasuke resolved to seek out Karin. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having witnessed Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke depart, sighed and prepared to report to the Shinobi Alliance. On another front, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously return home with Hinata. He gently rapped on the door, his heart brimming with anticipation. Soon, Kushina's voice resonated from within. "Who is it?" "Minato, please open the door." As the door creaked open, Minato's eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. Naruto holding Hinata's hand at the threshold. His face broke into a joyous smile. "Naruto, Hinata, what brings you here?" Drawing a deep breath, Naruto summoned his courage to declare, "Father, Hinata and I plan to get married." "Is that true?" Minato exclaimed, astonished. Upon hearing this, Kushina's excitement surged, almost propelling her from her seat. She rushed over, tears glistening in her eyes, and enveloped Naruto in a warm embrace. This is wonderful. My son is finally starting a family. Turning to Hinata, she regarded her with tenderness, her eyes filled with affection. Hinata, you are now part of our family. Hinata nodded shyly, a radiant smile illuminating her features. In that moment, Naruto and Hinata felt the warmth and blessings of family, knowing their future would be filled with love and hope. A few days later, at a barbecue restaurant in Konoha, Kiba, while relishing grilled meat, glanced at Naruto and remarked with a grin, "You know, Naruto, I had a feeling you and Hinata would eventually end up together, but I didn't expect you to decide to marry so swiftly." Naruto smiled slightly and responded, "It's because Hinata and I love each other, and we want to step into the realm of marriage as soon as possible." Hinata, overhearing this, felt her cheeks warm, shyly lowering her gaze. At that moment, Ino suddenly interjected, "Sasuke, I heard you and Karen are also planning to get married. Is that true?" Sasuke nodded, affirming, "Yes." Sakura, seated beside Ino, trembled slightly at the news but quickly composed herself, betraying no emotion. Meanwhile, Karen, nestled closely against Sasuke, wore a blissful smile. "Sasuke, Karen, you are also getting married? When do you plan to hold the ceremony?" Naruto asked, his excitement palpable. Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at Karen before turning back to Naruto. "On the same day as your wedding." Naruto's face lit up with joy as he approached Sasuke, clapping him on the shoulder. "Getting married together? That is fantastic. We can celebrate this beautiful moment together." Ino dashed over, beaming at Sasuke and Karen. "Wow, congratulations to you both. Let us collaborate to plan this grand wedding." Naruto added, "By the way, Ino, I'll need your help in designing the wedding venue." Ino nodded confidently, smiling. "Leave it to me. I will ensure the wedding venue is beautifully adorned." Naruto nodded appreciatively, then smiled at Neji and Tenten. "You both will be our best man and maid of honor, right?" "Me?" Tenten exclaimed, astonished and uncertain. Yet upon seeing Neji, she felt a sense of acceptance. Thus, she shyly nodded in agreement. Neji glanced at Hinata and Tenten, also nodding in affirmation. Ino chimed in, "By the way, Sasuke, do you have best men and maid of honor? I and Sai can step in as well." Sasuke smiled. "Thank you, Ino and Sai." "No need for thanks," Ino replied cheerfully. At that moment, Ino noticed Choji and Shikamaru. "Hey, Shikamaru, what's on your mind? You've been unusually quiet." Choji, munching away, replied through a mouthful, "Yeah, Shikamaru, why so silent today?" Ino frowned at Choji's gluttonous demeanor and remarked, "Choji, stop eating all the time. Don't you ever think about getting married and starting a family?" Hearing Ino's words, Choji paused, scratching his head in distress. "But my passion is food. Even if I marry, I want a wife who can cook well." Ino sighed, shaking her head in exasperation, then turned to Shikamaru, asking, "Why are you quiet too? Are you contemplating Konoha's affairs? This isn't like your usual laid-back self." Shikamaru replied, "Of course not." While his father, Shikaku, was off with Naruto and Sasuke on a mission to plant the God Tree on another planet, Shikamaru served as Konoha's strategist. Ino, curious, asked, "Are you thinking about women?" Shikamaru sighed, responding slowly, "After all these years with the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans, don't you know me? I abhor complications. I merely wish to live a simple life and marry an ordinary woman." After listening to Ino, Shikamaru couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Haha, Ino, although you say that, I often see you and Temari together." Upon hearing Ino's words, Shikamaru felt a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. He knew she was not mistaken, as he indeed harbored special feelings for the Kunoichi from Sunagakure. However, he refrained from expressing this, believing that such matters would only complicate his life, and he wished to avoid entanglements of the heart. Thus, he could only shake his head in resignation and reply, "I am an assistant to the Hokage, and Temari is an aide to the Kazekage. It is merely a professional necessity, and there is nothing extraordinary between us." At that moment, Gaara had already ascended to the position of the fifth Kazekage. Ino observed Shikamaru's helpless demeanor and couldn't suppress a smirk. She understood that he was an astute individual, and his reluctance to acknowledge his feelings for Temari stemmed from a fear of the complications that emotions could bring. Nevertheless, Ino was not inclined to let him off the hook so easily and continued to tease, "Oh, is it truly just a matter of work? Then why is it that every time I see you two together, there seems to be an inexplicable chemistry?" Shikamaru felt a twinge of embarrassment at Ino's remarks, casting a resigned glance her way before responding with a wry smile, all right, enough of the jokes." With that, He turned his attention away from Ino and began to sip his drink. In his mind, he mused that Ino always enjoyed such banter, making it both amusing and exasperating. However, he recognized that she meant no harm and thus did not take it to heart. Naruto and the others, witnessing Shikamaru's demeanor, also smiled. They understood his character well. Knowing he was not adept at expressing his emotions, yet beneath it all, he was a kind and passionate soul. The gathering was filled with a joyful and warm atmosphere, as everyone relished the delectable food while sharing updates on their lives and future aspirations. It was a rare occasion for the 12 of them to come together again, collectively savoring the small joys of life. In that moment, they momentarily set aside their past worries and pressures, fully embracing the precious tranquility and happiness of the reunion. Chapter 193, Marriage, Part 2. In the village of Konoha, sunlight bathed the surroundings, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, enveloping the entire village in an atmosphere of joy. Naruto and Hinata, Sasuke and Sarada, were on the verge of experiencing the most blissful moments of their lives, weddings. Their unions garnered heartfelt blessings from all corners. Naruto, Hinata, congratulations on your marriage. Iruka beamed with a smile, though tears shimmered in his eyes as he gazed at the happy couple, his heart overflowing with emotion and well wishes. Yet, as words hung on his lips, he suddenly paused, his smile turning somewhat awkward. What's wrong, Iruka-sensei? Forgotten what to say? Konohamaru, camera in hand, shook his head in mild exasperation. Iruka sheepishly scratched his head, chuckling. I apologize, I was so nervous that I momentarily forgot my words. But don't worry, I'll get it right this time. Let us start over. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and spoke again with genuine warmth. Naruto, Hinata, congratulations on your marriage. Naruto, I have witnessed you evolve from a lonely child into an exceptional ninja. It brings me immense joy to see you find your happiness. May you always support one another, cherish each other, and walk together through every day of your future. Konohamaru diligently recorded all the heartfelt messages for Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, and Sarada. 1. Sincere wishes from friends. Shikamaru adjusted his glasses, a slight smile gracing his lips. Naruto, you always manage to surprise us. This time, however, you've made the right choice. Hinata is a wonderful girl. I wish you both happiness. Temari crossed her arms, smiling. Naruto, you mustn't act recklessly anymore. Hinata, be sure to keep him in check. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness. Sasuke, remember to take good care of Sarada. She is a good girl. My guy and Rock Lee excitedly waved their fists. Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, Sarada, your love deeply moves me. I believe you will embrace each day with the same passion I have for youth. Wishing you everlasting happiness. Tintin nodded with a smile. Yes, Naruto and Hinata. You must be happy. When you have children, remember to let us be their mentors. Niji stood beside Tintin. Naruto, you must take good care of Hinata and ensure her happiness. 2. Blessings from elders. Minato looked at his son Naruto, impeccably dressed in formal attire, and at Hinata, radiantly adorned in white, filled with pride and joy. Naruto, my son, it brings me great happiness to see you find your happiness. Hinata is a good girl. You must support each other and face life's challenges together. Kushina, with tears in her eyes, stepped forward and embraced both Naruto and Hinata gently. Naruto, you have always been my pride. Hinata, please take good care of Naruto. May your lives be filled with love and laughter, and may you find everlasting happiness. Overwhelmed with emotion, Naruto grasped Hinata's hand tightly and addressed his parents. Mom, Dad, we will be happy. Thank you for your blessings. 3. Kakashi stood casually, but his gaze was warm. Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, Sarada, I hope you support one another in facing the challenges of life ahead. 4. Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya's eyes glistened with tears. Naruto, you have grown up. Hinata, you are a wonderful girl. Seeing you two marry fills me with joy. May your lives be filled with sunshine and warmth. 5. Hayashi looked at his daughter and son-in-law, filled with emotion. Naruto, I entrust Hinata to you. I hope you will take good care of her and bring her happiness. His gaze reflected both reluctance to part with his daughter and trust in Naruto. Naruto nodded earnestly. Father-in-law, rest assured, I will ensure Hinata's happiness. He held Hinata's hand tightly, affirming his commitment. 6. Tobirama, Hashirama, and Hiruzen, the third Hokage, gazed at Naruto and Hinata with satisfaction. Naruto, you are the pride of Konoha. Hinata, you are also an excellent ninja. May your marriage bring hope and happiness to our village. 7. Itaki and Izumi. Uchiha Itaki observed his brother Sasuke's happiness with pride. He approached and gently patted Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke, seeing you find your happiness brings me joy. May you and Sarada cherish each beautiful day together. Turning to Sarada, he added, Sarada, take good care of Sasuke. I hope you will always support him. Izumi gazed at the newlyweds with warmth. Sasuke, Sarada, your love is truly touching. May your lives be as radiant as the beautiful sunshine, filled with warmth and hope. In the days to come, no matter the challenges, always hold each other's hands tightly. 8. Fugaku and Mikoto watched their son Sasuke start a family, filled with emotion. Fugaku's stern expression softened slightly as he said, Sasuke, you have grown up and taken on your responsibilities. May you and Sarada support each other and thrive together. Mikoto stepped forward, embracing Sasuke and Sarada with tears of joy. My children, you must be happy. Sarada, sometimes Sasuke can be stubborn, but his heart is kind. Please cherish each other and embrace your differences. 9. Shursui also arrived at the wedding, smiling at Sasuke and Sarada. Sasuke, congratulations on finding your happiness. May your life be filled with love and peace. Sarada, Sasuke is a man worthy of your trust. I hope you both find eternal happiness. As Sasuke and Sarada absorbed these heartfelt blessings, their hearts swelled with emotion. Sasuke firmly grasped Sarada's hand, expressing, thank you all for your blessings. We will cherish this happiness and walk through every day of our future together. Sarada blushed and nodded, her face illuminated with a joyous smile. 10. Blessings from other ninja villages as news of Naruto and Hinata's marriage, as well as Sasuke and Sarada's, spread like a spring breeze throughout the ninja world. Various villages sent their sincere blessings. The Raikage of Kumogakure, upon hearing the news, wore a broad smile. He dispatched envoys bearing precious gifts to Konoha, with a message that read, Naruto, Sasuke, you are heroes of the ninja world. Today, as you unite with Hinata, Kumogakure extends its heartfelt blessings. May your lives be as vast as the skies of the land of lightning, filled with hope and happiness. Gaara, the Kazekage of Sunagakure, a friend with deep ties to Naruto, personally pinned his congratulations. Naruto, Hinata, your union symbolizes love and courage. May your future be as resilient as the deserts of the land of wind, as you face every challenge hand in hand. Congratulations. The village hidden in the mist also extended its heartfelt blessings. A messenger arrived bearing exquisite pearl ornaments and a letter that conveyed profound respect and best wishes for Naruto and Hinata. The wedding of Naruto and Hinata, as well as Sasuke and Sarada, is a momentous occasion in the ninja world. May your love be as deep as the sea of the Mist Village, and may your lives be filled with warmth and sweetness. The village hidden in the rocks was equally unyielding, sending representatives of Bido and Deidara to present sturdy stone carvings as gifts, symbolizing the steadfastness of Naruto and Hinata's love. Congratulations to Naruto and Hinata, Sasuke and Sarada. May your marriage be as stable as the mountains of the Rock Village, and may your happiness endure through the ages. The blessings from various ninja villages rendered the weddings of Naruto and Hinata, as well as Sasuke and Sarada, exceptionally significant. This union is not merely the joining of two individuals, but also a symbol of peace and unity within the ninja world, heralding a future brimming with hope and beauty. The villagers of Konoha also fervently conveyed their best wishes. They waved colorful banners along the streets, cheering the names of Naruto and Hinata, as well as Sasuke and Sarada. Naruto, Hinata, wishing you everlasting happiness. Sasuke, Sarada, wishing you eternal bliss. You are the heroes of Konoha. May your love be everlasting. Congratulations on your marriage. May your lives be filled with sweetness. Children frolicked amidst the crowd, scattering petals to enhance the joy of the newlyweds. Elders sat nearby, smiling as they beheld this beautiful scene, their hearts brimming with hope for the future. Hand in hand, Naruto and Hinata listened to the blessings from all directions, their hearts overflowing with emotion. Naruto, gazing at everyone, proclaimed loudly, "Thank you all. I will surely protect Konoha with Hinata and safeguard our happiness." Hinata, her cheeks flushed, added, "We are grateful for everyone's blessings. We will cherish this happiness and continue forward together." On this day filled with blessings, the love stories of Naruto and Hinata, along with Sasuke and Sarada, became the most beautiful legends of Konoha. Their marriage embodies not only the union of two souls, but also signifies hope and strength, inspiring each individual to courageously pursue their own happiness. Chapter 194, Marriage, Part 3, on a sun-drenched day in the Hidden Leaf Village. The entire community basked in a festive atmosphere. Today marked the occasion of two extraordinary weddings, Naruto and Hinata, Sasuke and Karin. The two couples would embark on the sacred journey of matrimony on this splendid day. The morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting a golden veil over the streets of the village, as if draping it in a luminous tapestry. Naruto and Sasuke rose early, brimming with anticipation as they prepared for this momentous occasion. Their hearts danced between anxiety and exhilaration, for today they would join hands with their beloveds for a lifetime. Dressed in a sleek black suit, Naruto's hair was neatly styled, enhancing his striking appearance. His eyes sparkled with eagerness and joy as he paced restlessly within the confines of the room. Naruto, try not to be so nervous. Today is your joyous day. Kushina gently encouraged from the side. Taking a deep breath, Naruto replied, I understand, but the nerves persist. Meanwhile, Sasuke, also clad in a black suit, wore a subtle smile that revealed a hint of tenderness. He stood quietly by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, his heart filled with profound reflection. He recognized that today was a pivotal moment in his life, as he would soon embark on a new chapter with Karin. On the other side, Hinata and Karin were also busy with their preparations. Hinata donned a beautiful white wedding gown, her hair elegantly styled into a lovely updo adorned with a delicate white flower, exuding an aura of purity and grace. A shy smile graced her face, her eyes shimmering with hope for the future. In contrast, Karin wore a charming pink wedding dress, her hair cascading freely over her shoulders, embodying a playful spirit. Her radiant smile reflected her overwhelming happiness. The air in Hinata's room was fragrant with flowers, as her sister, Hanabi, assisted her with the gown, her eyes glistening with joy and emotion. Hinata, you look truly beautiful today, Hanabi whispered. Hinata blushed and replied, Thank you, Hanabi. In Karin's room, surrounded by a profusion of flowers, Mikoto helped her with makeup, her gaze filled with admiration and well wishes. Karin, you look absolutely stunning. Sasuke is truly fortunate to marry you, Mikoto remarked. Karin smiled and said, I feel incredibly lucky and happy. Marrying Sasuke is my true blessing. As the music began to play, the wedding officially commenced. The groomsmen and bridesmaids made their entrance, clad in coordinated attire and holding bouquets, gracefully making their way to the stage. The groomsmen, including Sai and Niji, were met with cheers from the audience, while the bridesmaids, featuring Ino and Tintin, followed suit. Next, Hinata walked slowly toward the stage, accompanied by her father, Hayashi. A radiant smile illuminated her face, and her eyes brimmed with anticipation for the future. Hayashi looked upon his daughter with a swell of pride, knowing she had found her happiness. Simultaneously, Karin approached the stage, flanked by Mikoto and her biological mother, her face aglow with joy. When Hinata and Karin reached the center of the stage, Naruto stepped forward, captivated by Hinata's beauty. He extended his hand, gently grasping hers, and said, Hinata, you look stunning today. Hinata shyly replied, You look handsome too, Naruto. At the same moment, Sasuke approached Karin, his gaze tender. He took her hand in his and said, Karin, you are breathtaking today. Karin responded with a smile, You look dashing as well, Sasuke. Under the guidance of the officiant, Naruto and Hinata, along with Sasuke and Karin, began their wedding vows. Hinata, Naruto declared with heartfelt sincerity, From the moment we first met, you have been by my side, supporting and encouraging me. Your kindness and bravery have profoundly touched my heart. I vow to protect you, cherish you, and ensure your happiness for all my days. Tears glistened in Hinata's eyes as she responded, Naruto, you are my hero, my lifelong dream. Your determination and courage inspired deep admiration within me. I promise to stand by you through every challenge we face together. Sasuke gazed at Karin, proclaiming, Karin, your warmth, courage, and kindness move me deeply. I pledge to guard you and nurture your happiness throughout my life. Karin's eyes sparkled with joy as she replied, Sasuke, you are my hero and my dream. Your strength and thoughtfulness have captivated my heart. I will be by your side, no matter the obstacles we encounter. After exchanging rings, which glimmered in the sunlight, symbolizing their eternal love, the audience erupted in applause, offering their heartfelt blessings. Then came the climax of the ceremony. The couple shared their first kisses. Naruto and Hinata, along with Sasuke and Karin, gazed lovingly into each other's eyes, leaning in slowly before tenderly pressing their lips together. The kiss resonated with affection and warmth, evoking emotion among the audience. Following the ceremony, Naruto and Hinata, as well as Sasuke and Karin, began their journey into married life. They strolled through the streets of the hidden leaf village, relishing the beauty of the moment. Their faces radiated happiness, and their hearts brimmed with hope for the future. The weddings of Naruto and Hinata, Sasuke and Karin, were not only moments of joy for the couples but also a significant event for the entire ninja world. Their love stories would inspire many to courageously pursue their own happiness. Chapter 195. The warm post-marital life of Naruto and Hinata beneath the radiant sun of Konoha village. Naruto and Hinata embarked on their blissful post-marital journey. Their residence, nestled in a tranquil corner of the village, was enveloped by lush greenery. The cozy Japanese-style house bore a sign adorned with the Uzumaki emblem. The garden flourished with an array of exquisite flowers, which Hinata tended to with the same devotion she bestowed upon their home. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window and bathed the bed in warmth. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, gazing tenderly at the slumbering Hinata beside him. Yesterday, he had engaged in a spirited shadow clone battle with Hinata, leaving her quite exhausted. He gently rose, careful not to rouse her, and ventured out of the room to prepare for the day ahead. In the kitchen, Naruto set about crafting a sumptuous breakfast for Hinata. Though his culinary skills were modest, he poured his heart into each dish, reminiscing about the delectable meals of his childhood as he endeavored to replicate their flavors. Before long, delightful aromas wafted through the air, awakening Hinata. She smiled as she donned her comfortable loungewear and approached the kitchen doorway. Upon seeing Naruto in his element, her heart swelled with happiness. "Thank you for your hard work, Naruto-kun," Hinata said gently. Turning to her, Naruto's face radiated with a brilliant smile. "Hinata, you're awake. Come and taste the breakfast I prepared." They settled at the dining table, savoring the warmth of the moment. Naruto gazed at Hinata, his eyes brimming with love. "Hinata, having you by my side is truly wonderful." Blushing, Hinata lowered her gaze and softly replied, "Naruto-kun, I am also very happy." After breakfast, Naruto prepared to train with the ninja clan. Hinata lovingly arranged his attire and saw him off at the door. "Naruto-kun, don't overexert yourself during training. Take care of your health." Naruto nodded, reassuring her. "Don't worry, Hinata. I will look after myself." Once he departed, Hinata began tidying their home and doing the laundry. She organized everything meticulously, infusing warmth into every corner. In the afternoon, she tended to the flowers in the garden, watering and nourishing them, her heart brimming with joy as she watched them thrive. Occasionally, she would sit quietly in the garden, gazing at the sky, reminiscing about the beautiful moments shared with Naruto. As evening fell, Naruto returned home to find Hinata had prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting his arrival. They sat together at the dining table, sharing the day's experiences. After dinner, they would stroll hand in hand in the garden, feeling the gentle breeze and admiring the sunset. Occasionally, they would invite friends over, such as Sasuke and Shikamaru, who would arrive with gifts, filling the air with laughter and camaraderie. Hinata would prepare delicious meals for everyone, while Naruto regaled his friends with tales of past battles and discussed future aspirations. As time passed, their post-marital life welcomed a new chapter with the announcement of Hinata's pregnancy. This news filled Naruto with exuberance. He devoted more time to Hinata, attending to her needs with utmost care. Hinata basked in the joy of impending motherhood, preparing an array of tiny clothes and toys for their child. With her pregnancy progressing, though her body grew heavier, her face remained radiant with happiness. Naruto attended to her every need, cooking, giving massages, and accompanying her on leisurely walks. On a warm summer day, Hinata joyfully gave birth to Boruto. Naruto gazed at their adorable child, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. "Boruto, I promise to nurture you well." He grasped Hinata's hand tightly, expressing gratitude. "Hinata, thank you. We have created a complete family." The arrival of their children brought both joy and challenges to their lives. Naruto learned the intricacies of diaper changing, bottle feeding, and soothing the baby to sleep. Though occasionally overwhelmed, he relished every moment. Hinata, with her gentle patience, nurtured their children's growth, teaching them to speak, walk, and read, her heart swelling with pride as she witnessed their daily progress. As their children matured, each began to showcase their unique personalities. Their son inherited Naruto's bravery and strength, while their daughter embodied Hinata's kindness and gentleness. Naruto took his son to practice ninjutsu, fostering his courage and determination, while Hinata engaged her daughter in arts and crafts, nurturing her creativity and imagination. Throughout their children's development, Naruto and Hinata faced various challenges. At times, the children's mischief would test their patience. Yet, they remained steadfast in guiding them, imparting lessons of right and wrong. They understood that as parents, Their responsibilities extended beyond providing material support. They aimed to create a warm home, a nurturing environment filled with love. In addition to their familial duties, Naruto and Hinata remained committed to their missions. Naruto continued to strive for peace and prosperity within the ninja world, aware that only with stability in Konoha could they secure a promising future for their children. Chapter 196, Sparring Time, like a fleeting shadow, has passed in the blink of an eye, and 6 years have swiftly elapsed. Within this extensive span, numerous significant events have unfolded. Among them, the most remarkable is Orochimaru's experimental success. He has successfully deciphered the chakra fruits left behind by Kagaya Otsutsuki and has utilized this technology to clone the Otsutsuki lineage, thus resolving the issue of nurturing the divine tree. Simultaneously, Sasuke's ocular jutsu of space-time manipulation has proven immensely beneficial, enabling Naruto, Uchiha Obito, and others to swiftly traverse to other celestial bodies, exploring a broader world. Notably, during this time, Indra, Ashura, Uchiha Obito, and Hashirama Senju, like Naruto and Sasuke, have each consumed a chakra fruit, resulting in an astonishing enhancement of their powers. At this moment, on a vast and desolate planet, a gentle breeze whispers, bringing a touch of coolness. The silhouettes of Indra, Uchiha Obito, Sasuke, Ashura, Hashirama, and Naruto stand tall, poised for an intense sparring session. Indra's gaze exudes a blend of coldness and pride. Clad in a flowing black robe, his long hair dances in the wind. With a chakra sword firmly grasped in his hand, Uchiha Obito emanates an aura of dominance, his eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. Having endured countless conflicts and hardships, his heart brims with fervor. Now, having partaken of the chakra fruit, he is brimming with confidence in his abilities. Sasuke, his expression steely, possesses a penetrating gaze. Carrying the weight of a burdensome past, he momentarily casts aside all distractions, focusing solely on the impending clash. He yearns to transcend his limits through this contest with formidable opponents, seeking a deeper understanding of his own power and purpose through the fight. Ashura, adorned with a gentle smile, radiates steadfastness and kindness. His heart is filled with belief, convinced that they will grow together through this battle. Hashirama, exuberant and spirited, fills the air with his hearty laughter. He is enthusiastic about the sparring match, eager to fight alongside these powerful allies and explore greater heights. Fear finds no place in his heart, only a passion for battle and trust in his comrades. Naruto, with a radiant smile illuminating his face, is filled with determination. Now that we've all consumed a chakra fruit, our strengths are relatively balanced. Let us divide into 2 teams. Indra, Uchiha Obito, and Sasuke against Ashura, Hashirama, and myself. He proposed, coining it the epic battle of Indra versus Ashura for 300 rounds. So be it. Today's encounter shall showcase my strength, Indra declared first, a hint of provocation lacing his tone. Ashura smiled gently in response, brother, today we are not enemies, but allies. Let us grow together through this battle. Uchiha Obito smirked slightly, affirming, well said, but today, we fight solely for the sake of battle. Sasuke remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Naruto. As his chakra began to surge, Hashirama laughed heartily. Haha, then let us commence. May this battle mark our new beginning. As the tension in the air thickened, Indra made the first move. In a flash, he appeared before Ashura, his chakra sword poised to strike with lethal intent. Unfazed, Ashura performed the hand seals, summoning the wood-release technique, causing massive trees to erupt from the ground, blocking Indra's assault. Simultaneously, Uchiha Obito and Hashirama engaged in their own fierce confrontation. Uchiha Obito summoned a Susanoo, a colossal purple figure towering over the wilderness, wielding its sword with might against Hashirama. In response, Hashirama employed the wood golem technique, clashing fiercely with Obito's Susanoo. Sasuke and Naruto were equally engaged, launching attacks at one another. Sasuke unleashed his Chidori, while Naruto countered with his Rasengan, their movements as swift as lightning, their figures flickering like specters. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows for over 100 rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. As they momentarily distanced themselves, Indra and Ashura, along with Uchiha Obito and Hashirama, also retreated. The warm-up concluded, and the true battle was about to commence. Uchiha Obito, brimming with excitement, declared, now, let us begin. Indra acted first, performing hand seals as radiant light flickered in his eyes. Summoning his complete Susanoo, a towering purple giant radiating an aura of mystique and power. The Susanoo held a sword that shimmered with a chilling glow, as if it could sever all earthly ties. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Obito summoned his own complete Susanoo. This one, equally imposing, emanated a daunting pressure. Its form adorned with deep purple hues. Each hand wielded a massive scythe, reminiscent of a reaper from the netherworld, poised to claim the lives of foes. Sasuke refused to be outdone. He closed his eyes, focusing intently as chakra surged forth like a tidal wave. Moments later, his complete Susanoo ascended, taking on a dark purple hue, slender and agile, armed with a longbow, an arrow drawn and ready to be released. In response to the overwhelming presence of the three Susanoos, Ashura, Hashirama, and Naruto swiftly prepared their counter. The trio joined hands, unleashing their combined chakra to summon the great Buddha of the Thousand Hands. 3 towering Buddhas, nearly 1,000 feet tall, loomed majestically, their multitude of arms stretching into the sky like an immovable mountain. The 3 Susanoos stood defiantly against the 3 great Buddhas, the air thick with tension as both sides awaited the opportune moment to unleash their decisive strikes. Finally, Indra's Susanoo initiated the assault, swinging its sword towards Ashura's great Buddha. The blade traced a graceful arc through the air, aiming for the Buddha's arm. Unfazed, the great Buddha extended a colossal arm to meet the sword's trajectory. Upon impact, a resounding crash echoed, sending shockwaves rippling across the landscape, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and debris. Uchiha Obito's Susanoo followed suit, brandishing its scythes against Hashirama's great Buddha. The scythes gleamed ominously, poised to cleave all in their path. Hashirama's great Buddha, however, deftly maneuvered its numerous arms into a defensive formation, absorbing the assault. The clash of scythes and arms erupted in a cacophony of metallic sounds, sparks flying in all directions. Sasuke, too, drew back his bowstring, targeting Naruto's great Buddha. Releasing the arrow, it soared like a bolt of lightning, imbued with potent chakra, aimed directly at the Buddha. Reacting swiftly, the great Buddha raised an arm to intercept the arrow's flight. The collision produced a thunderous noise, the sheer force causing the Buddha to tremble slightly. In the face of the 3 Susanoo's relentless assault, Ashura, Hashirama, and Naruto stood resolute. Ashura's great Buddha retaliated, swinging its massive arms towards Indra's Susanoo with formidable strength. The Susanoo braced itself, deflecting the blow with its sword, yet the overwhelming force compelled it to stagger back. Meanwhile, Hashirama's great Buddha attempted to seize Uchiha Obito's Susanoo, striving to subdue it. Obito's Susanoo fought valiantly, its sides slicing through some of the reaching arms, yet more limbs surged forth, ensnaring it tightly. Naruto unleashed the super-tailed beast ball Rasengan, countering Sasuke's arrow in an explosive display of power. The battle has escalated to a fevered pitch, with the 3 mighty Susanoo and the 3 colossal thousand-handed Buddhas exchanging blows, neither party yielding an inch. Each collision resonates with a thunderous sound, and the forceful shockwaves dramatically alter the surrounding terrain. Dust storms rise from the arid expanse, obscuring the sky and enveloping the entire battlefield. The heavens are rent with flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder, while torrential rain pours down. The ground fractures, and magma erupts from beneath, cascading forth like a fountain, staining the world in a dark crimson hue, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. This planet teeters on the brink of collapse. Shaken by the fierce confrontation of Naruto, Sasuke, and their 4 companions, as if it could disintegrate at any moment. As the battle rages on, the stamina and chakra of both sides gradually dwindle. Yet, their eyes remain ablaze with indomitable spirit, showing no signs of retreat. At last, following an intense clash, both parties come to a halt. They gaze at one another, their eyes reflecting mutual respect and deep emotion. This sparring session has been truly remarkable, Indra remarks, his demeanor no longer exuding arrogance or indifference, but rather a profound respect for his adversary. Ashura responds with a subtle smile, affirming, "Indeed. We have both grown significantly through this conflict." Uchiha Madara turns to Senju Hashirama, exclaiming, "Hashirama, your strength remains formidable." Hashirama bursts into laughter, replying, "Madara, you are no slouch yourself. This exchange has heightened my anticipation for our future collaboration." Sasuke remains silent, yet his gaze betrays a hint of acknowledgement. Naruto, meanwhile, beams with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Everyone has been fantastic. We must continue to strive together to safeguard the shinobi world." Chapter 197. The new generation of ninjas in the Ninja Academy. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Following the marriage of Naruto and Sasuke, their contemporaries also began to wed and bear children, ushering in a new generation of ninjas. Boruto, the offspring of Naruto and Hinata, inherited the prodigious talents of both his father and Minato, possessing a vast amount of chakra in the Byakugan. Sarada, the child of Sasuke and Sakura, inherited the looks and abilities of her parents, boasting a significant chakra reservoir in the Sharingan. Mitsuki, the progeny of Orochimaru, displayed remarkable ninja aptitude, mastering all 5 elemental natures and achieving sage mode. Shikadai, son of Shikamaru and Temari, inherited his father's intellect and his mother's grace. Chocho, the daughter of Choji and Karui, took after her father's stout physique and her mother's dark complexion, sharing a passion for gourmet cuisine. Metal Lee, the son of Rock Lee and Sakura, embodied his father's spirited nature and combat skills, along with Sakura's extraordinary strength. Inogen, a member of the Yamanaka clan and the son of Sai and Ino, inherited the artistic talents of both parents, excelling in painting. At this moment, Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki stealthily slipped out of the classroom's back door, their faces alight with excitement and trepidation. Boruto, if we ditch class like this, Teacher Shino will surely punish us, murmured Sarada, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. Boruto, however, waved his hand dismissively. Who cares? The knowledge taught at the Ninja Academy is trivial. We could graduate without a care. He chuckled confidently. Mitsuki nodded in agreement. Boruto was right. Just then, a cool voice rang out from nearby. Sarada, why are you skipping class too? Uchiha Suki stood nearby, her gaze stern. Suki, the child of Itachi and Izumi, inherited the prodigious abilities of her parents and, in this era of peace, was able to awaken her 3-tomo Sharingan at a young age, embodying Itachi's wisdom. Sarada frowned slightly, responding with irritation. Sister? What are you doing here? She secretly grumbled, feeling that this sister, who had graduated early, always enjoyed lecturing her. It's just that the Ninja Academy is rather dull, Boruto shrugged helplessly. Uchiha Suki furrowed her brow, aware that these children were disinterested in the Academy's curriculum. But skipping class was not a commendable choice. Standing alongside her, Uchiha Hikari, with a firm demeanor, declared, "You should respect your teachers and study diligently. This is the path to becoming exceptional ninjas." Hikari, the child of Shursui, inherited his father's talents. Boruto and Sarada exchanged glances, remaining silent. They recognized the truth in Hikari's words, yet deep within, they yearned for freedom and thrilling adventures. Suki sighed, understanding that changing these children's mindset would require time and patience. Well, since you've managed to sneak out, why not practice some ninjutsu with me? Suki proposed. Boruto and Sarada's eyes lit up, and they immediately agreed. For them, practical training was far more exhilarating than theoretical lessons. Thus, the 5 youths quietly departed the academy, making their way towards the woods outside the village. They arrived at a tranquil clearing, surrounded by serene nature where only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. Suki surveyed the area and nodded in satisfaction, addressing the group. All right, we'll spar here. If you prove too weak, I will send you back to the academy. With that, she crossed her arms, a hint of disdain evident on her face. Boruto grinned. Understood, senior. We won't disappoint you. Sarada patted Boruto on the shoulder, cautioning, Boruto, be careful, my sister Suki is formidable. To which Boruto confidently replied, I know, but don't underestimate me. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming loudly as hundreds of clones erupted forth, surging towards Suki like a tidal wave. Suki quickly formed her own hand seals, unleashing the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Instantly, fiery projectiles soared like phoenixes towards the horde of clones. Boruto and his shadow clones scattered under the force of the flames, with some being extinguished. However, the sheer number of Boruto's clones allowed them to regroup swiftly and continue their assault on Suki. Demonstrating her exceptional taijutsu skills, Suki engaged in a fierce battle with Boruto's clones. Under Suki's relentless attacks, Boruto's clones began to falter, yet they were merely a fraction of his total. Although Suki maintained a temporary advantage, she was also expending considerable energy, while Boruto's clones kept replenishing, continuously wearing down Suki's stamina. The outcome of this confrontation was still uncertain. Realizing she could not maintain this stalemate, Suki took a deep breath, her eyes suddenly wide open, revealing her 3-tomo Sharingan. An overwhelming power surged forth, obliterating the shadow clones before her. Without hesitation, Suki charged at Boruto's original form. Boruto smirked, come at me. However, in the instant Suki reached him, she transformed into a flock of crows, vanishing from sight and reappearing behind Boruto, who was horrified to find his limbs bound tightly by ropes. "It's over," Suki declared coldly, her eyes flashing crimson. Unbeknownst to Boruto, when Suki activated her Sharingan, she had ensnared him in a powerful Jinjutsu. "No, it's not over yet." Boruto strained against the ropes, attempting to break free. Suddenly, he succeeded in dispelling Suki's illusion. When Boruto lifted his head again, his eyes had undergone a remarkable transformation. His once blue irises now bore an ancient, mysterious pattern, the Byakugan. Without hesitation, Boruto unleashed a wind release, gale palm, towards Suki behind him. His movements were fluid and decisive, as if he had anticipated this moment. Suki was taken aback, never expecting Boruto to break free from her Jinjutsu so swiftly. She had thought her illusion had ensnared him, but it seemed this young man possessed extraordinary strength and reflexes. In the face of Boruto's counterattack, Suki had no choice but to concentrate and respond. She deftly sidestepped Boruto's strike and retaliated with remarkable speed, leading to an intense close-quarters combat. Meanwhile, Mitsuki and Hikari were also engaged in their own tussle. Hikari showcased his formidable prowess, using the body flicker technique to encircle Mitsuki. Though agile, Mitsuki found himself overwhelmed by the simultaneous onslaught of multiple clones. Seeing this, Sarada shouted urgently, "Be careful, Mitsuki." Hikari's body flicker technique has no physical form, yet each clone possesses real offensive capabilities. She was well aware of Hikari's strength, knowing that these clones were not to be underestimated. Familiar with the skills and characteristics of both her uncle Itachi's daughter and Shirsue's son from their previous skirmishes, Sarada observed the unfolding battle with her Sharingan activated, ready to assist at a moment's notice. In the sky, Naruto and Sasuke quietly observed the battle unfolding below, their faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction. Naruto wistfully remarked, "Indeed, the children of Shirsue and Itachi possess remarkable strength." Sasuke nodded in agreement, adding, "Boruto's abilities are commendable as well." At that moment, the skirmish on the ground had reached its conclusion. Boruto, with a cheeky grin, inquired, "Hee, you won't stop us from skipping class anymore, will you?" Uchiha Mitsuki nodded in approval. "Well, your strength is quite impressive." Boruto proudly lifted his chin. "Of course, and I haven't even unleashed the Flying Thunder God technique yet." His confidence in his abilities radiated. Sarada gazed at Boruto in astonishment. "Oh, Boruto, when did you learn the Flying Thunder God?" Her curiosity piqued. Boruto explained, "My grandfather Minato taught me." Sarada nodded, a glimmer of envy in her eyes. "Wow, that's amazing. How did you manage to learn it?" Boruto scratched his head and chuckled. Actually, I secretly studied my grandfather's notes. They contain a plethora of astonishing jutsu. I remember one called the Spiral Flash Super Round Dance. Sounds super cool, right? The prerequisite for performing this technique is to first master the Flying Thunder God. You know, my old man and your dad are either training or off searching for planets suitable for cultivating the divine tree, leaving them little time for us. So, I took it upon myself to learn some jutsu. Sarada nodded in understanding. That makes sense. I haven't seen my father in quite a while. A hint of longing surfaced in her gaze. Upon hearing this, both Naruto and Sasuke displayed a touch of awkwardness. They were acutely aware that, as fathers, they had indeed spent too little time with their children. Yet, they also understood that in the face of greater responsibilities, familial bonds must sometimes be set aside. Presently, the Otsutsuki clan's potential reinvasion of the ninja world loomed uncertainly, and they needed to continuously enhance their prowess to better safeguard their families and the entirety of the ninja realm. Chapter 198. A warm family. After parting ways with his friends, Boruto returned home with a light-hearted step. "I'm back," he exclaimed joyfully. "Brother." A bright voice echoed as Himawari dashed out of her room, her face alight with surprise, rushing into Boruto's embrace with open arms. Hinata approached with a gentle smile and asked softly, "Boruto, why are you home so early today? Did you learn something interesting at the Ninja Academy?" Instead of answering her question, Boruto inquired, "Mom, did Dad come home today?" Hinata shook her head lightly, responding, "Not yet." Boruto, in frustration, stamped his foot and muttered, "I knew it." Hinata consoled him, "Boruto, do not be upset. Your father is exceptionally busy. He must protect the entire ninja world." Boruto nodded reluctantly, accepting her words. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the doorway. "I'm back." This announcement sparked surprise on Hinata, Himawari, and Boruto's faces. "Naruto!" Hinata exclaimed excitedly. "Daddy!" Himawari cheered happily. Naruto entered with a beaming smile, scooping up Himawari and gazing at her with affectionate indulgence. He then turned to Hinata and Boruto, his eyes brimming with warmth and love. However, he noticed that Boruto did not call out to him as he usually did. A flicker of concern arose in his heart. Was Boruto still upset with him? Or had something else transpired? Suddenly, Naruto recalled the events within Boruto's story and mused to himself, "Have I truly become the 7th Hokage?" Reflecting on Boruto's infancy. Naruto had once vowed to nurture him well. Yet, due to the pressures from the Otsutsuki clan, he had been unable to remain at Boruto's side consistently. He understood that remaining sequestered within the ninja world would hinder his growth. Thus, he often ventured to other planets for training while seeking suitable worlds for cultivating the divine tree to enhance his strength, aspiring to better protect his family and village. Sensitive to Naruto's unease, Hinata softly urged, "Boruto, come over and greet your father." Obediently, Boruto walked to Naruto and gently called out, "Dad." Naruto smiled and replied, "I'm sorry, Boruto. I've been preoccupied with training and have neglected my care and companionship for you both. However, I have returned today bearing gifts." With that, Naruto produced a Ninetales plushie and a new gaming console from behind him, handing them to Boruto and Himawari, respectively. "Wow, how adorable. It's a Ninetales plushie," Himawari exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. Boruto's gaze shifted to the gaming console, his eyes glimmering with surprise and anticipation. "Boruto, remember not to get too carried away with play, all right?" Hinata gently reminded him, her eyes reflecting concern and hope for her son. "I know, Mom." "Thank you, Dad," Boruto replied obediently, clutching the gaming console and casting a grateful glance at Naruto. "Hinata, I have a gift for you as well," Naruto said with a smile, retrieving a delicate necklace from his pocket and presenting it to Hinata. Her cheeks flushed slightly, showing a hint of shyness, yet she accepted the necklace and softly said, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." At that moment, Himawari mischievously pointed at her parents and giggled, "Hey, Daddy and Mommy, how cute." Her innocent words elicited laughter from everyone present. "Naruto, how long will you stay this time?" Hinata asked quietly, her face tinged with a blush as she lowered her gaze. Upon hearing her question, both Boruto and Himawari's eyes brightened, fixating their hopeful gazes on Naruto. Naruto looked at them with a smile and gently reassured, "Do not worry. I will not be leaving anytime soon. I will be here with you." His voice carried a tender firmness, as if assuring them of his unwavering presence. Boruto and Himawari beamed with joy, their hearts filled with delight and contentment. Chapter 199, The Legacy of the Spiraling Sphere as Night Descended. The village of Konoha was enveloped in a serene tranquility. Within the cozy confines of Naruto's home, the family had just finished their dinner, and a warm ambience permeated every corner. Naruto, Hinata, and their children, Boruto and Himawari, gathered around the dining table, relishing this precious family moment. The gentle glow of the lights illuminated their faces, revealing expressions of bliss. Hinata gazed tenderly at her family, her heart brimming with warmth. Himawari sat quietly beside them, her large eyes blinking adorably. Meanwhile, Boruto, a spirited and inquisitive youth, exuded an air of anticipation. He was aware that tonight marked a special occasion, for his father, Naruto, had promised to teach him the art of ninjutsu, specifically the spiraling sphere. Naruto looked at Boruto, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He too had grown through relentless effort and determination. Now, as his son stepped onto the path of becoming a ninja, Boruto was beginning to carve out his own destiny. "Boruto, are you ready?" Naruto inquired with a smile. Boruto nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with resolve. "Father, I am ready." Leading Boruto to the yard. The night air was fresh and cool, a gentle breeze whispering tranquility. Standing before Boruto, Naruto's expression turned solemn and earnest. "Boruto, the spiraling sphere is a formidable technique. It requires you to concentrate, channel your chakra, and condense it within your palm." He began to elucidate the principles and techniques behind the spiraling sphere. Boruto listened intently, his gaze fixed on Naruto, fully aware that this was a rare opportunity he must seize. Naruto extended his palm, demonstrating the usage of the spiraling sphere. Gradually, a blue energy sphere formed in his hand, swirling and radiating immense power. Boruto watched in awe, his heart swelling with admiration. "Now, it's your turn," Naruto encouraged, placing his hand over Boruto's to guide him in feeling the flow of chakra. Boruto closed his eyes, striving to concentrate. He followed Naruto's instructions, attempting to channel his chakra into his palm. Yet initially, he encountered difficulties, and nothing manifested in his hand. Naruto remained patient, offering encouragement. Don't rush, Boruto. Take your time and feel the flow of chakra. Taking a deep breath, Boruto tried once more. This time, he seemed to sense something. A faint glow began to appear in his palm. Very good, Boruto. Keep it up. Seeing Boruto's progress, Naruto's face broke into a proud smile. Encouraged by his father's support, Boruto persevered. Soon, the glow intensified, and a small spiraling sphere gradually took shape. As Boruto released it, the sphere vanished momentarily before creating a significant dent in a nearby tree. Naruto beamed with pride as he observed the spiraling sphere in Boruto's hand. He recognized Boruto's immense potential. With diligence, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja. Father, I did it! Boruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Naruto approached and patted Boruto's shoulder. Well done, Boruto. You have a remarkable talent. He was astonished by Boruto's skill, realizing that the technique he had just executed was an invisible spiraling sphere. Boruto's face radiated pride, knowing his efforts had borne fruit. In that moment, he felt the depth of his father's love and expectations. Upon returning indoors, Hinata and Himawari awaited them. Seeing Boruto master the spiraling sphere, Hinata's face lit up with a gentle smile. Himawari joyfully ran over and embraced Boruto. Brother, you are amazing, she exclaimed. Boruto affectionately ruffled her hair, his heart filled with joy. He recognized that he had not only learned a powerful technique, but also felt the unwavering support and love of his family. Naruto gazed at his family, his heart swelling with emotion. He understood that his responsibility extended beyond merely protecting the village. He was also tasked with nurturing the next generation, instilling in them a sense of duty and responsibility as ninjas. Boruto, remember, ninjutsu is merely a means. What truly matters is your heart. You must possess courage, faith, and compassion to become a genuine ninja, Naruto imparted solemnly. Boruto nodded earnestly, understanding that his father's words were imbued with hope and guidance. He vowed to strive diligently, determined to live up to his father's expectations. On this tranquil night, the Naruto family cherished an unforgettable time together. Boruto had learned the spiraling sphere and felt the love and expectations of his father. In turn, Naruto witnessed Boruto's growth and progress, his heart filled with contentment. Chapter 200. The battle against Otsutsuki Kinsuke. In a tranquil corner of Konoha village, sunlight bathed the cozy courtyard, where Naruto reveled in a rare moment of warmth with his family. Boruto and Himawari played joyfully in the yard, while Hinata gazed at them tenderly, a radiant smile illuminating her face. As Naruto watched the children, his heart swelled with warmth. He understood that such serenity was hard-won and cherished this fleeting peace. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by Sasuke's unexpected arrival. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Sasuke wore a grave expression, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Naruto felt an ominous premonition swell within him. Naruto, there's trouble. Uchiha Madara has encountered an assault from the Otsutsuki clan in the cosmos. The situation is dire, Sasuke spoke in a low, serious tone. Upon hearing this, Naruto's countenance instantly turned grave. Let us go save him, he declared, displaying no hesitation as he sprang to his feet. He turned to Hinata, his eyes filled with determination. Don't worry, I will return safely. Though concern etched her features, Hinata understood Naruto's sense of duty and merely nodded, urging him to be cautious. Without delay, Naruto and Sasuke embarked on their journey, traversing the vastness of space towards Madara's location. Silence enveloped them as they flew, each filled with tension and worry. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Otsutsuki clan, knowing this would be a fierce battle. At last, they arrived at the battlefield, landing on a vibrant planet. Yet, the sight before them ignited their fury. Madara lay on the ground, his body marred by grievous wounds, teetering on the brink of death. Nearby stood a powerful figure, the very Otsutsuki Kinsuke whom Naruto and Sasuke had previously encountered. Kinsuke emanated a formidable aura, his gaze cool and haughty. Upon seeing Naruto and Sasuke, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Ah, two more inferior beings have arrived. Do you truly believe you can save him? Today, you shall both perish here. Kinsuke's voice was cold and ruthless. Naruto's heart surged with anger as he beheld the injured Madara. Clenching his fists tightly, he fixed his resolute gaze upon Kinsuke. Kinsuke, do not think you can escape, he bellowed. Sasuke drew his sword, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent. Indeed, we will vanquish you. Lower beings, do you know who I am? Kinsuke responded, a hint of surprise in his tone. In that moment, Sasuke seized the opportunity. employing his ocular technique to swap Madara with the air before him. Naruto immediately activated his own ocular technique to heal Madara's wounds. Is it the power of the Rinnegan once again? Kinsuke furrowed his brow, but what concerned him more was Naruto. Madara's injuries were stabilizing under Naruto's care, pulling him from the clutches of death. With a sigh of relief, Naruto addressed Sasuke. First, let us place Madara into your Kamui space. No, I must fight. That vile Kinsuke ambushed me. How could I possibly lose? Madara retorted. Sasuke frowned. Don't be stubborn. Your injuries do not permit you to continue. With that, he drew Madara into the Kamui realm. Not long before, Madara had been taken by surprise upon discovering the vibrant planet, only to be ambushed by Kinsuke, who had preemptively planted the god tree there, awaiting its chakra fruit. Upon sensing Madara's presence, Kinsuke had struck, forcing Madara into a passive position. The battle was imminent. Kinsuke launched the first attack, sweeping his hands to unleash a powerful wave of dark red energy towards Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto recognized that Kinsuke's energy blast could consume Rasengan, amplifying its power. Without hesitation, he executed the Shadow Clone Jutsu, countless Narutos rushing to intercept the energy wave. Meanwhile, Sasuke utilized the power of his Sharingan to deftly evade the onslaught, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. The energy wave collided with the Shadow Clones, producing a thunderous roar. The clones were swiftly obliterated, yet Naruto did not falter. He burst forth, bypassing the energy sphere, and charged at Kinsuke, shouting, Rasengan. A colossal blue Rasengan materialized in his hand, which he hurled at Kinsuke. Kinsuke remained unfazed, raising a hand to conjure a barrier before him. The Rasengan collided with the barrier, emitting a blinding light as both sides held their ground, neither willing to yield. The fierce combat resumed, with Naruto and Sasuke unleashing an array of ninjutsu in an attempt to breach Kinsuke's defenses. Kinsuke retaliated with his black rods, keeping Naruto and Sasuke on the defensive. Sasuke, we must devise a strategy to uncover his weakness, Naruto urged. His weakness lies in the moments he attacks, Sasuke replied. 6 years prior, Sasuke had observed that Kinsuke would experience a brief pause after each attack. Naruto grasped Sasuke's implication, and they began to coordinate, biding their time for Kinsuke to strike. Kinsuke attacked once more, summoning a massive flame that surged towards Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto quickly employed the Shadow Clone Jutsu to distract Kinsuke, while Sasuke seized the moment to dart towards him. At the instant of Kinsuke's assault, he identified a vulnerability. Raising his sword, Sasuke unleashed a fierce wave of sword energy towards Kinsuke. Caught off guard, Kinsuke could not evade in time and was struck, a deep gash marring his form. Damn it! Kinsuke roared, taken aback by the realization that Naruto and Sasuke had discerned his weakness. Determined not to hold back any longer, Kinsuke began to channel his most powerful attack. With hands clasped together, he intoned incantations, a blinding light radiating from him as the surrounding space trembled. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a knowing glance, their thoughts aligned. They resolved to unite once more, unleashing their most potent ninjutsu. Naruto transformed into the Nine-Tails mode, his body glowing with tremendous chakra. Sasuke enveloped Naruto with his Susanoo. Their powers converged, forming an overwhelming energy. Kinsuke, sensing the might of Naruto and Sasuke, felt a flicker of fear arise within him. Yet, he understood there was no retreat now. He had to give it his all. The collision of their powers erupted into a deafening roar, shaking the very fabric of the universe. You inferior beings, do you think you can defeat me? Kinsuke bellowed. I'm a powerful member of the Otsutsuki clan. You cannot hope to overcome me. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Naruto declared, We will not relent. We will triumph over you. Sasuke added, Indeed. We shall not allow you to prevail. The fierce battle resumed as Naruto and Sasuke adapted to the chaos. Naruto, relying on his formidable physical prowess, began to hold his own against Kinsuke, growing more resolute with each exchange. Sasuke, observing Kinsuke's every move with the power of his Rinnegan, waited for the perfect opportunity to strike. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly detected a flaw in Kinsuke's defense. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity and instantaneously teleported behind Kagaya Otsutsuki. His speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning, rendering his form nearly imperceptible. Kagaya was completely unprepared for Sasuke's swift appearance at his rear. In a state of panic, he turned, but it was already too late. Sasuke wielded the Kusanagi, unleashing a tremendous sword aura that erupted from the blade's tip. Like a ferocious beast with a gaping maw, It descended mercilessly upon Kagaya Otsutsuki. Although he attempted to evade, the swiftness of the sword aura left him no time to react. The blade's energy cruelly struck Kagaya's back, causing blood to splatter. Naruto, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of elation. He recognized it as a rare opportunity. Without delay, he activated the truth-seeking balls, transforming them into a razor-sharp Ama no Murakumo spear. Grasping the spear, he charged towards Kagaya, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Despite his grievous injuries, Kagaya still possessed an indomitable will to survive. Struggling to rise, his eyes glimmered with madness and despair. He exerted every ounce of strength to fend off Naruto's assault, yet his power had waned. Unable to withstand the ferocity of Naruto's onslaught. No, Kagaya screamed in despair. He could scarcely comprehend that he was being defeated by Naruto and Sasuke. He had always believed himself to be invincible. Yet, the harsh reality loomed before him, forcing him to confront the impending defeat. As Naruto and Sasuke gazed upon the fallen Kagaya Otsutsuki, a sense of relief washed over them. Through this battle, they had gained a profound understanding of the Otsutsuki clan's terror. Although Naruto and Sasuke had undergone 6 years of rigorous training, confronting Kagaya in his prime would require every ounce of their strength. They understood that this tranquility was hard-earned, and they must remain ever vigilant, prepared to face the challenges that lay ahead.